midst of the starry night, a figure named Shingya found himself within the world of Naruto, assuming the role of the princely heir of Konoha. Soon after, he garnered the affections of numerous beautiful women, including Mito, Tsunade, and Mikoto, while also inheriting the bloodlines of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, ultimately achieving the legendary sage body. Furthermore, he did not overlook the Uchiha and Hyuga clans' bloodlines, acquiring the Sharingan and Byakugan. In the end, he successfully unlocked the Rinnegan and the Transmigration Eye, emerging as a new member of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 1. Crossing into Naruto. However, the timeline seems amiss. 13 years in Konoha, amidst torrential rain. The village was enveloped in a shroud of sorrow that a woman clad in an elegant black gown led a throng of villagers mourning the loss of a middle-aged man within a coffin. Raindrops cascaded down her face, rendering it indistinguishable from tears. The man lying in the coffin was none other than Senju+Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga, who had brought an end to the Warring States period. The funeral persisted for several days. Yet, as the villagers mourned this deity of the ninja world, a mysterious visitor from another realm quietly arrived in Konoha. Within a chamber of the Senju clan, a rift in space suddenly materialized, and a figure tumbled forth into the room. Thud. The individual landed abruptly on the ground. What on earth is happening? A bewildered Shingya found himself utterly confused. Just moments prior, he had been in his humble abode, engrossed in a newly released comic about Naruto. Suddenly, a black rift had drawn him in, and he now found himself in an unfamiliar room that was clearly not his home. Surveying the decor, he quickly deduced that it was a young woman's chamber. Not only is it a bedroom, but the design seems to resonate with that of Neon Country. At that moment, a thought struck Shingya. Had he traversed Japan? However, upon glimpsing the distant cliffside face sculpture outside the window, he realized that his journey was far more extraordinary than a mere trip to Neon Country. I have actually crossed into the world of Naruto. His expression could only be described as a kaleidoscope of emotions, joy and apprehension intertwined. The joy stemmed from his arrival in a realm brimming with extraordinary powers and stunning women, while the worry arose from the realization that this world seemed to value strength based on lineage, fortuitously inheriting the bloodlines of the Uchiha, Senju, or even Uzumaki clans could grant one an almost unparalleled advantage. At the very least, one would be a ninja, perhaps even achieving the status of a Kage-level powerhouse. Yet he lamented that he currently embodied an ordinary being from Blue Star, devoid of any chakra. Am I destined to live as a commoner in the Naruto world? I refuse to accept this. Host has successfully crossed into the Naruto world and expresses dissatisfaction with the lack of chakra within. Upon realizing that he possessed a system, Shingya's previously despondent expression transformed into one of radiant joy. Indeed, I refuse to accept it. I cannot even extract a single ounce of chakra from my body, leaving me devoid of any opportunity to grow stronger. He lamented his plight, nearly spilling the sorrow of being thrust into this situation before he had finished reading the Naruto comic. The system will now arrange for the host's body to revert to infancy and undergo development to adapt and acquire the special energy of chakra in this world. Upon reading the system's proposal, Shingya's intended words became lodged in his throat. In the next instant, his body began to regress in age, swiftly becoming younger. No, wait, I meant to ask for a boost. Before he could finish his sentence, he transformed from a young adult to a teenager, his voice taking on a youthful tone. Not into a mere child. As he uttered the last word, he found himself transformed once again, this time into a small child. At this moment, Shingya stood merely 90 centimeters tall, appearing exceptionally adorable, destined to grow into a handsome figure, though certainly not as charming as you, the viewer. Just as he prepared to voice his grievances to the system, the wooden door of the room creaked open. Upon hearing the noise, Shingya quickly fell silent, for he was now embodied in the form of a 3-year-old child. At this tender age, he could only manage a few simple phrases, and being discovered would spell disaster. Though unable to speak, his eyes were free to observe. He watched as the door slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in a pure black kimono, devoid of any other color or embellishment. As he gazed upon her face, he was taken aback, particularly by the diamond-shaped mark adorning her forehead, which perfectly complemented her visage. Yet perhaps due to sorrow or sheer exhaustion, her face bore an air of fragility, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, before he could admire her further, he noticed her long crimson hair cascading down her back, and a name instinctively surfaced in his mind. Is she Uzumaki Kushina? No, Kushina doesn't have a diamond mark on her forehead, does she? Of course, he dared not voice this thought aloud, keeping it confined to his mind. As Shingya pondered the identity of the woman before him, she stood at the threshold, gazing at the small figure sprawled on her bed, a mix of sadness and curiosity etched upon her. Features that I asked this a child? Why has such a little one suddenly appeared in my room? The woman stared at Shingya, momentarily forgetting her weariness. Time seemed to blur as she pondered, and tears that had long since dried began to flow once more, though this time accompanied by a gentle smile. She approached the bedside, sitting delicately as if to avoid startling the child. Like tea that moment, Shingya had already deduced the identity of the red-haired woman before him. Yet, he refrained from completely confirming it, for the ninja world was vast, and Konoha was expansive, with many members of the Uzumaki clan. It was entirely possible that the red-haired woman he encountered was not the one he suspected. After all, he had never truly met her in person. As Shingya grappled with how to break the awkward silence, his perspective began to shift upwards. Awe. He instinctively let out a cry of surprise. Do not fear, little one. I shall hold you. To his astonishment, he was swept into her arms. Just as relief washed over him, his small head was enveloped in a soft embrace. The woman's voice, akin to a gentle spring, resonated softly. Hashirama has just left me. Yet now, a little one has appeared in my room. This must be fate. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she tenderly cradled the child, speaking to him about the sorrow she had endured in recent days. As Shingya listened to her musings, he was now entirely certain that the red-haired woman holding him was indeed the person he had speculated. It truly is Uzumaki Kushina. Have I directly crossed into the room of one of the strongest women in the ninja world? Shingya's heart raced with excitement, for he had unwittingly found himself in the presence of a formidable ally. It is widely acknowledged that the most powerful woman in the ninja world is Otsutsuki Kagaya, yet Uzumaki Kushina undoubtedly ranks as a close second. Not to mention, the mere presence of the complete Nine-Tails within her was enough to cause a stir in Konoha. Moreover, he gleaned a significant piece of information from Kushina's soliloquy. Hashirama had passed away just days prior. The reason was clear. He had succumbed after years of battling Madara in the Valley of the End, and ultimately his body could no longer withstand the strain, leading to his demise. After all, extracting chakra is tantamount to depleting cellular energy. The more frequent the battles, the quicker one meets their demise. As Shingya diligently gathered intelligence. No, rather, as he attentively listened, the origin of his transformation into a mere child reappeared. Ding! Detecting the emotional sentiment of one of the female leads, Uzumaki Mito, towards the host. This system is alive. Chapter 2. Strategy for Uzumaki Mito. Upon hearing that most detestable voice, Shingya felt a wave of despair wash over him. Given the previous foolish actions of this system, he was filled with trepidation. He feared that not only would this entity transform him into a child, but might even reduce him to a single-celled organism. Host, Shingya. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Jinjutsu none. Summon beast, none. Chakra amount, none. Bloodline limit, none. Comprehensive strength, minor. Trash, others, none. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this text in his mind, Shingya realized that his system had finally stabilized. A connoisseur of various novels, he immediately recognized this as a character panel. Seeing his utter emptiness, with all attributes marked as none, and his strength evaluated as minor trash, he closed the panel without a hint of nostalgia. Task 1. Increase Uzumaki Mito's affection for the host to 80. Progress, 20 out of 100. Reward, complete sage body. Uzumaki Bloodline. As he beheld the task issued by the system, a chill ran down his spine. He knew well that no good would come of it. After perusing the task's full content, his fears were confirmed. It was indeed aimed at his undoing that I am but 3 years old. How am I to instill a profound affection of 80 points in Uzumaki Mito? I shall report you for employing child labor. At this moment, Shingya's inner turmoil was akin to a cacophony of expletives. Ding. Objections are futile, and besides, you have nowhere to report me. Haha. After muttering a few curses at the system, his mood lightened considerably. Yet upon glimpsing the reward, he begrudgingly accepted the task. Although it was not a complete sage body, the Uzumaki lineage's bloodline was undeniably formidable. But how am I to enhance this affection? I am merely 3, while Uzumaki Mito must be in her 30s. How could she possibly fall for a child devoid of hair? She does not forge copper. At that moment, Shingya faced the greatest conundrum of his existence. Question. How does one make a woman in her 30s fall in love with a 3-year-old child? In this moment of utter helplessness, the unreliable system presented yet another unfinished requirement. Ding. Affection does not necessarily equate to romantic love. It can also refer to familial affection. Host, your thoughts are rather impure. Upon reading the system's explanation, his lips twitched in irritation. It is clearly you who failed to elucidate the situation. I absolutely do not wish to play the role of a nefarious scoundrel. Engaged in a verbal spar with the system, time slipped away gradually. Shingya, in his 3-year-old form, could not remain alert for long and eventually drifted into slumber unbeknownst to him. Uzumaki Mito, cradling the sleeping child, smiled gently, believing he had succumbed to fatigue from listening to her woes. Unbeknownst to her, Shingya had absorbed very little of what she had said. He was merely worn out from bickering with the system. The more she gazed upon him, the more fond she became of this little fellow. Since you have appeared in my room, it must be fate. Tomorrow, I will inquire with Tobirama, Hashirama's brother, to see if anyone in the village has reported a missing child. If not, then little one, you shall be my my little brother. Originally intending to adopt him as her child, an unexplainable impulse made her reconsider. Uzumaki Mito shook her head, dismissing such trivial matters, and began contemplating a name for the child. Just as she was about to decide, her eyes inadvertently caught the breathtaking night sky through the window. The sky was devoid of haze, adorned with a brilliant array of stars, each glimmering against the dark canvas. The name Shingya suddenly surfaced in her mind. Looking down tenderly at the child in her embrace, she whispered softly, "Let us name you Shingya. I shall not add a surname, for you belong neither to the Senju nor the Uzumaki clan. You are solely mine, a splendid gift from the heavens." In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. Though it had not truly been 1,000 years, 3 swift years had already elapsed since Shingya arrived in the ninja world. Now at the age of 6, he had made many acquaintances and forged friendships. However, most of these companions were merely his shadows, as his psychological maturity had already reached his 20s, rendering him disinclined to play with mere children. This led to those little ones, captivated by his mature demeanor, trailing after him like eager followers, unwilling to let go. One day, while Shingya sat atop the roof of the Senju clan's ancestral home, lost in thought, he noticed a patch of grass stirring below. Those lacking in vigilance might assume it was merely the wind rustling the grass. Yet, having been trained as a ninja by Uzumaki Mito since the age of 4, he harbored no such delusions. "Little Tsunade, do not hide. I can see you." Gazing down at the small figure peeking out from the grass, Shingya found her rather endearing. Tsunade, aged 6 and his contemporary, though currently slight of build, would, in a decade or so, blossom into a figure of generosity and wealth. Not wealth of coin, but of form. Dubbed the cow tank by numerous netizens, she had a penchant for gambling and was the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito. However, through casual inquiries with Uzumaki Mito, Shingya discovered that Tsunade did not seem to be her biological granddaughter. This inquiry had lingered in his mind since his initial foray into the world of Naruto, a granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, endowed with both Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, yet possessing striking blonde hair, an anomaly indeed. Initially, he speculated that one of Tsunade's parents must have had fair hair, but it was only later that Uzumaki Mito revealed the truth. She herself was the second wife of Senju Hashirama, while Tsunade was the granddaughter of Hashirama's first wife. As Shingya pondered this revelation, he noticed Tsunade, hidden in the grass, tremble slightly, clearly caught off guard by his ability to see through her flawless disguise. "Do not call me little Tsunade, you stinky Shingya. Now that I have been discovered, I shall launch my attack." Having been revealed, Tsunade abandoned her pretense and leaped onto the roof, brandishing a crude kunai made of wood, launching an assault on Shingya. Aware of her impulsive nature, Shingya deftly sidestepped her attack without hesitation, smoothly capturing her slender wrist in a fluid motion. With a swift turn, he restrained her, holding her firmly while gently pinching her chin to immobilize her. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "By lineage, I am Mito's younger brother. Thus, I hold a higher standing and may rightly call you little Tsunade. Well then, do you concede?" Feeling a warm breath against her ear, Tsunade's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, "Humph, I shall not concede. Had it not been for Granny Mito secretly intensifying your training, I would not have lost to you." Tsunade's cheeks puffed up, clearly dissatisfied that her grandmother favored this fellow a tad more. Starry Night chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this, then released Tsunade from his embrace. Indeed, Uzumaki Mito treated him as if he were her own son, satisfying nearly all his needs. One could say she poured all her affection into him, even to a greater extent than her own granddaughter standing before her. However, his superiority over Tsunade was not solely attributed to Mito's training. Much of it stemmed from the blood of the Uzumaki clan coursing through his veins, a lineage bestowed upon him as a reward from the system after completing a task. Through 3 years of close companionship with Mito, he had successfully elevated his favorability to an impressive 80. During this period, he spent even more time with Mito than Tsunade, to the point of almost being inseparable. With the passage of these 2 years, coupled with the charm techniques he learned on Blue Star, he had finally succeeded in this endeavor. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, or we'll miss the start of ninja school. Tsunade shook Starry Night's body, bringing him back to reality. All right, let's go, he replied. He had appropriated a significant portion of the affection Mito had for Tsunade, yet this did not affect the amicable relationship between the two. In fact, compared to Tsunade's bond with Mito, her connection with him was clearly stronger. Having taken away Mito's love, he found himself being even kinder to Tsunade. Consequently, they became the best of childhood companions. Little Tsunade, hands on her hips, feigned anger and declared, "If the esteemed one has taken away Mito's affection, then the esteemed one must shower even more love upon little Tsunade." Chapter 3. Graduation from the Ninja Academy. In the 16th year of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, Hoshino gazed blankly out at the leaves dancing in the wind, his heart brimming with reflections. It had been 3 years since he arrived in this world, and time seemed to have flown by in the blink of an eye. As he pondered the passage of life, he nonchalantly picked up a piece of chicken and bit into it without a moment's hesitation, as if the presence of the chicken in the classroom was perfectly natural. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and a man in his 20s strode in. "Oh, what is that delightful aroma of food? Well, today marks your early graduation. Pay attention, you are destined to become ninjas." Upon hearing the news of graduation, the entire class erupted with excitement, including Tsunade, who had just been eating, and Hoshino himself. As he observed the teacher at the podium, Hoshino mused, "Is it really graduation time? I didn't expect it to come so swiftly." After all, he had only spent a little over a year at the Ninja Academy. Compared to the era of Naruto 30 years later, when students typically began their ninja training at 6 and graduated at 12, he was set to graduate at the tender age of 6. This rapid progression was partly due to the recent unrest among the other ninja villages. With the passing of the god of ninja, his deterrent influence had diminished over time, and the ensuing conflicts made war inevitable. Hoshino recalled that the first ninja war was anticipated to ignite around these years, although he couldn't remember the precise timeline. As the Hokage had never specified when it would begin, his attention returned to the classroom as the graduation examination was about to commence. The examination would cover the most fundamental ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique, collectively known as the 3-body techniques. Mastering just one of these techniques was sufficient for graduation, unlike the requirement 30 years later where 3 techniques were necessary. After all, they had just emerged from the Warring States period, and both the age of graduation and the standard of education were incomparable to those of 30 years hence. However, even if the requirement was to master all 3 techniques to graduate, Hoshino felt confident. He had already mastered them. In fact, it could be assumed that everyone present in the classroom had likely mastered these techniques, as they were mostly comprised of graduating classes or prodigies who were graduating early. At that moment, the teacher called out, "Students whose names I read will proceed to the adjacent classroom for the graduation examination." The first name called was Orochimaru. A figure rose from an inconspicuous corner of the room, and all eyes turned to him. From the moment he enrolled, he had consistently maintained the top rank. While his combat ability might not have been the highest, his overall performance was undoubtedly unparalleled. Orochimaru stood with a slight smile and walked toward the adjacent room. Suddenly, a voice, laced with envy, interjected, "Humph, just a bit more handsome. That jerk." It was Jiraiya, Orochimaru's old rival. Hoshino couldn't help but reflect on their dynamic. These two were truly a legendary pair of adversaries. After all, if there were no significant interventions, Jiraiya's future goal would be to pursue the defector, Orochimaru, and seek out the Child of Destiny. Truly, this world was one that valued bonds. Moments later, Orochimaru returned, still wearing that cheerful expression, and it was evident that the examination had gone exceedingly well. After all, he had mastered the 3 body techniques shortly after entering the Ninja Academy. The subsequent examinations proceeded without a hitch, and both Hashiyuru and Tsunade passed their graduation assessments. Even Jiraiya, who often lingered at the back, successfully graduated. Though labeled as the last, it depended on whom he was compared to. He was indeed formidable in terms of physical prowess, and the 3 body techniques were well within his capability. Suddenly, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, appeared in the classroom, imparting the will of fire to the soon-to-be graduates. Upon seeing the second Hokage at the podium, Hashiyuru couldn't help but wonder if Sarutobi Hiruzen had been influenced through such brainwashing techniques. Of course, the will of fire espoused by Tobirama paled in comparison to that of Hiruzen, particularly in terms of persuasive ability. However, for the young children on the verge of becoming ninjas, it was more than sufficient. Did one not see Orochimaru's eyes gleaming as he listened to the second Hokage speak? Hashiyuru shook his head, realizing that he was still too young. Chapter 4. The Gift of Wood Release after school that afternoon. Hashiyuru and Tsunade returned to the Senju clan's ancestral home. They had initially contemplated celebrating their graduation with a feast, but alas, the culinary offerings in Konoha were rather lackluster. Ichiraku ramen was non-existent, and hand-pulled noodles likely hadn't even been conceived yet. Barbecue restaurants were absent, and the famed 3-colored dumplings were nowhere to be found. Reluctantly, they opted to return home for a meal prepared by Uzumaki Mito, which, while not particularly exquisite, would suffice. After all, she was a princess of the land of whirlpools, and her culinary skills were commendable, especially since she had begun to learn under Hashiyuru's influence. Upon returning to the Senju compound, Hashiyuru gazed at the myriad lights twinkling in the evening, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The Senju clan had not yet fallen into decline. It was not the lonely clan of Tsunade, the last remaining member. The thought that, in the future, many of the people here, aside from Tsunade, might perish weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, he had not realized that, despite having lived here for merely 3 years, he had already become an integral part of this family. This time, I shall be the one to protect, he declared suddenly, startling Tsunade. What? What are you going to protect? She asked, blinking her large eyes at the seemingly eccentric Hashiyuru, finding him a bit silly. Nothing much. Just that I won't allow you to be alone anymore. I will help the Senju clan regain its former strength. Beep. Affection level 10. 8100. Tsunade's declaration elicited an unexpected increase in affection, leaving Hashiyuru momentarily bewildered. Although he felt a tinge of confusion, it was not entirely surprising. After living with Tsunade for several years, such changes in affection were always a possibility. Beep. Task 2 completed. Rewards are about to be distributed. However, upon hearing the word rewards, he felt a surge of excitement within him, for this reward was indeed extraordinary. Reward, Bloodline Limit, Wood Release. Upon seeing the reward notification, a smile broke out uncontrollably across his face. Although Wood Release was divided into different forms, notably that of Hashirama Senju and others, he couldn't help but feel optimistic. He had faith that his Wood Release would not be as feeble as Yamato's. After all, it was merely that Yamato possessed insufficient chakra. Had he been endowed with more, he could have demonstrated a towering 3-body technique. As he envisioned conjuring a 300-meter-high 3-body technique to crush his opponents, Tsunade looked on with a face full of confusion. Thus, 2 individuals on entirely different wavelengths finally returned to the Grand Senju residence, where Uzumaki Mito awaited their arrival with a delicious meal prepared just for them. Upon gazing at the delectable dishes laid out on the table, both Shingya and Tsunade could not resist the temptation to indulge in a hearty feast. After the 3 of them shared laughter and joy during dinner, they each retired to wash up. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the Senju clan's territory, most of its inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Yet, one individual remained an exception. Shingya, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, devoid of even a hint of drowsiness. This was not due to exceptional sleep quality, but rather because he hadn't slept at all. At this moment, he was brimming with energy, far too agitated to fall asleep. Surely, most of the clan members were in dreamland by now. He approached the window, peering into the distance where once the flickering lights of 1,000 homes danced. Now, it lay cloaked in darkness, indicating that everyone was indeed asleep. Gently pushing the window open, Shingya nimbly climbed out, displaying remarkable potential as a stealthy figure. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he leapt through the window, someone was already aware of his escape. It was also possible that the individual had sensed his awakening even before he got out of bed. In the stillness of the night, a shadow darted swiftly through the air, traversing the rooftops. This figure soon arrived at the training grounds of the Senju clan. As the clouds that had obscured the moonlight dissipated, a beam of silvery light illuminated the shadow, revealing it to be Shingya, who had ventured out to test his newly acquired wood release technique. With excitement coursing through him, Shingya rubbed his hands together, channeling earth and water chakra within him, allowing the two to gradually merge. To his surprise, the process went exceedingly smoothly. Upon reflection, it was only natural, for he already possessed the genetic lineage of wood release within him. Now, he merely needed to synthesize the two types of chakra. Here goes. Shingya clasped his hands together. Wood style, birth of the world. Seconds passed, and alas, he realized he still could not conjure forth any significant manifestation with just a simple hand sign. Indeed, the wood release of the legendary Senju+Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga was unparalleled, although he could not summon the birth of the world. Causing a few small trees to sprout from the ground was well within his capabilities. Under the immense chakra he wielded, the training ground's earth began to sprout vibrant little trees. Clearly, he needed to acquire some scrolls of wood release ninjutsu. Possessing the chakra alone would not suffice for effective techniques. After testing the might of his wood release, Shingya discreetly concealed the traces of his activities in the training ground and began stealthily making his way back to the ancestral home. He was keen to avoid drawing too much attention to his newfound abilities, especially since he was still under the tutelage of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Although he had not yet officially assumed his role, it was prudent to remain under the radar. After all, just because he was in Konoha did not guarantee that other villages would not seek to make trouble. What if someone from the Cloud Village attempted to kidnap him? Thus, it was better to prevent any potential thieves from harboring any thoughts. Chapter 5. Discovery. As Shingya gently opened the window to his room and stealthily climbed inside, he believed he was alone in his secretive endeavor. However, just as he thought the night held no witnesses, a stern voice pierced the silence. Shingya, are you going to explain to me why you sneaked out at such a late hour? The sudden reprimand startled the boy, who had just entered through the window. His head snapped towards the source of the voice. There, seated on his bed, was a woman clad in a pure white kimono, her red hair cascading around her shoulders. Her expression was devoid of the usual warmth, replaced instead with a serious demeanor reserved for misbehaving children. At that moment, Shingya realized that reasoning would not suffice. He had to employ his ultimate technique. Without responding to Mito, he lunged into her embrace, holding her tightly. The sudden embrace caught Mito off guard, but she quickly became anxious, fearing she might have frightened the little one. Was he hurt or distressed during his escapade? Ignoring the reprimand, Mito began to check him for injuries. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Did I scare you? Nestled in Mito's arms, Shingya recognized that his strategy had succeeded. Sincerity was indeed his trump card. No, I just couldn't help but want to hug you when I saw you so upset. Upon hearing his reassurance, Mito's worries began to dissipate. Yet, after the little commotion, her anger had diminished significantly. Mito gently embraced the now adolescent Shingya, feigning annoyance as she continued. Who told you to sneak out in the dead of night? Do you not realize how dangerous it is to wander outside after dark? Hearing her tone, Shingya understood that her ire had subsided. After years of close companionship, he had certainly given his older sister plenty of reasons to be upset. He could gauge her true feelings, but now was not the time to become too complacent. Actually, I had something important to do outside. Upon hearing that he had a legitimate reason for his nighttime excursion, Mito's remaining irritation swiftly evaporated. She reached out to pinch his slightly chubby cheek, teasing, "Then you better come clean with your sister." Shingya, contorted into various shapes by Mito's playful pinching, replied earnestly, "Sister, if you swear you will never betray me, I will tell you. Will you?" He wriggled free from her grasp and looked up, serious as he gazed into Mito's beautiful emerald eyes. Caught off guard by such a sudden question, Mito momentarily froze. However, gazing at the child she had nurtured, she instinctively responded without thought, "I swear." After answering, she paused, suddenly recalling a scene where those same words were uttered. Her cheeks and ears flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly clarified, I swear I will never betray you. Mito fumbled over her words, realizing that this conversation seemed to be spiraling in an unexpected direction. I didn't mean it like that. No. I do want to. Seeing her flustered state, with her head seemingly in a whirl, Shingya understood that Mito would indeed never betray him. However, that trust was contingent upon the absence of threats. If word of his would-release abilities were to spread, it could ignite the flames of the first great ninja war, possibly leading to a unified assault on Konoha by the entire ninja world. He was acutely aware that the land of whirlpools still existed. What choice would Mito make then? Would she surrender him to quell the anger of others? Or would she instigate a war among the ninja world? In that moment, Shingya felt akin to an incomplete nuclear weapon, with other villages having their own nuclear capabilities. They would not be concerned about Konoha possessing one, but the absence of such power in other ninja villages was what truly instilled fear. They feared the emergence of another Senju+Hashirama. Thus, they would go mad with a fervent desire to annihilate themselves. Consequently, any vulnerability would become a target. However, he did not intend to continue pressuring Uzumaki to answer these questions. He merely needed to ascertain that she would not betray him. Of course, the primary purpose of compelling her to swear was merely to tease her, as he still relied on her for his rewards. Ding! The affection level of one of the heroines, Uzumaki, has risen to 10,9100 upon witnessing this increase in affection. Shingya could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. After a flurry of confusion, Uzumaki had completely lost her desire to explain and found herself at a loss for words. The more she tried to clarify, the more tangled the situation became. Furthermore, seeing Shingya's mischievous grin made her realize that he seemed to be deliberately teasing her. How mischievous he had become with age. Was this all intentional? In a fit of exasperation, Uzumaki fiercely pinched the face she both adored and loathed. Ever since childhood, this fellow had a knack for uttering words that left her embarrassed, causing her heart to race every single time. She had gradually come to recognize that. In her interactions with Shingya, she would subconsciously place him on the same pedestal as herself, at the same age. This, in turn, led her to develop some feelings that she ought not to harbor. Realizing this, she quickly shook her head to dispel such thoughts, then firmly pinched Shingya's face, compelling him to reveal the reason for his furtive escapade. He had gone to test the power of wood release. Upon hearing his muffled words while she pinched his little face, her hand froze mid-action, her eyes widening in surprise. After all, this matter could be trivialized as merely a form of wood release. His current strength was incomparable to that of Senju+Hashirama, being just a special bloodline limit. However, if the situation were to escalate, he could potentially become the next Senju+Hashirama. Shingya, you haven't revealed this to anyone else, have you? Uzumaki exhaled slowly, regaining her composure as she scrutinized him seriously. Shingya shook his head. Had he not been caught, he likely would never have disclosed this matter regarding his wood release to her, his older sister. However, now that the truth was out, it mattered little. First, she was trustworthy, and second, it would conveniently facilitate access to the wood release ninja scrolls. It is worth noting that Uzumaki was now the head of the Senju clan, although she bore the Uzumaki surname. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Thus, the wood release scrolls naturally resided in her hands. Seeing Shingya shake his head, indicating that he had not divulged his wood release secret to anyone, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now that she was the only one privy to this information, it posed no significant threat. But she still solemnly instructed him, remember, from this moment forth, the awakening of your wood release must remain a secret. This includes that girl Tsunade, do you understand? Shingya, noticing her grave demeanor, felt warmth in his heart, yet a mischievous thought crept into his mind. He leaned forward and said to Uzumaki, dear sister, you wouldn't want me to disclose your awakening of wood release, would you? Shingya chuckled, playfully touching his own cheek as if awaiting her response. Uzumaki was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. She hadn't anticipated his shamelessness. This left her both amused and exasperated as she realized he was attempting to leverage her emotions. She fully understood what he wanted, a kiss. After all, he had always behaved this way since childhood, and over time, she had come to decipher the meaning behind his gestures. Looking at his unabashed expression, she initially intended to reprimand him, but inexplicably, she found herself leaning in to kiss him. With a serious expression, Uzumaki addressed the audience. Have you all sneaked away? I have caught you red-handed. I shall punish you to continue watching and add this to your bookshelf. Chapter 6. Graduation season. Upon lightly brushing her lips against his cheek, Uzumaki Mizuho fled back to her room as if escaping. What am I doing? She leaned against her door and slowly slid down to the floor, sitting there with her face concealed in her hands. Yet, the crimson hue of her ears betrayed her emotional turmoil. She was either exhilarated or shy. While she had often kissed his cheek before, why did this instance leave her feeling so anxious and flustered? If Shingya had heard her thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly have said, "You're doomed, woman, you've fallen in love." But with him absent, Uzumaki Mizuho remained oblivious to the fact that she had developed feelings of love for this boy. For her, a 38-year-old woman with little experience in romance, such emotions were akin to poison, deadly poison, at that. After all, she had never felt this way before. When she married Senju Hashirama, he was already in his 30s, nearing 40, and his body had suffered greatly from the constant exertion during the Warring States period. Her union with Senju Hashirama had primarily been to maintain amicable relations between the land of Whirlpool and Konoha, resulting in a relationship marked by mutual respect. Otherwise, after so long, why would they have remained childless? As Uzumaki Mizuho tossed and turned in her thoughts, Shingya in the adjacent room had already drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Konoha village was abuzz with excitement. Every shop was adorned with colorful decorations. Today marked the graduation day at the Ninja Academy, where a new cohort of spirited and determined ninjas would emerge. To celebrate the ninjas safeguarding the village, merchants offered discounts on goods and food every year on this day, evolving into a festival of sorts. At the Ninja Academy, as Shingya and Tsunade entered the classroom, they noticed nearly all their classmates had arrived early. However, this was hardly surprising, as today was not a day for lectures, but rather a day to receive their ninja headbands and officially become ninjas. Upon their entrance, Jiraiya stood up enthusiastically and waved. "Tsunade, Shingya." Shingya smiled and nodded towards him and Orochimaru, who sat beside Jiraiya. Orochimaru returned the gesture with a nod. Tsunade, however, ignored Jiraiya entirely but acknowledged Orochimaru with a slight nod, a greeting of sorts. Shingya was not surprised. The four of them were already well acquainted, as high achievers often found common ground. Jiraiya, with his gregarious nature, ensured that everyone maintained a good rapport. As for Tsunade's dismissal of Jiraiya, he was well aware of the underlying reasons. Noticing Tsunade's disregard, Jiraiya instinctively muttered without hesitation, "Tisich, laundry board. How dare you not give this lord face?" Upon hearing his words, the class, which had been engaged in idle chatter moments before, paused abruptly. Orochimaru subtly shifted his seat, moving away from Jiraiya. "Say that again. You peeping Tom who frequently spies on women's baths," Tsunade declared vehemently, ready to throw a punch at Jiraiya. However, Shingya was quicker, grasping her small hand and gently stroking her head. "All right, today is graduation day. Let's not be so tempestuous." After being gently patted on the head by Shingya, Tsunade deflated like a punctured balloon, her previously volatile emotions calming in an instant. "Humph, Jiraiya, I will spare you today. Just don't let me hear that you've been peeping into the women's bathhouse again, or I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of those you have spied upon." The classmates, relieved that a full-blown brawl had not ensued, breathed a sigh of relief, for Tsunade's iron fist was no trivial matter. It is still impressive how Shingya managed to subdue this fierce tigress. Jiraiya, bracing for a beating, flashed his trademark grin and gave Shingya a thumbs up. Tsunade, clearly displeased by being referred to as a tigress, found herself unable to retaliate due to Shingya's restraint. Meanwhile, Shingya could only shake his head in exasperation. This near outburst was not lost on the seasoned jonin in the Hokage's office. Though the telescope technique had yet to be invented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it certainly did not imply the absence of other surveillance devices. The group began discussing the allocation of the soon-to-graduate genin. Shimura Danzo gazed at Jiraiya on the screen and scoffed. "Humph. This Jiraiya is clearly a disruptive influence on the village. I strongly recommend placing him in the Umbu." Uchiha Kagami, who had been observing the screen, countered, "I see Jiraiya as a potential seed. He is significantly taller than his peers, suggesting considerable physical strength and a substantial chakra reserve." Danzo, noticing Uchiha's descent, made a mental note to account for the Uchiha clan's insolence in his own ledger. Under the influence of the second Hokage, Danzo inherited a fraction of his will but had yet to reach the point of taking action against his comrades. As the two prepared to clash once more, Tsurugi Koharu and Mito came in decisively intervened, aiming to mediate. The priority now was how to allocate the graduating genin. Yes, indeed. And let us not forget Princess Tsunade. We must proceed with caution. Under the mediation of the two, the collective gaze returned to the screen. At that moment, the previously silent Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and proposed, why not assign Shingya, Princess Tsunade, and Orochimaru to the same team? After all, Princess Tsunade shares a close bond with Shingya, and I believe I am capable of guiding them effectively. I shall ensure they embody our will of fire. However, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had been seated in the Hokage's chair, found himself in a quandary upon witnessing Hiruzen's confident demeanor. It was not that he doubted Hiruzen's capability to lead them. After all, he was his prized student, and guiding a few genin would be no challenge. The issue lay in the fact that yesterday, his brother's wife, Uzumaki Mito, expressly forbade assigning Shingya to any jonin team. Thus, no instructor was required. Ironically, Tsunade had also insisted that Shingya be placed in her team. The second Hokage, capable of developing various forbidden techniques, found himself ensnared in this century-old dilemma. He was so preoccupied that he failed to register the argument between Uchiha Kagami and Danzo. Nevertheless, upon hearing Hiruzen mention Shingya and Tsunade, he resolved to proceed accordingly. Tobirama gazed sternly at the confident Hiruzen and nodded. Hiruzen, I will assign Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to your guidance, but as for Shingya, Hiruzen, upon realizing that his teacher had not assigned Shingya to him, felt a twinge of confusion. However, he refrained from interrupting. He would not be assigned as an instructor. Instead, he would simply audit your teachings. You may guide Tsunade and the others, and as for Shingya, leave him to your discretion. However, he may occasionally be unable to participate in your missions, so do not concern yourself with that. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama devised a solution that would neither offend Uzumaki Mito nor disappoint Tsunade. Hiruzen, upon hearing his teacher's decision, was left wondering about the rationale behind it, but chose not to inquire further, trusting that his teacher had his reasons. Having settled the most pressing issue, the second Hokage swiftly assigned 3 genin to each guiding jonin. Once arrangements were finalized, everyone but Senju Tobirama departed for the Ninja Academy. Chapter 7. The Remarkable Class Allocation. Reserve player Shingya. Meanwhile, the classroom of the Ninja Academy buzzed with excitement as every student discussed potential team formations. Jiraiya, seated alone on the sidelines, found himself exceedingly bored. As no one engaged him in conversation, the only one beside him, Orochimaru, remained practically mute. Straining his neck, he surveyed the room and noticed that most had formed their own little cliques. Just as he was about to abandon the idea of engaging anyone, he spotted the solitary figures of Shingya and Tsunade not far away. Without hesitation, Jiraiya approached them and plopped down beside Shingya, exclaiming, "You two don't have any friends either? Haha, what a coincidence, neither do I." The moment he spoke, Shingya began to understand Tsunade's feelings. Although his words were cringeworthy, he nevertheless responded with courtesy, "No, it's just that you have no friends. I am conversing with Tsunade, aren't I, little Tsunade?" Shingya pulled Tsunade closer, playfully pinching her cheek. Though her physique might not be impressive at the moment, her face, brimming with youthful collagen, was undeniably adorable. While squeezing Tsunade's cheek, Shingya pondered how to encourage her early development. "Tsunade, how about we buy some papaya later?" Initially flustered by his embrace, Tsunade, upon hearing Shingya's suggestion, instinctively nodded, her expression blank. Jiraiya, witnessing their interaction, found himself at a loss for words. However, before long, the classroom door swung open, and a teacher entered. The room fell silent, students watching anxiously as the teacher produced a class allocation list from the lectern. Jiraiya, seated to the right of Shingya, clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, "Please let me be assigned to a beautiful jonin, please." Little did he know, his guiding jonin had already been clearly designated. In fact, everyone had been assigned their roles. Tsunade, nestled in Shingya's embrace, cast a scornful glance at Jiraiya's antics. Unlike the others who were worried, she seemed entirely confident. Yet regrettably, she lacked the physical attributes to manifest such confidence. Eventually, after reading several names, Tsunade's name was finally announced. Team 9, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Upon hearing the list, Shingya was momentarily stunned, unaware that his older sister had orchestrated his placement. Meanwhile, upon discovering that she would not be in the same team as Shingya, Tsunade's eyes welled with tears, her disappointment palpable. At that moment, Jiraiya unwittingly found himself caught in this unfortunate turn of events. In an unexpected turn of events, he found himself paired with the washboard. He muttered under his breath. But before he could finish, a book came soaring through the air, striking him squarely on the head. That deceitful grandpa. He clearly promised to assign both Shingya and me together. He resolved to confront him immediately to rectify this. Just as she stood up, a figure adorned with a ninja forehead protector approached. There is no mistake in the assignments. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Shingya, come with me. I am your guiding jonin. Upon hearing that she was in the same class as Shingya, Tsunade's previously fiery temper vanished without a trace. Subsequently, various guiding jonin arrived in the classroom to escort their students. Shingya, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru followed their guiding jonin in silence. No one spoke as they exited the ninja academy and arrived at a training ground. Within the village of Konoha, there are numerous expansive training grounds. The most renowned being the third training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. The training ground they arrived at was indeed the Forest of Death. As Shingya surveyed the densely packed trees around him, he pondered, is this the very place where Naruto and the others compete for bells and participate in the Chunin exams? He scanned his surroundings, intrigued by the new sights. Although he had lived in Konoha for 3 years, the training grounds were guarded by ninjas, making entry quite challenging. Thus he had never had the opportunity to explore them. Upon reaching a clearing, the leading jonin turned to face Shingya and Tsunade, stating, I am Sarutobi Hisashi. From now on, I shall be your guiding jonin. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you 3 are my official students. As for you, Shingya, you will learn from me as well. But there will be other arrangements. Although the 4 were perplexed by this distribution, they refrained from voicing their inquiries due to the discipline expected of ninjas. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded at their reactions and then produced 2 bells from his pocket. In my team, unity is far more important than individual strength. He jingled the bells and continued, therefore, I shall assess your cohesion. Should you fail, you will return to the Ninja Academy to continue your studies. You may employ any means necessary to seize the bells from me. The time begins now. As soon as Sarutobi Hisashi secured the bells to himself, a figure dashed towards him with remarkable speed and precision, reaching for the newly attached bells. However, despite the outstretched hand making contact with the bells, they regrettably remained unclaimed. Tsunade, just as Sarutobi Hisashi was startled by Shingya's sudden attack and began to exhale in relief, 2 figures emerged from the periphery. One figure was, of course, Tsunade. Having frequently trained in tandem with Shingya, they could intuit each other's intentions with a mere glance. The other figure was Orochimaru. Although he had not trained with Shingya, his keen battle instincts allowed him to synchronize with the rhythm of the conflict. Surrounded and forced into a corner, Sarutobi Hisashi braced himself for an incoming strike. Tsunade unleashed a straightforward and powerful punch aimed at the bells. When her fist connected with both the bells and the person, she believed her plan had succeeded. However, in the next moment, the struck Sarutobi Hisashi transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, their plan had failed. Observing the absence of a target, Shingya decisively glanced towards the nearby thicket. Everyone, let us venture into the forest and utilize the cover to devise another plan. With that, he led the way into the foliage, closely followed by Tsunade and then Orochimaru. Chapter 8. Jiraiya's Dream. Tsunade, trusting unconditionally, followed Shingya without a moment's hesitation. Orochimaru assessed the situation and deemed it a prudent strategy, thus he trailed behind as well. Seeing his 3 teammates' actions, Jiraiya finally reacted and was the last to dash into the forest. Within the thicket, the trio moved swiftly, searching for a suitable hiding spot. Before long, they discovered an ideal location, and Shingya perched himself upon a branch. Soon after, Tsunade and Orochimaru joined him. What shall we do now, Shingya? Tsunade inquired, glancing at Shingya, who was surveying their surroundings. Orochimaru mirrored her gaze, evidently relying on their new teammate to formulate a plan. Just as he was about to speak, a breathless Jiraiya arrived. You all ran too fast. I couldn't keep up. Shingya ignored him and continued, there's no rush. All we need is to obtain the bells. There's no time limit. Jiraiya, you will act as bait while we conceal ourselves and launch a surprise attack. Without hesitation, he threw Jiraiya under the bus, acknowledging it as the most effective strategy. While the plan may have been cliched, it was reliable. Only by luring Sarutobi Hizashi could they create more opportunities. Moreover, it was evident from their recent collaboration that he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru exhibited a greater synergy. Thus Jiraiya would be the designated bait. After all, isn't this the essence of being a ninja? To present bait, attract the target, and then strike from the shadows? Breathing heavily, Jiraiya, upon learning he was to be the bait, offered little resistance, merely muttering a few complaints. After a brief exchange, the four of them took on their respective roles. Jiraiya swaggered through the vicinity, while Shingya and the others concealed themselves, waiting for their quarry to take the bait. "Where are you, Teacher Hizashi?" Jiraiya called out, noticing the stillness around him. However, just as he finished his shout, a sizable branch fell abruptly beside him, which he failed to recognize as unusual. The next moment, the branch detonated, releasing a plume of white smoke, and Sarutobi Hizashi materialized beside him. As he prepared to seize Jiraiya, several shurikens suddenly flew towards him, prompting Sarutobi Hizashi to alter his plans and commence defensive maneuvers. The onslaught did not cease. Shingya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru emerged, engaging Sarutobi Hizashi in close combat. The sounds of clashing shurikens resonated as they transitioned from branches to the ground, the four of them entangled in a relentless struggle. Eventually, exhaustion set in, and their movements slowed significantly, visibly fatigued from the prolonged bout. Your stamina is commendable, your cooperation is fair, and you possess a semblance of strategy. But the disparity in strength is not easily bridged. Sarutobi Hizashi observed the four, now weary yet still maintaining their fighting stances, and decided to grant them a reprieve. "Although you have not succeeded," suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from beneath him. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to finish his sentence, a chain formed from chakra emerged from the ground, swiftly entangling his feet before hoisting him upside down. In that instant, another Shingya appeared beside him, snatching the bells away. "We did it! Shingya is amazing!" Tsunade exclaimed, bouncing over to embrace Shingya, who was still holding the chain. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, caught off guard by the shadow clone technique, was momentarily taken aback. It was only upon witnessing the sudden transformation of the figure beside Orochimaru and Jiraiya into white smoke that he realized the true identity of the person beside him was the original. Bound by chakra chains, he had not anticipated that his opponent would employ the Vortex clan's diamond lock technique. Although it was merely a single chain, he had nonetheless acquired the skill. Once liberated, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and exchanged a few pleasantries, opting not to prolong the lecture. Subsequently, the four of them naturally passed the test and returned to the very clearing where it all began. Upon their return, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze upon the exhausted quartet seated on the ground, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Jiraiya, though initially slow to react, demonstrated commendable team spirit, stamina, and strength once he gathered his wits. Orochimaru, though taciturn and less communicative with his teammates, followed instructions dutifully and exhibited formidable combat awareness. Tsunade, though boisterous, was highly receptive to the words of the young man beside her, exhibiting remarkable synergy with him. Possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan, her physical prowess and strength were exceptional. Lastly, the team leader, Seiya, who had shouldered the burden of this test, excelled in planning, commanding the group, and combat capability, particularly in executing the unexpected diamond lock maneuver. Recognizing the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, he wisely chose not to confront them head-on, but instead capitalized on their moment of inattention, reflecting his calm demeanor in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well, the test has been passed. You all have shown exceptional prowess as ninjas. However, as your instructor for the coming years, I wish to delve deeper into your interests, hobbies, and aspirations, what you love, what you detest, and your dreams." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up, evidently intrigued by the topic. Without hesitation, he declared, "My interests, dear friends, lie in writing novels filled with love. My hobby, of course, is to admire the scenery of the village's bathhouse." At this point, the others could hardly suppress their amusement, though they refrained from interrupting him. "I have a particular fondness for voluptuous women, and what I despise." Jiraiya cast a furtive glance at Tsunade before continuing, "Are women who are as flat as a pancake." Upon hearing this, a vein twitched on Tsunade's forehead as she stood beside Seiya. Surprisingly, she did not erupt in anger this time, This was undoubtedly due to the vow she had made to conduct herself as a lady ever since Seiya's confession. She resolved not to disgrace herself in front of someone she admired, merely because of Jiraiya's antics. Jiraiya then proceeded to share his dream. My dream is to become a renowned novelist. I want everyone to read my works. Seiya, though aware that Jiraiya's notion of a novelist was rather unorthodox, felt no inclination to ridicule him. Everyone harbors dreams or ideals, and regardless of their nature, they deserve respect. Chapter 9. Tsunade and Orochimaru's dreams after hearing Jiraiya's aspirations. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, albeit with a hint of regret that Jiraiya's dream did not involve inheriting the will of fire or becoming Hokage to strengthen Konohagakure. However, he was not overly concerned. He could always impart knowledge about the will of fire later on, nurturing him into the village's future luminary. Next, he turned to Orochimaru and inquired, Orochimaru, what about you? Share your interests, likes and dislikes, and your dreams. Without hesitation, upon being called upon, Orochimaru smiled and spoke. My interests include studying ninjutsu and conducting small experiments. I enjoy exploring new phenomena and despise the feeling of being unable to investigate new things. My dream is to master all ninjutsu in this world. Additionally, I seek to uncover the meaning of existence. Seiya, observing Orochimaru's eyes lighting up with fervor as he spoke, felt a twinge of concern. After all, he recalled that in the future, Orochimaru harbored a distinct disdain for the village, the reasons for which had become somewhat hazy. It seemed to stem from his pursuit of human experimentation or a desire to study the village's forbidden techniques, ultimately leading to Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal and Orochimaru's transformation into a rogue ninja. In Seiya's view, neither party was inherently wrong. One was fervently pursuing his dream, while the other was a Hokage striving to ensure the stability of his village. Orochimaru's research undoubtedly contributed to the village's development, while Sarutobi Hiruzen provided him with the utmost support within tolerable limits. However, Orochimaru's actions eventually crossed a line, resulting in their estrangement. Both individuals had made contributions to Konohagakure, Orochimaru through his research, which advanced the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had weathered 3 great ninja wars as Hokage. While he may not have led the village to unprecedented prosperity, he had ensured its survival against repeated assaults from rival ninja villages. In truth, Seiya found Sarutobi Hiruzen's military strategies commendable. After all, it is far easier to seize a kingdom than to safeguard it, and enduring 3 wars attests to his capabilities. At this moment, it was Tsunade's turn to respond. Stealing a glance at Seiya, a faint blush touched her cheeks, though none noticed. She then spoke with poise. My interests include eating meat. Yes, I absolutely love meat. When discussing her hobbies, she hesitated slightly, but when it came to what she liked, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Seiya. Aware of her unspoken truth, Seiya recognized that while Tsunade indeed liked eating meat, it was not her greatest passion. Her true love was gambling, a pastime she had learned from the first Hokage. However, after their encounters, she had gradually distanced herself from such activities. And with the passing of the first Hokage, no one had accompanied her to such places. Nonetheless, she occasionally indulged in secret trips, believing her actions went unnoticed. Having navigated the most challenging questions, Tsunade became more forthright in her responses to the subsequent inquiries. I detest sweets, and my dream is to inherit my granduncle's will and become an exceptional Hokage. Moreover, I wish to remain with my family forever. The initial declarations were resolute and loud, but her final statement was notably softer, accompanied by a subconscious glance at Seiya. In Tsunade's eyes, aside from her grandmother Uzumaki Mito and her granduncle Senju Tobirama, Seiya was among her most cherished family members, someone she held dear. Meanwhile, Seiya remained oblivious to the affection being conveyed, merely reflecting on how Tsunade had not yet reached the point of detesting the role of Hokage. In his view, her aversion stemmed from the loss of her loved ones, as many of her relatives had perished because of the burdens associated with the position of Hokage. Her granduncle Senju Hashirama, in his capacity as Hokage, had fought tirelessly to protect the village, ultimately exhausting himself to death. Great-uncle died in the aftermath of the First Ninja War, and even the yet-to-be-born brother of Tsunade, Shoju, met his demise on the battlefield, harboring dreams of becoming Hokage. His future brother-in-law, Shoju, was indeed an unfortunate child. To claim that Tsunade is the most sorrowful woman in the entire ninja world would not be an exaggeration. At this thought, under the starry sky, Shingya instinctively felt a pang of sympathy for her and reached out to caress Tsunade's face. "Shingya, what are you doing?" At that moment, Tsunade's cheeks and ears flushed a rosy hue, taken aback by his boldness as he touched her face in front of so many people. Ding! Affection level for Tsunade, one of the main female leads, has increased by 10,9100. As Tsunade's reminder and the notification of increasing affection echoed in his ears, Shingya snapped back to reality. He noticed that everyone was watching him, though they seemed unfazed. After all, many were aware that he and Tsunade not only lived together, but were also, in name, relatives. Thus, it wasn't overly surprising, yet Shingya awkwardly touched his nose before speaking. "My interests include charming, beautiful women, striving for strength, detesting unchangeable tragic fates. And my dream is for the girls I love to love me back. Then we can all live a blissful life together." Shingya felt quite pleased with his declaration. He enjoyed the beautiful girls in this world, aspired to grow stronger, and wished to alter the tragic fates of those he cared for, like Tsunade, so they could live joyfully together. Upon hearing his dream, Jiraiya suddenly felt a kinship, excitement coursing through him, as if he were about to embrace Shingya as a sworn brother. Meanwhile, Orochimaru believed their dreams paled in comparison to his own. Though Tsunade sulked at Shingya's interests and aspirations, she was somewhat accustomed to his childhood notions of having multiple wives, despite Konoha lacking such customs, as many nobles in the land of fire practiced polygamy. Thus, she didn't resist too vehemently. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, after listening to the preferences and dreams of the others, began to lose hope. He thought that apart from Tsunade, the rest were quite peculiar. He felt an urgent need to report to the second Hokage, requesting that the will of fire be disseminated more frequently in the Ninja Academy. After briefly mentioning a gathering in front of the Hokage building the next day, he left with a dejected expression. Little Tsunade shyly addressed the onlookers, saying, "Actually, my true dream is for the esteemed readers to continuously read my writings. I hope you can support me. Please." Chapter 10. Discussing the aftermath of the First Ninja World War. After the dissolution of the meeting, Tsunade took Shingya's hand and walked towards the Senju clan's ancestral land. Having just been touched on the cheek by Shingya, she felt elated, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The two engaged in cheerful banter as they returned to the ancestral home. Upon entering, they found Uzumaki Mito, who had prepared a meal, waiting for them. "Grandma, we're back. Sister, we're home." Seeing the two youngsters return, Mito beamed as she placed the rice on the table and said, "Welcome back. Go wash your hands, and then come eat." After washing their hands, Shingya and Tsunade sat at the dining table, savoring Mito's cooking. Though it wasn't exquisitely delicious, it bore the comforting taste of home, and its flavor had improved over time. Witnessing the two children enjoying their meal brought Mito immense joy. Yet she suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Shingya, have you been assigned to Sarutobi's class as a temporary member?" Shingya, who had paused mid-bite, nodded in response. Tsunade, curious about the reason, was about to inquire when Mito preemptively explained, "I had Senju Tobirama arrange this. You will continue learning the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques with me while also studying basic knowledge under Sarutobi." Tsunade, initially poised to protest, as she did not wish to be separated from Shingya, swallowed her words upon hearing the latter part of Mito's explanation. Cough, cough. Noticing Tsunade choking, Mito was momentarily perplexed about her granddaughter's condition. It's fine, Grandma. Please continue," Tsunade managed after taking a sip of water to ease her throat. Mito shook her head, disregarding her mischievous granddaughter, and continued, "From now on, if there are less important tasks, you can return to learn sealing techniques with me. At other times, study with Tsunade and the others." Although the Sarutobi clan doesn't possess particularly remarkable ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mastery of 5 elemental ninjutsu is commendable and comprehensive. You possess 5 chakra natures from the onset, which will allow you to learn a great deal. It is noteworthy that while studying sealing techniques, he had tested his chakra natures and discovered that he possessed all 5 basic attributes. This revelation had left him quite astounded. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps growing up anew in this world had enabled him to adapt to all basic attributes. During the meal, Mito engaged in a continuous monologue, possibly because the two had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, and now they were true ninjas who would encounter numerous dangers. Thus, she felt compelled to impart wisdom today. 17 years in Konoha passed like flowing water, never pausing for any person or thing. During this year, Shingya was primarily engaged in mundane tasks, not straying far from Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, whether it was capturing stray cats and dogs or mediating neighborhood disputes. Naturally, after seeing such tasks, he often sought refuge at Mito's, under the pretense of learning sealing techniques, yet he was frequently dragged off by Tsunade to accompany her on missions. Though tedious, it was a tranquil existence until one day. War. The Cloud Village from the Land of Thunder is attacking. A disheveled man shouted frantically in the streets. Just after completing a mission and accompanying Tsunade on a shopping trip, Shingya noticed the man, appearing somewhat deranged. Initially, he paid little heed, as individuals under various pressures often exhibited erratic behavior. However, upon hearing the man's words, he hurried over and confronted the mud-covered individual. "Repeat that. Speak clearly." He grasped the man's shoulders and shouted. Startled by the sudden inquiry, the man regained his composure and explained. "I am a merchant frequently traveling between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Yesterday, on my way back to Konoha, I was detained by ninjas from the Cloud Village who confiscated all my goods." Upon hearing the man's account, Shingya recalled fragments of information regarding the First Ninja World War, which seemed to have commenced with the Cloud Village's assault on Konoha. As for how it concluded, he could hardly remember. It seemed to have ended shortly after the demise of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. No wonder he saw groups of ninjas leaving the village early in the morning. It turned out that war had commenced. While he was still struggling to recall the events, a number of villagers had already gathered nearby. The villagers were initially skeptical of the man's words, questioning whether he was mad. This reaction was understandable, as the scars of the last war were still fresh in their memories. It had only been a little over a decade since peace was restored, and the thought of another war was too daunting for them to accept. "Shingya, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you. And what are the villagers talking about? What war?" At that moment, Tsunade, who had just purchased papaya milk, squeezed her way through the crowd. Tsunade had always despised sweets, but in an effort to encourage her growth, Shingya had been persistently introducing her to various papaya dishes throughout the year. Though she had initially resisted, she eventually succumbed to the unequal bargains and gradually began to consume a bit of it. Over time, as she observed her once unremarkable physique starting to show signs of improvement, she developed a fondness for papayas, though her disdain for other desserts remained unchanged. As Shingya watched Tsunade holding her packaged treat, he momentarily lost his focus. Suddenly, he grasped her hand and began to dash toward the Senju clan's territory. His emotions were tumultuous, although he had some foreknowledge of future events. The passage of time and his limited understanding of the First Ninja War left him only aware of its causes and outcomes. His immediate priority was to locate his sister Mito. He felt too weak to effect any change himself, but as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito possessed power that rivaled the strongest of Kage. After hastily returning to the Senju grounds with Tsunade, they encountered a gathering of villagers who were engaged in earnest discussions. "My papaya milk has spilled. Really, Shingya, you owe me a massage tonight as compensation. What will happen to my growth otherwise?" Tsunade was too preoccupied with scolding Shingya to notice the unusual atmosphere surrounding the clan. Upon hearing her demand, Shingya couldn't help but mentally scoff. "Your great-grandfather is on the brink of death, and you still expect me to give you a massage?" He shook his head and opened the grand door of the clan's estate. As soon as the door swung open, two long blades were drawn, poised ominously at their throats. "Stand down. It's Tsunade and Shingya." The commanding voice of Uzumaki Mito resonated throughout the estate, leaving Shingya momentarily stunned, as he had never witnessed such fierceness from her before. Upon her command, the blades vanished, and the ninjas who bore them disappeared from sight. He surmised they were likely members of the Umbu, established shortly after the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Chapter 11. Deceiving Tobirama Senju, the stubborn Hokage, great-grandfather. Hearing Tsunade's voice, Shingya glanced into the room, where several individuals were seated, including Uzumaki Mito, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and his disciples, Sarutobi Hizashi, the first Hokage, and two others. The chubby figure must be Akimichi Choza, but who was the one with black hair? Uchiha Kagami. As Tsunade pulled him into the room, he observed the young faces of those present, recognizing them despite their youth. Uzumaki Mito occupied the main seat, while Tobirama sat beside her, and the others were arranged around them, clearly engaged in discussions regarding the impending war. "Who were those people who had blades at my throat? How dare they treat a princess like this? You must punish them." The usually stern Tobirama displayed a rare smile upon seeing Tsunade. Very well, I will punish them later. You must be Shingya. You two sit aside and listen. It will benefit you in the future. Shingya was surprised that Tobirama bore no ill will toward him, considering he had nearly taken his granddaughter from him. He had expected to be ridiculed, but was instead met with understanding. This old man with white hair must be saved at all costs, even if it meant invoking divine intervention. Shingya's mind raced as he endeavored to devise a strategy. With his current strength, he could not alter the grand scheme of events, but perhaps he could influence minor details through his memories. He recalled that Tobirama was fated to perish during the signing of a treaty with the second Raikage of the Cloud Village, slain by the brothers Kin and Jin. It was peculiar that even the second Raikage fell to their hands. Preventing Tobirama from attending the treaty signing seemed impractical, as the nature of war was unpredictable. It was also unsafe to directly reveal future events to him. Just then, Tobirama and Mito concluded their discussion, primarily concerning the deployment of shinobi to the battlefield and strategies for counterattacks. In Tobirama's eyes, the notion of peace was non-existent. As their conversation reached a natural pause, Shingya took action. He approached Mito and said, "Sister, I have some information regarding the war with the Cloud Village." As he began to speak, the others, though uncertain of his intentions, refrained from interrupting, recognizing him as Mito's brother. However, one individual, lacking discernment, interjected with disdain, "What would a child know? Go back and don't disturb the adults." Shingya immediately recognized that voice belonged to Shimura Danzo, the first Hokage. He vowed that once he grew stronger, he would silence Danzo for good, ensuring he could never deflect blame again. Ignoring Danzo, he focused on Mito and Tobirama. "Shingya, if you have something to say, please speak. You need not fear. I'll support you." Mito shot a glare at Danzo, who shrank back, before turning her warm smile toward Shingya. At that moment, Danzo, although still obstinate, lacked the arrogance he would later display as the third Hokage. After confirming no one would hinder him, Shingya began, "Yesterday, I encountered a peculiar old man in the village. His eyes were purple with 3 tomo. He then recounted everything he knew about Tobirama and the second Raikage's assassination by Kin and Jin. He believed that both Tobirama and Mito would recognize the identity of the old man he described. Even if they were unaware now, they would undoubtedly remember the tales passed down through generations. Eventually, they would ascertain that he was referring to the Rinnegan. As for the identity of the old man, of course, it was the Sage of 6 Paths. Whether or not he was indeed the Sage of 6 Paths was inconsequential. His aim was not to elicit complete belief from Tobirama. Rather, he wanted to ensure that when the time came, even if he did not believe, he would have no choice but to. In due time, he will instinctively exercise greater caution. If he has spoken so extensively, and yet this fellow still meets his demise, it can only be said that this individual is exceedingly foolish. However, to have delved into so many forbidden techniques, and to have survived from the Warring States period to the present, it is hard to believe that he could be so naive. When the moment arrives for him to sign the agreement, he should subconsciously bring along more ninjas, or at least remain vigilant by using a shadow clone to engage with the Raikage. The outcome would be entirely different. As for that old man, the one who can foresee the future, Shimura Danzo, after hearing Shingya speak, leaped forth, requiring a performance. Originally, Senju Tobirama was furrowing his brows, deep in thought. Yet, upon witnessing his obstinate disciple performing a dance, he chose not to endure any longer and sternly remarked, "Danzo, you are increasingly lacking in respect. Shingya is the younger brother of my elder brother's wife, and thus is of my generation. How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? Apologize at once." Tobirama's incisive words struck a blow to the pride of the first Hokage, Shimura Danzo. He glanced at Shingya, who was merely a few years old, and now his teacher demanded an apology from him. Danzo clenched his fists, but out of respect for his teacher, he begrudgingly bowed to Shingya and said, "I apologize. I should not have spoken that way. Please forgive me." Shingya, upon witnessing this, felt immense satisfaction, relishing in the humiliation of Danzo. However, he maintained an impassive expression as he waved his hand dismissively. Danzo sighed in relief and then informed his teacher that he felt unwell before departing from the Senju ancestral home. Once the door closed, Danzo muttered softly, "Teacher, you will surely regret this." After watching his obstinate disciple leave, Senju Tobirama remarked, "Shingya, my disciple's nature is simply that way. Do not take offense. As for what you mentioned earlier, I will remember it and be cautious." Just as he finished speaking, Tsunade rushed over, earnestly stating, "Great-grandfather. You must remember Shingya's words and not leave me like great-grandfather did." Tsunade looked anxiously at Tobirama, tears welling in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Tobirama laughed heartily and patted her head, saying, "Do not worry, great-grandfather will remember." He then added, "And Shingya? If you encounter that old man again, or if he says anything to you, be sure to inform me." Shingya nodded, recognizing that Tobirama's concern indicated he had surmised he was speaking of the Sage of Six Paths. Following a brief farewell, Tobirama returned to the Hokage building with a few remaining disciples, for the Great War had only just begun, and there was still much to be done. Chapter 12. The growing Tsunade. Once outsiders departed, Uzumaki Mito no longer maintained her elder demeanor. She scooped Tsunade into one arm and Shingya into the other, gazing at him with a smile, saying, "The old man you spoke of must be the Sage of Six Paths. But did you truly meet him?" Mito's eyes sparkled with mirth, as if she could see through his heart. To her, it seemed her younger brother might be fabricating tales. Yet she knew him well enough to doubt he would lie without reason. Thus, it was likely that the Sage of Six Paths was a falsehood, while the danger encountered by Tobirama during the agreement was genuine. Conversely, it could be that the agreement was a deception and the Sage of Six Paths was real. However, she leaned towards the former explanation, for even if the sage were real, there would be no need for Shingya to announce it so publicly in front of Tobirama and others. He could have discreetly informed her. Therefore, he was merely borrowing the sage's name to convey the dangers associated with signing the agreement to Tobirama. Shingya rubbed his nose and glanced around, saying, "No way. I didn't even know that old man was the Sage of Six Paths, nor do I know what the Sage of Six Paths is." Mito, observing his nose-rubbing and erratic gaze, felt entirely certain that her previous speculation was correct. After all, she had cared for him for several years and had watched him grow. She was well aware of his bad habit of rubbing his nose when he lied or felt awkward. However, she did not intend to pry further, believing that in time, he would reveal the truth to her. "All right, if you don't wish to speak, then don't. You two come help me cook," Mito said, patting his head before rising to head towards the kitchen. Shingya felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched her retreating figure, as if he were some great scoundrel. Just as Mito was about to enter the kitchen, he called out, "Sister, I will tell you when the time is right." Mito did not respond, silently closing the wooden door, but after shutting it, the corners of her mouth curled upwards, a sight Shingya regrettably did not witness. Just when he wondered if his elder sister was upset, a voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Affection level of one of the protagonists, Uzumaki Mito, has increased by 595-100. Shingya was taken aback by the increase in affection, yet it seemed reasonable. It was not that he did not want to tell Mito, rather, he feared that walls have ears, considering how incredible it would be to foresee the future or know what would happen. Even the Sage of Six Paths might not possess such abilities. Moreover, one must consider that in this ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths might still be journeying somewhere. If he were to discover that Shingya could foresee future events, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, until he becomes invincible, it would be prudent to remain discreet. Meanwhile, Tsunade had been listening to their conversation the entire time, utterly bewildered and unaware of what they were discussing. As the tides of battle shifted, the offensive from the Cloud Village grew less fierce under the resurgence of Konoha, leading both sides into a protracted tug-of-war. Initially, it was believed that Konoha, weakened by the absence of Senju+Hashirama, would be easy prey. However, the second Raikage underestimated his brother, Senju+Tobirama, resulting in the failure of his lightning assault. Thus, the battlefield began to fragment into smaller arenas, evolving into a prolonged conflict where both villages expended significant manpower and resources. "Shingya, let us go. We need to set off." Just as Shingya leaned against the gates of Konoha, lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out. He turned to see a golden-haired girl with a high ponytail smiling and waving at him. The girl appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, yet her stature resembled that of a 13 or 14-year-old. Every time he saw this, Shingya felt like a proud father, witnessing his little cabbage grow robustly. "Let us go. I was already late. If we don't hurry, everyone will be starving." Tsunade dashed in front of Shingya, noticing his gaze upon her, and instinctively puffed out her chest with confidence. Now, she possessed the pride to do so, after much effort. She had surpassed her peers who had once left her behind. Yet, she was acutely aware that all of this was thanks to the boy before her. So she was unreserved in her display of appreciation. However, seeing that the rest of the group was waiting for them, Tsunade blushed and took Shinya's hand, leading him towards a group of people outside the village. Tsunade, why are you so slow? And why were you standing so straight in front of Shingya just now? Everyone is waiting for you. Upon observing the two sluggish individuals approaching, Jiraiya could not help but voice his disdain, while the others in the group harbored some minor grievances. They refrained from expressing them, as she was the beloved princess of Konoha. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Let us set off now, Tsunade declared. And her apology swiftly dissipated any lingering resentment within the team. Soon, everyone boarded the carriage and began their journey towards the outskirts of the village. Naturally, the quartet comprising Tsunade, Shingya, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya shared the same carriage. At that moment, Jiraiya stared in disbelief at Tsunade seated opposite him, astonished that the proud princess of the Land of Fire had actually uttered an apology. Tsunade, are you feeling unwell today? I can't believe you just apologized, he remarked, scrutinizing her closely to ascertain whether she had been replaced by a doppelganger. Tsunade, however, merely shot him a fierce glare, though she was no longer as quick to anger as before. Having spent considerable time alongside Shingya, her once fiery temper had mellowed, as she had grown concerned about his feelings. Ignoring the other occupants of the carriage, she retrieved a small package and began to open it. Inside were her daily essentials, papaya milk and the deer antler infusion that Shingya was required to drink each day. Here, this is yours. Drink it right in front of me. Shingya grimaced at the sight of the deer antler infusion, but, under pressure, could only gulp it down in one go. Internally, he lamented, cursed Nara family. All this for the sake of money, and now they conspired against me. This predicament stemmed from 6 months prior when he and Tsunade had wandered past the Nara clan's shop during a shopping excursion. Out of curiosity, they ventured inside, where the clerk had duped Tsunade into believing that the deer antler infusion was immensely beneficial for men, promising that it would enhance their future happiness together. To his dismay, she had believed the claims and subsequently forced him to drink the concoction daily. Just as he finished the drink, a voice echoed from outside. We are approaching the war zone. Our destination is the rear camp. We will now proceed on foot. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others swiftly disembarked from the carriage. Chapter 13, Enemy Attack. The war had devolved into a stalemate, with frontline combatants exhausting substantial resources daily, necessitating continuous supply deliveries to the front lines. At this juncture, Shingya and his companions were tasked with delivering supplies, as most of the team comprised lower-ranking ninjas who were not required to venture into the heat of battle. Moreover, they remained primarily in the rear, ensuring a relatively safe situation. Just as Shingya anticipated an unusually easy mission, a sudden voice shattered the tranquility. Water release. Grand waterfall technique. In an instant, a towering water column surged from the side, resembling a wall of water, crashing towards them. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A few of the elite ninjas reacted swiftly, unleashing their techniques to thwart the enemy's attempt to destroy the supplies behind them. Water release. Water barrier. Earth release. Earth wall. Although most of the onslaught was successfully repelled, the group was thrown into disarray. As they regained their composure, they spotted several unfamiliar ninjas emerging nearby, launching an assault. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, stay together. If we separate, we will be picked off one by one. Shingya and the others were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of ninjutsu. They soon recognized the enemy's forehead protectors. They were not from the village hidden in the clouds, but from the village hidden in the mist. However, there was no time to ponder the implications of their presence, as the enemy was already upon them. Without hesitation, Shingya made his way to Tsunade's side. Aware that he was uncertain of the enemy's formation and strength, engaging individually would undoubtedly be detrimental. Before long, he reached Tsunade, but he was swiftly pursued by a mist ninja. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Shingya quickly formed hand seals, channeling a significant amount of chakra. In an instant, 2 yellow-brown earth dragons erupted from the ground, barreling towards the mist ninja. Tsunade, go. With seamless coordination, Tsunade charged at the ninja who had been struck to the ground by the double earth dragons. Although the earth dragon bullet was indeed powerful, the enemy had promptly employed a water barrier to mitigate some of the force. Tsunade arrived at the injured ninja's side, and in a flash, her kunai pierced through his chest. Just as she eliminated one foe, Jiraiya's desperate cry rang out. Shingya, Tsunade, help me. He was engaged with 2 enemies. And while Orochimaru was faring reasonably well, Jiraiya, the weakest link in their group, found himself in a dire predicament, sporting a myriad of wounds. Though he was not yet on the brink of death, Shingya and Tsunade could not simply stand by. Despite Jiraiya's often abrasive demeanor, he was still their comrade. With their assistance, they successfully dispatched the two mist ninjas. The battle gradually became clearer, and soon, the number of mist ninjas dwindled, ultimately repelling the attack. The remaining members began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Ouch! Orochimaru, be gentle. You're killing me. Jiraiya yelped in agony, but Orochimaru remained unfazed, wrapping bandages tightly around him. Meanwhile, Tsunade scavenged for spoils, remarking, "It's quite strange. Why are the mist ninjas present within the borders of the Land of Fire?" Glancing at the fallen mist ninjas and their fallen comrades from Konoha, Shingya replied, "It appears that the mist village intends to launch an attack on the Land of Fire. The number of mist ninjas who attacked us was small, yet each was an elite. They likely split into small teams, taking different routes to invade the Land of Fire." After burying a fallen Konoha comrade with Earth Release, he continued, "Their overall strength consists primarily of elite Chunin, with several Jonin leading them, clearly indicating a coordinated invasion." Tsunade, pocketing several sealing scrolls, nodded in agreement. "So, we merely encountered them at an unfortunate moment while delivering supplies?" Shingya affirmed, and together with Tsunade, they returned to the carriage to rest. Within the carriage, the quartet appeared relatively unharmed, aside from Jiraiya's minor injuries. However, this was merely a testament to their strength, as the overall team had suffered significant losses, with at least half the members gone. Most had fallen victim to the elite Chunin, as the majority of their group comprised lower-ranking ninjas. Thus, while they had emerged victorious, it was a victory purchased at the cost of lives. Had the number of attacking mist ninjas been greater, aside from the few leading Jonin, many more might have perished that day. If only Master Hiruzen were here. Perhaps we would not have lost so many, Jiraiya mused, sensing the somber atmosphere, and promptly sought to lighten the mood. Relying on others pales in comparison to strengthening oneself. Shingya Jun has already mastered the Earth Dragon Bomb, a technique of A rank, while you have merely 2 B rank techniques. Orochimaru mercilessly dismantled his confidence, leaving him awkwardly scratching his head. Yet, Shingya did not let pride overwhelm him. Although he had only been a genin for less than a year and could now perform the Earth Dragon Bomb, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. This achievement stemmed from his unique Uzumaki physique, granted by the system, endowing him with a vast reservoir of chakra that facilitated his relentless practice of ninjutsu. When it came to innate talent, he was not significantly superior to Tsunade, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya. After a brief regrouping, the leading Jonin decided to split the team into 2 paths. One Jonin and several genin were dispatched back to the village to deliver intelligence regarding the invasion from the hidden mist village, while Shingya and the remaining Jonin pressed onward toward the front line. The urgency of encountering hidden mist ninjas in the Land of Fire was considerable, and the supplies destined for the front line could not be neglected, leaving no choice but to adopt this strategy. In fact, traveling to the war zone was deemed safer than returning to Konoha, as one could not predict whether they might encounter another squad from the hidden mist on their way back. The proximity to the front line assured that no hidden mist ninjas would be foolish enough to linger nearby. As anticipated, they arrived safely at the rear base of the war zone. After depositing the supplies, their mission concluded, and after a night of travel, they finally returned to the village. "We're finally back. That was perilously close. We could have met our end out there." Upon seeing the gates of Konoha, Shingya couldn't resist rushing over to give them a light kiss. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others could only twitch at the corners of their mouths. Once back in the village, everyone naturally returned to their respective homes, as the next supply mission would be undertaken by another group of ninjas, granting them a brief reprieve. Chapter 14. The Primordial Uzumaki bloodline. The Senju clan's estate was notably quieter than before the war. Being a clan of shinobi, the ratio of ninjas was significantly higher. And with the onset of war, various troubles required their resolution. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Uzumaki Mito was taken aback by the sight of the two, covered in blood and grime, but her fears subsided upon confirming they were unharmed. "Were you in danger? You should clean up first." Tsunade, feeling utterly uncomfortable with the sticky residue covering her, promptly requested the first turn in the bath. Shingya, being a boy, was less concerned about his appearance and had already washed himself with water release, so he was not particularly dirty. After several minutes, Tsunade emerged from the bathroom, and the 3 sat down to enjoy the meal laid out before them. Once finished, Uzumaki Mito hurriedly tidied up and retreated to her room. After a quick wash, Shingya returned to his chamber and collapsed onto the large bed. He opened the system interface to claim the reward for achieving a favorability score of 100. Ding! Task 1 reward is about to be distributed. Moments later, a unique and immense chakra surged forth from Shingya's body. Reward: Primordial Uzumaki Bloodline and a pill that extends lifespan by 100 years. Shingya was momentarily stunned upon seeing this reward. What was the Primordial Uzumaki Bloodline? He instinctively overlooked the lifespan-extending pill, considering 100 years trivial, especially when the Otsutsuki clan could almost attain immortality. The Uzumaki clan descends from Ashura, and the Primordial Uzumaki Bloodline belongs to the first individual to possess this lineage. The Primordial Uzumaki Bloodline is immensely powerful, allowing you to utilize all sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan without any side effects. Initially, Shingya felt indifferent upon discovering he could use sealing techniques without side effects, even deeming the reward somewhat lackluster. However, a thought struck him regarding a specific sealing technique within the Uzumaki clan, the Reaper Death Seal. If there were no life cost associated, could he then use the Reaper Death Seal without the price of his life? What an ultimate move, transforming from a powerful technique into an ordinary attack without repercussions. Note: although using the Reaper Death Seal incurs no life cost, it will instantly deplete your chakra, and the greater your chakra reserves, the more potent the Reaper Death Seal will be. Acknowledging this, he nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. Though not usable as a standard attack, it was still a significant move with potential for growth. As long as his chakra increased, he might even seal away the members of the Otsutsuki clan, relying on sheer power. Host: Shingya, Ninjutsu, Adamantine Sealing, for symbol Seal, Earth Dragon Bomb. Water Prison Wall, Taijutsu. None, Jinjutsu. None, Summoning Beast. None, Chakra Amount. 3 cards. Bloodline Limit. Uzumaki Physique. Overall Strength. Special Jonin. Others. Explosive Tags. Kanai. After glancing at his status panel, Shingya nodded. While his chakra amount was commendable, the limited mastery of powerful ninjutsu was a concern. The absence of taijutsu and jinjutsu, coupled with his youth, restricted his chakra growth to some extent. It appeared he had a long journey ahead of him. After thoroughly understanding the primordial Uzumaki bloodline and discerning his specific power, he turned his gaze to a delicate box before him, naturally containing his other reward. What to do with the lifespan-extending pill? He had no need for it, being still young. Who knows, with the system's rewards, he might surpass the Otsutsuki clan in due time. A pill for extending life was unnecessary for him, but perhaps he could offer it to someone close. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. That would do. Taking the box containing the pill, Shingya approached Uzumaki Mito's room. At the door, he deftly retrieved the key from his pocket and unlocked the door with ease. Click. The sudden sound of the door opening startled Uzumaki Mito, but upon seeing who had entered, she relaxed instantly. Shingya noticed her reaction. Chapter 15. Continuing to deceive Senju Tobirama before she could finish her sentence. Shingya swiftly placed the pill from the box into her mouth. Mito felt the pill being lodged into her mouth, and meeting Shingya's determined gaze, she swallowed it without hesitation. Moments later, Mito felt as though she were soaking in a hot spring, her body remarkably relaxed and comfortable. She was momentarily astonished. All right, Sister Mito, take a moment to feel the changes in your body. She soon recognized the unusual sensations coursing through her, beneficial sensations, as she felt her body rejuvenating to the peak condition of her 20s. Of course, she had already been in peak condition, but she was aware that she had begun to decline. After consuming the miraculous pill from the Starry Night, she astonishingly found herself restored to the zenith of her ascending phase. At this moment, she could be described as the epitome of shadow-level prowess, with the potential to transcend into the realm of super shadow level. Prior to taking the pill, she would have felt fatigued after fighting for just a few hours. However, now she is brimming with confidence, assured that she could engage in battle for days and nights without weariness. Sister Mito, this elixir took me 49 days to concoct, Starry Night declared. The chaotic praises of Starry Night also revealed that the potion could extend one's lifespan by a century. Yet the origins of the elixir remained shrouded in secrecy. When Mito learned that consuming the pill would grant her an additional century of life, her initial reaction was not one of joy or excitement, but rather a choice to gag herself. Starry Night was frightened. suspecting that the pill might have a side effect of inducing foolishness. It was only after he intervened that he understood the situation. You foolish child. Why would you give such a precious item to an elderly woman on the brink of death? If you took the pill, you could live for nearly 200 years. Starry Night felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing this. From now on, do not speak of such things, Sister Mito. You are my most cherished family, and I will not allow you to grow old. You are not an old woman. This was not a falsehood. Before consuming the pill, Mito, despite nearing 40, appeared as though she had just crossed into her 30s. Her youthful visage was unmarred by wrinkles, thanks to her lineage, which bestowed upon her a vast reservoir of physical energy. After taking the pill, although her appearance remained that of a mature woman in her 30s, the potion was meant to enhance longevity rather than restore youth. Nevertheless, her skin became more supple, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Feeling his heartfelt intentions, Mito refrained from mentioning the elixir again. As for the origins of the pill, he chose not to disclose it, nor did he care to know. What mattered was that she now had ample time to accompany Starry Night as he grew. Furthermore, with Konoha embroiled in war, her role as a Jinchuriki could necessitate her involvement in battle, yet she was concerned about expending too much energy and appearing aged. All right, since you have given me this, you should hurry back and get some rest, Mito urged, already starting to usher him away. After all, time was on their side, and there was no need for haste. Starry Night, witnessing her demeanor, felt a pang of loss. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby room, Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes, her face etched with curiosity. Though intrigued, she refrained from inquiring with her grandmother or Starry Night, knowing full well they would not divulge anything. Thus, Tsunade resolved to investigate the matter herself. In the ensuing period, Starry Night and Tsunade traversed the battlefield, delivering supplies to the front lines, while Tsunade shadowed Starry Night, attempting to uncover the secret shared between him and her grandmother. Naturally, she found nothing and was soon caught by Mito, who noticed her granddaughter's peculiar behavior but chose not to dwell on it. As the war dragged on for 2 years, the material and economic toll on Konoha grew increasingly burdensome. Although Konoha managed to suppress the Cloud Village, achieving a decisive victory proved exceptionally challenging. During this time, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, engaged in numerous confrontations with the second Raikage, typically emerging victorious. However, losses were incurred in terms of manpower, as the Cloud Village was known for its overwhelming numbers. After witnessing several instances where Tobirama was left helpless, the second Raikage finally began to relent. Eventually, after extensive negotiations, the Cloud Village agreed to provide substantial resources and chose to renew their alliance with Konoha. Given that Konoha was also significantly weakened from the war, Tobirama had no desire to continue this prolonged and futile conflict. After all, annihilating the enemy entirely was impossible. The only option was to keep them at bay. Thus, following the Cloud Village's concession of resources, both sides agreed to re-establish their alliance. During this time, Tobirama sought out Starry Night to inquire whether he had encountered the non-existent old man again. Starry Night, ever the trickster, spun an elaborate tale, declaring, "The old man foretold that when you sign the agreement with the Cloud Village, you will be surrounded and killed. Your demise will soon lead to the fall of Konoha." Under Starry Night's ruse, Tobirama's expression shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness, though the next revelation nearly shattered his composure. "Oh, it seems a few individuals from the Uchiha clan survived, recognized by their clan symbol, while the Senju clan has been entirely wiped out." Hearing that the malevolent Uchiha had endured, while the Senju had perished, drained the color from Tobirama's face, mirroring that of his deceased elder brother, Hashirama Senju. Chapter 16. The third Hokage election. Not long thereafter, Konoha and the Cloud Village formalized their renewed alliance, as Tobirama could not abandon the hope for peace, even in the face of danger. Fortunately, due to Starry Night's warnings, he refrained from confronting the Raikage directly. However, just as the agreement was poised for signing, the infamous duo of Gold and Silver attacked, resulting in the second Raikage's untimely demise, and leaving Tobirama severely injured, albeit only his shadow clone. Naturally, hostilities resumed, and with the Raikage's death, the Cloud Village fighters pursued Konoha's forces relentlessly. Unharmed, Tobirama opted not to sacrifice himself, but instead led a group of Konoha shinobi in a breakout. While he survived, he sustained significant injuries while protecting his comrades, though none were life-threatening. Simultaneously, as Konoha and the Cloud Village were finalizing their agreement, the Stone and Mist villages erupted into conflict. The cause of this clash lay in the long-standing enmity between the second Mizukage, Mangetsu Hozuki, and the second Tsuchikage, who saw this as an opportunity to settle old scores. By this juncture, 4 of the 5 ninja villages, Fire, Lightning, Water, and Earth, were embroiled in conflict, and the 4th Great Ninja War grew ever more convoluted. What of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind? They merely observed the unfolding drama from a distance, as their own impoverished land had not been attacked. Thus, the Sand Village opted to watch the events unfold while also studying the sealing techniques for the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Lacking members of the Uzumaki clan and their sealing arts, their efforts proved exceedingly arduous. Outside of Konoha, the other major ninja villages struggled with their respective Jinchuriki research. Subsequently, the 4 warring villages intermittently clashed, and the ongoing ninja war entered its 4th year. During this time, the Sand Village attempted to capitalize on the fatigue of the other villages, seeking to join the fray and seize a share of the spoils. Unfortunately, as soon as the Sand Village entered the battlefield, the other 4 villages united in relentless pursuit, as if they had conspired together. Left with no choice, the Sand Village retreated, continuing their research on the One Tail. Ultimately, after a cataclysmic confrontation between the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage, both met their demise, plunging the intensity of the conflict back to an icy halt. Not long after, the 4 great ninja villages began to conclude their large-scale wars, as they needed to preserve sufficient strength to guard against the ever-ambitious Sunagakure, which remained at its peak. However, minor conflicts and skirmishes were still unavoidable. Gradually, after 4 years, this ninja world war reached its conclusion, and the major ninja villages once again signed a peace treaty. After all, the 4 great ninja villages gained little from the conflict. On the contrary, they emerged significantly weakened. Among them, the second Reikage of Kumogakure perished. The Mizukage of Kirigakure fell, and the Tsuchikage of Awagakure was also lost. Meanwhile, the second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobirama, sustained serious injuries and, given his advanced age, saw his combat prowess rapidly decline. In contrast, Sunagakure suffered almost no losses in strength. The second Kazekage, Sabaku no Hoki, remained unharmed and alive. Nevertheless, given that Sunagakure's overall strength was the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, both economically and in terms of ninja combat power, even without participating in the war, its capabilities did not significantly surpass those of the other ninja villages. In the 21st year of Konoha, with the official end of the Ninja World War, the major ninja villages began to heal and restore the strength depleted by the conflict. Standing atop the roof of the Senju ancestral home, Hashioru observed the bustling activity of the Senju clan, feeling a profound sense of joy. After all, no one relishes war. Everyone was compelled by various circumstances. Now that the war had concluded, the selection for the 3rd Hokage was to take place the following day. As it stood, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had not explicitly endorsed any candidate, presumably intending to let his few students vie for the position among themselves. Lost in thought about the impending Hokage election, Hashioru found himself momentarily distracted. In a typical Hokage selection, the decision is made through a unanimous vote by clan leaders and representatives of the villagers. Although the clan leaders and representatives ostensibly possess the right to choose the next Hokage, the actual power lies within a select few groups. These groups include the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the leaders of medium and large clans, as well as the elite jonin. Uzumaki Mito, however, remained disinterested in worldly affairs. Among these groups, Senju Tobirama held considerable sway, being one of the founding members of Konoha and a key figure in its establishment. The daimyo of the Land of Fire controls the economy and resources of the entire nation, and given that Konoha is relatively small, it relies on the daimyo for various forms of material support, thus granting the daimyo significant influence. The clan leaders, to some extent, act as the middle management of Konoha, naturally possessing their own voice. Lastly, the elite jonin hold a measure of authority due to the fact that Konoha functions as a vast violent organization, with the elite jonin being core members of this entity, thereby granting them the right to select the next Hokage. At this moment, Hashioru began to ponder who he should cast his vote for. Indeed, he possessed voting rights, having ascended to the rank of jonin. After years of training, coupled with his accomplishments on the battlefield during the final year of the Ninja War, he successfully attained the rank of jonin. In that last year, he, along with Tsunade. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had applied for the opportunity to fight on the front lines. Of course, by that time, the front lines had become relatively safe. As the major ninja villages began to withdraw their forces, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had earned considerable merit for their involvement, allowing them to become jonin ahead of schedule. However, in terms of strength, neither he nor Tsunade truly reached the level of a jonin. Presently, Tsunade's prowess was at best that of an elite chunin, while Jiraiya might only be an ordinary chunin. Hashiryu himself had achieved the rank of special jonin through his mastery of the adamantine sealing and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Nevertheless, during wartime, promotions were relatively easy. As long as one had merit, advancement was almost guaranteed. He did not hesitate for long before determining his preferred candidate. Chapter 17. Participation in the Hokage selection. He decided to vote for his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he was indeed his mentor. Although the war had limited their time together, Sarutobi had still managed to allocate some moments to teach them various ninjutsu, making him a competent instructor. Moreover, it was not as if there were many options. The candidates for the third Hokage were limited to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kaze, and Tsurugi Kamachi. Among them, the two underwhelming candidates, Mito Kaze and Tsurugi Kamachi, were entirely unsuitable for the position. Uchiha Kagami was also an unlikely choice. Had he not borne the Uchiha name, he might have had a chance. Thus, the remaining contenders were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. In truth, both of these individuals possessed similar capabilities. However, the current Shimura Danzo lacked the ruthless cunning of his elder years, though he was still quite formidable. Yet, how could a leader lack a certain degree of ruthlessness, especially when presiding over a violent organization? Conversely, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while not as harsh as Danzo, exhibited tremendous vigor and decisiveness in his youth, unlike the hesitant nature he would later display in his old age. Ultimately, Hashiryu cast his vote for Sarutobi Hiruzen, partly due to Danzo's earlier pretentiousness during their encounter at the Senju ancestral home. Of course, he would not admit that Sarutobi had already bestowed favors upon him, encouraging him and Tsunade to cast their votes for their esteemed teacher, while he claimed only to have a single vote. Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito would also be influenced by his decision. One could say he was akin to the Prince of Konoha, for aside from Senju Tobirama, the next strongest presence was Uzumaki Mito. Furthermore, the little princess of the Senju clan leaned towards his side. Thus, to become Hokage, one must navigate the intricate web of human relationships. Sarutobi Hiruzen had even offered his recruitment ninjutsu, the 5-nature transformation, great multiple shadow clone technique, as a bribe. Having resolved to vote for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hashiryu and Tsunade fell into a comfortable silence, leaning against one another as they gazed at the sun slowly descending in the distance. As the night quietly passed, Konoha was more vibrant than usual, marking one of the liveliest days in recent years. After all, the village had been in a constant state of war, leaving everyone on edge. Now that the conflict had subsided, today was the day to elect a new Hokage. The years of pent-up tension erupted at this moment, with all participating in the festivities. Early in the morning, Tsunade and Hashiryu arrived at the Hokage building. At that moment, only a handful of individuals were present, the elite of the entire village. Those who typically handled mundane affairs had been dismissed, as only relevant personnel were permitted to remain for the Hokage selection. Upon reaching the top floor of the Hokage building, Hashiryu noticed that most of the necessary attendees had already gathered, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other candidates, the various clan leaders, elite jonin, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He guided Tsunade to a relatively inconspicuous spot, as today's main event was not about him. As soon as they sat down, despite his desire not to attract attention, many individuals began to look in their direction, nodding in acknowledgement towards him and Tsunade. Most of them were clan leaders and elite jonin from smaller clans, to whom he could only respond with a polite, albeit symbolic, nod. Observing the greetings exchanged towards them, Tsunade appeared puzzled and quietly inquired, "Hashiryu, when did you come to know so many people?" "I had no idea." He gazed at the innocent face of Tsunade beside him, feeling as though her countenance almost bore the inscription "easily deceived." Yet, this was to be expected. After all, she was still a Konoha princess, sheltered and protected, thus lacking in worldly concerns. However, this did not imply she was foolish. She could undoubtedly discern who truly cared for her. and those who were attempting to curry favor with them were not among that number. She was merely intrigued by the reasons behind their overtures. Shingya did not conceal the truth, whispering in her ear, "Their friendliness towards us arises from their recognition of our potential. An 11-year-old jonin is quite extraordinary. Furthermore, you are the granddaughter of the legendary Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, the princess of the Senju clan in the Land of Fire. Naturally, they wish to align themselves with us." To his knowledge, the only other individual to hold the record for being the youngest jonin was Kakashi, who achieved this feat at the age of 12. However, with his arrival, it was highly likely that this record would not remain with Kakashi. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she felt a delightful tickle in her ears. Yet she feigned composure and nodded. Shingya continued, "These clan leaders probably believe that you are destined to become the 4th Hokage, which explains their eagerness to be on your good side. After all, forming alliances with someone of such remarkable potential, who may very well ascend to the position of Hokage, would be immensely beneficial for their clans." Of course, there was another possibility he withheld from her. These individuals might also fancy themselves as future Hokage contenders. Given that he was the brother of Uzumaki Mito, and it was evident to any discerning observer that Tsunade and he shared a profound bond. Thus, they believed that the chances of the two of them becoming Hokage were exceptionally high. Just as Shingya finished speaking, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, along with the final group of jonin, arrived at the meeting venue. After surveying the room, Jiraiya and Orochimaru spotted Shingya and Tsunade seated in the corner and approached to join them. As soon as he sat down, Jiraiya exclaimed in hushed excitement, "Is this truly the 2nd Hokage? Is this the voting conference for selecting the 3rd Hokage? I can't believe I have the privilege to be here. How thrilling." At merely 11 years of age, Jiraiya was still a passionate youth, exhilarated to be in the presence of such significant figures. Orochimaru, being a young man himself, shared in the enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, the first segment commenced, featuring a speech by Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage. Clad in Hokage robes, he sat at the center, his vitality diminished since the days of yore. The Ninja World War had long since passed, and due to years of conflict coupled with advancing age, he had decided to step down and allow the younger generation to carry forth the will of fire and assume the mantle of protecting Konoha. "Now, let the candidates share their thoughts and perspectives," he declared, not one to linger unnecessarily. The first to rise was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Observing this, Shingya instinctively pondered the likelihood of his adoptive teacher's success in securing the position of the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen was now in his 30s and had likely attained a strength comparable to that of a Kage, especially considering that Konoha was not the same as it would be 2 or 3 decades hence, where the Uchiha clan would produce a staggering 34 Kage-level ninjas. As Shingya analyzed the situation, Hiruzen concluded his impassioned speech. Following him were Shimura Danzo and his cohort. Compared to Hiruzen, their strength appeared slightly inferior. They were generally elite jonin, close to Kage level. Despite the relative scarcity of elite jonin at this time, they should not be underestimated. Before long, the candidate speeches concluded, leading to the most critical phase, the voting. This voting was, of course, conducted in secrecy. Public voting would risk exposing those who did not support the eventual Hokage. Shingya found himself holding several slips of paper inscribed with the names of the candidates. All that was required was to select the paper bearing the name of his preferred candidate and deposit it into the ballot box. Although primitive, this method was remarkably secure and effective. Indeed, given Konoha's current technological prowess, constructing a voting machine would pose no challenge. However, employing such technology would entail the risk of information leaks. Thus, the method of submitting slips remained the safest option, as no one would know who cast which vote. As the slip bearing his chosen candidate's name was placed into the box, it signified the conclusion of the voting phase, for his was the last slip cast. Following the meticulous counting of the slips by the appointed officials, tension mounted among the candidates, particularly for Hiruzen and Danzo. Amidst the collective anticipation, a name echoed through the hushed conference room. The next Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi. The officials proclaimed the name with palpable excitement, as though they were witnessing the unfolding of history. Yet, with joy came sorrow. Foremost among the disheartened were the Uchiha and Shimura clans, along with other supporting families. The Uchiha clan, in particular, felt a deep sense of frustration. Once regarded as founding heroes, they now found themselves unable to secure the Hokage position. Having endured the fall of Tobirama, they now faced the prospect of being overshadowed by the Sarutobi clan amplifying their discontent. The Shimura clan, too, found themselves in a precarious position. Having lost, they were now strategizing on how to present gifts to Hiruzen, understanding that to avoid being targeted, they must navigate the intricacies of human relations. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, brimming with enthusiasm, began articulating his vision for Konoha's future. Yet, while Hiruzen reveled in his triumph, Danzo's demeanor grew increasingly irritable, his expression dark as a pot's bottom. Observing their reactions, Shingya mused to himself, will this Danzo succumb to darkness? I wonder if he will establish his own roots. Nevertheless, even if Danzo were to do so, Shingya felt little concern. After all, Tobirama Senju was still alive. And both Hiruzen and Danzo would be mindful of their teacher's reputation, ensuring that Konoha would not descend into chaos. Following Hiruzen's ascension as the third Hokage, he gradually began to expand upon the policies of his mentor, Tobirama Senju. Within a few months, he initiated various reforms, including the Ninja Academy, the Master Apprentice system, and pathways for ninja promotion. Konoha flourished, entering a phase of rapid development. Shingya, it is perilous to be distracted during combat. Just as Shingya's attention wavered, Tsunade's fist connected forcefully with his abdomen, sending him stumbling back several steps to absorb the impact. Cough, cough, you've grown stronger, Tsunade exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she saw him grimacing in pain. Shingya shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself that Tsunade remained her boisterous self as ever. All right, let us resume our practice. This time, I will employ wood release. Upon concluding their conversation, Shingya commenced forming seals. Although this training method was less effective than life and death duels, it offered a greater degree of safety. Recently, however, his growth in strength had been notably sluggish, primarily due to the scarcity of potential heroines in this period, resulting in limited rewards. Over the years, he had come to understand that only certain girls known from the Naruto series would qualify as heroines. Fortunately, since the end of the Ninja World War, he had begun to reveal his wood release technique. With the major ninja villages preoccupied with their own affairs, they had little energy to concern themselves with neighboring villages. To illustrate his prowess, a root suddenly ensnared Tsunade's legs, hoisting her upside down. You can see, don't you? Seeing her predicament, Shingya decided to show mercy and intended to lower her. There's an opening. Just as she was released, Tsunade charged at him, delivering a series of blows. After all, his taijutsu remained a weak point, and he could not compete with Tsunade's innate talent. She looked at him and smiled, saying, the enemy won't spare you just because you're lenient. Shingya chuckled. Despite the beating, Tsunade had not exerted herself too much. Noticing that he remained on the ground, she extended her hand and remarked, get up. We still need to go to the hospital. Amused by her tsundere demeanor, he found it interesting that, despite the many changes surrounding her, her character remained unchanged, carefree and proud. All right, let us go. The two then headed towards the Konoha hospital. By the way, about what I mentioned last time, using a sealing technique to accumulate chakra for instant release, how is your research on that sealing progressing? He shared his limited memories of the ninjutsu Tsunade had developed and conveyed the concept of the Byakuga seal. Although he wasn't certain of the specifics, he could provide a general direction for her to explore, believing that this early assistance would hasten her mastery of the sealing technique. Tsunade pondered before responding. I've tried it. The idea is feasible. I just need to consult Granny about some sealing techniques, and then give myself some time to research it. She believed Shingya's idea was particularly suitable for her, given her Senju heritage, which endowed her with exceptional vitality and chakra. By sealing her chakra and unleashing it when necessary, it was essentially a custom ninjutsu for both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, known for their immense chakra reserves. With a sense of pride, Tsunade declared, just wait until this princess perfects the sealing, and then I shall teach you, especially since you have an abundance of chakra. Shingya smiled in response. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Konoha hospital. With the medical system upgraded, the hospital building appeared revitalized. Upon entering, they encountered several villagers. The frequency of ninja visits had decreased due to fewer conflicts among the major ninja villages. However, the number of expectant mothers seeking care had notably increased, reflecting the imminent prolonged period of peace across the ninja world. Chapter 19. Gaining the bloodline of the first Hokage as time passed while assisting Tsunade. Shingya returned home after a simple dinner at the Senju ancestral residence. He retreated to his room and retrieved a scroll. The secret technique of Raijin chakra mode from the Cloud Village. I wonder if it suits me. He held the scroll that contained the Cloud Village's secret art, known as Raijin armor, which involves enveloping the body in lightning chakra to enhance resilience, speed, and strength, while also stimulating vital points to bolster physical capabilities. However, the scroll only detailed the first layer of the Raijin chakra mode, which had 3 layers in total. The first layer was not particularly rare, allowing anyone from the Cloud Village to learn it, but the subsequent layers were true secrets. Let us give it a try. I won't know if it suits me until I do. With his progress and strength being somewhat stagnant, he resolved to practice taijutsu, understanding that to become a true powerhouse, one must address their evident weaknesses. With no heroines currently present, he could focus solely on improving his abilities, especially considering the formidable foes he anticipated in the future. Shingya unfurled the scroll detailing the Raijin chakra mode's training methods, which he had exchanged for military merits during the Ninja War. He began to channel lightning chakra into various vital points, and soon his room was illuminated by blinding white light. Countless tiny arcs of electricity clung to his body. Why does this hurt so much? This Raijin chakra mode is truly not for the faint-hearted. The lightning coursing through him was volatile, not life-threatening, but it incessantly stimulated his entire being. Despite the pain, he could distinctly feel his physical condition strengthening. Gradually, he increased the chakra output, and the arcs thickened into robust bolts of lightning. Blood began to seep from his body, but thanks to his powerful Uzumaki lineage, his wounds healed almost immediately after being inflicted. Eventually, a balance was achieved as Shingya, seated on his bed, became engrossed in his training, entranced by the visible enhancement of his abilities. Before he realized how much time had passed, the door swung open. Shingya, why are you still in bed? I called you so many times. Uzumaki Mito, draped casually in a coat, entered Shingya's room. Upon seeing the bloodied figure on the bed, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped her. Shingya, what happened to you? She rushed to his side, frantically checking his condition. After several examinations, she breathed a sigh of relief. What is going on? What is wrong? Hearing her grandmother's voice, Tsunade dashed into the room. However, upon seeing Shingya lying there, her heart felt as though it had been torn asunder, blood rushing to her face as she nearly vomited. Yet, she forced herself to endure, quickly approaching Shingya to assess his state. Like Mito, she too soon relaxed, collapsing weakly onto the floor. At that moment, Mito spoke up. Shingya is fine. He just exhausted his chakra and lost too much blood, causing him to faint. Tsunade shot her grandmother a glare, as if to say, why didn't you tell me sooner? Not long after, under Tsunade's treatment, Hoshino awoke. However, upon seeing Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade gazing intently at him, he was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he was aware of the happenings outside before he lost consciousness, but his physical weakness had prevented him from regaining awareness. He touched his nose and murmured softly, this isn't my fault. It was my first time practicing taijutsu. And who could have foreseen that the lightning release chakra would manifest in such a manner? The moment he realized his chakra was depleted, he had already fainted. Upon hearing Hoshino's explanation, tears welled in Tsunade's eyes, and she felt he was rather foolish. Yet, instead of rebuking him, she suddenly embraced the bloodied Hoshino. You silly boy. You cannot do this again. Without you, my heart would perish. Ding. One of the female protagonists, Tsunade, has reached a favorability level of 5. 100. After she spoke, Tsunade's favorability reached a perfect score. Hoshino was momentarily stunned, not expecting to have inadvertently raised Tsunade's favorability to 100. Over the years, he had not actively sought ways to enhance her affection. Rather, it had naturally increased the longer he spent by her side. He had initially thought the final 5 points would require some shy interaction with Tsunade, akin to what Uzumaki Mito experienced. However, this incident had unexpectedly filled her favorability meter. Hoshino looked at Tsunade with gentler eyes. All right, I understand now. Everything is fine. Once assured of his well-being, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito stepped outside to allow him time to freshen up. Upon entering the bathing room, Hoshino scrubbed away the blood while accessing the system to claim his rewards. Rewards: first-generation Senju bloodline and a pill that extends lifespan by 100 years. Upon claiming the rewards, Hoshino felt an ancient chakra and bloodline awakening within him. Remarkably, the first-generation Senju bloodline began to merge with his own first-generation Uzumaki bloodline. Gradually, as the two bloodlines fully integrated, Hoshino sensed his chakra rapidly escalating, even surpassing that of the tailed beasts. He was aware of the chakra levels of the tailed beasts, particularly since Uzumaki Mito was by his side. His chakra now exceeded that of the nine tails. Furthermore, both his physical recovery and stamina had significantly increased, as if he possessed boundless energy. System, what is happening to me? After experiencing the transformation in his body, Hoshino began to inquire about the changes. After all, something felt distinctly amiss. He had previously acquired the first-generation Uzumaki bloodline. Yet the enhancements had never been this staggering. Could it be that the Senju bloodline was far more potent than the Uzumaki bloodline? If so, Ashura, this ancient ancestor, must have been extraordinarily powerful, capable of controlling which bloodline would be stronger or weaker in his progeny. Ding. It is certainly not as you imagine. Both the Uzumaki and Senju clans are descendants of Ashura, so favoritism is impossible. Then why is this so? Ding. Ashura is one of the sons of Kaguya Otsutsuki. He inherited her sage body, and both the Uzumaki and Senju clans are his descendants. Now that the host has obtained the complete first-generation Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines, their fusion naturally gives rise to the sage body. Upon seeing the system's response, Hoshino could hardly believe it. To possess the sage body, which only appeared at the conclusion of the Naruto series, felt surreal. However, after the initial excitement subsided, Hoshino gradually regained his composure. Although he had attained the sage body, granting him chakra levels that could be considered at least at the Hokage level, or even the Sage of Six Paths level, his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu were still woefully inadequate, especially in taijutsu and jinjutsu. Should he be engaged in close combat or caught in a jinjutsu, he would be utterly overwhelmed. Well, one must learn to be content. Having such strength at my age is already remarkable. After a brief wash-up, Hoshino chose not to dwell on it further. He simply needed to focus on steadily growing stronger, as there was still ample time. As long as he reached the pinnacle of the Hokage level, or even surpassed it, before the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, he would be able to face any situation with confidence. Chapter 20. Infiltrating Sunagakure. Time in the peaceful shinobi world passes swiftly. 3 years have elapsed since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War in Konoha. During these 3 years, both the shinobi world and Konoha have remained remarkably tranquil. Of course, Hoshino has been quietly developing, at this point, his would-release techniques. While not quite rivaling those of Hashirama Senju, undoubtedly surpassed that of Yamato, allowing him to create a standalone villa-like structure. Tsunade, this time we didn't bring Shosuke along. When he sees us upon our return, he will surely cry again. Hoshino surveyed the arid surroundings while conversing with Tsunade. Given that they were not in Konoha, nor within the borders of the Land of Fire, they remained vigilant for potential dangers. Meanwhile, Tsunade, reflecting on the tearful Shosuke, found herself quite troubled. Since Shosuke's birth, he had shown little affection for his mother, gravitating instead towards Hoshino and herself, making them appear more like his biological parents. Let him cry if he must. I cannot possibly allow him to accompany us on missions. Hey Hoshino, let us aim for a daughter next time. Boys are too mischievous and difficult to manage. Hoshino chuckled at her remark, unsure how to respond. Let us focus on the task at hand. Our mission is to gather intelligence on Sunagakure's current situation, which entails considerable risk. Not knowing how to further the conversation, he chose to change the subject, recognizing that they were only 14 years old, an age fraught with peril. Additionally, this mission was particularly dangerous as Sunagakure had barely participated in the First Shinobi World War, thus preserving its overall strength. As a friendly neighbor, Konoha was understandably concerned about the situation of their ally. Therefore, the third Hokage, his mentor, had specifically approached him, assigning him a unique mission to ascertain Sunagakure's current strength and development. This was to prevent a scenario where one neighbor amassed weapons while another hoarded supplies, allowing them to prepare accordingly. What is there to fear? We're merely observing the developments near Sunagakure. While Tsunade continued to voice her frustrations, Hoshino accelerated his pace, as if his sole focus were the mission. Honestly, is my figure not enticing enough? Despite consuming papaya regularly, when will this guy finally break the last barrier with me? She glanced at her alluring curves and then back at her ample figure, feeling quite confident in her attractiveness. As Hoshino feigned ignorance, Tsunade wore an expression of discontent. And soon they arrived near Sunagakure. Like Konoha, Sunagakure was surrounded by a layer of special barriers. Any reckless intrusion would surely result in a brutal beating. If brute force was not an option, then cunning must prevail. They needed to devise a plan to infiltrate. although they were merely there to observe Sunagakure's development. Simply looking from the outside would not suffice. Otherwise, any elite chunin could fulfill this task, rendering their presence unnecessary. Thus, infiltrating Sunagakure is undoubtedly a task that must be undertaken, and it can only be accomplished through stealth, ensuring one remains undetected. After all, we are currently in a phase of collective peace among the major ninja villages, having only recently signed a peace treaty a few years prior. Should it come to light that a ninja from Konoha has infiltrated another village, it would surely be deemed a violation of the treaty, provoking widespread outrage against Konoha. While the concept of infiltration is straightforward, the existence of barriers poses a significant challenge. Tsunade excels in combat, yet the intricacies of stealth operations are beyond her capabilities. As for my own strengths, are you not aware? When it comes to sealing techniques, I assert that I am the third best in Konoha, with no one daring to claim the second position. Of course, the top spot is held by Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, who has dedicated her entire life to mastering sealing arts, an accomplishment I cannot hope to rival. Nonetheless, over these past few years, my own sealing techniques have advanced remarkably, especially with the guidance of the Uzumaki princess. But how? You may ask, do we utilize sealing techniques to gain entry? Yanagiyu's mouth twitched slightly, concerned that their future offspring might inherit such foolishness. He sighed and explained, the barriers we face are largely adaptations of the sealing techniques originating from the Uzumaki clan. Thus, I possess a fair degree of confidence in our ability to infiltrate. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes widened in realization, feeling somewhat foolish for her earlier remarks. Yet she insisted, how was I to know? Who could possibly fathom that the people of these villages would be so weak as to borrow from the Uzumaki clan's techniques? Yanagiyu raised an eyebrow, tempted to point out that the barriers of Konoha likely drew from the same Uzumaki expertise. However, he sensed a different situation unfolding. Tsunade, conceal yourself, he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than both of them took cover. Shortly thereafter, two ninjas from Sunagakure passed by, presumably returning to their village after completing a mission. Yanagiyu whispered to Tsunade, are you familiar with those two? Knowing they might need to infiltrate Sunagakure, Tsunade had indeed reviewed the lists of their chunin and jonin, resources available through Konoha's intelligence network. She scrutinized the Sunagakure ninjas from a distance and remarked, I recognize them. They are both chunin. The male is named Yumechu and Kuki, and the female is Yumechu and Ibu, siblings. Hearing Tsunade speak in Japanese nearly caused Yanagiyu to spit out his breakfast. He had not anticipated encountering such authentic dialect here. Yet there was no time for banter. Upon noticing the two unclothed sand ninjas, he devised a more refined plan for infiltration. Tsunade, stay put. I will quietly bring them over, he declared, inching closer to the two exposed individuals. Once within a suitable distance, he swiftly performed hand signs, binding. At the completion of his seals, robust branches emerged beneath the feet of the two sand ninjas, quickly ensnaring them and dragging them into the sand. Having secured his prey, Yanagiyu hastily returned to Tsunade, depositing the two bound and unclothed individuals at her feet. What purpose does bringing them serve? Tsunade inquired, her expression one of confusion. As Yanagiyu sealed their chakra with deft precision, he replied, in a moment, we will assume their identities to infiltrate Sunagakure. After all, possessing a disguise will make us less conspicuous, and we can leverage their status as chunin to gather information more easily. Once the two naked individuals were restrained and their forehead protectors claimed, he donned the garb of Yumechu and Kuki. Tsunade, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding and proceeded to mimic his actions. Before long, Yumechu and Kuki and Yumechu and Ibu appeared at the entrance of Sunagakure. Though in truth it was Tsunade and Yanagiyu in disguise, boldly walking through the gates. As for the barrier, it had been swiftly dismantled. One must remember that Konoha's sealing masters are not to be trifled with, and merely disrupting the barrier is a trivial task for them, not requiring complete unraveling, an endeavor simple for those well-versed in the Uzumaki sealing arts. Chapter 21, Discovered. Run. Upon entering Sunagakure, the pair resembled a couple leisurely strolling through a market, entirely unrecognizable as intruders. However, despite their facade, there was little of interest to behold, merely sand and stones. They had anticipated a more vibrant village, yet found Sunagakure rather austere. Tsunade, lacking enthusiasm, trailed behind Yanagiyu. Yanagiyu glanced at the Kazekage's building in the distance and remarked as he conversed with Tsunade, did you think every region in the ninja world is as prosperous as the Land of Fire? If the living conditions across the ninja world were as favorable, there would not be such frequent outbreaks of war. Conflict is inevitable, perhaps driven by ambition or discord. However, the occurrence of large-scale wars in the ninja world every few decades is primarily due to resource scarcity. The Land of Fire occupies the most fertile lands and possesses the greatest resources, making it a target for invasion. Tsunade, still somewhat bewildered, nodded along, as she had yet to traverse the ninja world extensively. Aside from the vicinity of Konoha, she had ventured nowhere else, trusting Yanagiyu's words implicitly. After a cursory observation of Sunagakure, she noted that they had emulated Konoha by establishing ninja academies and implementing policies for guiding jonin. Apart from their resource and economic deficiencies, their infrastructure and systems were passable. Next, they sought to assess the competency of the ninjas, pondering the capabilities of the second Kazekage, Sabaku no Kaze, who had yet to perish. At this time, the second Kazekage was indeed alive, having steered clear of the first great ninja war. Without his interference, Senju Tobirama would have perished in that conflict, while the second Mizukage and Tsuchikage had already met their demise. Thus, it was only the second Kazekage who remained, having survived. Though fortunately, Senju Tobirama had not died, ensuring Konoha's strength had not diminished too severely. It is noteworthy that he is a master of forbidden techniques. Yanagiyu was eager to see if the surviving Tobirama could create new forbidden techniques once more. Before long, Tsunade and Yanagiyu arrived at the Kazekage's building. While the decor was decent, it was nothing remarkable. Yumechu and Kuki and Yumechu and Ibu, why have you returned so swiftly? Just as they had taken a few steps, a voice called from behind them. Tsunade jumped, but Yanagiyu quickly restrained her. He turned to face the speaker, responding nonchalantly. Oh, the mission went smoothly. And we are in need of funds, so we must take on more tasks. Yanagiyu's casual demeanor seemed to cause the person to furrow their brow. Tsunade's heart raced at this expression, though fortunately, it was fleeting. The individual continued. I recall you two have recently taken on quite a few tasks under my supervision. How is it you have already exhausted them? After Yanagiyu provided a hasty excuse, he sought a quick exit. Once they had distanced themselves, Tsunade patted her chest, exclaiming, that was close. We nearly got caught. She cast a glance at the darkening sky outside and continued. We have been wandering for an entire day. Aside from acquiring some basic information about Sunagakure, we remain oblivious to the number of their ninjas and their capabilities. Shingya surveyed the exterior, contemplated for a moment, and resolved that it would be prudent to act swiftly. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of detection. Let us infiltrate the archives directly at midnight. We cannot afford any further delays. Upon hearing such thrilling prospects, Tsunade's interest was instantly piqued. The pair then conducted a brief reconnaissance of the Kazekage building's layout until the witching hour arrived. Naturally, the Kazekage building had its guards at night, but they were resolute in their intent to infiltrate regardless. After incapacitating the guard, they successfully entered the building. Having previously studied the layout, they effortlessly located the archives, arriving in a room filled with scrolls. Quickly, let us find the pertinent documents and retreat from Sunagakure. Shingya and Tsunade commenced rummaging through the materials. As they had no intention of lingering any longer in Sunagakure, they tore through the archives haphazardly, discarding any scrolls containing crucial information, prioritizing their own advantage over others. Just as they had sifted through a substantial portion of the archives, they finally struck gold, successfully uncovering the scroll that documented the information of the Jonin. Who goes there? Who is in the archives? Just as Shingya and Tsunade were about to continue their search for the Chunin scrolls, a voice echoed from above. This is bad. We've been discovered. Wasn't that fool supposed to say there was no one in the building at night? Without hesitation, they bolted, knowing that capture would result in utter failure of their mission, endangering their village as well. Moreover, if memory served, the office of the Kazekage was directly above them. Let us hope that our luck does not run so low as to have that individual be the Kazekage. Just as Shingya uttered those words, the Kazekage building was suddenly engulfed in a massive explosion of sand and stone, and a bald man adorned with a dragon tattoo emerged amidst the debris. Upon seeing him, the duo immediately recognized who he was, the second Kazekage, Sabaku no Shaman, the ancient master who had pioneered the art of puppetry and sand manipulation. Shaman, upon his emergence, spotted the two figures clad in black stealth attire. Who are you two little thieves? Which nation's ninjas dare to steal from Sunagakure? He pursued them, shouting, his voice resonating throughout half of Sunagakure. Because Tsunade and Shingya had concealed their identities, Shaman was unaware of who they were. Only capture would reveal their identities. Noticing the relentless pursuit of the elderly man, Shingya activated his lightning release chakra mode and lifted Tsunade, yelling, "What do you think you are, Sunagakure? Dare to pursue the grandfather of Kimogakure? Had you Shaman appeared during the Great Ninja War, I could have dispatched you with a mere finger." With that declaration, he dashed towards the village's outskirts at lightning speed, disregarding the enraged Shaman in pursuit. In terms of speed, lightning release chakra mode was not inferior to Shaman's sand. And with Shingya's immense chakra reserves, he could maintain maximum output indefinitely. In no time, they reached the gates of Sunagakure. Despite the dark of night and the numerous ninjas pursuing them, their speed was lacking, leaving only 2 genin stationed at the entrance. Unhurriedly, Shingya paused at the gate, turned, and defiantly raised his middle finger towards the distant Shaman, then playfully smacked Tsunade's ample backside before sending the guards flying and fleeing. Shaman, witnessing this, was enraged, his dragon tattoo turning a fiery red. "Those thieves will not escape. I will kill you both." Shaman then pursued Shingya and Tsunade out of Sunagakure. Chapter 22. Astonishment. The second Kazekage captured. Thus, the two parties raced across the desolate desert, with the masked bandit Shingya and Tsunade leading the way, and Shaman in hot pursuit. Thanks to Shingya's vast chakra and formidable prowess, he was not easily outpaced, while Shaman, as an experienced Kage-level ninja, managed to keep up. However, the rest of Sunagakure's forces were far behind, reducing this chase to just the 3 of them. Casting a glance over his shoulder at the relentlessly pursuing Shaman, Shingya felt a twinge of annoyance. This old man was remarkably resilient, having chased them for so long without exhausting his chakra. He glanced at Tsunade, who was nestled at his waist, lightly tapping her. "We will confront him here. We are now a considerable distance from Sunagakure, and their ninjas will not catch up quickly. Since this old man is so eager to fight, I suppose I must oblige. While I may not guarantee victory, the odds of this elder vanquishing me are slim. Moreover, with Tsunade, a jonin, providing support and healing, I am not intimidated by Shaman. Let us engage, Tsunade," Shingya proclaimed, swiftly turning and tossing Tsunade toward Shaman. Immediately forming hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant, 3 robust Earth Dragons coalesced and charged toward Shaman. Sensing the impending threat, Shaman did not let his guard down. As the Earth Dragons emerged, he gathered a substantial amount of sand into a protective sphere around himself. Yet, he underestimated the potency of Shingya's jutsu. Upon impact, the force of the Earth Dragons caused the protective sand to erupt. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch. But just as her fist was about to make contact, a puppet appeared behind Shaman, intercepting her blow. Tsunade's attack was thwarted, yet the puppet was sent flying. Realizing her attack had failed, Tsunade retreated to Shingya's side. Facing Shaman directly was far too perilous for her current state, and it was wiser to wait for an opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Shingya was not idle, frantically forming seals. Having chosen to attack, hesitation was not an option. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Shingya unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, as if chakra were limitless. While the levels of these techniques were not particularly high, their sheer volume was overwhelming. Dozens of shadow clones unleashed the Great Fire Dragon Technique and the Great Breakthrough simultaneously. Fueled by fire and wind, an immense swarm of colossal fire dragons surged towards Shaman. Having chased Shingya for too long, Shaman's chakra was evidently waning, forcing him to concentrate on maintaining his sandy defenses against the onslaught from all sides. This was not a sign of Shaman's weakness. Rather, it was a testament to Shingya's overwhelming chakra, reminiscent of Naruto's strategy. If one could not be defeated, they would be worn down. Even Tsunade found no opportunity to approach Shaman, as the barrage of attacks was relentless. "Are you planning to unleash every one of your 5 elemental jutsus?" Tsunade mused, observing the frantic hand seals of Shingya, uncertain whether it was she or Shingya who belonged to the Senju clan. After all, the volume of jutsu being executed was so exaggerated. It felt as though an anime was overflowing with energy. Under the tumultuous onslaught of the Starry Night, Shaman found himself struggling to keep pace, occasionally struck by minor ninjutsu. Now was the moment. He swiftly activated the lightning release chakra mode, instantly closing the distance to Shaman. The Diamond Lock. being so close. Shaman was ensnared by chakra chains in the blink of an eye. "Tsunade, let us go. We must leave this place," Starry Night exclaimed as he seized Shaman with one hand while clasping Tsunade with the other, rapidly sprinting towards the land of fire in his lightning release chakra mode. Aside from brief respites, he hardly paused, propelled by his immense chakra until they reached the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers, a small nation nestled between the wind and fire countries, was an unavoidable passage on their route back to the Land of Fire. Upon arriving in the Land of Rivers, both Starry Night and Tsunade felt a significant alleviation of their tension. After all, they had just kidnapped Shaman. If this incident escalated, Sunagakure might declare war. Tsunade, sitting beside Starry Night, glanced at the unconscious Shaman and said, "What should we do? We have actually captured the Kazekage of Sunagakure, and he was so weak that he succumbed after just a few blows." At that moment, she felt as though the entire affair was a dream, for in her understanding, the leader of a village should be exceptionally formidable, representing the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. Little did she expect that he could be subdued by just a handful of Starry Night's ninjutsu. Hearing her, Starry Night lightly tapped her head with his hand and replied, "This time, we were merely fortunate. He pursued us alone, which afforded us the opportunity to fight. Had he summoned reinforcements, we would have certainly been outmatched. Moreover, he is a relic from the era of the second Hokage, likely a relic of the Warring States period, and it is only natural that his strength has waned with age. Thus, capturing Shaman was largely a matter of luck. If I recall correctly, he is also somewhat of a researcher, having dedicated his life to the study of ninjutsu and the one-tail shikaku. We have essentially taken advantage of an elderly researcher." Starry Night then looked at Tsunade and inquired, "What do you think? This situation is rather significant. Have you contacted the Umbu?" Tsunade gently nodded, her head resting against his shoulder. The Umbu, a special division established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is primarily responsible for the protection of the Hokage and the prevention of external threats. However, they also occasionally undertake reconnaissance and assassination missions, including the transmission of vital intelligence. Nevertheless, communication with the Umbu is reserved for particularly critical information, and both Tsunade and Starry Night possess the authority to reach out to them. After all, one is a princess of Konoha, and the other is the brother of Uzumaki Mito. However, merely contacting them suffices. Only the Hokage can mobilize the full might of the Umbu. Shortly after their wait, Starry Night sensed the approach of a ninja. After all, he now possessed the capabilities of the Kagura Shingon, allowing him to survey his surroundings at regular intervals. "Tsunade, someone is approaching, but I cannot ascertain their identity yet. We should hide." With that, they concealed themselves, taking Shaman along with them. Before long, two individuals adorned with white patterned masks appeared at the location where Tsunade and Starry Night had just been. They surveyed their surroundings, and one of them remarked, "Indeed, this is the place provided by Princess Tsunade, but where are they?" The speaker sounded relatively young, which was to be expected, as most individuals entering the Umbu did so at a young age. Tsunade and Starry Night, concealed, overheard their conversation and confirmed that they were indeed members of Konoha's Umbu. However, caution is always prudent. Starry Night glanced at Tsunade and nodded, instantly understanding his intent. Tsunade materialized before the two Umbu. "I am here. You are the Umbu of Konoha, correct? What is the code?" Although they were fairly certain of their identities, the gravity of the situation warranted meticulousness. After both parties confirmed the code, Tsunade and Starry Night placed their trust in them. They briefly recounted the events that transpired in Sunagakure, leaving the two Umbu astonished. They promptly departed to relay this information back to Konoha, as this matter implicated the leadership of another village, necessitating consultation with the third Hokage. As for why they could not bring Shaman back to Konoha, that would be unwise, considering the myriad of ninjutsu within the ninja world. What if Shaman possessed some hidden tracking device, or if Sunagakure had a certain space-time ninjutsu? One must remember that in the future, the fourth Raikage secretary, a woman named Mabui, would possess the ability to teleport any object to any location. Given such peculiar ninjutsu exists, it is entirely plausible that there are abilities capable of transporting living beings as well. Bringing Shaman back to Konoha would simply broadcast to others that the second Kazekage had been kidnapped by Konoha. Chapter 23. Completing the mission and returning safely to the village as the distance between the Land of Rivers and Konoha was considerable. Tsunade and Starry Night had to wait for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, They received information indicating that Shaman was to be brought back to Konoha alive. Upon reading the handwritten scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Starry Night immediately deduced his intent. It seems our third Hokage wishes to acquire the intelligence and information contained within Shaman's mind. Indeed, one possesses great audacity in their youth. After perusing the information, he felt no surprise. While there was a slight risk in bringing Shaman back to Konoha, it paled in comparison to the value of the information in his mind. Had it been the elderly third Hokage presiding over Konoha, Starry Night was confident he would have ordered the immediate release of Shaman. After all, in those days, he preferred the adage that inaction would not lead to error. Subsequently, the two set off towards Konoha with Shaman in tow, the journey proceeding rather smoothly. Given the involvement of another village's leader, numerous Umbu were dispatched along the way for protection. While it remained uncertain who would protect whom in a real crisis, they were indeed adept at handling bandits and robbers. With the end of the Great Ninja War still fresh in memory, both bandits and robbers were prevalent, as even in times of peace, such elements persisted. Now more than ever. Before long, Tsunade and Starry Night safely returned to Konoha, where the gatekeepers were not the usual guards. So Starry Night had no intention of making their acquaintance. The two proceeded directly to the Hokage building, where the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaited them. Starry Night unceremoniously dropped the bound and unconscious Shaman, wrapped in white cloth, onto the ground before the third Hokage. Upon seeing the motionless figure, Hiruzen initially feared Shaman was dead and hurried to inspect him. "Old man, he is still alive, do not panic." At that moment, Shaman had his chakra sealed and was bound hand and foot, rendering him incapable of movement. After confirming that Shaman was indeed alive, Hiruzen shot a glare at his student, whom he affectionately called Old Man. "Now, explain to me what transpired in Sunagakure." The Umbu only provided me with a general overview. He resumed his seat in the Hokage's office chair, a pipe in hand, as the third Hokage had entered middle age, unable to break the habit of smoking. Thereafter, Starry Night and Tsunade took turns recounting the entirety of their mission. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen learned that the two had been discovered by the overworked second Kazekage for sneaking into the archives, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was essential to recognize that the task he had initially assigned was merely to investigate the foundational intelligence of Sunagakure along with some information on ninjas. The archives represented one of the most critical locations, second only to the Hokage's office. Yet, they had brazenly trespassed, tearing apart numerous documents in the process. They had even wandered around Sunagakure, ultimately abducting the second Kazekage. After Shingya finished speaking, he placed the Jonin materials he had obtained in the archives before the second Kazekage. But at that moment, he felt that this information had lost much of its significance, considering they had already captured a Sand Village leader. "Well, it seems we have exceeded our mission objectives. Look at this reward." Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched at his remark. Then he said, "All right, here is the Book of Seals. You both may choose a jutsu." Suddenly, a large scroll appeared on the table, and Shingya was taken aback. After all, he had never encountered the Book of Seals before. Most of his jutsu had been taught to him by Uzumaki Mito, and aside from the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he had learned quite a number of other jutsu. Upon opening the Book of Seals, he was greeted with a plethora of A-rank jutsu, a significant contribution from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. After perusing most of the jutsu, he pointed to one and said, "I'll take this one." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Are you sure? The Flying Thunder God technique is not easy to learn. It requires a certain aptitude for space-time ninjutsu." Shingya nodded affirmatively, for he believed that whether he could master it was inconsequential. Looking impressive was a lifelong endeavor. Moreover, once he acquired the second and third volumes of the lightning-released chakra mode from Kumogakure, combined with the Flying Thunder God, who could possibly rival him in the vast ninja world? Seeing Shingya's confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and soon Tsunade made her selection as well. She turned to Shingya and said, "If you can't learn it, don't worry, I'll ask Grandpa to teach you. After all, he created this technique." Observing their affectionate interaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and promptly ushered them out. Once outside, the two planned to seek out Jiraiya and Orochimaru to see what they were up to. It is worth noting that Orochimaru was often seen learning from the forbidden jutsu master, Senju Tobirama, which was indeed a powerful alliance. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued his usual antics of peeking into the women's bathhouse, all the while working on his risque novels. As Shingya and Tsunade strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, they were both struck by an improbable sight, Jiraiya in an izakaya. And even more astonishingly, he was seated across from a young man who appeared to be of similar age. The two were engaged in lively conversation, with the stranger occasionally breaking into laughter. Is that Jiraiya? Has he actually made a friend? And they seem to be getting along so well. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, as if to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. It was no surprise, however, for Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha was infamous, though only among the women's bathhouse patrons and the ninja community. His notoriety stemmed primarily from his lecherous behavior and voyeurism, which did not lend itself to forming friendships. Consequently, he was left with only a handful of friends, including Shingya. Intrigued by this rare occurrence, Shingya and Tsunade decided to investigate further. As they approached, Jiraiya noticed them. Shingya, Tsunade, you've returned from your mission? Come, let me introduce you to my new friend. Upon being spotted, they did not hesitate to join him. Jiraiya draped an arm around Shingya's shoulders, proudly declaring, "This is my buddy whom I met while, gathering material for a story. We were about to come to blows, but once he learned I was gathering material for my novels, he got really excited." Jiraiya rambled on enthusiastically, while Tsunade and Shingya could only twitch their mouths in exasperation. They gathered that the two were kindred spirits, and the stranger had become Jiraiya's protege. Shingya glanced at the stranger, deeming him an inconsequential character, as he could not recall ever having seen him before. Having discerned enough, Tsunade was eager to leave. Having one Jiraiya was already embarrassing enough, and now there was another? She could not bear to stay any longer. Thus, they concocted an excuse and slipped away. Initially, they had intended to find Orochimaru, but upon learning that he was sequestered in isolation for his mysterious research, they decided against disturbing him. As they enjoyed the evening breeze, Shingya and Tsunade returned to the Senju ancestral home. Upon entering, they found Uzumaki Mito in the midst of her training. Since consuming the longevity elixir that promised an additional 100 years of life, she had resumed her diligent practice, knowing that she now had someone to protect. Furthermore, she was aware that she would continue to walk alongside him, thus she could not allow herself to stagnate. Shingya and Tsunade chose not to interrupt her, instead heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Of course, it was primarily Shingya who did the cooking, while Tsunade assisted. Tsunade gazed expectantly at the audience, shyly saying, "Dear audience, the mission has concluded. Shall we go on a date?" Chapter 24, Teacher Shingya. In the 30th year of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, Shingya surveyed the rowdy children before him, feeling utterly helpless. Indeed, he was currently grappling with the challenges of being a teacher, and the reason for his predicament stemmed from the machinations of the third Hokage and Shinsuke, though there was a hint of personal ambition in his decision. As the classroom grew increasingly boisterous, Shingya could no longer contain his frustration. "Silence! You are the worst first-grade class I have ever encountered." His authoritative shout effectively silenced the previously rowdy children. However, the stillness was short-lived, as a voice shattered the solemn atmosphere. "Teacher Shingya, you only just started teaching a few days ago, and we're your only class." A boy with deep yellow hair boldly called out, challenging the teacher's authority. Shingya looked at the boy's naive expression, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. However, a teacher's authority, nay, dignity, must not be compromised. Addressing the innocent child, he declared, "Shinsuke, for contradicting your teacher in class, you will stand for 5 minutes." Observing the boy's crestfallen expression as he stood up, Shingya nodded, considering him his little nephew. A light punishment would suffice. It was essential to establish a stern demeanor as a newly appointed teacher to maintain order among the rowdy students. After a sweeping glance around the room, he recognized several familiar faces, not from prior encounters, but rather from having seen them grown in the Hokage series. Although there were some discrepancies, he could still identify them with some effort. Remember, being able to enter the Ninja Academy early does not guarantee graduation. I will now call the roll. When your name is called, please respond to your teacher. Under the starry night, Shingya opened the attendance sheet placed on the podium, gazing at the familiar and unfamiliar names inscribed upon it, and began to call the roll. Hinata Hizashi, Hinata Hayashi. The two brothers of the Hinata clan, Hizashi and Hayashi, though blood relatives, faced the unfortunate circumstance that the younger brother, Hayashi, could only be a branch family member. At this moment, the two siblings were already 10 years old, having spent 4 years studying at the Ninja Academy. In this peaceful era, the notion of early graduation was non-existent. Moreover, the brothers' talents were rather modest. necessitating that they remain until the age of 12 to graduate properly. Shingya observed the two individuals below, both possessing the Byakugan, which made them easily distinguishable. Upon confirming their presence, he nodded and continued with the next name. Uchiha Mikoto. Shingya watched as a slightly nervous small figure gradually stood up. She had grown into a remarkably cute girl, clearly a beauty in the making. At this point, she was already 9 years old, characterized by her gentle, kind, and considerate nature, indicative of a future devoted wife. The reason he was present in this place was indeed because of this little one. Task 1. Cultivate Uchiha Mikoto's affection towards the host to reach 80. Progress, 4100. Glancing at the task panel, Shingya shook his head in resignation. Although there was a task at hand, he hadn't stooped so low as to harbor any such interest towards a child. Compared to children, he preferred mature and captivating women. This system truly sought to confine him with supreme power, he thought to himself, realizing he would have to nurture her feelings. Just as Shingya was lost in thought, Uchiha Mikoto assumed the teacher had not noticed her and raised her small hand. "Teacher, I am here." Her voice snapped Shingya back to reality, prompting him to nod and continue the roll call. "Shingshu." He glanced at the blonde-haired boy still standing in punishment. Here, teacher. May I sit down now?" After nodding in acknowledgement, he allowed the boy to interpret the meaning for himself. However, upon seeing Shingya nod, Shingshu was left in a dilemma, unsure whether to sit or remain standing, ultimately deciding to continue standing. He dared not defy his brother-in-law's words. If his brother-in-law were to strike him, even his sister would not come to his aid. "All right, sit down." Observing the boy's demeanor, Shingya decided not to prolong his punishment. Speaking of the blonde-haired boy, he suddenly recalled a frequently pretentious individual. Scanning the classroom, he spotted another blonde figure in an inconspicuous spot at the back by the window. Namikaze Minato. Just as he called out the name, the boy by the window instantly stood up. Here. At that moment, Minato was precisely 6 years old. Having just begun his journey at the Ninja Academy, Shingya regarded the passionate and fervent boy, nodding in approval. Indeed, he was a promising talent. "Excellent, very spirited. I have high hopes for you. Please sit down." Receiving the teacher's acknowledgement, Minato felt a surge of motivation. After calling out a dozen names, the class commenced. Most of the students in this class were from prominent clans. Apart from the Uchiha and Hinata clans, there were also members from the Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, and a Kimichi clan, making up a significant portion of the future elite. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Shingya, your practical instructor. Shortly, we shall head outside, and I wish to assess your foundational skills." Having succinctly introduced himself, he led the group of young children to an open area. Observing their excited expressions, Shingya reminisced about his own early graduation at just 6 years old, shortly before the onset of the First Shinobi World War, and felt a deep sense of gratitude that these children could grow up in such peaceful times. "All right, boys with boys, girls with girls, form pairs and begin sparring. I will supervise." Upon issuing the command, everyone eagerly sought out their friends to form teams and commence their practice. The education at the Ninja Academy now differed greatly from the wartime period. The quality of teaching had significantly improved, with at least all instructors being Chunin. Of course, with an elite like him now teaching at the academy, the overall standard had greatly elevated. As Shingya observed the future blossoms of Konoha, he occasionally offered guidance. The overall skill level was markedly higher than before. Most could perform 1 or 2 basic techniques, and the slightly older Hinata brothers had even begun to grasp a bit of gentle fist. When he reached Uchiha Mikoto, he found her engaged in a basic kunai close combat practice with another girl. Although Mikoto possessed the Uchiha bloodline, her talent was rather average, and she had yet to awaken her Sharingan. However, this was to be expected. After all, she was merely 9 years old, and even the prodigy Uchiha Itachi had awakened his eyes at the age of 8. After providing her with some brief pointers, he moved on to the pair of Minato and his partner. Although they were also practicing basic kunai combat, Minato was consistently dominating his opponent, showcasing remarkable reflexes. Observing this, Shingya contemplated whether he should teach him the Flying Thunder God technique in advance, curious if it would enhance Minato's strength. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. Everyone has their own destiny, and it would be unwise to interfere indiscriminately. Furthermore, teaching him the technique now might not be beneficial. It was only under the right circumstances that such knowledge would be most effective. The lesson concluded under Shingya's earnest guidance. Chapter 25. taking on a disciple shortly after the class ended. Just as he stepped out the classroom door, a small figure hurriedly chased after him. "Excuse me, teacher. Please wait." A voice echoed down the corridor. Upon turning, he realized it was Uchiha Mikoto. With a puzzled expression on his face, she continued, Teacher, I want to become stronger. Would you accept me as your disciple?" Hearing her hesitant voice, Shingya recognized her evident nervousness. While nervousness was to be expected, it was rather unusual for the typically gentle and kind Mikoto to seek him out for mentorship, especially as a 9-year-old girl. This felt rather amiss. "I can agree to teach you, but you must honestly disclose your true reason for wanting to be my disciple. Otherwise, I shall never accept you." Upon hearing that she might never be accepted, Mikoto's complexion paled, fear evident in her expression. Shingya understood the situation without needing to think further. It was clear that either her family or members of the Uchiha clan had urged her to approach him. "All right, speak up. I promise not to tell anyone." After a moment of contemplation, she appeared to gather her courage. Meeting Shingya's gaze as she confessed, "It was my father who sent me to approach you, hoping I could become your disciple." Mikoto then disclosed everything, revealing that her father had noticed the Uchiha clan's declining favor within Konoha. Upon learning that he had come to teach at the Ninja Academy, he hoped to establish a connection for his daughter, seeking to alter their circumstances. After listening, Shingya nodded, as it indeed made sense. After all, he was the brother of the Vortex Waterhouse, and to outsiders, he was still a student of the 3rd generation, enjoying a close relationship with the princess of Konoha. Moreover, even if he could not alter the situation of the Uchiha clan, as long as there was a connection between Mei-chin and him, the little girl would be much safer. After a brief contemplation, Shingya made his decision. "Very well. You shall be my disciple from now on. I will ensure you grow stronger." Taking her as a pupil was merely a means to strengthen her. Otherwise, the Uchiha bloodline would be squandered. If her accomplishments in life amounted to merely becoming a jonin, it would be a waste. And he aimed to cultivate her into a powerhouse at the level of a Kage. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mei-chin, Shingya continued on his way home. However, he was soon called to a halt by someone. He looked at the small blonde-haired boy in front of him, uncertain of the boy's intentions. "Teacher, please accept me as your disciple. I know you are incredibly strong." The boy gazed at him with sincere enthusiasm. Shingya's lips twitched. He thought, "What kind of day is it today, with everyone wanting to become my disciple?" Observing the boy's earnest demeanor, he surmised that unlike Mei-chin, this lad genuinely wished to be his apprentice. After a moment of thought, Shingya replied, "Let's not go that far. However, I can teach you. Rest assured, I am not brushing you off." Upon seeing the disappointment on the boy's face, he felt compelled to add, "Although I want to formally take you as a disciple, I will teach you earnestly." Upon hearing this, the boy's face lit up with joy, akin to that of a sunflower. All right. No need for such excitement here. I will find time to teach you in the future." With that, he hurried away, fearing that the boy might cling to him and demand immediate instruction in ninjutsu. This time, devoid of any further interruptions, he successfully returned home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Tsunade, who was seated with her legs crossed, engrossed in a book. Shingya approached, initially wishing to embrace her warmly, but his intentions were thwarted. He chuckled and shook his head at the sight. After finishing dinner, everyone retired for the night. Chapter 26. The Great Calamity of the Vortex Clan approaches. In the peaceful and serene years that followed, Shingya's life revolved around a simple routine. He either taught the future blossoms of Konoha at the Ninja Academy, or occasionally accompanied Tsunade on missions or leisurely outings. The rest of his time was spent in the Senju ancestral home, keeping the reclusive Vortex Waterhouse company. He discovered that his sister was indeed a quintessential homebody, rarely leaving the Senju estate, rivaling a certain naive, sheltered individual who had been a recluse for millennia. Yet today, this homebody seemed to have emerged from her shell. "Sister Waterhouse, could you repeat that? You wish to go out with me?" Shingya gazed at her in disbelief, questioning whether she had been replaced by someone else. However, no matter how he scrutinized, it was indeed Vortex Waterhouse before him. After all, over the years, he had come to know her so well, right down to the fact that she had no hair. Indeed, Vortex Waterhouse was a remarkably pure and rare white feline. Returning to the matter at hand, Shingya understood that her desire to venture outside was not without reason. He needed to inquire further. Waterhouse glanced at the emblem of the Vortex clan hanging on the wall and slowly spoke. "My clan, the Vortex clan, may be in trouble. If my strength were still on the rise, I might feel somewhat hopeful, but now, I cannot bear to watch my family perish before my eyes. Following her explanation, Shingya grasped the general situation and recalled recent events. It turned out that all the major ninja villages were currently in a stage of development, striving to regain the strength they had lost during the First Shinobi World War. Therefore, the tailed beasts, being the most significant weapons, were inevitably being exploited. Other ninja villages sought to obtain methods to control tailed beasts, similar to Vortex Waterhouse. However, as they attempted to emulate Vortex Waterhouse, they tried to develop Jinchuriki. But due to the inferior sealing techniques of other villages, they met with failure. Ultimately, these ambitious individuals turned their eyes toward the Vortex clan, renowned for their sealing techniques. Recently, several ninja villages had begun to cautiously probe the stance of the Vortex clan and Konoha. After all, on the surface, the Vortex clan and Konoha were generational allies. While these ninja villages coveted the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, they still harbored some trepidation. After listening, Shingya nodded, recalling the general circumstances. It seemed that apart from Konoha, the other 4 major ninja villages were preparing to partake in the division of the Vortex clan. However, this should not be termed a war. It was more of a one-sided affair against the Vortex clan, as even Konoha might struggle to withstand the combined assault of the other 4 villages. Moreover, Konoha appeared to have remained indifferent, offering no assistance to the Vortex clan in resisting the encroaching threat. Although betraying a long-standing ally was disgraceful, such was the nature of the power plays between countries and villages. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. When one's life is threatened, how many would willingly sacrifice themselves for friendship? Very well, Sister Waterhouse, I shall accompany you. Without much deliberation, Shingya readily agreed, unwilling to lose his life for friendship. But for the sake of adventure, he was all in. To die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. Furthermore, this encounter did not present an unavoidable demise. He had already devised a plan to navigate the situation. However, the woman before him remained unaware of the unscrupulous thoughts swirling in his mind. Vortex Waterhouse stared blankly at him, initially believing that he would not agree to accompany her, especially since this journey could potentially lead to peril. The prospect of facing a united front from the other 4 major ninja villages loomed large. Tears began to well in her eyes, and she wiped them furiously, her voice trembling as she said, "No, I regret it. You cannot come with me. I can go alone. Please don't go." In that moment, she regretted wanting him to accompany her to such a dangerous place. She did not want the man she loved to be harmed. Upon witnessing her tears cascading uncontrollably, Shingya felt utterly at a loss. He was particularly inept at dealing with women who cried. All right, Sister Waterhouse, there won't be any danger this time. I have a plan." Upon hearing this, her tears gradually subsided, though she still wore a heart-wrenching expression. To prevent her from crying once more, Shingya continued, "Have you consulted the 3rd Hokage?" At the mention of the 3rd Hokage, Vortex Waterhouse's expression darkened, and she began to voice her grievances, vehemently criticizing both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. It turned out that after receiving information regarding the Vortex clan, she had approached the 3rd Hokage, initially indecisive. He had been swayed by Danzo's instigations, leading him to waver. After all, aiding the Vortex clan offered little benefit to Konoha and could potentially plunge the revitalized village back into turmoil. Jicun Tuanzong adeptly grasped this point, while the 3rd Hokage ultimately chose to remain an observer. This, however, was not the most infuriating aspect. Subsequently, I approached that young Senju Tobirama, who displayed a modicum of humanity. Upon hearing of the plight of the Uzumaki clan, he sought out those 2 little ones. Yet, once again, that little monkey feigned ignorance. Uzumaki Mito grew increasingly agitated, her crimson hair dancing wildly in the air. It was the first time Shingya witnessed her in such a state. I understand. Do not be angry. Given the circumstances, we need not deliberate excessively. Let us simply adhere to my plan." To calm her, Shingya merely needed to stroke her hair. With a flushed face, Uzumaki Mito gradually returned to her usual demeanor, resembling a contented kitten. "What solution do you propose? This time, we must confront the 4 great ninja villages. Even with both of us combined, we would be outmatched." Shingya, observing Mito's singular focus on conflict, chuckled softly and shook his head, suddenly realizing that these individuals had developed extraordinary martial prowess, yet their intellect and social acumen were rather mediocre. The world of martial arts encompasses more than mere violence. It involves understanding human relationships as well. Why must we engage them in battle? Whatever the 4 great ninja villages desire, let us simply provide it for them. Upon hearing this, Mito's small mind momentarily short-circuited, unable to comprehend. The room fell silent as though the two conversing had just departed. After a few minutes of contemplation, Mito's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Shingya, you are correct. We shall not clash with the 4 great ninja villages. We will grant them whatever they seek. Shingya nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this strategy, while somewhat advantageous to the enemy, was nonetheless pragmatic. Chapter 27, Departure. Journey to the Land of Whirlpools. After all, as allies of Konoha, they were essentially handing over the method of ceiling-tailed beasts to other villages. Yet who could blame the 3rd Hokage for his inaction? Ultimately, the outcome would result in the other villages acquiring sealing techniques. It was preferable to exchange them for the lives of the Uzumaki clan, thereby ensuring their utility. Yet, the once exuberant Mito's expression suddenly dimmed. Although this plan was viable, it posed numerous challenges. How could they persuade the Uzumaki clan to relinquish their sealing techniques? Furthermore, what if the other 4 great ninja villages sought to annihilate them? After all, if they were to eliminate the entire Uzumaki clan, they could still obtain the sealing techniques. Shingya acknowledged the complexity of the situation but also deemed it not entirely insurmountable. He had already formulated some ideas. Let us not dwell on the difficulties for now. We should proceed to the Land of Whirlpools. After reassuring Uzumaki Mito, the two clasped hands and prepared to depart from Konoha, heading toward the Land of Whirlpools. They left a note for Tsunade and stealthily slipped away, unbeknownst to anyone, including Tsunade, and they had no intention of informing her. After all, this was essentially a family matter concerning the Uzumaki clan, and involving her as a princess of the Senju clan would be inappropriate. Upon leaving Konoha, they traveled steadily, occasionally pausing to rest. Noticing a hint of worry on Shingya's face, Mito mistakenly assumed he was anxious about their upcoming challenges. After all, facing the 4 great ninja villages was a daunting prospect for anyone. She comforted him, saying, "It's all right, don't feel too pressured. If it becomes impossible, we can always leave. After all, I barely know anyone left in the Uzumaki clan. Compared to them, I care far more about you." Her words rang true. Although sharing the Uzumaki surname, most of Mito's friends and family from her era had passed away. Those she might still recognize were now in their 40s or 50s. With little time left to live, she simply could not bear the thought of her kin being slaughtered without taking action herself. She felt compelled to do her utmost. However, should Shingya find himself in danger because of this matter, she would gladly forsake the Uzumaki clan, for Shingya was now her closest family. She could never abandon her loved ones for those she did not know, so she resolved to do her best. With this realization, Mito ceased to be anxious and faced the impending events with newfound composure. This shift in mindset even led to a significant increase in her gradually developing strength, bringing her closer to the level of a Kage. Meanwhile, Shingya remained oblivious to her transformation and the growth in her power. He sighed, expressing, "I am not worried about what lies ahead. I am more concerned about how to explain this to Tsunade upon our return. Having concealed such a significant matter from her, I fear she will be furious with me." He had not forgotten that Tsunade was still the fierce and proud princess of the Land of Fire. When all was calm, she was sweet and compliant, but if he made a mistake, she would unleash her true wrath. Concealing such a major undertaking from her would undoubtedly lead her to berate him for not including her and to throw a tantrum. Mito found his predicament amusing and, after pondering, offered a suggestion. "It's fine. When she gets angry, just confront her directly. Interrupt her outburst until she exhausts her energy. Then she won't have the strength to stay mad." Eager for some excitement, she began to share her ingenious ideas. Surprisingly, Shingya found her plan feasible. If Tsunade were to become irate, he would confront her assertively until her fury subsided. Thus, the two engaged in a playful discussion on how to handle Tsunade as they approached the seaside. This location marked the border of the Land of Fire. Crossing this stretch of sea would lead them to the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools was a diminutive island nation, its territory the smallest among all the nations of the ninja world. Moreover, this nation was distinct from others, as its feudal lord and the ninja village were one and the same. The Uzumaki clan dominated this land, with a significant portion of its populace belonging to their lineage. Though there were a few outsiders, albeit negligible in number, Shingya and Uzumaki Mito purchased a small boat in a nearby coastal town, embarking on their journey to conquer the seas, with Shingya aspiring to become the king of pirates. Yet, amidst this fervor, their journey began on an unfortunate note. Why is it that no one is willing to ferry us to the land of whirlpools? What are all these whirlpools doing in the sea? He gazed at the abyss like whirlpools not far from the shoreline, swallowing hard. These whirlpools seemed akin to B-rank ninjutsu. Falling into one would feel as though being assaulted continuously by B-rank techniques. It was no wonder that the previous group preferred to sell their boat rather than venture to the land of whirlpools. The waters surrounding the land of whirlpools were notorious for such phenomena. He recalled hearing from elders in his youth that this was a deliberately chosen secluded spot, intended to prevent outside interference. Uzumaki Mito wore a reminiscent expression, while Shingya, who was rowing, shook his head at her recollection. He felt such isolation was a form of stagnation. Possessing such formidable sealing techniques and physical prowess, it seemed a waste not to establish their own sect, squandering the legacy of their ancestor, Ashura. The current situation threatens the very existence of their clan, and yet they must rely on him for salvation. No, this time, if he rescues these individuals, they must serve him. The nearby Uzumaki Mizuho, upon hearing his words, was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Indeed, should they be saved, I shall ensure that the entire Uzumaki clan answers to you. Now entirely composed, she recognized that the plight of the Uzumaki clan stemmed from their own inadequacies and weaknesses. Furthermore, possessing such a precious sealing technique, they had become targets. If they could indeed be rescued, she intended to revitalize the Uzumaki clan for the benefit of the Starry Night. As night fell, the two drifted upon the ocean, with Starry Night occasionally adjusting their course, gradually steering the vessel towards the land of Whirlpool. Once the direction was set, he hurried back to the small cabin on the ship. Shortly thereafter, the boat began to sway, accompanied by faint sounds emerging from it. Uzumaki Mizuho, with tearful eyes, implored, I beseech you, esteemed readers, to add this tale to your shelves and aid me in rescuing the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 28. The prosperous Whirlpool village at dawn the following day. Starry Night and Uzumaki Mizuho set foot on the island of the land of Whirlpool. After selecting a direction, they pressed forward swiftly. According to Mizuho's recollection, the capital of the land of Whirlpool and Whirlpool village were indeed one and the same. Governed by the Uzumaki clan, these two entities, which would typically be administered separately in other nations, were unified in this extraordinary realm. Starry Night wholeheartedly endorsed this system. After all, the efficiency of a singular command surpasses that of fragmented governance. Had the Fire Nation's daimyo and Hokage been unified under one leader, perhaps during the First Shinobi World War, the resource-rich Fire Nation could have overwhelmed the Cloud Village. In terms of resources and strength, the Lightning Nation and Cloud Village paled in comparison to the Fire Nation and Konoha. Yet, this world clings to such entrenched ideologies, given the modest size of the country. It wasn't long before Starry Night's contemplation brought them to the capital of the land of Whirlpool, Whirlpool Village. They chose not to sneak in, as they were there to assist, uncertain of the locals' gratitude, but mindful that this was Mizuho's homeland, making such stealth inappropriate. As they approached the gates of Whirlpool Village, the two guards of the Uzumaki clan were momentarily stunned by Mizuho's appearance. Mizuho, noticing their lack of decorum, was displeased by the way they stared at her. Aside from Starry Night, and immediately unleashed a trace of her super shadow level chakra. A tremendous pressure descended upon the two guards, whose ninja rank was uncertain. Fortunately, Mizuho had only emitted a small fraction of her aura, otherwise, they might have fainted on the spot. However, this display of chakra drew the attention of several upper-level ninjas within Whirlpool Village. Starry Night observed silently, intrigued to discover how many upper-level ninjas, or even shadow-level figures, the Uzumaki clan possessed, given their renowned sealing techniques and formidable lineage. Soon, approximately 6 upper-level ninjas arrived at the entrance, all refraining from engaging the unknown woman releasing chakra at their doorstep. On one hand, they recognized her red hair, a mark of the Uzumaki clan. On the other, they doubted their ability to overpower her. Starry Night was somewhat astonished at the presence of 6 upper-level ninjas from a single clan, a notably high ratio. To his knowledge, Konoha had around 20 upper-level ninjas, though the precise number of upper-level ninjas within the Umbu remained unclear. It was unlikely to be substantial, perhaps just a few. Thus, Konoha's upper-level ninja count was likely capped at around 30. Despite the losses sustained during the First Shinobi World War, they had replenished their ranks over the past 12 years. Yet, the Uzumaki clan boasted 6 upper-level ninjas, surpassing any single clan in Konoha. Even the Senju and Uchiha clans, having suffered losses during the war, had not retained 6 upper-level ninjas. After a few more minutes, an elderly man with a full head of white hair approached. His strength had not reached the shadow level, but was that of an elite upper-level ninja. In his youth, he likely possessed shadow-level power, but age had diminished his capabilities. Upon seeing the elderly man, all the upper-level ninjas parted to create a path, clearly acknowledging him as the village elder and the daimyo of the land of Whirlpool. The elder glanced at Uzumaki+Mizuho, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before quickly vanishing. He beamed. "Haha, I did not expect to see Lady Mizuho herself. And at nearly 60, you still appear as youthful as a woman in her 30s. The elder's words dripped with flattery, for by lineage, he was actually her junior. And in terms of strength, that was even more evident. He had sensed the chakra emanating from her, far surpassing that of a shadow-level ninja, an undeniable indication of super shadow power. The surrounding upper-level ninjas were taken aback upon hearing the name Uzumaki+Mizuho, a name they had grown up with. The princess of the Uzumaki clan, the representative of the friendship alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki, stood before them. None expected her to look so youthful. However, while the elder basked in flattery, Mizuho's expression soured. After all, this old man had just revealed her age. For years, she had endeavored to avoid mentioning her age or birthday, not wishing for Starry Night to unconsciously perceive her as an older woman. Even after acquiring the longevity elixir, she had come to terms with it somewhat. Yet the stark difference in age from her beloved still troubled her immensely. Now, this old fool had brazenly disclosed her age in front of Starry Night. Concerned, Mizuho cast a glance at Starry Night, relieved to see no hint of disdain on his face. She then shot a fierce glare at the elder and, through gritted teeth, warned, "Old man, mention my age again, and before the other 4 great ninja villages arrive, I shall be the one to extinguish you." Momentarily startled, the elder quickly regained his composure. A glint of realization crossed his eyes as he noticed Starry Night's presence and recalled Mizuho's worried glance. Everything clicked into place. He had not anticipated their relationship. "Ha, my apologies, my apologies. This is not the place for such discussions. Lady Mizuho, please follow me." The elder led Starry Night and Uzumaki+Mizuho into Whirlpool Village. Despite its modest size, the village thrived, with the Uzumaki clan civilians and ninjas coexisting harmoniously. In fact, their interactions appeared more amicable than those between Konoha's residents and its ninjas, evident in the friendly tone the civilians used when conversing with the shinobi. This was entirely reasonable, given that most inhabitants were members of the Uzumaki clan, with only a select few possessing the aptitude to become ninjas. In this realm, there exists an absence of ninja talent and qualifications among the common folk. The elder guided Shingya and Uzumaki Mito to a towering 3-story edifice, evidently the political nucleus of the land of whirlpools and its village. "Lord Mito and this esteemed guest, please take a seat. Our predicament is dire, and I regret that we cannot offer you a proper welcome," the elder stated. The two, however, did not stand on ceremony. After settling down, Uzumaki Mito spoke directly. "You are likely aware that the remaining 4 major ninja villages are probing the Uzumaki clan, as well as testing the stance of Konoha. Regrettably, Konoha has chosen to remain passive." As she finished her statement, the surrounding Uzumaki shinobi erupted into a fervent dispute, each filled with righteous indignation. Mito disregarded their uproar and continued, "Thus, you will soon face an assault from the 4 ninja villages. Their attack is motivated by their desire for the sealing techniques. I advise you to relinquish what they seek without delay." Following her words, she fell silent, evidently allowing the elder time to contemplate. Yet, before the elder could begin his thoughts, several jonin around them had already begun to voice their dissent, expressing willingness to perish alongside the 4 ninja villages. Shingya observed the scene, noting that while these jonin were impulsive, they were nonetheless commendable as ninjas, citizens, and soldiers. They need not ponder excessively. Their duty was to confront any incoming adversaries, embodying the essence of a soldier. The complexities of decision-making rested with the leaders. He regarded the elder, pondering how this decision-maker would choose to act. After an indeterminate period, the jonin began to regain their composure, and the elder appeared to have reached a resolution. "Lord Mito, I have decided to surrender the sealing techniques, but I implore you for a favor. The elder stood and bowed deeply. I beseech you to escort the Chunin, Jinin, and the children to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Shingya felt unsurprised. Taking the fire seeds with them was indeed a secondary precaution. If they obtained the sealing techniques, perhaps they would spare the Uzumaki clan. However, should the other 4 ninja villages acquire the techniques and persist in their intent to eradicate the Uzumaki, at least it would allow Mito to carry forth the hope of her clan. Furthermore, upon arrival at Konoha, the 3rd Hokage would likely not refuse these Chunin and Jinin, along with some of the Uzumaki children. In fact, he would be quite pleased, as it would bolster the mid-tier combat strength and provide an additional bloodline clan. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan would lack jonin, thus offering no deterrent. Mito nodded without hesitation. Elder, I shall accompany Mito to deliver the sealing techniques to the 4 ninja villages. This will serve to intimidate them and buy us time. You can then arrange for those heading to Konoha, and we shall depart upon our return. Shingya stood, taking Mito's hand as they made their way outside. Observing this, the elder and the jonin averted their gazes, some counting fingers and others staring at the floor. Once the two had fully exited, a collective sigh of relief permeated the room. One of the previously vociferous jonin stepped forward, questioning, Elder, must we truly proceed with this course of action? The elder, seated, shook his head in resignation. We possess no right to choose. We are merely subject to the whims of fate. Arrange for those going to Konoha and inform all citizens of the truth. Force them to flee to other nations for survival. Upon hearing this, the jonin departed in despair, realizing their only hope lay in facilitating the evacuation of their kin. Meanwhile, Mito and Shingya hastily departed the land of whirlpools after securing the sealing techniques. In this uncertain moment, nobody knew when the 4 ninja villages would choose to strike at the Uzumaki clan. The two could only strive to divert their attention, granting the ordinary citizens of the land of whirlpools more time to escape. On the vast ocean, Mito gazed at the map and inquired, Shingya, which ninja village shall we visit first? The nearest options are Kumogakure and Kirigakure. After contemplating the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Shingya responded with a smile. Let us proceed to Kumogakure. We shall surprise these bandits. He had already devised a plan to astonish the 3rd Raikage, intending to assume the role of an antagonist this time. With the aid of water release techniques, they traversed the distance in 3 days and 2 nights, finally reaching the borders of the land of lightning. Upon arrival, the towering peaks greeted them, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. It seemed that aside from the land of fire, the geography of other regions was far from favorable. The abundance of mountains posed significant challenges for development. Shaking his head, Shingya led Mito towards Kumogakure, anticipating negotiations with the various ninja villages. They had previously acquired a map delineating the locations of the 4 major ninja villages during their time in Konoha. After nearly a day's journey, they finally arrived at the ninja village nestled amidst the mountains. Mito, please wait here for a moment. I will leave a flying thunder god mark on you. When you fully transform into a tailed beast outside the village, I will use the flying thunder god to transport you inside Kumogakure. There is no need to take lives. We shall merely wreak havoc upon their structures. His reluctance to kill stemmed not only from the lack of necessity, but also from his desire to avoid unnecessary sins for both himself and Mito. Furthermore, excessive bloodshed would provoke Kumogakure into desperate retaliation. As he spoke, Shingya produced a mask he had meticulously designed and commissioned. It resembled the fearsome mask seen in the operas of the Dragon Kingdom, a reflection of the lessons learned from his previous escapade in Sunagakure without proper disguise. Upon seeing the mask, Mito shivered. Shingya, why don such a terrifying mask? Concern crept into her voice, for it was evident from the situation that he intended to engage in mischief. Once the mask was secured, Shingya approached Mito and inscribed the flying thunder god mark upon her hand, reassuring her, do not worry, I merely seek to retrieve some items. It would be unwise to deliver the sealing techniques without acquiring something of value in return. With that, he stealthily made his way toward Kumogakure, waiting for Mito to fully transform into a tailed beast after his entry. Since she had reached the level of a super shadow, her ability to completely transform into a tailed beast, relying on her Uzumaki lineage and sealing techniques, had become second nature. Shingya remained untroubled by her safety. Before long, Shingya deftly infiltrated Kumogakure. These village barriers appeared to him as elementary challenges. After all, the 4 major ninja villages had yet to obtain the Uzumaki clan's core sealing techniques, rendering their defenses feeble. Shortly after entering Kumogakure, a brilliant conflagration erupted outside, leading the uninformed to believe dawn had arrived. However, Shingya recognized it as Mito commencing her transformation into a tailed beast, the nine tails being crimson in hue. In a matter of moments, a colossal beast rapidly materialized outside Kumogakure, beginning with a fox-like head, followed by a robust body, and culminating in the emergence of multiple tails. Inside Kumogakure, chaos ensued. What is this? A gigantic demon beast? A considerable number of ninjas had begun to assemble, yet they dared not venture outside to discern the cause of the commotion. Amidst their bewilderment, a man with a lengthy beard and hair resembling a yellow porcupine emerged. This individual was none other than the third Raikage of Kumogakure. What are you afraid of? Look at you all. Do you resemble the men of Kumogakure? Out there is merely the nine tails. He vociferously admonished the panicking ninjas. Despite his nonchalant words, his expression bore an unmistakable gravity. Damn it. Is that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto? What is he doing here? Could it be related to the Uzumaki clan? At that moment, he pondered the implications of Uzumaki Naruto's presence. Yet he found solace in the fact that Naruto was currently outside the village. Otherwise, with such a colossal form, a mere few leaps would likely necessitate the reconstruction of Kumogakure. While anxiety gripped the hearts of all, hidden in the shadows, Hashiryu observed that the ninjas had gathered in sufficient numbers. Thus, he declared, "It is time. Uzumaki Naruto, step forth." Chapter 30. Chaos in Kumogakure. In an inconspicuous location, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated in an instant, and the fully transformed Nine Tails appeared within Kumogakure. The moment the Nine Tails manifested, it began to wreak havoc indiscriminately, its nine tails sweeping away several small peaks. Impossible. It was just outside. Quickly stop it. At the instant of the Nine Tails' arrival, chaos ensued throughout Kumogakure. Seeing his plan unfold flawlessly, Hashiryu chose not to linger and spectate, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He cast a glance and swiftly made his way to the Raikage's office, where he found it deserted, not even a guard in sight. Thus, he boldly entered, locating the Raikage's office and began rummaging through the scrolls documenting ninjutsu. After thoroughly searching the premises, he finally discovered what he sought beneath a section of the floor. Excellent. The second and third volumes of the Lightning Release Chakra mode have finally come into my possession. After glancing at the scrolls in his hand and securing them, he departed the disheveled Raikage's office. He harbored no concerns about the third Raikage discovering his theft of Kumogakure's secret techniques. Even if he did, what could he do? At most, he would be infuriated, but it was inconceivable that he would instigate war against Konoha. Moreover, after witnessing the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails and Uzumaki Naruto, it would be even less likely for him to declare war. Hashiryu surveyed the ravaged landscape of Kumogakure and deemed it sufficient. He activated the Flying Thunder God mark on Uzumaki Naruto. In an instant, a figure appeared atop the fully transformed Nine Tails, which was not the true entity, but rather a manifestation created by Uzumaki Naruto drawing out the tailed beast chakra. Naruto resided within the chakra form of the Nine Tails. As Hashiryu appeared, both Uzumaki Naruto and the villagers of Kumogakure froze. Naruto understood that the time had come to conclude the chaos, while the villagers were simply paralyzed by fear. The sight of someone daring to stand atop the chakra Nine Tails was intimidating enough. Would they dare to act? They did not dare. Disregarding the villagers, Hashiryu addressed Uzumaki Naruto, saying, "Sister Naruto, it is enough. The people of Kumogakure must now realize that attacking the Uzumaki clan is a grievous mistake. Cease your actions." His voice was not particularly hushed, ensuring that the ninjas of Kumogakure heard his every word. However, Hashiryu was unconcerned, perhaps deliberately so, wishing for the villagers to overhear. After all, not all Kumogakure ninjas were privy to their leader's decision to assault the Uzumaki clan. Upon Hashiryu's words, Naruto gradually withdrew from her fully transformed Nine-Tailed state, standing alongside him. Witnessing Naruto's return to her normal form, the third Raikage felt a stirring within, yet the thought dissipated almost instantly. A thin sheen of sweat beaded on his forehead as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the red-haired woman, an energy surpassing that of a Kage. Indeed, Hashiryu, wary of the Kumogakure ninja's potentially impractical thoughts, had allowed Naruto to emanate an aura of unparalleled strength after she exited the Nine Tails mode. Hashiryu scanned his surroundings and declared, We have come here primarily in response to Kumogakure's preparations to attack the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, the third Raikage instinctively felt that a great conflict was imminent. Yet, Hashioru's next statement left him momentarily bewildered. We did not come here to engage in a feudal battle with you. Moreover, we have only destroyed buildings and taken no lives. We are aware that your attack on the Uzumaki clan was motivated by a desire to seize their sealing techniques. As he spoke, he produced a sealing scroll. Here, I present to you the sealing techniques and information of the Uzumaki clan. I hope that the people of Kumogakure can exhibit a modicum of mercy and spare the Uzumaki clan. With that, Hashioru tossed the scroll containing the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques towards the Raikage. The third Raikage, though still skeptical, caught the scroll and began to examine the authenticity of its contents. Hashioru remained patient, awaiting their assessment. In truth, his extensive dialogue was driven by ulterior motives. His genuine hope for mercy was not solely directed at the third Raikage, but aimed at the mid- and lower-ranking ninjas of Kumogakure. Most instigators of war refrain from informing the lower ranks of the true intentions behind the conflict, instead portraying themselves as the righteous side. This manipulation leads the lower ranks to believe that the invasion is justified and that those they are ordered to kill are evil, thus awakening an unprecedented power within them, as they convince themselves of their righteousness. This was why Hashioru expended great effort in articulating his thoughts. He wished for the lower-ranking ninjas of Kumogakure to recognize that the impending war against the Uzumaki clan was wicked, born out of a desire for plunder. Consequently, these lower-ranking ninjas might begin to question their superiors, perhaps even resisting orders in defense of their own sense of justice. Furthermore, even if Kumogakure were to press on with the war, would those who had learned the truth be able to kill members of the Uzumaki clan with the same fervor? As the third Raikage examined the sealing techniques, whispers began to circulate among the ninjas. Observing that the Raikage had nearly concluded his inspection, Hashioru remarked, "The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan have been delivered. I hope that you will not trouble them further. For this individual beside me has the capacity to become quite irate. It would not be pleasant for you if she were to periodically return to flatten a few mountains." With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, departing Kumogakure alongside Uzumaki Naruto, leaving no one able to impede their exit. As the third Raikage witnessed their sudden disappearance, he could now ascertain that they possessed space-time ninjutsu, which explained why the Ninetales had appeared within the village when it had been outside moments before. Assess the situation and ascertain whether there are any casualties. Helpless, he could only begin to tidy up the aftermath. As for revenge, continuing the assault on the Uzumaki clan? Forget it. If they truly went ahead, these two formidable beings would inevitably pay a visit to their hidden cloud village, rendering it utterly desolate. At this moment, Shingya and Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga had already appeared outside the hidden cloud village, having achieved the remarkable ability to come and go as they pleased. Finally, the matters at the hidden cloud village were settled. They decided to head towards the hidden mist village. Shingya grasped Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga's hand and set off in the direction of the land of water. This time, the two were not particularly anxious. For after such a commotion at Hidden Cloud Village, it was only a matter of time before the other ninja villages became aware of it. Knowing the strength of Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga, these ninja villages would have to reconsider their capacity to confront him. Thus, the two sailed leisurely across the ocean, spending their days gazing at the sea and their nights engaging in playful banter. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with young Nagato. Days later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the hidden mist village. Just as they were preparing to cause a ruckus, they stumbled upon something peculiar. What did this mean? Surrender? Shingya observed the two guardian statues at the entrance of the hidden mist village, each holding a placard that stated there were no intentions to attack the Uzumaki clan, inviting them to enter and visit, while also suggesting a discussion. What should we do, Shingya? Could it be a trap? Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga glanced at him, uncertain. It should not be. Let us proceed and see what transpires. He shook his head and strode confidently towards the entrance of the hidden mist village. Soon, it appeared that the hidden mist village had genuinely softened its stance, as Shingya and Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga were invited inside and given a tour. After a brief exploration, they arrived at the Mizukage building and were led to the conference hall. Inside sat a long-haired man clad in the robes of the Mizukage. He was the third Mizukage. After a brief exchange, Shingya and Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga understood why the hidden mist village and its Mizukage had yielded. It turned out that the Hidden Cloud village had promptly announced its withdrawal from the proposal to attack the Uzumaki clan during their negotiations. Upon learning this, the Sand and Rock villages, initially vehement in their condemnation, also began to reconsider in light of the Hidden Cloud village's circumstances. We three parties can refrain from attacking the Uzumaki clan, but we require them to relinquish their sealing techniques and dissolve their nation. Upon hearing this, Shingya was not particularly surprised. After all, their initial aim was indeed the sealing techniques. The demand for the dissolution of the Uzumaki nation stemmed from the fact that their physical constitution and sealing techniques were deemed too formidable, inciting concern among the other ninja villages about the potential threat posed by a unified Uzumaki clan. Only a fragmented and weakened Uzumaki clan would be deemed harmless. Otherwise, a collective of such powerful beings would be perilous. Yet, fundamentally, it was the absence of a sufficiently powerful figure within the Uzumaki clan that left the other ninja villages unchallenged. Otherwise, they would never have dared to utter a word. He had previously contemplated having Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga become the one to suppress the other four major ninja villages, but after some reflection, he abandoned the idea. Setting aside the reactions of the other four major ninja villages, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would undoubtedly be the first to oppose it. After all, Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga was bound to the Nine Tails, a creature closely associated with Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally oppose his return to the land of whirlpools along with the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, considering the recent events, including the assault on the Hidden Cloud village, Konoha had chosen not to intervene, which suggested that Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a modicum of conscience, opting to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, their presence with the Nine Tails traversing the ninja world would have rendered such actions impossible. After all, who would allow the unilateral deployment of nuclear weaponry in enemy territory? Thus, the fact that the Uzumaki clan had been salvaged was quite commendable. Without hesitation, Shingya acquiesced to these demands and provided them with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Subsequently, Shingya and Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga decided not to linger any longer in the Hidden Mist village and chose to return to the land of whirlpools. According to the third Mizukage, the rock and sand villages had already dispatched envoys to the land of whirlpools to demand the sealing techniques and oversee the dissolution of the Uzumaki nation. Upon their return to the land of whirlpools, it became glaringly evident that the populace had dwindled significantly. Almost all citizens had departed. Arriving at the village of Uzumaki, they found the young children and a few ninja standing dejectedly at the entrance. Upon seeing this, Shingya surmised that these individuals were likely the children and ninja preparing to accompany them to Konoha. Lord Uchiha+Hyuga, Lord Shingya, you have returned. Thank you. These children are to go to Konoha. Upon seeing Shingya and Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga, an elderly man once again performed a deep bow, for they had saved his clan. Is this truly all? I recall you had quite a number of Chunin and Genin. Shingya surveyed the area, estimating perhaps only 20 or 30 individuals, most of whom were merely in their early teens, with a few even younger. He recalled seeing numerous Uzumaki clan members adorned with forehead protectors, or had the rest vanished. Alas, others learned that Konoha chose to stand idly by and offer no assistance, deeming them heartless and ungrateful. Thus, the older ninjas were reluctant to go to Konoha. However, most of these children possess considerable potential as ninjas, and due to the loss of their parents in missions or other circumstances, they are eager to accompany you to Konoha. Shingya nodded in understanding and approached the young ones, observing that the eldest among them was likely only 12 or 13, having recently become a ninja. As he approached, the children quickly surrounded him. Is it you, Lord Shingya, who saved us? Lord Shingya, I heard from the adults that you and Lord Uchiha+Hyuga rescued us. I am your fan, Lord Shingya. Amidst this onslaught of youthful admiration, he finally comprehended why these children were so eager to accompany him to Konoha. It turned out that the members of the Uzumaki clan had shared the deeds of him and Uchiha+Hyuga with all their kin, and these children had become their fervent admirers. After considerable effort, Shingya finally managed to extricate himself, instructing them to return home and prepare for their departure shortly. Alas, it seems I shall have to look after these little ones more often. It feels as though I am assuming a fatherly role before even becoming one. Nevertheless, most of these children had already become genin and, having lost their parents, were quite capable of taking care of themselves, requiring little assistance from him. Lord Shingya, could you grant me an autograph? At that moment, a small voice piped up from behind. Turning around, Shingya's eyes widened slightly in recognition. Nagato. That distinctive hairstyle, coupled with the timid demeanor, made him immediately associate the child before him with Nagato, though he was uncertain. Just as he was contemplating this, the boy appeared momentarily stunned before speaking again. Lord Shingya, do you know me? Confirming that it was indeed the young Nagato. Shingya found himself at a loss regarding how to handle this 4-year-old child. The boy was not inherently malevolent. In fact, he could be considered good-hearted. Yet his future ideologies would become exceedingly radical. After much contemplation, Shingya ultimately decided against interfering with his fate. After all, he was still a child and had done no wrong. Most importantly, Uchiha Madara had yet to bestow the Rinnegan upon him. Even if he were to meddle with Nagato's destiny now, Madara would simply seek another to inherit his Rinnegan, and another Nagato would eventually emerge. Thus, it seemed more prudent to refrain from interference, although keeping a watchful eye was essential. Do not recognize me? You must have misheard, child. Are you planning to accompany me to Konoha? Shingya gently ruffled the boy's hair, leaving behind a flying thunder god technique mark. Before picking up the paper and pen in his hand to sign, the boy, filled with admiration for his older brother figure, replied happily yet sorrowfully, No. My father intends to take me to the land of rain. I came here to ask Lord Shingya for your autograph. After signing, Shingya returned the paper, nodding thoughtfully. Reflecting on the magnitude of fate, despite his numerous interventions, Nagato would still journey to the land of rain. However, the silver lining was that he could find Nagato whenever he wished, and perhaps then he could explore ways to alter his destiny. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as the younger companions returned from their tidying up. Chapter 32. The arrival of Uzumaki Kushina. Once the elder of the Uzumaki village confirmed the headcount, Shingya and Uzumaki Mito led this group, the hope of the Uzumaki clan. Back to Konoha. The tumultuous waves diminished the joy of their voyage for both Shingya and Mito, as the presence of children accompanied them. Thus, the two refrained from overly affectionate exchanges and returned to Konoha smoothly, having already greeted the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon their arrival. The new villagers from the Uzumaki clan enjoyed several conveniences, including land allocation. Though modest in size, it was a gift nonetheless. Thus, the Uzumaki clan officially settled in Konoha, even as many wandered outside. However, from this moment forth, those in Konoha would be recognized as the legitimate Uzumaki clan, as those outside had become refugees following the dissolution of the Land of Rain. Naturally, the Uzumaki clan, now with formal status as Konoha villagers and shinobi, would gradually be referred to as the authentic Uzumaki clan. Shingya turned his attention to the 3 youngest children before him, intending to make arrangements for them that very day. You two are nearing graduation age for the Konoha Ninja Academy. I suggest you apply for the graduation examination and become genin. What are your thoughts? He looked earnestly at the 2 boys, slightly over 12 years of age, offering his guidance. Ultimately, however, the decision rested with them. The boys exchanged determined glances before declaring with unwavering resolve, We want to graduate. We have mastered the body flicker technique. We shall revive the Uzumaki clan here. Their eyes shone with conviction, revealing no hint of the despair from their homeland's dissolution. Shingya smiled and nodded, instructing them to prepare before leading them to the academy for the examination. Lastly, he turned his gaze to the youngest member of the Uzumaki clan, a little girl, whose familiarity grew with each passing moment. Upon first seeing her, he had a suspicion of her identity but hesitated to confirm it. He bent down to meet her gaze and inquired, Are you Uzumaki Kushina? Yes. Lord Shingya, you know me? The girl with vibrant red hair and a cherubic face blushed under his scrutiny, uncertain if her embarrassment stemmed from joy or shyness. Suddenly, a notification from the system startled Shingya. Ding! One of the heroines, Uzumaki Kushina, has a favorability rating of 10/60/100. The unexpected announcement left him momentarily speechless, realizing her favorability had reached such heights. Ding! This is not a fault of the system. The favorability rating was triggered when the host first encountered Kushina. Ding! The host was simply surrounded by children at that moment and failed to notice. This is not the system's responsibility. Feeling a bit awkward after the system's explanation, Shingya recalled that there had indeed been a prompt, albeit one he had overlooked, especially since he had not recognized Kushina at that moment. After all, with so many red-haired children, it was challenging to discern one from another. Lord Shingya? As he engaged in a mental exchange with the system, Kushina waved her little hand before his eyes, breaking his reverie. I'm sorry, You must be 9 years old, right? Would you like to join me for school at the Ninja Academy tomorrow? Shingya instinctively tousled her beautiful long hair, and the little girl, enjoying the affection, leaned into his palm. Standing nearby, Uzumaki Mito observed their interaction with a smile and suggested, "Why not let Kushina stay with us? I see great potential in this little one. I can teach her sealing techniques." Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, and before Shingya could respond, she vigorously nodded in agreement. Seeing her enthusiasm, Shingya readily consented. Just as he prepared to speak further, a fist suddenly struck his abdomen. Though the force was not great enough to push him back, the pain rendered him momentarily breathless. "Shingya, how could you engage in such dangerous activities without informing me?" A voice filled with indignation echoed, and Shingya immediately recognized its owner. He took a moment to gather himself, gradually lifting his gaze to meet a figure with a curvaceous silhouette, whose face was now flushed with anger. "Well, Tsunade, it's not that I didn't want you to join. This is a matter concerning the Uzumaki clan, and as the princess of the Senju clan, it would be best for you not to involve yourself." He rubbed his abdomen while earnestly explaining. Having struck him, Tsunade realized that seeing him return unscathed had quelled much of her anger. However, it was the secrecy and his stealthy departure that had truly vexed her. She had nearly rushed to the land of rain to find him had it not been for her grandfather's intervention. "From now on, you must inform me of any perilous endeavors. Even if I cannot assist, you must let me know. Otherwise, I will worry immensely." Her tone softened as she spoke, the initial ire dissipating. Understanding her change in demeanor, Shingya recognized that she was no longer upset. After being together for so many years, he knew Tsunade well. She was firm in her words, but soft-hearted deep down. Typically, her resolve would not last long, and her words would eventually soften, just like her demeanor. "Bad woman, do not bully Lord Shingya." At that moment, Kushina positioned herself between them. Her small fists clenched as she attempted to glare fiercely at Tsunade. However, due to her height, she could only see Tsunade's ample bosom, entirely missing her expression. Suddenly interrupted, Tsunade paused for a moment before lowering her gaze to the little girl with red hair. She shot a provocative glance at Kushina, a disdainful smile gracing her lips, and said, "I am the girlfriend of Shingya. Who are you to dictate how I speak to him? You little brat." Provoked, Kushina's cheeks flushed with anger, yet she boldly retorted, "I will become Lord Shingya's little wife in the future. I won't allow you to insult him." Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily taken aback by the child's audacity. "You little one, I concede defeat." Faced with Kushina's serious expression, she relented. However, Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter and added, "I just heard from Granny that you will be living with us, correct? I truly admire your spirit, so much like my own. I will train you well." A wicked smile danced across her face as she contemplated how to guide this fiery little girl. Seeing Tsunade's demeanor, Kushina felt a wave of fear wash over her. Retreating behind Shingya and hugging his leg, then peeking out to make a face at Tsunade, the latter raised an eyebrow, deciding it was time to properly educate this little one. Thus, the two beauties, one young and one experienced, engaged in playful banter. Chapter 33, The Yandere Uchiha Mikoto. The following day, Shingya and Kushina rose early and made their way to the Ninja Academy. Shingya was returning to his role as a teacher, a position he had held for 3 years now. Kushina was there to enroll, naturally assigned to Shinya's class. Over the years, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi had graduated a year prior, while Uchiha Mikoto and Shoju were set to graduate this year. With this little firecracker in tow, Shingya opened the classroom door. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Today we have a new transfer student, and I expect you all to treat her kindly, understood?" Following this warning, no one dared to mock Kushina. After her self-introduction, she cast a glance at the top student, Uchiha Mikoto, and said, "Mikoto, you are the most accomplished student in the class. Please assist Kushina with her studies." Under Shinya's special guidance over the years, Mikoto's abilities had grown remarkably, even unlocking her Sharingan. While it was a challenging feat for others, it was a simple task for him, the good teacher. Since taking Mikoto under his wing, their student-teacher bond had deepened significantly. A year ago, Shingya had been at his wits' end regarding Mikoto's inability to awaken her Sharingan. Ultimately, he resorted to a rather drastic measure, deceiving her into believing that he no longer needed her as a student, effectively abandoning her. Unsurprisingly, this ruse led to the awakening of her Sharingan, and to Shinya's astonishment, not only did she unlock it, but she also progressed directly to the two-tomo Sharingan. However, this success came at the cost of Mikoto's mental state, which became slightly distorted, her feelings for Shingya warped. Fortunately, upon realizing that her teacher's deception was aimed at helping her awaken her Sharingan, her mental clarity improved significantly. After spending some time living with the Senju clan and Shingya, she seemed to have fully recovered. At that moment, upon hearing her teacher's words, Mikoto stood and said, "Yes, sensei." Subsequently, Kushina and Mikoto became desk partners, slowly developing a close friendship, even evolving into best friends. A lesson is fleeting, and before long, as Shingya gathered his materials and exited the classroom, two figures rushed out after him. Teacher, Brother Shingya, Uchiha Mikoto, with her long black hair, and Kushina, with her long red locks, called out, "Teacher, in a few months, I will graduate. Can you spend more time training with me during this period?" Brother Shingya, I wanted to. After moving into the Senju clan residence, Kushina's relationship with Shingya had flourished, transitioning from addressing him as Lord Shingya to Brother Shingya. Meanwhile, since the last incident of deception, Mikoto had become increasingly attached to him, sometimes exhibiting a hint of a frenzied expression in her eyes. Shingya resolved to provide Mikoto with psychological support, ensuring she did not descend into a yandrous state like some of the more unhinged Uchiha. Very well, for the next few months, I will accompany you both in your training. Without hesitation, he agreed, as he had no pressing matters to attend to in the near future. Following this affirmation, Mikoto beamed with joy, presenting him with a bento she had prepared. Over the years, Mikoto had consistently made him lunch, a routine he had grown accustomed to. After bidding them farewell, just as Shingya prepared to return to the teacher's office, he was intercepted once more. Teacher, you're finally back. Can you teach me the Rasengan this time? We didn't finish it last time." Yongdai eagerly looked up at him. Despite not taking Yongdai as a student or teaching him the Flying Thunder God technique, he had shared some principles of the Rasengan, allowing him to explore the technique independently. Although he had made some progress, he had yet to master the Rasengan, let alone the Flying Thunder God. After a perfunctory agreement, Shingya finally managed to extricate himself. In the following months, aside from engaging in adult games with Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito, Shingya dedicated his time to training Mikoto and Kushina. Today marked the annual graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Observing the anxious expression on Mikoto's face, Shingya smiled and gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not be nervous. Although I am not the one assessing you, just perform normally, and you will surely graduate." Compared to Mikoto's anxiety, Kushina seemed far more relaxed. After all, if even the top student could not pass, the others had little chance of success. Just as Mikoto was about to respond to Shingya, the assessment instructor entered the classroom. Calling out the names for the exam, "Uchiha Mikoto, come forward for your assessment." Shingya gave Mikoto's back a supportive pat, signaling her to proceed. "Teacher, I won't embarrass you." She clenched her small fist, steeling herself, and confidently walked to the adjacent classroom. As the assessment commenced, the classroom fell into silence, an atmosphere of stillness enveloping them. Occasionally, one could hear murmurs of prayers for good fortune. Some students even began bowing at their desks, directed towards the window. Shingya chuckled and shook his head, glancing at his younger brother Shoju, who, despite his nerves, managed to maintain composure. After all, his performance had been commendable, particularly after the collaborative training sessions with Shingya and Tsunade, marking a significant improvement. Graduation was undoubtedly within reach. Before long, Mikoto returned, beaming with joy, clearly having passed her assessment. She briskly approached Shingya, grasping his arm affectionately, and said, "Teacher, I have succeeded. Aren't we going to be assigned to different classes? Would you be my guiding jonin? I beg you." At that moment, Meichin fully exhibited the pride of her nascent achievements, firmly holding onto Shingya. Unable to withstand her charm, he quickly capitulated, saying, All right. I will do my best, okay?" With her goal accomplished, Meichin graciously released her teacher, who was unable to resist her allure. As the two engaged in playful banter, the graduation assessments proceeded methodically. Among them, her brother-in-law, Shingtai, effortlessly passed the evaluation, soon to be honored as a genin. After the assessments concluded, since the Uchiha clan's residence was still at the heart of Konoha, along with the direction of the Senju clan, Shingya, Meichin, and Kushina returned home together with ease. However, unlike usual, the typically quiet streets were now bustling with villagers gathered as if discussing something significant. Though not intending to eavesdrop, after all, such behavior felt morally questionable. Shingya's keen ninja hearing allowed him to discreetly catch snippets of conversation, quickly understanding what was unfolding. The Second Great Ninja War was on the verge of igniting. Indeed, this was the topic of discourse among the villagers, many of whom were merchants privy to information from various countries and villages. He recalled that the conflict was set in motion by some demigod from the land of rain, although the specific name eluded him. Nonetheless, Shingya felt no profound anxiety. Despite having taken on the role of a teacher with minimal missions in recent years, his strength had ascended to the mid-level of a Kage. While not at the pinnacle of Kage power, he was more than capable of handling the Second Great Ninja War, provided that Uchiha Madara did not intervene. Yet, considering that Madara had likely entered his twilight years, he assumed the legendary figure would not be aimlessly wandering about. Reflecting on his circumstances, Shingya realized that as long as he refrained from reckless actions, with his Flying Thunder God technique and Lightning Release Chakra mode, few in the ninja world could pose a threat to his life. Reassured, he parted ways with Meichin, each returning to their respective homes, and took Kushina back to the Senju ancestral home. Kushina bowed gracefully, saying, "Greetings, esteemed audience. I am the newly joined Uzumaki Kushina. May I request to be added to your bookshelf? Please." Chapter 34. Commander on the Front Lines of the Second War. As expected, discussions regarding the imminent outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War proliferated in the following days. One of the reasons was the territorial expansion initiated by Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village. Another reason was that the major ninja villages had recuperated sufficiently and were beginning to entertain nefarious ambitions. Many from the martial faction sought to acquire resources and benefits through warfare, among them being the Otsutsuki. Not long after, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure commenced hostilities, with the Land of Rain serving as the prime battleground, being the buffer zone between the three nations. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War erupted with astonishing swiftness. Shingya. Just as Shingya lay on the rooftop, basking in the last vestiges of tranquility, Tsunade hurriedly leaped up beside him and remarked, "How leisurely you are. The war has already begun outside, and you are here soaking up the sun." As she teased, she settled down next to him. "I just received the latest news. The front lines have yielded mediocre results. The third Hokage wishes to take a decisive lead, so he intends for our four-man team to assume command." She conveyed the information with a calm demeanor, akin to casual conversation, devoid of any urgency regarding the battlefield. Shingya nodded at her response, gazing curiously at Tsunade. "Aren't you nervous? You seem remarkably relaxed, considering we are to command a war." Unbeknownst to them, the original quartet had solidified into the backbone of Konoha. Even Jiraiya, who had often lagged behind, had now become an elite jonin of considerable strength. The reason for his newfound prowess was that he had spent a period training in Myoboku Mountain. Although he had yet to unlock Sage Mode, his strength was visibly advancing. Orochimaru, having learned closely from Tsunade's mentor, was now significantly stronger than in the original narrative, likely approaching Kage-level power. Tsunade herself had developed a forbidden technique, Creation Rebirth, which had undergone multiple optimizations. This technique no longer required sacrificing future life, but instead involved storing vast amounts of chakra for future release, thereby enhancing combat capability and temporarily granting near immortality and healing, though fatal injuries would still result in death. At that moment, Tsunade was unaware of Shingya's contemplations. After a brief pause, she stated, "Of course I'm nervous, but as long as you are by my side, I feel at ease." A seemingly ordinary sentiment, yet it brought extraordinary joy to Shingya. "Fear not. With me around, you shall remain unharmed." Naturally, he took her small hand in his. On the eve of their departure to the battlefield, Shingya and Tsunade shared an impassioned night together, entwined until one of them succumbed to slumber. The following day, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, brimming with vitality. Only two others awaited them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, since their purpose was merely to assume command at the front lines. Only the four of them ventured forth. After exchanging brief greetings, they hastily set off, cognizant of the unpredictable nature of warfare and the necessity of timely arrival. Given their elite jonin status, their pace was swift, and within half a day, they approached the Land of Rain. However, the war-torn landscape was already ravaged, and with the region's perennial rainfall, it appeared even more desolate. "Alas, I never anticipated the war would return so swiftly. I truly despise warfare," Jiraiya lamented. Gazing at the collapsed structures, his mood visibly dampened. Yet, after war, all shall be reborn, and the strong will rise like bamboo shoots after the rain, will they not? Orochimaru countered, his perspective starkly contrasting with Jiraiya's, viewing war as an inevitable aspect of nature. As the two debated, they arrived at the Konoha outpost along the front lines in the Land of Rain. Without hesitation, the force smoothly assumed command, their formidable status and strength within Konoha ensuring compliance from all present. Orochimaru, you will command from the battlefield towards Awagakure. Jiraiya, you will oversee operations towards Sunagakure and Tsunade. I entrust the Rain Village to you. At this moment, the war was in its initial stages, with Awagakure and Sunagakure simultaneously assaulting Konoha. The Rain Village, adept at playing both sides, struck at both, yet refrained from committing fully to either, leaving the three major ninja villages with limited options against it. Hence, Konoha found itself besieged from all sides. Shingya, shouldn't we strike decisively to defeat those ninja villages? Tsunade observed the dispersal of their combat power and found it perplexing. Shouldn't the four of them simply choose one side to attack and swiftly conclude the battle? Shingya shook his head in response and remarked, the war has merely commenced. Pressing them too urgently will provoke a counterattack from the three ninja villages, which we cannot withstand. Our primary strategy should be to gradually deplete their strength. Once we perceive their weakness, we can strike decisively. Otherwise, the conflict will only grow more convoluted. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Let alone two villages comparable in strength to Konoha, along with a formidable Amigakure. If we push them too hard, we will have to confront the full might of three ninja villages. It is prudent to slowly wear them down until we fully understand their situation before making further decisions. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade nodded in agreement and promptly departed to their designated areas. Once they left, Shingya found himself alone in the tent, accompanied only by a few medical and logistical ninjas stationed outside. He stepped out to survey the rear camp and, upon entering the medical department, discovered numerous injured ninjas returned from the front lines. After inspecting them, he noted that most were afflicted by poison. He approached a medical ninja and inquired, how did they become poisoned? What is the status of their treatment? How long until recovery? A female ninja, who had been busy, paused momentarily, her excitement evident upon recognizing him. You are Tsunade-sama's boyfriend. I am a fan of Tsunade-sama. Shingya felt a twinge of awkwardness at her enthusiasm. Could you please provide me with details regarding their conditions? If they cannot recover in a timely manner, it would severely hinder our frontline efforts. Oh, these poisoned individuals are not in a good state. We have yet to fully develop an antidote, making swift recovery difficult, the medical ninja explained. Shingya furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although the number of poison ninjas was currently manageable, an increase could have dire repercussions for both the frontline and medical personnel, potentially jeopardizing their position. It seemed imperative to have Tsunade return and address the antidote issue. Delaying would only exacerbate the problem. As Konoha's most skilled medical ninja, Tsunade was well versed in various toxins, and he felt confident in her ability to resolve the matter. The medical ninja, still buzzing with excitement at the prospect of Tsunade's arrival, grasped Shingya's hand and exclaimed, is Tsunade-sama coming to the medical department? How thrilling! Seeing her exuberance, Shingya couldn't help but smirk. He had underestimated Tsunade's stature among Konoha's medical ninjas. After finally extricating himself from the overly enthusiastic ninja, he returned to the command tent and began reviewing the recent developments in the war. The conflict had just begun, with both sides cautiously testing each other's strengths, resulting in a turn-based exchange of offense and defense, devoid of any decisive engagement. This was why he still had time to peruse these matters. Had the battle escalated, the command tent would be in chaos. As time passed, someone entered the command tent, dripping wet and covered in mud. It was Jiraiya. Upon seeing the relaxed man seated inside, Jiraiya's expression soured. You scoundrel, lounging here while I endure the elements outside. What an injustice. He plopped down into a chair and gulped down water. Shingya dismissed him nonchalantly. If you wish to take on the role of commander, I would gladly switch with you. Jiraiya quickly shook his head. Forget it. Pretend I never said that. I have no desire to be commander. Such responsibilities are ill-suited for me. If I were to make a wrong judgment, it would cost lives. And I cannot bear that pressure. The mere thought of such a scenario made him uncomfortable, and he was relieved that the third Hokage had not appointed him as commander. Shingya shook his head at Jiraiya's carefree demeanor. While he could be reliable in crucial moments, he also had a tendency to shirk responsibility. Shortly thereafter, another figure entered, the ever-composed Orochimaru, who appeared considerably drier than Jiraiya. Jiraiya, back so soon? You didn't run away from the battlefield, did you? Orochimaru teased upon entering. Jiraiya shot back, nonsense. When I step onto the field, defeat is not an option. Those sand ninjas scatter at the sight of me. As they exchanged banter, Tsunade returned. Shingya noticed her hair was completely dry, piquing his curiosity. How was it that she had not been caught in the rain? The Amigakure ninjas were particularly elusive, lacking fixed allies or enemies. They would strike at Konoha, Sunagakure, and Awagakure, only to vanish without a trace. Tsunade, how did it go? Shingya inquired, pouring her a cup of hot tea. With a smile, Tsunade accepted the tea and replied, I encountered some Amigakure ninjas, but they attacked in small groups, causing minor disturbances. I did not encounter any large forces, so I returned after dealing with them. Shingya nodded, acknowledging that Amigakure ninjas, being generally weaker, often deployed in small teams, was a sensible strategy. After a brief report and exchange, he led Tsunade to the medical department and briefly explained the situation concerning the poison ninjas. Tsunade examined the afflicted individuals and remarked, this toxin originates from Hanzo the salamander. Just moments ago, Amigakure ninjas attacked us with poison weapons. Shingya nodded, then continued, do you have a way to create an antidote? I worry that the number of poisoned individuals will continue to rise, leading to complications. Tsunade looked at him, her lips curling into a smile as she took his hand. Though it will be challenging, I will surely develop an antidote. After all, if your first battle results in failure, I, as your girlfriend, would lose face. Feeling the warmth of her hand and captivated by her increasingly beautiful visage, Shingya found himself momentarily flustered. Ahem, let us prioritize the antidote research. While he appreciated beauty, the urgency of the war demanded immediate attention. Thus, they immersed themselves in the quest for the antidote, as the frontline battles were not yet critical, allowing ample time for their research. For nearly a year, various factions have engaged in open and covert conflicts in the Rain Country, with victories and defeats on all sides. Yet none have been able to sway the overall war. The conflict has undeniably escalated, stretching across the entirety of the Rain Country, where the civilian populace endures a life of misery. Although Tsunade has issued orders forbidding the Leaf Ninjas from harming civilians or plundering, the sand and rock villages remain indifferent, continuing their pillaging unabated. Furthermore, the venom of Hanzo the Salamander has affected numerous ninjas, including those from Leaf, Sand, and Rock. Tsunade, is your serum not yet developed? Jiraiya lamented, observing the weary expression on Tsunade's face. Since more than half a year ago, he and Tsunade had been researching the toxin. However, they had not anticipated the complexity of its components. Even Chio, the strongest medical ninja from the Rock Village, was unable to decipher it. Just as Tsunade prepared to offer some comforting words to Jiraiya, a maniacal laugh echoed throughout the camp. Ha ha, I have finally developed the serum. Ha ha ha. This unexpected outburst momentarily stunned Tsunade and the other ninjas in the camp, but within moments, realization dawned upon them. It appeared that the antidote for Hanzo's toxin had indeed been developed, and Tsunade emerged from her tent. The ninjas rushed to the research tent, eager to inquire. Lady Tsunade, has the antidote truly been created? Is it real? Finally, we have hope. Long live Lady Tsunade. She is the strongest medical ninja in the entire ninja world. From initial skepticism to an outpouring of praise, in this moment, everyone regarded Tsunade as the unparalleled medical ninja. This was indeed a testament to her prowess. Before the toxin was resolved, she and Chio were already hailed as the strongest duo in medical ninjutsu. With Tsunade now having cracked the toxin that even Chio could not, the title was rightfully hers. Alright, no need for raucous celebration. The success of the antidote is not solely my achievement. It is a collaborative effort with Commander Shingya. Tomorrow, the poison ninjas will recover swiftly, so please disperse. After briefly addressing the crowd, Tsunade sent them away, her desire to share the news primarily with Shingya. Approaching him, she produced a test tube, shaking it with pride as she raised her chin and said, "What do you think? Am I not impressive? Did I not bring you honor?" Shingya couldn't help but smile at her childlike enthusiasm. Indeed, my Tsunade is the best. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade blushed and shot him a glare before retreating back into her tent. As there was still the matter of mass-producing the serum, this was not the time for rest. With Tsunade's successful research on the serum, the poison ninjas began to recover, significantly alleviating the pressure on the front lines. The combat capabilities of the rock and sand ninjas had greatly diminished due to Hanzo's toxin, and they were subtly being suppressed by the leaf. While Shingya was reviewing the latest reports from the front lines, an unexpected figure appeared in the command tent. Mikoto, what brings you here? He was utterly astonished. For it was a battlefield, and given the current favorable situation for the leaf, these budding flowers, fresh from the academy, should not be sent to the front lines. Mikoto Uchiha smiled at Shingya's surprise and said, I volunteered to come to the battlefield. I want to hone my combat skills, and I was a bit concerned about you. So I came. Her voice trailed off. Shingya chuckled and shook his head. You are quite reckless, daring to enter such a brutal war with only the strength of a mid-ranking ninja. Presently, Mikoto possessed the 2 Sharingan and some ninjutsu, barely qualifying as a mid-ranking ninja. However, such power was akin to a mere grain of sand in this level of warfare, easily swept away by the tide. Chapter 36. A surprise attack on the rear camps of the Sand and Rock Ninjas. Seeing her teacher's intention to send her away, Mikoto quickly revealed another piece of information. Not only me, but Lady Tsunade's brother, Shoju, has also come. As the brother of her teacher's girlfriend, Mikoto recognized him, albeit not well. Upon hearing that her little brother was also present, Shingya felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he remembered that the boy had perished in the Second Ninja World War. Initially, he had hoped that due to his drastic alteration of the war's fate, the boy would not enter the battlefield and thus avoid death. It seemed, however, that everyone's destiny could not be so easily altered, as Shoju had indeed arrived at the front lines. What a bunch of disobedient youngsters. Where's that kid now? Although he felt a tinge of worry, he reassured himself that if the boy were to head to the front lines, it would require his approval. Mikoto thought for a moment before saying, I believe he mentioned wanting to seek out Lord Orochimaru, hoping to join him on the battlefield. Hearing this, Shingya's lips twitched. It seemed the boy was rushing headlong into danger. He waved his hand and instructed Mikoto, tell that kid to come to me immediately, and inform him that it is a command from the commander. To prevent the boy from feigning ignorance, he had to resort to military orders. Mikoto nodded and left to find Shoju. Soon, the unlikely duo appeared in Shingya's command tent. Shingya, this little rascal has been pestering me to take him along. You can't blame me, Orochimaru said with a mischievous grin before swiftly departing, well aware that Shingya would never permit his little admirer Shoju to accompany him to the battlefield. Shingya disregarded Orochimaru and focused on his little brother-in-law. Under Shingya's scrutinizing gaze, Shoju could no longer contain himself. Brother-in-law, I want to go to the battlefield. I want to become stronger. I want to be Hokage. Shingya looked at the boy's overzealous enthusiasm and felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself, you are no Naruto, the protagonist. Charging into battle in such a fervor is bound to lead to your demise. He sighed and said, it is impossible for you to go to the battlefield now. If Tsunade finds out, she will surely hold it against me. However, you may stay by my side, and when the opportunity arises, I will let you experience it. Mikoto, you too. That will be the arrangement. With that, Shingya waved his hand, dismissing them to rest. Shoju wanted to argue further, but the next moment, a gust of wind chakra blew him out of the tent. Mikoto, witnessing her teacher's resolute nature, bowed slightly and then retreated as well. As the months passed, the battles at the front lines intensified, with the shinobi of the sand and rock increasingly succumbing to poison. Gradually, Konoha began to achieve a series of victories. Today, within the command tent where Shingya convened several key figures of this great conflict, he proclaimed, the time has come for a decisive victory that will compel the hidden sand and hidden rock villages to surrender unconditionally. Shingya surveyed the commanders and heroes on the battlefield. Commander, we owe this significant advantage to your leadership over the past year, Jiraiya interjected, unreservedly praising his old classmate, trusting him implicitly as both a friend and a commander. Indeed, we stand behind you, Tsunade added, lending her support. Following her research on toxins, her reputation rivaled that of Shingya, and many would back her if she sought the position of commander. However, she harbored no such ambition, as it would undermine her partner. With Orochimaru also voicing his encouragement, there was no dissent among the others, who expressed their unwavering support. Shingya nodded in acknowledgement and, with a grave tone, remarked, the sand and rock shinobi on the front lines are clearly at their limit. Unable to counter Hanzo's poison, they are severely weakened. A decisive strike now would surely lead to their downfall. We must launch a surprise attack on their rear positions and cut off their final supply lines. He resolved to dispatch a select group of elite shinobi to infiltrate the rear of the sand and rock forces, aiming to sever their resource supply. Meanwhile, they would gradually falter on the front line. After deliberation, Jiraiya and Orochimaru took a small contingent to ambush the Sand-S rear. The remaining elite shinobi were divided into two groups, one to disrupt the Sand-S supplies, the other to target the Rock-S. Tsunade and Shingya would venture alone to strike at the Rock-S rear. This distribution had been meticulously considered, ensuring a balanced allocation of combat strength. Given Shingya's superior prowess, he chose to bring only Tsunade with him. Once the plan was solidified, preparations commenced, and soon they would embark on their mission. As Shingya and Tsunade discussed strategies for swiftly dealing with the Rock's rear, Mei-chin and Shouju entered. "Sister, brother-in-law, I want to go too," Shouju exclaimed. But before he could finish, Tsunade shot him a piercing glare. "Go where? Do you understand what we are facing? We are heading to the rear of the Rock forces. Just the two of us. Are you seeking your demise?" As the elder sister's authoritative aura radiated, Shouju trembled, casting a helpless glance at his brother-in-law. Shingya, amused by his little brother-in-law's plight, intervened to diffuse the tension, saying, "Tsunade, don't be so fierce. In truth, it wouldn't be a disaster to let them accompany us. The rear of the Rock forces likely lacks combat personnel, comprised mainly of logistical and medical shinobi. I can ensure their safety while allowing them to hone their skills in a complex battlefield." Seeing her partner advocate for it, Tsunade hesitated, then averted her gaze, tacitly accepting the decision. Shouju and Mei-chin beamed with joy, having awaited the chance to confront an enemy for months. "All right, prepare yourselves, we shall depart shortly." Soon after, Shingya, Tsunade, Uchiha Mei-chin, and the young Shouju hastened towards the land of Earth. Chapter 37, 3 TWO Sharingan. After more than a year of conflict, the lines of the Rock and Sand shinobi had been steadily pushed back to their respective territories from the Land of Rain. Now, only the Slippery Rain shinobi remained, unable to significantly influence the tides of war. Once the Sand and Rock forces were dealt with, the remaining troops would easily subdue the Rain shinobi, bringing the war to a near conclusion. "Teacher, I see the Rock-S rear positions. They are just ahead," Mei-chin announced, activating her Sharingan to scout the area. While the Sharingan did not possess the X-ray vision of the Byakugan, its visual range was still considerable. Upon hearing her, Shingya nodded and instructed, "Let us attack their supply tents directly. Avoid a direct confrontation with the Rock. Our objective is to disrupt their frontline supply." The rear camp would house ample resources, including not just provisions, but also vital medical supplies. By destroying these and severing their supply routes, the enemy shinobi would be as helpless as fish out of water, utterly at our mercy. Tsunade, Mei-chin, and Shouju nodded in agreement, quickly assigning tasks. Tsunade opted to independently destroy the medical resources, while Shingya took the two younger shinobi to sabotage the food supplies, confident in his strength to protect them. After delineating their missions, they split into two groups. Before long, as the Rock's rear personnel were oblivious to the impending disaster, two explosions reverberated through the entire rear camp. At that moment, the Rock shinobi remained unaware of the infiltration, only realizing the danger when they saw their supply tents ablaze. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Intruders have breached our rear. Quick, extinguish the flames. Those supplies must not be lost. Find the infiltrators." As the flames spread, the Rock forces descended into chaos, their rear camp thrown into disarray. However, it wasn't long before Shingya and his companions were discovered. It was nearly impossible to evade detection amidst so many personnel. "Damn Konoha shinobi. You lack honor, sneaking around like this. We were careless." As Shingya, Mei-chin, and Shouju observed their flustered foes, they wasted no time in engaging in combat. Wood release, deep forest emergence. In an instant, Shingya formed the necessary seals and unleashed his wood release technique, renowned for its vast reach. Although he had yet to match the scale of Hashirama Senju, it was still formidable. Trees erupted from the ground, creating a dense forest that ensnared the Rock shinobi while safeguarding Mei-chin and Shouju. To Shingya's surprise, the Rock shinobi proved to be far weaker than he anticipated. However, considering that most were merely logistical and medical personnel, it was not unexpected. The battle quickly tilted in their favor. Had he not intended to allow Mei-chin and Shouju more time to train, he could have concluded the conflict swiftly. Before long, a figure approached rapidly. Upon glancing over, Shingya recognized it as Tsunade. Perching atop a nearby tree, she surveyed the ongoing skirmish between her brother and her boyfriend's students, then inquired, "How goes your engagement?" "I've incinerated all medical supplies on my end," but a horde of rock shinobi will soon be upon us. Shingya pointed to the food supplies that had been reduced to ashes and remarked, "Of course, we have completed our mission. I had hoped to train these two little ones a bit longer, but it appears we must withdraw." Their objective for coming here was to sever the enemy's rear support, preventing reinforcements from reaching the frontline ninjas. With that goal accomplished, it was prudent not to entangle themselves further. Shingya called out to Mikoto and Shoju, "Mission accomplished. Retreat." Naturally, the two complied with the order, especially since Shingya was both their brother-in-law and teacher. However, in the battlefield, the hierarchy was paramount. Obedience was the fundamental quality of a ninja. Before long, Shingya, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Shoju had completely distanced themselves from the IWN's rear camp. After all, they were currently in disarray and had no time to pursue. As Shingya forged ahead, he inquired, "Everyone unscathed?" Tsunade, beside him, smiled gently. "What could have happened? There are hardly any jonin among the IWN, and you trust in my strength, don't you?" Shingya nodded, then turned to Mikoto and Shoju, asking, "What about you two?" Shoju, carefree, replied, "I'm fine, brother-in-law." After a moment, however, Shingya furrowed his brow as he noticed that his beloved student Mikoto had not responded. "Mikoto?" He glanced back at Uchiha Mikoto, and to his astonishment, she was staring intently at him, breathing heavily. More importantly, her Sharingan's tomo were spinning increasingly faster, almost as if they were on the verge of transforming into the third tomo. "Mikoto, are you all right?" As he stepped closer to Uchiha Mikoto, he was taken aback by the wild and distorted look in her eyes, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, "Shingya, can you hold me? I think I've just killed too many people, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed." Without hesitation, he enveloped her in his embrace, recalling that this was indeed her first experience with such a significant loss of life. While she had killed before, it had usually been just one or two. This time, the psychological burden was undoubtedly considerable. Although showing mercy to enemies was not advisable, this young girl had always possessed a kind heart. As Shingya pondered these thoughts, he noticed Mikoto's breathing became increasingly labored and instinctively glanced down. To his shock, her expression seemed to grow more exhilarated. His pupils dilated as he witnessed her Sharingan's tomo spinning frantically, resembling a windmill, almost forming a complete circle. Before long, it appeared she had broken through a threshold, as Uchiha Mikoto's two tomo Sharingan successfully transformed into the three tomo. Once she achieved this, she gradually calmed down and released Shingya from her grasp. Chapter 38. The Reward of the Sharingan Ding. Favorability increased by 5. 8100. Reward pending collection. Shingya was utterly astonished upon seeing this system notification. Tsunade, who was ahead, also noticed the emotional shift in Uchiha Mikoto, but managed to suppress her own feelings. Internally, she reminded herself, "I am the main wife. I must be magnanimous and not quarrel with a mere child." Tsunade had long been aware of Shingya's character since childhood. She had anticipated such occurrences. Yet witnessing them firsthand still stirred feelings of anger and jealousy within her. At that moment, her little brother-in-law was rendered speechless, regretting his inability to utilize stealth techniques. Thus, the four of them returned to the rear camp of Konoha amidst a peculiar atmosphere. Shingya refrained from speaking to the emotionally charged Mikoto, primarily out of fear of Tsunade's displeasure. After bringing Uchiha Mikoto to his resting tent and laying her on the bed, he gently said, "Rest now and calm your emotions." All right. Once he had soothed this little princess, Shingya faced Tsunade, who was casting him a look of anger mixed with grievance. He led her into her tent, where, in the absence of outsiders, Tsunade's emotions shifted from anger to hurt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "All right, no need to cry. I haven't abandoned you. There's no reason to act like a sulking child." Seeing her in such a state, he could only begin to comfort her. "Humph," Tsunade replied, saying little more. After all, such things were bound to happen eventually. Her current mood was more about wanting this insufferable man to cherish her more dearly. Shingya, seeing her like this, felt helpless but continued to console her. "Rest assured, your place in my heart will never change." Once he had pacified Tsunade, he finally found the time to claim the reward for Mikoto's favorability, reaching 80. However, he couldn't help but feel somewhat like a cad, accepting a reward from another woman while already involved with someone else. Yet, considering the peculiar nature of his system, he shook his head and reaffirmed his commitment to his own flawed yet grand ideals, then proceeded to collect the reward. Reward, Bloodline Limit, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Left Eye Technique. Takamagara, a vast space with absolute control over time and space. Right eye technique. Jukai Koten, the deity of plant control, possessing absolute authority over the wood element. Upon seeing that the reward was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan along with its techniques, Shingya felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly leaping in joy. Yet, he realized that one jump would not suffice to express his current elation. After claiming his reward, he glanced at the time and said, "Let's go, darling. We need to discuss our strategy against the Rain Village." He gave Tsunade a light pat. After being nudged, Tsunade lazily sat up. After a brief tidying up, the two returned to the command tent, where the teams tasked with ambushing the sand and rock ninjas had already returned. Their mission was a resounding success, with the supplies of both the sand and rock ninjas now entirely depleted. Victory was merely a matter of time. Now, they needed to strategize how to address the Rain Village. Konoha had no intention of annihilating the Rain Village. Rather, they sought to deliver a stern warning, particularly to Hanzo of the Salamander, urging him to abandon his ambitions of territorial expansion. How shall we deal with the Rain Village? Shingya surveyed the ranks of Jonin leaders, seeking their input. The straightforward Jiraiya, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "What else is there to arrange? We find them and give them a good beating, especially that so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Even I, a sage, have never claimed to be a god." Clearly unacquainted with the harsh reality of a good thrashing, Jiraiya found Hanzo's reputation lacking. However, Shingya did not refute him, recognizing that while the approach was blunt, it was indeed effective. Observing that the others seemed equally at a loss for alternatives, he spoke up, "If we truly have no other options, then let us proceed as Jiraiya suggests and give the Rain Village a sound thrashing to help them see reality." Once the commander issued the order, there was no further dissent, as they too could not think of any other viable solutions. Under the starry night, seeing no further objections, he continued, "Since we feel the need to give them a beating, let us dispatch several ninja squads to seek out the Rain Village and Hanzo of the Salamander. Since the onset of the Great War, the Cloud Village has forsaken its homeland and wandered in the Land of Rain, becoming a nomad of sorts. Thus, in order to deliver a proper chastisement, we must first locate our targets." Chapter 39. Could it be Conan of the White Tiger? After the meeting concluded, everyone sprang into action. Their foremost objective was not only to locate the Rain Ninjas, but also to repel the Sand and Rock Ninjas. Furthermore, they aimed to sever the supply lines for their adversaries, bringing the good tidings to the front lines. Surely, the weary ninjas fighting in the trenches would feel rejuvenated upon hearing such news. After all, cutting off their supplies signified a step towards victory in war. As anticipated, within mere days, the Sand and Rock Ninjas began to retreat in disarray, completely withdrawing to the Land of Sand and the Land of Earth. Just as he contemplated pressing the advantage, diplomats from the Sand and Rock villages arrived at the front lines, expressing a willingness to pay a certain price to restore peace. Naturally, he had little interest in such matters. He was merely the commander on the front lines, and such decisions were best left to the Hokage. Thus, he relayed the message back to Konoha, and shortly thereafter, envoys were dispatched for negotiations. At this point, he no longer concerned himself with the Sand and Rock Ninjas. After all, it would be dishonorable to continue the fight when they sought peace. Thus, the situation in the Land of Rain began to clarify, with only the Rain Village, or rather Hanzo of the Salamander, still harboring ambitions of conquest. However, as they could not locate their opponent, both his stationed forces in the Land of Rain and the entire region began to calm, gradually regaining vitality. Unable to remain idle, he finally found the time to observe this unique land, perpetually shrouded in rain. "Teacher, this Land of Rain is quite peculiar. It seems the rain never ceases." Mikoto accompanied him, wandering through the city that had been reduced to ruins by war. "Help! Someone save us, please!" Just as he was about to respond, a cry for help echoed from a distance. If he were not a ninja, he might not have heard it at all. "Let us proceed. Someone is in distress ahead." Although death was commonplace in war, he would still render aid if it were not the enemy. After all, he had no desire to become a cold-blooded killing machine. As they approached, they heard a cacophony of voices. "What are you shouting about? If you continue, I will kill your mother. Hand over the food you have." Before he and Mikoto could draw closer, the commotion escalated. A rock ninja was attempting to seize a piece of bread from a little girl with short blue hair. "Give it to me, you brat." The rock ninja roughly snatched the bread from the girl's hands and flung her aside, sending her crashing to the ground. Please. That was for my mother. If I have no food, she will die? Why must you take my things? A trickle of blood escaped the corner of the girl's mouth. Yet she still dragged herself forward, attempting to reclaim her bread. May you and your mother perish here. Just as the rock ninja brandished a kunai to strike her, he finally arrived. Stop. In an instant, the kunai pierced through the air, but he utilized the flying thunder god technique to position himself between the girl and her assailant. Grasping the weapon just before it could reach her, the girl stood frozen in shock. Witnessing the rock ninja who had intended to kill her now lying lifeless on the ground, a kunai embedded in his chest, marked with incomprehensible symbols. Yet she understood that this older brother had saved both her and her mother. Mom, please, big brother, help my mother. She is hurt. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to his leg. Without hesitation, he approached the unconscious woman lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that she, too, had short blue hair, a striking resemblance to the little girl, though the woman appeared significantly more mature. After a cursory examination, he realized she had been struck by a kunai, which was still lodged in her body. Fortunately, the wound was not fatal. She had merely fainted from blood loss. Do not worry, I am here. Your mother will be fine. While employing healing techniques, he reassured the sobbing girl. Upon hearing that her mother would be all right, the little girl began to regain her composure. She gazed at the older brother who had unexpectedly appeared to save them, her admiration for him soaring to unprecedented heights. Ding. Affection level of Conan, one of the protagonists, is now 80. 8100. Reward pending collection. As he treated her, the sudden system notification left him momentarily bewildered. He truly had not anticipated that the girl he saved was none other than Conan, a pivotal character within the Akatsuki organization. Yet upon closer scrutiny, it was indeed her, blue hair, orange eyes. Although she was still young and lacked the cold demeanor she would later exhibit, it was unmistakably Conan. However, this increase in affection seemed rather rapid. Ding. It is not as swift as it appears. After all, a life saved warrants such gratitude. However, currently, Conan's feelings are merely a strong sense of gratitude. To elevate her affection further, it must gradually evolve into something deeper. While he conversed with the system, Conan's cheeks flushed a deep red as she shyly inquired, Big brother, is there something on my face? Seeing her adorable expression, he smiled gently and replied, Nothing at all. I merely found you to be exceedingly cute and wish to observe you a little longer. My name is Shingya. What is yours? Upon hearing this, the little girl's somewhat dirty face turned even redder, but she quietly responded, My name is Conan. Thank you for saving me and my mother. Though I possess nothing now, I vow to repay you, big brother. With that, she struck a cute yet earnest pose, eliciting an even broader smile from him. While the two conversed, Mikoto, who had been observing them from the side, now focused intently on Conan. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of threat from this girl who had appeared out of nowhere. The cause was clear. Her teacher had shown strong goodwill towards this girl he had just met. Mikoto now feared that her standing in her teacher's heart might be jeopardized. This intense emotion caused her Sharingan to involuntarily activate, the three tomos spinning rapidly, enhancing her ocular prowess. Simultaneously, the fervent thoughts of the Uchiha clan began to invade her mind, igniting a desire to possess this man. Chapter 40. Conan and her mother's past. As Uchiha Mikoto grappled with the tempest in her mind, on the other side, Hashiryu had successfully treated Conan's mother. Turning to Conan, he spoke, All is well now. Your mother is no longer in mortal danger. However, due to excessive blood loss, she remains extremely weak and requires rest. Why don't you accompany me for the time being? The land of rain is not entirely secure at present. What do you say? Although the main forces of the sand and rock ninja had departed, a few remained in the land of rain, yet to withdraw. Without hesitation, Conan agreed. Placing her trust in the older brother who had saved both her and her mother, convinced that their safety was assured in his company. She also noted the forehead protector on Hashiryu's brow, indicating his affiliation with the Hidden Leaf Village. Previously, she believed that the inhabitants of such major villages were harbingers of war. While she still held some of that sentiment, Hashiryu stood apart as an exception. Yes, my mother and I will follow you, big brother. I trust you, for you are our savior. She nodded resolutely. Seeing her response, Hashiryu lifted Conan's mother into his arms. His initial thought was how light she felt, though this lightness was a result of her frailty. With her securely held, Hashiryu and the others made their way towards the leaf encampment. Along the journey, they exchanged cheerful banter, while Mikoto wore a perpetually sullen expression. Through their conversation, Hashiryu learned much about Conan and her mother. For instance, Conan's mother, named Yuka, originally called Amber Yuka, had lost her husband shortly after Conan's birth, and his fate remained unknown. Fortunately, both mother and daughter were ninjas, and they had accumulated some savings over the years, with Conan's mother having raised her alone. Most crucially, at this point, Conan had yet to meet Nagato and Yahiko. According to Hashiyuru's recollection, Conan's parents were no longer present when she eventually encountered them. This indicated that, had it not been for his intervention, Conan's mother would have perished at the hands of the rock ninja, leaving Conan to survive by some twist of fate, only to eventually meet Nagato and Yahiko. However, due to his involvement, Conan had not lost her mother, and her destiny had been subtly altered. It remained uncertain whether she would encounter Nagato and Yahiko in the future. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the camp, where Hashiryu guided Conan and her mother to his tent for rest. Conan's mother remained unconscious and required time to recuperate. After making the necessary arrangements, Hashiryu stepped outside, only to be met with Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, akin to that of a scorned lover. Meanwhile, Mikoto, clearly aware of the impending confrontation, slipped away to conceal herself, eager to witness her mentor's embarrassment. Once Mikoto had departed, Tsunade immediately inquired, "Who is that beautiful woman inside?" Faced with her question, Hashiryu felt unjustly accused. Though Conan's mother was indeed strikingly beautiful, akin to a grown-up Conan, he had merely acted instinctively to rescue them. "What? Am I that sort of person?" he instinctively retorted, before recounting the events surrounding his encounter with Conan and her mother. However, Tsunade remained skeptical. After all, she had noted the unconscious woman's undeniable beauty and tall, slender figure. Though slightly emaciated, as a medical ninja, she understood that the frailty was due to prolonged weakness. Moreover, the woman was clearly of comparable caliber, undoubtedly a stunning beauty herself. "All right, I won't pry further. I've come to terms with it. As long as you still hold feelings for me, that suffices." Following recent events, she had grown less concerned about Hashiyoru's associations with other women, as long as his heart remained with her. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hashiyoru felt a wave of relief wash over him, deepening his affection for her. After all, a woman who could embrace her partner's flaws was truly deserving of love. After issuing a gentle warning to him, Tsunade departed. Finally, Hashiyoru had the opportunity to claim the reward for Conan's 80 points of affection. Reward, Bloodline Limit, Paper Jutsu. Surprised by the acquisition of Paper Jutsu, he had long believed it to be a formidable ability. For instance, if Conan were to unleash her 6 trillion explosive tags simultaneously, it would equate to a miniature nuclear explosion, wouldn't it? Moreover, combining it with the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's explosive tag multiplication would result in a staggering accumulation of damage. Chapter 41. Conan's mother. Just as he envisioned becoming a human nuclear weapon, a series of coughs emanated from the tent behind him. Upon returning inside, he encountered a pale, blue-haired mature woman, Conan's mother, Yuka. She had regained consciousness but remained exceedingly weak, coughing persistently as she sat. Hashiyoru approached, employing healing techniques to treat her further. Gradually, her cough subsided, and her complexion improved significantly. Anxiously, Conan grasped her mother's hand, asking, "Mom, how are you? Are you all right?" Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Yuka smiled gently, stroking her daughter's head to reassure her before turning her gaze to Hashiyoru. She felt little fear or concern for her and her daughter's predicament. Although she had been lying on the ground during their encounter with the rock ninja, she was still a ninja herself. Despite her physical exhaustion, her consciousness remained relatively clear. Thus, she understood that they had been rescued, albeit unaware of the identity of their savior. "Hello, I am Yuka, Conan's mother. Thank you for saving us. I will spend my life repaying your kindness. Please do not think ill of me." As she spoke, she attempted to rise to bow to her benefactor, but her weakened state rendered her incapable, and she nearly toppled backward. Hashiyoru steadied her, saying, "There's no need for that. I did not save you for any reward. Please, rest for now. I have arranged for some food to be brought." He gently assisted her in lying back down. At that moment, a woman knocked and entered the tent. "Commander Hashiyoru, here is the papaya and milk stew you requested." Hashiyoru accepted it and waved the logistics personnel away, holding the steaming bowl of stew. He blew on it gently before bringing it to Yuka's lips. "I apologize. This is the only fresh food available at the front lines. Please let me know if it suits your taste. Under normal circumstances, fresh papaya and milk would be absent from the front lines, where only military rations would suffice. However, Tsunade had taken to treating papaya and milk stew as a staple, ensuring ample supplies were brought along. In the camp, aside from the soldiers' rations, only papaya and milk remained, both of which could only be obtained from Tsunade if one was indeed her man. Ah, this is so delicious. It's the finest dessert I have ever tasted, praised Kahaku, taking a gentle sip. Seeing her enjoyment, Shingya set the bowl down. He continued to feed her until the bowl was nearly empty, at which point she blushed and said, "I'm full now. Let us give a bit to Conan." Shingya recognized her fib, but, driven by maternal instinct, wished to save the food for her child. "Just drink. Conan has already had some while you were unconscious. And now her health surpasses yours." He then silenced Kahaku with a spoon, insisting she finish the remaining papaya and milk. After replenishing her nutrition, the pallor of his complexion began to fade into a rosy hue. Though still physically weak and in need of extensive recuperation, he no longer appeared fragile. Upon waking, Kahaku began to inquire about the current state of the Land of Rain and shared some of her own experiences. Their conversation flowed naturally, while Conan watched her mother and her beloved elder brother Shingya with a blissful expression reminiscent of happier times. Through their dialogue, Shingya gleaned much about their lives. It turned out that Kahaku and Conan were not originally from the Land of Rain, but hailed from the border of the Land of Fire, belonging to the rare Kahaku clan. This clan possessed a legacy of origami techniques, which would eventually evolve into Conan's unique paper jutsu, the art of goddess origami. However, it seemed that Conan had yet to receive the complete inheritance of this art from her mother, implying that, had he not rescued Kahaku, Conan would have been deprived of a complete legacy. Thus, it appeared that in the original narrative, Conan also did not acquire the full teachings of the paper jutsu. As their conversation progressed, Kahaku began to show signs of fatigue. Observing this, Shingya covered her with a blanket and said, "All right, you are still unwell. We can speak more later. Please rest." Kahaku nodded with a smile, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the man before her. Perhaps it was the first time in years she had confided in another man, or perhaps it was gratitude for saving her and her daughter. Most significantly, he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. After years of safeguarding her beauty and figure from the covetous gazes of others, had it not been for her near-jonin strength, both she and Conan might have faced dire consequences. In a secure environment, Kahaku gradually fell asleep, her defenses lowered. During the subsequent period, the ninjas of Konoha were active in the Land of Rain, driving away the remaining sand and rock ninjas while searching for the whereabouts of Hanzo the Salamander. Meanwhile, Shingya assisted Kahaku in her recovery and began teaching Conan the fundamentals of becoming a competent ninja. However, these lessons were rudimentary, such as water walking and tree climbing. Given that her jutsu was uniquely paper-based, only she or Kahaku could impart its secrets. Regrettably, Kahaku's abilities were limited to a special jonin level, not weak, but not exceptional enough to provide Conan with substantial training. Notably, during one outing to a newly established town in the Land of Rain to procure ingredients for Kahaku's recovery, Shingya unexpectedly encountered Nagato and Yahiko. Chapter 42, The Battle with Hanzo the Salamander. Nagato still remembered Shingya, the one who had saved the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Shingya noticed that Nagato's eyes had been replaced with the Rinnegan. It seemed he was unaware that his current eyes were not his own, as if some memories had been erased. This peculiar occurrence allowed Conan and the two of them to reconnect in a remarkable way. Shingya marveled at the serendipity of fate. He never anticipated altering Conan's destiny so profoundly, yet the original trio of the Akatsuki had crossed paths once more. However, it was evident that while Conan had recognized Nagato and Yahiko, she showed little interest in them. Initially, Shingya had hoped to invite Nagato and Yahiko to join him at the Konoha camp, but they declined. It was understandable, given that they, along with the sand and rock ninjas, had made life unbearable in the Land of Rain. Thus, he bid farewell to them. Knowing that his bond with Conan was far deeper than with the two of them, and that her mother awaited them at the Konoha camp, making it improbable for them to roam together as in the original story. Months passed, and as the beginning of the 38th year of Konoha approached, they finally traced the elusive Hanzo. The relentless rain cast a perpetual gloom over the Land of Rain, and Shingya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya raced through the downpour. "Shingya, can we be certain this time it's Hanzo?" Let us not fall for his tricks again, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Shingya, who had been deceived previously. I'm confident this time. We truly have him, he reassured her. Over the past few months, Hanzo had engaged them in a cat-and-mouse game. Aware that his village had little chance against Konoha and thus resorted to guerrilla tactics, targeting isolated ninja squads to weaken Konoha's strength. Just moments ago, a squad had reported locating Hanzo's hideout. Though it could be a trap, they could not disregard this information. The four of them ventured deeper into a village in the Land of Rain, wary of bringing too many people and risking alerting Hanzo. Is this the village mentioned in the intel? It seems quite ordinary. Could Hanzo really be hiding here? Tsunade pondered, unable to reconcile the notion of the semi-divine Hanzo dwelling in such a dilapidated place. Let us approach and see for ourselves. I'm eager to test my skills against this legendary figure, Jiraiya declared, his impatience palpable. Shingya's lips twitched at his words. After all, Hanzo likely possessed strength at least on par with mid-level shadow ninja. If not at the pinnacle, certainly formidable. Nevertheless, they had no other course of action. Infiltrating the village was their best option. Then let us proceed stealthily and assess the situation in this village. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded in agreement as the four disguised themselves and blended into the village. Though the village lacked prosperity, its remoteness had shielded it from the ravages of war, leaving it intact. As Shingya surveyed the surroundings, he found nothing suspicious, beginning to doubt whether Hanzo was truly concealed within. However, he gradually began to notice something amiss. Just moments ago, only a handful of villagers had been present, yet now a considerable number emerged from their homes. Although they appeared entirely ordinary, their numbers were steadily increasing. Be cautious, something is off with these villagers. As soon as Shingya uttered these words, the seemingly harmless villagers suddenly turned hostile, brandishing various weapons and charging towards them. These villagers were ninjas. The four of them quickly realized that this intelligence was a trap, yet they felt no fear, for their formidable strength was their assurance in facing the danger ahead. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Shingya immediately began forming hand seals, swiftly completing his ninjutsu. The technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu manifested, and in an instant, hundreds of clones sprang forth. While they engaged the unexpected ninjas disguised as villagers, the mastermind behind this scheme revealed himself. Hanzo the Salamander swaggered into their midst and remarked, "You four possess quite the audacity. I never expected you to actually show up. Should I commend your confidence or question your sanity?" In response to the mockery, Jiraiya retorted, "Come and test your mettle against me, you old gasbag. Beware, for I might just disconnect your oxygen supply." When it came to verbal sparring, Jiraiya had never backed down from a challenge, and his jests left Hanzo fuming. "You sharp-tongued brat, I shall show you the power of a demigod." After speaking, Hanzo bit down on his thumb, causing blood to flow forth. With the summoning technique, a multitude of talismans spread across the ground, and amidst a cloud of white smoke, a creature resembling an axolotl appeared at his feet. Seeing this, Shingya turned to Tsunade and the others, instructing, "You three handle him. I will hold off these ninjas." He wished to observe whether the now significantly more powerful legendary three of Konoha could triumph over this demigod of the ninja world. Thus, the battle commenced. Shingya kept the disguised rain ninjas at bay, while Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya faced off against Hanzo in a fierce confrontation. Shingya gauged Hanzo's strength to be at the mid-tier of the shadow level, formidable by current ninja world standards. However, his arrival in this world had indirectly altered Tsunade and the others' growth trajectories. Tsunade now wielded the 100 healings mark. Orochimaru had learned numerous forbidden techniques from the surviving Tobirama Senju, and even Jiraiya had begun his training in Sage mode, albeit not yet fully mastered. After a few brief exchanges, Shingya discerned the overall strength and potential outcomes of the battle. Tsunade and Orochimaru were now approaching the threshold of the shadow level, while Jiraiya was significantly stronger than an elite jonin. Against Hanzo, their odds were roughly even, bolstered by their numerical advantage. However, it was essential to consider that someone with the title of demigod possessed practical experience that Tsunade and her companions could not match, making victory a challenging endeavor. Yet, this was only possible if Hanzo refrained from intervening himself. Determining Tsunade and the others' precise strengths, Shingya decided against further delay. After completing his hand seals, the ground erupted with a proliferation of tree vines. In an instant, this small village was utterly decimated, with both the rain ninjas and Hanzo bound by the trees. Rendered immobile, He had no intention of killing them. After all, the Land of Rain required the existence of the hidden Rain village and Hanzo's leadership. He was both a leader and a cage. Otherwise, these ninjas would likely become rogue warriors, posing a threat to the stability of neighboring nations. Hanzo, I will not kill you, but you must sign a peace treaty with Konoha and the surrounding nations. This conflict must come to an end, with no room for negotiation. Shingya released Hanzo and the Rain ninjas, unperturbed by the prospect of renewed aggression. Once freed, the Rain ninjas quickly rallied around their leader, as if awaiting a command to charge once more. However, upon regaining his freedom, Hanzo had no intention of resuming hostilities. He understood all too well from the previous attack that he was no match for the man before him. Surveying the surrounding trees, he remarked, I never imagined a powerful user of wood release would arise in this ninja world. I shall henceforth refer to you as the second god of ninjas. At that moment, he abandoned any fanciful thoughts of conquering Konoha. Simply surviving this encounter was a stroke of incredible luck. He recognized his remaining utility value, which spared him from death. For wisdom comes with age. Gazing at Tsunade and the others standing beside Shingya, he continued, You three are also quite formidable. To be able to contend with me at such a young age, you are undoubtedly the strongest among the new generation of Konoha's three ninjas. Shingya watched as the corners of Hanzo's mouth twitched, astonished to witness someone who had just been defeated bestowing accolades upon others. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard Hanzo and departed with Tsunade and the others, confident that he had secured peace. Upon returning to the Konoha camp, Shingya swiftly organized the necessary arrangements and communicated the information back to Konoha, requesting them to send representatives for the treaty signing. Everything transpired smoothly. Hanzo refrained from any underhanded tactics, and when he signed the treaty, a conflict involving three great nations and one small nation came to a close. In truth, the village hidden in the clouds had also participated, aligning with Konoha, but as Konoha had maintained the upper hand throughout, their involvement was merely supplementary. Though their assistance was minimal, the relationship between the two villages had significantly improved. As the year 38 of Konoha approached, several months had elapsed since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Shingya observed Conan, who was diligently practicing origami nearby. During the past 2 years of warfare, her once restless spirit had gradually found peace. For the past few months, he had remained alongside Conan in the Land of Rain. Choosing not to return to Konoha immediately after the war's end, Tsunade had often complained about his apparent fickleness. Nonetheless, after days and nights of relentless training, Tsunade's heart softened, allowing him to stay in the Land of Rain a little longer to accompany Conan. As Shingya contemplated these matters, a beautiful woman with blue hair emerged from a wooden cottage behind him and sat beside him, asking, Are you truly planning to leave Conan here alone in the Land of Rain? She is still so young. Amber, with a pained expression, gazed at their daughter practicing her ninjutsu in the distance. The thought of her having to survive alone in this place filled her heart with anguish. Shingya cast a glance at her and sighed softly, saying, There is no alternative. Xiaonan's ninjutsu is as unique as yours, and at this juncture, neither of us can impart any further knowledge to her. She is still young, brimming with limitless potential. If we were to return to Konoha, she wouldn't gain much. It is far more beneficial for her to train here. In truth, he believed that allowing Xiaonan to become a member of the Akatsuki, akin to her role in the original narrative, would significantly aid her growth, enabling her to mature more swiftly. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot endure the tempest. Within the Akatsuki, she would face more formidable trials. Furthermore, this would secure a pawn within the organization, allowing for better intelligence on Kaguya and Uchiha Obito. After all, the ancient being who has lived for millennia, intent on resurrecting his mother, and the old dancer obsessed with realizing the infinite Tsukuyomi are not to be underestimated. Vigilance is indeed warranted. He had contemplated recruiting Nagato or Yahiko as his allies, although Nagato had a relatively amicable relationship with him. He was currently too weak to be reliable. On the other hand, should Yahiko encounter any mishap, he would likely become a traitor, turning against him at the first opportunity. As for Yahiko, he was not a suitable candidate either. Their connection was merely superficial, and his idealistic nature, combined with a strong sense of individuality, posed a risk of discord. In comparison, Xiaonan emerged as the perfect choice, especially after spending these past few months together. Her fondness for him had soared to a remarkable 90 points. Their bond had become inseparable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he asked her to lay down her life for him, she would do so without hesitation. Most importantly, her temperament suited her role as his little spy perfectly. She lacked Nagato's weakness and paranoia, and was far less idealistic than Yahiko. Not to mention her obedience rendered her an impeccable choice. As he pondered these matters, he inadvertently noticed the tears welling up in Womber Ying's eyes, as if she were on the brink of crying, leaving him somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 44. Making Xiaonan an undercover agent. Suddenly, Shingya recalled the heart-wrenching reality of a mother unable to see her daughter. Upon reflection, he realized how cruel that truly was, and he quickly devised a solution. He softened his tone and said, "Moreover, I possess space-time ninjutsu, and I can leave a technique on her. As long as she wishes to see us in the future, she can activate the technique to appear before me. If you miss her, just let me know, and I will use the space-time ninjutsu to bring you to Xiaonan immediately." This served as a safeguard for Xiaonan. Should she ever find herself in danger, she could rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. After all, the Akatsuki would soon be a gathering of dangerous individuals, and without some form of protection, he could not allow this young girl to remain there. Upon hearing that she would be able to see her daughter frequently, Womber Ying's mood began to improve, and she no longer appeared as dejected as before. She nodded, refraining from further comments, as she understood that keeping her daughter with her would not be beneficial. She had already passed on her origami techniques. Additionally, her daughter was still young, in a rapid growth phase of power, unlike herself, who could only improve gradually. Training in the Land of Rain was indeed the best option for Xiaonan. After their exchange, Xiaonan completed her training tasks for the day and returned to the presence of Shingya and her mother. "Brother Yi, what were you and Mom discussing?" Womber Ying affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair and replied, "Your brother Yi has something to discuss with you. I will go prepare dinner." She was aware that Shingya would soon share his plans with Xiaonan. Although her heart ached at the thought of her daughter not returning to Konoha with her, she recognized it was unavoidable. Even though she could not change the situation, she worried that remaining here would make it difficult for her to let go of her daughter. So it was better to allow them space. After Womber Ying entered the small villa, Xiaonan noticed her mother's peculiar demeanor and felt a tinge of curiosity. Without hesitation, Shingya stated, "Xiaonan, I would like you to stay alone in the Land of Rain, if you would." Upon hearing these words, Xiaonan's eyes widened slightly, and she suddenly understood why her mother appeared so reluctant. However, she did not dwell on it, trusting that her mother and brother Yi would not abandon her. There must be a reason for their decision. "Brother Yi, may I know why?" Shingya was somewhat taken aback. This little girl did not display excessive sorrow and maintained a remarkably stable demeanor, further reinforcing his belief that choosing Xiaonan as his little spy was indeed the right decision. After tousling Xiaonan's hair again, he continued, "The primary reason is that you are still young, and your ninjutsu is quite unique. There is little for you to learn if you return to Konoha. It would be much more beneficial for you to train in the Land of Rain. Additionally, I have a task to entrust to you, and hope you can assist me in its completion." Upon hearing the rationale, Xiaonan, who had initially harbored little resistance, now beamed with joy. Yes, Xiaonan will obediently stay in the Land of Rain and help Brother Yi with the task. The prospect of aiding Shingya filled her with exhilaration. Just as Shingya marveled at Xiaonan's compliance, she shifted the conversation, saying, "Since Xiaonan has promised Brother Yi, then Brother Yi must also make a promise to Xiaonan." Without a moment's thought, Shingya nodded. Xiaonan, seeing this, continued cheerfully, "Xiaonan wants Brother Yi to promise that when I grow up, he will marry me." Since being saved by this man, she had developed a profound affection for him, which had gradually blossomed into love over the past few months. She was acutely aware of Shingya's other relationships and did not expect to monopolize his affections, as long as he held a place for her in his heart. That was sufficient. Shingya was momentarily taken aback by her request, but unhesitatingly agreed. "Very well, I promise to marry Xiaonan when she grows up." Upon hearing her brother Ye's affirmation, Xiaonan joyously leaped up and embraced him, exclaiming, "Let us make a pinky promise. Once we do, you cannot go back on your word." Shingya supported her little form with one hand while extending the other to seal their promise with a pinky swear. Ding! Xiaonan's affection level has reached 10. 100 rewards pending collection. After they completed their agreement, Xiaonan's heart was wholly and irrevocably devoted to Shingya, having fallen deeply in love with him. Subsequently, as he playfully flirted with Xiaonan, he collected his reward. Reward: technique for various attribute transformations in paper jutsu, and an elixir extending lifespan by 100 years. Upon familiarizing himself with the reward, he discovered that it was an extension of the paper jutsu, allowing it to be imbued with various chakra attributes. For instance, infusing it with fire chakra would enable the paper jutsu to ignite, while adding explosive tags would exponentially enhance its explosive potential. Incorporating wind chakra would grant the paper jutsu formidable slicing capabilities. However, the most significant aspect of this multifaceted transformation technique is that by infusing the paper jutsu with water chakra, one can flawlessly overcome the fatal weakness of paper's vulnerability to water or oil erosion. In the embrace of Starry Night, Conan noticed his sudden smile and instinctively inquired, "Brother Knight, have you thought of something joyful?" Regaining his composure, Starry Night did not conceal his thoughts from her. He promptly demonstrated his own paper jutsu, augmented by the multifaceted transformation technique infused with water chakra. In an instant, what had been ordinary raindrops transformed into delicate sheets of paper crafted from water. Though they resembled paper, they retained the essence of rainwater. For Conan, who also possessed the paper jutsu, it was evident at once that this ninjutsu was a transformation of the paper jutsu. Yet, she was not surprised that her brother could wield it. In her eyes, he was capable of anything. She was merely astonished by his talent, which enabled him to utilize the paper jutsu to such an extent. After showcasing his skills, Starry Night gently pinched her adorable little face, asking, "What do you think? Would you like to learn, Conan?" She nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Starry Night, recognizing that she would someday be his beloved wife, was keen to strengthen her abilities further. He subsequently taught her the intricacies of the multifaceted transformation technique. True to her potential as a future shadow-level ninja, Conan swiftly grasped the principles involved. With continued practice, she would undoubtedly master it completely. Furthermore, with this technique alongside the complete divine origami technique inherited from her mother, she might even ascend to a level beyond shadows. After imparting this knowledge, Starry Night shared his plan for her to act as an undercover operative. Chapter 45, The Flying Thunder God Seal. In truth, sending Conan undercover was not a daunting task, as the Akatsuki organization had yet to be established. Following the original storyline, all she needed to do was approach Nagato and Yahiko. At this moment, Nagato and Yahiko were likely still under Jiraiya's tutelage in ninjutsu. Indeed, Jiraiya, like Starry Night, remained in the Land of Rain, initially seeking inspiration for his writing. However, after an encounter with Nagato and Yahiko, he discovered Nagato's Rinnegan and believed he had found the child of destiny. Thus, he began teaching the two ninjutsu and occasionally brought them along to converse with Starry Night. Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko soon developed a camaraderie through their exchanges. Having briefly outlined the plan, Conan nodded and remarked, "So, I just need to join Nagato and Yahiko's organization and gather intelligence about it, correct?" Although she was unaware of why her brother required information about the organization they would establish, she refrained from questioning him, content in knowing his needs. After all, both she and her mother owed their lives to him. As long as he did not ask her to harm her mother, she would unhesitatingly comply with any request he made, even if it meant deceiving her newly acquainted friends. Following the discussion, Starry Night intended to leave his Flying Thunder God seal on Conan. He planned to inscribe it directly onto her body rather than merely leaving a kunai as a token. After all, external objects could be lost or stolen, making a direct inscription the safest option. However, he found himself pondering where to carve it on her body, ensuring that it remained concealed from prying eyes. Otherwise, should they encounter someone knowledgeable about space-time ninjutsu, it could arouse suspicion or distrust. After some contemplation, he determined the ideal location and swiftly completed the inscription of the Flying Thunder God technique. Conan, captivated by the intricate design, instinctively exclaimed, "What a beautiful pattern! What is it?" Upon hearing her question, Starry Night shamelessly replied, "That is something Conan need not know just yet. When you grow up, Brother Night will tell you." Hearing this, Conan pouted, resolved to ignore him, and then turned to dash into the small villa. Starry Night followed her inside, where Akatsuki had prepared dinner. The trio shared a meal in an oddly charged atmosphere, passing through the night together. That night, all three were restless, as they were acutely aware that tomorrow would bring their inevitable separation. Akatsuki worried about her daughter's ability to survive alone in the Land of Rain, while Conan was too excited from the day's events to sleep, occasionally touching the seal Starry Night had inscribed. Meanwhile, Starry Night contemplated matters regarding the future of the Akatsuki organization. Thus, the long night gradually came to an end. The next day, the dawn illuminated the perpetually rainy land. A rare occurrence of clear skies heralding a bright day. Sunlight graced the faces of Starry Night, Conan, and Akatsuki, yet none spoke. For they all understood the moment of parting had arrived. With tears in her eyes, Akatsuki approached her daughter, gently kissing her forehead before saying, "Mother will come to see you periodically. Do not suffer in silence out there, understood?" Conan nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with emotion, before she could no longer contain herself and embraced her mother tightly. Chapter 46. Farewell. Starry Night observed the tender scene between the mother and daughter, both with blue hair. Feeling a pang of reluctance in his heart, yet he quickly steeled himself. After all, keeping Conan by his side would only limit her potential. The shinobi world would grow increasingly perilous, and to ensure the safety of those around him, he could not rely solely on himself. It was imperative that everyone grew stronger alongside him. After their embrace, the mother and daughter eventually released one another, Akatsuki turning away without looking back at her daughter. Conan, too, refrained from glancing at her mother, instead focusing on Starry Night, who she approached to offer him a sweet smile. Starry Night was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture, unsure of how to respond. Just as he prepared to return her embrace, she unexpectedly turned away and ran off into the distance without a backward glance. Yet, a resolute voice reached their ears. "Mother, Brother Night, I will take care of myself. I will grow strong enough to protect you both." With that, Conan did not hesitate to utilize her paper jutsu, transforming it into a pair of pristine wings, and soared swiftly toward the sun. Starry Night and Akatsuki watched her departure until her figure vanished from sight. Moments later, Starry Night exhaled softly, then turned to Akatsuki, whose face was streaked with tears, and gently wiped them away. He then comforted her by saying, "It's all right. In a few days, I will use space-time ninjutsu to take you to see her, all right?" Without hesitation, Akatsuki leaned against him and nodded. This nod represented not only her agreement to Starry Night's proposal to see her daughter in a few days, but also her decision to release the burdensome obsession she had harbored in her heart. Her husband, Conan's father. After all these years, that man had not returned for them. It was highly likely he was no longer alive. In her past, she clung to an obsession, waiting for that man to return. Now that her daughter has grown and temporarily departed from her life, she has encountered another man who stirs feelings of affection within her. Determined not to prolong her aimless waiting, Amber-ing embraced Shingya tightly, burying her head in his chest, and whispered, "Shingya, I have fallen in love with you over these past few months. Would you grant this a chance? Even ice, when held too long, will eventually melt. How much more so the human heart?" Through their shared moments and experiences over the last few months, she has indeed come to love the man who rescued both her and her daughter. It is fitting to entrust herself entirely to him as a form of gratitude. However, Shingya was taken aback, contemplating the irony of a mother swiftly pursuing romance just after her daughter's departure. He found the situation amusing yet was not inclined to refuse, for the woman in his arms, though referring to herself as an aunt, appeared to be a refined beauty in her 30s. After months of nurturing, she had fully regained her alluring figure, her face devoid of any blemishes or signs of aging. Strictly speaking, while Shingya was in his 20s, Amber-ing was indeed in her 30s, categorizing her as an aunt, albeit a stunning one. With a hint of playful arrogance, Shingya remarked, "Very well, I shall grant this aunt a chance. But is she not concerned about Shao and discovering our relationship?" He gazed at the woman in his embrace, noticing her slight tremor at the question. Hesitatingly, she replied, "I will discuss this with Shao Nen later. I believe she, as a daughter, would be delighted to see her mother find true love again. Yes, that is it. It is getting late. We should hurry back to Konoha, or it will be dark." Amber-ing brushed off the concern and took Shingya's hand, leading him in an uncertain direction. She was aware of her questionable actions as a mother, pursuing a man just after her daughter had left, but circumstances had rendered her powerless. Both mother and daughter had fallen for the same man, and after waiting for over a decade, she did not wish to forfeit this newfound love, even if it meant disappointing her daughter. Seeing her embarrassment, Shingya chose not to tease her further. In this world, while it was uncommon for a mother and daughter to share the same romantic interest, it was not unheard of, and he harbored no fear of judgment. After all, this was a world governed by strength, and possessing formidable power would silence any naysayers. Shingya halted Amber, declaring, "First, allow me to store away this little villa filled with our shared memories before we depart." As he gazed at the small villa where they had spent several months, his eyes transformed into the iconic three-tomo Sharingan. The tomo began to spin, unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant. Following a brief distortion of space, the villa vanished from sight. Amber stood in stunned silence at this display, observing Shingya's unique eyes. Is that the Sharingan? But why does it bear such an unusual pattern? As a ninja, she was well acquainted with the legendary Uchiha clan of Konoha, renowned for their Sharingan. However, the pattern she saw in Shingya's eyes, featuring a black shuriken and a hexagonal design, was entirely different from the familiar tomo. After closing his Sharingan, Shingya playfully flicked Amber on the forehead and explained, "The three-tomo Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and mine is the even more powerful eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember to keep this secret, alright? Otherwise, your man might encounter trouble." Despite possessing such a formidable ability, it also brought complications, particularly with the Uchiha clan. He was not one of them, and if they discovered his possession of the eternal Mangekyo, chaos would likely ensue. Therefore, it was prudent to keep this information concealed, at least for now. Upon hearing this, Amber did not press for further details. The fact that Shingya confided such a significant secret in her filled her with joy, indicating his trust in her. Seeing her compliance, Shingya felt a sense of satisfaction and recalled another reward he had received from Shao Nen the previous day. Chapter 47. Returning to the village. He retrieved a special pill and offered it to Amber. "This is a reward for being obedient. It can extend your life by 100 years while keeping you youthful and beautiful. How about it? Your man treats you well, doesn't he?" Upon hearing that the pill could grant her an additional century of life while preserving her beauty, Amber gasped. However, despite her curiosity, she hesitated to accept it. "No, you should take it. This must be incredibly rare and precious." With that, she averted her gaze, displaying a stubborn demeanor. Shingya chuckled, shaking his head at her defiance. It seemed both women in his life shared this trait. Yet, it was precisely this thoughtfulness for others that made them deserving of his affection. Gently, he grasped Amber Ying's chin, turning her face towards him, and without hesitation, he placed the pill in her mouth. He successfully prompted her to swallow it. Flushing with embarrassment, Amber exclaimed, "Pervert, I won't talk to you." And with that, she ran off, her face crimson. Shingya laughed and followed her. The two playfully bickered on their way back, with Amber occasionally succumbing to Shingya's cheeky antics, leaving her feeling weak and dazed. Their bond was visibly deepening, nearing the point of breaking through the final barrier. Thus, amidst the pink-tinted atmosphere, Shingya and Amber returned to Konoha. As they approached the gates of the village, Shingya stretched lazily and glanced at the anxious Amber beside him. He reassured her, "There's no need to be so tense. With me here, no one in Konoha will dare to bully you." Seeing his confidence, her earlier anxiety dissipated, and she instinctively smiled, nodding as she leaned closer to him. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over her. Upon nearing the gates, the guarding Jinin, upon recognizing Shingya, lit up as if they had encountered a celebrity. "Is that Lord Shingya?" "Yes, it is. I can't believe he has just returned from the battlefield. Truly, our hero of Konoha." Currently, both villagers and ninjas in Konoha were well aware that the village's success in the recent war was largely attributed to Shingya's exceptional leadership. Without his guidance, even if they had managed to win, it would likely have been a Pyrrhic victory, as Konoha had faced off against three nations, three formidable opponents. The primary credit for this monumental victory belonged to Shingya, their commander. It was no exaggeration to say that he held significant influence among the ninja community of Konoha. However, he did not intend to use such words to stir up trouble in Konoha. After all, while the position of Hokage is appealing, becoming the man who holds that title is even more enticing. Shortly thereafter, Shingya brought Amber Hikari to the Hokage building, intending to report to his somewhat less than ideal mentor. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he burst through the door, exhibiting a complete lack of decorum. After all, if the Hokage could treat the office like home, why couldn't he, the hero of Konoha? "Who? Can't you see our new generation's Konoha F4 is in a meeting?" As Shingya entered, he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gatekin, and Tanaka Kamaru, with Shimura Danzo being the loudest among them. However, upon noticing it was Shingya, Danzo's voice immediately softened. He cleared his throat and said, "Ah, it's you, Shingya. You could have at least announced your arrival. It seems I have no business here, so I shall take my leave. He recalled the time he had reprimanded this young man at the Senju ancestral home. The current Shingya was no longer the weak genin he once was, but a hero of the war, a formidable force with the strength of a shadow. After Danzo departed, Mito Gatekin and Tanaka Kamaru exchanged pleasantries before following suit. The room was left with only the third Hokage, who was leisurely smoking, Shingya, with a nonchalant demeanor, and the visibly anxious Amber Hikari standing behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Amber, but soon turned his attention back to his impudent student. You truly have no respect for your elders, scaring my old friends like that. He was well aware that his student harbored no fondness for his old companions, especially Danzo. However, this sentiment was common among Konoha's ninjas, who generally disliked Danzo and the roots he had established. After Sarutobi became the third Hokage, Danzo continued to operate his roots, dealing with unsavory matters. Yet, due to the presence of the esteemed Tobirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, his actions had not become excessively harmful to the ninja clans within Konoha. Shingya was cognizant of these affairs, yet he did not intend to intervene as long as the situation did not escalate. He understood that his mentor was subtly inquiring about his views on the roots, as his opinion would likely reflect that of Mito Uzumaki. However, he truly wished to remain uninvolved in these trivial matters and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. How you manage Konoha is your business. My sister and I are indifferent. If you wish to support the smaller clans and suppress the larger ones, that is acceptable. As long as it does not go too far, no one will raise objections." Following the educational and medical reforms, Konoha had seen a significant improvement in living standards, and after enduring a war, many small clans had joined Konoha. However, these clans were often merely a handful of individuals. Nevertheless, they wielded considerable influence and were supportive of the Hokage and Konoha's advisors. This dynamic enabled the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, families of the Hokage and his advisors, to grow increasingly powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally sought to bolster these clans. However, Konoha's resources were limited, necessitating a strategy to suppress the Senju and Uchiha clans, the more prominent families. Yet, this task was evidently not straightforward, especially with Tobirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki still in existence, posing a challenge for the Hokage and his advisory council. As the discussion turned to the Uchiha clan, which had grown notably strong, far beyond the capabilities of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, it became clear that this was the subject of their deliberations. Upon hearing Shingya's response, Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. Having already taken in those smaller clans, it would be unreasonable not to provide them with some benefits. With this troublesome matter resolved, Sarutobi's mood lightened, and he began to inquire about minor issues. I heard from Orochimaru and the others that after the war, you and Jiraiya stayed in the land of Rain. Did you achieve anything noteworthy? Shingya instinctively wanted to respond that he had acquired two beauties, one large and one small. But he paused. No, and Jiraiya and I parted ways, though I did encounter an interesting little fellow. The interesting little fellow he referred to was, of course, Nagato. But he had no intention of disclosing this information, as it would serve no benefit for anyone involved. Any interference from others might disrupt his careful plans, potentially even alarming the hidden Black Zetsu. Recognizing Shingya's reluctance to elaborate, Sarutobi refrained from pressing further and certainly did not intend to investigate this student of his. Unbeknownst to him, he had missed the opportunity to learn about the legendary sage's eyes, the Rinnegan. He glanced at Amber Hikari standing behind Shingya and remarked, "Shingya, you are still young. You should devote more energy to becoming stronger and not become infatuated with women. Do you understand? Besides, you already have Tsunade. Aren't you afraid she might turn against you?" Amber Hikari's appearance belied her age, making her seem like a mature woman in her 20s rather than a mother in her 30s. Sarutobi had already assumed that she was a woman Shingya had brought back from outside. At that moment, Amber's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling an apple, her delicate earlobes turning rosy as well. Shingya did not argue but straightforwardly replied, I understand. As for Tsunade, I can handle it." He offered a casual dismissal and did not elaborate further, but Sarutobi looked at him with admiration. After all, he knew Tsunade's temperament well enough to describe it as violent. Yet, he also recognized that before this young man, she exhibited a different disposition. To have a woman accept another woman, especially one like Tsunade, certainly required considerable skill. It made him want to inquire about the young man's strategies for dealing with women. So, my good student, how do you usually get along with Tsunade? The previously stern Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of delight, his wrinkled face lighting up with a grin. Upon seeing this transformation, Shingya couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was tempted to say that as long as one possessed a good physique, one could simply silence the woman with a kiss, leaving her speechless. However, upon observing his aging mentor's monkey-like physique, he chose to refrain from voicing this thought. Instead, he decided to seize Amber Hikari, saying, "Teacher, you need not pry into my relationship with Tsunade. You wouldn't be able to learn it. Well then, we shall take our leave." With that, Shingya hurriedly departed from this contentious place, anxious that his aging mentor might delve deeper into the matter. While it was not a significant issue, he feared that if Sarutobi genuinely attempted to experiment with it upon returning home, he might end up being subjected to a reverse suppression. If things escalated severely, it could lead to his indirect infamy as a teacher's killer. Having exited the Hokage building with Amber Hikari, he guided her toward the Senju clan's direction. As the two individuals journeyed along their path, they beheld the revitalized village of Konoha, where the scars of war had gradually begun to fade. Every face radiated with joy, and the myriad of shops dazzled the eyes. Amber Fireflies was captivated, having previously dwelled in the rain country, where incessant rains obscured the splendor of bustling streets and beautiful skies. For the first time, she strolled through a vibrant commercial district beneath a resplendent blue sky, her heart overflowing with unprecedented happiness. Starry Night, not in haste to rush her, allowed them to meander leisurely towards the Senju clan's residence. Indulging in numerous purchases along the way, Amber Firefly's youthful spirits soared anew, enveloped in an unfamiliar bliss. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Senju ancestral home, they opened the door to find two women seated, as if awaiting their arrival. Upon recognizing one of the women as Tsunade, Amber Fireflies instinctively recoiled behind Starry Night. Having previously encountered Tsunade, she was acutely aware that this woman was the legitimate partner of the man she loved, rendering her speechless. Akin to a mistress confronting the rightful wife, Starry Night, sensing the tension, gently grasped her hand and whispered, "You should head upstairs and find a room. There's a little girl with red hair on the second floor, but she should be asleep by now. Regardless of any noise you hear, do not come down. It may be rather intense." The girl he referred to was, of course, Kushina. Due to her young age, she retired early as she needed to attend school. However, upon hearing this, Amber Fireflies clung more tightly to Starry Night's garments, feeling fear, yet resolutely unwilling to let him face the impending confrontation alone. Ultimately, she recognized that it was her own fault for falling in love with him. She could not evade the situation nor allow him to shoulder the burden alone. Gaining resolve, she gazed into Starry Night's eyes and declared, "I will face this with you. I am not afraid of them." Starry Night was profoundly touched by her words. Yet mindful of the tumultuous events that might unfold, he reiterated, "Truly, it will be fine. I can handle them, and your presence here may hinder me. Please, go upstairs." After caressing her cheek and patting her back, he urged her to ascend. Though Amber Fireflies felt conflicted upon witnessing his confident gaze, she understood that remaining would serve no purpose and could potentially exacerbate the situation. Thus, she ascended the stairs, glancing back multiple times, determined to cultivate her strength and confront Tsunade in the future. Chapter 49. The Prelude to Battle. Once Amber Fireflies reached the second floor, Tsunade began to speak. "You managed to bring someone back in just a few months. You truly are becoming more impressive." Tsunade, unusually restrained, opted for a sarcastic tone. Beside her, Uzumaki Mito, initially indifferent and seemingly unconcerned, instantly became vigilant upon realizing her rival was another attractive woman. She had assumed that Starry Night had merely returned with a young girl. But to her surprise, she encountered a mature woman of equal allure, thus presenting her with a formidable competitor. Previously, Mito had been unperturbed by the notion of her partner having other women, considering them merely young girls, incapable of rivaling her own sophistication. However, this time, Starry Night had returned with a woman equally as captivating, compelling Mito to heighten her caution. Meanwhile, Starry Night chose not to respond to Tsunade's pointed remarks. Instead, he locked the ancestral home's door, concealing his forthcoming intentions from others. Unbeknownst to Tsunade and Mito, they were on the brink of a harrowing confrontation, their complaints cloaked in a veil of ignorance. "I shall not let you off easily this time," Tsunade declared. Yet, Starry Night remained silent, inching closer to the two women. As he stood before them, Tsunade, noticing his lack of response, began to question whether her words had angered him, regretting her earlier comments. "Darling, I'm sorry. I was just a bit upset when I said that," she stammered, realizing her misstep. The stage was set for an imminent clash, beginning with a crescendo. As the sun ascended, the commotion on the first floor gradually subsided, allowing amber fireflies to cautiously descend from the second floor. Upon her arrival, she was met with a scene that would astonish her for a lifetime. The first floor was in disarray, as if a violent altercation had transpired, furniture scattered chaotically. Dazed by the sight, amber fireflies could scarcely comprehend the events of the previous night. Nevertheless, her instinctive politeness prevailed, prompting her to inquire, "May I assist you? You both appear to be struggling." After all, she could not simply stand by idly. Tsunade and Mito, despite their exhaustion, were determinedly cleaning up the battlefield, desperately needing a moment of respite to regain their strength. Upon noticing amber fireflies standing at the staircase, both women turned crimson, nearly wishing to vanish. However, Mito, being more composed than the flustered Tsunade, quickly accepted the situation. After all, this woman would soon become her sister-in-law. "Thank you, Sister Fireflies. We are indeed quite fatigued and need to rest," Mito replied, pulling Tsunade towards the bathing area. Amber Fireflies, having slapped her own face to muster courage, began to diligently tidy up the living room. Once she completed her task, she noticed a small girl descending from the second floor. The very red-haired child Starry Night had mentioned. Approaching Kushina, she bent down with a smile and said, "Hello, I am Amber Fireflies. You may call me Sister Fireflies. What is your name?" Recognizing the unmistakable red hair of the Uzumaki clan, Amber Fireflies was reminded of her own daughter. At around 12 years of age, Kushina was beginning to blossom into a young lady, yet she still retained the essence of a child. As she hurried to complete her homework assigned by the Ninja Academy, upon hearing her name, she looked up to see a blue-haired woman of ample stature. "Sister, are you also one of Brother Knight's women?" she inquired innocently. Despite the 3 years of war, Starry Night made it a point to write to Kushina periodically, strengthening their bond rather than diminishing it. In her mind, only those who shared a connection with Brother Knight could reside in this house, leading her to believe that this woman was most likely another of his beloveds. Chapter 50. Coexisting harmoniously on the other side. Upon hearing the question, Amberling's cheeks turned crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless in response to the girl's inquiry. However, gazing into the girl's innocent eyes, she could not bring herself to deny the truth, so she merely nodded. After all, she and Shingya had only one last barrier to breach, making her, in a sense, his woman. Upon seeing her nod, Juxinai's face lit up with a knowing expression, mumbling, "I knew it." Hearing her murmur, Amberling couldn't help but feel perplexed as to why so many were enamored with that insufferable man. There were already 2 in the bathing area, and now there was another. Not to mention a little girl from the Uchiha clan who seemed to harbor affection for him as well. During their time at the front lines, she had noticed that Uchiha girl, who had shown considerable hostility towards her, an unmistakable sentiment, particularly from a woman. As Amberling grappled with the formidable pressure of competition, Juxinai, with her eyes sparkling, happily introduced herself. Thus, the two established a rudimentary acquaintance, which proved to be quite significant. Afterward, Amberling refrained from interrupting Juxinai's studies, primarily out of concern that this little one might not take her work seriously and face repercussions upon returning to school. Amberling resumed her cleaning duties, and upon entering the living room, she was taken aback to find the instigator of this tumultuous affair, the terrifying man, still present. Fortunately, he was fast asleep, and as Amberling beheld his form, her heart fluttered. Despite knowing she should not peek, her eyes betrayed her, stealing glances at the man. Unbeknownst to her, she fantasized about a future that was both enchanting and dread-inducing while tidying up. At that moment, Tsunade and Mito emerged from the bathing area, steam wafting from their bodies, resembling celestial beings. Mito regarded the new sister with no trace of yesterday's worry. After the tumult of the previous night, she understood that Shingya would not forsake old loves merely because a new affection had entered the fold. She had always been cognizant of this truth. Yesterday's jealousy had stemmed from witnessing her beloved man suddenly accompanied by another beautiful woman, akin to herself. Now that clarity had dawned, she felt no animosity towards the newcomer. Tsunade, too, had no intention of making things difficult for this new sister, recognizing that any discord between them would ultimately burden their shared man, perhaps even inciting his ire. The three women subsequently engaged in harmonious introductions, akin to long-lost sisters reuniting. Vortex Mito smiled warmly at Amber Ling, saying, "Sister Ling, it's getting late. Our little man will soon awaken. Shall we prepare breakfast together?" With a glance at Shingya, who lay sleeping on the bench, she turned back to Amber Ling. Of course. Amber Ling readily agreed, eager to foster a good relationship with her two seniors, not just for her own sake, but also for the future of her daughter, Xiaonan. While she accepted that the first and second positions were beyond her reach, the third place was still attainable. As Tsunade and the Uchiha girl did not yet fully belong to Shingya, there remained a chance for her to overtake them. Soon enough, the three began preparing breakfast. And before long, Shingya stirred, rubbing his eyes. Ah, how refreshing. He stretched, feeling invigorated. A bit of relaxation was beneficial for alleviating fatigue. After 3 years of war and endowed with the remarkable physique of a sage, such weariness was trivial for him. As Tsunade served breakfast at the table, she chided Shingya. "Hurry and put on your outerwear." Honestly, having grown accustomed to his state after a night of observation, she no longer blushed. Shingya nodded in acknowledgement. While he did not mind being scrutinized by Tsunade and Mito, he realized there was still someone present who had not fully joined their ranks, Amber Ling. And thus he felt the need to maintain a respectable image. The five of them then commenced their breakfast. As the saying goes, 3 women create a spectacle. And with the addition of a little girl, the atmosphere was even more lively. The 3 women, who had once been rivals, now engaged in animated conversation. Once they grew familiar, Tsunade enthusiastically invited Amber Ling, "Sister Ling, how about I take you for a stroll around Konoha?" Although Amber Ling was a newcomer, her age warranted Tsunade's calling her sister. Without much thought, Amber Ling readily accepted. "Sure, I would appreciate that." After all, she would soon reside in Konoha, and it was essential to integrate swiftly. Tsunade, with her straightforward nature, eagerly embraced this task. She was a person who expressed jealousy and joy candidly, and once a matter was settled, she would not dwell on it. Mito, observing the two, felt her spirits lifted. With more people around, emotions became contagious. And seeing those nearby happy brought her joy as well. Why not let the 3 of you go explore together? Shingya, you just returned and could use some relaxation. I'll refrain from joining to avoid making the villagers overly respectful and boring you, Mito suggested, choosing not to accompany them, aware of her esteemed status in Konoha, which made her presence inappropriate in such settings. Chapter 51. Mikoto encounters trouble. Should she make an appearance, the atmosphere would quickly turn solemn. Though she could disguise herself, she preferred not to. Typically, she only ventured out for evening rendezvous with Shingya, cherishing the moments when he could see her face. Moreover, the allure of the night, with its shadows and whispers, allowed for intimate encounters. If she had to conceal herself to step outside, she would rather remain there to cultivate her skills. Especially now that Shingya had 2 other women by his side, it was best she stayed out of it. Meanwhile, Tsunade pouted, "What about me? Tsunade wants to go shopping too. I'm utterly bored at the Ninja Academy." Upon seeing her puffed-up cheeks, Shingya couldn't help but pinch her playfully, saying, "No way. If I remember correctly, you're set to graduate this year, right? Shouldn't you be studying for your ninja knowledge exam?" With ongoing reforms in the Ninja Academy, bolstered by his suggestions, graduation requirements now extended beyond mere mastery of basic techniques to include a comprehensive understanding of essential ninja knowledge. Upon hearing the mention of the ninja knowledge exam, Tsunade's expression drooped, her big eyes casting a sidelong glance at Shingya. "This is all your fault, big brother Yi. You insisted we learn all that ninja knowledge, humph." Shingya chuckled at her complaints, shaking his head. "That knowledge is incredibly beneficial for you. It will enhance your survival chances in the future. You must take it seriously, understood?" The ninja knowledge encompassed various terrains and survival skills essential for navigating their world. He had noted that aside from the formidable legacies of ninjutsu and taijutsu, other forms of knowledge were, for the most part, woefully deficient. The history and geography of this world are virtually non-existent, or at least not taught in ninja schools. Apart from imparting a few ninjutsu techniques and their foundational knowledge, the only concept discussed is the so-called will of fire. Upon hearing Shingya's words, Kushina could only nod dejectedly, for after all, Brother Yi is to be her future husband. No matter her discontent, she must comply. After their discussion, Shingya and Tsunade decided to take Amberheim for a leisurely stroll around Konoha village after breakfast. while Kushina was conveniently escorted to the ninja school. However, this so-called leisurely outing felt more like accompanying the two women on a shopping spree in the commercial district. Following Tsunade and Amberheim, Shingya's hands were laden with numerous items. Observing the two women intent on further shopping, he reminded them, "Ladies, I can hardly carry any more." Upon hearing this, both Haim and Tsunade glanced at his overloaded hands and agreed they had browsed enough for the day. After all, their purpose was to help Amberheim familiarize herself with Konoha village, and they could not spend the entire day merely shopping. All right, no more purchases. Let us proceed to our next destination, Tsunade declared, taking Amberheim's hand as they exited the commercial district. Shingya suggested, "Let us visit the clan grounds of the prominent families. I can introduce Amberheim to the various clans of Konoha." Amberheim expressed her keen interest. Although she possessed some knowledge of Konoha's prominent families, it was limited, as she was not originally from Konoha. Her understanding stemmed from widely circulated information. Thus, she was naturally intrigued by the major bloodline clans within Konoha. Besides the commercial district, the only other noteworthy sites in Konoha were the clan residences. Among these families, the Senju+Uchiha+Hyuga clans stood out as the most powerful and prosperous. The Senju clan's grounds were unnecessary to visit, as Amberheim resided within them and could explore at her leisure. Thus, the remaining prominent clans to visit were the Uchiha and Hyuga. Let us first head to the Uchiha clan's grounds. It has been some time since I last saw Mikoto, and it would be a fine opportunity to catch up. Shingya proposed without hesitation. Tsunade, though a member of the Senju, had a fair opinion of the Uchiha clan and, unlike her great-uncle, bore no animosity toward them. Nodding in agreement, Amberheim had no objections either, and together the three proceeded toward the Uchiha clan's grounds. At that time, the Uchiha clan still held considerable influence within Konoha, and their territory was centrally located, no longer isolated at the village's periphery. Before long, the trio arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha grounds, and as they approached, they unexpectedly stumbled upon an intriguing scene. Uchiha Fugaku. I will say this once more, I already have someone I like. I warn you to keep your distance. A voice filled with fury echoed, clearly audible even to Shingya and his companions, who had yet to draw near. Oh, you have someone you like. I shall see who dares to compete with me. The heir of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Shingya felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Originally, Mikoto had intended to continue chastising Uchiha Fugaku, but upon seeing Shingya, her previously angry expression transformed into one of surprise and joy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, mistaking her reaction as a sign of her changing feelings, felt a surge of hope. Unbeknownst to him, her smile was directed at the man standing behind him. However, this did not deter Fugaku from indulging in his self-satisfaction. "Mikoto, have you reconsidered your feelings?" he exclaimed, already envisioning a bright future. Unfortunately, he did not hear the voice of the man behind him, which cut through the air with a cold edge. "She has not changed her mind, for I am the one Mikoto truly likes." The menacing tone sent shivers down Fugaku's spine, compelling him to instinctively create distance. Once he had done so, he finally laid eyes on the man before him. "Why you are Shingya? How is this possible? The one Mikoto likes is you." Upon recognizing Shingya, his heart sank, and he promptly abandoned any hope of pursuing Uchiha Mikoto. After all, if it were anyone else, as the heir of the Uchiha clan, he would not hesitate to confront them, even if it were Hinata Hayashi, the heir of another prominent family. Yet, the man before him was someone he could not afford to offend. Setting aside the fact that he was the brother of Uzumaki Mito, his recent triumph in leading Konoha to victory in the Second Shinobi World War and his formidable strength rendered him untouchable. Ultimately, he was merely the heir of the Uchiha clan. Even his father, the clan leader, would think twice before antagonizing Shingya. At that moment, Shingya approached Mikoto, gently ruffling her hair, and then turned his gaze back to the visibly distressed Uchiha Fugaku, asking, "What is it? I hear you have designs on her." Shingya had completely forgotten that, without his presence, Fugaku would actually be the one destined to be with Uchiha Mikoto. But so what? The past is the past, and the present is now. At this moment, Shingya was the man destined for Uchiha Mikoto. On the other side, confronted with the question, Uchiha Fugaku did not ponder for long. He quickly relinquished his last vestiges of reluctance and offered the most advantageous response for himself and the Uchiha clan. "No. I was unaware that Uchiha Mikoto favored you. I solemnly swear I will never approach her again." Shingya was not overly surprised by Fugaku's answer. Although he had not previously interacted with the man, he remembered enough of the original narrative to know that Uchiha Fugaku shared similarities with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was the type who would sacrifice a few for the sake of many. Thus, he would not jeopardize his standing for Mikoto, as such a trade-off would be unwise. Shingya had no intention of making things difficult for him. After all, with Fugaku being so agreeable, pressing him further would only portray Shingya as petty. Very well. Just stay away from Mikoto henceforth, he said dismissively, gesturing for Fugaku to leave. Seeing this, Fugaku departed without a trace of reluctance, thereby severing his ties with Uchiha Mikoto. Consequently, her fate would be irrevocably altered. She would not merely become a housewife, nor give birth to the Uchiha Weasel who would bring about the demise of her clan. Shingya gazed at the elegant Mikoto before him, marveling at how she had blossomed. She was already 15 years old. Noticing her prominent bosom, he mused that the benefits of papaya and milk were evident, foreshadowing a remarkable future. Meanwhile, Mikoto, acutely aware of Shingya's lingering gaze, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Looking utterly adorable. Observing the two exchanging glances, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and interjected, "If you enjoy watching so much, why not have Mikoto stay with us?" Honestly, the speaker's words were unintentional, yet the listener's heart was attentive. Upon hearing this proposal, Meichin's eyes sparkled with golden light. "Indeed, teacher. Why not allow me to reside with you? After all, if it is your request, the clan leader will surely not oppose." Shingya pondered for a moment, considering that it might not be an unreasonable idea. Although the Uchiha clan's regulations had always prohibited intermarriage, let alone moving out, this was a world where power reigned supreme. If necessary, one could simply persuade the Uchiha clan leader with a show of strength. Resolute in his decision to bring the charming Meichin home, he readily agreed. "Very well. Let us first speak with the Uchiha clan leader. I am certain he will be quite amenable." Upon hearing Shingya's consent, Meichin was as joyous as a little sparrow, immediately extending her delicate arms to envelop her beloved man in a warm embrace, clinging to him without any intention of letting go. With no choice but to support her soft form with one hand, Shingya turned to Tsunade and Huang, saying, "Let us proceed inside to meet the Uchiha clan leader." Tsunade, witnessing the situation unfold, nodded with a sense of resignation. She had gradually grown accustomed to it. It seemed likely that more women would be moving into her home in the future, a reality she had come to accept. Meanwhile, Huang felt an increased sense of urgency, realizing the necessity of hastening her pursuit of becoming Shingya's woman, lest she be outpaced by other young ladies. The four of them arrived at the Uchiha compound, where, thanks to Meichin, their journey was smooth. They approached the entrance of the second largest building within the compound. As for the largest, that was undoubtedly the Nanga Shrine, where the Uchiha clan might one day conspire against the village and where the altered stone tablet by Kurizetsu was kept. Shingya had little interest in the worthless stone tablet, but was quite concerned about whether the Uchiha clan would indeed rebel. After all, the Uchiha clan was Meichin's family, and any misfortune would surely cause her distress. Thus, he resolved that if this malevolent clan ever considered rebellion, he would intervene, ensuring they did not face annihilation. As Shingya mused about how to manage the Uchiha clan, they entered the ancestral home of the Uchiha, where the clan leader resided. With Meichin having awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan and reached the status of a special jonin, her standing within the Uchiha clan was significant. She merely needed to announce her presence to gain an audience with the clan leader. Shortly thereafter, Shingya and the others were ushered in to meet the Uchiha clan leader, who appeared to be in his 40s, bearing a stern countenance that belied the clan's reputed arrogance. Without the Sharingan activated, one could hardly discern his identity as the clan leader. After exchanging brief greetings, Shingya broached the subject of Meichin moving in with him. To his surprise, there was no hostility. The clan leader considered the request and acquiesced without hesitation. This was unexpected for Shingya, who had anticipated a staunch defense of clan customs, aimed at preventing Uchiha lineage from mingling outside. He had even planned to use this opportunity to shake the very foundations of the Uchiha compound, instilling some humility in their proud hearts to deter any rebellious thoughts. Yet, to his astonishment, nothing of the sort transpired. As Chapter 53 unfolds, Meichin's relocation was at hand. While Shingya was deep in thought, the clan leader presented an unexpected request. "I know you are puzzled as to why I would allow Meichin to leave the Uchiha so easily," he began, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with significance. "It is because I seek your assistance." Shingya, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Assistance? What could I possibly offer? His eyes scanned the clan leader's face, seeking greater understanding. The leader, perceiving his inquiry, smiled gently, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. You are exceptionally talented. I believe the position of the fourth Hokage rightfully belongs to you. Therefore, I wish for you, once you attain the title, to look after the Uchiha clan. That is all. Shingya's heart stirred. He had not anticipated such a request. Ever since the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took office, he had sensed the village's subtle oppression of the Uchiha clan. This invisible pressure made him acutely aware of the bias held by the third Hokage and the Elder Council against the Uchiha. Lowering his gaze, a mix of emotions flickered across his features. The clan leader continued. Thus, when I observed your relationship with Meichin evolve, I felt a surge of joy. After all, this means that a member of the Uchiha clan has become an ally to the future Hokage. With a whisper in your ear, could we not alleviate the Uchiha's plight? Shingya met the clan leader's gaze, recognizing the expectation and unwavering determination in his eyes. A smile graced his lips as he began to comprehend the leader's intentions. He was betting on the value Meichin held in Shingya's heart, wagering that Shingya would lend a helping hand to the Uchiha clan at a critical moment. After a brief silence, Shingya nodded. Meichin had become an indispensable part of his life. Thus, assisting the Uchiha clan in times of need seemed a small price to pay. They exchanged a few more words before Shingya's gaze wandered to Meichin, whose face radiated with happiness, warming his heart. Finally, the conversation concluded, and the group prepared to take their leave, having accomplished their purpose. As they exited the Uchiha ancestral home, Meichin appeared more elated than ever, chattering excitedly like a cheerful little bird. Her voice rang clear and melodious, tinged with excitement and anticipation. I can't believe they actually agreed. I can finally live with my teacher. Observing her exuberance, Shingya wore a fond smile. He playfully tapped her pert backside, teasing, You little rascal, why are you so happy? Startled by his touch, Meichin's body quivered, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Pouting, she glared at Shingya with mock indignation, playfully retorting, Teacher, you're so mean. I'm just really happy. Her voice was soft, imbued with a hint of playful affection. Shingya's heart softened at her charming demeanor, and he replied gently, All right. Let's go to your home to pack your things, and then return to the Senju compound. Meichin nodded, a shy smile illuminating her face, as she led Shingya and the others to her residence. Given Meichin's formidable strength within the Uchiha clan, she was indeed among the strongest of the new generation, surpassing even Fugaku, the Uchiha heir. Her residence was conveniently situated near the heart of the Uchiha clan, and it wasn't long before the four of them arrived at her abode. Mikoto's home was adorned with a warm and inviting ambience, boasting brand new furniture that exuded comfort. As Shingya stepped inside and surveyed the surroundings, he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Are you living here alone? I could have sworn you lived with your parents. Upon hearing this, Mikoto pouted, casting an indignant glare at Shingya, and complained, My teacher shows no concern for his students at all. I moved out on my own after graduating from the Ninja Academy, honestly. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, as if Shingya's oversight had dampened her spirits. Shingya was momentarily taken aback, a sheepish smile crossing his face. He instinctively scratched his head, replying, I've just been so busy that I haven't really paid attention to these matters. His tone was somewhat subdued, laced with a touch of regret. Observing his awkward demeanor softened Mikoto's heart, and much of her anger dissipated. She gently said, It's all right. Teacher, I understand you're very busy. Her voice was imbued with tenderness, warming Shingya's heart. With a slight smile, Shingya instinctively reached out to assist Mikoto in tidying up. However, the moment he grasped the first item, he froze. It was a pair of pink panties adorned with adorable cartoon patterns. A faint blush crept onto Shingya's cheeks as he unconsciously glanced at Mikoto, whispering, This. Mikoto's face instantly flushed crimson upon seeing Shingya holding her intimate garment. She rushed over, snatched it back, her cheeks aflame as she exclaimed, Teacher, you don't need to help me with that. Just go outside, please. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her flustered state. Shingya, pushed out of the room by Mikoto, stood outside with a bemused smile, muttering to himself, This girl, why is she so shy? At that moment, Tsunade, who was seated in the living room, erupted into laughter. Holding her stomach, she guffawed at the sight of Shingya being pushed out, teasingly remarking, the little girl is quite bashful. Don't mind it, huh? Shingya felt his cheeks warm at Tsunade's laughter as he approached her with a playful demeanor, saying, "Weren't you the same as a child? You insisted on bathing with me. And your little face was all rosy." Tsunade's laughter immediately faltered, her expression freezing in embarrassment. Her cheeks turned a vivid red as she glared at Shingya, stammering, "Why you? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" That was because the bathwater was too hot. Seeing her flustered reaction brought a small smile to Shingya's face. He leaned closer, whispering, "Is that so? Then why were you always leaning toward me back then, asking me to rub your back?" Before he could finish, Tsunade jumped up, covering his mouth with her hands. Her face flushed as she urged, "And no, don't say that." Chapter 54. The new girl joins with Tsunade's body pressing against Shingya's. They were in close proximity. He could feel her warmth and the slight tremors of her body. A glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes as he whispered, "Tsunade, are you feeling shy?" Her blush deepened at his words. Unable to meet his gaze, she lowered her head and murmured, "And now I sent the time. We have to go home first. You need to hold on. I'll let go now." Her voice held a mixture of panic and anticipation. Carefully, Tsunade released her grip and climbed off Shingya, sitting back down beside Yui, trying to create some distance, avoiding his gaze. Her ears reddened as her heart raced. Yui, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling her laughter. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she softly remarked, "You two are quite something." Tsunade, hearing Yui's comment, felt her face heat up again and shot her a glare, softly retorting, "What are you laughing at?" Shingya, amused by Tsunade's bashful demeanor, stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a patronizing smile on his face as he said, "All right, enough of the teasing. Once Mikoto finishes packing, we shall return." Tsunade nodded, now wary of any physical contact with him, fearing he might suddenly turn into a ravenous wolf. Though they were longtime companions, they were still in someone else's home. Having nearly ignited real flames, Tsunade was cautious not to provoke her man further, sitting beside Yui with a flushed face, avoiding his gaze. Stimulated by Tsunade's alluring figure, Shingya too refrained from further playful banter. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm his emotions to avoid embarrassment. His gaze flickered slightly as he subconsciously adjusted his breathing, attempting to suppress the tumult within him. After all, every move and expression from Tsunade seemed to carry an invisible allure, stirring ripples in his heart. Meanwhile, Yui, sitting quietly, appeared to be enjoying a captivating performance, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if relishing a splendid show. While secretly contemplating how to become Shingya's true partner, her thoughts already beginning to take shape. Before long, the sound of a door opening echoed through the quiet hall. Mikoto emerged from her room, carrying several bags. She walked with a lively stride, her face radiating excitement and anticipation. A smile graced Mikoto's features, as if the recent events had filled her with immense joy. She glanced around, and, upon seeing Shingya, Tsunade, and Yui, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. However, stepping out, she sensed an unusual atmosphere among them. A subtle silence enveloped the hall, tightening her heart slightly. Instinctively, she looked at Shingya, her gaze laced with curiosity, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Yet before she could ponder further, a composed Shingya stood up, approaching her to help stow her luggage into a ceiling scroll. "All right, let us go home." Shingya's voice was soft yet tender, infused with a hint of affection. He gently patted Mikoto's head before hastily moving toward the exit. His actions appeared somewhat hasty, as if he were eager to vacate the premises. Mikoto, noticing this, felt a twinge of confusion, wondering why her teacher was so anxious to leave. However, she refrained from questioning further, attributing it to his desire not to waste time. Quietly, she followed him, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Soon, Shingya and the others brought Mikoto to the Senju clan's territory, arriving at the ancestral home. At the entrance, Uzumaki Mito had been waiting for some time. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched Shingya and Mikoto enter. Having grown accustomed to Shingya bringing home new girls, she smiled slightly, her curiosity piqued. Is she a little girl from the Uchiha clan? However, upon seeing the newcomer's black hair and dark eyes, she instinctively thought she belonged to the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village is somewhat mediocre, Miko's obedient demeanor endears her greatly to Mito. With a gentle smile illuminating her face, she exudes warmth as she welcomes. "Welcome to the Senju territory, Miko." As Hoshino retrieves the sealed scrolls, unpacking Miko's belongings, he proudly states, "Indeed, She is Uchiha Miko, the very girl I mentioned before, the one I taught at the Ninja Academy. His voice carries a hint of pride, as if he is presenting his most esteemed pupil. Upon hearing this introduction, Miko bows deeply, her anxiety palpable as she stammers, "Greetings, Lady Mito. I am Uchiha Miko. I look forward to your guidance." Her voice trembles slightly, reflecting her nervousness. Even when meeting the Uchiha clan leader for the first time, she had not felt this level of trepidation. After all, the woman before her is akin to a figure of ancestral significance, hailing from the same era as their illustrious ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Most importantly, Miko recognizes that this esteemed lady is the most powerful presence beside her teacher, whose words carry immense weight. Only Tsunade ranks behind her. As a young girl who has yet to become her teacher's partner, Miko feels a pressing need to ensure she does not displease this esteemed figure. Thus, her anxiety is entirely understandable. Observing Miko's nervousness, Mito smiles reassuringly. "Hello. We shall be family from now on. You may simply call me Sister Mito." Her voice is soft and inviting, akin to soothing a frightened kitten. As she slightly bends down, her gaze filled with affection. "Relax, there are no outsiders here." Miko nods appreciatively, her tension easing slightly, and replies shyly, "Yes, Sister Mito." With an endearing shyness, she begins to unpack her belongings. Her steps are light, and her face radiates excitement as she anticipates the future. While organizing her luggage, she silently vows to perform admirably here, determined not to earn Sister Mito's disdain. Mito observes Miko's diligent nature, convinced that she will undoubtedly grow into a virtuous wife. A smile graces her lips, tinged with satisfaction. However, a flicker of unease arises in her heart at the thought of this wonderful girl eventually becoming the wife of her little man, mirroring her own fate. Subconsciously, she places a hand on her abdomen, contemplating whether it is time to consider having a child with Hoshino. Previously, during their intimate moments, she had always controlled her body to prevent such circumstances. However, after consuming the longevity elixir, time feels abundant, and there is no rush to continue their lineage. After all, they have plenty of time together in the future. Yet, as Hoshino attracts more companions, though she does not fear abandonment, she senses that their moments together may dwindle. With a sigh, she feels a tinge of helplessness. "Mito, stop daydreaming and come help Miko with her things." Hoshino's voice interrupts her thoughts, coming back to reality. Mito smiles sheepishly and responds, "Coming," her tone imbued with a charming shyness. She hurries to Hoshino's side, joining the effort to assist the new family member. As for her earlier musings about having a child, she decides that there is no immediate rush. Although there are now more women around Hoshino, they still have ample time together. She cherishes their current life as a couple and thinks that, when the time feels right, they can simply let nature take its course. With their combined efforts, the Senju ancestral home welcomes a new girl. Miko's room, adorned with brand new furnishings, radiates warmth and comfort. Once Miko's belongings are settled, the evening sky is painted with the hues of dusk. Golden sunlight streams through the windows, enveloping the room in a cozy glow. Just then, little Kushina returns from the Ninja Academy, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Upon entering, she spots Miko and her face lights up with a brilliant smile as she exclaims, "Miko, how did you come to live here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Miko looks up, her surprise mirrored on her face as she sees her friend. She sets down her luggage and rushes over, embracing Kushina tightly, whispering, "Kushina, I've moved in. Teacher Hoshino allowed me to stay here." Kushina's eyes sparkle with excitement as she pats Miko's shoulder, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Now we can be together every day?" Her tone is filled with enthusiasm, as if it were the most delightful news in the world. Previously anxious, Miko gradually begins to feel at home with the warmth of Kushina's presence. Before Kushina's return, she had been the only young girl in the household, surrounded by 3 mature women, which had made her feel somewhat out of place. Now, with Kushina by her side, Miko's spirits lift considerably. The 2 girls settle onto the sofa in the living room, engaging in lively conversation about amusing incidents from the Ninja Academy, village gossip, and their little secrets, their laughter echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Mito, and Akatsuki are busy in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the arrival of their new sister. Hoshino sits on the opposite side of the living room, observing this harmonious scene with a heart full of gratitude. A gentle smile graces his lips, his eyes reflecting tenderness. The warm atmosphere fills him with profound satisfaction and joy. Soon, dinner is ready, and the family gathers around the dining table, sharing tales of amusement. Encouraged by Kushina, Miko gradually sheds her shyness, joining in the lively conversation. Her face aglow with happiness as she feels entirely embraced by her new family. As the delightful dinner comes to an end, they all help to clear the table, the sky darkening with nightfall. After washing up, they retreat to their respective rooms to rest. Just as Hoshino lies down, he feels the presence of someone hidden beneath his covers. His body tenses instinctively, ready to unleash his jutsu. However, just as he prepares to act, a slender arm captures his hand, interrupting his release. Hoshino blinks in surprise, quickly recognizing the arm's owner, and ceases to resist. As anticipated, the next moment, Akatsuki's head emerges, playfully pinning him down. Hoshino understands her intentions, and the two, their feelings mutual, soon become engulfed in a passionate embrace. Akatsuki's eyes glisten with affection, shimmering beautifully. "Husband, please cherish me," she whispers softly, her voice laced with shyness. Hearing those words, Hoshino feels no hesitation. Chapter 56. A reunion with Conan in recent days. Hoshino finds himself unusually unoccupied. During the day, he returned to the ninja school to continue his teachings, and at night, he played joyfully with Akihime. Thus, they spent a delightful time together until they found themselves standing on the rooftop of Konoha village. Akihime was seated on his lap, her head resting on his shoulder, her gaze imbued with a hint of anticipation. Her voice was soft and low, laced with a touch of affection. "Seiya, I miss Conan a little. Shall we go see her?" Seiya smiled gently, looking down at Akihime, whose face shone with eagerness and her eyes sparkled with desire. His heart softened slightly, and he nodded, saying, "All right, let us use the Flying Thunder God technique to visit Conan." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Akihime's face. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Seiya's neck and exclaimed, "Oh, you're the best, my husband." Her voice was filled with excitement. Her body pressed closely against Seiya's as if she wished to merge into him. Seiya felt a mix of helplessness and affection at Akihime's actions, a tender smile gracing his lips. He gently pinched her cheek, teasingly saying, "You are becoming increasingly clingy." Akihime blushed at his words, lowering her head and softly murmuring, "I just like being close to you." Her voice carried a hint of shyness, her eyes reflecting a sense of dependence. Seiya smiled slightly, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Since parting with Conan, she had been writing to him every day. Her ninjutsu was paper jutsu, allowing her to inscribe words onto paper, which she then folded into origami cranes that would fly to Konoha village, guided by the spatial imprint of her enchantment. This method, while simple, proved to be incredibly practical. Through these letters, Seiya learned that Conan had joined forces with Nagato and others to establish the Akatsuki, providing shelter to numerous wandering ninjas and forming a small faction. Seiya gently patted Akihime's back, saying, "Let us go find Conan. Hold on tight, or else I might lose you, and that would sadden me." Hearing this, Akihime blushed again, tightening her grip around Seiya's neck as she declared, "I won't let go." Her voice carried a note of determination, her eyes reflecting trust. Seiya softly closed his eyes, beginning to sense Conan's presence far away in the land of rain. Her figure appeared in his mind, the enchantment mark becoming increasingly vivid in his perception. A faint blue light began to envelop his body, the radiance of the Flying Thunder God technique. "Are you ready?" Seiya asked softly. Akihime nodded, clinging tightly to his neck, her body trembling slightly. She was aware of what was about to transpire. Although she felt a tinge of nervousness, anticipation prevailed. Seiya smiled gently and nodded. The blue light around him surged, transforming into a stream of light as they vanished from their location. In the land of rain, sunlight streamed through the perpetual drizzle, gracing the orphanage's yard with warmth, bringing a touch of comfort to the slightly dilapidated place. Conan, clad in a simple blue top, with her short blue hair appearing sharp and spirited, busily distributed food to the children, who gazed at her with eager eyes, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The Akatsuki had taken in many ninjas, and as their numbers grew, they undertook underground bounty missions, earning a substantial sum. Yet, they remained true to the Akatsuki's purpose of offering assistance, helping numerous orphanages during this time. As Conan handed out food, her mark emitted a faint blue glow, seemingly awaiting her response. She instinctively paused. "Conan, are you feeling unwell?" A voice inquired beside her. Turning, She found Nagato looking at her with concern, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. Conan shook her head, replying, "No, I just have a slight headache. I will rest for a bit." Her voice contained an almost imperceptible hint of anticipation. Nagato observed her retreating figure, furrowing his brow slightly, but refraining from further comment. He understood Conan's temperament. Once she made a decision, it was difficult to sway her. Though they were friends, he sensed a significant distance between her and both himself and Yahiko. He sighed and continued distributing food to the children. Stepping out of the orphanage, Conan wandered into a quiet wilderness. She leaned against a large tree, gently closing her eyes. A subtle smile gracing her lips, her gaze filled with expectation. He is coming, Conan thought silently, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. Her heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from her chest. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms, filled with anticipation and anxiety. Chapter 57, 2 Artifacts? Leaning against the tree trunk, Conan closed her eyes, basking in the sunlight's warmth. A serene smile adorned her face, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. The enchantment mark on her abdomen emitted a soft blue glow, as if responding to her anticipation. He has arrived, Conan thought. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar aura. Opening her eyes wide, she beheld Seiya and Akiheim standing before her. Seiya, cradling Akiheim like a princess, wore a gentle smile. "Brother Seiya," Conan exclaimed with surprise, leaping to her feet and rushing towards him. Seiya's face lit up with warmth upon seeing her. He gently set Akiheim down and said, "Conan, we have come to see you." Hearing this, a look of bliss spread across Conan's face as she rushed into Seiya's embrace, tightly holding on to him, saying, "I missed you so much." Her voice trembled with emotion, her body slightly quaking. Seiya tenderly patted her back, saying, "I missed you too, Conan. You've worked hard." His voice was low and gentle, imbued with affection. Conan lifted her head to gaze at Seiya, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she said, "Brother Seiya, I have so much to tell you." Her voice brimmed with eagerness, her gaze filled with longing. Seiya smiled softly, replying, "All right. Let us find a quiet place to speak at length." His voice was gentle, his eyes radiating warmth and affection. The trio settled on a tranquil patch of grass, close together, forming a cozy little group. Conan leaned against Seiya's shoulder, while Akiheim sat on his other side. Conan sighed softly, saying, "Brother Seiya, did you know? Ever since you left, I think about you every day." Her voice was tinged with emotion, her eyes shimmering with hope. Seiya smiled gently, taking her hand, saying, "I too. Conan, you've endured much." His voice was low and tender, filled with affection. Upon hearing this, a smile of happiness illuminated Conan's face as she nodded softly, saying, "I know, Brother Seiya. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself." Her voice was firm, her eyes radiating trust. The three of them shared their longings during this time, basking in the rare tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the soft grass. As they enjoyed this precious moment together, Amber Fire leaned against the shoulder of Starry Night, while Xiaonan sat on the other side, their hands clasping tightly around his, as if exchanging warmth. At that moment, Xiaonan had come to realize that her mother was indeed together with the brother she adored, Night. Starry Night and Amber Fire had no intention of concealing this from Xiaonan. After all, any attempt to hide it now would inevitably be uncovered in the future. So it was better to be forthright. When Xiaonan first heard this news, she anticipated a surge of anger, considering that as a mother, she must have been aware of her feelings for Night. To her surprise, however, she found herself not particularly upset, but rather pleased that her mother had found happiness once more. Though her mother had taken the lead in this matter, it did not mean she would concede. Xiaonan lifted her chin defiantly, gazing at her mother seated beside Starry Night, and declared, "Mother, I will not give up on Night. You cannot expect to monopolize him." Amber Fire, witnessing her daughter's stubbornness, found herself both amused and exasperated. After all, Xiaonan was blissfully unaware that Night had many women vying for his affection. With a gentle shake of her head and a knowing smile, Amber Fire replied, "Your mother lacks the ability to monopolize your Night. In fact, I have always intended for us to stand together as allies in this pursuit." The competition for Starry Night's affection included formidable rivals such as the Princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade, and the Vortex Princess, Mito, not to mention her close friends, Mikoto and Kushina. Navigating the challenges of the Senju ancestral home alone was a daunting task, hence the necessity of involving her daughter. Moreover, their striking resemblance was a tremendous advantage. If utilized wisely, they could potentially rival Tsunade for a position of prominence, if not claim the second or third rank. While Xiaonan remained spirited in her resolve, she was oblivious to her mother's long-term plans. In the midst of their exchange, Starry Night gently tapped their heads and inquired, "All right, Xiaonan, have you encountered anything interesting during this time?" He recalled that keeping Xiaonan in the Akatsuki was a precaution against Kagaya and Uchiha Obito, uncertain if Kagaya had yet made her appearance. Xiaonan let out a soft sigh, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, and replied, "Recently, nothing much has happened, except for a task escorting merchants through the Land of Iron. There, I stumbled upon a rather peculiar shrine dedicated to a deity I had never seen before." Starry Night raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "Oh, a shrine in the Land of Iron? That sounds fascinating. Did you explore it?" Deities and shrines were not particularly rare. After all, the Uzumaki clan had their own deity, the Shinigami associated with the dead demon consuming seal. However, if memory served, the Land of Iron was a realm of samurai, lacking a ninja village. What kind of deity could they possibly worship? Perhaps a god of war? At this point, Xiaonan nodded excitedly. "Indeed, I ventured inside. The shrine housed a large stone tablet inscribed with strange seals. I couldn't decipher the symbols, but within the seals lay two swords. One was relatively short and entirely golden, unremarkable in appearance, while the other was peculiar, resembling a serpent's tail, segmented." Starry Night furrowed his brows, recalling the legendary blades from the Naruto series. The first that came to mind was the 7 swords of the Sword of the Mist, but he knew they were unlikely to be found outside of Kirigakure. Chapter 58, The 10 Kusanagi and the Unknown Divine Sword. While he pondered, a bold idea struck him, causing him to startle slightly. His eyes brightened with excitement as he asked, "Is the sword you described something like this?" He gestured in the air, tracing a sword shape with chakra. Xiaonan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes, that's exactly it. How did you know?" Starry Night smiled, his own excitement mirrored in his gaze. "Xiaonan, you may not realize, but this sword is quite famous in Japanese mythology. It is called the 10 Kusanagi. It is said to possess formidable power, capable of banishing those it strikes into a dreamlike, illusionary world, and has the ability to seal others permanently. As for the other sword, I am unaware of its origins." Xiaonan's face registered shock, her mouth agape as she struggled to find her voice. Amber Fire, having overheard their conversation, interjected with curiosity, "The 10 Kusanagi? It sounds impressive." Starry Night nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this sword is one of the 3 legendary treasures of Japanese mythology, wielding unparalleled power. If we could locate it, it might significantly enhance my strength, not to mention that unknown sword. It too could be a divine artifact. After all, if it truly were the 10 Kusanagi, it could be equipped within his Susanoo, serving as a potent trump card." Xiaonan's eyes glimmered with determination as she gently nodded. "Night, are you suggesting we visit the shrine in the Land of Iron?" Starry Night smiled confidently. "Precisely, Xiaonan. I believe this is an excellent opportunity. If we find the 10 Kusanagi, it could greatly benefit our future." Amber Fire's face lit up with excitement as she tightly grasped Starry Night's hand. "Husband, I wish to see it too. This task promises to be thrilling." Starry Night patted Amber Fire's hand reassuringly. "Very well, we shall go together. However, we must remain cautious. We are unfamiliar with the Land of Iron and may encounter dangers." Xiaonan nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Knight, together we will surely find that sword." After their discussion, they resolved to set off for the Land of Iron the following day. That evening, they returned to the orphanage, where Xiaonan briefly updated Nagato and Yahiko about their plans. Though concerned, they recognized Xiaonan's resolve and refrained from further admonitions, simply reminding her to stay safe. The next morning, the trio embarked on their journey to the Land of Iron. The sky was adorned with wispy clouds, and the sunlight filtered through, casting a warm and tranquil glow upon the earth. Starry Night led the way, flanked by Xiaonan and Amber Fire, both wearing expressions of eager anticipation. "Starry Night, do you truly believe we can find that sword?" Amber Fire asked softly, her eyes reflecting hope. Starry Night smiled gently. "As long as we endeavor, there will be a chance. I am confident that the sword awaits us within that shrine." Upon hearing these words, Xiaonan's face revealed a hint of determination. She gently nodded and said, "I too believe we will surely find it." After days of arduous travel, the trio finally arrived in the Land of Iron. A small nation renowned for its samurai, where individuals adorned with swords were ubiquitous. As they entered the land of iron, they were enveloped by a palpable aura of martial prowess. This place is entirely different from Konoha, Amber Fire remarked softly, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Shingya smiled faintly and replied, indeed, the land of iron is dominated by warriors, and the lifestyle here resonates with the essence of a bygone era. Xiaonan nodded and suggested, let us first seek out the shrine. Time is of the essence. They traversed through the town, eventually reaching a remote mountainous region. The environment here starkly contrasted with the town, surrounded by dense forests, and the air was fragrant with a subtle floral aroma. Following a narrow path, they finally arrived at the enigmatic shrine. The shrine appeared ancient, encircled by towering trees that lent it an aura of tranquility. At the entrance stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with peculiar symbols. Upon seeing these symbols, Xiaonan's face lit up with recognition as she murmured, this is the place. Shingya stepped forward, intently observing the inscriptions. His gaze reflected a deep focus, as if he were searching for something. Amber Fire stood beside him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. These symbols seem remarkably ancient. Shingya remarked softly, his fingertips lightly brushing the stone, as if sensing its warmth. Xiaonan nodded in agreement, saying, yes. I found them quite strange when I first encountered them. Shingya smiled slightly and explained, these symbols indeed represent an ancient seal. There are records of them within the Uzumaki clan, designed to seal objects. Xiaonan's expression shifted to one of surprise as she whispered, a seal? Are you suggesting that this sword is truly sealed here? Shingya nodded firmly, his eyes reflecting conviction. Indeed, Xiaonan, once we unravel this seal, we shall locate it. Amber Fire's face lit up with excitement as she grasped Shingya's hand tightly, urging, husband, let us hasten to break this seal. Brother Yi, can you break this seal? Xiaonan asked softly, her tone laced with anxiety. Shingya smiled reassuringly, replying, I will give it a try. His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with confidence. Standing before the stone tablet, he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. A soft blue glow gradually enveloped his body, indicative of his chakra flowing. Xiaonan and Amber Fire stood beside him, their eyes filled with anticipation. As his fingers gently touched the tablet, his chakra began to seep into it. The symbols on the stone began to shimmer faintly, as if responding to his chakra. Shingya's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze imbued with concentration, as though he were engaged in a silent battle with the seal. This seal is formidable, he murmured, his tone serious. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's expression turned worried, and she cautioned, Shingya, please be careful. He smiled gently and nodded. Chapter 59. The Sword of Heaven's amalgam. His chakra continued to flow into the stone, causing its glow to intensify. Suddenly, the symbols began to rotate, as if unlocking a complex chain. Sweat beaded on Shingya's forehead, his determination unwavering, as he silently battled the seal. Almost there, he whispered, excitement creeping into his voice. Xiaonan and Amber Fire clutched each other's hands tightly, their eyes alight with hope. They understood that this moment was crucial. Should Shingya succeed in breaking the seal, they would uncover the legendary artifact. At long last, through Shingya's efforts, the symbols ceased their rotation, and a blinding light erupted as the stone crumbled, revealing a passageway leading into the shrine. Shingya exchanged a glance with Xiaonan and Amber Fire, nodded, and stepped inside, followed closely by them. The interior of the shrine appeared ancient, its predominant color a rich red, with a raised wooden platform at its center. Upon the platform rested two swords. One was the 10-fist sword, and the other was the long sword that resembled a serpent's tail, as described by Xiaonan. As Shingya approached, an unexpected voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering one of the artifacts of this world, the 10-fist sword and the Sword of Heaven's amalgam. 10-fist sword, an artifact that sealed and vanquished the 8-headed serpent, possessing the power to seal all. Sword of Heaven's amalgam, an artifact birthed from the tail of the 8-headed serpent, wielding the power to sever all. Amidst the radiant light, the two swords gradually materialized, one a gleaming golden short sword, and the other a deep black sword, its hilt engraved with a serpentine design, exuding an air of mystery. This is the 10-fist sword and the Sword of Heaven's amalgam, Shingya uttered, his voice tinged with astonishment. A smile graced his lips, glimmering with excitement as he approached and grasped the hilts of both swords. The 10-fist sword emanated a warm energy, as if welcoming his presence. while the Sword of Heaven's amalgam radiated a powerful, malevolent aura. It would be inaccurate to label it merely as malevolence. Rather, the Sword of Heaven's amalgam possessed an immense dark energy, contrasting sharply with the Ten Fists Sword's light energy. This dark energy activated Shingya's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The convergence of these profound yin and yang forces significantly amplified his sage body and Sharingan. The originally black and red dual-colored Sharingan gradually transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan composed of black and gold, distinct from the traditional form. Upon fully absorbing both energies, he gently drew the swords, their blades emitting a crisp sound, as if narrating their legendary tales. "We have succeeded," Shingya said softly, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Xiaonan and Amber Fire stepped forward, their eyes filled with reverence. They understood that these swords possessed unparalleled power, destined to greatly assist their companion in the future. "Shingya, we have truly found these two swords," Amber Fire exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Shingya smiled gently and affirmed, "Indeed, we have found them. They will undoubtedly provide us with substantial aid." Subsequently, Shingya stored both the Ten Fists sword and the Sword of Heaven's amalgam within himself, ready to wield them. These swords could serve as conventional weapons, yet they also had the potential to transform into varying sizes to aid Susanoo or the wooden constructs of wood release. The trio then embarked on their return journey, their spirits high, having discovered two invaluable treasures. Along the way, they spoke of the legends surrounding the swords, their hearts filled with anticipation. Sunlight bathed the shimmering surface of the sea, as gentle waves caressed the rocky shore, producing melodious sounds. Shingya, Xiaonan, and Amber Fire strolled leisurely along the coastline, their figures casting elongated shadows upon the sands. In the starry night, Amber Fire softly inquired, "Do you think we will encounter any trouble?" A hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Her voice, gentle amidst the sea breeze, seemed particularly soothing. The ocean lay tranquil, with only the sound of waves breaking the silence, and both Amber Fire and Xiaonan sensed something amiss. Xingyi offered a slight smile, his gaze imbued with confidence. "Do not worry. With me here, nothing untoward shall occur." His voice resonated deeply and resolutely, as if it could dispel all unease. The calmness of the sea often heralds the presence of formidable creatures, for the mighty instill an instinctive fear in the weaker beings, causing them to flee from such locales. Xiaonan nodded, her eyes reflecting a similar determination, for she believed that as long as Brother Yi was by her side, no danger could daunt them. As the trio pressed onward, the cool sea breeze caressed their faces. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from the distance, suggesting the approach of a colossal being. Xingyi furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with vigilance. "What could that be?" Amber Fire whispered, a note of tension in her voice. Xingyi lifted his gaze, fixating on the distant waters. A massive silhouette emerged, intermittently revealed by the waves, a gigantic turtle, thrashing in the water and creating towering swells. A flicker of surprise crossed Xingyi's face, his tone growing grave. "It is the three-tailed Isabu. What could it be doing here?" Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's expression shifted to one of concern. "Is that the tailed beast? It's enormous." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Having never encountered a tailed beast or the formidable Susanoo, the sight of Isabu, towering several dozen meters, was overwhelming for her. Xingyi nodded, his gaze resolute. "Though I do not know why Isabu appears here, its timing is fortuitous." His voice was low yet powerful, as if he had made a firm resolution. Ever since acquiring the Kusanagi sword and the Tengro katana, he had yearned to test the might of these divine weapons, alongside gauging the strength of his Susanoo. However, suitable opponents had been elusive, rendering his grand techniques useless. Until now, a worthy adversary had finally emerged, providing the perfect opportunity. The roar of the three-tailed Isabu grew louder, its body churning in the sea, sending forth tremendous waves. Chapter 60. Swift Demise of the Three-Tailed Isabu. It swung its three tails violently, conjuring a colossal wall of water that surged toward Xingyi and his companions. A spark of excitement ignited on Xingyi's face, his eyes filled with determination. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing his energy. "Xiaonan, Amber Fire, step back," he commanded, his voice deep and authoritative. Concern flashed across their faces, but they complied, retreating swiftly behind him. They understood that when Xingyi was serious, their presence would only hinder him. As they stepped away, Shingya opened his eyes, which now gleamed with icy clarity. His gaze transformed into the black and gold eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a golden six-pointed star swirling within his pupils, exuding an aura of formidable power. A faint black chakra began to envelop his form, swirling rapidly around him. "Come forth, three-tailed Aisabu," he called, his voice resonant and chilling. In an instant, a colossal black skeletal frame materialized around Shingya, gradually coalescing into powerful musculature, manifesting a giant standing approximately 500 meters tall on the shore. The skeletal structure of Susanoo, composed of black chakra, emanated a cold radiance, as if forged from darkness itself. Fortunately, there were no onlookers nearby, or it would have incited widespread panic. Though alone, Xiao Nan and Amber Fire stood in astonished silence at the sight of this colossal figure. Is this the power that Brother Yi possesses? Is he a deity? Xiao Nan's initial shock morphed into fascination and fervor. In this moment, Xingya was her god, the true savior of her and her mother. Meanwhile, Amber Fire transitioned from awe to admiration, her gaze filled with adoration, captivated by Xingya's strength. What they did not anticipate was that Susanoo was not yet in its final form. The next moment, as the 500-meter giant fully took shape, a golden yang chakra enveloped its entire body, manifesting as a heavy armor. The recently acquired Kusanagi sword and Tengro katana appeared at Susanoo's sides, one gleaming gold, the other deep black, radiating an air of nobility and danger. With the golden armor of the yang chakra combined with the black body of the yin chakra, along with the two divine swords, Xingya's Susanoo had reached its complete state. The eyes of Susanoo shimmered with golden light, as if capable of perceiving all. It stood by the shore, casting a vast shadow over the sea. Upon activating Susanoo's complete form for the first time, when Xingya looked back at the three-tailed Aisabu, it appeared no larger than a mere turtle. He felt he need not even wield the Kusanagi sword or the Tengro katana. A simple grasp would suffice to seize it. Still, despite Aisabu being somewhat weaker, it serves as an excellent target. Without hesitation, Xingya drew the Tengro katana from his waist, its black blade seemingly able to devour all, brimming with boundless power. In an instant, he commanded Susanoo to strike at the three-tailed Aisabu. With a swift motion, he severed Aisabu's three tails, and the ocean's surface split in two from the immense force, revealing the seabed below, transformed into an unfathomable abyss. The residual power of the sword's strike continued forward, cleaving the sea apart and forming a vast chasm, exposing the rocky ocean floor beneath. The intense pain jolted the once rampaging Aisabu back to reality. Upon seeing the towering 500-meter giant, an instinctual fear immobilized it. Its eyes widened in terror, as if it were face-to-face with the most terrifying entity in existence. Seeing Aisabu had regained consciousness, Xingya had no intention of annihilating it. After all, tailed beasts were merely manifestations of energy, capable of being sealed but not slain. He maneuvered Susanoo to hover before Aisabu, and asked, "Why are you here?" To his knowledge, the three-tailed Aisabu should have been entrusted to the hidden mist village by Hashirama Senju, so its presence in the ocean was perplexing. Aisabu, sensing that this human did not intend to kill it, replied obediently, "I escaped from the hidden mist village. They sought to seal me, but a mishap allowed me to flee." Under the starry night, Xingya nodded in acknowledgement, recalling that during the Third Shinobi World War, the elderly band had indeed captured Gifu and sealed him within Rin. This revelation suggested that Gifu had long escaped from the hidden mist village, which ultimately led to his capture by Madara. After a moment of contemplation, Xingya spoke again. "Very well, you may leave. Capturing this creature serves no purpose. It will not enhance his strength. Moreover, it cannot thwart Madara's plan to seal Gifu within Rin, especially since, without the three tails, there are still other tailed beasts, such as the seven-tailed Shomei from the hidden waterfall village. Acquiring these beasts would be effortless for Madara, rendering Gifu's capture futile." Upon hearing that this formidable human would let him go, Gifu wasted no time, disregarding his severed three tails, and hastily submerged into the depths of the sea. His eyes reflected a hint of terror, as if fearing that Xingya might change his mind. After witnessing the turtle's departure, Xingya approached the severed tails that he had cut using the Tenseigan. He controlled his Susanoo, bending down gently to draw forth a divine sword, the Tenseigan, which emanated a soft golden glow, seemingly infused with boundless sealing power. Employing the sealing abilities of the Tenseigan, he sealed the three tails within the sword. These tailed beasts were manifestations of energy, and thus, sealing these tails within the Tenseigan was not a challenging endeavor. A satisfied smile graced Shingya's face, his eyes shimmering with contentment at the sword's sealing capabilities. After accomplishing this, he soared back to the shore, reuniting with Conan and Akatsuki. Upon seeing Shingya's return, both women wore relieved smiles, knowing that as long as Shingya was present, no danger was insurmountable. Chapter 61. Companionship with Conan. Shingya then dispelled his Susanoo and approached Conan and Akatsuki. "Shingya, you are truly amazing," Akatsuki whispered, her voice laced with admiration. Conan nodded in agreement, her gaze filled with infatuation. "Brother Yi, you are our deity." Shingya smiled gently, patting their heads. "Come, let us continue our journey home." They nodded in unison, and the trio resumed their path toward the land of rain, encountering no further dangers along the way. Although a few bandits occasionally targeted Conan and Akatsuki due to their beauty, they were ruthlessly eliminated by the two women. While they often became shy in Shingya's presence, they were renowned as cold-blooded ninjas when faced with others. Days flew by as the trio safely returned to the land of rain. But Shingya and Akatsuki had no intention of returning to Konoha immediately, nor did Conan wish to report back to the Akatsuki just yet. They unanimously decided to explore various towns in the land of rain. Standing in a quaint town, surrounded by a bustling market where people came and went, their faces radiated happiness, free from the helplessness and pain of war, which had gradually faded with time. Conan donned a simple white shirt, her blue hair appearing both sharp and spirited, while Akatsuki wore a black dress, exuding an air of sensuality and grace. "Shingya, the food here is delightful," Akatsuki exclaimed, holding a skewer of grilled meat, her face illuminated with a satisfied smile. Her voice was soft and melodious, as if she were savoring this rare moment of leisure. Shingya smiled gently, his gaze filled with affection. "I am glad you enjoy it." Conan nodded, her expression brimming with happiness. "Indeed, the food is truly exquisite." Her voice carried a hint of excitement, clearly reveling in the joy of being with her mother and brother Yi. As they strolled leisurely down the street, relishing this rare respite, the towns in the land of rain, though modest, were imbued with a distinct charm unlike that of Konoha. The streets were lined with various small shops, offering an array of goods, from food to handicrafts. "Shingya, let us take a look over there." Conan pointed toward a shop selling handicrafts, her face alight with anticipation. Her voice brimmed with excitement and curiosity. Shingya nodded, smiling slightly. "Very well. Let us see what it has to offer." Upon entering the quaint shop, they were greeted by an assortment of handcrafted items. Conan and Akatsuki's eyes sparkled with delight as they excitedly perused the shop, selecting their favorite pieces. Shingya stood by, watching them with a warm smile, his gaze tender. "Shingya, look at this," Conan exclaimed, holding up a delicate origami piece, her face beaming with joy. Shingya approached, taking the origami from her hands and inspecting it closely, smiling gently. "This is indeed beautiful. Let us purchase it." Akatsuki joined them, holding a finely crafted bracelet, her expression filled with happiness as she said, "Shingya, this bracelet is for you." Her voice was soft and sweet, conveying her heartfelt sentiment. Noticing her mother gifting Shingya a present, Conan pouted playfully. "This origami is also a gift for brother Yi. I will pay for it." Now serving as the financial minister within the Akatsuki, Conan may not yet possess the immense wealth she would accumulate years later, but she was already quite affluent for her age. Shingya affectionately ruffled their hair, smiling, "Thank you both." Time passed swiftly, and after several days of enjoyment in the towns of the land of rain, it was finally time to bid farewell. Standing in a small town, Conan wore a reluctant expression. "Brother Yi, mother, please come to visit me often, all right?" Her voice was tinged with anticipation, her gaze filled with longing. Shingya smiled gently, playfully pinching her nose. "Do not worry, we will come to see you." His voice offered comfort. Akatsuki nodded in agreement, her face reflecting a similar sentiment of reluctance. "We will return to visit you." Her voice was soft and soothing, expressing her heartfelt wish. Conan nodded, her face breaking into a blissful smile. "Then I will wait for you." Her voice shimmered with hope. Although she yearned to accompany them, she understood the necessity of having a spy within the Akatsuki. After bidding farewell to Conan, Shingya and Akatsuki embarked on their journey back to Konoha, chatting and laughing along the way, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility. Upon their return, Shingya resumed his previous routine, During the day, he returned to the ninja academy to continue teaching, and in the evenings, he spent time with Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito, and Akatsuki. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, both the shinobi world and Konoha thrived, with no significant events occurring. Until one day, Tsunade approached Shingya, her face radiating excitement and her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Shingya, I have perfected my Byakugan no Jutsu." Tsunade's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, as if she had been awaiting this day for far too long. Upon hearing this, Shingya was equally elated. "Is that true? That is wonderful." Tsunade nodded, a glimmer of determination gracing her features. "Indeed, over the past 2 years, we have diligently researched an enhanced version of the 100 Healings technique, which I have now perfected, enabling me to withstand the trials of the wet bone forest. During this period, Shingya has utilized his increasingly formidable sealing techniques to assist Tsunade in further refining her 100 Healings technique. It can be said that we have created a superior variant of this technique, designed to empower Tsunade to undertake the trials of the wet bone forest and thus attain sage mode. In the original narrative, Tsunade was unable to successfully cultivate sage techniques, primarily due to the unique training methods required in the wet bone forest. The process involves the slug sage's potent acid corroding the body, allowing the practitioner to absorb the natural energy from their surroundings to cultivate sage mode. Although Tsunade possesses the Senju bloodline, she lacks the powerful sage body of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, rendering her incapable of mastering the sage mode of the wet bone forest until now. However, with her Senju bloodline combined with the enhanced 100 Healings technique, she has now fully met the criteria for cultivating sage mode in the wet bone forest. As for Shingya, he had already qualified for sage mode upon acquiring his sage body, but had delayed his progress until Tsunade was ready. Tsunade smiled slightly, her expression filled with anticipation. "When shall we embark on our journey to the wet bone forest to cultivate sage mode? We can set off at any time." The various ninja villages have remained unusually tranquil of late, leaving the ninjas with ample leisure. After discussing it, the two decided to depart for the wet bone forest the following day. Early the next morning, after packing their belongings, Tsunade summoned the slug. "Lord Shingya, Lady Tsunade, are you finally ready?" The slug's voice resembled that of a young girl. Yet, who would have guessed that it was a slug that had lived for over 1,000 years? Both Shingya and Tsunade nodded in unison, affirming their readiness. With that, the slug utilized reverse summoning to transport them to the wet bone forest. Upon arrival, Tsunade and Shingya curiously surveyed their surroundings, discovering that the wet bone forest indeed lived up to its name, nestled within a swampy woodland. "Lord Shingya, Lady Tsunade, you have finally arrived." A thunderous voice resonated throughout the swamp, compelling them to cover their ears. They turned towards the source of the sound, realizing it was the true form of the slug speaking. The slug's immense body towered several hundred meters high, rivaling Shingya's Susanoo in stature, given its millennia of existence. Such size was only to be expected. "My, slug, your true form is so vast," Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly finding her previous summoning of a 10-meter-tall slug rather trivial. "Hee, Lady Tsunade, you flatter me. I shall communicate with you through a smaller form. Otherwise, you may find it overwhelming." A petite slug that had separated from the main body approached Tsunade and Shingya. "We must not delay. Let us commence our training," it urged, producing a large vat and pouring in the potent acid. The training in the wet bone forest entails continuous corrosion of the body by the strong acid, causing injuries that facilitate the absorption of natural energy. Thus, to cultivate sage mode in this forest, one must possess formidable physical prowess. To date, only Hashirama Senju has successfully attained sage mode here, and he did so by virtue of his sage body. Initially resolute, both Tsunade and Shingya were momentarily daunted by the intimidating sight before them. Tsunade feared that the acid might mar her beautiful skin, leading Shingya to disdain her. Meanwhile, Shingya worried whether the acid might damage his vertical grip. However, after a brief hesitation, they regained their resolve, confident in their abilities. Tsunade wielded the enhanced 100 Healings technique, and Shingya, as a sage, was destined to succeed. Thus, they dutifully disrobed, embracing one another before stepping into the vat. "Ah!" They both cried out simultaneously, clearly overwhelmed by the intensity. "Lady Tsunade, Lord Shingya, hold on. Feel the natural energy and gradually attempt to draw it into your bodies." As time passed, the two remained tightly entwined, perhaps acclimating to the pain. They began to sense the natural energy, truly entering the realm of cultivation. Shingya's breathing gradually steadied as his body began to merge with the surrounding natural energy. He could feel the energy flowing within him, as if he had become one with the forest. This sensation was both foreign and familiar. He realized he had successfully drawn the natural energy into his body, and now he merely needed to control it. The feeling of merging with the natural energy became increasingly vivid, akin to controlling his own limbs. Faint black and gold patterns began to appear on Shingya's face, heralding his entry into Sage mode. The patterns multiplied until half of his face bore the noble, yet dark markings. Once the patterns fully formed, Shingya opened his eyes, having completely entered Sage mode. Congratulations, Lord Shingya. In merely 6 months, you have achieved Sage mode. Upon awakening, he spotted the slug's smaller form bouncing with joy. Shingya instinctively glanced at Tsunade, who was still holding him. She remained with her eyes closed, yet faint traces of Sage mode markings had begun to emerge on her delicate features, indicating that her talent for cultivation was not as pronounced as his. Have I truly been training here for 6 months? He inquired of the slug, astonished at how swiftly time had passed. Indeed, Lord Shingya, it confirmed with a nod. Realizing he ought to inform Mito and the others of his well-being, he considered that disappearing for 6 months without a word would surely cause them concern, even if they knew he was training in the Wetbone Forest. After exchanging pleasantries with the slug, he gently released Tsunade and used summoning techniques to return to Konoha, reassuring Mito and the others before returning to the Wetbone Forest. Over the next 3 years in the Wetbone Forest, Shingya continued to develop his Sage mode, remaining by Tsunade's side until she too achieved this transformation. During this time, Shingya frequently returned to Konoha to spend time with Mito, Kushina, and Mikoto, and would utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to visit Conan in the Land of Rain. Notably, after all these years, Conan had matured into the individual Shingya remembered, aloof to outsiders, yet gentle and considerate within. Now an adult, their deepening bond naturally led to events only adults experience, marking Conan as entirely his. 3 years passed swiftly, and the training of Shingya and Tsunade in the Wetbone Forest was nearing its conclusion. Tsunade has finally mastered the Sage mode completely. Her Sage mode markings differ from those of Shingya, being a pure golden hue that emanates a soft golden glow, as if she has melded with nature itself, elevating her nobility. Shingya, I did it, Tsunade exclaimed, pride evident on her face. Shingya smiled gently and nodded, I knew you could. They exchanged glances filled with accomplishment, aware that their 3 years of effort had not been in vain. Subsequently, they bid farewell to the slug and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 63. Is Danzo causing trouble? In the Hidden Leaf Village, the sun shone brightly, and the air was fragrant with blossoms. As Shingya and Tsunade entered the Senju ancestral home, they were greeted by Uzumaki Mito, who stood at the door with an expectant smile. Shingya, Tsunade, welcome home. Her voice was warm and inviting. Shingya smiled slightly, stepping forward to gently grasp her hand. Mito, I'm back. Tsunade approached as well, her face showing a hint of relief. Grandma, I'm back too. Mito nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Welcome home, you've both worked hard. Her tone was imbued with tenderness. However, just as the three were engaged in light conversation, a member of the Uzumaki clan hurriedly arrived at the Senju ancestral home, seeking Shingya. Since being brought to the Hidden Leaf Village by Mito and Shingya, the Uzumaki clan had become closely affiliated with them and occasionally assisted Shingya with various tasks. Without hesitation, Shingya went to meet the Uzumaki clan member. Lord Shingya, someone from the Rain Village has come to see you, the individual spoke, anxiety evident in his voice. Shingya furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The Rain Village? What do they want with me? The Uzumaki clan member shook his head. I'm not certain. They mentioned an important matter they wish to discuss with you, and hope you can meet them outside the village. Shingya nodded, unafraid of any potential schemes. After all, since he had subdued Hanzo of the Salamander, a level of trust had developed between them. He believed Hanzo was not foolish enough to plot against him. Upon leaving the village, Shingya spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was a ninja from the Rain Village, an envoy sent by Hanzo of the Salamander. Lord Shingya, Lord Hanzo wishes to speak with you, the envoy said respectfully. Shingya frowned slightly, his expression revealing curiosity. What does Hanzo want with me? The envoy smiled faintly. Lord Hanzo mentioned that recently, Shimura Danzo approached him, proposing an alliance to confront the Akatsuki organization. However, knowing you are from the Hidden Leaf Village, He trusts you more than Danzo and wishes to hear your opinion. Shingya nodded thoughtfully, contemplating for a moment before responding. I understand. I will meet with Hanzo. You may return now. He recalled that this was around the time Yahiko had been killed. As for Hanzo's approach towards the Akatsuki, it was clear that their rapid growth posed a threat to his rule. Yet, the Akatsuki still held utility for him and could not be eradicated just yet. Furthermore, he needed to devise a way for Nagato to awaken the power of the Rinnegan and summon the outer path deity from the moon. As Shingya pondered his strategies, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to sense Conan's location. Raindrops began to filter through the clouds of the land of rain, falling upon the moist earth. Shingya did not rush to meet Hanzo. Instead, he made his way to Conan's residence. Her home was a simple wooden cottage surrounded by dense trees, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. This cottage was built by both Shingya and Conan, where she had transformed from a girl into Shinya's woman. The abode held countless memories for the two. Conan, surprised to see Shingya at her doorstep, greeted him with a radiant smile. Shingya, what brings you here? Since becoming a mature woman, she no longer referred to him as Brother Shingya due to her growth and the hardships she had witnessed in the Akatsuki, which had somewhat hardened her demeanor. However, this icy exterior melted away in the presence of Shingya and her mother, revealing her inherent kindness. Shingya smiled warmly, nodding gently. I came to see you and discuss recent matters. Conan nodded, her expression brightening with anticipation. Come in, let us talk. They entered the cottage and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Conan poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Shingya. He accepted the cup, savoring a sip with a contented smile. Is there something important you wish to discuss? Conan inquired softly. Shingya nodded, his demeanor turning serious. Indeed. There is a significant matter I need to consult you about, considering your extensive experience in the Akatsuki. Recently, Danzo has reached out to Hanzo, seeking to form an alliance against the Akatsuki. Shinya's tone was grave. You see, I have had my own run-in with Hanzo, and we share a certain degree of rapport. I want to understand your perspective on this situation. Conan's brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated his words, then her features relaxed. If you believe this course of action is right, then pursue it boldly. I harbor no particular attachment to anyone in the Akatsuki. At that moment, she recognized why her partner had approached her with this matter. It was a testament to his consideration of her feelings. Yet, she had always viewed the Akatsuki merely as a means to gather intelligence, devoid of any emotional ties, perhaps even contrary feelings. As an undercover agent, she instinctively felt a repulsion towards anyone within the organization. This was not a reflection of her being cold-hearted. Rather, it highlighted how individuals perceive matters differently based on their positions. Now, standing alongside Shingya, the Akatsuki represented merely a place she needed to infiltrate. The members of the Akatsuki were not companions to her. In fact, her stance was oppositional, as she was an infiltrator. Upon understanding her sentiments, Shingya affectionately ruffled her hair, a new idea igniting in his mind. He envisioned pitting the Akatsuki against the Rain Village in a contest, where the losing side would submit to the victor. After all, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Yet he could simultaneously subdue both groups, controlling casualties while determining a singular leader. This would also provide an opportunity to outmaneuver Danzo. With this thought in mind, Shingya shared his plan with Conan. Conan, I have an idea. I wish to arrange a contest between the Akatsuki and the Rain Village, where the losing side must yield to the victor. Conan frowned slightly, her eyes reflecting contemplation. This plan sounds promising, but will Nagato and the others agree? Chapter 64. Trapping Danzo. Shingya smiled, confidence radiating from him. They will agree, for it would be beneficial for them as well. The Akatsuki's current philosophy, after all, is to assist more individuals. With the opportunity to transition from the shadows to the forefront, they would not decline. After a brief explanation, he instructed Conan to relay this idea to Yahiko and Nagato. Meanwhile, Shingya sought out Hanzo of the Salamander, presenting his thoughts. Upon hearing this proposal, Hanzo readily agreed, as the Akatsuki was already part of his plans. Now, with Shingya stepping in to regulate the situation, they could resolve matters in a fair and just manner, ensuring that neither side would resort to lethal force. This approach bore the advantage that the defeated would not face death. They merely needed to submit. In his younger years, Hanzo would never have considered submission to anyone. But with age, both his strength and resolve had diminished. Perhaps it was time to let more capable individuals lead the land of rain. As Hanzo reflected, Shingya remained oblivious to how he had significantly diminished Hanzo's spirit after their earlier encounter. After their discussion, Shingya instructed Hanzo to maintain the facade of collaborating with Danzo. After all, the prospect of outmaneuvering the Hokage intrigued him immensely. A few days later, the day arrived for the Hokage and Hanzo to conspire against the Akatsuki. On this day, both the Rain Village and the Akatsuki gathered in a remote area of the Land of Rain. The ninjas from both sides stood in an open field, the atmosphere thick with tension. Hanzo positioned himself at the forefront of the Rain Village's ranks, his expression stern and eyes vigilant. Yahiko and Nagato stood resolutely at the forefront of the Akatsuki, their faces reflecting determination. Both factions understood that today would determine who would lead the Land of Rain henceforth. At this moment, Shingya concealed himself among the branches nearby, while Danzo had already infiltrated the ranks of the Rain Village. Yet, both Hanzo and the Akatsuki leaders were aware of Danzo's proximity. "Hanzo, today marks our decisive confrontation," Yahiko stated, his voice calm, yet unwavering, infused with an undeniable authority. Hanzo smiled slightly, confidence glimmering in his eyes. "Yahiko, I have been anticipating this moment." Just as both sides prepared for battle, Danzo, lurking within the crowd, wore a sinister smile, his gaze filled with cunning. "Hanzo, today is the day we join forces against the Akatsuki," Danzo declared, excitement lacing his voice. Hanzo smirked, a glint of mischief in his expression. "Indeed, today we unite against the Akatsuki." However, as Danzo prepared to engage in combat, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The ninjas from the Rain Village had not allied with him. Instead, they surrounded him entirely. Danzo's complexion paled, panic flickering in his eyes. "Hanzo, what is the meaning of this?" he demanded, anger mingled with fear. Hanzo responded with a sly smile. "Danzo, you have fallen for my ruse." Danzo's face drained of color, bewildered by Hanzo's betrayal. With no avenue for retreat, he found himself besieged by both the Rain Village and the Akatsuki. Reluctantly, he steeled himself for battle, hoping to find an opportunity amidst the chaos. Before long, the root members Danzo had brought fell one by one, leaving him as the last standing. He surveyed the surrounding ninjas, then glared at Hanzo, the traitor. "Why have you betrayed me?" he questioned, perplexed as to how Hanzo could align himself with the Akatsuki. Hanzo had no intention of answering. He swiftly approached Danzo, wielding his sword, and in a heartbeat, cleaved him in two. As Danzo collapsed, Hanzo momentarily paused, surprised at how easily this shadow of Konoha had perished. At that moment, Shingya emerged from his hiding place, exclaiming, "That old fool is not dead. The one on the ground is merely a substitute. He has escaped." With a swift kick, he revealed the face of the fallen figure, which bore a striking resemblance to Danzo, but was indeed not him. As for how Danzo had evaded capture, he had utilized the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, along with the substitute to facilitate his escape. However, Shingya was astonished to discover that this old man possessed the Sharingan at this moment. Still, it was likely a costly endeavor, as the price for using Izanagi was a Sharingan eye. It remained uncertain whether he had any left in reserve. Now that unnecessary parties have departed, let the two factions measure their strengths. "The victor shall lead the Land of Rain," Shingya announced, glancing at Hanzo and Yahiko. Soon, the battle erupted once more. The clash commenced, with both sides of ninjas engaging in fierce combat. The Rain Village's ninjas, leveraging their numbers, launched relentless assaults on the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's ninjas, however, were undeterred, battling fiercely against their adversaries. Although the Rain Village boasted superior numbers, the Akatsuki pursued an elite strategy, leading to a stalemate. The critical factor lay in the capabilities of their leaders, Hanzo, Yahiko, and Nagato. Meanwhile, Conan remained at the periphery, taking advantage of the situation, indifferent to which side emerged victorious. Presently, Hanzo's age had diminished his prowess to that of an early-stage shadow, while Nagato and Yahiko were vigorous youths, their combat abilities on par with elite ninjas. And they faced Hanzo 2 against 1. Consequently, neither side could claim a decisive victory. As the battle intensified, Yahiko unleashed a fierce roar, his body transforming into a streak of light, rushing toward Hanzo with a kunai infused with potent chakra. Hanzo smiled slightly, evading Yahiko's assault with ease, his massive sword cutting through the air. "Yield." Hanzo's voice carried a chilling tone as his blade surged toward Yahiko. "Watch out." Nagato's urgent warning resonated as he too transformed into a flash, positioning himself in front of Yahiko. The clash between Nagato and Hanzo produced a deafening roar, the force of their colliding chakra waves wreaking havoc upon the surrounding terrain. Just as the two engaged in fierce combat, Hanzo unleashed a powerful strike, his sword hurtling toward Yahiko's left hand. "Be careful." Nagato's voice was laced with urgency, but it was too late. Yahiko's anguished scream pierced the air as Hanzo's blade severed his left arm, blood gushing forth and staining his clothing. "Yahiko!" Nagato bellowed, fury and sorrow evident in his eyes. Observing Yahiko's severed arm ignited a tumult of emotions within Nagato, a blend of rage and anguish surging forth. His body began to tremble as a powerful chakra surged forth from within him. "You will all pay the price." Nagato's voice was laced with a hint of fury, and his gaze held an icy determination. At that moment, Nagato's Rinnegan fully awakened. Instinctively, he began to summon something. As he called forth, the outer path golem emerged from his body, radiating an overwhelming chakra that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path. The golem's attack sent Hanzo flying, and the resultant shockwave shattered the surrounding ground into chaos. Just as the battle threatened to spiral out of control, Hashioru suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Enough! In an instant, he incapacitated Nagato with a swift chop, preventing him from losing his composure once more. After all, he had achieved his true objective. The outer path golem had been summoned, and this conflict was destined to conclude. He then used his healing technique to reattach Yahiko's arm and tend to Hanzo's injuries. With Hashioru's intervention, the fighting gradually subsided. The ninjas of Amigakure and the Akatsuki paused their assaults, for if their leaders ceased fighting, what reason did they have to continue? As for who emerged victorious, it was clear to all, particularly with the outer path golem still standing tall. Subsequently, Hashioru chose to disengage from the situation, leaving the aftermath to Yahiko. He returned to the cottage with Conan to rekindle their bond. In the following years, Hashioru enjoyed leisurely days alongside Tsunade, Mito, Hinata, Mikoto, Kushina, and Conan. During this time, however, a minor incident arose involving Kakashi Hatake, who had failed a mission while attempting to save a companion. Initially, Hashioru suspected that Danzo might stir trouble again, but to his surprise, the matter soon dissipated. Kakashi merely fell into a brief bout of despondency before regaining his spirits, which did not particularly astonish Hashioru. After all, Kakashi's presence had already instigated significant changes in Konohagakure, such as the continued existence of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This alone was enough to instill a sense of caution within the current Konoha F4, making it entirely reasonable for Danzo to refrain from further meddling. In the 46th year of the Hidden Villages, the ninja world was once again engulfed in a tumultuous upheaval. This year, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure mysteriously vanished, an event that detonated like a bomb, shattering the tranquility of the ninja realm. Sunagakure promptly dispatched a multitude of ninjas to embark on a large-scale search operation. However, despite their relentless efforts, the whereabouts of the third Kazekage remained elusive. As time wore on, the ninjas of Sunagakure gradually lost patience, and an atmosphere of tension and unease enveloped the village. Just then, a shocking piece of news emerged from an unknown source. Konohagakure had kidnapped the third Kazekage. This revelation spread like wildfire, igniting the fury of Sunagakure. The village's higher-ups demanded stringent measures against Konohagakure, and the entire village teetered on the brink of war. Konohagakure must pay the price, the leaders of Sunagakure proclaimed, their voices brimming with resolve and determination. The declaration of war from Sunagakure sent ripples through the ninja world, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. The high-ranking officials of Konohagakure quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Yet, while they deliberated, Hyuga and Iwagakure allied themselves, seizing the opportunity to declare war on Konohagakure. "This is a conspiracy," the leaders of Konohagakure exclaimed, their voices echoing with frustration and anger. However, no matter how they explained, they could not sway the resolve of the other villages. The relationships among Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Hyuga, and Iwagakure rapidly deteriorated, casting a shadow of war over the entire ninja realm. The third great ninja war had officially begun. The ninjas of Konohagakure sprang into action, preparing to face the impending conflict. Their gazes reflected determination, filled with loyalty to their village and a yearning for peace. Still, the specter of war loomed over the ninja world, leaving no one untouched. The ninjas of Sunagakure also mobilized swiftly, Their singular goal: to retrieve the third Kazekage and make Konoha pay. Anger adorned their faces, and their determination shone through their eyes. They understood that this war would be a grueling battle, yet they were resolute in their preparation. The ninjas of Kumogakure and Iwagakure were equally undeterred, quickly banding together to prepare for an assault on Konoha. Excitement flickered in their expressions, and anticipation glimmered in their eyes. They recognized that this would be a decisive battle, one that would shape the future of the ninja world, and they were ready for it. As the shadow of war engulfed the entire ninja realm, ninjas from various villages sprang into action. Sunlight bathed the rooftops of the Senju ancestral home as Hoshino reclined at the edge of the roof. A profound gaze enveloped him, as if he were contemplating something of great significance. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a touch of coolness. Hoshino closed his eyes slightly, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Just then, a disturbance in the space around him signaled the approach of a time-space ninjutsu, and without needing to think, Hoshino recognized who was seeking him out. After all, among those in Konoha who could wield time-space ninjutsu, there were only two individuals: the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and his own student, Minato Namikaze. Soon, Minato's figure appeared at the rooftop entrance, his face reflecting a mix of tension and anticipation, his eyes shining with determination. He took a step forward, standing beside Hoshino, and softly spoke, "Sensei, Lord Third Hokage wishes to appoint me as the supreme commander for the campaign against Kumogakure. I am uncertain of my ability to fulfill this role." Chapter 66. Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is time for you to step down. Hoshino smiled gently, slowly opening his eyes, his expression reflecting a hint of nonchalance. "Minato, you are exceptional. Trust in yourself. You will undoubtedly excel in this position." Upon hearing these words, Minato's lips twitched, though he had grown accustomed to his teacher's demeanor. A reassuring smile graced his face, and determination shone in his eyes. "Thank you, Sensei. I will do my utmost." His voice resonated with confidence, infused with the anticipation of fighting for Konoha. Hoshino nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He watched Minato depart, a soft sigh escaping his lips. He understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi's choice of Minato as the supreme commander was driven by both foresight and ambition. Hiruzen's decision served a dual purpose: to nurture the next generation while also paving the way for the future Hokage. However, the rationale behind selecting Minato was not without its ulterior motives. Both Tsunade and Hoshino belonged to the Senju clan, ensuring that their leadership would remain impartial and free from undue influence. Jiraiya's temperament, on the other hand, rendered him ill-suited for the role of Hokage. Originally, Orochimaru was the most fitting candidate for Hokage, but due to Hoshino's intervention, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had not perished, inadvertently placing him in the role of Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu mentor, thus preventing him from being overly aligned with Hiruzen. Consequently, none of the four individuals were the candidates that Hiruzen Sarutobi could control as Hokage. As a commoner, Namikaze Minato possesses remarkable strength and a congenial personality, making him a fitting candidate. Although there exists a connection between Minato and the enigmatic Shingya, it is publicly acknowledged that Shingya is not yet Minato's mentor. Consequently, Minato emerges as the final controllable puppet of the Hokage. In this war, neither the legendary Sannin nor Shingya has been appointed as frontline commanders. Apart from Minato, the other two commanders are Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, and Sarutobi Shino. Hatake Tsukumo, renowned for his prowess, gained fame for slaying Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law at the tail end of the Second Shinobi World War, thus serving as a reasonable choice for frontline commander. However, the decision to appoint Sarutobi Shino, the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a commander is deemed absurd by Shingya. After all, Shino lacks both strength and notable achievements, relying solely on his father's reputation. In contrast, Minato has already earned the title of the fastest ninja, gaining a measure of renown, even if he is yet to acquire the moniker of the Yellow Flash. Tsukumo's reputation as the Konoha White Fang further eclipses Shino's insignificance. Shingya believes that after this war, it is time to relieve the increasingly befuddled Hiruzen of his duties. The choice of the fourth Hokage will not rest in Hiruzen's hands, allowing Shingya to ensure a secure retirement for his mentor, preventing the potential chaos that may ensue in Konoha. Presently, the war has only just commenced, and the situation is not dire. Thus, allowing Minato and others to hone their skills is beneficial. Furthermore, Kakashi, Uchiha Shursui, Yuhi Kurenai, Akado Yoroi, Yuzuki Yugao, and Shizune have all graduated from the Ninja Academy, and facing the brutal realities of war will aid their development. Shingya only needs to keep an eye on Uchiha Obito, the fervent admirer, and ensure that the charming Rin does not fall victim to any treachery, as luck may lead to the discovery of an elderly sage. As for Obito, he should remain steadfast in his darkening path, assisting in the collection of tailed beasts from other villages. Within Konoha, Shingya continues to relish a tranquil existence, unburdened by frontline duties, thus enjoying this rare moment of peace. However, the external conflict rages on unabated. Although the war has only just begun, its nature ensures that once ignited, it cannot be easily quelled. The Hidden Cloud Village has dispatched the future fourth Raikage, A, along with his partner, B. A is renowned for his astonishing strength and speed, while B is famous for his formidable lightning chakra armor and unique ninjutsu. Together, their combined might is formidable. Naturally, they are met by Minato, the prodigious ninja celebrated as the Yellow Flash, known for his incredible reflexes and agility. The battle between these two speedsters unfolds, each side exchanging blows in a fierce contest. Meanwhile, the Hidden Stone Village has sent forth the third Otsutsuki's son, Otsutsuki, who has inherited his father's chakra and earth-style ninjutsu. Proving to be a significant threat, he leads the stone ninjas in a fierce assault on Konoha. However, the Hidden Sand Village is engulfed in chaos, with the disappearance of the third Kazekage throwing the village into disarray. Fortunately, a figure named Raza has emerged to restore order. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, is the father of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, and his presence stabilizes the situation in the Sand Village. Thus, 2 years pass in this war, with the major villages gaining little ground, yet the tides of battle shift dramatically. The Hidden Cloud Village suddenly fractures its front line, directing its forces towards the Hidden Sand Village, catching them off guard and plunging the situation into crisis. The Hidden Mist Village seizes the opportunity to join the fray, targeting Konoha, placing the village in a precarious 1v4 scenario, intensifying the pressure. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sits in the Hokage's chair, weariness etched upon his face, his gaze heavy with concern. Upon seeing Shingya enter, he remarks, "Shingya, the situation at the front lines has deteriorated." However, Shingya dismisses him, taking a seat in the guest chair of the Hokage's office, leisurely saying, "Only when the situation worsens do you think of me, expecting me to clean up this mess?" Hiruzen, taken aback, displays a worried expression, stating, "Your strength and experience are invaluable to us. I hope you can provide support at the front lines." Shingya does not immediately acquiesce, instead questioning, "You truly believe that appointing Sarutobi Shino as a commander is a wise decision? Your judgment is clouded by personal bias. Each war impacts the future of Konoha. After this conflict, I believe it is time for you to step down. You have aged and begun to lose your clarity. It is time for a more suitable leader to guide Konoha." With that, Shingya exits the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen with a furrowed brow. Chapter 67. Taking charge of the battlefield with the frontline situation complex, Shingya hastily briefs Mito and Tsunade before departing for the battle. Initially, Tsunade expresses concern about accompanying him, but Shingya declines, as there is no one in the entire shinobi world capable of defeating him. Host, Shingya, Ninjutsu, Corpse Demon Seal, Flower Tree Realm Descend, Diamond Lock. For Symbol Seal, Earth Dragon Bullet, Water Barrier, Taijutsu, Super Strength, Lightning Release, Chakra Mode, Jinjutsu, Sharingan, Binding Technique. Izanagi, Summoning Beast, None, Chakra Amount, Super Kage Level, Bloodline Limits, Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha, Overall Strength, Mid-Stage Super Kage, Others, 10th Sword, Amatsumi Kaboshi, Explosive Tags. Kanai, he glances at his system panel, noting that the Binding Technique and Izanagi, once secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, have been secretly imparted to him by Mikoto. At this moment, he feels that even if the peak Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama were to confront him, he could hold his own against them, if not emerge victorious. Subsequently, Shingya arrives at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, the front line where Konoha engages in combat with the Hidden Cloud Village. Upon arriving at the battlefield alongside Minato, no one is aware of his presence. He strides confidently into the tent of the highest commander, where numerous ninjas gather, engaged in fervent discussions about how to counter the onslaught from the Hidden Cloud Village. As Shingya enters the tent, the previously animated ninjas instinctively frown, mistaking him for a latecomer who disregarded protocol. Yet, Upon recognizing him, they are momentarily taken aback. While not every ninja present has met Shingya, his reputation and appearance are well known throughout Konoha. After all, Shingya is a hero of the Second Shinobi World War, and virtually every ninja is familiar with his exploits. Even among the new generation of ninjas, many are fans of Shingya, having grown up listening to tales of his legendary feats. In an instant, the entire commander's tent erupted with excitement, filled with exclamations of astonishment. Is it truly Lord Starlight? Lord Starlight has come to support us at the front lines. Haha. This is wonderful. With Lord Starlight here, victory for the Hidden Leaf Village is assured. The presence of Starlight invigorated everyone present, erasing the previous despair and helplessness. As if with Starlight's arrival, all difficulties would effortlessly dissolve. As the highest commander, Namake's Minato felt an instinctive sense of relief upon seeing his mentor. After all, in his eyes, this teacher was an omnipotent warrior. "Teacher, you have arrived," exclaimed Minato, his voice laced with surprise and his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Starlight smiled gently and nodded. "Minato, how is the situation?" Minato returned the smile, his expression reflecting reassurance. "Now that you are here, I feel at ease. The situation is somewhat precarious. The rakeage from the Hidden Cloud Village is formidable, and I find myself constrained by them, unable to support the overall battle." His voice carried a hint of helplessness, feeling he had let down the Hidden Leaf Village and his mentor. Starlight shook his head and replied, "I understand, Minato. You have already done exceptionally well. Leave the rest to me." His voice was deep and resolute, infused with a sense of confidence. After swiftly assessing the battlefield, Starlight realized that Minato's strategic decisions were fundamentally sound. The current unfavorable situation stemmed solely from Minato being occupied by the rakeage, thus unable to provide broader support. After all, if Minato's Flying Thunder God technique had not been hampered, it would have played a significant role in this large-scale conflict. The transgressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen piled up in Starlight's mind, accompanied by a wry smile. If not for the old fool preventing the Sannin and himself from advancing to the front lines, perhaps the war would have concluded by now. "Minato, continue to engage the rakeage. I shall take charge of the entire battlefield." Starlight's voice was grave and unwavering, carrying an undeniable authority. Minato smiled slightly, his face reflecting a sense of reassurance. "Understood, teacher. I have faith in you." His voice was resolute, and his gaze shone with expectation. Starlight smiled gently and nodded. "Rest assured, Minato, I will manage things well." He rapidly devised a strategy, instructing Minato to maintain his engagement with the rakeage while he began reorganizing the overall battlefield. He mobilized the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, assigning them roles that allowed them to leverage their strengths. Leading a group to launch a flanking attack, he aimed to divert the enemy's attention while ensuring logistical support to maintain supply lines at the front. Following this, he would assess the situation and devise a plan to sever the supply lines of the Hidden Cloud Village. As orders were dispatched, everyone sprang into action, fulfilling their designated roles. Unbeknownst to Starlight, a girl stood in the corner of the tent, her eyes sparkling with deep admiration, as if she were in the presence of her idol. After ensuring everything was in order, Starlight exited the command tent. Just as he stepped outside, a small figure blocked his path. Starlight paused, looking down to see a girl with a purple ribbon adorning her face. This girl was none other than Noira Rin. Her eyes shone with anticipation, and her face showed signs of nervousness. "Teacher, we meet again. Are you here to support us at the front?" she exclaimed. "I am your fan. I grew up listening to tales of the Sannin and you." Noira Rin recognized him, as he was a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Even if his appearances were infrequent, though they had not seen each other often, they were familiar with one another. Moreover, Rin was one of the heroines in need of pursuit, though Starlight had no intention of engaging with her too closely just yet. However, he was pleasantly surprised that this little girl was indeed a fan of his. To his astonishment, despite having done little to earn her favor, Rin's admiration for him had already reached 75 points. While Starlight was momentarily taken aback, Rin gazed at him with overwhelming admiration and asked, "Teacher, did you come to support us? Will we win?" Her voice was tinged with hope. Starlight smiled softly and nodded. "Indeed, Rin. I am here to support you, and we shall triumph." Chapter 68. Is the Rinnegan coming? Rin's face illuminated with a reassuring smile. "That's wonderful, Lord Starlight. With you here, victory is surely ours." Her voice held a note of determination, her eyes glimmering with expectation. Starlight instinctively ruffled her hair. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow over the frontline camp, where the air was tinged with the faint scent of smoke. The camp was bustling with activity. Ninjas hurried back and forth, their expressions serious and tense. Starlight strolled through the camp with Rin, his gaze reflecting a profound depth, as if he were pondering something of great significance. Behind him, Rin gazed curiously at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and her face showing signs of nervousness. She softly inquired, "Lord Starlight, what are you thinking about?" Her voice was curious, her eyes filled with expectation. Starlight smiled gently and shook his head. "Nothing much, Rin. I was just contemplating when this war might come to an end." His voice was low and tender, laced with a hint of resignation. Rin offered a small smile, her face radiating resolve. "I believe that with you here, the war will soon conclude." Her voice was filled with hope, and her gaze exuded trust, as if she held unwavering faith in Starlight. Starlight smiled gently, patting her head. "Thank you, Rin. Your support means a great deal to me." His voice was soft and warm, though he did not plan to pursue this young girl just yet. It did not preclude him from teasing her. A tender smile graced Starlight's lips, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly dashed out from the woods. Starlight was taken aback, looking down to see Uchiha Obito, whom he had not encountered before. Unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with a character from the series, though this antagonist was merely a passionate child at this stage. Obito's face glowed with excitement, his eyes wide with astonishment upon seeing Starlight. "Why you are the great hero, Lord Starlight." His voice trembled, filled with disbelief as if he had laid eyes on something extraordinary. His tone was charged with enthusiasm, akin to that of a starstruck admirer. Starlight raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was their first meeting, yet here was this young boy seemingly a fan of his. Obito's face lit up with exhilaration as he suddenly lunged forward, hugging Starlight's leg tightly, exclaiming, "I finally get to meet you in person. I am your fan." His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with anticipation. His body quivered, as if he were trying to suppress an inner excitement. Shingya's lips twitched subtly as he patted Obito's head, saying, "All right, I understand. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." His tone carried a hint of helplessness. A trace of reluctance surfaced on Obito's face as he clung tightly to Shingya's leg, unwilling to let go. "Master Shingya, could you stay a little longer? I have so many questions I wish to ask you." His voice was imbued with hope, and his eyes sparkled with longing, as if eagerly awaiting Shingya's response. Shingya sighed softly, gently patting Obito's head once more. "Obito, I know you have many questions, but I truly have something important to address this time. We'll talk next time, I promise." Disappointment flickered across Obito's face, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right, Master Shingya. I will wait for you." Shingya gently lifted Obito off his leg and placed him on the ground before turning to leave. His gaze held a depth that suggested he was contemplating something of great significance. A sigh escaped his heart. He knew he could not afford to become too entangled with Obito. After all, Obito was a troubled Uchiha youth, a devoted follower, destined to become a formidable antagonist and a worker in his quest for tailed beasts. Shingya felt a weight in his heart, aware of the many tasks that lay ahead. He could not linger here for too long. He needed to seek opportunities and await the moment to counterattack. He had to wait for that figure lurking in the shadows, namely Uchiha Madara and Kagaya's will. Shingya needed to locate Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, or more precisely, he required the chakra of Ashura and Indra. For he had realized that his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had reached its limit, and if he wished to evolve further, he would need to attain the Rinnegan. To unlock the Rinnegan, the chakra of Ashura and Indra was essential. The aged Madara possessed the chakra of both Ashura and Indra. His body inherently held Indra's chakra, and when he attacked Konoha with the Nine Tails, he had gained a minuscule portion of Ashura's chakra from Hashirama, which, although scant, was sufficient. Shingya was uncertain how much time he would need to awaken the Rinnegan. If it took too long, he would have to pursue an alternative plan. This plan involved obtaining the chakra of Kagaya's manifestations, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were products of Kagaya's will, embodying her most authentic bloodline. Securing their chakra would be akin to acquiring Kagaya's chakra. He was convinced that with this, he would unlock the Rinnegan, potentially even a stronger or more unique version. Time passed, and the stalemate on the battlefield persisted. The offensive from the hidden cloud village was successfully repelled. Yet Konoha had not made significant advancements either. Both sides awaited an opportunity, hoping for a flaw to reveal itself. Standing atop the high ground of the front line, Shingya's gaze was resolute, filled with anticipation for the future. More than anything, he yearned for the moment when he would capture Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, and finally awaken the Rinnegan. After all, the Rinnegan signified his ascent to a level of power akin to the Six Paths, and he eagerly anticipated the unique abilities it might bestow. Chapter 69, Dance, Old Madara. Just as Shingya was conversing with Noara Rin, urgent news arrived from the front line. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village had launched a fierce new assault, targeting the defenses of Konoha. Upon hearing the news, the entire camp was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Master Shingya, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village have suddenly attacked. A ninja rushed over, his face etched with urgency, and his eyes wide with fear. Shingya frowned slightly, his expression turning serious. Everyone, prepare to engage. His voice was deep and unwavering, radiating an undeniable authority. The ninjas sprang into action, their eyes reflecting determination, their hearts brimming with loyalty to their village and a longing for peace. Shingya rose to his feet, his gaze steadfast, filled with anticipation for the impending battle. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village surged forth like a tide, their objective set on breaching Konoha's defenses. Their faces bore an expression of ferocity, and their eyes glinted with murderous intent. Their assault was akin to a tempest, striving to penetrate Konoha's fortifications. Die! A ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village bellowed, wielding a massive kunai as he charged towards Konoha's defenses. Be careful, a Konoha ninja warned, brandishing his own kunai as he rushed to meet the oncoming threat. The clash of their attacks erupted with a thunderous roar, a powerful wave of chakra obliterating the surrounding ground. Amidst the fierce conflict, Shingya's figure suddenly emerged on the battlefield. His eyes held a chilling intensity, and in his hand, he clutched the Totsuka blade, emanating formidable chakra. Die! Shingya's voice was low and icy, his demeanor serious. He drew the Totsuka blade, infusing it with immense chakra. A slashing strike akin to lightning cleaved through the battlefield, instantly creating a vast rift. The shockwave of chakra sent the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village reeling. Though Shingya considered employing Susanoo or would release in the fray, he refrained, knowing that he needed to draw out Uchiha Madara and Kagaya. After all, if he unleashed Susanoo and would release, the battle would swiftly conclude, and Madara and Kagaya would hesitate to engage him, wary of his prowess. Meanwhile, on a different front, Namake's Minato faced the formidable combination of A and B. Their strength was immense, their attacks akin to a violent storm, intent on breaching Konoha's defenses. Die! A roared, swinging his fist as he charged at Minato. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, as he appeared before Minato in an instant. Not a chance, Minato warned, gripping a kunai as he swiftly countered. His body transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading A's assault. The collision of their attacks resonated with a deafening boom, a powerful surge of chakra wreaking havoc on the surrounding terrain. Brother, be careful. B's voice trembled with concern, worry evident in his eyes as he positioned himself before A, wielding two short swords defensively. Minato's strike sliced through the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, his flying thunder god technique repelling A and B's attack in an instant. Once more, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. After all, they were all speed-type ninjas, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. On the other side, under Shingya's leadership, the ninjas of Konoha achieved victory, successfully repelling the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. Upon returning to the command tent, Shingya's eyes reflected fatigue, yet a smile of relief graced his face. Master Shingya, you have returned. A ninja, upon seeing Hashioru return, displayed a flicker of surprise on his face. Hashioru offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly, acknowledging the collective efforts of everyone. His voice was deep yet tender, imbued with warmth. Upon entering the tent, a profound gaze enveloped Hashioru as he pondered when the elderly Obito would commence his actions. It seemed that time was not on Obito's side, necessitating the swift identification of a successor to carry on his legacy and assist him. Yet, he was uncertain whether his presence might inadvertently alter the course of subsequent events. In a shadowy underground chamber devoid of sunlight, a damp atmosphere lingered, with a chill permeating the air. Under the dim light, an elderly man, connected by tubes, gradually opened his eyes. Weariness flickered in his gaze, yet it quickly regained its former sharpness. Despite his frail condition, his eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. Lord Obito, you have awakened. A figure clad entirely in black emerged from the depths, his voice low and hoarse, laced with respect. Seated in a wheelchair, Uchiha Obito surveyed his aging body with a cold, piercing look. His skin was now lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes remained vibrant. How long have I been asleep? What is the current state of the ninja world? Obito's voice resonated with authority, carrying an undeniable weight. Kagaya offered a slight smile, his demeanor respectful. You have slumbered for over a decade, Lord Obito. The ninja world is now embroiled in the third great ninja war. Obito frowned slightly, deep contemplation evident in his gaze. Hashirama, your vision of peace has indeed proven misguided. I shall employ my methods to achieve absolute peace. His voice resonated with determination, as if a resolution had firmly taken root within him. After muttering to himself, Obito turned his attention back to Kagaya, inquiring, have you found the candidates I requested? Kagaya smiled subtly, confidence radiating from him. Among the Uchiha clan, there are two individuals of remarkable talent. One is a girl named Uchiha Mikoto, who has possessed the three-tomo Sharingan for some time and is approximately 18 years old. The other is a boy named Uchiha Shursui, still quite young at just over 10. Yet he possesses a fully developed three-tomo Sharingan, making him a genuine prodigy. For most of the Uchiha clan, three-tomo is their pinnacle. The Mangekyo Sharingan is merely a relic of history. Thus, evolving from three-tomo to Mangekyo is exceedingly challenging, and anyone achieving three-tomo before the age of 20 can be considered a genius. Kagaya paused, contemplating, before continuing. However, I have observed that Uchiha Shursui possesses a strong will of his own, making him difficult to control. Obito nodded thoughtfully, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Are there any other candidates? Mikoto is no longer a child. Her beliefs are firmly established, making her challenging to manipulate. And Shursui is likely not a fool. He may not heed my commands. He recalled his departure from Konoha when not a single clan member had chosen to accompany him. Hence, he understood that sometimes the most intelligent individuals are not the most desirable. He simply needed subordinates who would follow his orders. Kagaya, with a cunning smile, mentioned, there is another, Uchiha Obito, a rather simple-minded individual. When I disguised myself as an old woman in the village, he even helped me cross the street. However, his talent is lacking, possessing only a single tomo Sharingan to this day. Obito smiled faintly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. No matter, those with kind hearts are often easier to manipulate. A little encouragement will suffice, he shall do. Sitting upon a stone chair, he drummed his fingers lightly against the armrest, producing a subtle sound. Lord Obito, are you truly set on selecting Uchiha Obito? Kagaya hesitated, aware of Obito's meager potential. Obito smiled slightly, his resolve apparent. Indeed, Kagaya, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Shursui are not easily swayed. Yet, Uchiha Obito, with his benevolent nature, is more amenable to influence. With a gentle push, he will become our pawn. Kagaya nodded understandingly. I comprehend, Lord Obito. I shall execute your plan. Obito smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, Kagaya. Our scheme is underway. Now we await the opportune moment. Kagaya emerged from the underground chamber, his figure cloaked in mystery within the darkness. A glint of cunning shone in his eyes, as if he could already envision the success of their plan. Uchiha Obito, you shall become our pawn. Kagaya's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an icy edge. Gradually, his figure faded into the shadows, merging with the night, already plotting the right moment to make Uchiha Obito the linchpin of their scheme. The battlefield had once again cooled, both sides biding their time, waiting for an opening, for the other to reveal a flaw. Hashioru stood atop the front lines, while Minato Namikaze focused intently on directing the Leaf Ninjas in recovering their spoils. Sensei, the battle has cooled. Might it be time to rest? Minato inquired softly, concern lacing his voice. Hashioru smiled faintly, nodding gently. Very well, Minato. Continue your command. I have faith in you. After a while of enduring the monotony, Hashioru relinquished command back to Minato and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. The other ninja villages showed no signs of concluding the war anytime soon, instead engaging in a war of attrition. Without locating Obito and Kagaya, he would not allow the conflict to dissipate easily. His arrival had altered this world significantly. He could not afford to wait for Kagaya to linger for another millennium. Upon returning to Konoha, weariness clouded Hashioru's gaze, yet a sense of contentment graced his features. Hashioru, you have returned. Tsunade exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise and anticipation. Hashioru smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Tsunade. I have returned. His voice was deep and tender, suffused with warmth and a hint of affection. Mito approached as well, her expression radiating warmth. Hashioru, you have worked hard, she expressed, concern lacing her tone. Soon, Akatsuki also joined them, and the four engaged in light conversation, gradually making their way to the couch. After a day and night, Hashioru, now in a state of leisure, began to contemplate the potential occurrences ahead, seeking opportunities within them. Suddenly, he recalled the hero of Sunagakure, Yakura. He pondered that during this time frame, Yakura was likely to encounter some misfortune. Frowning slightly, a contemplative look filled his eyes. Yakura, that woman is rather unfortunate, Hashioru mused to himself. His voice tinged with a sense of melancholy. A glimmer of sympathy shone in his eyes, as if he could perceive Yakura's plight. Yakura, who should have been the hero of Sunagakure, found herself sold to Kirigakure as a bargaining chip for peace. After a moment of contemplation, Hashioru decided to act as a savior for this unfortunate girl. Given that Sunagakure was still an enemy of Konoha, rescuing Yakura could bolster the village's combat strength. After all, her Hotan abilities were formidable, potentially rivaling or even matching the power of a Kage. Furthermore, post-conflict, she could bear him a few robust offspring to replenish the population of Konoha. A mischievous smile graced Hashioru's lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. His voice carried a teasing tone, as if he were jesting with himself. Resolutely, he shared his intentions with Tsunade and a few others, announcing his journey to Sunagakure. Hashioru, you must be cautious, Tsunade's voice was laced with concern. Mito and Kahaku displayed their worry as well. Hashioru offered a gentle smile and nodded reassuringly. Do not fret. I shall be careful. His voice was deep and soothing, imbued with warmth, and his gaze radiated determination, silently assuring Tsunade that he was aware of his actions. With that, he set forth towards Sunagakure, his resolve unwavering. Sunagakure lay nestled within an endless expanse of desert, encircled by golden dunes that resembled a vast ocean of gold. The merciless sun scorched the earth, and the air was thick with dryness, making it difficult to breathe. Occasionally, a fierce wind would whip up clouds of yellow sand, obscuring the sun and blinding the eye. There was no vibrant greenery here, only endless desolation and silence, as if time itself had come to a halt. At that moment, Hashioru had stealthily approached the vicinity of Sunagakure. With the entire shinobi world embroiled in conflict, he had infiltrated enemy territory discreetly. The desert of the Wind Country stretched infinitely, the scorching sun beating down upon the boundless yellow sands, while heat waves distorted the air into wavering illusions. Hashioru tightened his cloak around him, concealing half his face. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, masked by his unwavering gaze. He moved with a light yet urgent tread, his feet sinking into the hot sand, leaving a trail of minute dust in his wake. His heartbeat quickened with each step, for he knew that time was slipping away, and Yakura, the renowned kunoichi of Sunagakure, was likely in peril. Hashioru's singular purpose was to locate Yakura. He had received word from Konoha that the village's hero, Yakura, had been dispatched to Kirigakure on a so-called secret mission. It was evident that her sacrifice was intended to facilitate a peace treaty between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, even as the flames of war between Sunagakure and Konoha still raged. Alone, he ventured into this hostile land, propelled by a sense of justice and concern for Yakura's safety. Embarking on this desolate desert, his cloak billowed in the wind, sand stinging his face, yet he remained undeterred, his focus solely on the indistinct horizon ahead. Yakura, you must hold on. The world cannot afford to lose such a magnificent beauty, Hashioru whispered urgently, clenching his fists tightly enough that his nails nearly pierced his palms. The image of Yakura's resilient and proud figure etched in his mind, though he was unaware of the specifics. His sharp intuition warned him that Yakura had been ensnared in a perilous conspiracy. Upon discovering that Yakura had headed towards the land of rivers, Hashioru's feet barely touched the ground as he darted across the dunes, racing towards the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers. This border was a desolate wasteland, strewn with gravel and dried grass upon the cracked earth, the distant skyline warped by heat waves, appearing both hazy and eerie. Hashioru slowed his pace, holding his breath, his ears attuned to the slightest disturbance in the air. Suddenly, a violent explosion shattered the stillness of the wasteland. followed by the clashing of metal and the thunderous sounds of ninjutsu. Combat. Hashiru's pupils constricted as he dashed towards the source of the commotion. He leaped onto a massive boulder, surveying the scene below, which sent a jolt of shock through him. At the center of the fray stood Yukura. Her figure flickered amidst swirling dust, the brilliance of her hotan engulfing everything in flames. Her adversaries were none other than the shinobi from Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Narrowing his eyes, Hashiru swiftly assessed the situation. The Sunagakure ninjas donned familiar sandy-colored garb, yet their movements were hesitant, while the Kirigakure ninjas displayed no mercy, their blades glinting with lethal intent. Yukura was ensnared in the center, her clothing soaked with sweat and blood, yet her face radiated anger and defiance. What do you mean by this? Yukura's voice resonated across the wasteland, trembling yet filled with uncontrollable fury. Her hands formed seals, Hotan chakra coalescing into a searing fireball in her palms. The surrounding air warping from the intense heat, crackling ominously. The once bright light in her eyes was now clouded with blood, veins bulging on her forehead. Sweat cascading down her cheeks, evaporating upon striking the searing ground. A Kirigakure ninja sneered, his kunai glinting ominously as he lunged for Yukura's side. He moved like a wraith, leaving only faint traces in the sand. Fool, do you still not understand? His voice was sharp and mocking, dripping with arrogance. Your Sunagakure has long forsaken you. You are merely a sacrificial pawn in their peace treaty with Kirigakure. Ha ha. These words struck Yukura's heart like a dagger. Her body trembled slightly, her clenched fists quivering, disbelief and sorrow flashing in her eyes. She turned to her former comrades from Sunagakure, only to find them averted their gazes, some even gripping their weapons in an aggressive stance. The truth of betrayal swept over her like a chilling wind, hastening her breath and causing her chest to rise and fall violently, as if she were suppressing all her anguish within her throat. Sacrificial pawn for the peace treaty. Yukura murmured, her voice low and hoarse. Her gaze shifted from bewilderment to icy resolve, the sorrow within her igniting into an inferno of rage. How dare you treat me this way? She lifted her head defiantly, Hotan chakra erupting around her, the scorching waves turning the surrounding sand into a vivid red. The air thick with the scent of charred earth. In an instant, battle erupted. Yukura's hands moved swiftly, chakra surging forth like a torrent, and her Hotan fireballs transformed into blazing meteors, hurtling towards her enemies with devastating heat. The Sunagakure ninjas attempted to shield themselves with futon, but the wind barriers crumbled like fragile paper before the onslaught of Hotan's searing waves. The Kirigakure ninjas, more cunning, conjured mists with suetun to conceal their forms. Yet Yukura's fireballs pursued them relentlessly, the mist evaporating under the intense heat, revealing their panicked faces. Yukura's roar echoed across the wasteland, her silhouette illuminated by flames. Embodying solitude yet fierce pride, her long hair whipped wildly in the heat, her face smeared with dirt and blood, unable to mask the blazing fury in her eyes. Each strike she unleashed was imbued with boundless resentment, the heat of her Hotan fracturing the ground beneath, turning sand and stone into glass-like fragments that shattered with a piercing crack. In the distance, the withered grass had long since turned to ashes, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth. The Gobi Desert seemed to have been reshaped by flames, transforming into a desolate wasteland reminiscent of the apocalypse. Standing afar, Shingya bore witness to this devastation, his heart overwhelmed by a profound sense of shock. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Ultimately, he realized that he and Yetsong were remarkably similar. Both were war heroes who had shed blood for their village. Yet, unlike her, he possessed far greater strength, which meant that no one dared see him as a casualty of war. Thus, witnessing Yetsong's treatment felt utterly unjust to him. Meanwhile, Yetsong's combat prowess surpassed all expectations. However, her current state pierced his heart with sorrow. She was not engaged in battle, but was instead pouring her life force into expressing her inner despair. Shingya gritted his teeth and murmured to himself, I cannot let her face this alone. He leaped from the rock, his form darting toward the battlefield like a flash of lightning. Chapter 72. Yetsong, whether driven by a nebulous sense of justice or the desire for a reward from the system, he could not turn a blind eye. Shingya's arrival was akin to a refreshing breeze, shattering the stalemate of the battlefield. A series of shurikens flew from his hand, accurately deflecting the kunai of the rogue ninjas from the village hidden in the mist. In an instant, he appeared beside Yetsong. Yetsong, hold on. His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with a warmth that left no room for doubt. Yetsong turned to him, surprise flickering in her eyes, quickly overshadowed by the fervor of battle. Who are you? A ninja from Konoha? A rogue ninja from the village hidden in the sand narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with suspicion. Shingya did not respond. Instead, he offered a cold smile, his hands forming seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Massive fireballs erupted from his palms, hurtling toward the rogue ninja. The flames illuminated his face, revealing a determined countenance. Yetsong was momentarily stunned, but she soon clenched her jaw and rejoined the fray. Her scorching release intertwined with Shingya's fire release, creating a sea of flames that forced their enemies to retreat. The rogue ninjas from the village hidden in the sand attempted to counterattack, but their techniques were utterly powerless against the overwhelming heat of Yetsong's scorching release. The ninjas from the village hidden in the mist, more cunning, began to disperse, seeking to launch a surprise attack from the flanks. Do not even think about succeeding. Shingya bellowed, his figure darting like the wind across the battlefield. His movements were swift and precise, each strike embodying the decisiveness and ferocity of a Konoha ninja. Yetsong, now fully liberated from her constraints, unleashed her scorching fireballs like a meteor shower upon the enemy, each impact creating a massive crater in the ground, the sand melting into glistening glass. The battle raged for only a few minutes, but the Gobi Desert lay utterly devastated, the ground marred by cracked, charred earth and melted sand. Yetsong stood at the center of the battlefield, gasping for breath, her chakra nearly depleted. Her face was etched with fatigue, yet she still clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Shingya stood beside her, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, ensuring all foes had fallen. Why did you help me? Yetsong's voice was hoarse, tinged with confusion. Her gaze fell upon Shingya, attempting to read something from the eyes of this stranger. Shingya smiled gently, his gaze unwavering. Because justice should not be betrayed. Of course, there was also the matter of her as a person, but he kept that thought to himself. At the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers, the Gobi Desert lay in eerie silence, the scorching sun beating down upon the cracked earth, the air thick with the lingering scent of scorching release. The ground, ravaged by Yetsong's techniques, was littered with shards of melted glass, reflecting the blinding sunlight. As if the land itself wept in silence. Dust swirled in the tempestuous wind, obscuring the distant horizon, as if intent on burying the traces of betrayal and battle. Shingya and Yetsong stood amidst this ruin, enveloped in a palpable tension. Yetsong leaned against a charred rock, her chest rising and falling slightly. Sweat mingling with blood trickling down her cheek, evaporating instantly upon contact with the searing ground. Her sand-colored ninja attire bore several tears, exposing grazed skin. Her long hair disheveled and fluttering in the wind. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her eyes ignited with a conflagration of anger and sorrow. The betrayal from the village hidden in the sand weighed heavily on her heart, instilling a sense of wariness towards everything, particularly towards the Konoha ninja before her. Shingya stood a few paces away, wielding a blood-stained kunai, his Konoha forehead protector glinting coldly in the sunlight. Dust marked his face, sweat trickled down his resolute features. Yet his eyes radiated a warmth of unwavering determination. He noticed Yetsong's knife-like gaze and casually wiped the blood from the kunai, returning it to his tool pouch. His hands raised in a gesture of helplessness, accompanied by a wry smile. Hey, don't glare at me like that. It's rather frightening. After all, I just saved you. Yetsong scoffed, instinctively taking a half-step back, her arms slightly raised, a faint red glow of scorching release emanating from her palms, prepared to strike at any moment. Her gaze was fixed intently on Shingya's Konoha forehead protector, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within her, wariness, skepticism, and an undeniable fatigue. I am truly grateful for your assistance, she rasped, her voice laced with stubbornness, but do not assume that I will blindly trust a Konoha ninja. Speak. Who exactly are you? What brings you here? Having just been betrayed by her comrades and village, Yetsong's heart was exceedingly sensitive. She no longer trusted easily. Shingya scratched the back of his head, a somewhat awkward smile spreading across his face, as if amused by her forthrightness. All right, let me introduce myself. He gestured to his forehead protector, his tone casual, yet imbued with confidence. I am Shingya, a ninja from Konoha. You must have heard of me, right? They say I'm the strongest in the ninja world. He paused, flashing a grin that revealed a row of white teeth. As for why I saved you, it's quite simple. I've heard of you, the hero of the village hidden in the sand, Yetsong, who could stand by and watch you be betrayed. Yetsong's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She was indeed aware of Shingya's name, recognized as the strongest in Konoha. The commander during the Second Ninja World War, his legendary reputation had been forged across various battlefields. After all, the third Hokage remained in the shadows. Senju Tobirama was aging, and Uzumaki Mito rarely made an appearance. Shingya's fame had long since permeated the ninja world, becoming synonymous with Konoha. But why was he here? Why had he come specifically to save her? Her brow furrowed deeper, her gaze scanning Shingya's face, searching for any hint of deception. The strongest in Konoha, she murmured, her tone laced with a complex mixture of emotions, both mocking and unsure. Her fingers trembled slightly, the flickering flames of her scorching release mirroring her internal struggle. You, a Konoha ninja, came to the land of wind to rescue me? Don't tell me you were just passing by. Shingya laughed heartily, hands tucked into his tool pouch, lazily leaning against a rock, though his tone carried an undertone of significance. Passing by is not the case. I came specifically to find you. He paused, his expression turning serious, as if he could see through Yetsong's heart. I heard whispers in Konoha about you being dispatched to the village hidden in the mist for some secret mission. Since I had some free time, I thought I might come and see how things were going. However, it was unexpected to see you being sold by your own village. I cannot possibly divulge to this woman that my intentions were solely for her. Chapter 73, Sheltering Yitsong. The phrase of being sold by her own village struck Yitsong's heart like a dagger. Her body quivered slightly, and a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. Her breath quickening. The betrayal of Sand-Hidden Village, the mockery from Mist-Hidden Village, and the indifferent gazes of comrades she once fought alongside flashed in her mind like a series of vivid images. She clenched her teeth, producing a faint grinding sound. Her voice low and hoarse. What makes you think I should trust you? The conflict between Konoha and Sand-Hidden Village is still ongoing. Why did you save me? What is your true motive? Shingya was undeterred by her fierce demeanor. Instead, he took a small step forward, his gaze remaining calm. I have no complex agenda, Yitsong. I understand that you trust no one at this moment, especially after being betrayed by your own. But my intention in saving you is not because you are a ninja from Sand-Hidden Village, nor do I seek anything from you. I simply believe that someone like you should not be discarded like a mere pawn. At that moment, it seemed as though a divine light enveloped him. Though this was merely his own perception. You are aware of my betrayal. Yitsong's voice softened, tinged with fatigue. But do you realize that I cannot even trust myself now? Her gaze fell to the scorched ground beneath her feet, a profound sense of helplessness lacing her words. I risked my life for those people, yet they regarded me as a sacrificial piece. How can you expect me to believe in you? A ninja from an enemy village? Shingya fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of compassion flashing in his eyes. He slowly crouched down, picking up a shard of melted glass, gently caressing it, as if to feel Yitsong's anger and pain. I understand your feelings, he murmured, his tone resonant with empathy. He raised his gaze to meet hers. Yet I choose to believe, to have faith that there are indeed individuals in this world worth fighting for. Yitsong, you are one of those people. Of course. He also thought of Tsunade, Mito, Hinata, Mikoto, Conan, and Kushina, all worthy of protection. This was a thought he kept to himself. At that moment, Yitsong was taken aback, his words striking her heart like a stone cast into a still pond, creating ripples of emotion. Her gaze flickered, her throat constricted, leaving her momentarily speechless. She bit her lip, forcing herself to look away, focusing on the distant sea of sand. The wind stirred the yellow dust, producing a low howl, as if narrating the endless solitude of this land. You were indeed a ninja from Sand-Hidden Village, Shingya continued, rising and brushing the dust from his hands, his tone becoming lighter, yet laced with persuasion. But what of it now? Sand-Hidden Village has sold you out. Do you still consider yourself one of them? Yitsong instinctively opened her mouth to retort, of course I am. But the words caught in her throat. Her expression dimmed instantly, as if all strength had been drained from her, her shoulders slumping slightly. I have nowhere to go. The betrayal from Sand-Hidden Village had severed all her beliefs, leaving her in a state of profound confusion for the first time. Shingya seemed to see through her wavering resolve, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He stepped closer, his tone teasing, Since Sand Hidden Village no longer wants you, then we have no enmity, do we? The conflict between Konoha and Sand Hidden Village has nothing to do with you, Yi-Song. You are free now. He paused, lowering his voice as if proposing an enticing offer. How about this? You follow me for 3 years. After that, you can go wherever you wish. I won't stop you. What do you say? Is that fair? Yi-Song's brows furrowed sharply, his words piercing her pride like a needle. She raised her head abruptly, defiance igniting in her eyes. Her voice nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth. Don't provoke me with your words. I, Yi-Song, am not ungrateful. She took a deep breath. As if resolving herself to a monumental decision, her gaze fixed firmly on Shingya. Fine, I accept your terms. 3 years it is. But you better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, my jutsu will not discriminate. Shingya laughed heartily, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He dusted off his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. That's the spirit. The hero of Sand Hidden Village truly has guts. He paused, his tone softening. Rest assured, I, Shingya, keep my promises. Follow me, and you will not regret it. Yi-Song scoffed, turning her back to Shingya, her gaze directed toward the distant sands. Her shoulders remained tense, yet her vigilance seemed to relax imperceptibly. Within her, tumultuous emotions brewed, anger, confusion, and a hint of anticipation she was reluctant to acknowledge. At the very least, Shingya's appearance had not only saved her, but also provided her with a sense of direction. Seeing her defenses gradually soften, Shingya took the opportunity to step forward and embraced her from behind. What are you doing? Yi-Song instinctively protested, but Shingya, having trained under Tsunade's formidable strength, easily restrained her. With no means to resist, Yi-Song slowly acquiesced to the embrace of this audacious man. As she felt the strength of his arms, she instinctively relaxed. After all, the events of the day had left her heart weary. She, too, was a woman in need of support and rest. Shingya, holding the soft Yi-Song, found it surprisingly comfortable, even surreptitiously measuring her dimensions with his hands. To his astonishment, this woman was nearly as endowed as Tsunade, who had grown up consuming his unique concoction of papaya and milk. Chapter 74, Nourishing Yi-Song. Now, Tsunade had developed several sizes larger than depicted in the original story, and it seemed Yi-Song was equally gifted. Indeed, with continued consumption of his special formula, she might surpass Tsunade. Furthermore, Yi-Song's beautiful back was unparalleled, undoubtedly deserving the title of the most exquisite back in the ninja world. Beep. Female protagonist Yi-Song's favorability rating, 40. 4100. The system's notification chimed, and Shingya noted that this woman had finally developed some degree of fondness for him, after previously maintaining a negative rating due to his status as a ninja from Konoha, her enemy. It appeared that his bold embrace had been a successful gamble. In the early morning of the Land of Fire, sunlight filtered through the dense forest, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of flora and the distant sound of babbling brooks. Under the starlit sky, Shingya walked ahead with a buoyant stride, his Konoha forehead protector glinting softly in the sunlight, a faint smile gracing his lips as if everything around him was merely routine. Yi-Song trailed a few paces behind, her sandy-colored ninja attire appearing somewhat out of place against the lush backdrop. Her gaze flitted between the scenery, her eyes brimming with uncontainable wonder and curiosity. This land was starkly different from the familiar deserts of the Wind Country. In Sunagakure, endless yellow sands and biting winds prevailed, and beneath the scorching sun, the air was perpetually infused with the arid scent of earth. Yet, in the Land of Fire, Yi-Song inhaled deeply, savoring the moist air and the fragrant blooms. The distant mountains were verdant, the path beneath her feet carpeted with grass, and a nearby stream was crystal clear, occasionally disturbed by fish leaping from the water, sending up a cascade of glistening droplets. Unable to resist, she paused, crouched down, and let her fingers lightly touch the stream. The coolness spreading through her body. She murmured softly, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. No wonder the other 4 nations covet this Land of Fire. It truly is absurdly bountiful. Shingya turned, leaning against a large tree with arms crossed, flashing a broad grin that revealed his bright white teeth. Hey, listen to you. Sounding all sour like you've bitten into a lemon. He paused, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. But now you're my person, which makes you a part of Konoha, right? So how does it feel? Yi-Song sprang to her feet, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she instinctively retorted, Who asked your person? Stop being so vain. Yet, The words caught in her throat. The betrayal from Sunagakure loomed over her like a shadow, rendering her unable to assert herself as a proud ninja of her former village. Her gaze dropped to the grass at her feet, her voice softening. I'm only temporarily following you, just for 3 years, so don't get ahead of yourself. Shingya laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively as if her stubbornness were inconsequential. All right, 3 years it is. Time is on our side. He turned and continued walking, his tone light. Come on. Let me show you around Konoha. You're in for a treat. The entrance to Konoha was just ahead, the massive wooden gates appearing both solemn and inviting in the sunlight. The guards at the entrance nodded to Shingya, their gazes inevitably lingering on Yitsong. She furrowed her brow, instinctively adjusting her collar to conceal her overwhelming pride, her steps becoming slightly rigid. Simultaneously, she muttered under her breath, "This place is quite lively." Her eyes scanned the bustling streets of the village, filled with curiosity, reminiscent of a little girl visiting a city for the first time. The commercial street of Konoha was alive with chatter, the shouts of vendors mingling with the laughter of children, and the distant sounds of ninja training creating a vibrant tapestry of life. On either side of the street stood tidy wooden houses, colorful signs hanging from their eaves, and the air was rich with the aromas of grilled meats, dango, and sweet confections. Yitsong's nose twitched as her attention was drawn to a stall overflowing with glistening papaya desserts, exuding an irresistible sweetness. Feeling hungry? Shingya appeared beside her, a skewered chicken sauté and the very papaya dessert she had just eyed in hand, presenting them to her. Here, have a bite. The food here is far superior to the rations from Sunagakure. His smile radiated pride, as if intentionally flaunting his offerings. Yitsong shot him a glance, accepting the chicken skewer, and upon taking a bite, the tender juices burst in her mouth, surprise flickering in her eyes, though her words remained defiant. It's decent. I suppose, better than the grilled lizards from Sunagakure. She spoke with feigned bravado, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curving upwards as if the simple delight of the food had begun to heal her. Shingya chuckled heartily, leading her onward, embodying the role of an enthusiastic tour guide. Pointing out various stalls, over there's a dango shop. The owner's skills are unparalleled. And this ramen shop? The broth is so rich you'll want to lick the bowl clean. Suddenly, he halted, turning to face Yitsong, a playful glint in his eyes. But you're a girl. You can't just keep eating these, right? Come on, let us find you something nice. Before Yitsong could react, Shingya had already pulled her into a small skincare shop. The shelves were lined with an assortment of jars and bottles, the air infused with a subtle herbal fragrance. Yitsong paused, frowning slightly. What are you doing? Why did you bring me here? Her voice held a hint of discomfort, her cheeks flushing slightly. In the harsh, sand-laden environment of Sunagakure, skincare products had been a luxury she had never considered. Shingya raised an eyebrow, a teasing tone in his voice. Look at your skin. It's nearly the same color as the sand from Sunagakure due to the wind and sun. He picked up a bottle of lotion from a shelf, handing it to her. Girls from the land of fire take great care of this. Give it a try, and I guarantee you'll be as fair as pudding. Yitsong shot him a glare, muttering about vanity, yet she accepted the bottle, removing the cap to inhale its delicate scent, warmth spreading through her heart. She glanced at her somewhat rough hands, memories of the yellow sands and blazing sun flooding her mind, her nose suddenly tinged with a bittersweet sensation as she whispered, "Thank you." Her voice was nearly inaudible, yet it only made Shingya's smile widen. For the remainder of the afternoon, Shingya, like an exuberant young boy, led Yitsong through the bustling marketplace. Papaya pudding, honey dango, roasted sweet potatoes. He bought a plethora of treats to stuff into her hands, cheerfully declaring, "Eat more sweets. It'll lift your spirits. Who knows, you might end up with a figure better than Tsunade's, or even surpass her, huh?" Yitsong rolled her eyes, her mouth full of pudding, and mumbled back, "I don't want to grow any bigger." She was well aware of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned not only for her formidable medical skills, but also for her enviable figure, widely recognized across the ninja world. While she didn't believe herself inferior to Tsunade, she had to concede that in a mere contest of physique, she still fell slightly short. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over Konoha, Shingya guided Yitsong through the bustling streets to a tranquil clan compound. The Senju estate was nestled among towering trees, the wooden walls exuding a faint scent of pine, with the distant sounds of ninja training echoing softly. Yitsong paused, her gaze sweeping over this unfamiliar place, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes. This was Shingya's home, and soon, it would be hers for the next 3 years. Welcome home. Shingya pushed open the gate of the ancestral residence, turning back with a beaming smile. Don't be nervous. Everyone here is quite easygoing. If you're hungry, just say so, and I'll get you something to eat. Yitsong stood at the threshold, hesitating for a moment before stepping inside. Her eyes wandered between the cherry blossom trees and the training grounds, a peculiar sensation swelling within her. The warmth and vitality of this land seemed to gradually mend the cracks within her heart. She glanced down at the papaya pudding in her hand, a faint smile unconsciously tugging at her lips. The sting of betrayal from Sunagakure still lingered. Yet Shingya's warmth and care seeped into her heart like the gentle rays of sunshine in this land of fire. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Shingya's voice called from ahead, tinged with playful teasing. If you don't come in soon, I might just devour the pudding I just bought. Yitsong snapped back to reality, shooting him a glare, though her tone softened from earlier. Quit the nonsense. Who wants your pudding? She hurried to catch up, her steps feeling markedly lighter. Under the setting sun, 2 silhouettes walked side by side in the courtyard of the Senju clan. The wind blew gently, causing cherry blossom petals to drift down like blessings for this new journey. The warm glow of the sun bathed the courtyard, where the cherry trees swayed softly, their pink petals falling like snow and carpeting the stone path. Shingya pushed open the grand door of the ancestral home, the wooden door creaking softly. Yetsong stood at the entrance, her steps hesitant. The sand-colored fabric of her ninja attire still bore traces of the gobi's dust, her long hair tousled by the breeze. And she clutched a bag of papaya pudding that Shingya had bought, her fingers unconsciously tightening around it. Her gaze swept over the cherry trees in the courtyard and the distant sounds of laughter, a complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes: shock, strangeness, and an undeniable hint of anxiety. The solitude and indifference of Sunagakure had left profound shadows in her heart, while this warm land felt like a clear spring, invoking both yearning and unease. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't come in soon, the pudding will melt. Shingya's teasing voice reached her as he stepped into the courtyard, hands tucked into his ninja tool pouch, looking back and nodding, as if urging a slow child to hurry. Yetsong shot him a glare, muttering about his nagging. Yet she took a cautious step forward, her movements reminiscent of a cat entering unfamiliar territory, her eyes flitting to every corner of the courtyard. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from within the house, and the door swung open, several figures spilling out, their chatter shattering the courtyard's tranquility. Shingya, you finally returned. What trouble did you stir up outside? Tsunade's voice boomed like thunder, her hands on her hips as she stood at the doorway, her pride accentuated by the sunset. Her golden hair was tied high in a ponytail, her eyes holding a hint of reproach, yet they could not conceal her concern for Shingya. Oh, so you've brought back a girl this time? Impressive. Tsunade grinned widely, her tone teasing, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned closer to Shingya, stealing a glance at Yetsong, as if appraising a rare treasure. Mikoto stood nearby, offering a gentle smile, a small kitchen knife in hand, clearly just emerging from the kitchen. It's good that you're back. Wash your hands first. Dinner is almost ready, she said softly, her voice soothing like a spring breeze. At just 19, Mikoto already embodied the warmth of a devoted wife, exuding an aura of comfort. Kushina stood among them, her red hair glowing warmly in the sunset, her presence calm and dignified. She smiled gently at Yetsong, her gaze a mix of scrutiny and friendliness. Hello, sister, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Uzumaki Kushina, the eldest here. You may call me sister. In Konoha, I hold a bit of influence, so feel free to ask for anything you need. Her words flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of a gracious matriarch welcoming a newcomer, her tone imbued with an irresistible warmth. Yetsong stood frozen, her grip on the papaya pudding bag tightening. She hadn't anticipated such a warm reception upon entering, having grown accustomed to the solitude of Sunagakure, where she had lived a solitary life. Now, however, she felt enveloped by a wave of warmth, a lump forming in her throat. She responded softly, her voice tinged with discomfort. I am Yetsong. Thank you, Sister Kushina. Her gaze wandered over the group, landing on Tsunade's familiar face, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, astonished that a woman like her could accept her man while surrounded by so many others. After all, in the outside world, especially among female ninjas, this princess of the Land of Fire was a well-recognized idol. and her notorious temper had led many to believe no man could tame her. Yet now, it appeared she had not only been subdued, but was also remarkably compliant. At that moment, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her hands resting on her chest as she grinned. Ah, the hero of Sunagakure, Yetsong, truly lives up to her reputation. I've heard about you. Your scorch release is quite impressive. She paused, a hint of puzzlement flickering in her eyes. But I'm curious, since Konoha and Sunagakure are still at war, how did you end up with this guy? He didn't lure you away, did he? Tsunade's gaze turned sharply towards Shingya, seeking the truth behind how he had managed to win over such a heroic figure. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew slightly tense at her words, and Kushina couldn't help but chuckle, nudging Tsunade playfully. Come on, Tsunade, that was a bit too blunt. Shingya stood to the side, wearing an awkward smile. Hey, Tsunade, don't scare her. I'm genuinely a good person who saved her. Meanwhile, Yetsong's expression paled slightly, the betrayal from Sunagakure cutting into her heart like a knife. She bit her lip, her fingers instinctively clenching, her nails nearly digging into her palm. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath, her voice low yet steady. I was betrayed by Sunagakure. They treated me as a sacrificial pawn in the peace negotiations with Kirigakure. Chapter 76. A New Life. She paused, her gaze dropping as if forcing herself to confront the painful past. Shingya saved me, so for now, I am following him. As the words left her lips, a hush fell over the courtyard. Tsunade's brow furrowed, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes as she lowered her hands, her tone softening. That is truly disheartening. Those fools in Sunagakure are blind to use a hero as a mere pawn. She stepped closer, patting Yetsong on the shoulder with a firm yet sincere touch. Don't take it to heart. You're in Konoha now. No one will dare to bully you. Kushina joined in, her red hair dancing like flames in the sunset. Exactly. If Sunagakure doesn't want you, we Konoha certainly do. From now on, if anyone dares to give you a hard time, I'll be the first to confront them. Her tone was bold, as if she had already embraced Yetsong as a sister. Mikoto smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth. Stop standing around. Come in. The food will get cold soon. She turned to Shingya with a hint of reproach. You could have at least given us a heads up about your return. Kushina stood beside them, her smile warm and welcoming. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. The past is the past. Yetsong, welcome to Konoha. Come, let us eat. The dining hall of the Senju clan was brightly lit, the wooden table laden with steaming dishes piled high like small mountains. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizingly inviting. Shingya plopped down at the head of the table, grabbing chopsticks to shove a piece of fish into his mouth, mumbling, Mikoto's cooking is still exceptional. I'm starving, let us eat. Tsunade rolled her eyes, her mouth full of dumplings as she shot a look at Shingya. You only think about eating when you come back, not even noticing the girl standing there. She turned to Yetsong, waving her hand. Come, Yetsong, sit here. Try Konoha's dishes. I guarantee they taste 100 times better than Sunagakure's rations. Yetsong stood at the doorway, her gaze sweeping over the lively dinner table, a surge of unfamiliar warmth swelling in her heart. Life in Sunagakure had been cold and monotonous. As an orphan, missions had consumed her existence, and meals were merely to fill her stomach. She had never experienced such a scene. Tables full of dishes, sounds of laughter, and sincere faces all around. She glanced down at the papaya pudding in her hand, her throat tightening, tears welling in her eyes. What are you waiting for? Sit down. Tsunade pulled Yetsong over, pressing her into a seat, and piled a generous portion of braised meat into her bowl. Eat more. You're so thin. You look like you've been starved by the sands of Sunagakure. Her tone was as warm and enthusiastic as that of an elder sister, yet her eyes radiated genuine concern. Yetsong whispered a thank you, cautiously taking a bite of the braised pork. The rich, sweet juices melted in her mouth, causing a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She lifted her gaze, her eyes drifting among the people at the table. Mito sipped her soup with poise, occasionally teasing Shingya, while Tsunade devoured dumplings, engaging in playful banter with Kushina. Mikoto quietly served everyone, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Shingya, seated across from her, winked playfully, as if to tease her. How does it compare to the roasted lizard from Sunagakure? Yetsong shot him a glare, yet a smile unconsciously tugged at her lips. Well, barely. Her voice softened, seemingly influenced by the vibrant atmosphere surrounding her. Her gaze fell upon the table, yet her heart felt as though it had been gently touched by something. In Sunagakure, she had always been alone. Tasks, battles, solitude, like an unceasing machine. Yet in this moment, the laughter and warmth at the table enveloped her like a fire, quietly dispelling the chill within her heart. Mito set down her bowl, looking at Yi Tsang with gentle eyes. Yi Tsang, although you may not be familiar with Konoha, the people here consider you family. If you ever feel unhappy, just tell your sister, and she will help you. Her tone was soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength, akin to a reassuring balm for Yi Tsang's heart. Yi Tsang paused, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She lowered her head, biting her lip, whispering, "Thank you, Sister Mito." Her voice was soft, yet laced with sincerity. The betrayal of Sunagakure still stung, but this unprecedented warmth stirred within her a peculiar thought. Perhaps staying here really wouldn't be so bad. After dinner, everyone dispersed. Some washed dishes, some took baths, others engaged in conversation. Shingya led Yi Tsang to a cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. The night breeze rustled through the branches, petals gently falling into her hair. She looked up at the starry sky, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Shingya leaned against the tree trunk, his hands behind his head, speaking leisurely. "Hey, how do you feel? The food in Konoha suits your taste, right?" Yi Tsang shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of stubbornness in her tone. "It's all right, don't get too smug." She paused, her gaze drifting to the night sky, her voice softening. "But thank you all." A gentle light flickered in her eyes, as if she had finally lowered her guard a fraction. Shingya grinned, a triumphant glint in his eyes. "What are you thanking us for? We're family." He paused, his tone turning earnest. "Yi Tsang, Konoha welcomes you. From now on, this place is your home." Yi Tsang remained silent, quietly standing beneath the cherry blossom tree, her gaze fixed on the distant lights. A warm current surged within her heart. The solitude and betrayal of Sunagakure seemed to fade in that moment, while the warmth and laughter of Konoha took root quietly within her. She did not know what the future held, but at this moment, she was willing to try believing that this new home might indeed be worth her stay. Hours later, Yi Tsang lay in bed, a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face, feeling that this place was not as idyllic as she had imagined. At least not at present. She felt her cheeks flush like an apple. That lecherous man, that bad guy, on her very first night here, this is how it is. Indeed, Shingya and the others were engaging in intimate activities, completely transformed into different people. Helplessly, Yi Tsang found herself unable to sleep on her first night in her new home, her mind filled with the image of that rogue Shingya, unclothed. Chapter 77. The daily life accompanying Yi Tsang. The early morning in Konoha was gently shrouded in a thin mist, the fog like a veil, hazily covering the cobblestone paths. The rising sun pierced through the mist, casting dappled light and shadows on the rooftops and treetops lining the streets, painting a warm and tranquil scene. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing the fresh scent of distant woods, mingled with the aroma of grilled fish and the sweetness of snacks from street vendors, filling the air with the essence of life. The commercial street gradually awakened, vendors busily arranging their goods, the calls of merchants breaking the morning's tranquility. Shingya walked confidently through the heart of the commercial street, his stride steady and assured. His tall figure, clad in a deep blue ninja outfit, glimmered softly in the morning light, followed by Tsunade, Mikoto, and Yi Tsang, who had just arrived in Konoha from Sunagakure. Tsunade crossed her arms, her golden hair shimmering under the sunlight, her gaze sweeping over the street stalls with a hint of a lazy smile. Mikoto appeared much gentler, lowering her head to adjust the cloth bag in her hands, filled with newly purchased trinkets, occasionally glancing up to engage in soft conversation with Tsunade. Yi Tsang, walking among the three, seemed somewhat reserved. Her steps were light and slow, her eyes lingering on the small stalls, revealing a mixture of curiosity and a barely perceptible nervousness. The stalls were vibrant, brimming with an array of goods, sharp ninja tools, colorful kimono fabrics, fragrant grilled skewers, and sugar figurines beloved by children. Yi Tsang's attention was captured by a small stall displaying handcrafted wooden sculptures. She paused to examine them closely. One particular piece depicted a bird poised to take flight. The intricate wood grain and delicate feather details brought it to life, as though it would soar away at any moment. Her fingers gently brushed over the surface of the sculpture, a slight tremor coursing through her fingertips, as if she were trying to feel the warmth and story behind the artwork. "This place is far more lively than Sunagakure," Yi Tsang murmured, her voice low and soft, tinged with surprise. She looked up, gazing at the bustling crowd in the distance. a ripple of emotions stirring within her. In Sunagakure, the relentless winds ruled. Life was monotonous and harsh, with the predominant sounds being the howling wind and the shouts of ninja training. Here, the vibrancy and energy of Konoha flowed into her heart like a warm stream, evoking both strangeness and curiosity. Tsunade approached, gently patting Yi-Song on the shoulder, her touch warm and reassuring. The environment in Sunagakure is indeed harsh, but Konoha has its own merits. You will gradually acclimate to the rhythm here. She smiled, her tone laced with encouragement, yet a glimmer of sympathy shone in her eyes. She understood that most ninjas from Sunagakure were accustomed to solitude and resilience. For Yi-Song, who had just arrived, the bustling life of Konoha would inevitably feel somewhat overwhelming. Mikoto nodded in agreement, holding out a skewer of candied hawthorn to Yi-Song. The sugar-coated hawthorn glistened enticingly, a vibrant red against the sunlight. Try this, it's one of Konoha's specialties. Sweet and slightly sour, children love it. Her voice flowed like water, filled with concern, as if she were welcoming Yi-Song in this simple yet heartfelt manner. Yi-Song accepted the candied hawthorn, her fingers tightening slightly as she lowered her gaze to the delightful treat. A faint smile crept onto her lips as she took a bite. The candy shell cracked between her teeth, and the sweet and sour flavor burst on her tongue. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she looked up, softly exclaiming, "It's really delicious. Thank you for bringing me out." Her voice carried a note of gratitude, and her tone relaxed a little, as if in that moment she had begun to lower her defenses and feel the warmth of Konoha. Shingya, walking ahead, caught wind of their conversation and glanced back at them. His eyes were deep and gentle, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since Yi-Song's arrival in Konoha, he had been contemplating ways to help her integrate into the village. He understood that for someone emerging from the desolation of Sunagakure, the bustling vibrancy of Konohagakure could feel utterly foreign, perhaps even unsettling. Today, he deliberately invited Tsunade and Mikoto to accompany Yakura on a shopping excursion, hoping to convey the warmth and hospitality of the village through this experience. The group meandered through the commercial street for an entire morning. From quaint shops selling ninja tools to stalls brimming with delectable snacks, each stop igniting a sense of wonder within Yakura. In the ninja tool shop, blades glimmered coldly under the sunlight as the vendor enthusiastically showcased the latest handcrafted shuriken. At the snack stall, the steam wafting from freshly made buns and grilled rice dumplings released an enticing aroma, captivating the attention of passing children. Occasionally, Seiya would pause to engage in light banter with the vendors, who clearly recognized him and spoke with a hint of reverence. "Ah, Seiya, back for some shopping?" chuckled an elderly man grilling fish, his face etched with deep wrinkles from the passage of time. As he deftly turned the fish over the sizzling coals, the sound of crackling fire accompanied the golden, crispy skin that emanated an irresistible fragrance. "Indeed," Seiya replied casually, picking up a grilled fish and handing it to Yakura. "Today, I simply wish to show my friend around the village." His motion was effortless and unpretentious, reminiscent of a stroll in his own backyard. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Yakura accepted the grilled fish with a soft thank you and took a bite, the succulent flavor exploding in her mouth, the warmth sliding down her throat. She squinted her eyes slightly, a look of contentment blossoming on her face as her tense shoulders relaxed. In that moment, she genuinely felt the warmth of Konohagakure, a sense of belonging that Sunagakure had never afforded her. At the end of the commercial street stood a small bridge, constructed from pale gray stones, under which flowed a crystal-clear stream. The water babbled gently, its surface glistening with flecks of light, occasionally carrying a few drifting leaves along its serene journey. The willows by the bridge swayed gracefully in the breeze, as if welcoming this group of visitors. Seiya led them across the bridge to an expansive grassy meadow, lush and vibrant, where sunlight danced upon the blades of grass, casting a golden-green glow. In the distance, several children frolicked on the grass, their laughter ringing sweetly, brimming with life and vitality. This was the heart of Konohagakure, and Seiya paused, gesturing towards a tall tower in the distance. That tower is the Hokage's office, from which one can survey the entire village. His voice was steady and resonant, tinged with a hint of pride. Yakura followed his pointing finger, observing the tower standing proudly at the village's center, surrounded by flourishing trees and charmingly arranged houses. The tower's peak shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a guardian watching over the land. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. a mix of awe for the new environment and a subtle yearning. Standing in the meadow, a gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing a refreshing coolness that instilled an unprecedented tranquility. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle as Seiya, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Yakura sat on the grass, savoring a moment of peace. Tsunade leaned against a large tree, sipping from a bottle of sake, the fragrance wafting through the air as she indulged in this rare leisure. Chapter 78. A day in the life of teacher Yakura. She squinted, a hint of satisfaction playing on her lips, seemingly relishing this rare respite. Meanwhile, Mikoto arranged the freshly purchased snacks, gently offering a piece of red bean cake to Yakura, her movements soft and natural. Yakura accepted the delicacy with a quiet thank you, her fingers delicately pinching the cake while her gaze intermittently wandered over the surrounding scenery, a thoughtful expression occupying her features. Yakura, what do you think of Konoha? Seiya inquired suddenly, breaking the silence. His tone was gentle and low, imbued with a trace of anticipation. Yakura blinked, her cake trembling slightly in her hand. She lifted her gaze to meet Seiya's profound eyes, warmth flooding her heart. After a brief pause, she smiled and replied, "It's wonderful, even better than I imagined." Her voice carried a note of sincerity, revealing a touch of emotion. The vibrancy, warmth, and kindness of the village were gradually melting the ice encasing her heart. Seiya nodded, an internal sigh of relief washing over him. He understood that Yakura's integration would require time, yet today's experiences undeniably marked a promising beginning. Before long, Yakura stood at the school gate, appearing somewhat anxious. Seiya patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be nervous. Today, you shall be a teacher for a day and share your knowledge with these children. They are quite easy to get along with." Yakura nodded, her heart fluttering with unease. Yet she followed Seiya into the classroom. The classroom was filled with students aged between 6 and 12, desks and chairs meticulously arranged. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the curious faces of the children. Upon seeing Seiya enter, they fell silent, their eyes brimming with admiration. Seiya's reputation in Konoha was unparalleled, and his presence exuded an invisible authority. "Today, I have invited a special teacher to instruct you," Seiya announced, gesturing towards Yakura with pride. "This is Yakura from Sunagakure, a formidable ninja. You are to listen attentively to her teachings." He smiled gently and stepped back, granting Yakura the space to shine. The children scrutinized Yakura with curiosity, whispering among themselves, "Sunagakure? Isn't that a distant place? She seems so serious." Their voices were soft yet filled with excitement and anticipation. Standing at the podium, Yakura took a deep breath, striving to calm her nerves. Her gaze swept across the youthful faces, an inexplicable tension swelling within her. However, she quickly composed herself, deciding to begin with the fundamentals of chakra control, the core skill of a ninja and her area of expertise. Chakra is the source of a ninja's power, yet it is not merely about quantity. Mastering its control is paramount. Much like water, it must be guided skillfully to realize its fullest potential. Her voice was calm and clear, imbued with the characteristic steadiness of a Sunagakure ninja. As she explained, she demonstrated by concentrating chakra at her fingertips, gently flicking it, causing a small flame to dance in the air before it swiftly extinguished. The glow illuminated her face, accentuating her determined features. The children gasped in wonder, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing." Their voices resonated with astonishment, their eyes sparkling with admiration. A smile crept onto Yakura's lips, and a sense of accomplishment surged within her. She began to relish the experience, her initial anxiety dissipating. She descended from the podium, personally guiding several students to adjust their postures. Her movements were gentle and patient, her fingertips lightly pressing on a boy's shoulder to correct his stance, then kneeling to hold a girl's hand, teaching her how to sense the chakra within. The children's demeanor shifted from initial unfamiliarity to warmth. Some began to ask daring questions. "Teacher Yakura, what is Sunagakure like? Can you use fire techniques?" As class concluded, a few bold children rushed forward, tugging at her hand with a flurry of queries. A little girl with a ponytail looked up, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Teacher Yakura, will you come again?" Yakura hesitated briefly, glancing back at Seiya, who stood at the back of the classroom, arms crossed, smiling and nodding. A warmth filled her heart as she turned to the girl and replied, "If the opportunity arises, I will return." Her voice carried a sense of warmth and promise, accompanied by a rare smile. As she departed the school, Yakura's steps felt noticeably lighter. Sunlight bathed her face, and she turned to Seiya, saying, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I never imagined that I could teach these children." Her voice carried a hint of gratitude, and a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. "They like you," Shingya remarked, indicating that she had begun to integrate into this place. His tone held a note of comfort, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Since then, Yitsong's life in Konoha gradually fell into a rhythm, no longer the reticent outsider. She slowly became a part of the village's daily life. Shingya, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Mito took turns inviting her to participate in village activities. Sometimes they attended the fireworks festival, where the blooming fireworks illuminated her face, and her gaze sparkled with awe. Other times, they assisted in repairing buildings damaged by the war. She swung a hammer, sweat trickling down her brow, yet she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Over the course of a year, a smile began to adorn Yitsong's face, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound sense of belonging. Meanwhile, the third great ninja war raged on. The smoke and chaos of the battlefield remained distant from Konoha, but the shadow of war loomed ever-present over the village. Occasionally, Shingya would venture to the front lines, serving as a stalwart defense against the assaults from enemy villages. His presence was akin to an immovable mountain, granting Konoha moments of respite with each battle he fought. However, he often chose to remain in the village, entrusting the command of the front lines to Minato Namikaze. Young and talented, Minato possessed an exceptional tactical mind, his golden hair shining like light on the battlefield. Shingya held considerable trust in him. During his days in Konoha, Shingya frequently found companionship in Mito, Tsunade, and Mikoto. Although Mito was no longer young, her vitality remained thanks to longevity pills she had consumed. She shared an intimate bond with Shingya, often engaging him in conversation in the courtyard. A cup of tea in her hands, smiling as she said, "Shingya, you're not so young anymore. Have you considered holding a wedding in the village?" A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she secretly thought, if only she could secretly experience the sensation of a wedding with Shingya, it would be a delight. After all, given her status, she could no longer openly marry him. Yet, she mused, Tsunade, Mikoto, Hinata, and Kushina would surely get involved, and amidst such a crowd, all adorned in bridal veils, who could recognize her? Taken aback by the question, Shingya scratched his head, saying, "Ahem, let us talk about it later. We are still at war." Though he felt a stir of emotion, he was burdened with concerns, for the war was not yet over, and the future remained uncertain. Tsunade rolled her eyes, but bore a slight smile, seemingly accustomed to Mito's teasing. Mikoto, on the other hand, was preoccupied with matters concerning the Uchiha clan, demonstrating remarkable leadership as its head. Her Mangekyo Sharingan instilled fear throughout the clan, and any dissent had long since vanished. Chapter 79. Yuzuki Yuin. 50 years into Konoha's history. The war had persisted for nearly 5 years, and all major ninja villages were showing signs of fatigue. One day, as Shingya was reviewing battle reports at home, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow in the dimly lit room. A girl with purple hair and an umbu mask entered. She was Yuzuki Yuin, Shingya's student, only 12 years old but already an elite member of the umbu. Yuin's voice was calm and clear. "Teacher, we have received news from the front lines that a humanoid figure entirely clad in black has been sighted." Her figure was slender yet upright, her gaze behind the mask exuding determination. Shingya set down the scroll, his brow furrowing slightly. He waved his hand, saying, "All right, Yuin, you may leave." Yuin nodded and swiftly departed using the body flicker technique. Leaning back in his chair, Shingya's mind drifted to a name, Kaguya. He murmured softly, "The old sixth has finally decided to emerge after hiding for over 1,000 years. This war should come to an end." His gaze was profound, as if contemplating the intricate moves of the future. A few evenings later, Shingya strolled through the streets of Konoha alongside Tsunade, Mikoto, Mito, and Yitsong. The setting sun cast a golden light, rendering the village particularly serene. Tsunade sighed. "The war has dragged on for so long, standing here in the village. I almost forget that the front lines are still engaged in battle." Shingya nodded. "This is precisely the essence of Konoha. No matter how chaotic it is outside, this place will always be our sanctuary." His voice was deep and warm, yet a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Mikoto, with a piercing gaze, responded, "But you know that the war will eventually reach here. The emergence of Kaguya is no coincidence." Her tone was resolute, imbued with the authority of a clan leader. "Indeed," Shingya sighed, "but for now, we can enjoy this moment of peace. When the day of war's end arrives, we will be prepared to face whatever comes. His voice carried a note of determination as he gazed into the distance. Mito smiled, saying, Shingya is right. Regardless of what the future holds, we must cherish the present. Her smile was warm as spring, her eyes filled with love for life. The five continued forward, with the lights of Konoha flickering behind them. Shingya understood that the shadow of Kagaya had silently encroached, and this protracted war was on the verge of a pivotal turning point. As the Third Great Ninja War reached its zenith, the third Raikage of Kumogakure, renowned as one of the strongest ninjas in the ninja world, was famed for his unparalleled lightning techniques and unyielding physique. However, during a crucial retreat operation, he selflessly chose to confront the onslaught of thousands of Iwagakure's elite shinobi alone to cover his comrades' escape. On the battlefield, amidst swirling sand and wind, the third Raikage stood at the center of the enemy ranks, lightning flashing around him. His young aide, a Kumogakure ninja, attempted to dissuade him. Raikage-sama, you cannot stay behind alone. Let us fight our way out together. Turning to face his aide, the Raikage's gaze was piercing, yet his tone remained eerily calm. This is my duty. If I cannot buy you time, the future of Kumogakure will be lost. Go now. This is an order. His aide clenched his teeth, eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet ultimately led the team to retreat. The third Raikage turned, facing the relentless tide of enemies. His lightning chakra erupted, transforming into bolts that felled dozens of Iwagakure shinobi. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, the Raikage exhibiting astonishing resilience against the endless foes. His body became stained with blood, yet his spirit remained unyielded. Finally, after slaying hundreds of enemy ninjas, his chakra was depleted, and his strength reached its limit. He slowly collapsed, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips as he softly murmured, Kumogakure, I entrust you to your fate. The sacrifice of the third Raikage sent shockwaves through the entire ninja world. His bravery had afforded Kumogakure's ninjas the time to retreat and laid the groundwork for future counterattacks. The news of the Raikage's death reached Kumogakure, plunging the village into profound sorrow. Yet, the march of war did not cease. Kumogakure required a new leader to guide them through adversity. The third Raikage's son, Ai, a formidable ninja in his own right, was nominated as the fourth Raikage. The succession ceremony took place in the village's central square, where villagers and ninjas gathered, their eyes fixed on Ai. Tall and muscular, his eyes burned with a steadfast flame reminiscent of his father's. An elder ninja approached and handed him the iconic Raikage hat, saying, Ai, are you ready? Inheriting the position of Raikage means you must bear the fate of the entire village. Ai accepted the hat, inhaling deeply before turning to the crowd, his voice resonating. My father protected Kumogakure with his life. Now it is my turn. I vow that regardless of the enemy we face, I will ensure Kumogakure stands tall. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. A young ninja could not contain himself, shouting, Raikage-sama, we believe in you. Ai nodded slightly, yet internally resolved. He would not only protect the village, but also ensure that his father's sacrifice would not be in vain. Meanwhile, in pursuit of an advantage in the war, the Hidden Mist Village dispatched the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, a cadre of elite ninja armed with unique swords and an unyielding demeanor, to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. Their objective was to obliterate the defenses of Konoha, paving the way for subsequent forces. The leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Mangetsu Hozuki, coldly commanded his companions. Our mission is to plunge Konoha into chaos. Leave no survivors. The other 6 nodded in agreement, gripping their swords tightly, a palpable aura of menace enveloping them. However, the Hidden Leaf Village was not without its defenses. Might Guy, a lower-ranked ninja renowned for his taijutsu, inadvertently uncovered the plans of the Hidden Mist Village. Although often referred to as a perpetual underdog, his prowess in martial arts was profound. Upon learning of the impending assault by the 7 ninja swordsmen, he sought out his son, Might Guy, and earnestly declared, Kai, if I do not return, remember that youth never fades. Kai, puzzled, inquired, Father, where are you going? With his trademark grin and a thumbs up, Might Guy replied, I am going to protect Konoha. This is my ninja way. Might Guy confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. On the battlefield, he faced 7 adversaries without trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he intoned softly, the 8 gates formation, open, as all 8 gates were unleashed. His body was enveloped in crimson steam, his speed and strength reaching their zenith. What manner of monster is this? One of the swordsmen exclaimed in terror, nearly losing grip on his sword. Like a bolt of red lightning, Might Guy surged into the fray, each punch and kick infused with cataclysmic force. The swordsmen retaliated fiercely, yet their attacks seemed feeble before Might Guy's might. The battle raged with intensity as he single-handedly felled several foes. However, the price of unlocking the 8 gates was life itself. His body began to succumb, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. In a final surge of effort, he sent the last enemy flying before gradually collapsing. Gazing into the distance, he murmured, "Kai, I entrust my youth to you." Chapter 80. The world of torment brought by Obito Might Guy perished, yet the 7 ninja swordsmen suffered grievous losses, with only a handful retreating in disarray to the Hidden Mist Village. His valor secured precious time for the Hidden Leaf Village and cast a shadow over the notorious reputation of the swordsman. The war's situation grew increasingly dire, prompting the higher-ups of Konoha to realize that in order to turn the tide, they must sever the enemy's supply lines. The Kanabi Bridge, a crucial supply route for the Rock Village, became the primary target. This formidable task fell upon the shoulders of Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. He was to lead his students, Rin Noira, Kakashi Hatake, and Obito Uchiha, on this mission. As Shingya contemplated the mission scroll in his hands, he called for Minato. "Sensei, you summon me?" A young man with blonde hair entered the command tent. "Take a look at this. Prepare to set out shortly," Shingya stated succinctly. Handing over the mission scroll, Minato reviewed it and asked, "Are we really taking Kakashi and the others? They are still children, and the Kanabi Bridge is perilously close to the front lines." Shingya shook his head in response. "There's no choice. It's an order from above. Rest assured, they will be fine. If they do not go, how will Obito avoid darkening?" While Rin and Kakashi could undoubtedly ensure their safety, especially since he had previously inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on Rin without her knowledge, Obito's safety was less assured. Reluctantly, Minato nodded and exited the tent. Before departure, he gathered the 3, his tone grave yet filled with trust. "This mission concerns the survival of Konoha. We must destroy the Kanabi Bridge to cut off the enemy's supplies. Are you prepared?" Kakashi nodded coldly. "I am ready, sensei." Obito, brimming with confidence, pounded his chest. "I am destined to become Hokage. This mission is a piece of cake." Rin smiled. "We are the strongest team. We will surely succeed." The team set forth toward the Kanabi Bridge. Along the way, they encountered an ambush by Rock Village ninja. During the skirmish, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique shone brilliantly as he darted through the enemy ranks, taking them down one by one. Obito and Kakashi provided cover, while Rin offered medical support to the injured comrades. Upon reaching the Kanabi Bridge, they discovered it heavily guarded. Minato swiftly devised a plan. "I will draw the enemy away. You all set the explosives." Obito exclaimed eagerly, "Leave it to me. I'll show them my prowess." As night fell, the Kanabi Bridge appeared particularly ominous under the moonlight. The guards of the Rock Village stood at the ready, their patrols creating a symphony of footsteps intertwined with the wind. Minato positioned himself at the forefront of the group, his golden hair fluttering in the night breeze, his gaze calm and resolute. He turned to his students and instructed quietly, "I will divert the guards. You are responsible for placing the explosives. Kakashi, you will command." Kakashi nodded, his demeanor as cool as ever. "Understood, sensei." Obito grinned, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. "Hey, sensei, don't steal my thunder. I'm the one destined to become Hokage." Rin gently reminded, "Obito, focus. This is a life and death mission." With a faint smile, Minato patted Obito on the shoulder. "I have faith in you all." Before his words could fully settle, his form transformed into a golden flash, vanishing into the night. Moments later, chaos erupted among the guards on the bridge, the sounds of explosions and shouts reverberating through the air. Minato employed his Flying Thunder God technique to weave through the enemy lines, the clash of lightning and shuriken resonating throughout the gorge. He successfully drew the attention of all the guards, buying precious time for his team. Seizing the moment while the guards were occupied, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito swiftly infiltrated beneath the bridge. The damp wooden structure emitted an earthy scent, the planks trembling slightly beneath their steps. Kakashi, brandishing a short blade, surveyed the surroundings and quietly commanded, "Obito, you take the left support. Rin, you handle the right. I will place the detonating seals in the center. Move quickly." Obito nodded, hastily retrieving the explosive tags and carefully affixing them to the bridge's support beams. Though his movements were somewhat hasty, they remained precise. This bridge looks rather flimsy. Blowing it up will surely send Rock Village into a panic. He muttered to mask his growing anxiety. Rin, more focused, gently pressed the explosive tags into place, ensuring they were secured firmly to the wooden beams. Her voice was calm yet resolute. Be careful, Obito, don't trigger any traps. She glanced towards the direction of Minato's battle, silently praying for her teacher's safety. Kakashi placed the final explosive tag at the center of the bridge. Turning back to confirm, all set, let us retreat to a safe distance. Rin, prepare to detonate. The three quickly took cover behind a large boulder at the edge of the bridge. Rin formed hand seals, shouting, explode. A series of deafening blasts erupted as the bridge's support structure collapsed instantaneously, wooden planks and beams plummeting into the abyss amidst a cloud of dust. However, before they could celebrate, a squad of Rock Village ninja suddenly charged from the smoke, evidently an ambush awaiting them. The leading ninja bellowed, "You have destroyed our bridge. Do not expect to leave here alive." Gripping kunai and shuriken, they exuded a menacing aura. Kakashi immediately drew his blade to confront them. Obito, Rin, prepare for battle. Obito grinned, forming hand seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing sphere of flame hurtled toward the enemy ranks, forcing several ninja to retreat. Lin stood at the rear, holding a shuriken, ever ready to provide support. The battle was exceedingly fierce, the debris on the bridge threatening to collapse beneath their feet. Kakashi's short blade sliced through the night sky, while Obito's fire jutsu illuminated the battlefield. Lin adeptly dodged attacks, seeking opportunities to counter. However, the aftermath of the explosion had left the Kemei Bridge in ruins, and a deafening roar echoed from above as a massive boulder dislodged from the cliffside, plummeting down. Watch out, Kakashi shouted, but it was too late. The boulder crashed down upon Obito, who could only push Lin aside in time. Becoming trapped beneath the weight of the stone, Lin screamed in terror, Obito. She rushed to the boulder, attempting to lift it, but it refused to budge. Kakashi dashed over, his face pale. Together with Lin, they strained against the boulder, yet it remained immovable. Obito's lower body was crushed, blood staining the ground beneath him. He gasped for breath, his voice weak yet resolute. Don't waste your efforts. I am beyond saving. Chapter 81. A fateful scene, Uchiha Kakashi. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and blood. The ninjas of Iwagakure surged forth like a tide, their battle cries reverberating through the air, as blades flashed amidst the dim twilight, weaving a tapestry of death. The mission of the Minato team had been to dismantle the enemy's supply lines, yet they found themselves ensnared in an ambush, trapped in dire straits. A colossal boulder fell with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling and shaking the ground. Uchiha Obito lay pinned beneath the boulder, his chest wedged tightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the earth below. His breaths were shallow and labored, as if he were battling death itself. Kakashi and Noara Rin knelt beside him, their eyes filled with shock and despair. Obito, hang on, I'm coming to help. Kakashi's voice trembled, his hands gripping the edge of the boulder, knuckles whitening from the effort as he tried to lift it. Yet, the boulder remained obstinately in place, as if mocking his impotence. Obito coughed up blood, a faint smile gracing his lips despite the agony. He lifted his head, his right eye injured and blood obscuring his vision. Yet he gazed at Kakashi with his remaining left eye, determination etched in his expression. Don't waste your efforts, Kakashi. I'm beyond saving. Rin's hands trembled as they pressed against Obito's chest, desperately attempting to use medical ninjutsu to halt the life force ebbing away within him. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, Obito, don't speak. We will save you. Sensei Minato will be here soon. Her fingers trembled with chakra's glow, but the healing light seemed impotent against Obito's wounds. Obito shook his head slowly, turning his gaze to Kakashi, his tone somber yet resolute. Kakashi, my eyes. I give them to you. He paused, his breath growing weaker. The Sharingan must not go to waste. Rin, help me transplant it to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. What nonsense are you saying? We don't need your eyes. We need you to live. His voice rose almost to a shout. His face contorted beneath his mask, the usually indifferent gaze now filled with anguish. Rin bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm, tears cascading down her face, falling onto Obito's ninja attire. She understood the futility of Obito's injuries, yet his request pierced her heart like a dagger. She whispered, Obito, don't say that. Obito's gaze softened as he summoned the last of his strength to touch the back of Rin's hand gently. Rin, I always wanted to protect you, but I cannot. So, Kakashi, I entrust you. His voice dwindled to a whisper, like a breeze scattering leaves. Protect her with my eyes. Kakashi's throat constricted, his gaze fixed on Obito. Fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Finally, he bowed his head, voice hoarse. I understand. He lifted his hand, resting it gently on Obito's shoulder, as if making a solemn vow. Rin gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm. She retrieved medical tools from her ninja pouch. Her hands still trembling, yet her movements gradually steadied. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed her face in warmth, illuminating her tear-filled eyes and unwavering resolve. She softly affirmed, Obito, I will do this. You can rest easy. Her voice was as gentle as the wind, yet imbued with an undeniable determination. The operation unfolded amidst the chaos of battle, time stretching unbearably, each second heavy with suffocating weight. Rin steadied Obito's vital signs with chakra, carefully extracting his left eye's Sharingan. Obito's breaths grew fainter, yet a faint smile lingered on his lips, as if guarding his beliefs with his last ounce of strength. As the Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi's left eye, Obito's head drooped slowly, his breath fading entirely. Rin's hands froze in midair, fingertips stained with his blood. She stared blankly at Obito's lifeless face, tears flowing uncontrollably, pooling upon his ninja attire, darkening it with crimson. Kakashi slowly opened his left eye, the crimson Sharingan shimmering with an eerie light in the twilight. He looked down at Obito, his voice low and nearly inaudible. Obito, I will not let you down. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, as reinforcements from a Wagakure descended like a dark cloud, dozens of ninjas encircling them from all directions. Rin, prepare for battle. Kakashi sprang to his feet, the Sharingan in his left eye whirling faster, its crimson glow piercing through the encroaching darkness of dusk. He drew his white fang short blade, its edge reflecting cold light in the sunset, akin to the scythe of death. Rin dried her tears, forcing herself to stand tall. She retrieved a shuriken from her pouch, gripping it firmly, her gaze resolute. Kakashi, I will not hold you back. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering determination. The enemy's assault surged forth like a relentless tide, shuriken, explosive tags, and earth jutsu raining down, the ground pockmarked and obscured by dust. Kakashi stood before Rin, the Sharingan tracking each enemy's movement, his figure ghostly as he maneuvered through their ranks. The white fang short blade sliced through the air, each swing claiming a life. Raikiri, Kakashi shouted, his left hand gathering chakra into a blinding bolt of lightning, piercing through the chest of an Wagakure jounin in an instant. The thunderous crack of the lightning echoed ominously, like the whisper of death. The Sharingan heightened his speed and perception to unprecedented levels, each movement executed with terrifying precision. Yet the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, Kakashi's stamina rapidly depleting, sweat trickling down his brow, soaking his mask. Rin stood behind him, wielding her shuriken to fend off side attacks. The glow of her medical jutsu shimmering at her fingertips, poised to heal Kakashi's wounds at a moment's notice. Her face was smeared with dirt and blood, yet her gaze grew ever more resolute. Kakashi, to your left. Rin suddenly cried out as an explosive tag soared toward them from the side. Kakashi spun around, the Sharingan accurately tracking the tag's trajectory, slicing it in half with his blade as the explosion erupted beside him, the heat washing over him. In that moment, an Iwagakure ninja seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind, a long blade aimed at Kakashi's back. Rin's pupils dilated, and almost instinctively, she lunged forward, shielding Kakashi with her own body. The blade sliced through her arm, blood instantly staining her sleeve. She smiled faintly beneath her mask. Indeed, Obito's eyes saved us. His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. Chapter 82. Heartbroken Noera Rin. Kakashi abruptly turned around, a flicker of fury illuminating his eyes. With a swift motion, he severed the throat of the assailant, his actions so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. He then grasped Rin's arm, pulling her protectively behind him, growling, "Do not act recklessly, stay behind me." Rin gritted her teeth, pressing her hand against the wound on her arm. Yet her eyes held no trace of retreat. "I'm fine, Kakashi, we must break through." Her voice carried a stubborn edge. as if she were proving her worth and not a burden. Kakashi inhaled deeply, the Sharingan in his left eye spinning with increased velocity, his chakra surging within him. "Rin, hold on to me," he urged, seizing her hand fiercely as chakra erupted beneath his feet, propelling him like a bolt of lightning toward the enemy's weak point. Lightning release, lightning cutter storm. Kakashi formed hand seals, his chakra manifesting as countless arcs of lightning that swept through the surroundings like a tempest. The Iwagakure ninja were consumed by the lightning, their cries of agony echoing in the chaos. Kakashi, with Rin in tow, navigated through the storm of lightning, carving a bloody path to freedom. When they finally broke through the encirclement, the sky had darkened entirely, stars twinkling in the night. Kakashi panted heavily, the Sharingan in his left eye gradually closing, sweat beading on his forehead. Rin leaned beside him, blood still seeping from the wound on her arm, yet a faint, weary smile graced her lips. "We did it." Kakashi gazed down at her, the corners of his masked mouth curving slightly upwards. "Indeed, Obito's eyes saved us." His voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible sorrow. Days later, the remnants of Team Minato returned to Konoha's temporary encampment. The camp, nestled deep within a thicket, was illuminated by the flickering light of a bonfire, casting shadows upon weary yet resilient faces. The ninjas sat or lay about, some tending to their weapons. Others engaged in hushed conversations, the air thick with the oppressive weight of war and fatigue. Nora Rin sat on a stone at the edge of the camp, her arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze vacant as it drifted toward the night sky. Stains of dried blood adorned her ninja attire, her short brown hair tousled by the wind, her once vibrant spirit now replaced by an oppressive silence. The weight of Obito's death felt like a boulder, nearly suffocating her. Each time she closed her eyes, his frail yet resolute smile and his last words to Kakashi replayed in her mind. Yasuhara, observing her from a distance, furrowed his brow slightly. Leaning against a tree, he nibbled on a blade of grass, a complex light flickering in his eyes. In recent days, he had often seen Rin seated alone outside the camp, her expression hollow, as if she were engaged in a silent dialogue with her own heart. He understood that the brutality of war had not only claimed Obito's life, but had also left indelible scars upon Rin's soul. Yasuhara spat out the grass and approached her, his steps light and his ninja boots rustling softly against the fallen leaves. He settled beside her, deliberately easing his movements, as if to avoid startling her. Rin sensed someone near and turned, momentarily taken aback by Yasuhara's presence, surprise flickering in her eyes. "What is the point of stargazing alone?" Yasuhara grinned, his tone casual, attempting to dispel the shadows that clouded her gaze. Leaning against the stone, he rested his hands behind his head, eyes fixed on the night sky. "Every day, sacrifices are made in this war. Obito was a hero." His words were light, seemingly casual, yet a hint of irony lingered in his mind. "Well, assisting me in collecting tailed beasts is indeed honorable." Naturally, this thought remained unspoken. His face retained its warm smile. Rin bit her lip, her hands instinctively clenching, nails digging into her palms. She whispered honorable. Her voice was barely audible, trembling slightly, but he didn't have to die. Her gaze fell upon the soil beneath her feet, fearful of revealing her tears to Yasuhara. He glanced at her, noticing the redness creeping into her eyes, and his heart tightened. Hesitating for a moment, he gently shifted closer, resting his shoulder against hers. His movements were tentative, as if gauging her response. Rin stiffened slightly, instinctively recoiling, but when Yasuhara's hand rested gently on her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace, her resistance crumbled in an instant. "Don't hold it in. Lean on me if it hurts." Yasuhara's voice was deep and tender, akin to a spring breeze that melted the chill in Rin's heart. His embrace was broad and warm, exuding a reassuring strength. Rin trembled slightly, as if this sudden warmth struck a chord deep within her. Her hands fell to her sides, fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing, but her rigid form gradually softened, allowing her to lean against Yasuhara's shoulder. In that moment, the oppressive weight that had burdened her for days began to thaw like snow under the sun. Yasuhara's shoulder felt sturdy and wide, as though it could bear all her sorrow and fatigue. Her breathing steadied, the tip of her nose tingling, yet the tears refused to fall. The night breeze swept past, bringing a hint of coolness, but Yasuhara's warmth felt like a fire, dispelling the cold within her. "Thank you, Yasuhara." Rin's voice was soft, like a feather drifting in the night sky. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze averted from him, instead fixated on the stars above. They twinkled like Obito's eyes. Watching over her from the distant horizon, Yasuhara looked down at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He remained silent, merely patting her shoulder in a wordless gesture of comfort. His eyes turned toward the stars, yet a complex emotion stirred within him. Rin's vulnerability surprised him, yet it also solidified his resolve to protect everyone around him in this tumultuous era. Rin leaned against Yasuhara, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her heart undergoing a quiet transformation. Her long-held admiration and affection for Kakashi, once a flickering ember in her heart, now seemed to extinguish in the warmth of Yasuhara's presence, replaced by a burgeoning dependence and trust in him. This sentiment felt so natural, yet so intense that it left her somewhat disoriented. The two sat quietly beside one another, the stars in the night sky seemingly narrating the joys and sorrows of the ninja world. The bonfire in the camp danced in the distance, casting their silhouettes like a fleeting moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of war. As the night deepened, the ninjas in the camp gradually dispersed, the firelight dimming. Yasuhara and Rin remained seated on the stone, the cool night breeze brushing past them. Rin's head rested on Yasuhara's shoulder, her breathing steady, as if she had succumbed to slumber. Yasuhara glanced down at her, a tender light glimmering in his eyes. He adjusted his position slightly, ensuring her comfort, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Chapter 83. The Descent of Obito. Foolish girl, even asleep, you remain so stubborn, he murmured softly, his tone laced with affection. He raised his hand, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that the wind had tousled, his touch tender as if he were handling a precious treasure. In the distance, Kakashi stood beneath a tree, silently observing this scene. His left eye was concealed by a bandage, the weariness brought on by the Sharingan rendering him even colder than usual. His gaze fell upon Rin, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, both a sense of solace and a pang of loss. He understood that Obito's death had shattered Rin's heart, and unlike Yasuhara, he was unable to provide her with the warmth of comfort. Turning away, Kakashi walked back toward the camp, each heavy step echoing upon the memories of Obito. Obito, I will protect her with your eyes, he vowed, his voice low yet resolute, like a solemn promise to his fallen comrade. Under the starry night, Shingya caught a glimpse of Kakashi's silhouette, his gaze flickering momentarily. He remained silent, gently patting Lin's shoulder as if to convey a deeper warmth. A hint of mockery flashed through his mind. Kakashi, that fellow, truly is a taciturn enigma. Yet, I shall take it upon myself to care for Lin. The night breeze swept by, and the starry sky continued to shimmer, despite the shadow of war looming over the ninja world at this moment. The bond between Shingya and Lin took root like a seed in this land of blood and fire. The smoke of the third great ninja war still hung over the ninja world, the air thick with the scent of blood and scorched earth. In the temporary camp of Konoha village, the crackling of the campfire echoed, casting light upon weary yet resilient faces. Shingya stood at the edge of the camp, hands tucked within his ninja tool pouch, his gaze fixed on the night sky, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. He refrained from intervening excessively in the course of this war, allowing the wheels of fate to turn slowly along the trajectory of the original narrative. Though his presence was akin to a stone cast upon the surface of a lake, creating but a few ripples, he deliberately maintained a low profile for a greater purpose, allowing everything to unfold naturally. The destruction of the Kamizukabashi Bridge became a pivotal turning point in the war. The supply lines of Awagakure were completely severed, and their dwindling resources caused their offensive on the front lines to gradually collapse, ultimately forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield. Now, the situation in the ninja world had become clearer. Kumogakure and Sunagakure engaged in fierce clashes at the border, while Kirigakure directed its focus towards Konoha village. The flames of war spread throughout the ninja world, with countless ninjas falling each day, blood staining the earth, and cries of despair echoing in the wind. Shingya lowered his gaze to the papaya pudding in his hand, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He recalled Yakura, the stubborn girl who was gradually opening her heart, and Lin, the girl who found a moment of solace in his embrace. His expression deepened, yet a trace of jest flickered within. War, indeed, is always merciless. Nevertheless, everything was proceeding as planned. He tucked the pudding into his pocket and turned to re-enter the camp, his steps light, as if he were already certain of his path. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner of the ninja world, Deep within a pitch-black cave, the air was damp and cold. The sound of dripping dew from the rock walls echoed softly, resembling the mournful toll of time. In the center of the cave, on a crude stone bed, Uchiha Obito abruptly opened his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and a heart-wrenching scream escaped his throat. Obito's consciousness was shrouded in chaos. The last image that flashed through his mind was the agonizing pressure of a boulder and the desperate faces of Kakashi and Rin. His hands instinctively reached for his body, only to find them bound in bandages below his chest, the rough fabric scraping against his skin, causing a sharp sting. He sat up abruptly, his gaze darting around the dim cave, where only a few ghostly green lights illuminated the eerie shadows. I'm not dead." Obito's voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief. His right eye was covered in bandages, while his left flickered with confusion in the dim light. He glanced down at his body, where grotesque scars were faintly visible beneath the bandages, as if forcibly stitched together by some unnatural force. His fingers trembled slightly, as if afraid to acknowledge his own existence. "Kid, you finally woke up?" A deep, aged voice echoed from the depths of the cave, laced with a hint of impatient mockery. Obito turned abruptly towards the sound, spotting a figure seated on a stone bench, back turned to the ghostly green lights, its outline blurred but exuding an oppressive aura. It was an old man, his hair gray, face etched with deep wrinkles, a gruesome scar running through his right eye, while his left glimmered with the crimson light of the Sharingan. His tattered ninja attire hung upon him like a ragged battle flag, yet the aura of authority he commanded was undeniable. A slight smile played upon his lips, as if he had already foreseen everything. Obito's pupils constricted sharply, his voice trembling. Who are you? Am I dead? Old man, are you the Grim Reaper?" His tone carried a touch of naive panic, reminiscent of the boy who always lagged behind in Minato's class. The old man, Uchiha Madara, the Grim Reaper, involuntarily twitched at the mention of his name, a vein pulsing on his forehead. He slowly rose, leaning on a wooden staff, his movements slow yet laden with an undeniable authority. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Grim Reaper? Humph, kid, you're not that easy to kill. I am Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara? Obito's eyes widened, as if he had heard an unfathomable name. Legends of the once dreaded figure circulated among his clan, and his voice involuntarily rose. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Madara's lips twitched slightly, a complex mix of impatience and resignation flashing in his eyes. He had chosen this foolish boy as his successor, yet at this moment, he wondered if it had been a mistake. However, time was short. His body had long since decayed, sustained only by the chakra of the outer path, his days numbered. He needed this boy to inherit his will. "Kid, I am not completely dead yet." Madara's voice was low and icy, carrying an undeniable authority that left no room for dissent. "I saved your life. Now, you must do something for me." Obito stared blankly at him, confusion etched across his face. His thoughts lingered on the battlefield beneath the boulder, on Lin's tears and Kakashi's anguish. He shook his head, his tone resolute. "I don't know you, and I don't want to do anything. I must return to find Kakashi and Rin. They are still waiting for me." Chapter 84. The Darkening of Obito. Madara's brow furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his Sharingan. He slowly approached Obito, each step resonating like the beats of fate, the air in the cave thickening. His voice was low and seductive. "Kakashi? Rin? They no longer need you. Do you think you have a home to return to? Konoha has long abandoned you, just as they have forsaken countless others." Obito's face paled, his fingers instinctively clenched, nails digging into his palms. Images of Rin's smiling face, Kakashi's indifference, and Minato-sensei's warm encouragement flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth, roaring, "You're lying. They are my comrades. I will go back to find them." Madara let out a cold laugh, a smirk of derision crossing his features. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards a crystal stone deep within the cave, which reflected a hazy image. It was Konoha's camp, where Rin sat beside Shingya, nestled in his embrace, her eyes radiating an unprecedented tranquility. Kakashi stood at a distance, his solitary figure appearing particularly desolate in the night. "See for yourself, kid." Madara's voice slithered like a serpent's whisper. "Your comrades have found new support. They no longer need you. They have even forgotten you." Obito's pupils constricted sharply, his heart feeling as if it had been brutally stabbed. He stared intently at the image within the crystal, his voice trembling. "Impossible. Rin wouldn't." His words faltered, as if his throat had been seized by an unseen hand, tears welling in his eyes, yet he forced them back. The atmosphere in the cave grew heavier. The ghostly green lights casting eerie shadows on the rock walls, recounting the brutalities of the ninja world. Obito sat on the stone bed, hands clutching his head, fingers digging deeply into his hair. His chest heaved violently, as if trying to suppress the pain within. His mind replayed the image of Lin resting in Shingya's embrace, each recollection slicing through his faith in Konoha like a knife. Standing aside, Madara quietly observed him, a significant smile gracing his lips. His scheme had begun to take effect. Yet Obito's stubbornness surpassed his expectations. This youth, though naive, possessed a resilient heart. To plunge him entirely into darkness, further impetus was required. At that moment, another figure emerged from the shadows of the cave, Kagaya. Its form resembled flowing ink, its voice low and chilling, imbued with a disquieting coldness. Lord Madara. This boy's heart lacks sufficient darkness. Shall I add more fuel? Madara cast a dismissive glance at Kagaya. A flicker of disdain in his eyes. There is no need to rush. His heart has already begun to fracture. With just a nudge, he will belong to us entirely. He paused, his gaze returning to Obito, his voice deepening. Child, do you wish to make this world a better place? To allow everyone to live in peace and happiness? Obito lifted his head, confusion and anguish swirling in his eyes. His voice was hoarse. Peace? Happiness? Does this world still hold such things? Memories of Rin's smile, Kakashi's silhouette, and the moment he was crushed beneath the boulder flashed through his mind. He murmured, if there were peace, Rin would not cry. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Madara's eyes as he slowly spoke, his words laced with an enchanting allure. I have a plan called the Infinite Tsukuyami. It will cast the entire world into an eternal dream, devoid of war and suffering, only happiness remaining. He paused, his tone turning more somber. However, to realize this plan, you must grow stronger and inherit my will. Obito stood frozen, a tumult of emotions crossing his face. He recalled Rin's tears, Kakashi's indifference, the warmth and betrayal of the Leaf Village. His heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, one half yearning for the past, the other intrigued by Madara's words. He whispered, can the Infinite Tsukuyami truly achieve this? Kagaya's voice slithered from the shadows, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Of course, young one. As long as you heed our guidance, the world will transform into the very reality you desire. Its form drifted closer to Obito, like a wisp of darkness, attempting to engulf his will. Obito remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. His fingers tightened into fists, nails nearly piercing his palms, with blood dripping between his fingers, staining the stone bed a dark crimson. In his mind, Rin's smile intertwined with the silhouette of the starry night, like two blades stabbing his heart. Deep within the cave, the whispers of Madara and Kagaya echoed through the darkness. They understood that Obito's heart had begun to waver, yet a stronger stimulus was still needed to plunge him into oblivion. Madara sat upon a stone bench, his fingers gently tapping on his staff, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Kagaya, make arrangements. Let this boy witness the true face of this world. Kagaya's sinister chuckle resonated as it melded into the shadows. As you wish, Lord Madara. Rin will make a fine pawn. Its voice was low and eerie, as if brewing a tempest. Obito remained seated on the stone bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ground. His heart was filled with contradictions, an attachment to the Leaf Village, a longing for Rin, and an anger towards this cruel world. Little did he know, his fate was being manipulated by invisible hands, a conspiracy against Rin quietly taking shape. Madara rose and slowly retreated deeper into the cave, his silhouette appearing increasingly aged and enigmatic in the dim green light. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he murmured, soon, you will understand, young one, that only darkness reveals the truth. The flames of the third great ninja war gradually cooled throughout the ninja world, the once deafening cries of battle replaced by sporadic skirmishes. The major ninja villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, Hyuga, and Kirigakure, seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, reducing large-scale troop movements and shifting the front lines from grand confrontations to minor frictions and tests. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility, turbulent undercurrents surged, schemes lurking like venomous serpents in the shadows, waiting to strike. In the temporary camp of the Leaf Village, the flickering flames of the bonfire illuminated weary yet resolute faces. Minato, as the commander of Konoha, remained at the forefront of the struggle, his golden figure akin to lightning, casting brilliant arcs across the battlefield. Kakashi and Rin, part of Minato's team, were also inexorably drawn into the fray, executing a series of perilous missions. Kakashi, now bearing Obito's Sharingan in his left eye, moved with ghostly swiftness across the battlefield, the crimson light granting him an uncanny edge, yet the immense chakra drain left his body increasingly fatigued. Rin, utilizing her medical ninjutsu and acute battle instincts, became an invaluable partner to Kakashi. Chapter 85. Kagaya's emergence, standing beneath an ancient tree at the edge of the camp. Hoshino had his hands tucked into his ninja tool pouch, gazing at the night sky with a knowing smile. He glanced down at the crumpled bag of papaya pudding in his hand, his fingers unconsciously stroking the packaging, as if pondering something profound. His presence was akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples that disrupted the surface, yet failed to alter the course of the waters. He deliberately maintained a low profile, allowing the trajectory of war to proceed along its original path, yet a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. As if he had already deciphered certain secrets of fate. The war had cooled, but troubles remained abundant. Hoshino whispered softly, his tone tinged with mockery. He raised his head, scanning the camp, resting his gaze upon Kakashi, who was diligently polishing his kunai, and Rin, who sat alone by the bonfire, lost in thought. A fleeting notion crossed his mind. Kagaya, it is time for you to make your move. Do not keep me waiting. The morning forest lay shrouded in a thin mist, the air thick with the damp scent of foliage. Kakashi and Rin had been dispatched on a reconnaissance mission, tasked with investigating the movements of the mist village along the border. Their figures flitted through the woods. Kakashi's left eye bandaged while his right remained sharp as an eagle's, capturing every sound around them. His ninja attire bore the scars of battle, and the white-toothed short blade hung at his waist, its scabbard glinting coldly in the morning light. Rin followed closely behind, her brown hair tousled by the wind, her grip on the kunai firm, her eyes filled with vigilance. The loss of Obito had left an indelible scar on her heart, yet she forced herself to remain strong, attempting to fill the void with the mission at hand. Her medical ninjutsu had saved countless lives on the battlefield, yet she could never absolve herself for failing to save Obito. Kakashi, be careful, Rin cautioned softly, her gaze sweeping over the shadows of the trees. The ninjas of the mist are adept at concealment. Something feels off. Kakashi nodded, his voice icy. I am aware. My Sharingan is active. No movement will escape my vision. He gently peeled back the bandage from his left eye, the crimson Sharingan beginning to spin, chakra swirling within it like a flame ignited. At that moment, a subtle sound emanated from deep within the forest, akin to droplets falling to the ground. Kakashi abruptly halted, his hand grasping the hilt of his blade, commanding, Rin, prepare for battle. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of figures emerged from the mist, the ninjas of the mist encircling them like phantoms. Their ninja attire shimmered with moisture, their long blades gleaming with a cold light, an aura of menace palpable in the air. Water release, water dragon bullet. One of the mist ninjas formed hand seals, chakra coalescing into a roaring water dragon, hurtling toward Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi's form flickered, the Sharingan precisely tracking the water dragon's trajectory. With a swift motion, his white-toothed short blade cleaved through the dragon, sending water splashing in all directions within the forest. Rin, fall back. Kakashi let out a low growl as his Sharingan in his left eye whirled with increasing speed, chakra boiling within him. He lunged into the enemy ranks, lightning coalescing in his hand, emitting a piercing shriek. Raikiri. The bolt of lightning pierced through the chest of a mist ninja, spraying blood that stained his shinobi attire. Rin gripped her kunai tightly, positioned behind Kakashi, the glow of medical ninjutsu flickering at her fingertips, ready to heal Kakashi's wounds at a moment's notice. Her gaze swept around, her brow furrowing deeper as the number of enemies far exceeded her expectations, reinforcements continuously pouring out from the mist. She clenched her teeth and whispered, Kakashi, we are surrounded. Kakashi's breath quickened, the immense toll on his Sharingan causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. He glanced at the surrounding foes, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Rin, you go first. I will hold them off. His voice was deep and resolute, as if he had already made up his mind. Rin's pupils constricted sharply, urgency lacing her tone. No, we must leave together. Her hands unconsciously tightened, nails digging into her palms, The death of Obito was a loss she could not bear to suffer again. Kakashi turned to look at her, the corners of his mouth subtly rising beneath his mask, yet his eyes held a hint of tenderness. Trust me, Rin. I have Obito's eyes. I won't die so easily. He paused, his tone turning steely. Hurry, go find Lord Minato. Rin bit her lip, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, but she understood Kakashi's determination was unyielding. Taking a deep breath, she turned and dashed towards the edge of the forest, her steps firm yet tinged with reluctance. Kakashi watched her retreating figure, his left eye's Sharingan spinning faster, lightning gathering in his hand like a roaring beast. He charged into the enemy ranks, drawing the attention of most mist ninjas. As blades and water jutsu intertwined in a deadly symphony amidst the trees, Rin navigated through the dense forest, her footsteps hurried, heart pounding like a drum. She knew Kakashi chose to hold the rear to protect her, but this sacrifice filled her with unease. The loss of Obito had left her in despair. She could not fathom losing Kakashi as well. Just then, a strange sound echoed from deep within the forest, like shadows whispering. Rin abruptly halted, her kunai crossing her chest, eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Through the mist, a figure emerged slowly, a mist ninja, his mask concealing his face, yet an unusual eerie glow flickered in his eyes. His movements were strange and rigid, akin to a puppet being controlled. A wave of intense anxiety surged within Rin. She instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. Who are you? Her fingers tightened around the kunai, fingertips turning pale, as the chakra of medical ninjutsu coalesced in her palm, ready to counter any ambush. The mist ninja halted, the corners of his mouth curving into a sinister smile beneath his mask. The voice of Kaguya emerged from him, low and chilling, as if a whisper from the depths of hell. Finally caught you, Nora Rin. Rin's pupils dilated, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. She instinctively sensed danger, her body frozen as if pinned by an unseen pressure. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, What do you want? Kaguya chuckled darkly, manipulating the mist ninja's body to advance slowly. A sphere of black mist formed in his hand, emanating a chilling chakra pulse. Do not struggle, Nora Rin. You will become the perfect vessel, the container for the three tails. His tone dripped with mockery, as if he had already deemed Rin as his prey. Just as Kaguya raised his hand, poised to seize Rin, a brilliant golden light abruptly pierced through the mist, accompanied by a deep hum in the air. Chapter 86, Sealing Kaguya. A mark of the flying thunder god flared to life on Rin's chest, radiating a warm chakra pulse. In the next instant, Hashiguru's figure appeared beside Rin like a specter, his attire billowing slightly in the wind, a glint of cold, lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Kaguya, you truly are a persistent ghost, Hashiguru remarked, his tone laced with mockery, yet underlined with undeniable authority. Grasping a Kusanagi sword that glowed with an ethereal light, the chakra swirling along its blade resembled a writhing spirit serpent. A flicker of surprise crossed Kaguya's eyes, clearly not anticipating Hashiguru's sudden arrival. It let out a low growl, attempting to retreat the mist ninja's body under its control, but Hashiguru's speed was astonishing. The Kusanagi sliced through the air, its blade cutting like a rainbow, instantly driving toward the mist ninja possessed by Kaguya. The black mist twisted and thrashed against the sword's light, emitting a piercing shriek, yet ultimately unable to withstand the sealing power of the Kusanagi. Kaguya's wail echoed through the forest as its form was drawn into the Kusanagi, dissolving into a cloud of black mist, vanishing completely in the sword's light. Hashiguru sheathed the sword, surveying the surroundings with a cold smirk in his eyes. Anyone who dares to touch my people? Kaguya, you are still too naive. The remaining mist ninjas displayed expressions of sheer terror. Hashiguru's form flickered, resembling a shadow weaving through the enemy ranks, his kunai slicing through the air, each strike precise and lethal. In mere moments, the surrounding mist ninjas lay defeated, blood staining the forest floor. Rin stood frozen, her kunai still gripped tightly, shock and confusion evident in her eyes. She gazed at Hashiguru's broad back, her heart racing as if she had yet to recover from the recent peril. Hashiguru turned, flashing her a grin, his tone relaxed. Hey, why are you just standing there? It's all clear now. Rin's throat tightened, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Thank you, Hashiguru. Her voice was faint as a whisper, yet imbued with sincerity. Unconsciously, her hands relaxed, the kunai clattering to the ground with a clear sound. Hashiguru stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder, his gaze softening. What are you thanking me for? We're family. It's my duty to protect you. He paused, raising an eyebrow playfully. But next time, don't run off so far alone. You scare me to death. Rin's lips curved slightly, a faint smile appearing. Her gaze settled on Hashioru's face, a familiar warmth surging within her. Reminiscent of that night, when he had offered her his shoulder for support. In that moment, Hashioru felt like a beacon in the chaos of this world, dispelling all her fears and uncertainties. Let us go find Kakashi. Hashioru clapped his hands together, his tone light, as if discussing a trivial matter. He retrieved a papaya pudding from his ninja tool pouch and placed it in Rin's palm, winking, "Here, eat this on the way." Rin paused, looking at the pudding in her hand, warmth flooding her heart. "You always do this," she chided lightly, though her smile betrayed her gratitude. The two swiftly made their way toward Kakashi's direction. The battle in the forest raged on, Kakashi single-handedly facing off against numerous mist ninjas. The crimson glow of his Sharingan flickering amidst the mist. His Raikiri sliced through the air, the clash of lightning and water jutsu erupting into deafening roars. Sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his mask, the excessive chakra consumption causing his movements to slow slightly. "Kakashi!" Rin's voice called out from a distance, laced with urgency. Kakashi turned sharply, spotting Hashioru and Rin, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "What are you two doing back? Hurry and leave." Hashioru grinned, his form darting into the enemy ranks like the wind, the Tenseigan unsheathing once more, its light like a rainbow, instantly pushing back several mist ninjas. He stood beside Kakashi, teasing, "TSK, Kakashi, you really are holding on stubbornly. Don't worry, with me here, taking care of this bunch is a piece of cake." Kakashi let out a cold snort, yet the corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath his mask. "Less chatter, let us resolve this swiftly." His left eye, the Sharingan, began to spin, as lightning coalesced once more, joining forces with Shingya. Rin stood in the rear, the radiance of her medical ninjutsu shimmering at her fingertips, providing support for the duo. With Shingya's timely intervention, the battle reached its swift conclusion. The bodies of the mist ninjas lay scattered among the trees, the mingling sense of blood and mist creating an oppressive atmosphere. Breathless, Kakashi slowly closed his left eye, sweat trickling down his cheek. Rin hurried forward, the glow of her healing techniques enveloping his wounds, concern etched across her features. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Kakashi shook his head, his voice low. "I'm fine, thank you." His gaze swept over Shingya and Rin, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He realized that had it not been for Shingya's timely arrival, Rin might have faced dire consequences. Shingya clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, grinning widely. "What are you thanking me for? We are family." He paused, turning his teasing gaze towards Rin. "But Rin, please don't scare me like that again." The papaya pudding isn't cheap. Rin shot him a glare, though her lips betrayed a smile. "Stop your nonsense." Her tone held a hint of reproach, yet warmth glimmered in her eyes. As night fell, the trio returned to the temporary camp in Konoha. The campfire continued to flicker, casting shadows that reflected the weariness and resilience of the ninjas. Shingya sat beneath a grand tree, a new papaya pudding in hand, his gaze drifting towards the night sky, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. A playful thought crossed his mind. "Black Zetsu, you truly are impatient. However, those who wish to move against me will find it no easy task." Rin sat beside him, cradling the pudding he had given her, her eyes softly reflecting the firelight. Kakashi stood at a distance, silently polishing his short blade, the bandage over his left eye stark against the fire's glow. His silhouette was solitary yet resolute, as if bearing the weight of Obito's legacy alone. Rin glanced down at the pudding in her hand, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. "Shingya, thank you for today." Her voice was as soft as a whispering breeze, yet imbued with sincerity. She turned her gaze towards Shingya, a glimmer of reliance shining in her eyes. His presence felt like a beacon of light in these tumultuous times. Shingya turned to her and winked, his tone light. "What else with the thanks? As long as I'm here, who would dare to harm you? I'd be the first to give them a beating." He paused, his expression softening. "But Rin, the war is not over yet. Take care of yourself, all right?" Rin nodded, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes. "Yes, I will." Her fingers gently stroked the pudding bag, a wave of warmth washing over her. Shingya's shoulder, his smile, his warmth, all of it provided her an unprecedented sense of security. Chapter 87. The Eye of Rebirth, the temporary camp in Konoha, lay nestled deep within a dense forest, the night casting a profound shade, while the firelight danced between the tents, illuminating a warm yet weary ambience. Although the flames of war had subsided, conflicts among the various ninja villages continued as minor skirmishes, with an air of tension and urgency still lingering. Ninjas either polished their weapons or whispered among themselves, the occasional rustle of wind and leaves echoing like the remnants of a war's whispers. However, Shingya maintained a distance from the bustling camp. He had secluded himself in an inconspicuous tent, its simple fabric draped over a rudimentary frame, inscribed with a secret sealing technique using chakra, ensuring no one could easily intrude. Within the tent, the air was damp and oppressive, a dim green oil lamp hanging in the corner, its flickering flame casting mottled shadows. Sitting cross-legged at a rudimentary wooden table, Shingya had placed before him a tin-knuckle blade, its surface gleaming faintly, chakra pulsating within it like a slumbering beast. His eyes were fixated on the blade, a knowing smile curling his lips. His ninja attire was slightly open, revealing a muscular chest. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his skin, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Slowly, his hands formed seals, chakra surging like a tide towards the tin-knuckle blade. The blade trembled slightly, releasing a plume of black mist, black Zetsu's chakra, sealed within the sword, having long lost its power to resist. Could only submit to Shingya's extraction of its strength. Black Zetsu, you truly are a treasure, Shingya murmured, his tone laced with playful mockery. His fingers caressed the hilt of the sword, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Who would have thought your chakra could enable my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve? What a delightful surprise. Slowly, his left eye opened, the crimson radiance of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan illuminating the dim tent, intricate patterns swirling like galaxies. Exuding a palpable sense of pressure, Shingya could distinctly feel his ocular power growing at an astonishing rate, nourished by Black Zetsu's chakra. With each extraction, a halo seemed to envelop his eyes, as the power within his pupils brushed against the boundaries of a forbidden realm. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, yet a glimmer of doubt flickered in his mind. He paused his hand movements, gently tapping the wooden table, producing a soft thudding sound. His gaze deepened, as if lost in complex contemplation. If Black Zetsu's chakra can evolve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan, then why didn't Uchiha Madara simply absorb Black Zetsu's chakra? Why go to such lengths to seize Ashura's chakra from Senju+Hashirama? Leaning back against the table, his hands cradling his head, he stared at the fabric above. Realization dawning. Right, Kaguya was sealed by the Otsutsuki brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura. Perhaps only Ashura, inheriting the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, combined with Indra's chakra, could truly unlock Kaguya's seal. Though Black Zetsu's chakra is potent, it is merely a fragment of Kaguya's will, and the evolved Rinnegan may not reach the core of the seal. A self-deprecating smile crept upon his lips. TSK, what a clever one, even hoarding his own chakra. Shaking his head, Shingya dismissed these details from his mind. His attention returned to the tin-knuckle blade, his fingers waving gently, chakra wrapping around the sword's body, continuously siphoning Black Zetsu's power. The air within the tent grew increasingly heavy, the dim green light flickering more violently, as if disturbed by some invisible force. Shingya's breath quickened, sweat cascading from his forehead, dripping onto the wooden table with soft plinks. Yet, excitement sparkled in his eyes as if he were on the verge of unveiling a long-buried secret. Days slipped by in an instant, as Shingya immersed himself in the extraction of chakra and the refinement of his ocular power without rest. The oil lamp within the tent had long extinguished, leaving only the faint glow of the tin-knuckle blade and the crimson light emanating from Shingya's eyes to illuminate the darkness. His ninja attire, soaked in sweat, his hair tousled across his face, yet a triumphant smile never left his lips. Under the nurturing of Black Zetsu's chakra, his left eye underwent an astonishing transformation. The crimson patterns of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to fade, replaced by rippling patterns resembling the surface of a lake disturbed by a gentle breeze. It worked, Shingya whispered, his voice tinged with fatigue, but unable to mask his exhilaration. He slowly opened his eyes, the Rinnegan in his left eye suddenly flaring to life. Yet unlike the legendary violet Rinnegan, his manifested a dazzling golden hue. The ripples within its depths seemingly containing endless stars, radiating a sacred and enigmatic aura. Under the starry night, Shingya raised his hand, gently touching his left eye, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly, as if sensing the vastness of this newfound power. A faint smirk played upon his lips, and a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. The golden Rinnegan? TSK, it certainly eclipses that old Coots purple Rinnegan. He paused, his gaze deepening. Yet it seemed he could push further still. Closing his eyes, he quietly attuned himself to the strength of the Rinnegan. The ocular power surged within him like a tidal wave, bringing an unprecedented clarity. He could perceive every leaf trembling outside the camp, every subtle breeze flowing, and even catch a glimpse of hidden chakra fluctuations somewhere in the ninja world. A smile involuntarily crept across his face as he murmured, "This power is indeed remarkable." However, Shingya soon realized that this golden Rinnegan was not the culmination. He sensed a barrier yet untouched within the depths of his ocular power. As if breaching this barrier would allow the Rinnegan to evolve further, transforming into the legendary Mangekyo Rinnegan, an ultimate ocular technique encircled by 9 tomo, rivaling the supreme power of the Otsutsuki clan. Alas, as Shingya opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon the 10-fist sword, his tone tinged with regret. Relying solely on Kagaya's chakra, reaching this level was already the limit. To advance further, he would need to absorb chakra from other members of the Otsutsuki clan, or perhaps, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes, directly devour the god tree's fruit. He rose, stretching languidly. The sound of his bones cracking echoed in the quiet. His ninja attire swayed slightly in the dim light, as if bearing some unutterable ambition. He glanced down at the papaya pudding in his hand, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The god tree's fruit, TSK, I haven't even tasted it yet, but it feels sweet already. Chapter 88. The golden Rinnegan. He tucked the pudding into his pocket, pushing aside the tent flap, and the cool night breeze brushed against him, dispelling the fatigue etched on his face. Outside the tent, the atmosphere in the Konoha camp remained heavy. Kakashi sat by the campfire, silently polishing his white fanged short sword, the bandage over his left eye starkly illuminated by the flames. His expression was stern, as if lost in his own world. The deaths of Obito and the precarious fate of Rin pressing heavily upon his heart. Rin sat not far away, gripping a kunai, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Shingya's tent, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Shingya emerged from the tent, stretching once more, his eyes scanning the camp until they settled on Rin. He flashed a broad smile. Approaching with a light-hearted stride, a papaya pudding mysteriously reappearing in his hand. He sat beside her, his tone playful. "Hey, Rin, daydreaming again? Missing me?" Rin paused, her cheeks slightly reddening as she shot him a glare. "Stop being so cheeky. Who misses you?" Her tone held a note of reproach, yet it couldn't conceal the smile tugging at her lips. She glanced down at the kunai in her hand, her fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt, her voice softening. "It's just that there have been too many missions lately. I'm a bit tired." Shingya raised an eyebrow, warmth flickering in his eyes. He gently patted Rin's shoulder, placing the papaya pudding into her hand. "If you're tired, have something sweet to replenish your energy." His tone was light, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, who would dare give you a hard time? I'll be the first to take them down." Rin looked down at the pudding in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. She softly replied, "Thank you, Shingya." Her gaze turned to him, a glimmer of reliance shining in her eyes. Ever since that day when Shingya rescued her from Kagaya's grasp, her trust and dependence on him had only deepened. His shoulder, his smile, felt like a beacon in this chaotic world, dispelling her fears and fatigue. Kakashi observed this scene from a distance, his movements of polishing the short sword momentarily pausing. His right eye narrowed, as if concealing some complex emotion. He murmured softly, "What on earth are you planning, Shingya?" His gaze lingered on Shingya's silhouette, faintly sensing an unusual aura, yet unable to discern its full nature. It seemed Shingya noticed Kakashi's scrutiny. He turned and winked, his tone teasing. "Hey, Kakashi, stop staring at me. It's a bit creepy." He paused, his expression deepening. "Rest assured, I will safeguard the future of Konoha." Kakashi snorted softly, averting his gaze, resuming to polish his short sword, the faint sound of scraping echoing. Yet, a thread of doubt flickered in his heart. There was always an inscrutable mystery within Shingya's smile. Deep into the night, Shingya returned alone to his tent, sitting cross-legged at the wooden table once more. His left eye slowly opened, the golden Rinnegan illuminating the darkness, the ripple-like patterns spinning like stars, emanating a sacred yet enigmatic aura. He raised his hand, performing hand seals. Chakra flooding into his eye, attempting to explore the limits of the Rinnegan. The air within the tent grew heavier, the dim green flame flickering more violently. Seemingly disturbed by the power of the Rinnegan, countless images flashed through Shingya's mind. The ravages of war in the ninja world, Kagaya's machinations, Obito's despair, and that unattainable god tree fruit. A smirk crept upon his lips, a glint of madness igniting in his eyes. It seems I shall seek a more thrilling challenge for the Mangekyo Rinnegan. He stood, the 10-fist sword in his hand, emitting a low hum, as if echoing his ambitions. His gaze swept across the tent, landing on a tattered map in the corner, marked with several concealed locations, relics left by the legendary Otsutsuki clan, possibly holding secrets that could catalyze the further evolution of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, in a dark cave somewhere in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara sat upon a stone bench, his expression somber as he stared at a crystal stone. Within the crystal, Shingya's form flickered, his golden Rinnegan shining, radiating a power that sent shivers down the spine. Madara's lips twitched slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This brat has actually evolved the Rinnegan using Kagaya's chakra? Kagaya's voice slithered from the shadows, tinged with reluctance. Lord Madara, this fellow is more troublesome than we imagined. His Rinnegan seems different from yours. There was a hint of wariness in his tone, as if sensing a looming threat. Madara snorted, lightly tapping his staff, producing a low thud. The golden Rinnegan. Interesting. He paused, his gaze turning colder. But to devour the god tree fruit? That one TB an easy feat. Kagaya chuckled darkly, his voice like a serpent's hiss. Let him try. The chess game in the ninja world is far from simple. His figure gradually melded into the darkness, as if already beginning to weave new schemes. Back at the Konoha camp, Shingya stood outside the tent, gazing into the night sky, holding the familiar papaya pudding in his hand. His golden Rinnegan glimmered softly in the night, resembling two fallen stars. A teasing smile graced his lips. Yet a resolute thought flickered within. Whether it be the god tree fruit or the Otsutsuki relics, I shall uncover the truth. He glanced down at the pudding, gently squeezing it, the packaging crinkling softly. His gaze deepened, as if already glimpsing a fragment of the ninja world's future. War, conspiracy, fate. No matter how you twist and turn, this ninja world shall eventually belong to me. The night breeze swept through, and the camp beneath the starry sky remained still. Ren and Kakashi conversed in hushed tones by the campfire, the flames casting their shadows, a flicker of light amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Shingya, the man burdened with the golden Rinnegan, had already embarked on his own path. His ocular power awakened, his ambitions swelling, and the future of the ninja world would be rewritten in his hands. The embers of the third great ninja war have cooled, yet a far greater storm brews in the shadows. The golden Rinnegan of Shingya has unveiled a gateway to forbidden powers, bestowing upon him a more definitive objective on his path to strength. However, he is acutely aware that the road ahead is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, stagnation is a notion he finds intolerable, for should he lack formidable power in the days to come, the fates of both himself and those dear to him would be imperiled. Therefore, he is compelled to grow stronger, to forge ahead relentlessly. In a clandestine cave within the ninja world, dim flames flicker, casting mottled shadows against the walls, as the air is thick with dampness and decay. Uchiha Obito curls upon a stone bed, half his body swathed in bandages, the scar on his right eye grotesquely pronounced in the gloom. His left eye, hollow and vacant, fixates upon the rock wall, yet deep within his pupil, an invisible flame of fury, anguish, and resentment burns fiercely. Ever since he was ensnared by Uchiha Madara's manipulations and glimpsed the vision of Rin-Noara nestled in Shingya's embrace within the crystal, his heart has felt as though it were torn into countless fragments. He had once believed his sacrifice was to protect Rin, to ensure her continued smile. Yet now, that image pierces his chest like a dagger. Rin's visage no longer belongs to him, but has been given to that man named Shingya. Unbeknownst to him, his hands clench involuntarily, fingernails embedding deeply into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, staining the stone bed a dark crimson. Rin, why? Obito's voice emerges low and hoarse, as if it were a guttural growl forced from the depths of his throat. His mind incessantly replays the scene of Rin resting against Shingya's shoulder, her gaze soft and warm, seemingly untouched by grief for his demise. He grits his teeth, a flicker of torment igniting in his eyes. Do you truly not care for me at all? In the depths of the cave, Uchiha Madara sits upon a stone bench. Propped by a wooden staff, his crimson Sharingan coldly observing Obito. A smirk curls at the corners of his mouth, imbued with a meaning that resonates deeply. Kid, you finally understand. This world knows nothing of bonds. It is merely a realm of betrayal and exploitation. His voice, low and beguiling, slithers into the recesses of Obito's heart. Obito jerks his head up, a flash of fury igniting in his eyes. Silence. Rin is not that kind of person. His voice trembles, as if attempting to convince himself. Yet the image within the crystal remains a thorn embedded in his heart, rendering him unable to evade the truth. Madara scoffs dismissively, his fingers tapping lightly against his staff, producing a muted sound. Do you not believe? Then allow me to show you once more. He raises his hand, and the vision once again materializes upon the crystal. At the campfire of Konoha, Rin sits beside Shingya, holding a fruit pudding, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Shingya leans against her, casually jesting, his gaze suffused with tenderness. The unspoken bond and intimacy between them cleave through Obito's convictions like an invisible blade. Obito's pupils constrict sharply, his chest heaving violently, breaths quickening. His hands grasp the edge of the stone bed with such force that his knuckles turn white, as if striving to crush the anguish within. He roars, "Enough! Do not make me witness this again." Desperation laces his voice, yet a frenzied light ignites in his eyes. Rin, why must you do this? Madara's lips curl into a triumphant smile as he rises slowly, his steps deliberate yet exuding an undeniable pressure. Kid, the world is as cruel as this. Your companions have sought new support, while you remain a discarded pawn. He pauses, his tone deepening. Join me, inherit my will. The infinite Tsukuyomi will allow you to create a world devoid of suffering, a perfect world that belongs to you. Obito remains silent, bowing his head in contemplation. His fingers tighten further, blood cascading from his palms onto the stone bed, producing a faint patter. A struggle flickers in his eyes as Rin's smile intertwines with Shingya's silhouette in his mind, as if two forces are tugging at his very soul. He whispers softly, Rin, I only wish to protect you. Meanwhile, within a tent at the Konoha camp, Shingya sits cross-legged at a wooden table. The 10 tails soared before him, emanating a faint luminescence. The air inside the tent is heavy and damp, with a ghostly green oil lamp flickering in the corner, casting dappled shadows. Shingya's left eye is slightly closed, the golden Rinnegan concealed beneath his eyelid, radiating a sacred yet mysterious aura. His ninja attire is open, revealing a robust chest, sweat-drenched strands of hair adorning his forehead, yet a mocking smile lingers at the corners of his mouth. Kurizetsu, you old rascal. You have indeed aided me greatly, Shingya murmurs, fingers gently caressing the hilt of the 10-tailed sword. A glimmer of cunning flashes in his eyes. However, you are of no further use to me. Keeping you around serves no purpose. He pauses, his gaze deepening. After all, I still require you to resurrect Kaguya. Shingya begins to form hand seals, chakra entwining around the 10-tail's sword like fine threads, causing the blade to tremble slightly and release a cloud of black mist. Kurizetsu's form struggles within the mist, emitting a piercing shriek. Shingya, you bastard, how dare you seal me? His voice is laced with resentment and fury, reminiscent of a beast captured by a hunter. Shingya raises an eyebrow, his tone dripping with derision. Cease your wailing, conserve your strength. He lifts his hand. A flash of light emanating from the 10-tailed sword, and Kurizetsu's form utterly dissipates, transforming into a cloud of black mist that melds into the night. Shingya's gaze sweeps through the tent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Go on, old rascal. Your performance is far from over. He stands, stretching leisurely, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the stillness. His golden Rinnegan glimmers faintly in the dim light, akin to 2 fallen stars. He glances down at the fruit pudding in his hand, squeezing it gently, producing a soft rustling sound from the packaging. A playful thought flits through his mind. Kaguya, resurrecting you is indeed a monumental task. Yet, I relish challenges. Shingya pushes aside the tense fabric, the night breeze sweeping in, carrying a refreshing chill. He stands at the edge of the camp, gazing at the night sky, a confident smile gracing his lips. His golden Rinnegan shimmers in the darkness, concealing boundless secrets. He understands that Kurizetsu's release is merely a step in the grand scheme, and an even greater storm is silently brewing within the depths of the ninja world. As the smoke of the Third Great Ninja War gradually dissipates, Konoha, under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, has dealt a heavy blow to Iwagakure supply lines by destroying the Kami no Byakuya, forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield. The conflicts between Kumogakure and Sunagakure persist, albeit on a far lesser scale than before. The standoff between Kirigakure and Konoha has also shifted to small-scale skirmishes, as the flames of war in the ninja world seem to be extinguished by an unseen hand. In the 47th year of Konoha, the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire, the Mount Kikyo, becomes the final stand. The ninjas of Sunagakure clash fiercely with the elite forces of Konoha. The sounds of battle reverberating through the mountains, the glint of swords reflecting the chaos. Minato Namikaze, like a bolt of golden lightning, darts between enemy ranks, his flying thunder god technique catching the sand ninjas off guard. Chapter 90. The war concludes. Kakashi and Rin follow closely behind. Kakashi's Sharingan spins like the wind, Raikiri cleaving through the air, while Rin's medical ninjutsu provides robust support for her comrades. The battle rages on for 3 days and nights until the ninjas of Sunagakure can no longer endure, retreating in disarray. The commander of the Sand Ninjas stands atop the mountain, his gaze dark as he fixates on the flag of Konoha, the kunai in his hand trembling slightly. He murmurs, "Retreat, we have lost." His voice is tinged with reluctance, yet underscored by a hint of inevitability. In the aftermath of the conflict, Sunagakure and Konoha sign a ceasefire treaty at Mount Kikyo, officially establishing an alliance between the two villages. This treaty not only brought an end to the hostilities between both parties, but also sowed the seeds of hope for peace in the ninja world. Shortly thereafter, Konoha and Iwagakure reached an agreement and officially ceased their conflict. By the end of 47 in Konoha, the flames of the Third Great Ninja War finally extinguished, ushering in a long-awaited tranquility. Within the Konoha camp, the ninjas gathered around the campfire, their faces reflecting both the fatigue of survival and a sense of relief. Standing at the center of the camp was Minato Namikaze, his golden hair flickering in the firelight, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "We have done it. We have preserved the peace of Konoha." His voice was deep yet resolute, as if he were concluding this protracted war. Kakashi stood nearby, silently polishing his short blade, the bandage over his left eye particularly striking in the glow of the fire. His gaze was stern, yet carried a hint of relief. Rin sat beside the fire, holding a papaya pudding, her eyes softly gazing into the distance. The end of the war had lightened the burden in her heart. Standing at the edge of the camp was Shingya, his hands tucked into his ninja tool pouch, his gaze fixed on the night sky. The golden hue of his Rinnegan concealed beneath his eyelids radiated a subtle pressure. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already discerned the intricacies of the ninja world. He glanced down at the papaya pudding in his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze that produced a faint rustling sound. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Peace? TCH, merely the calm before the storm. He strode lightly towards Rin. She was perched on a stone, holding the pudding, her expression somewhat vacant. Shingya settled beside her, his tone light. "Hey, Rin, lost in thought again? The war is over. Why do you still look so troubled?" Rin paused, turning to him with a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes. She murmured, "Shingya, I just feel that everything ended too quickly." Her fingers gently stroked the pudding bag, her voice as soft as the breeze, wishing that Obito could witness this day. Shingya raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. He lightly patted Rin's shoulder, his tone teasing yet soothing. "Silly girl, Obito is surely watching from above. Perhaps he even thanks me for taking care of you." He hesitated, his expression growing serious. "But, Rin, while the war may have ended, the ninja world is far from simple. Take care of yourself, understand?" Rin nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Yes, I will." Her gaze lingered on Shinya's face, a familiar warmth swelling in her heart. Ever since he rescued her from Kagaya's grasp, her dependence on him had deepened. His smile, his presence, felt like a beacon of hope in this tumultuous world, granting her boundless reassurance. Shingya stood up, stretching lazily as his joints cracked. His gaze swept across the camp, landing on Kakashi, who was still polishing his blade, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Kakashi, still as brooding as ever. "TCH, I must find an opportunity to tease him." Rin chuckled softly, playfully reproaching, "You, always with your witty tongue." Her tone brightened considerably, as if Shinya's lightheartedness had uplifted her spirits. She glanced at the pudding in her hand, warmth flooding her heart. Thank you, Shingya. Shingya winked at her, his voice playful. For what? We're family. He turned and walked towards the tent, his silhouette flickering in the firelight. His golden Rinnegan glimmered subtly in the night, concealing endless secrets. Within the cave, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, the eerie green flames flickering more violently, as if heralding the approach of a storm. Obito sat upon a stone bed, his gaze hollow as he stared at the crystal, Rin's smiling face lingering in his mind. His hands clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing his palms, blood dripping onto the stone bed with a faint plop. Uchiha Madara stood nearby, his crimson Sharingan coldly observing him, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. Kid, what are you still hesitating for? This world has betrayed you. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can grant you everything you desire. His voice was low and seductive, akin to the whisper of a serpent. Obito's pupils dilated sharply, a glimmer of madness igniting in his eyes. He roared, Rin, if this world has no place for you, then what is the point of it all? His voice carried a hint of despair, as if he had completely relinquished his struggle. Madara's smile widened slightly, his fingers lightly tapping his staff. Excellent, kid. You finally understand. He paused, his gaze turning even more frigid. Now, go forth, wield your power, and reclaim what belongs to you. Obito slowly rose, his body trembling beneath the bandages. Yet a fiery madness blazed in his eyes. His left eye gradually opened, the crimson glow of the Sharingan illuminating the dimness, as if igniting a flame of destruction. He whispered, Rin, I will bring you back to my side, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the ninja world, Kagaya's figure slowly emerged. Its form resembled flowing ink, rage and resentment flashing in its eyes. Shingya, you bastard, how dare you release me? Its voice was deep and chilling, as if it were a whisper from the depths of hell. But your Rinnegan, humph, will eventually become my pawn. The shadow of Kagaya melded with the darkness, lurking like a serpent, poised to strike. Its objective remained Kagaya's resurrection, yet Shingya's appearance complicated its plans further. A sinister smile crept upon its lips. The game of the ninja world has only just begun, as the flames of the third great ninja war finally extinguished. The ceasefire agreements between Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure brought a fleeting peace. However, Obito's fall, Kagaya's schemes, and Shingya's ambitions rendered this peace fragile and ephemeral. Kakashi continued onward, bearing Obito's legacy, while Obito sank deeper into darkness. Chapter 91. Returned to Konoha village. The smoke of war had dissipated, and Konoha village, bathed in sunlight, radiated a long-lost vitality and serenity. Shingya stood at the village entrance, his gaze resting upon the familiar grand wooden gate, a wave of indescribable warmth surging within him. The Konoha emblem on the gate shimmered in the sunlight, silently welcoming back this returning hero. He inhaled deeply, savoring the mingling scents of earth and blooming flowers, and stepped forward with determined strides, embarking on the path home. As he walked down the village streets, Shingya found himself captivated by the sights before him. Though the war had left scars on Konoha, the resilience and hope of its inhabitants allowed this land to swiftly regain its vibrancy. The houses lining the streets had been refurbished, wind chimes hanging from eaves chiming melodiously in the gentle breeze. Street vendors called out cheerfully, their stalls brimming with colorful fruits and freshly steamed buns, their aromas wafting enticingly. A group of children played and chased each other in the street, their laughter ringing like silver bells, as if the shadows of war had never touched this land. Shinya's steps were light and leisurely, his black ninja attire fluttering slightly as he walked, the forehead protector at his waist glinting in the sunlight, while the shallow scar on his forehead bore witness to his battles. Passing by a ramen shop, he couldn't help but pause. The owner, standing at the entrance wiping the sweat from his forehead, broke into a hearty smile upon seeing Shingya. Hey, Shingya, you're back. Come have a bowl of ramen tonight. Shingya smiled and nodded, continuing on his way. The tall cherry blossom tree at the street corner still stood proudly, though its petals had fallen. The new green leaves shimmered vibrantly under the sun. He looked up, his heart swelling with emotion. Konoha village truly was his home. Navigating through the bustling commercial streets, Shingya turned into a quiet path flanked by towering trees, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a mosaic of shadows on the ground. At last, the ancient and solemn ancestral home of the Senju clan came into view. The grand entrance was crafted from dark timber, adorned with the clan's emblem intricately carved upon it. Despite the passage of time, it emanated an aura of authority and weightiness. Shingya extended his hand and gently pushed the door open, accompanied by a soft creak. As the familiar scent of home enveloped him. In the courtyard, Uzumaki Mizuho was bustling in the kitchen, her long hair elegantly secured with a simple wooden hairpin. The fiery strands dancing in the sunlight like flickering flames. She wore a light-colored kimono, with an apron tied around her waist, skillfully chopping vegetables with a swift and graceful motion. The appetizing aroma wafting from the kitchen made Shingya's stomach rumble involuntarily. Before he could utter a word, Tsunade's voice rang out from the living room. "Shingya, you've finally returned." She rushed towards him, her steps brisk and powerful, her golden ponytail swaying behind her. Eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet brimming with uncontainable joy. She leapt into Shingya's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, as if fearing he might vanish once more. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Shingya looked down at her slightly flushed cheeks and chuckled softly. "Tsunade, I'm back. Please, calm down." At that moment, Amber Hikari approached gracefully, her light purple hair fluttering gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a flowing painting. She paused beside Shingya, tenderly taking his hand in hers. Her fingers were delicate and warm, her eyes filled with affection, as though she wished to convey all her longing in this moment of connection. She softly uttered, "Welcome back, Shingya," her voice gentle as a spring breeze yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Hearing the commotion, Uzumaki Mizuho emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly grilled fish. A kind smile gracing her face. "Shingya, you've returned just in time. Dinner is almost ready. Come in and sit down, don't linger at the door." Her voice was deep and warm, akin to a mother calling her child home. Shingya released Tsunade, patted her shoulder, and then held Hikari's hand once more. Smiling as he said, "I'm back. How has everyone been?" He stepped into the living room, surveying the surroundings, the familiar wooden furniture, the scrolls hanging on the walls, and that old wooden table that had accompanied his childhood. All of it instilled him with immense comfort. At dinner, the table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. Uzumaki Mizuho presented a platter of grilled fish, its skin perfectly crisp and golden, sprinkled with fine salt and herbs, exuding an irresistible aroma. Beside it lay a plate of sushi, the rice gleaming, accompanied by fresh salmon and nori, vibrant in color. The miso soup steamed in small bowls, green onions floating delicately atop, with side dishes of seasonal vegetables that were refreshing and delightful. Tsunade sat beside Shingya, picking up a piece of grilled fish and placing it in his bowl, her lips curving into a playful smile. "This is specially prepared for you. Your favorite grilled fish, do try it." Her actions were imbued with a touch of mischief, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shingya accepted the fish, taking a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, the savory flavor blossoming in his mouth. He looked up at Tsunade and grinned. "Thank you, Tsunade. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Amber Hikari quietly poured a cup of sake for Shingya, her movements gentle and meticulous, the sake rippling slightly in the cup, releasing a faint aroma of rice. She handed him the cup, softly saying, "Shingya, you've worked hard. Please enjoy this drink to warm yourself." As he accepted the cup, his fingers brushed against her slightly cool fingertips. He took a gentle sip, the warmth of the liquid flowing down his throat, bringing a comforting sensation. Looking at the three women before him, his heart swelled with gratitude and affection. As they dined, the atmosphere was filled with light-hearted conversation and warmth. Uzumaki Mizuho spoke of recent changes in the village, while Tsunade occasionally chimed in, lamenting the busyness of the medical department, and Hikari listened quietly, occasionally breaking into soft smiles. Shingya set down his chopsticks, leaning back in his chair, gazing at them, a wave of long-lost happiness washing over him. After the meal, Shingya, Tsunade, and Hikari settled down on the tatami mat in the living room, sipping hot tea and chatting. Tsunade suddenly put down her cup and proposed, "Shingya, now that you're back, you must accompany me shopping tomorrow." Her tone was resolute, carrying an undeniable assertiveness. Hikari nodded in agreement, her voice gentle yet filled with anticipation. "Yes, it's been ages since we last went shopping together." Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Shingya chuckled and nodded. "All right, let us go shopping together tomorrow." His voice was deep and soothing, his eyes filled with affection. As night deepened, Shingya, Tsunade, and Hikari returned to their bedroom. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the wooden floor, while a faint scent of wood lingered in the room. They embraced as they drifted into slumber, their breaths intertwining. Warm and tranquil. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains onto the bed, and Shingya slowly opened his eyes, noticing that Tsunade and Hikari were still peacefully asleep. Their sleeping faces were serene and beautiful. Tsunade's golden hair spread across the pillow, while Hikari's long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. He carefully rose, donned his ninja attire, and made his way to the kitchen, where Uzumaki Mizuho was already busy. "Good morning, Mizuho." Shingya leaned against the doorframe, greeting her with a smile. Uzumaki Mizuho turned, a wooden spoon in hand, her smile brightening the room. "Good morning, Shingya. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Please wake Tsunade and Hikari." Shingya nodded and returned to the bedroom, gently rousing them. After breakfast, Shingya, Tsunade, and Hikari stepped outside, heading towards the bustling commercial street of Konoha. The commercial street was the liveliest part of the village, lined with shops, bustling with pedestrians, the sounds of vendors and laughter intertwining, alive with the essence of life. They first visited a clothing store, filled with a variety of colorful kimonos and ninja attire. Tsunade excitedly selected a red kimono adorned with exquisite patterns. After trying it on and twirling around, she asked Shingya, "How does it look? Is it pretty?" Her voice held a playful lilt, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shingya scrutinized her closely and nodded. "It looks stunning, perfectly suited for you, both valiant and gentle." Delighted, Tsunade beamed and decided to purchase it. Hikari chose a light blue dress, its flowing hem giving her an air of elegance. She stood before the mirror, turning delicately, looking up at Shingya with a hint of shyness. "What do you think, Shingya?" His gaze softened as he smiled. "You look beautiful, like a breeze in spring." Hikari's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, softly expressing her gratitude. Next, they wandered into a jewelry store. Tsunade picked a golden hairpin embellished with a small ruby, exuding glamour and grace. Hikari chose a delicate lavender necklace with a simple yet elegant flower pendant. Observing the trinkets in their hands, Shingya took the initiative to approach the counter and pay. Smiling as he said, "These are gifts for you both." Tsunade proudly inserted the hairpin into her hair, while Hikari carefully adorned herself with the necklace, both expressing their happiness and gratitude towards him. After finishing up at the jewelry store, Shingya suggested they try the newly opened barbecue restaurant. This establishment had recently become the talk of Konoha, renowned for its unparalleled flavors and destined to be a frequent spot for Naruto and his friends. Upon entering the restaurant, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. The decor of the establishment exudes an antique warmth, with wooden tables and chairs emanating a subtle fragrance. Adorning the walls are several portraits of ninjas, enhancing the unique charm of the village. The trio settled into a window-side seat, and the server presented them with the menu. Tsunade ordered beef and chicken skewers, while Ambering opted for additional vegetables and mushrooms, and Shingya requested a pot of sake. Soon, the grilled meats arrived, sizzling enticingly over charcoal, their surfaces glistening with oil, and when sprinkled with spices, they released an aromatic bouquet. Shingya picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of beef to his mouth, and upon tasting its tender juiciness, imbued with a hint of smokiness, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is delightful." Tsunade, too, took a bite of chicken, her eyes lighting up with pleasure. "This flavor is absolutely exquisite. We must return here often." As she spoke, she handed a freshly grilled chicken wing to Shingya, smiling. "Shingya, you must try this. The wings are perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside." Shingya accepted the chicken wing and, after a bite, nodded in approval. "Indeed, it is delicious." "Thank you, Tsunade." Her heart swelled with pride as she savored another piece of beef, relishing the satisfaction that the feast brought. Ambering, meanwhile, delicately savored the grilled mushrooms, gently lifting a golden specimen with her chopsticks. The mushrooms bore the charred aroma of the grill, and upon tasting, their juiciness revealed a hint of natural sweetness. She smiled, remarking, "The ingredients here are remarkably fresh. It's no wonder this place is so popular." Afterward, she poured another cup of sake for Shingya, her movements graceful and elegant. The sake swirling gently in the cup, releasing a delicate rice aroma. She handed him the cup, softly saying, "Shingya, you've worked hard. Drink up and relax." As he accepted the cup, his fingers brushed against her cool fingertips, and he took a gentle sip, the warmth of the liquid soothing him. The owner of the grill was a hardy middle-aged man, robust in stature, clad in a white apron, perpetually sporting a friendly smile. He approached with a platter of freshly grilled pork skewers, placing it on the table with a boisterous, "Here you go. This is my secret recipe pork. Give it a try. It's absolutely delicious." Shingya took a piece, the pork perfectly balanced between fat and lean, grilled to a crisp exterior yet tender within, bursting with flavor, accompanied by a hint of sweet and spicy sauce. "Your skills are truly remarkable, my friend," he praised. The owner laughed heartily, thumping his chest. "Of course. My grilling is the best in Konoha." The trio conversed and dined, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. Tsunade set down her chopsticks, lifted a cup of sake, and swirled it gently, the liquid shimmering golden in the sunset's afterglow. She turned to Shingya, smiling. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if life could remain this tranquil?" Her voice carried a note of nostalgia, her golden ponytail swaying softly in the breeze, her eyes shimmering with hope for the future. Shingya nodded in agreement, softly affirming, "It will be so. As long as we are here, Konoha will remain like this." His voice was steady and resolute, imbued with a comforting strength. Ambering listened quietly, picking up a grilled eggplant, savoring its tender, flavorful flesh brushed with a light sauce. Glancing out the window, she observed the sunset casting its warm glow on the bustling street, where children played joyfully. She murmured, "Such moments truly evoke a sense of happiness." Her voice was gentle as water, her lavender hair stirred by the breeze, painting a serene picture. Suddenly, the door of the grill swung open, and a group of youthful ninjas entered, their faces radiant with the exuberance of youth, laughter and chatter filling the space. Chapter 93, Joyous Everyday Life. Shingya recognized several among them as juniors he had once guided on the battlefield. Upon spotting him, they eagerly gathered around, their excitement palpable. "Shingya-senpai, you're back. We've missed you." One youthful ninja, still bearing traces of boyhood, held a skewer of meat, exclaiming, "Senpai, while you were away, we've been training hard." Shingya responded with a warm smile, exchanging pleasantries and encouraging them to keep striving for the future of Konoha. After they departed, Tsunade looked at Shingya, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Your reputation in the village is soaring." As she spoke, she popped another piece of grilled beef into her mouth, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Shingya shook his head, humbly replying, "This is all thanks to everyone. I've merely played my part." Ambering chimed in softly, "Shingya, your humility is commendable, but your efforts and contributions are well recognized." She gently blew on her cup of hot tea, its aroma rising and framing her gentle profile. Time in the grill slipped away amidst laughter and camaraderie. The crackling of the charcoal filled the air with the enticing scent of grilled meat, while outside, the sun dipped lower, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. The three of them sat together, relishing the exquisite food and each other's company. Shingya set down his chopsticks, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes to bask in this blissful contentment. He inhaled deeply, silently reflecting. This is the essence of peace, being surrounded by family, the laughter of friends. This is what I strive to protect. After finishing their meal, they wandered the commercial street for a while, purchasing sweet dumplings and souvenirs until the sun had completely set, leaving only a trace of twilight before they returned home. Uzumaki Mito had prepared dinner, a simple yet heartwarming spread. The table was adorned with stir-fried wild greens, braised tofu, and a steaming bowl of miso soup, garnished with seaweed and scallions, releasing a gentle fragrance. Shingya picked up a piece of tofu, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth texture, lightly seasoned with soy sauce. He smiled at Mito, saying, "Mito, your culinary skills remain exceptional." Mito responded with a warm, kind smile, waving her hands. "Oh, I'm just getting old. It's enough for me to cook for you all." After dinner, Shingya, Tsunade, and Ambering strolled through the courtyard. The stars twinkled in the night sky, resembling a beautiful painting. In the courtyard, the roses swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a faint fragrance, while the chirping of insects from the grass added to the tranquility. Shingya walked along the gravel path, the crunch of pebbles underfoot resonating softly. He looked up at the starry sky, a wave of serenity washing over him. Tsunade linked her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder, softly saying, "Shingya, thank you for accompanying us today." Her voice was unusually tender, her golden locks fluttering in the night breeze, brushing against Shingya's cheek with warmth. She paused, turning to face him, her eyes twinkling with delight. Her tone filled with contentment. "Today was truly wonderful, especially that grill. I wish to go again tomorrow." Shingya, amused by her playful expression, chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. No need to thank me. I'm just as happy to be with you. If you wish to go again tomorrow, I shall accompany you once more. Amber Ing approached, standing on Shingya's other side, gently taking his hand, her fingertips cool yet reassuringly warm. She gazed up at him, her lavender hair shimmering softly under the moonlight, akin to flowing silk. With you by our side, we are truly happy, she whispered, her voice clear and resolute, her eyes filled with trust and reliance on Shingya. She paused for a moment and then softly added, today at the barbecue restaurant, witnessing the respect those young ninjas have for you truly filled me with pride. Hearing this, Shingya lowered his gaze towards her, his eyes softening as he grasped her hand in return, whispering, thank you, Ing. Your happiness is my greatest motivation. The three of them strolled leisurely in the courtyard, the moonlight casting elongated shadows upon them. Suddenly, Tsunade released Shingya's hand and ran to the nearby swing, patting the wooden seat with a smile. Shingya, give me a push, will you? You always used to push me on the swing when we were kids. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, her eyes sparkling with childhood memories. Shingya approached, standing behind her, and gently pushed the swing. It swayed softly under the night sky. Tsunade's laughter ringing out, clear and bright, echoing like silver bells in the courtyard. Amber Ing stood by, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her gaze tenderly fixed on the two, her heart brimming with warmth. As night deepened and a gentle breeze brought a chill, Shingya ceased his pushing. Tsunade leaped off the swing, brushing the dust from her hands, and laughed. All right, it's getting late. Let us head inside. She walked over, taking hold of Shingya and Amber Ying's hands, and the three of them walked side by side towards the house. Shingya held their hands tightly, a wave of warmth surging within him. He knew that no matter how many storms the future held, as long as they were by his side, he would fear nothing. Upon returning to the bedroom, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the wooden floor, filling the room with a faint scent of wood. Shingya removed his outer garments and laid down on the bed, with Tsunade and Amber Ing nestled beside him. Their breaths gradually steadied, their body heat intertwining, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. Shingya closed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he silently prayed, may such days last forever. In the soft glow of the lamp, they embraced each other in slumber, welcoming a new dawn. In the morning light of Konoha village, sunshine poured down like golden threads, illuminating every corner of the village, filtering through wispy clouds and reflecting off the stone-paved streets. Pedestrians hurried by, vendors busily setting up their stalls, calls and shouts ringing out, while the air was fragrant with the scent of roasted sweet potatoes and freshly baked bread. However, an undercurrent of subtle tension enveloped the village. As news began to circulate about the election for the fourth Hokage, Shingya lay lazily on the roof of the Senju clan's ancestral home, his hands cradling his head as he squinted at the drifting white clouds above. His black ninja attire hung loosely open, revealing a sturdy chest. The breeze fluttered the fabric, lending him an air of nonchalance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, highlighting his handsome features and casting sharp contours, while the faint scar on his forehead glimmered in the light, whispering tales of his past on the battlefield. Chapter 94. Tsunade joins the Hokage election. Tsunade stood in the courtyard, gazing up at Shingya on the roof, her brow slightly furrowed. Dressed in a light green kimono, her golden hair simply tied back, the purple diamond mark on her forehead gleamed in the sunlight. With her hands on her hips, her tone carried a hint of discontent. Shingya, have you heard? The village is holding an election for the fourth Hokage. Shingya remained reclined, his voice languid yet tinged with jest. I've heard. What of it? Tsunade stepped closer, standing beneath the eaves as she looked up at him, her tone reproachful. Why are you so laid back? Don't you care at all about the Hokage election? Shingya's lips curled into a faint smile, maintaining his leisurely demeanor. Why should I care? I have no desire to be Hokage. Tsunade paused, her brows knitting together. Then why did you encourage me to participate? You know I have no interest in being Hokage. Finally turning his head, Shingya's gaze met hers, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. He replied slowly, because I want to be the man behind the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instinctively blurted, then you should run for it. Why make me? Suddenly, she realized that Shingya's implication was not that he wished to run himself, but rather to be the partner of the Hokage. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she shot him an admonishing glare, muttering, how shameless. Shingya sat up on the roof, leaping down with a smile, landing deftly before Tsunade. He reached out, gently patting her shoulder, his tone casual yet earnest. All right, don't be angry. I know you have the ability and the qualifications to become Hokage. Besides, if you become Hokage, I can support you from behind and enjoy a leisurely life, right? And then, I'll give you a grand reward. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, though the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. She huffed, refusing to relent. You only know how to be lazy. However, hearing the word reward piqued her curiosity, prompting her to ask, what reward? Shingya smiled mysteriously. Leaning closer to whisper in her ear, you'll find out when the time comes. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her heart to race. She pushed him away, turning her back to feign adjusting her clothing, hiding her embarrassment, but internally, she began to anticipate the so-called reward. Days later, news of the Hokage election spread like wildfire through Konoha village. Villagers gathered in tea houses and on street corners, discussing who would become the next Hokage. As the granddaughter of Senju+Uzumaki and a princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade naturally emerged as a frontrunner. However, she personally harbored little interest in the position, reluctantly agreeing due to Shingya's encouragement. Meanwhile, other ninjas in the village were also quietly preparing for the election. Minato Namikaze, a standout among the younger generation, was well loved by the villagers for his exceptional skills and gentle demeanor, making him a formidable contender for Hokage. His golden hair shone in the sunlight, and his clear blue eyes, always filled with determination and kindness, drew admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had privately supported Minato in his bid to succeed him, even crafting detailed plans for his campaign. However, when news of Tsunade's candidacy broke, the atmosphere in the village shifted dramatically. Many ninjas who had initially intended to run withdrew, the most surprising being Minato himself. Upon learning of Tsunade's participation, he approached Hiruzen calmly, yet resolutely, stating, Sensei, I have decided to withdraw from the election. Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's office on a wooden chair, pipe in hand, looked up in surprise. Minato, why the sudden change of heart? You were clearly the most promising candidate. Standing by the window, sunlight spilling over his golden hair, Minato smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting respect. Sensei, Tsunade-senpai is your disciple and the heir of the Senju clan. Her qualifications and capabilities far surpass mine. Moreover, she is Shingya-senpai's wife. As her junior, how could I vie for the position of Hokage against her? After hearing this, Hiruzen took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his heart a mix of emotions. He recognized the validity of Minato's reasoning. Tsunade's identity and strength were indeed impeccable. Yet the abandonment of his plans still left him with a sense of regret. He sighed, patting Minato's shoulder. You're such a sensible child. Very well. Since you've made your decision, I won't press you further. Minato's withdrawal clarified the election landscape, making Tsunade's victory nearly a foregone conclusion. Support for her among the villagers grew by the day, while Shingya watched with a smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. The long-awaited day of the Hokage election has finally arrived. The ninjas of Konoha have gathered in the square before the Hokage building. Beneath a sky as blue as the ocean, with a gentle breeze wafting through, bringing a hint of coolness, the square buzzes with excitement. As the elders and elite ninjas stand on a high platform, their gazes sweeping over the crowd below. Tsunade stands at the center of the gathering, adorned in a splendid Hokage robe, embroidered with the emblem of the Senju clan, the red and white hues accentuating her dignified presence. Her golden hair glistens in the sunlight, and the diamond mark on her forehead radiates brilliance. With her arms crossed over her chest, she appears somewhat distracted, clearly still adjusting to the reality of becoming Hokage. Standing beside her is Shingya, dressed in a simple ninja outfit, his forehead protector hanging from his waist, his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tsunade, filled with pride and affection. The election process is straightforward, with the village's elders and elite ninjas casting votes to select the new Hokage. As other candidates withdraw, Tsunade becomes the sole contender, rendering the voting a mere formality. Sarutobi Hiruzen stands on the platform, holding a scroll, his voice resonating as he announces, with unanimous consent, Tsunade will become the fourth Hokage of Konoha. As his words echo, the crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Villagers rush forward to congratulate Tsunade, some offering flowers, others waving flags. Although she maintains a calm exterior, nodding in acknowledgement, her heart is tinged with anxiety. She glances at Shingya, and a flicker of unease crosses her eyes. Shingya steps closer, gently taking her hand, his palm warm and reassuring. He leans in, whispering in her ear, "Do not worry. You will be an exceptional Hokage. I will always be here to support you." His voice, low and tender, possesses a kind of magic that instantly alleviates her tension. Taking a deep breath, she nods resolutely, her eyes rekindling with confidence. Chapter 95. Pregnant Tsunade. After assuming the role of Hokage, Tsunade's days become exceedingly busy. Each morning, she rises early to address the mountain of paperwork awaiting her at the Hokage building. From the allocation of ninja missions to the planning of village reconstruction, every matter requiring her personal attention. Her desk is perpetually cluttered with scrolls and maps, ink bottles accompanied by several worn brushes. Frequently, she massages her temples, sighing, "Had I known being Hokage would be so exhausting, I would have never agreed to it." Shingya, ever the supportive partner, sits casually on the windowsill, legs crossed, a skewer of dumplings in hand, grinning as he quips, "It's too late for regrets now, Lady Hokage." As he bites into the dumpling, his demeanor is relaxed yet affectionate. Whenever Tsunade feels utterly fatigued, he quietly brews a pot of hot tea, placing it beside her or gently massaging her shoulders to help her unwind. One evening, after a long day of affairs, Tsunade returns home, her body weary. Shingya is already busy in the kitchen, donned in a deep blue apron, stirring vegetables with a wooden spoon. The dining table is adorned with her favorite roasted fish and a pot of sake, the aroma filling the room. Leaning against the doorframe, Tsunade watches him, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. "I never imagined you could cook." Shingya turns, grinning, "Of course, I am a man of many talents. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Tsunade steps into the washroom, cleansing away the fatigue of the day, before settling at the table. She picks up a piece of roasted fish, its flesh tender and juicy, imbued with a hint of smokiness. With her eyes closed in satisfaction, she exclaims, "Delicious, Shingya, your culinary skills are improving." Seated across from her, Shingya smiles, "I'm glad you like it. You work so hard every day. I must do something for you." Tsunade's heart warms at his words, a glimmer of emotion flickering in her eyes. She sets down her chopsticks and earnestly says, "Shingya, thank you. I truly don't know what I would do without you." He takes her hand gently, his voice soft, "Silly, we are partners. It is only right to support each other. Rest assured, with me by your side, you will never be alone." Tsunade firmly grasps his hand in return, her eyes brimming with love. A few days later, Shingya mysteriously tells Tsunade, "The reward I promised you will be fulfilled today." Curiously, she inquires, "What reward? You're not playing tricks on me again, are you?" Shingya chuckles, "This time I am serious. Tomorrow, take a day off. I will take you somewhere special." Although Tsunade is puzzled, she nods in agreement. The next morning, Shingya leads her to a forest outside Konoha. The woods are lush and green. The melodious chirping of birds fills the air, and sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Shingya holds her hand as they traverse a tranquil path, arriving at a secluded hot spring. Surrounded by dense trees, the crystal-clear water steams gently, enveloped in a faint scent of sulfur. A wooden table by the shore is laden with fruit and sake, evidently prepared in advance by Shingya. Tsunade's eyes widen in surprise, and she joyfully exclaims, "Shingya, you are wonderful. I was just thinking about needing a place to relax." Shingya helps her remove her outer garments, and Tsunade steps into the warm spring, the soothing water enveloping her body and instantly dissipating her weariness. She leans against the stone wall, exhaling deeply, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Shingya sits at the edge of the spring, pouring 2 cups of sake, handing one to Tsunade. "Here, Lady Hokage, unwind a bit." Tsunade accepts the cup, savoring a sip. The rich aroma warms her throat and cascades into her stomach. She opens her eyes, gazing at Shingya, smiling. "Shingya, it's wonderful to have you here. Is this your idea of a reward?" Shingya nods with a grin. "So, are you satisfied?" Tsunade sets down her cup, reaching out to pull him into the water. "I am, but you must join me." With a resigned smile, Shingya removes his clothes and leaps into the spring, sending ripples across the surface. The two lean against each other, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Under Tsunade's guidance, Konoha gradually regains its former prosperity. The ninjas unite in purpose, the village's defenses strengthening, and the villagers enjoy a peaceful existence. Though Shingya holds no official title, his reputation in the village grows daily, establishing him as a hero in the hearts of the people. Each night, as darkness descends, Shingya and Tsunade stand atop the Hokage building, gazing down at the village. The illuminated streets resemble a river of stars, children playfully frolicking, and the silhouettes of patrolling ninjas are faintly discernible. Shingya wraps his arm around Tsunade's shoulders, softly saying, "Tsunade, look, our village is thriving." Leaning into him, Tsunade smiles. Indeed, this is the result of everyone's efforts. Shingya turns to her, his eyes filled with affection. "No, it is your achievement. You are an exceptional Hokage, and I am proud of you." At his words, a hint of shyness washes over Tsunade. She rises on her toes, gently kissing Shinya's lips, whispering, "Thank you, Shingya. With you by my side, I have the courage to face anything." Shingya holds her tightly, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. He knows that no matter the challenges the future holds, as long as Tsunade is by his side, he fears nothing. In the 6 months following Tsunade's appointment as the 4th Hokage, Konoha experiences unprecedented prosperity and peace. The shadows of war have gradually receded, and the village flourishes under the sunlight. On the streets, vendors bustle about, their shouts filling the air, and the enticing aromas of roasted sweet potatoes and freshly baked bread waft around. Children chase and play in the streets, their laughter ringing sweetly, as if the scars of war have never touched this land. The village's structures have been repaired and rebuilt after the war, with new homes and shops springing forth like mushrooms after rain, breathing new life into Konoha. Tsunade sat in the expansive wooden chair of the Hokage's office, draped in the Hokage cloak embroidered with the emblem of the Senju clan. The red and white hues of the garment accentuated her imposing and dignified presence. Her golden hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while the purple diamond mark upon her forehead shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. She lowered her gaze to the scrolls on the desk, lightly tapping her fingers against the surface, her brow slightly furrowed as she appeared to be deep in thought. However, her concentration was soon diverted by the languid figure perched on the windowsill. Shingya leaned against the ledge, his hands cradled behind his head, his black ninja attire unfastened to reveal a toned chest, the forehead protector at his waist glinting softly in the sunlight. He chewed on a blade of grass, gazing lazily out at the village below, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tsunade glanced at his nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but shoot him an exasperated look. Her tone laced with reproach. "Shingya, it's all your fault. I've only been Hokage for 6 months, and now I'm pregnant with your child. How am I supposed to work?" Upon hearing this, Shingya turned his head, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet and approached Tsunade's desk, leaning over it with a grin. "If you're pregnant, just take care of the baby. You can leave the work to others." His voice was low and languid, tinged with playful teasing. Tsunade felt a surge of frustration. She slammed her hand on the desk and stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Shingya. "It's easy for you to say. As Hokage, the affairs of the village are burdensome. I can't just delegate everything to others. Moreover, you've been increasingly outrageous these past 6 months, pestering me every day, even in the Hokage office. Now, not only am I pregnant, but so are Mabuki, Hinata, Mikoto, and Kushina. Meanwhile, you're living it up." Shingya scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Doesn't that just show how charming I am? I've managed to have all of you willing to have my children." As he spoke, he moved closer, resting his hands on Tsunade's shoulders and gently massaging her neck, attempting to soothe her anger. Tsunade shot him an annoyed glance, yet her body instinctively relaxed under his touch. With a sigh, she murmured, "You truly are a hopeless flirt. I genuinely don't understand how I ever fell for you." Despite her words, a hint of affection lingered in her tone. Shingya leaned in closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Because I love you, and you love me." His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing a blush to rise on Tsunade's cheeks. She pushed him away, pretending to be angry as she turned to organize the scrolls on her desk, trying to mask her embarrassment. "Enough with the sweet talk. You just want to evade responsibility." Shingya chuckled, his expression turning serious. "I am not evading. I will take care of each one of you. And I will take care of our child. Rest assured, with me around, you have nothing to worry about." His voice was deep and resolute, a glimmer of tenderness shining in his eyes. Tsunade turned to face him, her heart swelling with warmth as she gazed into his sincere eyes. She understood that while Shingya may appear carefree on the surface, deep down, he was filled with love and responsibility for her and their family. She extended her hand, gently grasping his, and softly said, "Very well, I trust you." But you must promise me to exercise restraint and not act so recklessly in the future. Shingya nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. I understand, Tsunade. I will be mindful. After a brief pause, he added with a smile. However, since you are pregnant now, you should rest more and not keep your eyes glued to these documents. Let me make you a cup of tea. With that, he turned towards the tea table, skillfully picking up the kettle to boil water. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips as warmth enveloped her heart. She settled back into her chair, her hand gently resting on her abdomen, her eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and tenderness. After becoming Hokage, Tsunade devoted much of her energy to reforming the village's systems, particularly focusing on the enhancement of medical ninjas and the hospital framework. She was acutely aware that the Third Shinobi World War had left Konoha with countless scars. The improvement of the medical system was not only a necessity for healing past wounds, but also a crucial safeguard for the future. Seated in the Hokage office, her gaze fell upon the reports sprawled across the desk. The documents meticulously detailed the latest advancements in the village's medical facilities. Since her tenure began, the training program for medical ninjas had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. The new curriculum not only encompassed fundamental medical ninjutsu, but also introduced advanced courses in battlefield first aid, toxicology, and psychotherapy. She had personally invited top medical ninjas from other villages to teach and share their invaluable experiences and techniques. Under rigorous training, the young medical ninjas flourished, their skills continually improving, laying a robust foundation for the village's future. The reforms in the hospital were equally remarkable. Tsunade ordered the expansion of the hospital, adding multiple specialized wards to meet the growing patient demands. New medical equipment was transported from across the Land of Fire, including advanced chakra diagnostic devices and surgical tools, significantly enhancing treatment efficiency. She also established a dedicated research department focused on developing new medical ninjutsu and treatment methods. Researchers worked tirelessly, striving for breakthroughs in the medical field. One day, clad in a white medical coat, Tsunade personally inspected the hospital. She traversed the corridors of the Hokage building, sunlight streaming through the windows to illuminate her golden hair and resolute expression. Inside the hospital, medical ninjas worked diligently and methodically, the sounds of laughter from recovering patients echoing through the wards. Tsunade entered a laboratory and observed several young researchers calibrating a new medical device. Approaching them, she smiled and inquired, "How is the progress?" One researcher looked up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Lady Hokage, we are testing a new chakra therapy device that can more precisely detect and repair damaged chakra pathways." Tsunade nodded, encouraging them. "Excellent. Keep up the great work. Your accomplishments will greatly benefit the village." After leaving the hospital, Tsunade proceeded to the ninja school for a site visit. In the schoolyard, children engaged in physical training, their faces radiant with youthful vigor. Tsunade stood to the side, her gaze softening as she watched these future hopes, her heart resolute in her commitment to create a safer, better Konoha for them. With the arrival of peace, Konoha village experienced a baby boom. After the war, villagers finally felt free to embrace new life, shedding the fears that had burdened them. Families welcomed newborns, and the sounds of infants' cries often resonated from the maternity wards, symbolizing hope and renewal. On the streets, young parents pushed strollers, their faces alight with happiness. In the parks, children dashed across the grass, their laughter and song weaving into a beautiful melody. As Tsunade walked through the village streets, a gentle breeze caressed her, bringing a refreshing chill. She spotted a young mother nursing her baby, the child's father gazing tenderly at them, love evident in his eyes. A wave of warmth surged within Tsunade. She understood that this peace and happiness had been earned through the sacrifices of countless ninjas, and as Hokage, it was her duty to protect this hard-won tranquility. Upon returning to her office, she found Shingya had brewed a pot of hot tea, the fragrant steam warming the entire room. He approached her, offering a cup. "Here, have some tea and relax." Tsunade accepted the cup, taking a gentle sip. The warm and fragrant tea dispelled her fatigue. She looked up at Shingya with a smile. "Thank you, Shingya. You always know what I need." Shingya sat beside her, grinning. "Of course, I am your personal assistant." His tone was light, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. Chapter 97. Daily life. As dusk descended, Tsunade graciously invited Uzumaki Mito, Akane Hayu, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uzumaki Kushina to her residence for a gathering. All of them were companions of the Starry Night and were now expecting, their bonds of friendship growing ever stronger. In the living room, the aroma of tea wafted gently through the air as they sat together on the tatami mats, engaging in casual conversation, sharing the joys and worries of their pregnancies. Mito, as the elder, sat gracefully in the honored seat, tenderly caressing her belly. Her fiery red hair was elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, and a benevolent smile adorned her face. Although pregnancy brought its challenges, the thought of welcoming new life filled her heart with anticipation. Akane-Hyu, seated beside her, let her soft lavender hair cascade over her shoulders. In a hushed tone, she confessed, "I feel a bit anxious, unsure if I can be a good mother." Her fingers nervously intertwined, revealing a hint of unease in her eyes. Mikoto, on the other hand, appeared far more composed. With a reassuring smile, she comforted, "Do not worry. We shall all be wonderful mothers. Besides, with the Starry Night by our side, he will support us." She gently brushed her black hair back, her eyes brimming with confidence for the future. Kushina, vibrant and full of energy, enthusiastically patted her chest, proclaiming, "Exactly. We are all strong women. What is a child to us? Once they are born, I will teach them to become the greatest ninja." Her crimson hair shimmered under the light, her tone infused with self-assurance. Listening to their conversation, Tsunade felt a warmth enveloping her heart. She set her teacup down and smiled, saying, "With all of you here, I feel utterly alone." Her gaze swept over each person, filled with gratitude. Starry Night emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of freshly baked pastries, grinning as he inquired, "What merry conversations are you having?" He placed the pastries on the table, nestled next to Tsunade, and casually popped one into his mouth, exuding an air of ease. Tsunade playfully swatted his hand, chiding, "Those are for us. Don't be greedy." Starry Night chuckled, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "I merely wish to sample their flavor, to see if they are delectable." Tsunade shook her head in exasperation, yet her smile was impossible to conceal. As night cloaked the sky, Starry Night and Tsunade stood side by side on the rooftop, gazing up at the starry expanse. The twinkling stars resembled a magnificent tapestry, illuminating their faces. Leaning against Starry Night's shoulder, Tsunade felt the night breeze tousle her golden hair as it softly brushed against his cheek. She murmured, "Thank you, Starry Night. With you, I have the courage to face all of this." Starry Night wrapped his arms around her waist, gently replying, "Silly, we are partners. Supporting each other is what we do. You are the Hokage and my wife, and I shall always protect you and our child." His voice was deep and resolute, his warm palm resting against her back. Tsunade looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "I trust you, Starry Night, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. As long as you are by my side, I shall fear nothing." After a pause, she added softly, "However, you really must temper your antics. Don't provoke my ire any longer." Starry Night nodded with a grin. "All right, I shall heed your words." He lowered his head, gently kissing her forehead, his touch tender and reverent. Tsunade closed her eyes, savoring his warmth, her heart brimming with hope and love. Since Tsunade ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage and implemented a series of reforms, the Hidden Leaf Village has basked in an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. The shadows of war gradually dissipated under the sun's embrace, the streets of the village once again filled with laughter and joy. The cries of vendors mingled with the playful sounds of children, and the air was rich with the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes and freshly baked bread. During this tranquil time, Starry Night, Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Akane-Hyu enjoyed a period of warmth and affection together. Morning sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the Senju clan's ancestral home, casting dappled shadows on the floor, warm and gentle. Tsunade sat in a rocking chair by the window, gently swaying as she focused on a parenting book in her hands. Her golden hair glimmered with the morning light, and the purple diamond mark on her forehead sparkled under the sun, exuding an air of authority and gentleness. Occasionally, she glanced outside, her gaze resting on the children playing in the courtyard, her eyes filled with tenderness. Starry Night emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming cup of tea, his steps light and unhurried. His black ninja attire was slightly unbuttoned, with the forehead protector catching a glint of light, and the scar on his forehead was subtly visible in the sunlight, revealing the resilience of one returned from battle. He approached Tsunade, smiling as he offered her the cup. "Good morning, Tsunade." Have some tea to warm yourself." His voice was low and gentle, his eyes sparkling with affection. Tsunade accepted the teacup, her fingers brushing against his warm palm. She took a gentle sip, the aroma enveloping her senses and dispelling the morning chill. Looking up at Starry Night, her lips curled into a slight smile. "Thank you, Starry Night. You are always so thoughtful." Her tone carried a hint of sweetness, and a glimmer of happiness danced in her eyes. Starry Night sat beside her, extending his hand to gently caress her slightly rounded belly, his fingertips warm and delicate, as if communicating with their unborn child. He softly asked, "Is our little one doing well? Are they causing you any trouble?" His gaze rested tenderly on her abdomen, filled with anticipation. Tsunade shook her head, smiling as she replied, "They are quite well, very obedient. Though sometimes they give me a little kick, reminding me of their presence." She patted her belly gently, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito entered from the courtyard, clad in a light red kimono, her fiery hair elegantly pinned up, exuding grace and poise. She carried a basket of freshly picked vegetables, her face adorned with a kind smile. "Starry Night, Tsunade. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Her voice was warm and deep, reflecting the care of an elder. Starry Night rose, taking Tsunade's hand with a smile. "Let us go have breakfast." Tsunade nodded, walking alongside him towards the dining room. Inside, Akane Hayu and Uchiha Mikoto were setting the table, while Uzumaki Kushina busied herself in the kitchen, the air rich with the aroma of food. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, steaming miso soup, fragrant grilled fish, soft rice, and various seasonal vegetables. Everyone gathered around, eating and chatting, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Tsunade picked up a piece of grilled fish, savoring its tender, juicy flesh with a hint of smokiness. Nodding in satisfaction, she remarked, "Mito's culinary skills have truly improved." Mito smiled in response. "I'm glad you like it. Now that you are pregnant, you must eat more nutritious food." With that, she placed another piece of fish into Tsunade's bowl. Chapter 98. Two daughters. Akane Hayu softly interjected, "I wish to learn how to cook as well, so I can prepare meals for my child." Her voice was gentle, her lavender hair cascading over her shoulders, presenting a picture of fresh elegance. Starry Night smiled encouragingly. "Hayu, you will surely master it. I can teach you." His gaze fell upon her tenderly, filled with affection. Mikoto caressed her own belly, smiling as she said, "I am also looking forward to our child's arrival. Our home will be livelier then." Her black hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, her eyes shimmering with maternal glow. Kushina thumped her chest proudly, exclaiming, "Once the children are born, I will teach them to become the strongest ninjas." Her vibrant red hair sparkled in the sunlight, her tone brimming with confidence. Starry Night observed them, a wave of warmth swelling within him. He knew that with such loving companions by his side, the days ahead would be filled with happiness and hope. In the afternoon, the Hidden Leaf Village basked in warm, gentle sunlight, a cool breeze wafting through the air. Starry Night took Tsunade, Mito, Akane Hayu, Mikoto, and Kushina for a leisurely stroll through the commercial street. The streets were lined with a plethora of shops, bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians, where the sounds of hawking and laughter intertwined, brimming with the essence of life. They first visited a store specializing in maternal and infant products, filled with an array of baby clothing, toys, and care items, a veritable cornucopia. Tsunade eagerly selected items, picking up a delicate pink dress adorned with charming floral embroidery, the fabric soft and exquisite. She smiled at Shingya and said, "What do you think of this dress, Shingya? Our daughter would look absolutely adorable in it." Her golden hair shimmered under the light, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shingya approached, scrutinizing the dress before nodding in agreement. "It's beautiful, let us purchase it." He gently caressed the fabric, envisioning their future little princess donning it, a wave of tenderness washing over him. He then selected a light blue cloak, handing it to Tsunade. "This one is lovely too. It will be perfect for winter." Mito was busily choosing a crib, comparing various styles before settling on a wooden cradle, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. She smiled, stating, "This cradle is sturdy. The baby will surely sleep comfortably in it." Her fingers gently traced the edge of the cradle, her eyes reflecting a maternal affection. Akatsuki and Mikoto were preoccupied in the toy section. Akatsuki selected a soft cloth doll with a sweet smile, softly stating, "This will be perfect for lulling a child to sleep." Mikoto chose a vibrant set of building blocks, cheerfully saying, "When the child gets a bit older, They can play with these to enhance their dexterity. They exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with dreams of the future. Kushina, intrigued by the baby care products, picked up a bottle of baby lotion, meticulously reading the instructions, murmuring, "This brand seems good. We should get some as a backup." Her red hair glimmered under the light, exuding a vibrant energy. Shingya observed their busy figures, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He walked to the checkout, voluntarily paying for their selections, cheerfully stating, "Today, it's on me. Feel free to choose whatever you like." The women cast grateful glances his way, their eyes radiating affection. Tsunade approached, gently patting his shoulder, playfully admonishing, "If you keep spoiling us like this, you might find it hard to manage the children later." Shingya laughed, replying, "Then we shall manage them together." After finishing at the maternal and infant store, they proceeded to a clothing shop. Tsunade picked out a loose-fitting maternity dress, the soft green fabric draping elegantly on her. Standing before the mirror, she turned lightly, nodding in satisfaction. Shingya approached, grinning, "You look beautiful in anything." Tsunade shot him a playful glare, though a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Mito selected a deep red kimono, adorned with golden embroidery, exuding grandeur. After trying it on, she stood before the mirror, her poise even more dignified. Akatsuki chose a light purple dress, the fabric swaying lightly, making her appear almost ethereal. Mikoto and Kushina also selected their preferred outfits, and without hesitation, Shingya paid for them, saying with a smile, "These are little rewards for you all." Next, they ventured into a dessert shop, where the air was filled with the sweet aroma of milk and frosting. Kushina ordered a bowl of red bean soup dumplings. The steaming dumplings floated in the bowl, and upon taking a spoonful, she closed her eyes in delight, exclaiming, "So delicious." Mikoto chose a matcha cake. Savoring the soft and delicate texture, her face blooming with happiness. Tsunade shared a strawberry smoothie with Shingya, the refreshing chill particularly delightful in the summer heat. She scooped a spoonful and offered it to Shingya, smiling, "You should try this too." Shingya accepted the spoon, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. One day, in the hospital of Konoha village, Shingya paced anxiously in the corridor. His steps quick and restless. His black ninja outfit was slightly unbuttoned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern. The operating room door at the end of the corridor was closed, where Tsunade and Mito were in labor. Uchiha Mikoto, with her pregnant belly, stood nearby, gently caressing her abdomen, where their child rested. She wore a loose black kimono with red flowers, her dark hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing Shingya's anxious demeanor, she softly reassured, "Shingya, don't worry. Tsunade and Mito will be just fine. Soon, we will meet our little one." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, her fingers tenderly stroking her belly, radiating maternal warmth. Shingya paused, turning to Mikoto and forcing a smile, "I know. I'm just a bit nervous." He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions, his hands instinctively clenching and relaxing. Mikoto approached, taking his hand, her fingertips warm and soft, providing him with a measure of comfort. "We are all here with you. The children will be born safely," she assured, her hair fluttering in the breeze, her eyes filled with dreams of the future. At that moment, the sound of a baby's clear cry echoed from the operating room, piercing through the corridor's silence. Shingya's heart raced, and he hurried to the door, anxiously waiting. Shortly after, the operating room door slowly opened, and Nurse Nanoyu emerged, cradling 2 tiny bundles. A few drops of sweat adorned her white coat, yet her face radiated a weary yet blissful smile. She gently handed the 2 infants to Shingya, whispering, "Congratulations, Shingya, you have 2 healthy daughters." Chapter 99. Becoming a father, Shingya took the children with utmost care, as if fearing to disturb them. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed down at their rosy little faces, their tightly shut eyes and slightly twitching mouths stirring deep emotions within him. He softly kissed their foreheads, murmuring, "Welcome, my precious ones." His voice was low and trembling, filled with joy and emotion. Mikoto approached, gently caressing the cheek of one of the babies, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "They are so adorable. I can hardly wait to hold my child." After speaking, she lightly patted her own belly, a blissful smile gracing her face. Shingya looked up at Nurse Nanoyu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Nanoyu. You've worked hard." She smiled and shook her head. "It is my duty." Tsunade and Mito were very strong, and the delivery went smoothly. You can go in to see them now. Shingya nodded and, cradling the children, entered the operating room. Tsunade and Mito lay in their beds, pale, yet wearing blissful smiles. Tsunade's golden hair spread across the pillow, the mark on her forehead still prominent, while Mito's red hair was damp with sweat, clinging to her face. Shingya approached them, gently placing the babies into their arms, whispering, "You both did wonderfully. Look at our daughters." Tsunade took the child, tears glistening in her eyes as she kissed the baby's forehead softly, saying, "My little princess. Welcome to this world." Mito embraced her child, her eyes filled with love. "Our darling, you will surely become the greatest ninja." Their voices, though weak, were imbued with tenderness. Shingya sat by the bedside, holding their hands, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for bringing such beautiful children into my life. I will take good care of both of you and them." His voice was deep and sincere, tinged with emotion. With the arrival of the two little ones, the Senju clan's ancestral home became significantly livelier. Tsunade and Mito recovered swiftly post-delivery, taking turns to care for the children and relishing the joys of motherhood. Shingya transformed into the family's devoted caretaker, busily changing diapers, feeding, and soothing the babies to sleep, finding joy in the bustle. In the living room, Tsunade gently cradles a child, softly humming a lullaby. Her golden hair cascades over her shoulders, and her face radiates maternal warmth. Shinizuka approaches with a smile, complimenting her. "Tsunade, your singing is truly enchanting." The child has settled down. Tsunade shoots him a playful glare, retorting, "You only know how to flatter," though a hint of bashfulness flickers in her eyes. In the kitchen, Mito prepares dinner, her apron tied neatly, wielding a spatula with practiced elegance. Akatsuki and Mikoto entertain the child in the living room, using soft cloth dolls to elicit laughter, the joyous sounds filling the room. Kushina sits nearby, engrossed in a ninjutsu book, occasionally glancing at the children with eager anticipation, dreaming of teaching her child the most formidable techniques once born. Her crimson hair glimmers under the light, her tone laced with excitement. Shinizuka joins her, sitting beside her with a smile. "Kushina, your child will undoubtedly be remarkable with a mother like you." Her face brightens with pride at his words. As time passes, the due dates of Mikoto, Kushina, and Akatsuki draw near, heightening their anticipation for the arrivals of their little ones. Each evening, they gather in the courtyard for a stroll, the sunset casting golden hues across the grass. Mikoto gently caresses her belly, smiling. "I can feel the baby moving. It seems quite lively." Her black hair dances in the breeze, exuding grace. Akatsuki stands nearby, her lavender locks glowing softly in the sunset, whispering, "My child is very quiet. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl." Her voice flows gently like water, filled with hope. Kushina pats her belly confidently, declaring, "My child will surely be a little warrior, destined to become Hokage." Her tone brims with self-assurance, her eyes sparkling with determination. Shinizuka stands among them, smiling. "Whether boy or girl, they are all our treasures. I will care for them well, ensuring they grow up healthy and happy." His voice is deep and warm, imbued with love. The women beam with happiness upon hearing him. Tsunade approaches, taking Shinizuka's hand, softly stating, "With you by my side, we fear nothing." Her golden hair shines in the sunset, resembling a beautiful painting. Shinizuka grasps her hand tightly, his gaze tenderly sweeping across each person, a warm tide swelling in his heart. He knows that with such loved ones surrounding him, the days ahead will be filled with happiness and hope. As night falls, Shinizuka and the women return indoors, gathering around the dinner table to enjoy a meal. The table is adorned with an array of delicacies: grilled fish, sushi, miso soup, and seasonal vegetables. The children sleep peacefully in their cribs, occasionally murmuring in their dreams. Shinizuka raises a wine glass, smiling, "To our family, and to the future of our children, cheers." The women raise their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "Cheers." The glasses clink, producing a melodious sound, symbolizing joy and reunion. After dinner, Shinizuka and Tsunade stand on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. The stars twinkle like a vibrant tapestry, reflecting on their faces. Tsunade leans against Shinizuka's shoulder, whispering, "Thank you, Shinizuka. With you, I have the courage to face it all." He wraps his arm around her waist, gently replying, "Silly, we are family. Supporting each other is only natural. You are Hokage and my wife. I will always protect you and our children." His voice is deep and resolute, his warm palm resting on her back. Tsunade looks up at him, her eyes shimmering with happiness. I believe in you, Shinizuke. No matter how many challenges lie ahead, as long as you are by my side, I am unafraid. After a pause, she adds softly, with our children, our family is complete. Shinizuke nods with a smile. Indeed. Our children are our hope and the future of Konoha. He lowers his head, gently kissing her forehead, his actions tender and reverent. Bathed in starlight, the two embrace. The distant lights of Konoha sparkling like a precious gem. Chapter 100. The arrival of Yakushi Nono and Yuhi Kurenai. The conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War ushered in a long-awaited tranquility and prosperity. As the shadows of conflict receded, the village experienced a surge of new life. The cries of newborns echoed, symbolizing the continuity of life and the rebirth of hope. In the streets, young parents push strollers, their faces radiating happiness, while vendors bustle about. Their calls mingling with children's laughter, the air fragrant with roasted sweet potatoes and freshly baked bread. The village's commercial district is more vibrant than ever, lined with shops and thronged with pedestrians. Stores selling baby items and children's toys flourish, colorful balloons and stuffed animals swaying in the breeze, captivating the children's attention. As a newly minted father, Shinizuke finds himself exceedingly busy. His home is infused with the vitality of new life, as the children of Uzumaki+Uchiha+Hyuga, Mikoto, and Akatsuki are born, astonishingly all girls. These 5 little princesses become the jewels of the Senju family, their arrival filling every corner of the ancestral home with laughter and joy. As the 4th Hokage, Tsunade, despite her busy schedule, utilizes her authority to invite Yakushi Nono and Yuhi Kurenai to the Senju residence, ostensibly to assist in caring for the children. Her true intention is to foster a deeper bond between them and Shinizuke. Tsunade is aware that her duties as Hokage often keep her away from Shinizuke, leaving her with a sense of guilt. Thus, she hopes this arrangement will provide him with more companionship. Both Yakushi Nono and Yuhi Kurenai are exceptionally talented kunoichi, fitting companions for Shinizuke. As the morning sun bathes the courtyard of the Senju residence, Shinizuke stands at the door, cradling a 1-month-old infant in his arms, gently swaying her in an attempt to lull her to sleep. The baby's cherubic face is flushed, her eyes tightly shut, tiny fists clenched, occasionally emitting soft murmurs and dreams. Shinizuke gazes down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. His black ninja attire is slightly open, the forehead protector at his waist shimmering in the sunlight, the faint scar on his forehead hinting at resilience. He softly hums a lullaby, his voice deep and warm. As the infant gradually calms in his embrace, a subtle smile playing at her lips. Uzumaki+Uchiha steps out from the house, clad in a striking red kimono, her fiery hair elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, exuding grace. She carries a cup of hot tea, approaching Shinizuke with a smile. Shinizuke, you are truly a wonderful father. Look, Sakura is sleeping so soundly. Her voice carries a note of pride, her gaze filled with love for the infant. She gently brushes a stray hair from the baby's forehead, her touch delicate as if afraid to disturb this tiny life. Shinizuke looks up at her, responding with a smile. Kushina, you are working hard too. Caring for children is no easy task. He reaches out to pat her shoulder, gratitude flickering in his eyes. His hand is warm and strong, conveying a sense of reassurance. Kushina shakes her head, exuberantly declaring, this is nothing. When she grows up, I will teach her to be the greatest ninja. Her tone brims with confidence, her eyes shimmering with determination, as if she can already envision her daughter excelling in the ninja world. Shinizuke nods, smiling. I believe in you, Kushina. You will undoubtedly succeed. His voice is deep and gentle, laced with affection. Uchiha Mikoto and Akatsuki also emerge from the house. Mikoto donned a kimono adorned with crimson flowers upon a black backdrop, her silky black tresses cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an air of gentleness and beauty. She cradled her daughter in her arms, a smile illuminating her face as she remarked, Shingya, the children are utterly adorable. I truly wish they could grow up swiftly. Her voice flowed softly like water, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She gently swayed the infant in her embrace, her movements tender and practiced, as if she were innately imbued with the radiance of motherhood. Akaniko stood nearby, her lavender locks dancing lightly in the breeze. She softly commented, indeed, time passes so swiftly. It feels like just yesterday that they were born. Her gaze fell upon the infant cradled by Mikoto, a flicker of tenderness gracing her features. She extended her hand, caressing the child's cheek with fingertips warm and soft, emanating a serene aura. As Shingya observed them, a wave of warmth surged within him. The arrival of these little lives had rendered his home more complete, and he understood that with such loved ones by his side, the days ahead would undoubtedly be filled with joy and hope. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the infant's forehead, murmuring, "My little cotton jackets, your father will always protect you." Tsunade, as the Hokage, utilized her authority to invite the skilled medical ninjas, Yakushi Nanoyu and Yuhi Kurenai, to the Senju ancestral home. Yakushi Nanoyu, a seasoned medical ninja, was renowned for her exceptional healing skills and her gentle, kind-hearted nature. She was a woman deeply respected within the village. Clad in a light blue kimono, her long hair simply styled at the back, she exuded a refreshing air of competence, her eyes forever glimmering with warmth. Yuhi Kurenai, a vibrant young kunoichi adept in Jinjutsu, possessed a lively personality that radiated joy. Her long, raven hair and bright eyes rendered her captivatingly beautiful. Dressed in a red ninja outfit, her forehead protector tied at her waist, she moved with a lightness and vitality that invigorated the atmosphere. Their arrival infused the Senju ancestral home with a new vitality. Yakushi Nanoyu, with her remarkable medical expertise, not only assisted during Tsunade and Mito's childbirth, but also provided meticulous care for the children in their daily lives. Meanwhile, Kurenai's vivacious demeanor brought abundant laughter to the household. They not only aided in caring for the children, but also forged a deep friendship with Shingya. Over time, their bond grew warmer, emotions blooming quietly and unexpectedly. Tsunade was well aware of this development. Sitting in her Hokage office on a wooden chair, she held a brush in her hand, her gaze lowered as she reviewed documents. Her golden hair was simply tied back, and the purple diamond mark on her forehead shone brilliantly in the light. Occasionally, she glanced out the window, images of Shingya with Yakushi Nanoyu and Yuhi Kurenai flashing through her mind, stirring a mix of emotions within her. She realized that her responsibilities as Hokage left her with diminishing time to accompany Shingya, yet his love for her remained unchanged. With a sigh, she murmured to herself, "That scoundrel, I must do something for him." A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. One sunny afternoon, Shingya tended to the children in the courtyard alongside Yakushi Nanoyu. She wore a light blue kimono, her long hair neatly tied back, exuding a sense of freshness and efficiency. Holding a baby bottle, she gently fed the infant in her arms, her movements delicate and practiced. The baby suckled quietly, her tiny hands occasionally flailing adorably. Shingya stood nearby, a cloth doll in hand, playfully entertaining another infant, eliciting peals of laughter. In Chapter 101, A Day with Yuhi Kurenai, Yakushi Nanoyu looked up at Shingya, smiling as she remarked, "Shingya, you truly are a considerate father. The children adore you." Her voice flowed gently, eyes sparkling with admiration. Adjusting the angle of the bottle to ensure the child was comfortable, her actions radiated professionalism and tenderness. Shingya responded with a smile, "Nanoyu, you are the true master of childcare. I have learned so much from you." His gaze lingered on her, filled with gratitude and respect. He handed the cloth doll to the infant, who grasped it tightly, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Yakushi Nanoyu shook her head gently, replying, "I am merely doing my best. Your love for the children is what truly matters." With that, she continued to feed the baby, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Sunlight illuminated her profile, tracing her gentle contours as her hair swayed softly in the breeze, resembling a tranquil painting. Yuhi Kurenai emerged from indoors, clad in her red ninja attire, her raven hair glistening in the sunlight. Carrying a platter of fruit, she approached Shingya and Yakushi Nanoyu, cheerfully announcing, "You both have worked hard. Come, enjoy some fruit." Her voice rang clear and melodious, infused with vitality. She placed the platter on a nearby stone table and offered a slice of watermelon to Shingya, her eyes twinkling with playfulness. Shingya accepted the watermelon, grinning as he said, "Thank you, Kurenai. You are always so thoughtful." Taking a bite, the sweet juice provided a refreshing respite. A hint of shyness crossed Kurenai's features as she lowered her gaze, softly replying, "No need to thank me. I also cherish the moments spent with you." She nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, a blush coloring her cheeks, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder, partially obscuring her face. As Shingya looked at her, warmth surged within him. He recognized that both Yuhi Kurenai and Yakushi Nanuyu were kind and exceptional women, and their presence enriched his life immeasurably. He reached out, gently patting Kurenai's shoulder, softly stating, "With you both around, the children and I are truly happy." His voice was deep and sincere, eyes filled with gratitude. As time passed, the interactions between Shingya, Yakushi Nanuyu, and Yuhi Kurenai grew increasingly harmonious. They tended to the children together, shared household chores, and engaged in heartfelt conversations, deepening their understanding of one another. Throughout this process, Shingya discovered that his feelings for them were subtly evolving. One evening, while walking in the courtyard under the moonlight that cast dappled shadows upon the stone path, Shingya and Yakushi Nanuyu strolled together. Clad in a white kimono, her long hair cascading gracefully, she looked enchanting. She gazed up at the starry sky, softly confiding, "Shingya, do you know? I have always thought you to be a truly special person." Her voice was gentle like water, a hint of affection flickering in her eyes. She halted, turning to face him, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Shingya paused, turning to her with a smile. "Oh? In what way am I special?" His gaze was tender as it rested upon her, curiosity swelling within. His black ninja attire shimmered subtly in the moonlight, the scar on his forehead hinting at a mature charm. Yakushi Nanuyu took a deep breath, mustering her courage to express, "Your love and sense of responsibility towards your family deeply move me. I hold great admiration for you." A blush colored her cheeks, a trace of shyness glimmering in her eyes as she lowered her gaze to her feet, her fingers unconsciously entwining. Hearing her words warmed his heart, and he reached out, gently grasping her hand, softly saying, "Nanuyu, thank you. I admire you as well. Your kindness and medical skills command my respect." His voice was low and sincere, his palm enveloping hers with warmth. He drew her closer, gazing into her eyes filled with sincerity. Yakushi Nanuyu looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Leaning gently against his shoulder, she basked in his warmth, her heart brimming with sweetness. Moonlight bathed them in its glow, casting elongated shadows as the sounds of chirping insects filled the courtyard, adding a touch of tranquility and beauty to this cherished moment. A few days later, Yuhi Kurenai busily prepared dinner in the kitchen, dressed in a striking red ninja outfit, with sleeves rolled up to her elbows revealing her fair forearms. She exuded a sense of cleanliness and efficiency. Her long, raven hair was simply tied back into a ponytail, accentuating her poised demeanor. In her hand, she skillfully wielded a kitchen knife, deftly slicing through vegetables with a graceful and lively rhythm. As Shingya entered, he smiled and said, "Hong, let me assist you." He donned an apron and picked up another knife, his movements fluid and precise, the blade glinting as it met the cutting board, rendering the vegetables into perfect uniformity. Standing beside him, Hong gazed at his profile, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. Summoning her courage, she softly declared, "Shingya, I have something to say to you." Her voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of nervousness in her eyes. She paused her task, gripping the knife handle tightly, clearly striving to steady her racing heart. Shingya set down his knife, turned to her, and smiled gently. "What is it? Please, go ahead." His gaze, warm and encouraging, settled on her as he wiped his hands and leaned against the countertop, patiently awaiting her words. Taking a deep breath, Hong mustered her courage and confessed, I like you, Shingya. During the time we've spent together, I found myself increasingly unable to be without you." A blush instantly colored her cheeks, her eyes brimming with hope and anxiety. She averted her gaze to her toes, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face. Yet the flush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. Upon hearing this, Shingya was taken aback, not expecting such a confession from her. He met her sincere gaze, feeling warmth flood his heart. Gently, he reached out to grasp her hand, softly replying, "Hong, thank you. I like you too. You are a remarkable girl." His voice was deep and tender, a flicker of emotion evident in his eyes. He pulled her hand gently, his fingertips warmly brushing her skin, imparting a sense of reassurance. Joy sparked in Hong's eyes as she tightened her grip on his hand, smiling brightly. "Really? Can we be together then?" Her tone carried an air of anticipation, hope shimmering in her gaze. She lifted her head, meeting Shingya's eyes, her dark orbs reflecting his image. Shingya nodded, smiling back, "Of course. But you must know, I already have Tsunade and the others. Do you mind?" A note of concern threaded through his voice as his gentle gaze remained fixed on her. Releasing her hand, He tucked his fingers into the pockets of his apron, awaiting her response. Xia shook her head resolutely, asserting, "I don't mind. As long as I can be with you, that is enough for me." Her voice rang clear and firm, determination flickering in her eyes. She stepped closer, resting her head against Shingya's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, her face blooming with happiness. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Shingya wrapped his arms around her, whispering, "Thank you, Hong. I will cherish you." His embrace was warm and encompassing, as Xia nestled against him, her long hair cascading over his shoulder, creating a scene of tender intimacy. Chapter 102. Daily life at the ninja school with the arrival of Yakushi Nanoyu and Xia. The Senju ancestral home blossomed into a harmonious abode. The women shared a bond akin to sisterhood, caring for the children together while exchanging joys and burdens of life. As the cornerstone of the household, Shingya dedicated himself to nurturing each individual, enveloping them in endless love and warmth. Under the peaceful sunlight, Konoha village continued to flourish, time slipping by like a gentle stream, and before long, several months had passed. Within the Senju household, life became bustling yet fulfilling with the arrival of newborns. As the father of 5 little princesses, Shingya found himself immersed in a blend of happiness and busyness. However, with the support of Yakushi Nanoyu and Xia, the family's daily tasks were significantly alleviated, allowing him more time to pursue other interests and responsibilities. Morning sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, casting warm rays onto the wooden floor of the Senju ancestral home. Shingya gently rose, careful not to disturb Tsunade, who slept beside him. He donned a black ninja outfit, securing his forehead protector around his waist, the faint scar on his forehead subtly visible in the morning light, hinting at his resilience born from the battlefield. Approaching the nursery, he peered through the crack of the door, witnessing Yakushi Nanoyu tenderly lulling the child to sleep. Clad in a light blue kimono, her hair neatly tied back, her eyes radiated affection, her movements gentle and practiced, embodying a natural tranquility. Shingya smiled softly, grateful for her efforts, and quietly retreated. In the kitchen, Xia busily prepared breakfast. Clad in her red ninja attire, her raven hair pulled back into a ponytail, she moved with agility and grace. Holding a knife, she cut through fresh vegetables, the crisp sound resonating on the cutting board. Occasionally, she glanced up to meet Shingya's gaze, a shy smile flickering in her eyes. Shingya approached and lightly patted her shoulder, murmuring, "Hong, thank you. With you and Nanoyu, I can focus on other matters." His voice was deep and warm, the heat from his palm transferring through the fabric to her shoulder. A blush crept across Xia cheeks as she softly replied, "No need to thank me, Shingya. I'm happy to help you." Her voice was bright and gentle, infused with youthful vitality. After breakfast, Shingya sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing over the panoramic view of Konoha village. Sunlight bathed the rooftops, casting a golden hue. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of peace, a wave of long-lost relaxation washing over him. Since the addition of Yakushi Nanoyu and Xia to the family, his burdens had lightened considerably, prompting the thought of returning to the ninja school to teach. He aspired to contribute to Konoha's future by educating the next generation of ninjas, while also seizing the opportunity to grasp the village's new dynamics, particularly regarding the Uchiha clan. Days later, Shingya packed his belongings and set off towards the ninja school. A gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill as the school's gates stood wide open. Children frolicking on the playground, their laughter ringing melodiously. Entering the classroom, he stood at the podium, surveying the eager faces of the students below. These youthful visages brimmed with dreams and aspirations, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Dressed in his black ninja attire, with a forehead protector secured at his waist, he exuded a calm confidence. Clearing his throat, he commenced the day's lesson. Among the students, a particular boy caught his attention. Clad in the traditional garb of the Uchiha clan, adorned with the fan emblem on his chest. His neatly groomed black hair and handsome, yet somewhat ordinary features starkly contrasted with the striking and profound visage of the original Itachi Uchiha. Shingya realized this was the new Itachi, the child of Uchiha Fugaku and another Uchiha woman. Despite sharing a name, his appearance and demeanor were entirely different from the Itachi in the original narrative due to his mother's influence. His complexion appeared slightly pale, and although his features were well-defined, they lacked the stunning allure that characterized his predecessor, evidently inheriting his mother's more commonplace looks. Shingya stepped down from the podium. Approaching the boy's desk with a smile, "You must be Uchiha Itachi, right? I've heard you possess a remarkable talent for ninjutsu." His tone was gentle and inviting, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He observed the boy closely, noticing the steadfastness and composure in his gaze, though it lacked the depth and melancholy of the original Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked up, responding politely, "Yes, teacher. I have been diligently studying, hoping to contribute to my family and village." His voice was clear and strong, resonating with a sense of maturity beyond his years. He lowered his head slightly, hands resting on his knees, exuding an air of respect. Shingya nodded thoughtfully, inwardly reflecting. Although Itachi possesses a rather unremarkable appearance, his demeanor is composed, suggesting he may evolve into an exceptional ninja in the future. He patted Itachi on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "Continue to strive, and you shall become a distinguished ninja." With that, he turned and returned to the podium to resume his lesson. His movements were graceful and natural. The black ninja attire swayed gently as he walked, while the forehead protector at his waist reflected the classroom's light, embodying both the authority and gentleness of a mentor. After class, Shingya stood alone on the school's rooftop, gazing down upon the entirety of Konoha. Sunlight bathed the village rooftops, and the streets bustled with life, the distant shouts of vendors faintly reaching his ears. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and savored the essence of peace. The visage of Mikoto surfaced in his mind, her gentle smile and resolute gaze filling him with gratitude. He silently rejoiced in having rescued Mikoto from her destined fate, allowing her to become his wife and the mother of his children. Had it not been for his intervention, Mikoto would have been wedded to Uchiha Fugaku, giving birth to Itachi and Sasuke, steering fate down an entirely different path. Now, however, Mikoto was his wife, the matriarch of the Uchiha clan, fostering amicable relations with the village, free from the shadows of rebellion. Chapter 103. Uchiha Weasel Shingya opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon the distant Hokage rock, where Tsunade's visage was engraved, symbolizing the village's leadership. He understood that with Tsunade at the helm, Konoha would flourish, and Mikoto's presence fortified the bond between the Uchiha clan and the village. A smile graced his lips as he mused. "Thankfully, I secured Mikoto early on, otherwise, today as Uchiha Itachi would not be as he is." Days later, Shingya was at the training grounds, guiding his students in the practice of ninjutsu. Sunlight illuminated the field, and dust rose with the children's footsteps. Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, attentively observing the movements of his classmates. Adorned in black ninja attire embroidered with the Uchiha crest, he wielded a kunai with focused determination. Shingya approached, smiling. "Itachi, why not give it a try?" He handed Itachi a kunai, encouraging, "Showcase your prowess." Taking the kunai, Itachi inhaled deeply, centering his focus. He swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers dancing in the air as he unleashed a fire technique. Flames arced through the air in a vivid crimson line, striking the target with a resounding thud. The surrounding classmates gasped in awe and burst into applause. Shingya nodded in approval. "Excellent. Your mastery of fire techniques is commendable." His gaze softened as it fell upon Itachi, internally acknowledging, though his appearance may not match the original Itachi, his skills are undeniably impressive. Itachi set down the kunai and respectfully bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, sensei." A shy smile graced his face, and a flicker of confidence shone in his eyes. He turned back to the group, continuing to observe his peers' practice, exuding an air of steadiness and humility. Shingya watched his retreating figure, a swell of satisfaction rising within him. He paid little mind to this new Uchiha Itachi, for Konoha now thrived under Tsunade's leadership. Though Tsunade was a descendant of the Senju clan, her sisterhood with Mikoto and her role as the Uchiha clan leader fostered a remarkably amicable relationship with the Uchiha clan. The harmony between the village and the Uchiha had never been so profound, and the specter of rebellion had long since dissipated. With his hands in his pockets, Shingya departed the training grounds, reassuring himself, "With Tsunade and Mikoto here, the Uchiha clan will face no troubles. I need only to focus on my own duties." After school, Shingya returned to the Senju ancestral home. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the laughter of children and the cheerful chatter of women. Entering the living room, he found Tsunade seated on the sofa, cradling an infant girl and gently rocking her. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face radiating maternal warmth. Yakushi Nono and Yuhi Kurenai assisted in caring for the other children, their movements tender and practiced. Shingya approached and softly kissed Tsunade's forehead, murmuring, "How was your day at school?" His voice was low and gentle, filled with concern. Tsunade looked up at him, smiling. "It was fine, just a bit tiring." "And you, how does teaching feel?" Her voice was soft and warm, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes as she adjusted the infant's position for greater comfort. Shingya settled beside her, smiling. "Quite well. The children are all very diligent. Especially Uchiha Itachi, though his looks are humble, his talent is noteworthy." He extended his hand to gently caress the infant's cheek, his gaze brimming with affection. Tsunade nodded. "The Uchiha clan's relationship with the village is excellent now. You need not worry." She paused, adding softly, "Thanks to Mikoto, she is an outstanding clan leader." A touch of pride colored her tone, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Shingya took her hand, speaking softly. "Indeed, with you both here, Konoha shall surely prosper." His voice was deep and resolute, filled with confidence. He surveyed the bustling women and the adorable children, his heart overflowing with happiness and contentment. In this era of peace, he was willing to contribute to the future of Konoha in his own way. Under the peaceful sunlight, the village of Konoha quietly bore the marks of time. And in the blink of an eye, several years flowed by like a gentle stream. The ninja world appeared unusually tranquil on the surface, with villagers immersed in the prosperity of post-war reconstruction. The streets echoed with the lively calls of vendors, while children played and chased each other through alleyways, their laughter mingling with the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, forming a vibrant tapestry of life. Yet, for a high-ranking ninja like Shingya, this peace was merely a facade to ordinary eyes. Through Tsunade, he learned that the distant Kirigakure was shrouded in darkness. In the early morning, the Senju ancestral home was enveloped in a soft halo of light. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows into the living room, casting dappled shadows. Shingya sat on the tatami mat, holding a cup of hot tea, the rising steam blurring his vision. His black ninja attire hung slightly open, revealing a robust chest. The forehead protector at his waist reflected a faint glimmer in the morning light, and the shallow scar on his forehead spoke of resilience and composure. He gazed out the window, watching the children running in the yard, Tsunade, Mito, Kushina, Mikoto, and the daughters they had born for him, now blossoming into vivacious young girls. Tsunade returned from the Hokage's office, pushing the door open. Draped in the Hokage cloak, the red and white fabric swayed gently with her steps, her golden hair cascading behind her. The purple diamond mark on her forehead sparkled under the sunlight. Clutching a scroll of intelligence, her brow furrowed. She clearly bore a heavy burden. She approached Shingya, placing the scroll on the table, and sighed. "The situation in Kirigakure is worsening." Shingya set down his teacup and turned to her, his gaze deep and tranquil. "What is the matter?" Tsunade sat beside him, her tone grave. "They are implementing an exceedingly cruel method of training ninjas, known as the blood mist. Children are forced to kill each other during their graduation exams. Only those who survive can become ninjas." Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the scroll, her eyes flashing with anger and compassion. Shingya's brow furrowed slightly as he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, murmuring, "This sounds like the handiwork of Uchiha Obito. Ever since he fell into darkness, he has been wreaking havoc in the ninja world." His voice was calm and cool, exuding an air of composed insight. Tsunade nodded, massaging her temples. "I share the same suspicion. However, we lack conclusive evidence, and regarding the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village, it is not our place to intervene." She gazed up at the starry night, a hint of concern reflected in her eyes. Rising to his feet, Shingya approached the window, his gaze sweeping across the distant village. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his tone remained calm, yet resolute. "The Hidden Mist Village has its own path to tread, and our foremost duty in Konoha is to safeguard our peace. Although Obito is treacherous, the Nine Tails is securely sealed within Mito, and he cannot stir up any significant turmoil." Chapter 104. Senju Naruto. Tsunade stood up and moved beside him, leaning against his shoulder, whispering, "I hope so. Yet, we must remain vigilant." Her voice carried a trace of fatigue, her golden hair brushing against Shingya's cheek, exuding a subtle fragrance. Shingya turned to her, gently grasping her hand, his fingertips warm and firm. "Do not worry, Tsunade. With you here, Konoha will be safe." His voice was deep and tender, a glimmer of affection sparkling in his eyes. He leaned down, planting a soft kiss on her forehead, causing Tsunade's cheeks to flush slightly, while her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Shingya returned home. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the joyful laughter of children and the cheerful chatter of women. In the living room, Mito sat on the sofa, cradling her daughter, Rinne-Uzumaki, gently rocking her. Her red hair was damp with sweat, clinging to her face, her eyes brimming with affection. Kushina chased after her daughter, Hinata, her red hair glistening in the sunlight, her laughter bright and melodious. Mikoto sat by the window, holding a book. Yet her gaze was fixed on her daughter, Uchiha, her eyes filled with tender pride. In the courtyard, Amber was playing with her daughter, Hoshi, her light purple hair dancing in the breeze, her face radiating a serene smile. Shingya approached, crouched down, and lifted Hinata into his arms, planting a kiss on her rosy cheeks. "Little Hinata, are you causing trouble for your mother again?" His voice was deep and gentle, filled with affection. Hinata giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully declaring, "Daddy, I want to fly high." Shingya chuckled as he lifted her above his head, her laughter ringing sweetly throughout the room. Tsunade came over, smiling. "Look at you, you've spoiled them all." With her hands on her hips, her golden hair glimmering under the light, her tone carried a hint of reproach. Shingya set Hinata down and moved beside Tsunade, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, murmuring, "They are our treasures. What's wrong with indulging them a little?" His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Tsunade's cheeks to flush a vibrant red. Meanwhile, under the matchmaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze married a woman from the Senju clan, and they welcomed a son, naming him Senju Naruto. This golden-haired, blue-eyed boy, now 6 years old, inherited Minato's lively spirit, frequently causing mischief throughout the village. Occasionally encountering him on the streets, Shingya couldn't help but reflect, although this Naruto bears a different name from the original story, his indomitable spirit remains unchanged. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, Shingya witnesses the growth of Konoha's new generation daily. On the school playground, children frolic under the sun, dust rising with their every step. Standing at the podium, clad in a black ninja uniform, his forehead protector glinting in the light, he surveyed the eager faces of his students. Each one radiated vitality, their eyes shimmering with hope for the future. Among them, a few children stood out. Senju Naruto, golden-haired and blue-eyed, lively and exuberant, often played the class clown, eliciting hearty laughter from his peers. Uchiha Sasuke, with his black hair and eyes, was quiet yet exceptionally gifted, consistently ranking at the top during ninjutsu practice. Hyuga Hinata, with her blue hair and purple eyes, was shy and reserved, yet exhibited remarkable potential in gentle fist training. One day, Shingya guided his students in practice at the training ground. The sun bathed the area in warmth, a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. Naruto stood before the target, hand gripping a shuriken, striking an exaggerated pose, yet consistently missing the mark. Scratching his head, his tousled golden hair sticking up, he awkwardly smiled and approached Shingya, pleading, "Teacher Shingya, why can't I ever throw it right? Please teach me." Shingya crouched down, patiently taking Naruto's small hand. Adjusting his posture, "Naruto, relax your wrist, keep your eyes on the target, and apply even force." His voice was low and gentle, his warm palm enveloping Naruto's hand. The motions tender yet firm. Naruto listened intently, a flicker of determination shining in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he threw again. This time the shuriken grazed the edge of the target. He jumped in joy, hugging Shingya's leg, exclaiming, "Teacher, I did it." Shingya smiled and ruffled his hair, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "Well done, Naruto. Keep up the hard work, and you will grow stronger." His palm gently patted Naruto's back, the golden hair glistening under the sunlight, his lively demeanor bringing a smile to many. Not far away, Sasuke practiced shuriken throwing alone. His expression was serious, hands gripping the shuriken, movements crisp and precise. One shuriken flew forth, striking true to the center, producing a sharp sound upon impact. Shingya approached, nodding in approval. "Sasuke, your accuracy is impressive, keep it up." His tone was calm yet authoritative, his gaze softening as it landed on Sasuke. Sasuke turned, his black hair slightly obscuring his forehead, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "Thank you, teacher, I will strive to improve." His voice was low and determined, infused with an unwavering spirit. He bent to retrieve another shuriken, his fingers deftly spinning it as he prepared for the next throw. Hinata practiced gentle fist techniques nearby, her movements graceful yet somewhat hesitant. Her blue hair fluttered in the breeze, her purple eyes cast downward, revealing a hint of unease. Shingya approached, crouched beside her, gently encouraging. Hinata, your movements are quite standard. But you need to be more confident. Believe in your strength. He extended his hand, softly grasping hers, guiding her through a proper gentle fist movement. His fingertips were warm and steady, imparting a measure of courage. Hinata's cheeks flushed with color as she softly replied, "Thank you, teacher, I will do my best." Taking a deep breath, she assumed her stance once more, her palm strike noticeably more forceful this time. Shingya smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Excellent, Hinata. You possess great potential." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shingya stood atop Hokage Rock, overlooking the entirety of Konoha village. The lights within the village gradually flickered to life, resembling a multitude of sparkling stars embedded in the night sky. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring the essence of peace. Images of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata floated through his mind, their growth embodying the hope for Konoha's future. He understood that while the ninja world appeared tranquil on the surface, the unrest in the hidden mist village and Obito's conspiracies loomed in the shadows. However, as long as the Nine Tails remained securely sealed within Mito, Konoha would face no threat. Turning away, he descended from Hokage Rock with purposeful strides. Intent on returning home to his family while continuing to teach at the Ninja Academy, witnessing the dawn of this new era. Chapter 105. Little Glutton Hinata upon returning home. Tsunade was seated in the living room, cradling their daughter Sakura while softly humming a lullaby. Shingya approached and sat beside her, softly remarking, "I taught Naruto and the others today. The children are quite talented." His voice was deep and warm, a flicker of contentment flashing in his eyes. Tsunade looked up at him, smiling. "Of course, with you here, they are destined to become outstanding ninjas." Her golden hair shimmered under the light, imbued with a hint of pride in her tone. In the peaceful embrace of sunlight, the streets of Konoha bustled with vendors calling out. The fragrant aroma of roasted sweet potatoes intertwined with the laughter of children, creating a heartwarming tableau. Standing on the podium of the ninja school, Shingya donned a black ninja outfit, his forehead adorned with a headband, and a faint scar on his brow glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an air of composure and authority. His long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the students below, the 12 strong of Konoha. On the playground of the ninja school that morning, dust danced in the air as students practiced ninjutsu and taijutsu under Shingya's guidance. He stood at the sidelines, hands in his pockets, his demeanor calm and focused. Naruto bounced over, a shuriken in hand, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Teacher Shingya, I must hit the target today." His golden hair sparkled in the sunlight, and his blue eyes brimmed with anticipation. Shingya smiled faintly, approached him to adjust his stance, warmly grasping Naruto's small hand, and softly advised, "Relax your shoulders, aim, then strike." Naruto nodded, took a deep breath, and launched the shuriken, though it veered slightly off course. It showed considerable improvement from yesterday. Overjoyed, he leaped up and hugged Shingya's leg, exclaiming, "Teacher, I'm impressive, right?" Shingya chuckled, ruffling his hair. "Indeed, keep up the effort." His voice was deep and gentle, with a glimmer of encouragement in his eyes. Turning around, he noticed Sasuke standing a short distance away, his shuriken hitting the target with precision, the motion clean and decisive. Shingya approached him, nodding in acknowledgement. "Sasuke, your aim is exceptional." Sasuke looked up, his black hair partially obscuring his forehead, a flicker of pride in his eyes as he replied, "Thank you, teacher." His tone was steady, emanating a maturity beyond his years. Amidst this lively group of students, Hyuga stood out remarkably. Clad in a pale purple kimono, her blue hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and her purple eyes reflected both shyness and determination. She practiced gentle fist techniques nearby, her movements light and graceful, yet her strikes lacked power, revealing a tinge of insecurity. Shingya approached her, crouched down, and spoke softly, "Hinata, your form is commendable, but trust in your strength." He gently took her small hand, guiding her through a proper gentle fist technique, his fingertips warmly brushing against her skin, imparting a reassuring energy. Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she whispered, "Thank you, teacher, I will do my best." Taking a deep breath, she resumed her stance, and this time her strikes exhibited a newfound strength. Shingya nodded approvingly, recognizing her immense potential, albeit hindered by a lack of confidence. Under Shingya's attentive care, Hinata had never been bullied, and her personality had blossomed beyond what was depicted in the original narrative. No longer was she the timid girl who always kept her head down. She was gradually revealing a more vibrant side. Shingya's bond with her deepened, thanks in part to his habit of taking her out to enjoy meals, gradually uncovering her preferences and thoughts. After school, he led Hinata to the bustling commercial street of Konoha. Shops lined the streets, and pedestrians flowed like a river. The air was rich with the scents of milk and icing. They entered a dessert shop, where counters overflowed with an array of colorful treats, tantalizing to the senses. Holding Hinata's small hand, Shingya navigated through the crowd to a seat by the window. With a smile, he asked, "What would you like to eat? Today it's my treat." His voice was low and gentle, filled with affection. Hinata looked up at him, surprise flickering in her eyes as she softly replied, "Really? Then I would like to have papaya milk." Her voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she gazed down at her toes. Seemingly bashful, Shingya nodded, approached the counter, and ordered 2 bowls of papaya milk. Moments later, the server brought over 2 steaming bowls, the fragrant papaya mingling with the rich milk, igniting one's appetite. Shingya handed a bowl to Hinata, smiling, "Enjoy it before it cools down." He took a spoonful for himself, savoring the sweet yet not overly rich flavor, nodding in satisfaction. Hinata cautiously scooped a spoonful and tasted it, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Delicious!" she exclaimed, joy radiating from her as she savored each bite, her face alight with happiness. Watching her, a warmth surged within Shingya. However, as time passed, he was taken aback by Hinata's astonishing appetite. She finished 1 bowl and looked up at him, softly stating, "Teacher, I want more." A hint of shyness crossed her features, yet her desire for more food was evident. Shingya chuckled and ordered 2 more bowls, marveling at her voracious consumption and thinking, "This child truly has an impressive appetite." When Hinata reached her 5th bowl, Shingya couldn't help but inquire, "Hinata, can you still eat?" Hinata blushed, nodding, her voice barely audible, "I can." It seemed she feared reprimand. Shingya did not deter her. Instead, he continued to place orders, watching her devour each bowl. Ultimately, Hinata consumed a staggering 20 bowls of papaya milk, the table littered with empty bowls. She patted her slightly rounded belly, her cheeks aflame as she dared not meet Shingya's gaze. With a twinkle of humor in his eyes, Shingya asked, "Are you full?" His tone was light and gentle. Hinata looked up, her face flushed, murmuring, "I'm full." Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with shyness. She spoke the truth. She remembered the first time she had lied, how Shingya had seen through her ruse and insisted she eat more, leaving her belly pleasantly distended. Since then, she had never dared to lie in front of him again. Shingya reached out, tenderly tousling her hair, softly saying, "As long as you're full, let us go for a walk." His palm was warm and broad, and as Hinata looked up, gratitude shone in her eyes as she obediently followed behind him. Chapter 106. Taking Hinata as a disciple walking home. Shingya recalled the words of his predecessor regarding Hinata's Byakugan being the purest. However, he pondered why the later Hinata lacked strength, appearing somewhat frail. He glanced down at the bouncy Hinata beside him, silently analyzing, if her Byakugan is so pure, why hasn't her strength reached its rightful height? Could it be due to malnutrition in her childhood, leading to physical weakness and insufficient chakra? With this thought, he halted, turned to Hinata, and gently asked, "Hinata, do you eat enough at home?" His gaze was soft and caring, imbued with warmth. Hinata paused, looking down at her feet, and quietly confessed, "My family has strict rules regarding meals. We must eat on time and in moderation, no excess." Her voice was faint, tinged with a sense of grievance as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. Hearing this, Shingya's heart tightened. He crouched down to her eye level, extending his hand to gently stroke her hair, reassuringly stating, "Hinata, from now on, follow me, and I will ensure you have enough to eat." His voice was low and resolute, with a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. Hinata lifted her gaze, tears shimmering in her eyes as she tightly embraced his arm. Choking out, "Teacher, thank you." Her small hand clutched his sleeve, tears pooling in her eyes. Shingya gently patted her back, softly saying, "Silly child, no need for thanks. I will always be by your side." His embrace was warm and encompassing, providing Hinata with an endless sense of security. He rose to his feet, taking her hand in his, silently vowing to speak with Hinata's father, Hyuga. Things could not continue this way. A few days later, Seiya brought Hinata to the Hyuga estate. Adorned in a formal black kimono with a deep blue obi cinched at his waist, his hair neatly tied back. He exuded an air of solemnity and authority. Hinata followed closely behind, carrying a small bundle containing her belongings and a few trinkets. She cast her gaze downward, her blue locks partially obscuring her face, betraying a hint of nervousness. At the entrance, 2 guards, upon spotting Seiya, immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Lord Seiya, please enter." He nodded, leading Hinata into the estate. The architecture of the Hyuga residence was quaint and elegant, with the courtyard lushly adorned with flowers, the air fragrant with their subtle perfume. Upon reaching the living room, they found Hyuga already awaiting them. Clad in a white kimono, his black hair neatly tied back, he wore a serious expression. Rising to greet Seiya, he smiled and said, "Master Seiya, welcome." His voice was deep and resonant, embodying the gravitas of a family leader. Seiya returned the smile and bowed. "Hyuga, it has been a while." He released Hinata's hand, gesturing for her to take a seat beside him. She obediently settled into a chair, her hands resting on her lap, her head bowed in shyness. A servant brought in tea, and after exchanging pleasantries, Seiya turned to the matter at hand. "Hyuga, I have come today to discuss an important matter." His voice was calm and resolute, his gaze fixed on Hyuga. Setting down his teacup, Hyuga replied with a smile, "Please. Go ahead, Master Seiya." A spark of curiosity flickered in his eyes as his fingers lightly tapped the table, seemingly pondering Seiya's intent. Taking a deep breath, Seiya candidly stated, "I wish to take Hinata as my apprentice and personally guide her training." His tone conveyed sincerity and seriousness, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He paused before adding, "Hinata possesses great potential, but she requires more care and guidance. I intend to bring her to the Senju clan's territory to live with me and nurture her properly." Hyuga appeared momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of excitement. "Master Seiya, you would take Hinata as your apprentice? It is truly an honor for her." His voice carried a note of exhilaration, and gratitude flickered in his eyes. Turning to Hinata, he spoke gently, "Hinata, what do you think?" Hinata raised her head. Her cheeks flushed, and softly replied, I am willing." Her voice was faint, yet a spark of determination shone in her eyes. Stealing a glance at Seiya, who was smiling at her, warmth surged within her. Hyuga nodded, a smile illuminating his face. "In that case, I have no objections. Master Seiya, you are my mentor, and I trust you to take care of Hinata." His tone expressed a hint of emotion, filled with trust. Rising, he bowed deeply to Seiya, saying, "I leave her in your capable hands." Seiya quickly stood to return the bow, smiling as he assured, "Hyuga, rest assured, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to guiding Hinata." His voice was deep and warm, embodying the essence of a true mentor. He reached out, gently patting Hinata's head, his eyes brimming with affection. After concluding their discussion, Seiya departed the Hyuga estate with Hinata, preparing for her move to the Senju clan's territory to live with him. Hinata, carrying her small bundle, walked beside Seiya, glancing up at him with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. "Teacher, can I really live with you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with apprehension. Seiya halted, crouching down to grasp her small hand, speaking softly, "Of course, Hinata. From today onward, you are my apprentice." His gaze was gentle yet resolute, bestowing upon her boundless courage. Tears glistened in Hinata's eyes as she tightly embraced Seiya, choking back her emotions. "Teacher, thank you." Her tears dampened his clothing, and Seiya gently patted her back, murmuring, "Silly girl, no need for thanks. Come, let us head home." Upon returning to the Senju territory, Seiya prepared a cozy room for Hinata. The room featured a soft bed, a small desk, and several charming paintings adorning the walls. As Hinata entered, her eyes sparkled with delight, and turning to Seiya, she smiled, "Teacher, it's so beautiful here." Her voice was bright and melodious, resonating with happiness. Seiya chuckled, "I'm glad you like it. This will be your home from now on." He reached out, gently stroking her head, his eyes filled with affection. He understood that from this moment forth, he bore the responsibility of nurturing Hinata, ensuring her healthy growth and unlocking her true potential. In the days that followed, Seiya began to care for Hinata with great attention. He prepared sumptuous meals for her daily, ensuring she received ample nutrition. At breakfast, steaming miso soup, fragrant grilled fish, and fluffy rice lay before her, and Hinata savored every bite, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Seiya sat nearby, watching her eat heartily, chuckling, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." His voice was deep and gentle, a cup of tea in hand, his gaze tenderly resting on her. In the training grounds, Seiya personally instructed Hinata in the use of gentle fist techniques and the Byakugan. He patiently corrected her every movement, guiding her hand in hand on how to gather chakra and exert force. As Chapter 107 unfolds, the plot thickens with the looming threat of the Cloud Village. Under Seiya's tutelage, Hinata gradually grew more confident and cheerful, her abilities advancing rapidly. Her palm strikes grew increasingly powerful, and her mastery of the Byakugan became more adept. Observing her progress filled Seiya's heart with joy. As night fell, Seiya and Hinata sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the star-studded sky. The stars twinkled like a vibrant tapestry, reflecting upon their faces. Leaning against Seiya's shoulder, Hinata softly expressed, "Teacher, thank you. I will strive to become an excellent ninja, so as not to disappoint you." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, her eyes shimmering with determination. Seiya smiled, grasping her hand and softly assuring, "I believe in you, Hinata. You can certainly achieve it." His voice was deep and warm, embodying the essence of a mentor. He lifted his gaze to the starry sky, silently praying, wishing for this era of peace to endure, allowing children to grow up healthy and happy. In the early morning, beneath a cherry blossom tree in the Senju courtyard, Seiya stood clad in a black ninja uniform, his forehead protector tied at his waist, the faint scar on his forehead glimmering in the morning light. A testament to his resilience from the battlefield. His long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, his gaze deep and steady as he looked towards the Hokage rock. Yet a flicker of unease stirred within him. Through his wife, Tsunade, he had learned of significant news. The Cloud Village, which had fiercely resisted during the Third Great Ninja War, had finally announced its surrender and decided to sign a peace treaty with the Leaf Village. This should have marked a new dawn of peace in the ninja world. However, Seiya found it difficult to fully set his mind at ease. He lowered his head in contemplation, images from the original story flooding his mind. The Cloud Village had concealed a plot during the signing of the peace treaty, sending agents to infiltrate the Leaf Village with the intent of abducting Hinata to steal the secrets of the Byakugan. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Now that Hinata resides in the Senju territory as my apprentice, under my personal protection, if the Cloud Village dares to lay a hand on her, they are truly courting disaster. Yet, he understood that with Hinata no longer in the Hyuga household, the Cloud Village might very well shift its focus. He furrowed his brow, silently pondering, if not Hinata, who would they target instead? The Uchiha clan? Or perhaps another family possessing a bloodline limit? Regardless, he resolved to abandon passive waiting and take the initiative, seeking to eliminate any potential threats in their infancy. Days later, the delegation from the Cloud Village arrived in the Leaf Village as scheduled. The signing ceremony for the peace treaty took place within the Hokage's office. The spacious chamber is adorned with a solemn decor, featuring portraits of the Hokage from various eras. Shelves brimming with scrolls and books line the walls, while a faint scent of ink lingers in the air. On either side of the long table, representatives from the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Cloud Village sit facing each other, the atmosphere thick with gravity and tension. Tsunade occupies the seat of honor. Draped in the Hokage robes, the red and white fabric cascading down the sides of her chair, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, and the purple diamond mark on her forehead glistening under the light. Grasping a brush in her hand, her gaze is calm yet authoritative, surveying each individual present. Leading the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village is the formidable Rakage, a robust figure with dark skin and pronounced muscles, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Behind him stand several stern-faced cloud shinobi, their eyes occasionally flashing with vigilance. Standing alongside Tsunade is Shingya, his hands tucked into his pockets, his posture erect. His black ninja attire appears understated yet composed under the illumination, with the forehead protector at his waist reflecting a faint glimmer. His calm gaze sweeps over the cloud representatives, keenly noting how some of the shinobi's eyes drift towards the window, seemingly assessing the village's layout and lingering on certain areas. A sense of alertness rises within him. Indeed, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Clearing her throat, Tsunade's voice resonates powerfully and resolutely. ladies and gentlemen. We gather here today for the sake of peace between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud villages. The Third Shinobi World War has concluded, and we have all paid a heavy price. I hope this treaty will mark the beginning of friendship between our two factions. Her words convey sincerity and anticipation. Her gaze locked onto Kazekage with an undeniable authority. Kazekage nods, responding in a deep, resonant tone. The Hidden Cloud Village also aspires to establish enduring peace with the Hidden Leaf. We are prepared to uphold this treaty and collaboratively maintain stability within the shinobi world. His voice, imbued with strength and grandeur, seems to declare his sincerity. With signatures affixed to the treaty, the ink barely dry, the commitment to peace is officially enacted. As the ceremony concludes, the Leaf shinobi exhale in relief, their faces breaking into expressions of contentment. However, Shingya's expression remains steely. He understands that behind this peace may lurk a far greater conspiracy. As night falls, the Hidden Leaf village drapes itself in silence. Thick clouds obscure the moonlight, the stars dim, enveloping the entire village in an eerie darkness. Clad in a black stealth outfit, with a cloth obscuring his face except for his piercing eyes, Shingya resembles a phantom of the night. He silently leaps onto the rooftops, tracking the movements of the Cloud Shinobi. Never one to passively await trouble, he resolves to take the initiative, having sensed their unusual activity. Through the observations made during the day, he has already identified several suspicious figures. In the nocturnal dimness, a few Cloud Shinobi stealthily depart from their hotel, avoiding the gaze of Leaf sentinels, creeping deeper into the village. Their movements are agile and cautious, their steps virtually soundless, revealing their elite training. Shingya follows closely, gliding through the shadows like a wraith, his footsteps silent, his breathing steady and controlled. His chakra flows quietly within him, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Navigating through several winding alleys, he trails them to a familiar area, the Uchiha clan's territory. Shingya's pupils constrict sharply, a surge of fury igniting within him, his fists clenching involuntarily, the knuckles cracking softly. The architecture of the Uchiha territory is ancient and elegant, flanked by cherry blossom trees whose petals drift gently in the night breeze, resembling a delicate pink snowfall. Most residents have succumbed to slumber, with only a handful of patrolling shinobi occasionally passing by, the flickering torchlight casting shadows in the dark. The Cloud Shinobi cautiously delve deeper, evidently having devised a plan. Shingya conceals himself behind a cherry blossom tree, his gaze sharp as a blade, keenly observing their movements. He catches sight of the leader among the Cloud Shinobi, who holds a map, whispering to his companions. According to the intelligence, Uchiha Mikoto's residence lies just ahead. She is the clan leader. Capturing her will compel us to unveil the secrets of the Uchiha clan, particularly the power of the Sharingan. His voice drips with coldness and malice, the map trembling slightly in the flickering torchlight. The other shinobi nod in agreement, weapons clutched tightly in hand, their eyes glinting with greed and excitement. One of them murmurs, "I've heard Mikoto is strong. We must act swiftly." His voice raspy, the kunai in his grip reflecting a cold sheen. Hearing this, Shingya's rage intensifies. Mikoto is his wife, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and one of his most cherished family members. The audacity of the Hidden Cloud village to target her crosses a line he cannot tolerate. He inhales deeply, suppressing his fury, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "If you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless." As the Cloud Shinobi prepare to approach Mikoto's residence, Shingya strikes decisively. He emerges from the shadows, his figure materializing before them like a specter. His black attire billows slightly in the night breeze, and beneath the mask, only his cold, piercing eyes are visible, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if the Grim Reaper has arrived. The Cloud Shinobi are taken aback, instinctively retreating a step as they swiftly adopt battle stances, their weapons gleaming ominously in the darkness. The leader squints, a mocking smirk curling his lips, brandishing a sharp kunai. Taunting, "I never expected someone from the Hidden Leaf would dare to obstruct us. Who are you?" A glint of menace flickers in his gaze, his body slightly leaning forward, muscles taut, legs slightly bent, clearly a seasoned warrior. His dark skin bears a long scar, radiating a fierce aura. Shingya remains silent. His very silence serves as a form of intimidation. He slowly raises his hand, fingers weaving through signs, murmuring, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In a puff of smoke, 3 identical figures appear beside him, each exuding the same murderous intent, their gazes as frigid as ice. The Cloud Shinobi's expressions shift, but they quickly regain their composure. Preparing for combat, the battle is poised to erupt. Shingya's real self and his clones surge toward the adversaries, their movements swift as the wind. His form flickers in the darkness like a ghost, kunai slicing through the air, engaging the Cloud Shinobi in fierce close-quarter combat. Amidst the flashing blades, he navigates through his foes with agility, each strike precise and lethal. His motions are fluid and graceful, akin to a meticulously choreographed dance, yet imbued with devastating potency. The night breeze carries cherry blossom petals swirling through the air, intertwining with the glinting blades to compose a hauntingly beautiful tableau. One Cloud Shinobi attempts to retaliate with ninjutsu, rapidly forming hand seals and exclaiming, "Lightning release! Lightning wave!" A blinding bolt of lightning shoots forth, crackling toward Shingya. The lightning cleaves through the night sky, illuminating his stoic visage. Anticipating the strike, Shingya swiftly sidesteps, his movements as nimble as a cat, simultaneously forming seals and declaring, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" A scorching fireball erupts from his mouth, colliding violently with the lightning, producing a thunderous explosion. Flames surge skyward, casting a glow upon his resolute face. The black attire momentarily gleaming in the firelight, the scar on his forehead deepening in the dancing illumination. The aftermath of the fireball creates a shallow crater in the ground. Dust swirling as cherry blossom petals are swept up in the heat wave, scattering everywhere. Another cloud-hidden ninja, proficient in physical combat, charged towards Shingya with remarkable stature and bulging muscles, his fists raised in a fierce assault. The force of his punches exuded an oppressive aura, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath his weight. Remaining composed, Shingya deftly sidestepped, unleashing a sweeping kick that accurately struck the ninja's knee, toppling him to the ground. The ninja let out a muffled grunt as he fell, dust swirling around his form, suspended in the air. Seizing the opportunity of his opponent's disbalance, Shingya swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of the ninja's neck. The opponent emitted a muffled groan, his eyelids fluttering before he collapsed, his body limp against the earth. The leading cloud-hidden ninja, witnessing his comrades falling one after another, experienced a flicker of panic in his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Do not presume that this will defeat us." His voice resonated with anger and defiance as he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the lightning release, thunderstorm technique. Bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Shingya, illuminating the night sky with a blinding arc. Imbued with a destructive essence that filled the air with a charred scent, Shingya snorted coldly, a flash of red light igniting in his eyes as his Sharingan activated. The three tomo within his pupils began to rotate slowly, granting him insight into all movements. He swiftly discerned the trajectory of the lightning, skillfully evading each strike as if he had foreseen their execution. The bolts struck the ground, creating blackened craters while dust and debris scattered in all directions. As the ninja exhausted his technique, Shingya seized the moment, darting forward with a swift motion, his kunai gleaming sharply as it plunged towards the ninja's heart. The cloud-hidden ninja's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the wound on his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining his clothing as it dripped onto the earth, producing a faint dripping sound. His body swayed unsteadily, knees buckling before he fell heavily to the ground. His gaze filled with shock and indignation. His hands remained poised in a sealing gesture, yet he could no longer move. The remaining ninjas, witnessing the scene, felt their morale shatter completely, fear flashing in their eyes as they hastily retreated, attempting to flee. Shingya offered them no respite. His shadow clones dispersed like phantoms in the night, intercepting the fleeing enemies. One ninja, having just leaped onto a rooftop, was swiftly pursued from behind by one of Shingya's clones, who delivered a precise hand strike to the back of his neck. The unfortunate ninja emitted a muffled groan before rolling off the rooftop, falling to the ground in silence. Another ninja attempted to dart into an alleyway, only to be confronted by Shingya's actual form blocking his path. In a graceful arc, Shingya's kunai slashed through the opponent's throat, blood spraying forth and staining the cobblestones of the alley. When the battle concluded, Shingya stood amidst the chaos, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his face, splattering onto the ground. His black attire was marred with droplets of blood, starkly visible against the night. Around him lay the lifeless bodies of cloud-hidden ninjas, the air thick with the stench of blood and scorched earth. He inhaled deeply, calming the turbulent chakra within him, casting a cold, piercing gaze over the fallen foes. Raising his hand, he formed a seal and murmured, "Fire release, fireball technique." Fiery flames erupted from his palm, engulfing the bodies and incinerating all traces of the conflict. As the flames soared, a gentle breeze swept through, scattering the ashes along with petals of cherry blossoms, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 109. The wedding. After tending to the scene, Shingya quietly returned to the Senju clan grounds. He changed out of his dark attire into his usual black ninja outfit. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard while gazing up at the starry sky, the moonlight finally broke through the clouds, casting a soft glow that illuminated his weary yet resolute face. His black hair was tousled by the wind, and the sweat on his forehead had yet to dry completely. He closed his eyes, envisioning Mei-Chin's smiling face, her gentle gaze and steadfast smile filling him with warmth. How fortunate he was to have intervened in time. Otherwise, Mei-Chin and the Uchiha clan would have been ensnared in turmoil. The following day, the signing ceremony of the peace treaty proceeded as scheduled. Tsunade and Kakashi signed the treaty, and the representatives from both sides shook hands in reconciliation, heralding the advent of peace. After the ceremony, the delegation from Cloud Hidden Village departed from Konoha with a copy of the treaty, and outwardly, all appeared well. Shingya stood among the crowd, his eyes calmly observing their departing figures, his heart secretly relieved. He understood that the disappearance of the infiltrators would leave no trace, and Cloud Hidden Village would attribute the incident to an unfortunate accident. Days later, it was discovered within Cloud Hidden Village that the dispatched covert team had mysteriously vanished. Yet due to the lack of evidence, they could not confront Konoha. The peace treaty remained intact, preserving the relationship between Konoha and Cloud Hidden Village. Shingya returned home, pushed open the door, and entered the living room. Mei-Chin sat on the sofa, cradling their daughter, Otsutsuki, gently rocking her. Her black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Her eyes filled with affection, and a hint of fatigue graced her otherwise blissful smile. Shingya approached, crouched down, and tenderly kissed her forehead, whispering, "Everything is well." His voice was deep and warm, imbued with a sense of reassurance that brushed softly against her cheek. Mei-Chin looked up at him, gratitude flickering in her eyes as she smiled, and said, "Thank you, Shingya." Her voice was gentle and melodious as she softly grasped his hand, their fingertips intertwining warmly. Shingya tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Rising, he moved to the window, flinging it open as the night breeze swept into the room, bringing a refreshing chill. He gazed up at the starry sky, silently vowing, "I will always protect this family, safeguard the peace of Konoha. No matter the conspiracies lurking in the shadows, I shall not allow them to succeed." Time flowed like a gentle stream, and Konoha flourished in peace. Shingya continued to teach at the Ninja Academy, guiding the new generation of ninjas, including Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, among others. His bond with Hinata deepened, and under his mentorship, she thrived, her strength growing daily. The schemes of Cloud Hidden Village were quietly resolved, allowing the peace in Konoha to endure. In the courtyard of the Senju clan, Shingya sat surrounded by Tsunade, Mei-Chin, and others, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. The children played on the grass, their laughter ringing clear and melodious, akin to a delightful symphony. Shingya raised his gaze to the sky, moonlight bathing his face in a gentle glow. He understood that peace was hard-won. Yet as long as love and protection prevailed, the future of Konoha would remain forever brimming with hope. As time quietly passed, the children gradually grew up, entering the Ninja Academy, embarking on the first steps of their ninja careers. In the courtyard of the Senju clan, beneath the cherry blossom tree, dappled shadows danced on the ground as a gentle breeze blew, causing the petals to drift down like a delicate pink rain. Shingya stood in the courtyard, clad in a black kimono, a deep blue sash tied around his waist, his hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of handsome composure. His gaze softened as he watched the children playing in the distance, his heart swelling with pride and joy. Over the years, the semblance of peace in the ninja world had brought prosperity and tranquility to Konoha. The children nurtured by Shingya, Tsunade, Mito, Kushina, Mei-Chin, and Akane had now blossomed into vibrant youths. Clad in their Ninja Academy uniforms, they carried their little backpacks, chattering excitedly about the contents of their ninjutsu classes. their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Amidst this warm, familial atmosphere, Shingya's wives proposed a special idea to hold a formal wedding ceremony. In the early morning, the living room of the Senju clan was filled with laughter and joy. Sunlight poured through the wooden windows, casting a warm hue throughout the room. Tsunade sat in the main seat, her golden hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, attired in a simple yet elegant white kimono that exuded an air of nobility. In her hand, she held a cup of tea, her gaze sweeping over the women gathered around the tea table, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mito sat beside her, her red hair elegantly styled, donning a light blue kimono that radiated a gentle, serene aura. Kushina, clad in a vibrant red kimono, emanated exuberance, her hands resting on the table as excitement sparkled in her eyes. Mikoto, in a black kimono, exuded grace and poise, occasionally glancing up from her book to engage with the others. Akane, dressed in a soft purple kimono, appeared tender and charming, her head slightly bowed as she chuckled softly, a freshly plucked cherry blossom delicately held in her hand. As Hoshino entered, he couldn't help but smile at the lively scene before him. He approached Tsunade and took a seat beside her, gently inquiring, "What brings you all together so early?" His voice was deep and warm, a glimmer of curiosity dancing in his eyes. Tsunade set down her teacup, cleared her throat, and spoke with a hint of anticipation. "Hoshino, there is a matter we wish to discuss with you." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the women, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to continue. "The children have grown and are now attending the ninja academy. We believe it is time to arrange a formal wedding." Hoshino blinked in surprise. Then a tender smile blossomed on his face. "A wedding?" His gaze swept over each of his wives, filled with affection, though they had long been wed. The tumult of war and their busy lives had precluded any formal ceremony. With peace now upon them, and the children gradually becoming independent, it indeed felt like an opportune moment. Mito softly took the lead, her red hair shimmering in the sunlight. "Indeed, we have never had a formal ceremony. Now that the village is at peace, I wish for the children to witness our happiness." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, a maternal glow evident in her eyes. Kushina excitedly clapped her hands on the table, her red hair bouncing slightly. "Yes, with so many of us celebrating together, it will surely be a joyous occasion. What do you think, Hoshino?" She winked at him, her face radiant with joy, her vibrant demeanor eliciting smiles all around. Mikoto set her book aside, looking at Hoshino with calm anticipation. "Moreover, this would formally welcome Yakura as part of our family." Her black hair fell softly over her shoulders, her eyes glimmering with warmth. At the mention of Yakura, the other women's eyes brightened in unison. Akane added with a smile, "Yakura is a dear friend we met during the war. Her feelings for you run deep. We all hope she can join us and share in this bond." Her voice was as gentle as a breeze, her fingers tightening around the cherry blossom, sincerity radiating from her gaze. Hoshino, taken aback, nodded slowly. "If Yakura wishes, I have no objections." His voice was deep and soothing, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes. Yakura, a ninja from a neighboring village, had fought alongside him during the war, forging a profound trust between them. Now, she was becoming a cherished member of this family. Tsunade clapped her hands, her golden hair glinting under the light. "Then it is settled. We shall choose an auspicious date for the wedding." Her tone carried an undeniable authority, yet her face was adorned with a joyful smile. The women nodded in agreement, the atmosphere transforming into one of warmth and excitement. With the decision to hold a wedding, the women immediately plunged into a flurry of enthusiastic preparations. They selected the village shrine as the venue, an ideal place surrounded by beautiful scenery and cherry blossoms, perfect for a wedding celebration. The date was set for the spring season when the cherry blossoms would be in full bloom, adding a romantic touch to the occasion. As the Hokage, Tsunade was responsible for coordinating village resources, ensuring the wedding proceeded smoothly. Dressed in her Hokage robes, she sat in her office discussing security and arrangements with her assistants. Her golden hair shone in the light, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she occasionally paused to gaze out at the cherry blossom trees, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Mito and Kushina took charge of selecting the wedding attire. They visited a fabric store in Konoha, which was filled with an array of colorful kimonos. Mito favored red, choosing a red kimono adorned with whirlpool patterns, her fingertips gently grazing the fabric with satisfaction. Kushina preferred vibrant styles, selecting a red kimono embellished with flowers and butterflies. As she twirled in front of the mirror, she beamed at Mito. What do you think? Am I pretty enough? Her red hair shimmered under the light, exuding vitality. Mikoto and Akane were tasked with the wedding decorations. They visited a flower shop, selecting blossoms suitable for the ceremony. Mikoto, who appreciated a minimalist and elegant style, chose several white lilies, delicately caressing the petals with tenderness in her eyes. Akane, favoring a romantic and warm atmosphere, held a bouquet of pink cherry blossoms and cheerfully remarked to Mikoto, "These flowers will surely look beautiful against the shrine's backdrop." Her light purple hair danced in the breeze, her face radiant with happiness. Yakura, as the bride-to-be, was still unfamiliar with Konoha-esque customs, yet with the enthusiastic assistance of the women, she quickly felt at home in this family. Standing in the corner of the fabric store, she selected a blue kimono embroidered with waves and clouds, looking refreshingly unique. As she tried it on, she glanced at her reflection, her cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, "Is this suitable?" Kushina approached, gently patting her shoulder. "Of course. You look absolutely stunning in that." Yakura looked up at her, gratitude shining in her eyes. Hashiryu was assigned the task of inviting guests. He traversed the village, visiting clan leaders and friends, inviting them to the wedding. Minato, Sarutobi, and even the young Kakashi received invitations, all expressing joy at the news and promising their attendance. The children were also given roles, participating as flower children or part of the honor guard in this grand celebration. Throughout the preparations, there were heartwarming little incidents. Once, Hashiryu accidentally walked into the women's changing room, witnessing a chaotic scene of women trying on kimonos. Tsunade, blushing, hurried him out, playfully admonishing, "Why didn't you knock before entering?" Yet a smile danced in her eyes. Hashiryu scratched his head, chuckling, "I'll be more careful next time." His voice was deep and gentle, tinged with affection. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived, enveloping the entire village of Konoha in an atmosphere of joy. The streets were adorned with colorful lanterns and banners. Villagers clad in festive attire wore smiles of delight. At the shrine, a red carpet led from the entrance to the altar, flanked by flowers and lanterns, the air imbued with a subtle fragrance of incense, creating a solemn yet enchanting ambience. Before the altar stood the village's guardian deity, wisps of smoke curling from the incense burner, evoking a sense of reverence. Hashiryu stood at the altar, dressed in a black patterned hakama, a white sash cinched around his waist, his hair neatly tied back, appearing both handsome and dignified. Though a hint of nervousness flickered across his face, it could not obscure the happiness in his eyes. He took a deep breath, scanning the guests gathered at the shrine, his heart brimming with anticipation. As traditional music began to play, the women entered the shrine in succession. First was Tsunade, clad in a white furosode kimono embroidered with red maple leaf patterns, symbolizing the beauty of autumn. Her golden hair was elegantly styled into an updo adorned with exquisite hairpins. Her makeup subtle, yet enhancing her noble elegance. She walked gracefully, her soft gaze fixed upon Hashiryu, a smile gracing her lips, her steps steady and poised. Next came Mito, adorned in a crimson kimono intricately patterned with swirling designs, her crimson hair intricately braided and elegantly accented with golden ornaments. She moved with a steady grace, exuding a gentle aura, her eyes radiating a maternal glow as if she were a goddess safeguarding her family. Following her was Kushina, resplendent in a vibrant red kimono embroidered with flowers and butterflies, her flowing red hair cascading over her shoulders, brimming with exuberance. She skipped lightly as she walked, her face aglow with a joyous smile, playfully winking at Shingya, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Mikoto donned a black kimono adorned with red fan motifs, symbolizing the Uchiha clan. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, her gaze calm and profound, her movements exuding an aristocratic elegance, akin to a luminous moon in the night sky. Akane wore a pale purple kimono adorned with delicate patterns, a pearl hairpin nestled in her hair, radiating a gentle charm. She approached with a smile, tears glistening in her eyes, clearly moved, her steps light as a breeze. Finally, there was Yakura, clad in a blue kimono embroidered with waves and clouds, a representation of her heritage. Her hair was braided and pinned atop her head, her face adorned with a bashful smile, her gaze filled with affection for Shingya. She walked slowly, her head bowed, hesitant to meet the gaze ahead, until Kushina softly encouraged her, "Don't be nervous, we are all here." With that, She lifted her head, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. Chapter 111. Playing with Tintin, Hinata, and Ino. The women gathered around Shingya, forming a semicircle facing the altar. The children stood behind them, holding flowers, their eyes filled with excitement. The priest, clad in a white hunting robe, ascended the altar, holding sacred beads, and began the ceremony. He chanted blessings, the incense swirling, music resonating, creating an atmosphere both solemn and sacred. Next, the ritual of San Senkudo commenced. The priest presented 3 sake cups, and Shingya, along with the brides, took turns drinking, symbolizing their union. Due to the number of brides, the ceremony was slightly modified. Shingya first shared a cup with each bride individually, followed by all the brides drinking from a single cup together, symbolizing their unity and shared bond. As Shingya raised his cup, his gaze swept over each of his wives, filled with tenderness. He softly spoke, "Thank you for choosing to create this journey with me." His voice resonated deeply with emotion, imbued with profound love. Following the drinking, Shingya exchanged vows with the women. He passionately declared, "Today, I stand here, binding our fates together. I vow to cherish and protect you through both fortune and adversity, to share in the joys and sorrows of life. Thank you for becoming my wives and completing my existence." His voice was deep and resolute, tears shimmering in his eyes. The women responded in kind. Tsunade said, "Shingya, you are my pillar, my beloved. May we strive together for the prosperity of Konoha." Her golden hair glimmered in the sunlight, her tone imbued with the gravitas of a Hokage. Mito added, "By your side, I have found the warmth of home. I wish to grow old with you, never to part." Her red hair swayed gently, her eyes filled with warmth. Kushina smiled, saying, "You are the sunshine of my life. I will always be by your side, bringing you joy." Her smile radiated like fire, vibrant and full of life. Mikoto softly remarked, "Our union is not only one of love, but also an alliance of 2 families. May our descendants thrive." Her tone was calm and profound, reflecting an air of nobility. Akane tearfully expressed, "Thank you for accepting me, for allowing me to be part of this family. I will love you for a lifetime." Her voice choked with emotion, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yakura quietly said, "Crossing the boundaries of our villages, I have found my true home. With you, I no longer drift." Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with shyness and resolve. The priest, upon hearing their vows, announced them as officially married. The guests erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, while the children joyfully scattered petals, intertwining cherry blossoms with laughter, creating a scene both warm and poignant. Once the ceremony concluded, Shingya walked through the village streets, surrounded by the women and embraced by the villagers' blessings and scattered petals. Shingya held the hands of his wives, a radiant smile illuminating his face, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Upon returning to the Senju clan grounds, the banquet hall was filled with sumptuous food and fine wine, as guests raised their glasses in celebration. The sounds of music and laughter blending harmoniously, creating an atmosphere of exuberance and joy. Shingya shared a dance with each of his wives, twirling in the dance floor, their gazes meeting, silently conveying their affection. Tsunade moved with graceful strength. Mito embodied gentle fluidity. Kushina radiated lively energy. Mikoto exuded dignified poise. Akane danced lightly and gracefully, while Yakura, though shy, held her ground with determination. The children danced nearby, their laughter ringing out like a delightful melody. As night fell, fireworks illuminated the sky, their vibrant colors brightening the entire village. Shingya and his wives stood on the balcony, admiring the breathtaking view, their hearts brimming with hope and dreams. After the wedding, they retreated to their room to spend their wedding night together. Bathed in candlelight, they embraced as they drifted into slumber, happiness enveloping them in dreams. Shingya lay in bed, gazing at his sleeping wives, a warm surge of affection filling his heart. He gently caressed Tsunade's golden hair, feeling her breath, silently grateful for such a fulfilling family. He knew that, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they stood together, he could forge ahead boldly. The peace and prosperity of Konoha would continue under his watchful protection, and this vow of happiness would forever be etched in his heart. Konoha welcomed yet another tranquil year under the sun of peace. After their marriage, Shingya lived a blissful life with Tsunade, Mito, Kushina, Mikoto, Akane, and Yakura. In the courtyard of the Senju clan, dappled shadows fell beneath the cherry blossom trees, as a gentle breeze carried petals that floated down like a delicate pink rain. Shingya stood in the courtyard, clad in a black kimono with a deep blue obi, his hair neatly tied back, exuding a handsome and composed demeanor. His gentle gaze followed the children playing in the distance, his heart swelling with pride and joy. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, Shingya dedicated much of his time to educating and nurturing his students. He occasionally mentored the children of the 12 Ninja Squad, guiding them in their mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yet, the moments he cherished most were those spent with little Hinata, Ino, and Tenten. Under Shingya's attentive tutelage, their abilities flourished and their bonds deepened. The teacher-student relationship between Shingya and the girls gradually warmed through daily interactions. In the early morning, the kitchen of the Senju clan was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Shingya stood at the stove, wielding a spatula as he expertly sautéed vegetables. The sleeves of his black kimono were slightly rolled up, revealing strong arms, while the faint scar on his forehead glimmered in the morning light, embodying both resilience and gentleness. Hinata sat at the dining table, clad in a pale purple pajama, her blue hair cascading softly over her shoulders, her violet eyes still holding traces of sleep. She rubbed her eyes and softly murmured, "Good morning, sensei." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, tinged with shyness yet brimming with dependency. Shingya turned to her with a smile, replying warmly, "Good morning, Hinata. Breakfast will be ready soon." His voice was deep and comforting, a hint of affection sparkling in his eyes. Moments later, he placed 2 steaming plates of omelets and grilled fish before her. Hinata's eyes lit up instantly. She picked up her chopsticks and carefully took a piece of fish, her face blossoming into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "This is delicious, sensei." Her voice was melodious and pleasant, imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Her small cheeks slightly puffed from chewing, making her appear particularly endearing. Shingya sat opposite her, smiling as he said, "It's great that you enjoy it. Eat plenty." He picked up his chopsticks and began to savor his breakfast. As they ate and conversed, Shingya occasionally inquired about her experiences at school, to which Hinata replied earnestly, her eyes brimming with trust and dependence on her teacher. Such tranquil mornings became the most heartwarming routine between them, further solidifying Shingya's resolve to nurture this little disciple with care. Chapter 112, Playing with Tion, Hinata, and Ino on the playground of the Ninja Academy. Dust swirled as students practiced ninjutsu and taijutsu under Shingya's guidance. Standing at the sidelines, hands tucked into his pockets, he observed with a calm and focused demeanor, clad in black ninja attire, the metal plate on his waist glinting faintly in the sunlight. Hinata practiced gentle fist techniques nearby, her movements light and graceful, her blue hair fluttering in the wind, and her purple eyes fixed intently ahead. Shingya approached her, crouched down, and spoke softly, "Hinata, your posture is exemplary, but you must exude more confidence." He gently took her small hand, guiding her through a proper gentle fist technique. His fingertips radiated warmth and strength, instilling boundless courage in Hinata. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. She took a deep breath and resumed her stance. This time her strikes were noticeably more forceful, even producing a faint whistling sound through the air. Shingya nodded approvingly. Secretly pleased, this child is growing step by step. Not far away, Ino was practicing shuriken throwing. Her golden hair sparkled in the sunlight, her blue eyes brimming with vitality. And she wore a light purple ninja outfit, which made her appear both lively and charming. Turning to see Shingya, she ran over with a smile. "Shingya-sensei, how did I do?" Her voice was bright and cheerful, her face radiating confidence as she deftly twirled a shuriken between her fingers. Shingya approached the target, pointing at the bullseye. "Not bad, Ino. Your accuracy is improving. However, to achieve greater precision, consider adjusting your breathing." He patiently demonstrated. Inhaling deeply and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the shuriken struck the target's center with a crisp sound. Ino listened intently, admiration shining in her eyes. "Teacher, you're amazing." She clenched her fists in a spirited pose, her golden hair swaying with her movements. Taking a deep breath, she followed Shingya's guidance and threw again. This time, the shuriken nearly grazed the edge of the bullseye. Overjoyed, she leaped up and hugged Shingya's arm. "Teacher, I've improved." Shingya smiled and ruffled her hair, softly encouraging, "Very well, keep up the good work." His warm hand rested upon her head, and Ino's face blossomed with a satisfied smile. Tian was practicing rapid shuriken throws nearby. Her black hair was styled into two playful buns, and her green ninja outfit made her appear both capable and adorable. Her movements were swift and precise as shurikens flew one after another, striking the target with a series of sharp sounds. Shingya approached and nodded in approval. Tian, you have mastered your weapon well. Tian turned to him, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes as she quietly replied, "Thank you, teacher." Her voice was delicate, betraying a hint of bashfulness as she nervously twisted her hands together. Shingya squatted down to meet her gaze, smiling. "You have a natural talent, especially with weaponry. Would you like to learn some more advanced techniques?" His gaze was gentle and encouraging, and Tian's eyes brightened instantly as she nodded vigorously, "Yes." Her small face flushed with excitement, her eyes gleaming with eagerness to learn. Shingya stood up, patting her shoulder, "Then follow me." He led her aside, retrieving several specially crafted throwing knives, and began teaching her the nuances of angle and force in throwing. Tian's movements gradually became more fluid, her face radiating confidence. After school, Shingya took Hinata, Ino, and Tian to the commercial street of Konoha village. Shops lined the streets, bustling with pedestrians, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of milk and frosting. They entered a dessert shop, where the counter was adorned with an array of colorful sweets that made one's mouth water. Shingya held Hinata's small hand and led Ino and Tian to a window-side table. With a warm smile, he asked, "What would you like to eat today?" "It's on me." His voice was deep and gentle, filled with affection, and his black kimono appeared particularly warm under the light. Hinata looked up at him, surprise flickering in her eyes as she softly said, "I would like papaya milk." Her blue hair partially obscured her face, and her purple eyes lowered shyly. Ino excitedly raised her hand, "I want strawberry cake." Her golden hair swayed with her enthusiasm, and her face glowed with a radiant smile. Tian pondered briefly before whispering, "I would like chocolate mousse." Her voice was barely above a whisper, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Shingya nodded, then approached the counter to place their orders. Before long, the server brought over several exquisite desserts, their delightful aromas wafting through the air. Shingya distributed the treats to them with a smile. "Go ahead and enjoy." Hinata carefully scooped a spoonful of papaya milk into her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Delicious." She beamed, savoring each bite, her face awash with happiness. Ino took large bites of her strawberry cake, cream smudging her lips, which she licked off without a care. Laughing joyfully, "This is fantastic." Tian delicately savored her chocolate mousse, her spoon gliding gently across the plate, her face radiating satisfaction as she quietly expressed her thanks. "Thank you, teacher." Shingya sat nearby, watching their joyful expressions, a warm feeling swelling within him. He lifted a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip. His gaze softened as it fell upon them. While eating, Ino suddenly looked up and asked, "Shingya-sensei, why are you so good to us?" Curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Her golden hair slightly tousled, exuding playfulness. Shingya placed his teacup down, smiling as he replied, "Because you are my students, and I wish for you to grow up happily." His voice was deep and warm, embodying the essence of a mentor. Hearing this, Tian lowered her head and softly said, "Teacher, you are like an older brother to me." Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Shingya chuckled and reached out, gently ruffling her hair. "If you ever encounter difficulties, come to me. Your brother will help you." His warm hand rested on her head, and a glimmer of tears appeared in Tian's eyes as she nodded earnestly. In his interactions with the young girls, Shingya always attentively observed their preferences and needs. Noticing Hinata's fondness for sweets, he frequently took her to dessert shops, and each time he saw her indulging with a blissful expression, his heart brimmed with contentment. One day, he specially prepared a bowl of papaya milk for her, and when he presented it, her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed softly, "Teacher, is this for me?" Shingya nodded with a smile. "Of course, it's made just for you." Hinata accepted the bowl, sipping delicately, her eyes filled with emotion. Chapter 113. Sparring after graduation. Ino was lively and active, and she loved listening to stories. One day after school, she insisted that Shingya sit with her on a bench by the playground, pleading, "Teacher, tell me a story." Her golden hair tousled by the wind, her blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shingya smiled and nodded, leaning back against the bench as he began to recount a legendary tale from the ninja world. His voice was low and resonant, and Ino listened enraptured, gasping and clapping at times, her eyes filled with admiration for her teacher. After the story was concluded, she clenched her fists and exclaimed with excitement, "I want to become a ninja like you." Shingya chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair, then strive to achieve it. "I have faith in you." Tintin, enamored with weaponry, was gifted a collection of small, yet exquisite ninja tools by Shingya. One day, he found her at the training ground of the Ninja Academy and presented her with a finely crafted set of shurikens, saying, "These are for you. Give them a try." Tintin's eyes sparkled with surprise as she carefully unwrapped the package, her fingers gliding over the blades. She whispered, "Thank you, Sensei. I will use them well." Shingya then guided her to the target range, teaching her meticulously how to maintain and wield these tools. Tintin's movements grew increasingly adept, and a confident smile blossomed on her face. She looked up at Shingya, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Sensei, with your guidance, I feel I can accomplish anything." Time passed quietly amidst their blissful routines, and Shingya's married life with his wives was sweet and fulfilling. His bonds with Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and other young girls deepened significantly. Under his tutelage, they flourished, embodying the hope of Konoha village. Each night, as the stars twinkled above, Shingya stood in the courtyard, gazing at the sky. His heart filled with contentment. He understood that peace was hard-won. Yet he was determined to safeguard this tranquility and happiness for the village and its children in his unique way. One evening, Shingya sat with Tsunade in the living room, discussing the events of the day. Tsunade leaned against his shoulder, her golden hair brushing against his cheek, and softly remarked, "You are truly kind to those children." Her voice carried a hint of mirth. Shingya clasped her hand gently, responding, "They are the future of Konoha. I wish for their happiness." His gaze softened upon her, warmth swelling in his heart. Their joyous life continued, and the tale of Shingya and these young girls would resonate throughout every corner of Konoha. A few days later, Shingya brought Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and Sakura to a training ground on the outskirts of the village. This expansive meadow was encircled by lush forests, with the gentle sound of a nearby stream filling the air, which was imbued with the fresh fragrance of grass and earth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Dressed in a black ninja outfit, Shingya stood at the center of the grass, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze calm and focused. His long black hair swayed gently in the breeze, and the forehead protector at his waist glimmered faintly in the sunlight, exuding an air of composure and authority. Hinata stood beside him in a light purple ninja outfit, her blue hair cascading softly over her shoulders, her violet eyes reflecting a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She clenched her fists, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if rallying herself. Ino stood next to Hinata, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, her blue eyes brimming with vitality. Clad in a playful and agile light purple ninja outfit, with hands on her hips, she cheerfully asked, "Sensei, what will today's training entail?" Tintin, with her twin buns and clad in green, approached briskly, a small knife in her hand, exuding confidence. Sakura, in a pink ninja outfit, with her short hair neatly cut, stood at the back, quietly observing Shingya with determination and wisdom in her green eyes. Clearing his throat, Shingya spoke with a deep and resonant voice. "Today marks your first training session since graduation. I hope you will give your all and showcase your abilities." His gaze swept over each girl, a flicker of encouragement in his eyes. "We will practice combat exercises. I will engage each of you in one-on-one battles to assess your levels and provide guidance. Following that, we will conduct group battles to enhance your teamwork." The girls exchanged glances, excitement and nervousness flickering in their eyes. Hinata whispered, "I will do my best." Her voice was barely audible, tinged with shyness. Ino patted her shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Don't be nervous, Hinata. We will support each other." Tintin and Sakura nodded in agreement, assuming stances that signaled their readiness for battle, as an atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped them. Shingya approached Hinata first, smiling gently. "Hinata, you shall go first." His voice was warm and encouraging, filled with expectation. Hinata raised her head, took a deep breath, and nodded. She assumed a gentle fist stance, her legs slightly apart, hands poised. A glimmer of determination flashed in her violet eyes. The wind tousled her blue hair, and her light purple ninja outfit appeared soft and pristine under the sunlight. Shingya observed her, a sense of quiet pride welling within him. This girl had grown significantly more confident. He adopted a combat stance, his hands relaxed at his sides, calmly meeting her gaze. Come, attack me. His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Hinata bit her lip, then, with a sudden surge of resolve, propelled herself forward, her body darting towards Shingya like an arrow. Her movements were light and swift, her hands transforming into striking palms aimed directly at his chest. Accompanied by a whisper of wind through the air, Shingya sidestepped effortlessly, evading her attack while retaining his balance. He reached out, gently tapping her wrist, his fingertips warm and precise. Hinata's arm tingled, and her momentum dissipated. She quickly retreated and readjusted her stance. Shingya smiled. Your speed is commendable, but be more decisive in your attacks. Do not hesitate. His tone was instructive, and a glint of approval shone in his eyes. Hinata nodded, her blue hair partially obscuring her face, as she inhaled deeply and surged forward again. This time, her strikes were more ferocious, delivering a flurry of blows aimed at Shingya's vital points, the air crackling with intensity. Shingya nimbly dodged, his steps light as a breeze, occasionally deflecting her attacks with graceful movements. Suddenly, Hinata infused her strikes with chakra, landing a hit on Shingya's left arm. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Well done, Hinata. You have learned to channel chakra into your techniques. His voice was tinged with appreciation, though his left arm tingled. He quickly adjusted, sweeping his right leg towards Hinata's lower body. Hinata reacted swiftly, leaping to evade, her legs executing agile flips in midair, with her hands forming seals. She called out, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Her body began to spin, her blue hair dancing in the wind, chakra surging forth to form a cerulean barrier, resembling a blooming flower, effectively thwarting Shingya's assault. The barrier radiated a soft glow, and the grass beneath them rustled as the gusts of air swirled around. Shingya halted his advance, stepping back with a smile. You have made tremendous progress, Hinata. His eyes sparkled with admiration, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Hinata landed, breathing heavily, her blue hair tousled against her forehead, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, Thank you, sensei. A flicker of confidence shone in her eyes, and a bashful smile graced her lips, her violet gaze glimmering brightly in the sunlight. Next, Shingya turned towards Ino, smiling as he said, Ino, it's your turn. Ino leaped up excitedly, her golden hair glimmering in the sunlight, her blue eyes filled with determination. Sensei, I am ready. She pulled a few shuriken from her waist, assuming a throwing stance, her light purple ninja outfit fluttering with her movements, appearing lively and spirited. Shingya nodded, adopting a defensive posture, his knees slightly bent. Hands relaxed at his sides. Begin. Ino inhaled deeply, launching the shuriken, which soared toward Shingya with a sharp whoosh, its trajectory cunning and swift. Shingya deftly sidestepped, his movements as light as a breeze, while simultaneously forming seals with his hands, calling out, Earth style, Earth wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the subsequent shurikens, as dust swirled and the ground trembled slightly. Noticing this, Ino swiftly altered her strategy, forming hand seals and exclaiming, Illusion technique, cherry blossom dance. Instantly, cherry blossom petals filled the air, obscuring the starry night's vision, and a faint floral fragrance enveloped the atmosphere. Starry Night closed his eyes, relying on his perception to pinpoint Ino's location. A faint smile graced his lips as a glimmer of red flashed in his eyes. The Sharingan activated, and the tomo within his pupils began to rotate slowly, revealing the flaw in her illusion. He darted forward, weaving through the petals, heading straight for Ino, his black ninja attire flickering among the blossoms. Ino, taken aback, hastily retreated, her golden hair tousled by the wind, while forming new seals to prepare for another jutsu. Starry Night's speed was unparalleled. A swift strike aimed at her neck was executed with precision, seemingly destined to connect. Just then, Ino's form abruptly vanished, transforming into a cloud of smoke. Starry Night paused momentarily, then realized, a shadow clone technique? Turning his gaze, he discovered Ino's real body concealed behind a nearby tree, poised for a surprise attack. Clutching a kunai, a sly gleam flickered in her blue eyes. Starry Night smiled. Well done, Ino. You have learned to combine illusion and clone techniques. His voice carried a note of admiration, and a sense of pride glimmered in his eyes. Ino stepped out from behind the tree, grinning. Teacher, you caught me. Her golden hair danced in the breeze, and a playful smile adorned her face as she skillfully twirled the kunai in her hand. Starry Night approached, gently patting her shoulder. Your wit and agility are commendable. But in battle, one cannot rely solely on clever tricks. Ino nodded earnestly, determination shining in her eyes, her golden locks shimmering under the sunlight. When it was Tintin's turn, she tightened her grip on the small knife, confidence illuminating her gaze. Teacher, I am ready. Her black hair fashioned into two small buns. Her green ninja attire swayed gently in the wind, exuding both competence and charm. Starry Night nodded, assuming a combat stance, his hands resting naturally at his sides. Calmly observing her, come, demonstrate your weapon skills. Taking a deep breath, Tintin launched the small knife, propelled by a fierce gust. The blade gleaming under the sunlight as it hurtled towards Starry Night. He sidestepped effortlessly while forming hand seals, declaring, wind release, wind cutter technique. A blade of wind shot forth from his hand, striking down the incoming knife, producing a sharp sound of impact in the air. Tintin, undeterred, swiftly retrieved several shurikens from her waist, throwing them in rapid succession, their trajectories cunningly designed to thwart Starry Night's movements, her wrist movements fluid and swift. Starry Night evaded with grace, his steps light as air, all the while observing Tintin's technique. He noted her remarkable accuracy, each flick of her wrist imbued with power and elegance, silently commending, this child wields her weapons excellently. Suddenly, Tintin drew a scroll from behind, forming hand seals as she shouted, ninjutsu, tool manipulation technique. The scroll unfurled, unleashing dozens of weapons that spiraled towards Starry Night, creating a whirlwind of blades that shimmered ominously in the air. Starry Night's eyes widened with surprise. He swiftly retreated, leaping into the air, while simultaneously forming hand seals, proclaiming, fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball erupted from his mouth, colliding with the vortex of weapons, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Flames soared into the sky as the weapons were consumed, reduced to ash, while the heat wave sent blades of grass swirling through the air. Tintin stood frozen, a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes, but she soon gritted her teeth, drawing a specially crafted flying knife from her waist, launching it towards Starry Night with rapidity and resolve. Starry Night effortlessly dodged, stepping closer to her with a smile. Tintin, your weapon handling is outstanding. But remember to protect yourself in battle. He extended his hand, gently ruffling her hair, his palm warm against her head, reminding her not to place herself in jeopardy next time. Tintin's cheeks flushed as she nodded, her voice barely a whisper. I understand, teacher. Gratitude flickered in her eyes, and a shy smile graced her lips, her buns swaying slightly. Finally, Starry Night turned to Sakura, smiling. Sakura, it's your turn. Inhaling deeply, Sakura's pink hair danced in the wind, her green eyes filled with determination. Teacher, I will give it my all. She assumed a fighting stance, her legs slightly bent, chakra coursing through her body, her pink ninja attire radiant in the sunlight. Starry Night nodded, adopting a defensive posture, his hands naturally lowered. Begin. Sakura formed hand seals, exclaiming, Cherry Blossom Impact. She struck the ground with a powerful punch, chakras surging from her fist, instantly cracking the earth as a shockwave surged towards Starry Night. Dust billowing and grass scattering. Starry Night leapt to avoid it, his legs elegantly flipping in the air, while he formed hand seals, declaring, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon shot forth from his hand, racing towards Sakura, the flowing water sparkling in the sunlight. Chapter 115. The girl Sakura quickly retreated, propelling herself upward with her legs, while simultaneously forming hand seals, shouting, Earth Release, Earthen Wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, intercepting the water dragon's assault. Water splashed, the earthen barrier trembling under the force, dust and mist intertwining. Sakura gritted her teeth, sweat trickling down her cheek, yet she pressed on. Charging at Starry Night once more, fists clenched, ready for close combat. Starry Night observed her resolute gaze, silently admiring her tenacity. This child possesses great determination. He did not evade but instead met her head-on, engaging in a taijutsu clash. Though Sakura's strikes lacked ferocity, each attack was filled with strength, her chakra control remarkably precise. She threw a punch aimed at Starry Night's chest, the wind from her strikes swift and fierce. Starry Night easily blocked it, gently pushing her force aside, while advising, Sakura, your chakra control is excellent, but you must strengthen your taijutsu. His voice conveyed encouragement, and a hint of expectation glimmered in his eyes. Sakura nodded, determination igniting within her. Suddenly halting her assault, she formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Medical ninjutsu. Healing palm technique." Her hands glowed with a green light as she aimed for Starry Night's chest. Her movements swift and decisive. Starry Night paused, then smiled, sidestepping with a playful tone. "Sakura, are you attempting to use medical ninjutsu to attack me?" His voice held a teasing lilt, filled with admiration. Sakura blushed, replying with a smile. "Teacher, I know this technique won't work on you, but I wanted to try." Her pink hair tousled by the wind. Her face radiated a steadfast smile. Starry Night approached, gently patting her shoulder. "Your creativity is commendable. Keep striving." Sakura nodded vigorously, confidence sparkling in her eyes, her green gaze shimmering under the sunlight. After the one-on-one battles concluded, Starry Night divided them into two teams for group combat, Hinata and Ino on one team, while Tenten and Sakura formed the other. The atmosphere in the training ground grew tense as the girls exchanged determined glances. Starry Night observed from the side, hands in pockets, his gaze steady as he addressed them. "In this round of combat, the focus will be on teamwork. You must learn to cooperate with your teammates and leverage each other's strengths." His voice resonated with a low, commanding authority that brooked no dissent. As the battle commenced, Hinata and Ino swiftly launched their offensive. Hinata activated her Byakugan, the veins on her forehead slightly protruding, her violet eyes keenly discerning the opponent's movements. She whispered to Ino, "Every day we prepare weapons, while Sakura is gathering strength." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet it carried a note of calm. Ino nodded, forming hand seals, and declared, "Illusion technique, cherry blossom mist." Instantly, a pink mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Tenten and Sakura's vision, while a delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air. Tenten and Sakura exchanged glances, and Sakura quietly stated, "I will dispel the illusion." She formed hand seals and commanded, "Release." Chakras surged forth, shattering the illusion as the mist dissipated, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the training ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tenten hurled several shuriken towards Hinata and Ino, her wrist movements fluid and swift. Hinata swiftly stepped forward, assuming a gentle fist stance, her palms transforming to deflect the shuriken with grace and precision, her blue hair dancing in the breeze. Meanwhile, Ino maneuvered to the side, preparing to ambush Sakura. Clutching a kunai, she approached stealthily, her footsteps as silent as a cat. Just as she was about to strike, Sakura abruptly turned, delivering a powerful punch to the ground while exclaiming, "Cherry blossom impact." The earth cracked, and shockwaves sent Ino staggering backward, dust swirling around them. Ino stumbled a few steps, her golden hair tousled by the wind, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, but she quickly smiled and said, "Sakura, you've grown stronger." Blushing, Sakura replied with a grin, "So have you." Her pink hair glistened with sweat, and a resolute smile adorned her face. Simultaneously, Hinata and Tenten engaged in combat. Tenten launched an array of weapons, attempting to restrict Hinata's movements, as blades flashed and intertwined in a silvery web above them. Hinata nimbly dodged, her legs light as the wind, while searching for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, she seized the moment, darting towards Tenten, her palms poised to strike her chest with fierce swiftness. Tenten, caught off guard, was hit and staggered back a few paces, her green ninja attire fluttering in the wind. A glimmer of reluctance in her eyes. Starry Night observed and blew a whistle, signaling the end of the match. He approached them with a smile, saying, "You all performed admirably. While team coordination still requires improvement, a commendable synergy has already developed." His gaze swept over each girl, filled with approval. "Remember, trust and collaboration among ninjas are vital in battle." The girls exchanged glances, nodding and smiling, sweat trickling down their cheeks, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. After training, Starry Night led them to sit on the grass beside the training ground, as the setting sun cast its warm glow upon their fatigued yet content faces. Starry Night gazed at the distant Hokage rock, softly stating, "You have graduated, but a long journey lies ahead. I hope you will become exceptional ninjas, protecting the Hidden Leaf Village and safeguarding peace." His voice was deep and warm, exuding the demeanor of a mentor, while his black ninja attire glimmered with a golden hue in the sunset. Hinata looked up at him, a spark of determination in her eyes. "Teacher, I will do my best." Her blue hair danced in the breeze, and her purple eyes shone brilliantly in the sunset. Ino clenched her fists, smiling as she declared, "I, too, aspire to be a ninja like you." Her golden hair shimmered, radiating vitality. Tintin and Sakura also vowed to continue striving, determined not to disappoint their teacher. Their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Starry Night nodded with a smile, warmth swelling in his heart. He realized that the protagonists of this new era might no longer be Naruto from the original story, but rather these girls flourishing under his guidance. They would pen their own legends within the future ninja world. The Hidden Leaf Village appeared especially tranquil and vibrant under the warmth of the spring sun. In the season of cherry blossoms, gentle breezes caressed the air, and pink petals fell like snow, carpeting the village's streets and training grounds. The graduation season of the Ninja Academy arrived as expected, with Starry Night standing at the school gate, clad in a black ninja outfit. A forehead protector tied around his waist. The faint scar on his forehead glimmered under the sunlight, radiating a sense of composure and authority. His long black hair fluttered slightly in the breeze as he gazed softly at the students emerging from the academy, the 12 young ninjas. Chapter 116. Receiving a mission over the years, Starry Night had witnessed their growth firsthand. From innocent children to newly minted genin, they bore the future of the Hidden Leaf Village upon their shoulders. Particularly, the four girls, Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and Sakura, under Starry Night's meticulous instruction, not only improved their strength tremendously, but also deepened their bonds with one another. Their faces radiated youthful vitality, and their eyes sparkled with aspirations for the future. Starry Night took a deep breath, a swell of pride rising within him. He knew that a brand new era had dawned, and these children would become both witnesses and creators of this age. After the graduation ceremony, Starry Night brought Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and Sakura to the Hokage's office to receive their first mission. Tsunade sat behind her desk, draped in the Hokage robe, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders. The purple diamond mark on her forehead sparkling under the light. She looked up at Starry Night and smiled, saying, "Starry Night, your students are ready. This is their first mission, to escort a merchant to a neighboring village and ensure the safety of his goods." It was a C-rank mission, moderately difficult, suitable for their level. She retrieved a scroll from her drawer and handed it to Starry Night. He accepted the scroll, opened it for a glance, and nodded, "Understood. We will be cautious." Turning to the four girls beside him, his gaze was gentle yet resolute. Hinata lowered her head, her blue hair partially obscuring her face. A hint of nervousness in her purple eyes. Ino stood with her hands on her hips, her golden hair gleaming under the sunlight, excitement brimming in her blue eyes. Tintin, with her two small buns and green ninja attire exuding competence, held a small knife, confidence shining in her eyes, while Sakura, clad in pink ninja gear, sported a short haircut, her green eyes reflecting resilience. After leaving the Hokage's office, Starry Night took the girls back to the Senju clan compound to prepare the necessary items for their mission. In the living room, Starry Night sat in the main seat, holding the mission scroll, his expression serious as he surveyed them. "This is your first field mission. Although the difficulty is low, we must not be careless. Our task is to protect a merchant named Tanaka, whose goods are vital supplies for the village and must be delivered safely." His voice was deep and powerful, emanating an undeniable authority. Hinata sat nearby, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, softly saying, "Teacher, I will do my best." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, tinged with tension, her blue hair slightly drooping, masking her bashfulness. Starry Night smiled at her, gently encouraging, "Do not worry, Hinata. You are already doing wonderfully." Ino patted Hinata's shoulder, grinning, "Exactly, Hinata. With the teacher here, we will surely be fine." Her golden hair swayed with her movement, her face radiating confidence. Tintin and Sakura nodded in agreement, determination flickering in their eyes. During the preparation, Starry Night guided them on how to pack their bags. Hinata meticulously folded her clothes, her movements gentle and careful, her fingertips gliding smoothly over the fabric, her purple eyes lowered, exuding seriousness. Ino was in front of the mirror, arranging her golden hair, occasionally fiddling with the cosmetics in her ninja pouch, a playful glimmer in her blue eyes. She smiled at her reflection, saying, "Even on a mission, we must look our best." Tintin busily checked her weapon scrolls, her fingers deftly sliding over the scrolls, ensuring every weapon was ready. Her green ninja attire swaying with her movements. Sakura was engrossed in the study of medical ninjutsu, her green eyes brimming with focus. While her pink hair was carelessly tucked behind her ear, Seiya approached and gently tapped Ino's shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "In a mission, there's no time for mirror gazing." Ino blushed, sticking out her tongue. "I know, sensei." Her movements paused for a moment, a hint of shyness flickering in her gaze. Seiya then moved beside Sakura and whispered, "Medical ninjutsu is crucial, but do not forget the training in taijutsu and ninjutsu." Sakura lifted her head, nodding earnestly. "Yes, sensei, I will maintain balance." Her voice was crisp and resolute, a confident smile gracing her face. Once all preparations were complete, Seiya led them to the village entrance to meet the merchant, Tanaka. Tanaka was a middle-aged man, slightly plump, dressed in splendid merchant attire, and wore a friendly smile. Upon seeing Seiya, he greeted warmly, "Lord Seiya, it is an honor. Thank you for taking care of my students." His voice was robust and amiable, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Seiya nodded with a smile, "Mr. Tanaka, you are too kind. We will ensure your safety." Behind Tanaka stood a cart filled with wooden boxes containing medicinal herbs and ninja tools produced by the village. Seiya cast a quick glance, internally assessing the difficulty of the task. The girls curiously gathered around the cart, and Ino softly inquired, "What are these?" Her golden hair tousled by the wind, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tanaka explained with a smile, "These are Konoha's specialties, herbs and ninja tools, highly sought after in the neighboring village." Sakura nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of interest in her green eyes, whispering, "So that's how it is." With a command, the team set off. Seiya walked at the forefront, his steps steady and composed, the black ninja attire fluttering slightly in the breeze, exuding an air of tranquility. Hinata and Ino followed closely on either side of him, while Tintin and Sakura flanked the cart, and Tanaka sat atop it, leisurely humming a tune. Exiting the village, they encountered a winding mountain path flanked by dense forests, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill, the air infused with the scent of grass and earth. Walking beside Seiya, Hinata gazed at the distant mountains with her violet eyes and softly remarked, "Sensei, it's so beautiful outside." Her blue hair danced lightly in the wind, a blush coloring her cheeks as awe flickered in her gaze. Seiya smiled and replied, "Indeed. The world of ninjas is vast. You will witness many different landscapes." His voice was deep and warm, filled with anticipation for their journey. Ino jumped with excitement, her golden hair glistening in the sunlight. "I can't wait. I hope we encounter something thrilling." She clenched her fists, her face radiating a brilliant smile, her light purple ninja attire swaying with her movements. Tintin gripped her small knife tightly, determination shining in her eyes. "No matter what we face, I will protect everyone." Her voice was clear and resolute, her small bun bobbing slightly. Sakura observed her surroundings quietly, a wary glint in her green eyes as she said softly, "We must be cautious." As they traveled, Seiya frequently engaged with them, imparting walking techniques and outdoor survival knowledge. He pointed to the plants along the roadside, patiently explaining, "This herb can stop bleeding, while this mushroom is poisonous, so never consume it." His fingers were long and strong, gently gliding over the grass. The sleeves of his black ninja attire slightly rolled up, revealing his sturdy arms. The girls listened intently, with Hinata even pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. Her blue hair partially obscuring her face, her violet eyes lowered in concentration. Ino smiled, "Sensei, you know so much." Her voice was bright and cheerful, admiration sparkling in her eyes. As evening approached, the team arrived by a riverside, where Seiya decided to set up camp for the night. He guided the girls in pitching tents, lighting a bonfire, and preparing dinner. Hinata was responsible for boiling water, carefully carrying a kettle, her blue hair glowing in the firelight, her violet eyes reflecting her focus. Ino and Sakura prepared the ingredients together, Ino skillfully chopping wild vegetables, her golden hair casually tucked behind her ear as she cheerfully said to Sakura, "Let us make sure to impress Sensei with our cooking." Sakura nodded with a smile, holding a small knife, her green eyes filled with seriousness. Tintin ventured nearby to gather firewood, her steps light and swift, her green ninja attire blending with the trees as she adeptly trimmed leaves from branches with her small knife. During dinner, they gathered around the bonfire, enjoying a simple outdoor meal. Tanaka brought out some wine he had brought along, grinning as he said, "Come, Lord Seiya, let us have a drink." Seiya shook his head, smiling as he replied, We cannot drink on a mission. Thank you for your kindness." His voice was deep and firm, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Tanaka laughed heartily, patting his belly. "What a diligent ninja you are." The girls curiously sampled the outdoor fare, with Ino wrinkling her nose. "This fish is so fishy." Her golden hair glimmered in the firelight, her face displaying a look of distaste. Sakura chuckled, handing her a packet of seasoning. "Just add a bit of this." Her pink hair was slightly tousled by the wind, her eyes radiating warmth. Hinata ate quietly, a satisfied look crossing her face as she softly said, "I think it's delicious." As night deepened, Seiya arranged the watch shifts. He took the first watch, allowing the girls to rest. Hinata lay in the tent, gazing at the starry sky, softly asking, "Sensei, aren't you tired?" Her blue hair sprawled on the pillow, her sleeping face serene and adorable. Seiya sat by the bonfire, smiling as he said, "A ninja must learn to adapt to various environments. You should rest." His voice was deep and warm, the black ninja attire glimmering in the firelight. Hinata nodded, closing her eyes, a sense of peace gracing her features. In the middle of the night, Seiya suddenly heard faint rustling from the forest. He immediately became alert and quietly awakened the girls. Hinata rubbed her eyes, her violet gaze reflecting confusion, her blue hair disheveled against her forehead. Ino quickly sat up, her golden hair falling messily over her shoulders, her blue eyes filled with vigilance. Tintin gripped her knife tightly, determination shining in her eyes, her small bun bobbing slightly. Sakura swiftly donned her clothes, a calm demeanor in her green eyes, her pink hair pushed casually behind her ear. Seiya whispered, "Their S movement. It could be a wild beast or an enemy. Hinata, use your Byakugan to check." His voice was steady and commanding, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Hinata nodded, activating her Byakugan, the veins on her forehead slightly bulging as her violet gaze pierced through the darkness. She softly said, "Sensei, it's a pack of wolves. Coming our way." Her voice was quiet yet composed. Seiya nodded, speaking firmly, "Prepare for battle. Protect Mr. Tanaka and the cargo." The girls swiftly assumed combat positions. Ino wielding a kunai, Tintin readying her weapon scroll, and Sakura standing beside Tanaka, gripping her knife. Soon, a pack of fierce wolves burst from the forest. Their eyes glinting green, fangs bared, emitting low growls. Seiya calmly directed, "Hinata and Ino will handle the left flank. Tintin and Sakura will take the right. I will face them head-on." The girls nodded and swiftly moved into action. Hinata assumed a gentle fist stance, her blue hair flowing with the wind. Determination flashing in her violet eyes as she charged towards the wolves, her hands transforming into palms, accurately striking at their vital points with swift and agile movements. The force of her strikes slicing through the air. In the moonlit night, Ino employed her illusionary skills to bewilder the pack of wolves, causing them to turn against one another. Her golden hair shimmered softly, and a glint of cunning sparkled in her blue eyes. Tintin unleashed a flurry of weapons. Shuriken and throwing knives rained down like droplets, repelling the advancing wolves. Her green ninja attire blending with the night as she deftly unfurled a scroll. Sakura stood protectively beside Tanaka, her kunai in hand. Her green eyes fixed intently on the wolves, ever ready for an ambush, while her pink hair was slightly tousled by the wind. At the forefront, Hoshino formed hand seals and commanded, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A searing fireball erupted from his mouth, illuminating the night sky and forcing back the wolves in front of him. The flames danced upon his resolute face, casting a flicker of light on his black ninja attire. The wolves, panicked by the blaze, scattered into the depths of the forest. Once the battle had subsided, the girls exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with victorious smiles. Tanaka wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all. You were incredible." His voice quivered slightly, filled with admiration. Hoshino responded with a smile. "It is their merit. I merely guided them." He turned to the girls, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. "You all performed admirably. Your teamwork was commendable." Hinata, blushing, lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Thank you, sensei." Her blue hair was damp with sweat, a hint of shyness flickering in her purple eyes. Ino clapped her hands with a grin. "We are the best." Her golden hair sparkled under the moonlight, radiating vitality. Tintin and Sakura exchanged proud smiles, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As their journey progressed, the group encountered several minor inconveniences, such as blocked paths by boulders and inclement weather. However, under Hoshino's guidance, The girls learned to navigate these challenges, gradually maturing into competent ninjas. Their camaraderie blossomed, with trust and friendship deepening through repeated collaboration. Eventually, the team reached the neighboring village, successfully delivering the goods to the buyer. Tanaka grasped Hoshio's hand with gratitude, proclaiming, "Hoshio-sama, your students are truly exceptional. This mission was a success thanks to you all." His voice was resonant and sincere, a flicker of emotion apparent in his eyes. Chapter 118. The transformation of the girls. Hoshio smiled, attributing the success to their efforts. "It is their accomplishment. I merely provided guidance." The girls stood nearby, their faces aglow with happiness, brimming with a sense of achievement. On the return journey to Konoha village, the girls animatedly discussed their experiences during the mission. Ino exclaimed, "I never imagined I could defeat so many wolves." Her golden hair danced in the wind, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Tintin clenched her fists, declaring, "Next time, I will bring even more weapons." Her small bun bobbed slightly, her eyes shining with determination. Sakura contemplatively remarked, "I've realized how crucial medical ninjutsu is in the field." Her pink hair swayed gently in the breeze, her green eyes radiating wisdom. Hinata softly expressed, "Thank you, Sensei, for giving me confidence." Her blue hair partially obscured her face, her purple eyes reflecting gratitude. Under the warm spring sun, Konoha village appeared particularly serene and vibrant. During the season of cherry blossoms, gentle breezes stirred, causing pink petals to cascade like snow, blanketing the streets and training grounds. Hoshio stood at one corner of the training area, clad in a black ninja outfit, his forehead protector cinched around his waist. A faint scar on his brow barely visible in the sunlight, exuding an air of calm and authority. His long black hair fluttered lightly in the breeze as his gentle gaze observed Hinata, Ino, Tenten, and Sakura diligently training. Over the years, he had guided them through numerous foundational missions, imparting ninjutsu skills and nurturing their growth, forging a bond of camaraderie that deepened with each shared experience. In the days that followed, Hoshio continued to lead Hinata, Ino, Tenten, and Sakura through various basic tasks. These missions were often simple and mundane, such as clearing wild beasts from the village periphery, assisting villagers with repairs, or escorting trade caravans on short journeys. Despite the ordinariness of these tasks, Hoshio always found opportunities to teach. He instructed them on how to observe their surroundings, communicate effectively, and refine their resolve through seemingly trivial endeavors. After each mission, the girls would gather around him, eager to hear his insights, their faces glowing with satisfaction. One day, the team received a task to assist the village farmers in harvesting rice. Hoshio led them to the fields, rolling up his sleeves to labor alongside the farmers. The sun bathed the fields in warmth as sweat trickled down their cheeks, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon completion of the task, the farmers presented fresh vegetables and fruits, and Hoshio remarked with a smile, "This is the fruit of your hard work." The girls gazed at the bounty in their hands, their hearts swelling with pride. Beyond missions and training, Hoshio meticulously attended to their daily needs, ensuring their diet was nourishing. His specially crafted papaya milk was a nutritious beverage, not only delightfully sweet, but also conducive to healthy growth. The girls relished it daily, benefiting immensely from its nourishment. Compared to their former selves, Hinata, Ino, Tenten, and Sakura had flourished under Hoshio's attentive care, their development surpassing the ordinary, exuding youthful vitality. Having lived alongside Hoshio since childhood, Hinata thrived with ample nourishment, aided by her family's genetic advantages, resulting in remarkable growth. At 12 years old, her physique had matured significantly, her curves becoming distinctly pronounced. In her light purple ninja attire, she embodied a fuller silhouette, moving gracefully as she practiced her gentle fist techniques, her blue hair flowing in the wind, and her purple eyes radiating gentleness and determination. Akin to a blossoming flower, Hoshio gazed at her, contemplating, "This child's potential is astounding. She may one day surpass Tsunade and emerge as the new foremost." Ino's golden hair glimmered in the sunlight, her blue eyes brimming with vitality. She too had developed more than her original depiction, her light purple ninja attire snugly embracing her form, exuding a playful charm. Her vivacious personality harmonized beautifully with her fuller figure, and each time she hurled shuriken, her hair danced with her movements, her face alight with confidence. Hoshio could not help but smile indulgently at her, silently acknowledging, This girl is becoming increasingly captivating. Tintin's black hair was styled into 2 small buns, her green ninja attire accentuating her more voluptuous chest compared to her previous portrayal, giving her a sleek and alluring appearance. Her movements were swift and precise. As she threw her shuriken, her buns bobbed slightly, her eyes gleaming with self-assurance. When Hoshino taught her advanced techniques, he could feel her passion and focus on weaponry, filling him with pride for her growth. Sakura's pink hair danced gently in the wind, her green eyes reflecting resilience. She too had become more developed than in the original narrative. Her figure subtly defined beneath her pink ninja attire, lending her a more mature appearance. Previously flatter in stature, she now boasted a commendable physique. Her balance and strength more pronounced during chakra control exercises. Hoshino observed her, internally praising, "This child's progress is truly comprehensive." These transformations were the fruits of Hoshino's meticulous care. He not only focused on their ninjutsu training, but also prioritized their health, carefully preparing each meal to ensure they were well-nourished during their critical growth periods. The warmth of such care deepened the girl's affection and reliance on the Starlit Knight. After a day as tasks were completed, the Starlit Knight led them to the bustling commercial street of Konoha, where they entered a lively barbecue restaurant. The establishment was brightly lit, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, and the sounds of laughter and chatter echoed throughout. The Starlit Knight guided the girls to a window-side table and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You all performed admirably today. It's my treat, so order whatever you desire." His voice was deep and warm, his eyes brimming with fondness, and his black ninja attire appeared particularly soft under the lights. Hinata, seated beside the Starlit Knight, let her blue hair cascade over her shoulders, her violet eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. She softly expressed, "Teacher, I would like to have beef." Her voice was a mere whisper, laced with anticipation as her fingers nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. The Starlit Knight nodded with a smile, beckoned the waiter, and ordered a sumptuous array of grilled meats and vegetables. His movements were calm and natural, exuding the warmth of a nurturing mentor. Ino clapped her hands in excitement, her golden hair glinting under the lights. "This is amazing. I adore barbecue." Her blue eyes sparkled with joy, and her pale purple ninja attire swayed slightly with her enthusiasm. The curves of her figure subtly highlighted by the illumination. Tintin and Sakura exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of anticipation, as Tintin's short pink hair shimmered brightly under the lights. Soon, the waiter brought forth steaming plates of grilled meat, releasing an enticing fragrance. The Starlit Knight picked up his chopsticks, delicately placing a piece of grilled meat onto Hinata's plate, softly advising, "Eat more, you are still growing." His fingers, long and strong, moved gently yet with a firm resolve. Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she murmured, "Thank you, teacher." Cautiously, she picked up the grilled meat and savored it, her violet eyes narrowing slightly in bliss, her blue hair catching a gentle glow in the light. Ino heartily indulged, a satisfied smile illuminating her face as she occasionally exclaimed how delicious the food was. Her golden hair danced with her movements. A dab of sauce playfully smudged at the corner of her mouth. Tintin savored her meal delicately, her chopsticks gliding gracefully across her plate. Her green ninja attire glimmering softly in the light, a tranquil smile gracing her face as her bun tilted slightly with her movements. Sakura, on the other hand, picked up a piece of vegetable, her green eyes radiating kindness as she softly said, "Teacher, you should eat more as well." Her voice was crisp and considerate, her pink hair casually tucked behind her ear. Seated beside them, the Starlit Knight observed their joyous expressions, a wave of warmth swelling in his heart. He lifted a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip, his gaze softening as it rested upon them. His long black hair shimmered subtly, and he mused internally, "These children are truly growing under my care." Just then, the door of the barbecue restaurant swung open, revealing Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. With Sakura joining the Starlit Knight's team, Kakashi's squad had welcomed Neji, thus altering the composition of the 12 ninja warriors. Kakashi, clad in a green Jounin vest, had his silver hair glinting under the lights, a lazy smile adorning his face as he casually held the book Make Out Paradise tucked under his arm. Naruto, in his bright orange ninja attire, exuded vitality with his golden hair sparkling and a radiant smile spread across his face. Sasuke, dressed in blue, had his black hair cascading down, his eyes revealing a cold and profound demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, walking with a leisurely gait. Niji, in his white ninja attire, wore a forehead protector, his eyes gleaming with determination, his steps steady and composed. Kakashi spotted the Starlit Knight and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Starlit Knight. Long time no see." His voice was deep and warm, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as his silver hair swayed slightly. The Starlit Knight rose. Returning the smile, "Kakashi, have you come for barbecue as well?" His voice was warm and inviting, his black attire subtly gleaming under the lights. Kakashi nodded, leading his team to the Starlit Knight's table. "Indeed, we just finished a mission and thought to unwind." Naruto leaped excitedly in front of the Starlit Knight, exclaiming, "Starlit Knight, hello?" His voice rang out with enthusiasm, his golden hair bouncing as he moved, a brilliant smile lighting up his face. Sasuke and Niji also nodded respectfully towards the Starlit Knight, their eyes hinting at admiration, their dark and white attire contrasting sharply under the lights. The Starlit Knight invited them warmly, "Please, join us. The more, the merrier." He gestured for the waiter to bring over additional chairs, his movements calm and natural. Thus, the two groups gathered around a large table, the atmosphere of the barbecue restaurant becoming even more vibrant. The waiter soon brought more plates of grilled meat and drinks, and the gathering commenced, filled with food and conversation. Naruto eagerly picked up a piece of meat, taking a hearty bite, his satisfaction evident as he exclaimed, "This barbecue is incredible." His golden hair bobbed with every chew, a bit of sauce staining his orange attire, making him appear both messy and endearing. Sasuke remained quiet, eating methodically, his chopsticks moving gently, his eyes reflecting calmness as his black hair fell over his forehead, obscuring half his face. Niji savored his meal with elegance and composure, his white attire catching the light, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Kakashi leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Starlit Knight, your students seem quite exceptional." His gaze swept over Hinata and the others, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, his silver hair appearing even softer under the lights. The Starlit Knight replied with a smile, "They are very diligent and progressing quickly." His voice was warm and deep, brimming with pride for the girls. Hinata lowered her head, her blue hair partially concealing her face, her violet eyes shyly glancing up as she murmured, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Her voice was soft as a whisper, her fingers subconsciously twisting the hem of her attire. Ino clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, "We are the best." Her golden hair shimmered brightly, her blue eyes filled with confidence, her pale purple attire accentuating her vivacious spirit. As the conversation flowed, the girls frequently glanced at the Starlit Knight, their eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Hinata's gaze was gentle and heartfelt as she picked up a piece of grilled meat and delicately placed it on the Starlit Knight's plate, softly saying, "Teacher, you should eat too." Her voice was a mere whisper, tinged with shyness, her blue hair shimmering slightly, her fingertips trembling beside her, revealing her nervousness and thoughtfulness. The Starlit Knight smiled as he accepted it, softly replying, "Thank you, Hinata." His gaze lingered on her, warmth flickering in his eyes as his long black hair appeared even softer under the light. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Her head bowed as she bit her lip, her violet eyes filled with happiness. Ino playfully teased the Starlit Knight, asking, "Teacher, what do you think of my hairstyle today?" She tousled her golden hair, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief, her fingers deftly gliding through her hair. The Starlit Knight chuckled, "It looks lovely, Ino." His voice was warm and gentle, full of affection. Ino beamed with satisfaction, leaning forward slightly, her pale purple attire accentuating her figure. Feeling secretly pleased, "The teacher surely favors me the most." Tintin hesitated but then boldly offered a piece of grilled meat to the Starlit Knight, softly saying, "Teacher, please try this." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, imbued with a hint of shyness as her small bun swayed gently, and the green ninja attire glimmered faintly under the light. Shingya smiled as he took it, savoring a bite, nodding in approval. "Delicious, Tian." His voice resonated with warmth, and a flicker of encouragement shone in his eyes. Tian's cheeks flushed with a soft hue as she lowered her head, murmuring, "Thank you, teacher." Gratitude filled her gaze, her fingers intertwining unconsciously. Sakura observed silently, her green eyes reflecting a gentle tenderness. She picked a piece of vegetable and placed it on Shingya's plate, softly saying, "Teacher, don't just drink tea, you should eat something too." Chapter 120. Escorting the actress Fuyuki, her voice was crisp and considerate. With her pink hair casually tucked behind her ear, her face adorned with a resolute smile. Shingya replied with a smile, "Thank you, Sakura." His gaze lingered on her, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Sakura's lips curled into a slight smile, warmth flooding her heart. Meanwhile, Naruto attempted to engage the girls, particularly Hinata, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hinata, you've become even more beautiful lately." His voice boomed with sincerity, his golden hair shimmering under the light, and a radiant smile illuminating his face. His orange ninja attire puffed out. Hinata blushed, lowering her head and murmuring, "Thank you." Yet, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward Shingya, a hint of shyness flickering in her purple eyes, her fingers tightly gripping her chopsticks, evidently indifferent to Naruto's compliment. In contrast, Ino rolled her eyes, chuckling, "Naruto, you should eat more and talk less." Her golden hair swayed slightly with her movements, a trace of disdain in her eyes. Tian and Sakura merely nodded politely, their attention steadfastly on Shingya. Sasuke and Neji quietly enjoyed their meal, occasionally exchanging a few words with the girls, but their responses remained nonchalant. Sasuke picked up a piece of grilled meat, coolly inquiring, "How was your mission today?" His voice was deep and calm, his black hair falling over his forehead, exuding an air of profundity. Ino answered with a bright smile, "It went smoothly. With the teacher around, nothing was difficult." Her voice was clear and lively, a glimmer of pride in her eyes, though her gaze quickly returned to Shingya. Neji glanced at Hinata, softly remarking, "Your gentle fist has improved significantly." His voice was steady and gentle, his white ninja attire slightly gleaming in the light. Hinata nodded, quietly saying, "Thank you. It's all thanks to the teacher." Her blue hair partially concealed her face, her purple eyes filled with reliance on Shingya. Kakashi observed this with a smile, teasing Shingya. "It seems your students are quite fond of you." His tone carried an air of jest, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, his silver hair appearing softer under the light. Shingya smiled, responding, "They are my pride." His voice was deep and warm, filled with affection for the girls. Upon hearing this, the girls beamed with happiness, a wave of warmth washing over them as they exchanged knowing glances. "The teacher is ours. No one can take him away." After dinner, the group exited the barbecue restaurant, and Shingya led the girls homeward. Night fell, the stars twinkled, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Hinata walked beside Shingya, her blue hair shimmering softly in the moonlight, her purple eyes brimming with tenderness. She whispered, "Teacher, I really had a great time today." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with happiness, her fingertips delicately grasping the hem of her clothing. Shingya smiled warmly, responding, "I am also very happy." His voice was deep and soothing, his black ninja attire appearing even more profound under the moonlight. Ino leaped in front of Shingya, cheerfully exclaiming, "Next time, let's come for barbecue again." Her golden hair sparkled in the moonlight, her face radiating vitality, her light purple ninja attire accentuating her youthful form. Shingya nodded with a smile. "Sure, as long as you want." Ino clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes filled with anticipation for her teacher. Tian and Sakura trailed behind, Tian softly saying, "Teacher, you are so kind to us." Her small bun bobbed gently, her green ninja attire appearing softer in the moonlight. Sakura smiled. "Yes, the teacher is just like our family." Her pink hair was slightly disheveled by the wind, her green eyes filled with warmth. Shingya walked along the path to the Hokage office, clad in a black ninja attire. His forehead protector tied at his waist, the faint scar on his forehead barely visible in the sunlight, exuding a sense of composure and authority. His long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, his steps steady and resolute, as he contemplated the upcoming meeting with Tsunade. Upon pushing open the door to the Hokage office, Shingya immediately spotted Tsunade seated behind her desk. She donned the Hokage cloak, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, the purple diamond mark on her forehead glistening under the light. Upon seeing Shingya enter, Tsunade's face broke into a gentle smile, a spark of joy flickering in her eyes. She set down her pen, rose, and approached Shingya, wrapping her arms around him gently, whispering, "You've come." Her voice was soft and warm, her golden hair brushing against Shingya's shoulder, radiating intimacy. Shingya smiled in response, enveloping her waist in his arms and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "So, how was your day?" His voice was deep and tender, filled with concern for her. Tsunade leaned against him, letting out a soft sigh, "Busy as always." but it's good to have you here." The two shared a moment of warmth in the office, their breaths intertwining, the air thick with sweetness. After a moment, Shingya gently released her, moving to the desk, his gaze falling upon a scroll, smiling as he asked, "Are there any interesting missions lately?" His black ninja attire appeared softer under the light, his tone imbued with anticipation. Tsunade smiled as she walked to his side, retrieving a stack of scrolls from a drawer and handing them to him. "Take a look for yourself." A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes, her golden hair glinting under the light, seemingly eager for his reaction. Shingya accepted the scrolls, flipping through them one by one. Most were routine missions until his gaze settled on a scroll regarding the escort of actress Fuyuki to the Land of Snow for a film shoot. Surprise flickered in his eyes, followed by an understanding look as he pondered. "Isn't this the plot of the theatrical version of Yukaheim Ninja Scroll?" A smile crept onto his lips as he looked up at Tsunade. "This mission seems quite interesting. I'll take it." Tsunade nodded, her eyes full of trust. "Then take your students along. The scenery in the Land of Snow is also quite lovely." Returning to the Senju clan grounds, Shingya gathered Hinata, Ino, Tiantian, and Sakura in the living room to inform them about the new mission. The sunset streamed through the windows, casting warm light upon the wooden floor, filling the room with a faint aroma of wood. Shingya sat at the head of the table, clad in his black ninja attire, the forehead protector reflecting a faint glow under the light, his long black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, his gaze soft yet profound. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a deep and warm voice. "This time, the mission is to escort an actress to the Land of Snow for a film shoot. The mission's rank isn't too high, but the journey is long, so everyone should be prepared." The girls gathered around the table exchanged curious glances upon hearing this. Hinata, seated beside Shingya in her light purple ninja attire, had her blue hair gracefully draped over her shoulders, a hint of shyness gleaming in her purple eyes. Chapter 121, A Grand Performance. Yukaheim Ninja Scroll. She placed her hands on her knees, her fingertips gently twisting the hem of her clothing, whispering, "Teacher, which actress is it?" Her voice was as soft as a whisper, tinged with anticipation, her blue hair glimmering in the sunset light. Shingya smiled at her, a flicker of affection in his eyes. "It is Fuyuki." Upon hearing the name, the girl's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Ino leaped up with enthusiasm, her golden hair glimmering under the lights, and her blue eyes brimming with vitality. She clapped her hands together, the pale purple ninja attire swaying gently with her movements. The curves of her figure subtly accentuated. Fuyuki? Is she the one who starred as Yukaheim in Yukaheim Ninjutsu Scroll? I adore her." Her voice rang out, bright and cheerful, her face radiating a brilliant smile as her fingers unconsciously gestured in the air, reminiscent of scenes from the film. Hinata's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her violet eyes narrowing slightly as she softly remarked, "I've seen her movies too. Her portrayal of Yukaheim is breathtaking." Her blue hair partially obscured her face, and her tone revealed a hint of admiration, her fingers gently clenching as if envisioning Fuyuki's image. Tintin, with her two small buns and clad in a green ninja outfit, held a small knife, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She tilted her head, the buns swaying slightly, and quietly stated, "I remember there were many ninjutsu scenes in her movie. They were truly spectacular." Her voice was crisp and resolute, the green fabric of her attire shimmering under the light, exuding a sense of competence. Sakura, seated at the back in a pink ninja suit, sported a neat bob, her green eyes reflecting a tenacity. She nodded, casually tucking her pink hair behind her ear, and softly said, "I never imagined I would get to meet her in person. It's truly wonderful." Her voice was gentle yet clear, her face adorned with an expectant smile, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table, betraying her inner excitement. As they observed the girl's joyful expressions, a warm current surged within Shingya. He spoke softly, Fuyuki is indeed quite renowned. Our mission is to escort her to the Land of Snow for filming. However, the journey to the Land of Snow is long and may pose certain dangers, so you must take it seriously." His voice was deep and solemn, his long black hair appearing even darker under the light, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. The girls exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and Hinata softly affirmed, "Sensei, we will be careful." Her voice was barely above a whisper, her violet eyes reflecting a resolute spirit, her fingers tightening their grip. Ino clenched her fists, her golden hair swaying slightly as she smiled. "With you here, Sensei, we fear nothing." Her face radiated confidence, her blue eyes shining brightly, the pale purple ninja attire accentuating her youthful silhouette. Tenten twirled the small knife in her hands, a spark of determination flashing in her eyes. I will protect everyone. Her buns bobbed slightly as her tone conveyed decisiveness. Sakura nodded earnestly, a glimmer of resolve in her green eyes. We will give it our all, sensei. Her pink hair gleamed in the light as her palm gently struck the table, underscoring her determination. Shingya smiled and nodded, rising to his feet, the black ninja attire swaying with his movements. Then let us prepare. We depart early tomorrow morning. The girls chorused in unison, yes, sensei. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly vibrant. The following morning, Shingya led the girls to the village entrance of Konoha to meet Fujike's Fuyuki. The morning fog had not yet completely dissipated, the village gate barely visible through the thin mist, the air imbued with a refreshing chill. Shingya stood at the forefront, his black ninja attire appearing profound and steadfast in the morning light, his long black hair gently swaying in the breeze, his gaze calm yet piercing. The girls stood behind him, their expressions a mix of anticipation and vigilance. Fujike's Fuyuki approached from beside a carriage, adorned in a splendid kimono, her black hair elegantly styled into an updo, her face graced with a gentle smile that radiated star-like charm. Her steps were light and composed, the hem of her kimono swaying gracefully with her movements, resembling a flowing painting. Upon noticing Shingya and the girls, she smiled and stepped forward, performing a gentle bow. Esteemed ninjas, thank you for your assistance. Her voice was soft and melodious, exuding warmth, her black hair shimmering subtly in the morning light. The girls gazed at her with admiration. Ino excitedly stepped forward, her golden hair sparkling in the sunlight, and exclaimed, Miss Fujike's Fuyuki, I am your fan. Her face illuminated with a radiant smile, the pale purple ninja attire swaying slightly with her movements, her fingers instinctively forming a peace sign. Fujike's Fuyuki smiled in return, her gaze softening upon Ino, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you for your support. Hinata stood shyly to the side, her blue hair partially obscuring her face, her violet eyes tinged with shyness as she softly uttered, hello. Her voice was barely audible, her fingertips nervously twisting the hem of her attire, the pale purple ninja outfit accentuating her gentle demeanor. Fujike's Fuyuki gazed at her tenderly, smiling. Hello, little sister. Her tone was warm and inviting, causing Hinata's cheeks to flush. Her head bowed as she bit her lip, a surge of warmth filling her heart. Tenten and Sakura also stepped forward to greet her. Tenten's small bun bobbed slightly, her green ninja attire emanating a sense of competence as she softly remarked, I really enjoy your movies. Clutching her small knife, her fingers gently caressed the hilt, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sakura's pink hair was tousled by the morning breeze, her green eyes brimming with expectation as she smiled and said, It is our honor to escort you. Her voice was clear and resolute, her palm gently resting on her chest, conveying her enthusiasm. Shingya stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Fujike's Fuyuki. Miss Fujike's, we will ensure your safety. His voice was deep and resolute, his black ninja attire appearing even more profound in the morning light, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. Fujike's Fuyuki nodded, a sense of reassurance washing over her. With you here, I feel very secure. Her voice carried a note of trust as her black hair fluttered slightly in the wind. The team officially set off, Shingya walking at the forefront, his strides steady and composed, the black ninja attire billowing gently in the wind. The girls flanked Fujike's Fuyuki, Hinata and Ino on the left, Tenten and Sakura on the right, their eyes filled with vigilance and anticipation. Exiting the village, they found themselves on a long road leading to the land of snow, the distant mountains appearing hazy in the morning mist, the air imbued with a brisk chill. Shingya inhaled deeply, pondering to himself, this mission may not be as straightforward as it seems. His gaze fell upon the distant mountains, his long black hair swaying in the breeze, a look of profundity crossing his features. Chapter 122, The Rescue of the Land of Snow. In the serene morning of Konoha, with the mist still lingering, Shingya embarked on the journey to the land of snow with Hinata, Ino, Tenten, Sakura, and Fujike's Fuyuki. The team traversed the winding mountain paths, the distant peaks shrouded in thin mist, the air filled with a crisp chill. Shingya led the way, draped in his black ninja attire, a forehead protector secured at his waist, the faint scar on his forehead barely visible in the morning light. His long black hair flowed gently in the breeze. His gaze calm and sharp. His strides were steady and composed, exuding a sense of stability. The girls surrounded Fujike's Fuyuki, with Hinata and Ino on the left, and Tenten and Sakura on the right, their eyes reflecting vigilance and anticipation. Fujike's Fuyuki sat gracefully in the carriage, adorned in a magnificent kimono. Her black hair elegantly styled in an updo, a gentle smile gracing her face, though a hint of unnoticeable melancholy lingered in her eyes. The hem of her kimono swaying with the carriage's movements. The first half of the journey was tranquil and smooth, as the team traversed dense forests and crossed clear rivers, gradually approaching the borders of the land of snow. Along the way, Shingya occasionally engaged Fujike's Fuyuki in conversation, inquiring about her well-being and the amusing anecdotes from her filming experiences. His voice resonated with a deep warmth, and the black ninja attire appeared soft beneath the sunlight. His long fingers occasionally gestured towards the scenery by the roadside, patiently elucidating the customs and culture of the ninja world to her. Fujike's Yuki smiled in response, her voice soft and melodious, her long black hair gently swaying in the breeze, yet Hoshino keenly detected a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. He pondered silently. This actress seems to bear an unknown secret. One evening, the group set up camp in a valley. The bonfire blazed brightly, casting warm light upon everyone's faces. Hoshino sat beside the fire, his black hair glistening in the glow, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the girls. Hinata sat next to him, clad in a light purple ninja outfit, her blue hair shimmering softly in the firelight, a hint of shyness reflected in her violet eyes. She whispered, "Sensei, the scenery of the land of snow must be breathtaking." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, her fingertips nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, revealing a blend of tension and anticipation. Hoshino smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I have heard that it is perpetually blanketed in snow, a picturesque sight." His voice was deep and warm, a flicker of encouragement illuminating his eyes. In excitement, Ino clapped her hands, her golden hair sparkling in the firelight, her light purple ninja attire swaying slightly with her movements. "I can't wait. I hope to see the snowy landscape." Her blue eyes sparkled with vitality, her fingers drawing imaginary pictures in the air as if illustrating a vision of the future. Tenten and Sakura exchanged smiles. Tenten sported two small buns, her green ninja outfit glimmering in the firelight, her small knife deftly twirling in her hands, determination gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Sakura's pink hair shone brighter in the glow, her green eyes radiating warmth as she softly said, "I too wish to see what snow looks like." Fujike's Yuki sat quietly beside them, listening to their conversation, warmth flickering in her eyes. She turned to Hoshino and said softly, "Lord Hoshino, thank you for escorting me and your students all this way." Her voice was gentle and melodious, her kimono sleeves clasped tightly in a gesture of gratitude. Hoshino smiled in reply, "It is our duty." His gaze lingered on her, a softness shimmering in his eyes. Fujike's Yuki's gaze rested upon his face, her black hair catching the firelight, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her eyes, as an inexplicable emotion surged within her. As night deepened, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Hoshino kept watch alone, seated beside the bonfire, his black ninja attire appearing even more profound in the flickering light, his gaze fixed intently on the distant mountains. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him and turned to find Fujike's Yuki approaching, draped in a heavy cloak, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She appeared hesitant, her steps light and cautious. Hoshino quietly inquired, "It's late. Aren't you going to sleep?" His voice was deep and warm, imbued with concern. Fujike's Yuki settled beside him, murmuring, "I cannot sleep. I wish to converse with you." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with fragility, her fingertips gently gripping the edge of her cloak, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Hoshino nodded, his gaze softening as he regarded her. "Is there something troubling you?" Fujike's Yuki paused for a moment, inhaled deeply, and softly confessed, "In truth, I am not an ordinary actress. My true name is Kazahana Koyuki, and I am the princess of the land of snow." A flash of pain crossed her eyes, her hands clenched tightly on her knees, her fingertips trembling slightly. The hem of her kimono crumpled in her grip. Hoshino's eyes widened in surprise but quickly regained their composure. "I had my suspicions. You possess a unique aura." His voice was deep and resolute, his black hair swaying gently in the wind, exuding a sense of calm. Kazahana Koyuki lifted her gaze, gratitude filling her eyes. Thank you, Lord Hoshino. You are the first to not alter your demeanor because of my status. Her voice quivered slightly, her black hair tousled by the wind. A fragile smile gracing her face. Hoshino replied with a smile, status is insignificant. What matters is that you are a kind-hearted person. His hand gently patted her shoulder. His fingertips warm and reassuring, providing her with boundless comfort. A wave of warmth surged through Kazahana Koyuki's heart, her eyes glistening with emotion. She softly admitted, I have always feared confronting my past, but being with you brings me solace. Her voice was but a whisper, tinged with shyness, a blush coloring her cheeks. Hoshino gently said, do not be afraid, we will protect you. His gaze was gentle and profound, his black ninja attire radiating warmth in the firelight. The group finally arrived in the land of snow, greeted by a world adorned in silver, snowflakes swirling in the frosty wind. Hoshino led them to the royal palace, only to discover that it had fallen under the control of Kazahana Nutu, Kazahana Koiki's uncle, who harbored ambitions of seizing the throne of the land of snow. He commanded a formidable band of ninjas clad in advanced chakra armor, their strength formidable and not to be underestimated. Hoshino furrowed his brow, a sense of vigilance dawning within him. Indeed, the situation was far from simple. As the group entered the palace, they were ambushed by Kazahana Nutu's subordinates. A swarm of ninjas clad in chakra armor surged from all directions, their eyes gleaming with malice, their weapons reflecting the cold light of the snow. Hoshino's voice resonated with authority, protect Koyuki. His tone was deep and powerful, his black ninja attire billowing slightly in the wind as he swiftly formed hand seals. Chapter 123, The Clash of Battle approaches. The battle was fierce and arduous, the enemy's chakra armor capable of absorbing ninjutsu, rendering the girl's attacks ineffective. Hinata's gentle fist struck an enemy, but was rebounded by the armor. She furrowed her brow, murmuring, Sensei, their armor is formidable. Her voice was delicate, a hint of urgency in her violet eyes. Observing this, Hoshino's gaze sharpened, and he charged at the enemy, forming seals and declaring, fire style, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted forth, striking an enemy, the flames dazzling against the snow, causing the snowflakes to instantly melt in the heat. However, the enemy's armor absorbed much of the damage. Hoshino frowned, contemplating. This armor is indeed troublesome. Kazahana Koyuki stood by, worry etched upon her features. Suddenly, she recalled a relic left by her father, a mysterious necklace said to unlock the secret power of the land of snow. Gripping the necklace tightly, determination flickered in her eyes as she softly said to Hoshino, Lord Hoshino, I know how to defeat them. Her voice trembled slightly, her black hair tousled by the wind. Hoshino turned to her, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. You have a plan? Kazahana Koyuki nodded, inhaled deeply, raised the necklace, and began chanting an ancient incantation aloud. Her fingers trembled gently, the sleeves of her kimono billowing in the wind, her eyes filled with resolve. In an instant, the necklace radiated a brilliant light. Ice pillars erupted from the snowy ground, forming a colossal barrier that ensnared the enemies within. The ice pillars, crystalline and translucent, shimmered with a cold glow, filling the air with a biting chill. Seizing the opportunity, Hoshino and the girls launched their attacks, the barrier weakening the enemies and significantly diminishing the defense of their chakra armor. Hinata's gentle fist struck precisely at the enemy's weak point, the air slicing sharply as her blue hair danced in the wind. Ino's Jinjutsu caused the enemies to turn on one another, her golden hair twinkling amidst the falling snow, her blue eyes glinting with cunning. Tintin's weapons rained down like a storm, throwing shurikens that cut through the snowy curtain. Her green ninja attire fluttering in the wind, Sakura's strikes were powerful and relentless, her pink hair dampened by sweat, her green eyes brimming with determination. Under the starlit night, Starry utilized the art of wood release, as vines erupted from the snow-laden ground, ensnaring the foes. The intertwining of fire release and lightning release shattered the enemy's defenses. The vines danced nimbly through the snow, adorned with a hint of verdancy, creating a striking contrast against the white landscape. His black ninja attire fluttered gently in the wind, his hand forming seals with swift and fluid precision, while his eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity. With the combined efforts of the group, the adversaries retreated in disarray, ultimately subdued. Fenghua Xiaoxua exhaled in relief. a flicker of joy passing through her gaze. Yet she was acutely aware that the true enemy, Fenghua Nuteo, lurked deep within the palace. Starry led the group into the palace, arriving at the grand throne hall. The chill within was palpable, as snowflakes drifted through the shattered windows, settling upon the ground. Upon the throne sat Fenghua Nuteo, adorned in resplendent armor, brandishing a long sword, his eyes alight with ambition. A sinister grin graced his face, the armor glinting coldly under the dim light. Spotting Fenghua Xiaoxue, he jeered, "Little Snow, you have finally returned. But do you think you and your little friends can defeat me?" His voice was low and grating, dripping with disdain. Fenghua Xiaoxue clenched her fists, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes, her long black hair billowing slightly in the wind. "Uncle, you have betrayed father and usurped the throne. I will never forgive you." Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone remained resolute. Fenghua Nuteo scoffed, rising to his feet, his sword cutting through the air with a casual flourish. "Then let us see what you are made of." His imposing figure radiated authority, the armor emitting a deep, resonant hum. Starry spoke in a deep, commanding voice. "Xiaoxue, step back." His tone was powerful, his black ninja attire rustling in the breeze, his eyes flashing with determination. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded, filled with trust, retreating to stand beside the other girls. Starry and the girls assumed a battle stance, ready to engage. Fenghua Nuteo darted forward, his long sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, the blade's light glimmering amidst the falling snow. Starry sidestepped, forming seals with deft efficiency. As would release vines surged from the ground, twisting toward Fenghua Nuteo. The vines, vibrant with life, quickly coiled upwards, but Nuteo severed them with a swing of his sword, his eyes glinting with contempt, a mere parlor trick. Suddenly, a powerful chakra erupted from him, illuminating his armor with a blinding radiance, his strength surging. Starry furrowed his brow, a sense of caution creeping into his mind. This armor is stronger than it appears. He turned to the girls, instructing, "You handle his subordinates. I will confront him." The girls nodded, rushing towards the other foes within the hall. Hinata and Ino coordinated seamlessly, their gentle fists and jinjutsu complementing each other, their blue and golden hair weaving through the snowflakes. Tintin and Sakura joined forces, their weapons and martial arts intertwining, driving back the enemies, their green and pink attire blending with the swirling snow. A fierce battle unfolded between Starry and Fenghua Nuteo, swordplay clashing with ninjutsu. As dust swirled and snowflakes were swept away by the force of their conflict. Nuteo's swordsmanship was vicious, while Starry countered with wood and fire release, the struggle intensifying. The sound of Starry's black ninja attire echoed in the wind, his hand seals executed with grace and speed. Suddenly, Fenghua Nuteo lunged at Starry, his sword imbued with ice-release chakra, freezing the air with an oppressive chill. Starry evaded, but the icy blade momentarily paralyzed his movements. Nuteo, grinning wickedly, prepared to deliver a fatal blow, his sword raised high, eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue dashed forward, raising a necklace and chanting an incantation aloud. Her black hair whipped wildly in the wind, the hem of her kimono billowing, her eyes brimming with determination. The necklace radiated light once more, conjuring an ice wall that blocked Nuteo's strike, its crystalline surface reflecting a cold brilliance. Seizing the opportunity, Starry broke free from his constraints. As would release vines ensnared Fenghua Nuteo, followed closely by a blazing fire-release fireball. The vines swiftly coiled around him, and the fireball struck fiercely at Nuteo's chest. The armor shattered with a crisp sound, engulfed in flames that blazed brilliantly against the snow. Nuteo let out a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with defiance. "I will not be defeated." His voice dwindled, fragments of armor littering the snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue approached him, a glimmer of sorrow in her gaze, her black hair fluttering softly. "Uncle, you are mistaken. The land of snow does not require war. It yearns for peace." Her voice quivered slightly, her fingers tightly clutching the necklace. Nuteo struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed, losing consciousness. Chapter 124. The mission of the Land of Snow concludes. The girls swiftly fell into battle formation, Hinata activating her Byakugan, her violet eyes keenly observing the enemy's movements, her blue hair slightly tousled by the biting wind. Ino held her kunai firmly, her golden locks shimmering against the snow, her light purple ninja attire accentuating her youthful silhouette. Tintin hurled an array of weapons, her green ninja attire blending into the snowy backdrop, her bun bobbing gently. Sakura stood beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, her pink hair ruffled by the wind, her green eyes resolute. As the battle concluded, the citizens of the Land of Snow erupted in joyous cheers, welcoming their princess back. Standing upon the palace balcony, Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed over her homeland, a spark of determination glimmering in her eyes. Snowflakes danced in the air, the cold wind tousling her black hair, while the hem of her kimono fluttered gently, resembling a beautiful tapestry. She turned her gaze toward Starry, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Lord Starry, thank you for saving the Land of Snow." Her voice was soft and melodious, her fingertips gently clutching the necklace, revealing a hint of shyness. Starry smiled, replying, "This is our duty." His voice was deep and warm, the black ninja attire gently swaying in the wind, his eyes reflecting a tender light. Fenghua Xiaoxue took a deep breath, summoning her courage to softly say, "I wish to accompany you to Konoha." Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with nervousness, her cheeks flushing with a gentle hue, her black hair drifting softly in the breeze. Starry looked at her in surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Aren't you meant to stay here and govern the country?" His tone carried a note of concern, his gaze fixed upon her. Fenghua Xiaoxue shook her head, a gentle warmth in her eyes. "The Land of Snow has regained its peace. I trust that the citizens can manage well. I wish to follow you and live in Konoha." Her fingers trembled slightly, her eyes filled with dreams of the future. The sleeves of her kimono clenched tightly in her grasp. Starry paused for a moment, then smiled. "If you so desire, then come with us." His voice was deep and warm, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. A spark of joy illuminated Fenghua Xiaoxue's gaze as she clasped Starry's hand tightly. "Thank you, Lord Starry." Her fingertips were warm and soft, her face radiating a blissful smile. The girls stood nearby, observing the scene with a complex array of emotions. Hinata's blue hair partially obscured her face, her violet eyes revealing a trace of disappointment as she unconsciously twisted the hem of her attire. Ino's golden hair fluttered in the wind, her blue eyes glimmering with a sense of reluctance, her fingers clenched into fists. Tintin and Sakura exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. Tintin's bun bobbed slightly, while Sakura's pink hair was tousled by the wind. Yet, they understood that Starry was their mentor and the most significant individual in their hearts, and they were willing to support his decision. Konoha appeared especially tranquil and vibrant under the warm sunlight of spring. During the season of cherry blossoms, a gentle breeze swept through, and pink petals floated down like snow, carpeting the streets and training grounds of the village. Starry returned to Konoha with Fenghua Xiaoxue, followed closely by Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and Sakura. Fenghua Xiaoxue donned a delicate blue kimono, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation, her steps light and graceful. Surrounding her were several girls, their faces adorned with smiles, yet subtle emotions flickered in their eyes. They had already embraced Fenghua Xiaoxue as a dear sister. Yet within their hearts, a quiet rivalry brewed over Shingya's affections. As the group entered the village gates, Shingya led the way, clad in a black ninja outfit, a headband tied around his waist, a faint scar glimmering on his forehead in the sunlight, his dark hair swaying gently in the breeze. His stride was steady and composed, his gaze soft yet profound, exuding a calm demeanor that seemed to assure those around him of safety. Fenghua Xiaoxue followed closely, the hem of her blue kimono swaying slightly with her movements, her eyes wide with wonder at the new surroundings, her hair glinting in the sun. Hinata, Ino, Tintin, and Sakura trailed behind, their glances occasionally drifting toward Shingya and Fenghua Xiaoxue, smiles gracing their lips while their hearts stirred with unspoken emotions. Ino broke the silence first, skipping in front of Fenghua Xiaoxue, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, her lively blue eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Clad in a light purple ninja outfit, her figure elegantly accentuated, she twirled around Fenghua Xiaoxue, fingers playfully forming a peace sign. "Sister Xiaoxue, welcome to Konoha village." Her voice was bright and cheerful, radiating youthful vitality. Fenghua Xiaoxue replied with a warm smile, "Thank you, Ino." Her voice was soft and melodious, her fingertips gently grasping the sleeve of her kimono. A flicker of warmth in her eyes, her hair dancing in the soft breeze. Hinata stood nearby, dressed in a light purple ninja uniform, her blue hair neatly framing her shoulders, her lavender eyes holding a hint of shyness. She gazed down at the ground, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Softly murmuring, "Sister Xiaoxue, Konoha is beautiful. You will love it." Her voice was delicate, infused with tenderness and anticipation, her hair glimmering in the sunlight. Turning her gaze to Hinata, Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I can already feel it." Her eyes radiated kindness as they met Hinata's. Sensing the purity within her heart, Tenten, with her twin buns and clad in a green ninja outfit, held a small knife in her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tilting her head slightly, her buns bobbing, she asked softly, "Sister Xiaoxue, what was the land of snow like?" Her voice was clear yet resolute, her green outfit gleaming vibrantly in the sunlight, reflecting her spirited nature. Fenghua Xiaoxue smiled, replying, "The land of snow is perpetually blanketed in snow, its beauty unparalleled. Yet the warmth of Konoha village feels remarkably comforting." Her fingers gently caressed the edge of her kimono, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes, her hair flowing gracefully in the wind. Lastly, Sakura stood at the back, adorned in a pink ninja outfit, her short hair neatly styled, her green eyes radiating resilience. "Sister Xiaoxue, let us show you around Konoha village," she exclaimed, her voice bright and gentle, her pink hair slightly tousled by the breeze, her palms lightly resting on her chest, exuding enthusiasm. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "All right, I appreciate your kindness." A radiant smile graced her face, her black hair shimmering in the sunlight, the blue kimono elegantly outlining her graceful figure. Shingya smiled warmly. "Then let you girls guide Xiaoxue while I accompany you." His voice was deep and inviting, the black ninja attire softly illuminated by the sun. A hint of affection in his gaze as his long fingers casually rested in his pockets. The girls exchanged glances, joy evident in their eyes. In unison they exclaimed, "Yes, Sensei." Their voices harmonious and crisp, revealing a shared understanding. Fenghua Xiaoxue turned to Shingya, a flicker of reluctance crossing her features, swiftly replaced by excitement. She softly said, "Lord Shingya, let us proceed." Her tone was gentle, her fingers lightly gripping the edge of her kimono, a blush tinting her cheeks. The group set off, the girls encircling Fenghua Xiaoxue, pulling Shingya along, beginning their tour of Konoha village. A gentle breeze swept by, cherry blossom petals delicately falling, resembling a soft, pink rain, adding a touch of romance to their journey. Their first stop was the bustling commercial street of Konoha village. Shops lined the streets, displaying an array of vibrant goods. The calls of vendors intertwining with the laughter of passers-by, creating a lively atmosphere. Ino excitedly tugged at Fenghua Xiaoxue's hand, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, her blue eyes alight with enthusiasm. Pointing to a jewelry store, she exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoxue, look at the beautiful accessories in that shop." Her light purple ninja outfit fluttered in the wind, her fingers animatedly gesturing in the air, her face filled with anticipation. Fenghua Xiaoxue was drawn closer to the shop, her gaze fixed on the display case, her eyes widening in awe. She reached out, her fingertips gently brushing against a snowflake-shaped hairpin, whispering, "It's truly beautiful." Her voice was soft and enchanting, her hair fluttering in the breeze, a blissful smile illuminating her face. Hinata stood nearby, her violet eyes shyly observing the hairpin, softly commenting, "Sister Xiaoxue, that hairpin would suit you perfectly." Her blue hair partially concealed her face, her fingers delicately pointing toward the accessory, emanating warmth. Turning to Hinata, Fenghua Xiaoxue smiled. "Thank you, Hinata." She picked up the hairpin, delicately pinning it into her hair, the black locks harmonizing beautifully with the snowflake accessory, creating an elegant appearance. Ino clapped her hands in delight. "You look stunning, Sister Xiaoxue." Her golden hair swayed with her movements, admiration radiating from her expression as she turned to Shingya, playfully asking, "Sensei, what do you think?" Her blue eyes sparkled with expectation, her body slightly leaning forward, her outfit accentuating her curves. Shingya smiled, nodding with warmth in his gaze. "Very beautiful." His voice was deep and soothing, the black ninja attire subtly gleaming in the sunlight, his eyes filled with approval. Fenghua Xiaoxue felt a blush rise to her cheeks, softly murmuring, "Thank you, Lord Shingya." Her fingers gently grasped the sleeve of her kimono, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. Hinata noticed, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her violet eyes, her fingers instinctively tightening around her clothing. Yet she quickly masked it with a gentle smile. Tenten and Sakura joined in, Tenten's hair swaying with excitement. Her green outfit shining brightly in the sunlight as she softly encouraged, Sister Xiaoxua, you should wear that hairpin. Her small knife in hand, she gently caressed its hilt, admiration sparkling in her eyes. Sakura's pink hair danced in the wind, her green eyes filled with mirth. Indeed, it suits you perfectly. Her voice was bright and tender, her palms lightly resting on her chest, showcasing her enthusiasm. Fenghua Xiaoxua felt a warmth swell within her, a surge of gratitude for the kindness and friendship of the girls. Departing the commercial street, the girls led Fenghua Xiaoxua to the training grounds. Young ninjas were diligently practicing, sweat glistening on their brows, dust swirling in the air. The atmosphere thick with the spirit of determination. Hinata pointed toward a distant wooden post, whispering, Sister Xiaoxua, that is where we practice with shurikens. Her blue hair slightly disheveled by the wind, her purple eyes shining with pride, her fingers gently directed towards the post, exuding warmth. Fenghua Xiaoxua followed her gesture. Curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Training as a ninja seems quite arduous. Her voice carried a hint of admiration as her long black hair danced gently in the wind, and the light blue kimono gracefully accentuated her elegant figure. Ino smiled and said, indeed, but it's also quite fulfilling. She approached the wooden stump and threw a shuriken, striking the bullseye perfectly. Her golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, and the pale purple ninja outfit highlighted her youthful silhouette. Turning to Shingya, she asked with a smile, Sensei, how did I do? Her blue eyes sparkled with anticipation as she skillfully twirled another shuriken between her fingers. Shingya replied with a warm smile, very well, Ino. His voice was deep and gentle, filled with approval. Ino beamed with satisfaction and turned to Hanake's Koyuki, saying, Koyuki-chan, why don't you give it a try? Her golden locks swayed with the movement, radiating vitality. Koyuki hesitated for a moment before accepting the shuriken from Ino, mimicking her throw. Yet it veered off course and lodged itself in a nearby tree trunk. She laughed awkwardly, her black hair partially obscuring her cheek, and softly admitted, I'm not very good at this. A hint of shyness laced her voice as her fingers nervously fidgeted with the sleeves of her kimono. The girls encouraged her, and Hinata stepped forward, whispering, it's all right, Koyuki-chan, just practice a few more times. Her blue hair was tousled by the wind, and her violet eyes radiated kindness as she gently patted Koyuki on the shoulder. Koyuki smiled and nodded, feeling a warm surge of support and acceptance from her friends. Tenten approached Koyuki's side, softly offering, Koyuki-chan, let me teach you. Her small bun bobbed slightly, and her green ninja outfit fluttered in the breeze, her eyes gleaming with encouragement. She guided Koyuki through adjusting her stance, her fingers deftly maneuvering the shuriken with grace and precision. Koyuki focused intently, and this time, her throw came closer to the bullseye, eliciting a joyful laugh. Thank you, Tenten. Her black hair floated gently in the wind, and a blissful smile graced her face. Tenten chuckled, you're welcome. Her small bun swayed slightly, her eyes alight with joy. Sakura stood nearby, smiling and saying, Koyuki-chan, you're progressing quickly. Her pink hair was tousled by the wind, and her green eyes shimmered with warmth as she gently pressed her fingers against her chest in encouragement. Shingya observed this scene, a flicker of contentment crossing his gaze as he smiled and said, you all are doing wonderfully. His voice was deep and soothing, and his black ninja outfit appeared even softer in the sunlight. The girls exchanged glances filled with delight, yet their attention swiftly returned to Shingya, each secretly vying for more of his attention. Chapter 126. A stroll with Hanake's Koyuki in Konoha. Eventually, the girls brought Koyuki to Hokage Rock. Standing atop the mountain, they gazed down at the entire village of Konoha, bathed in the tranquil and beautiful hues of the setting sun, with houses arranged harmoniously and streets winding like a picturesque painting. Koyuki stood on the rock, her black hair billowing in the wind, the hem of her kimono fluttering as her eyes widened in awe. She reached out, her fingertips lightly brushing against the stone, feeling the weight of history, and whispered, is this Hokage Rock? How magnificent! A note of reverence colored her voice, and a spark of emotion flickered in her eyes as the light blue kimono was kissed by golden rays of the sunset. Sakura stood beside her, her pink hair tousled by the breeze, and her green eyes gleaming with pride. Yes, it bears the likenesses of all the Hokage throughout the ages. They are the heroes of Konoha, she declared, her voice ringing clear and firm as she pointed to the statues carved into the rock, brimming with pride. Koyuki followed her gesture, her eyes reflecting admiration, truly remarkable. Her black hair swayed gently in the breeze, and a tender smile graced her face. Hinata stood on Koyuki's other side, softly saying, "Koyuki-chan, Konoha is filled with stories. You can take your time to learn about them." Her blue hair partially concealed her face, and her violet eyes shimmered with kindness as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Koyuki turned to her, smiling and nodding. "Yes, I look forward to it." Her eyes sparkled with dreams of new beginnings, a sense of belonging swelling within her, as though she had already become part of this village. Ino stood beside Shingya, her golden hair glistening in the sunset, and a playful glint in her blue eyes. She gently tugged at Shinya's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sensei, look how beautiful the sunset is." Her pale purple ninja outfit swayed slightly in the breeze as her fingers playfully tousled her golden locks, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shinya smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it's lovely." His voice was low and warm, his gaze softly resting upon her. Ino's face lit up with satisfaction, secretly pleased, yet she noticed Koyuki was also looking at Shinya, a flicker of discontent crossing her features. Tenten stood on the other side, her small bun bobbing slightly, and her green ninja outfit appeared gentle in the evening light. She quietly asked, "Sensei, did you bring us here to share a story?" Her hand gently caressed the hilt of a small knife, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Shinya chuckled. "This is the symbol of Konoha. I wanted Koyuki to feel our roots." His voice was deep and warm, and his black ninja outfit appeared even more profound under the sunset. Koyuki turned to him, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she softly said, "Thank you, Shinya-sensei." Her fingers delicately gripped the edge of her kimono, a blush tinting her cheeks. Throughout the visit, the girls were friendly and warm toward Koyuki. Yet a tinge of jealousy occasionally surfaced within them, especially when Koyuki spoke with Shinya, a hint of disappointment flickering in their eyes. Standing atop Hokage Rock as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shinya stood beside Koyuki, his black ninja outfit swaying slightly in the wind as he gazed gently at the village. Koyuki softly remarked, "Shinya-sensei, Konoha is truly beautiful." Her voice was soft and melodious, her black hair fluttering in the wind, a blush coloring her cheeks. Shinya smiled and nodded. "Yes, this is our home." His voice was deep and warm, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. The girls stood nearby, their expressions a mix of complex emotions. Ino pouted slightly, her golden hair dancing in the wind, a hint of discontent in her blue eyes. She approached Shinya, smiling, and asked, "Sensei, do you think the hairpin I'm wearing today looks nice?" Her fingers gently played with the accessory, her pale purple ninja outfit accentuating her curves, her eyes glimmering with expectation. Shinya smiled and replied, "It looks wonderful, Ino." His voice was deep and gentle, filled with appreciation. Ino's face beamed with satisfaction, and she stole a glance at Koyuki, a flash of triumph in her eyes. Hinata stood nearby, her blue hair partially hiding her face, and her violet eyes revealed a hint of shyness. She quietly asked, "Sensei, are you tired?" Her voice was as soft as a whisper, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, showing her concern. Shinya turned to her, smiling, "Not at all." "Thank you, Hinata." His gaze was gentle as warmth flickered in his eyes. Hinata's cheeks flushed with color, her head bowed as she bit her lip, sweetness bubbling within her. Yet she noticed Koyuki also looking at Shinya, causing her heart to tighten slightly. Tenten and Sakura joined them, Tenten's small bun bobbing gently, her green ninja outfit fluttering in the evening breeze. She softly said, "Sensei, we took Koyuki-chan to many places today." Her voice was clear and confident, her eyes shining with hope. Shinya smiled and nodded. "You all have worked hard." His voice was deep and warm, filled with approval. Sakura, her pink hair tousled by the wind, added gently, "Sensei, why don't you join us for dinner? We can all eat together." Her voice was crisp and considerate, her fingers gently tapping on her chest, exuding a sense of passion. Shingya smiled and said, "All right, let's go together." He turned to Fenghua Xiaoxue, a soft glimmer in his eyes. "Xiaoxue, you should join us as well." Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded, her eyes brimming with joy. "Thank you, Lord Shingya." Her black hair fluttered softly in the wind, and a blissful smile adorned her face. The girls exchanged glances, a hint of subtle competition flickering in their eyes. Yet they understood that Shingya was their mentor and the most significant person in their hearts, willing to foster harmony for his sake. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, the starry sky twinkled, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Shingya walked home with the 5 girls. Fenghua Xiaoxue by his side, her black hair shimmering under the moonlight, her eyes filled with anticipation for her new life. The girls surrounded him, their laughter and joyful chatter weaving a tapestry of camaraderie that deepened throughout the day. Although they occasionally felt jealousy over Shingya's affection, they recognized that this bond of mentorship and sisterhood was a treasure they all shared. Chapter 127. The Chunin exam approaches in the warm summer sun. Konoha appeared particularly tranquil and vibrant. The season of cherry blossoms had quietly passed, and a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. The streets of the village bustled with passers-by, the calls of vendors mingling with the laughter of children, creating a harmonious scene. Within the Hokage's office, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, sat behind a grand desk, clad in the Hokage robe, her golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders. The purple diamond mark on her forehead sparkled under the light. She lowered her gaze to a stack of documents, her brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing, revealing the burdens of her responsibilities as Hokage. A teacup on her desk emitted faint wisps of steam, and the air was infused with a subtle scent of ink. Suddenly, the office door was gently pushed open, and Shingya entered, dressed in a black ninja outfit, with a Konoha headband secured at his waist. The faint scar on his forehead glimmered in the sunlight, and his black hair swayed gently in the breeze, embodying a sense of calm authority. His strides were measured and assured. His gentle gaze fell upon Tsunade, a warm smile gracing his lips, seemingly dispelling the office's somber atmosphere. Tsunade looked up, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Shingya. She set down her pen, rose, and walked over to him, enveloping him in a gentle embrace as she whispered, "You've arrived." Her voice was soft and warm, her golden locks brushing against his shoulder as her fingers instinctively clutched the hem of his clothing, conveying a sense of intimacy born from long-awaited reunion. Shingya smiled in response, wrapping his arms around her waist and gently kissing her forehead. "How was your day?" His voice was deep and tender, laced with a hint of affection. As his long fingers caressed her back, the movements both gentle and powerful, Tsunade leaned into his embrace, letting out a soft sigh, her eyes closing as she savored a moment of tranquility. "Busy as always, but it's enough to have you here." Her golden hair was gently tousled by Shingya's fingers, a satisfied smile gracing her face, the hem of her Hokage robe swaying slightly, accentuating her tall figure. The two lingered in the office, their breaths intertwining, the air thick with sweetness. Leaning closer, Shingya whispered near her ear, "You've worked hard today, my Hokage." His breath was warm and gentle, carrying a teasing undertone, as his black hair brushed against her shoulder, softly grazing her cheek. Tsunade opened her eyes, a glimmer of laughter dancing in her gaze as she playfully nudged his chest. "Enough with the sweet talk. Sit down and keep me company." Her fingers lightly tapped against his chest, tracing the fabric of his black ninja attire, her golden hair shimmering in the light, her expression playful. Shingya chuckled, releasing her and pulling out a chair to sit, his gaze falling upon the documents on the desk, casually inquiring, "Are there any significant matters in the village lately?" His tone was curious, the softness of his attire contrasting with the light, his tall figure leaning back against the chair with an air of ease. Tsunade approached him, retrieving a scroll from a drawer and handing it to him. "Take a look at this." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, revealing her fair neck, her fingers gliding gracefully over the edges of the scroll. Shingya accepted the scroll, opening it to reveal a report on the preparations for the Chunin exam. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. "The Chunin exam is approaching." His voice carried a note of nostalgia, his fingers delicately flipping through the scroll, tracing the paper's surface with a gentle focus, as if reminiscing about past times. Tsunade nodded, her expression turning serious. "Indeed, the 12 young talents are growing up. It's time for them to face the test." Her voice held a tone of pride, her golden hair catching the light softly, her arms crossed over her chest, embodying the authority and responsibility of her role as Hokage. Shingya set the scroll down, rising to his feet and moving to the window, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, where the faces of past Hokages were carved into the massive stone, imposing and dignified. His black hair swayed slightly in the breeze, his silhouette appearing tall and robust under the sunlight, exuding a sense of calm strength. He turned to face Tsunade, his expression deepening as he spoke softly. "I have an idea that could make this Chunin exam more meaningful." Tsunade stepped closer, her curiosity piqued. What idea? Her gaze was gentle, her golden hair glistening in the sunlight, her face reflecting a hint of eagerness as her fingers lightly gripped the edge of her Hokage robe. Shingya approached her, smiling. We could invite other villages to participate, hosting a joint Chunin exam. A spark of excitement lit up his eyes as his fingers lightly tapped the windowsill. Revealing his inner enthusiasm, the sleeves of his black ninja attire slightly rolled up, exposing his muscular arms. Tsunade paused, surprise flickering in her eyes. A joint examination? That's an intriguing idea. Her tone reflected contemplation, her golden hair gently tousled. Her expression revealing a hint of hesitation as her long fingers unconsciously brushed over the mark on her forehead. Shingya stepped closer, taking her hand in his, speaking earnestly. This would not only enhance communication between villages, but also allow young ninjas to witness a broader world. His fingers were warm and reassuring. His eyes filled with visions of the future as he gazed steadfastly into hers. Feeling his enthusiasm, Tsunade's eyes glimmered with emotion as she nodded with a smile. You're right, I agree. Her voice was soft yet resolute, her golden hair glowing gently in the light, her face displaying determination. Shingya released her hand, grinning. Then it's up to you, my Hokage. His tone held a teasing note, a smile dancing in his eyes, his black hair swaying lightly in the breeze. Exuding a sense of relaxation, Tsunade shot him a playful glare, laughing, not so fast, you need to help too. Her tone was mockingly reproachful, her fingers playfully poking his chest, her touch light and spirited. Shingya grasped her hand gently, bringing it to his lips for a soft kiss. Of course, my Hokage. His voice was low and tender, filled with affection for her. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly as she withdrew her hand, playfully admonishing, flatterer. Her golden hair fell back over her shoulder, a sweetness lingering in her eyes, her Hokage robe accentuating her noble demeanor. Chapter 128. The eve of the Chunin exam, the two stood by the window for a while, sunlight streaming through and illuminating their figures, resembling a warm and tender painting. Tsunade leaned against Shinya's shoulder and softly remarked, You always come up with such daring ideas. Her golden hair grazed his shoulder, fingers gently clasping his arm, her eyes brimming with trust. Shinya smiled and replied, With you by my side, I dare to dream. His voice was low and gentle as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Tsunade lifted her gaze, a flicker of happiness in her eyes, and lightly kissed his cheek, saying, Then let us strive together. Her lips were soft and warm, her golden hair shimmering under the light, and a reassuring smile graced her face. Shinya moved behind Tsunade, gently massaging her shoulders, his fingers skillfully kneading to alleviate her fatigue. His touch was tender yet firm, the sleeves of his black ninja attire slightly rolled up, revealing strong arms as he quietly advised, Don't overexert yourself. Tsunade closed her eyes, savoring the moment of relaxation, softly replying, With you here, I am not tired. Her voice carried a hint of bliss, her golden hair caressed by Shinya's fingers, a look of contentment adorning her face. Their interaction was warm and natural, the atmosphere in the office becoming increasingly gentle. In their ensuing discussion, Shinya elaborated on his thoughts. If we could invite the major villages such as Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure to participate, this Chunin exam could not only test the strength of the 12 ninja, but also showcase Konoha's openness and confidence. His fingers lightly tapped the table, intelligence gleaming in his eyes, his black hair catching the light, his tone exuding calm assurance. Tsunade listened intently, nodding occasionally, a glimmer of agreement in her eyes. You make a valid point, especially regarding Sunagakure. Our relationship has always been amicable, and they should be willing to join. Her voice carried a contemplative note, her golden hair casually tucked behind her ear, fingers deftly flipping through documents, her movements elegant and focused. Shinya approached the wall-mounted map of the ninja world, pointing to the locations of the major villages, and said quietly, If Kumogakure could also attend, it would be even more interesting. His fingers were long and powerful, gliding gently over the map, tracing a path from Konoha to the distant Kumogakure, the black fabric of his ninja attire appearing soft under the light, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a hint of concern flickering in her gaze. Kumogakure? Their stance has always been ambiguous. Will they actually come? Her voice betrayed a touch of uncertainty, her golden hair clasped gently in her hand, fingers applying slight pressure, revealing her inner unease. Shinya turned to her, smiling as he said, Let's give it a try. Even if they have ulterior motives, we can handle it. His voice was low and confident. A glimmer of light in his eyes, his black hair casually brushed aside, exuding a sense of ease. Tsunade nodded, a flicker of determination in her gaze. All right then, let us proceed with your plan. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, her golden hair shimmering under the light, her expression resolute, the hem of her Hokage cloak swaying slightly, exuding an air of authority. Once the decision was made, Tsunade immediately began drafting the invitation letters, her movements fluid and forceful, her golden hair cascading over her forehead. Her eyes filled with focus as her fingers deftly glided over the paper, the ink bold and clear. Shingya stood by, quietly observing her as she penned the letters. Warmth swelling in his heart, he stepped forward, gently encircling her waist from behind, whispering, "Don't be too formal, you'll scare them off." His tone was laced with playful teasing, his breath warm against her ear. Tsunade paused, turning to give him a playful glare, laughing, "Then why don't you write it?" Her voice was playful, her golden hair casually tossed back over her shoulder, a glimmer of mirth in her eyes. Shingya chuckled, releasing her and walking to the side to pick up a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip. "I lack your commanding presence as Hokage." His voice was low and warm, the black fabric of his ninja attire appearing soft under the light, his gaze tenderly fixed on her. Tsunade completed the final letter, setting down her pen and stretching, her golden hair swaying slightly with the motion, the Hokage cloak accentuating her graceful figure. She approached Shingya, leaning against his shoulder, softly stating, "All right, now we await their responses." Her voice was light, fingers gently clasping his arm. Shingya smiled and replied, "With you beside me, everything will go smoothly." His fingers were warm and strong, his eyes filled with trust in her. Days later, responses from the various ninja villages began to arrive at the Hokage's office. Sunagakure was the first to reply, expressing their willingness to send their finest genin, accompanied by a handwritten greeting from Gaara, the Kazekage, conveying a friendly and warm tone with clear, strong handwriting. Kirigakure and Iwagakure soon followed suit, indicating they would send representatives, their letters conveying a cautious yet amicable attitude. Shingya stood in the Hokage office, holding a stack of response letters, his black hair glistening slightly under the light, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He meticulously reviewed each letter, his fingers gliding softly over the paper, his demeanor calm and focused. However, upon reaching the response from Kumogakure, his brow furrowed slightly, surprise flickering in his gaze. He set the letter down and approached Tsunade, softly saying, "Kumogakure has also agreed to participate. This is somewhat unexpected." His voice carried a hint of confusion, his black hair casually brushed aside, his expression thoughtful. Tsunade, seated behind her desk, regarded him with gentle eyes. Her golden hair shimmering under the light, a cup of tea cradled in her hands, the aroma wafting gently. She inquired softly, "What is it?" Her voice held a note of concern, fingers lightly tapping the edge of her teacup, the hem of her Hokage cloak resting quietly beside her chair. Shingya handed her the letter from Kumogakure, softly urging, "Take a look." His fingers were long and strong, gently touching the paper, his tone laced with caution. Tsunade accepted the letter, quickly scanning its contents, a flicker of worry crossing her features. "Kumogakure has always maintained a tense relationship with us. Their sudden participation raises questions about their motives." Her voice reflected her uncertainty, her golden hair gently clasped in her hand, fingers applying slight pressure, the purple mark on her forehead becoming more pronounced under the light. Chapter 129. Visitors from Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Shingya pondered for a moment before moving to her side, gently patting her shoulder and smiling as he said, "Perhaps they merely wish to showcase their strength or use this opportunity to ease relations." His voice was low and warm, attempting to soothe Tsunade's concerns, fingers warm and strong, the black fabric of his ninja attire appearing soft in the light. Tsunade sighed, a hint of resignation in her eyes. "I hope so." Her fingers lightly tapped the table, her eyes filled with apprehension for the future, her golden hair casually tucked behind her ear, her expression contemplative. Shingya leaned down, gently taking her hand, and softly reassured, "Do not worry, I am here." His fingers were warm and strong, a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. His deep eyes focused on her. Tsunade lifted her gaze, a wave of emotion washing over her, softly saying, "Thank you, Shingya." Her voice trembled slightly, her golden hair glowing softly under the light, a serene smile brightening her face. She reciprocated by holding Shinya's hand, her fingertips gently stroking the back of his hand. The hem of her Hokage cloak swaying subtly with her movements, the atmosphere in the office growing increasingly warm and inviting. Despite harboring some doubts, Shingya was filled with anticipation for the forthcoming Chunin exams. Standing before the window of the Hokage's office, he gazed at the distant village, his long black hair swaying gently in the breeze, his eyes shimmering with hope. The rooftops of Konoha glimmered with golden light under the setting sun, while the streets grew gradually desolate, enveloping the village in a serene tranquility. He particularly looked forward to witnessing the emergence of the new generation of ninjas from Sunagakure and Kumogakure, especially the descendants from Sunagakure. He had once befriended a kunoichi named Yakura during his time in Sunagakure. She was a formidable ally with a compassionate heart, tragically lost in a mission. The thought of witnessing her successor's flourish ignited a warm surge within him. Tsunade approached his side, gently leaning against his shoulder, her voice soft and melodic as she inquired, "What are you pondering?" Her golden hair brushed lightly against Shingya's shoulder, her fingers tenderly clasping his arm, the hem of her Hokage cloak swaying slightly, emanating a sense of tenderness. Shingya smiled and replied, "I am contemplating how intriguing this Chunin exam will undoubtedly be." His voice was deep and warm, his gaze tenderly fixed on the distant Hokage rock, his dark locks glimmering softly in the sunset. Tsunade nodded, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Indeed. With you here, everything will be quite entertaining." Her tone carried a hint of sweetness, her fingers gently entwined with his, their warmth radiating softly. Turning to her, Shingya's eyes sparkled with affection as he suggested teasingly, "How about I take you to see the successors from Sunagakure?" His tone was playful, his dark ninja attire appearing even more profound in the fading light. Tsunade chuckled, "Sure, I look forward to seeing if they can measure up to me." Her voice resonated with confidence, her golden hair casually swept behind her shoulder, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Shingya laughed softly. "That's hard to say, considering Yakura's legacy." His voice remained deep and warm, brimming with anticipation for the future. As night fell, the Hokage office was aglow with light. Shingya and Tsunade sat side by side at the window, savoring the village's nocturnal beauty. He gently draped his arm around her shoulders, the contrast of his dark ninja attire and her Hokage cloak creating a harmonious image, his gaze soft as he regarded her. Tsunade nestled against him, her eyes closed, relishing the moment of tranquility, her golden hair shimmering under the lights, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Shingya leaned down to kiss her forehead, murmuring, "No matter what happens, I shall remain by your side." His voice was low and resolute, filled with love, as his fingers tenderly caressed her golden locks. Tsunade opened her eyes, happiness glimmering within them as she softly replied, "So shall I." Her voice was laced with sweetness, her fingers gently clasping his, the fabric of her Hokage cloak resting quietly at her side. Their silhouettes intertwined under the warm glow of the lights, resembling a heartwarming painting. While the lights of Konoha twinkled outside, serene and beautiful, Konoha thrived under the vibrant summer sun. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. As the streets bustled with passers-by, the shouts of vendors mingling with the laughter of children, creating a harmonious tableau. As the Chunin exams approached, the atmosphere in the village grew increasingly fervent, with delegations from various ninja villages arriving, each bringing their unique flair and character. As the host, Konoha welcomed guests from all directions with its prosperous and open demeanor. Hokage Rock stood tall in the distance, overseeing this lively village, symbolizing Konoha's resilience and glory. The delegation from Kumogakure was the first to step through the gates of Konoha. Leading the group was Samui, a striking kunoichi with golden hair and blue eyes. Tall and elegant in her distinctive white ninja attire, accentuated by a black belt at her waist. Her hair shimmered in the sunlight, swaying lightly with each step, reminiscent of flowing sunlight. Following her was Mabui, a robust male ninja with dark skin, clad in deep blue attire, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination and composure. His strides were steady, each step radiating strength, his deep gaze surveying the surroundings with vigilance. As they traversed the streets of Konoha, their eyes were captivated by the sights before them. Shops lined both sides of the street, wooden signs gently swaying in the breeze, releasing a faint scent of wood. Vendors displayed an array of goods, from steaming bowls of ramen to vibrant candies, all enticingly appetizing. Passers-by flowed in and out, while children frolicked on the streets. their laughter ringing clear and melodious, like a joyful symphony. Samui halted, gazing at the towering Hokage rock in the distance, a glimmer of reverence flashing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she murmured, "Indeed, this is the most powerful village in the ninja world. The atmosphere here is distinctly different from that of Kimogakure." Her voice was clear and pleasant, her fingers idly playing with her golden hair, exuding an air of confidence and poise. Mabui nodded, admiration evident in his deep-set eyes. Indeed, the prosperity of Konoha surpasses all expectations. Its architectural style is entirely different from our mountainous fortress. His tone was deep and resonant, fingers lightly brushing the pouch of ninja tools at his waist, curiosity and caution evident in his demeanor. As they continued, a rich aroma wafted from a ramen shop, causing a smile to flicker across Samui's face. She turned to Mabui, softly saying, "The food here smells delightful. We must try it when we have the chance." Her golden hair danced in the gentle wind, a subtle smile enhancing her charm. Chapter 130. Samui, Mabui, Temari, and I am Mabui responded with a grin. "Once our mission concludes, we can indulge ourselves." A rare smile lit up his face, his dark skin glistening healthily in the sunlight. The hem of his deep blue attire swaying lightly with each step, radiating a relaxed vibe. They were guided by Konoha's ninjas to an inn at the village's center to rest. Samui stood by the window of the inn, overlooking the entire village. Hokage Rock appearing majestic and solemn in the distance under the sunset. With her arms crossed, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders, she mused internally. There must be a significant reason for Kimogakure to send us here for the Chunin exams. A glimmer of contemplation crossed her eyes as her fingers lightly tapped the windowsill, revealing her excitement and anticipation. Mabui approached her side, quietly asking, "Captain Samui, what are you thinking about?" His voice was deep and warm, laced with concern. Samui turned to him, smiling as she replied, "Nothing much, just the feeling that this exam will be quite fascinating." Her voice held a note of eagerness, her golden hair glinting in the light, the white ninja attire accentuating her graceful figure. Mabui nodded, a smile flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, coming to Konoha for this experience makes it all worthwhile." His fingers gently gripped the pouch of ninja tools, the deep blue of his attire appearing even more profound in the light. As they exchanged glances, a swell of anticipation for the future rising within them. Following closely behind Kimogakure, the delegation from Sunagakure also arrived in Konoha. Leading them was Temari, a kunoichi with golden hair and blue eyes. Donned in the distinctive dark attire of Sunagakure, her waist adorned with a striking red belt, exuding elegance and prowess. Her hair was styled into 4 high ponytails, swaying lightly with each step, reminiscent of wind chimes in the desert. Following her was Ayam, a male ninja with black hair and eyes, dressed in light yellow attire. His demeanor calm and composed. His dark hair was gently tousled by the wind, his steps light yet steady, fingers occasionally brushing against the tools at his waist, revealing his keen awareness and vigilance towards his surroundings. Temari walked along the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, her gaze sweeping around, filled with wonder. The village was lush with greenery. Although the cherry blossoms had passed their peak bloom, they still flourished vibrantly, standing in stark contrast to the desolate sands of the sand village. The air was infused with a refreshing floral fragrance, and the buildings lining the streets were neat and exquisite, exuding an air of prosperity. She paused, inhaling deeply, and murmured, "What a beautiful place. It possesses a liveliness that the sand village lacks." Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight as her fingers lightly caressed the trunk of a tree, tracing the rough bark, her eyes glimmering with longing. Reino stood beside her, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, the peace and prosperity of the Leaf Village are enviable." His voice was deep and gentle, his dark hair slightly swaying in the breeze, the light yellow ninja attire appearing soft in the sunlight. He gazed up at the towering Hokage rock in the distance, a flicker of reverence in his eyes, fingers gently gripping the pouch of ninja tools at his waist, his movements calm and natural. Guided by a Leaf Village ninja, the two toured the village's main attractions. As they passed the Ninja Academy, Temari halted, watching the children training on the playground, a softness crossing her features. These children are truly fortunate to grow up in such a wonderful environment. Her voice carried a hint of sentiment, fingers delicately clasping her fan at her waist, tracing the handle, revealing her anticipation for the future. Reino smiled. "Yes, I hope the Sand Village can thrive similarly." A glimmer of determination crossed his eyes. His dark hair tousled by the wind, the light yellow attire accentuating his tall stature, rendering him particularly handsome. They continued onward, passing a tea house where the aroma of tea wafted through the air, and Temari's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. The tea here smells delightful. She casually tucked her golden hair behind her ear, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Reino nodded, softly replying, "We should try it when we have the chance." His fingers lightly tapped on the pouch at his waist, a relaxed demeanor in his gaze. After a time of exploration, Temari and Reino decided to visit Yakura. Yakura was a senior from the Sand Village, once an elite ninja, forced to leave due to the treachery of the fourth Kazekage, Rashi, ultimately joining the Leaf Village. This incident stirred considerable turmoil in the Sand Village, causing Rashi's reputation to plummet. Years ago, to solidify his power, he conspired against Yakura, leading to her ostracization within the village and her eventual departure. During the war, although Rashi perished in battle, his reputation had already reached its nadir, even now. Despite being revered as the fourth Kazekage, many ninjas from the Sand Village harbored discontent toward him. As representatives of the Sand Village, Temari and Reino came not only to participate in the Chunin exam, but also to convey their village's apologies and respect to Yakura. On their way to the Senju clan's territory, Samui, Mabu, Temari, and Reino were profoundly struck by the prosperity of the Leaf Village. The streets were wide and clean, the cobblestones polished smooth, and vibrant flowers bloomed in the flower beds, red, yellow, and white, each competing for attention. Colorful banners fluttered in front of the shops, and the air was filled with the aromas of grilled meat, ramen, and desserts. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, children practiced ninjutsu, their laughter and shouts echoing, brimming with vitality. In the distance, Hokage Rock stood majestically under the sun, the statues of past Hokages overseeing the village, as if guarding this land. Samui stood on a raised platform, surveying the village's panorama, her golden hair gently swaying in the breeze, her white ninja attire strikingly vivid in the sunlight. She whispered, "The prosperity of the Leaf Village is indeed well-deserved." Her fingers lightly gripped the pouch at her waist, a flicker of admiration in her eyes, her tone imbued with reflection. Mabu stood beside her, nodding. The architecture and layout here exude a warmth that surpasses the mountainous fortresses of the Cloud Village. His deep blue attire danced in the wind as his fingers brushed his chin, curiosity glimmering in his gaze. Temari stood on the street, looking at a distant wooden bridge, where water flowed gently beneath, crystal clear. She inhaled deeply and murmured, "The sandstorms of the Sand Village pale in comparison to this place." She casually tucked her golden hair behind her ear, fingers lightly gripping her fan, tracing the handle, a hint of envy in her eyes. Reino stood beside her, his dark hair slightly disheveled by the wind, his light yellow attire appearing soft in the sunlight. He softly remarked, "The abundance of water in the Leaf Village is truly alluring." His fingers gently tapped the pouch at his waist, a contemplative expression in his eyes. Chapter 131. Temari and Reino's visit. The four continued onward, passing a dessert shop filled with exquisite wagashi in the display, enticingly colored, filled with red bean paste and matcha. Samui stopped, a smile creeping onto her face. These sweets looked delightful. She gently played with her golden hair, her white attire accentuating her graceful figure, radiating elegance. Temari laughed. Indeed, such delicate treats are rare in the Sand Village. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight as she pointed toward the display, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Mabu and Reino exchanged glances, a hint of amusement flashing in their eyes, the atmosphere among the four growing more harmonious. The Senju clan's territory lay in the heart of the Leaf Village, a serene yet solemn area. Towering ancient trees surrounded the clan lands. The winding cobblestone paths leading the way, and a small stream flowed beside, exuding a sense of historical gravitas. Temari and Reino arrived at the grand entrance of the clan's territory, gazing at the towering wooden gate with a sense of awe. The gate was adorned with the emblem of the Senju clan, ancient and dignified, while the guards at the entrance stood tall, their gazes sharp. Temari took a deep breath, her voice tinged with nervousness. "We come to visit Senior Yakura." Her golden hair was gently tucked behind her ear, fingers unconsciously gripping her fan, slightly trembling, betraying her inner anxiety. Reino stood beside her, nodding. "I hope the senior can forgive the mistakes of the past." His dark hair tousled by the wind, his light yellow attire appearing soft in the sunlight, Sincerity shone in his eyes. The guard nodded and turned to announce their arrival. Soon, Hashioru emerged from within the clan territory, clad in a black ninja outfit, with a Leaf Village headband tied around his waist. His black hair swayed slightly in the wind, though a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. He had just been interrupted from a moment of tranquility, feeling somewhat disgruntled. His steps appeared casual, the hem of his black attire swaying slightly, the scar on his forehead glinting in the sunlight, exuding a languid yet authoritative aura. Approaching the gate and seeing guests from the Sand Village, Hashioru suppressed his emotions, smiling warmly. "Welcome, friends from the Sand Village." His voice was deep and warm, his gaze soft as it fell upon Temari and Reino, his black hair swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a sense of composure. Temari and Reino exchanged grateful glances. Temari stepped forward respectfully. "Lord Hashioru, we are here to visit Senior Yakura." Her voice was melodious and clear, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, fingers lightly gripping her fan, a hint of tension evident in her demeanor. Hashioru nodded, smiling. "Please, come in. Yakura is inside." His gaze remained gentle upon them, his black attire soft in the sunlight, his tall figure emanating warmth. Two individuals followed the starlit night into the clan's territory, traversing a bamboo grove where the leaves rustled gently in the wind, and a refreshing aroma filled the air. Beyond the bamboo forest lay an elegant tatami room, its wooden floor polished to a mirror-like sheen, with wind chimes hanging from the eaves, producing a crisp sound. Yakura sat on the tatami, adorned in a delicate green kimono, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes radiating tranquility and gentleness. The subtle floral patterns embroidered on her kimono added to her elegance, the hem gracefully draping over the tatami. Upon noticing Temari and Yuno, she smiled and rose to greet them, saying, "Welcome." Her voice was soft and melodious, her fingers lightly brushing over the kimono's sleeves with a natural grace that conveyed composure. Temari and Yuno exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement passing between them. Temari stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Yakura-senpai, we represent Sunagakure and wish to express our sincerest apologies." Her voice quivered slightly, golden hair falling forward to obscure her eyes, her fingers tightly gripping a fan, the tips trembling with remorse. Yuno followed suit, bowing with sincerity in his gaze. "Senpai, we deeply regret the injustice caused by Lord Rasha in the past." His tone was deep and resolute, his dark hair tousled by the wind, the light yellow shinobi attire accentuating his upright posture, exuding authenticity. Yakura smiled gently, shaking her head with a hint of relief in her eyes. "Let the past remain in the past. I am quite well now." Her voice was imbued with calmness, her fingers lightly caressing the sleeves of her kimono as her gaze softened upon them, the warm glow of her brown hair shimmering in the light. Temari and Yuno lifted their heads, gratitude sparkling in their eyes. Temari murmured, "Thank you, senpai." Her voice held a note of ease, as she tucked her golden hair behind her ear, a reassuring smile gracing her face as her fingers relaxed their grip on the fan. Yuno nodded in agreement, quietly adding, "We are truly grateful for your magnanimity." His dark hair was carelessly brushed aside, a sense of relief evident in his eyes. Standing to the side, Hashioru smiled at the scene, warmth swelling in his heart. He gently suggested, "All right, let us all sit and converse." His voice was deep and inviting, his gentle gaze resting on Yakura, the black shinobi attire appearing soft in the light, his tall figure exuding tranquility. Yakura turned to him, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, playfully chiding, "No slacking off now, go attend to the guests." Her voice carried a teasing lilt, her brown hair brushed lightly behind her ear, her fingers gesturing towards the nearby tea set, radiating warmth and playfulness. Hashioru chuckled softly, shaking his head as he approached the tea set, beginning to brew tea. His movements were fluid and practiced, his black hair cascading over his shoulders, fingers delicately holding the teapot, gliding gracefully over the porcelain. The group settled on the tatami, engaging in lively conversation. Yakura inquired about the recent happenings in Sunagakure, while Temari and Yuno shared insights on the village's development and changes. Temari remarked, "Under the leadership of Lord Kazekage, Sunagakure has gradually regained its vitality in recent years." Her golden hair glimmered under the light, her fingers lightly tapping on the tatami, pride illuminating her eyes. Yuno added, "Although challenges remain, everyone is striving diligently." His dark hair caught the light, the soft yellow shinobi attire emphasizing his noble stance, his tone resolute. Yakura listened with a smile, a flicker of contentment in her eyes. "I am glad to hear that." Her voice was soft and melodious, fingers gently cradling the teacup, her fingertips tracing the rim, her brown hair cascading over her shoulder. Exuding warmth, Hashiyuru approached with a tea tray, distributing cups to everyone, smiling as he said, "Have some tea and take a moment to rest." As night fell, Temari and Yuno bid farewell to Yakura and Hashiyuru, embarking on their return to the inn. The streets of Konoha appeared tranquil and beautiful under the glow of lanterns, casting a warm scene. Temari walked along, her gaze softly resting on the distant Hokage rock, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. "Senpai Yakura is truly fortunate." Her voice carried a note of envy, her golden hair fluttering in the night breeze, fingers lightly gripping the fan, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Yuno nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, Hashira-senpai treats her well." His tone was warm and deep, his dark hair ruffled by the wind, the light yellow shinobi attire appearing gentle in the light. He turned to Temari, softly stating, "This visit has finally put my heart at ease." His fingers lightly tapped against the ninja tool pouch at his waist, relief evident in his eyes. They exchanged glances, warmth blossoming in their hearts, knowing that this visit not only resolved past grievances, but also laid the groundwork for future collaboration. Meanwhile, Hashiyuru and Yakura stood at the clan's entrance, watching them depart. Yakura leaned against Hashiyuru's shoulder, clad in her delicate green kimono, her brown hair dancing in the night breeze, her eyes filled with gratitude for him. She softly murmured, "Thank you, Hashiyuru." Her voice was gentle and melodious, her fingers lightly clasping his arm, warmth radiating from her touch. Hashiyuru smiled, replying, "No need for thanks. This is what I ought to do." His voice was deep and warm as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, offering a comforting embrace. The black shinobi attire appeared soft in the light, his gaze gently fixed on the horizon, a flicker of happiness in his eyes. As night deepened, the lights of Konoha sparkled, reflecting the village's serenity and prosperity. The Chunin exams were about to commence with the participation of various shinobi villages, and the story of Hashiyuru and Yakura would continue to unfold in this hopeful village. The arrival of Temari, Yuno, Samui, and Mabu brought a fresh atmosphere to the shinobi world, adding a vibrant touch to the impending grand event. Konoha buzzed with life under the summer sun. As ninjas from various villages arrived in anticipation of the Chunin exams, the bustling commercial street alive with energy. Shops lined the streets, their wooden signs gently swaying in the breeze, releasing a faint scent of wood. Vendors called out enthusiastically, their stalls brimming with a variety of goods, from steaming ramen to colorful wagashi, enticing passers-by. The air was infused with a delightful blend of grilled meat, sweets, and floral fragrances, invigorating the senses. Shinobi from Sunagakure donned dark desert-style attire, standing in stark contrast to Konoha's greenery, while the shinobi from Kumogakure strode confidently, exuding the valiant spirit of mountain warriors. Children chased each other down the streets, their laughter mingling with the hushed conversations of the ninjas, creating a picturesque scene of peace and prosperity. Hashiyuru strolled through the bustling commercial street, dressed in a black shinobi outfit, the Konoha headband tied around his waist. The faint scar on his forehead barely visible in the sunlight, his long black hair fluttering in the breeze, exuding a sense of steadiness and authority. His gait was calm and resolute, his gentle gaze sweeping over the surroundings, observing the ninjas from different villages weaving through the streets. A wave of reflection washing over him. Peace is truly wonderful. He paused in his steps, gazing at a group of Sunagakure ninjas in the distance, who were meticulously selecting their ninja tools. Their dark attire stood out vividly in the sunlight, while the scrolls and weapons they held exuded a rugged charm reminiscent of the desert. A faint smile graced the corners of Hashiyuru's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This peace was hard-won, achieved through the sacrifice of countless ninjas' blood. Now, Konoha welcomed every arriving friend with open arms. Just then, his reverie was interrupted by a melodic voice. "Are you Lord Hashiyuru?" The voice carried a hint of surprise and trepidation, akin to wind chimes gently resonating in a summer breeze. Hashiyuru turned to find two young girls before him. The breeze stirred his long black hair, which danced lightly, and curiosity flickered in his eyes as his tall figure exuded calmness under the sun. He scrutinized them closely, pondering their identities. The two girls standing before him were distinct in their own right. One possessed striking short golden hair, reminiscent of sunlight cascading over golden fields, shimmering with her movements and radiating youthful vitality. Her skin was as white as jade, reflecting a soft glow in the sunlight, as if capable of mirroring the surrounding colors. Her figure was remarkably developed for her age, especially her ample bosom, accentuated by her white ninja attire that clung to her form, outlining her graceful curves, complemented by a black belt that conveyed a sense of poise and elegance. Excitement twinkled in her azure eyes, her lips slightly parted, revealing a mix of nervousness and anticipation, as her fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of her ninja attire, trembling ever so slightly, betraying her inner exhilaration. The other girl boasted long, silvery hair, reminiscent of moonlight spilling across the night sky, flowing gracefully in the breeze and cascading gently over her shoulders, exuding an air of composure. Her skin bore a healthy wheat hue, glowing warmly in the sunlight, embodying a wild beauty. Her figure was also notable, though not as strikingly voluptuous as her golden-haired companion. It was still commendable. The deep blue ninja attire clung to her form, outlining her athletic and balanced silhouette, with a ninja tool pouch adorning her waist, projecting an image of calm competence. Confidence shone in her eyes as her fingers delicately brushed over the pouch at her side, her touch graceful and instinctive. Hashiryu regarded them with a warm smile, his gaze gentle yet profound, his black ninja attire fluttering slightly in the breeze, radiating an inviting aura. "I am Hashiryu. May I ask who you are?" His voice was deep and warm, imbued with curiosity, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, stirring emotions within. Upon hearing his affirmation, the golden-haired girl sparkled with excitement, a blush rising to her cheeks as she hurriedly replied, "I am Samui from Shingya, and this is my teammate, Mabuhi. We have admired you since childhood." Her voice was bright and clear, tinged with a tremor, her golden locks shimmering in the sunlight, her bosom rising and falling gently with her breath, rendering her particularly captivating. She took a small step forward, fingers clenching the edge of her attire. Turning pale from the pressure, her eyes brimming with adoration for Hashiryu, Mabuhi stood beside her, her silvery hair dancing lightly in the breeze, her sun-kissed skin radiating health in the sunlight. With a smile, she nodded and softly said, "Lord Hashiryu, your heroic deeds are widely known in Shingya. We have always looked up to you." Her voice was soft yet resolute, her fingers lightly tapping the pouch at her waist, her demeanor exuding calm and reverence, while her deep blue attire accentuated her graceful form. Hashiryu, upon hearing their words, was momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by a warm smile. "I see. I did not realize I had admirers in Shingya." His tone held a touch of sentiment, his black hair tousled by the wind, his tall figure appearing particularly amicable in the sunlight. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze softening as he regarded them, warmth swelling within him. Samui and Mabuhi exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Summoning her courage, Samui stepped closer to Hashiryu, her golden locks swaying with her movements, her figure subtly accentuated beneath her attire. Taking a deep breath, she spoke softly, "Lord Hashiryu, you are known as the god of war in the ninja world. Your strength is evident to all. Even during times of war, you have been an object of admiration for us ninjas of Shingya." Her azure eyes glimmered with admiration, her fingers lightly gripping the edge of her attire, trembling slightly from her eagerness. Mabuhi joined in, her silvery hair glistening in the sunlight, her wheat-colored skin harmonizing beautifully with her deep blue outfit. "In Shingya, we hold a deep respect for martial prowess, and your strength commands our admiration," she added softly. Her voice resonated with sincerity, fingers tapping gently on her tool pouch, her eyes reflecting deep respect for Hashiryu, her steps light yet assured, embodying grace. Hashiryu listened with a warm smile, a comforting wave of emotion washing over him. "Thank you for your recognition. However, the war has ended, and we are now in an era of peace. I hope we can work together to preserve this tranquility." His voice, deep and warm, met their gazes with kindness. His black hair gently tousled by the breeze, creating an approachable presence. Samui and Mabuhi felt a wave of emotion wash over them. "Lord Hashiryu, you are truly magnanimous," Samui whispered, tucking her golden hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth neck, her bosom subtly heaving with each breath, captivating in its allure. She lifted her gaze, her azure eyes filled with admiration for Hashiryu, her fingers releasing the hem of her attire in a gentle, natural motion. Mabuhi smiled and added, "It is truly our honor to meet you." She brushed her silvery hair back over her shoulder, her sun-kissed skin glowing warmly, her deep blue attire accentuating her athletic figure. Her eyes sparkling with joy. Hashiyuru regarded them with a smile. "Since you are my little fans, how about I treat you to some desserts?" His tone held a playful lilt, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, as he gestured towards a nearby dessert shop. Samui and Mabuhi exchanged astonished glances, their eyes alight with delight. "Really? That would be wonderful," Samui exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, her bosom gently swaying with her excitement, appearing exceptionally charming. Mabuhi also smiled, saying, "Thank you, Lord Hashiyuru." She tucked her silvery hair behind her ear, her wheat-colored skin glowing softly in the sunlight, her deep blue attire elegantly framing her form, her voice filled with gratitude. Hashiyuru nodded with a smile, leading them deeper into the commercial street towards a dessert shop. His steps were steady and composed, his black attire fluttering lightly in the breeze. His gaze soft as he looked ahead. Samui and Mabuhi followed closely behind, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation for him. The street's bustling noise fading into a mere background score, their trio harmoniously blending into the crowd. The dessert shop nestled at the corner of the bustling street, its wooden sign reading Konoha Sweet House. Wind chimes hung at the entrance, ringing melodiously in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of a lively tune. The interior of the shop exudes a warm and elegant ambience, with neatly arranged wooden tables and chairs. The walls are adorned with several ink wash paintings, radiating a sense of tranquility. As Shingya pushed open the door, he entered the establishment accompanied by Samui and Mabuhi. The air within was filled with a subtle sweetness, and the counter was crowded with an array of delectable desserts such as papaya milk, red bean soup, and others, their enticing colors making one's mouth water. Shingya approached the counter and, with a warm smile, requested 3 servings of papaya milk desserts. His voice was deep and comforting, the black ninja attire appearing soft under the lights, his tall figure emanating a serene composure. The staff smiled and nodded, swiftly preparing the desserts and bringing them to their chosen table. Samui and Mabuhi sat opposite Shingya, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Samui picked up her spoon and delicately sampled the papaya milk, a look of surprise flickering in her eyes. So sweet, so delicious. Her golden short hair swayed gently with her movements, and the fullness of her figure beneath the ninja attire was subtly captivating. She licked her lips, a satisfied smile gracing her face, her fingers playfully caressing the spoon, exuding a delightful charm. Mabuhi also took a taste, smiling as she remarked, "It truly is delicious." The desserts from Konoha village are indeed well-deserved of their reputation. Her silver long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her wheat-colored skin glowing softly under the light, while the deep blue ninja outfit accentuated her graceful silhouette. She gently set down her spoon, her fingers grazing the rim of her cup, her eyes reflecting a sense of steadiness and enjoyment. Shingya observed them with a smile, taking a spoonful himself, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. "The desserts here have always been delightful. I frequented this place in my childhood." His voice carried a hint of nostalgia, his black hair glinting softly in the light as he gazed gently at the table, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, his demeanor relaxed and natural. Chapter 134. The adoration of Samui and Mabuhi. Upon hearing this, a flicker of curiosity crossed Samui's eyes. "Lord Shingya, did you grow up in Konoha village?" Her voice was melodious and clear, her fingers lightly gripping the spoon, revealing her interest in him. She leaned slightly forward, the fullness of her figure becoming even more pronounced beneath her ninja attire, her azure eyes brimming with expectation. Shingya nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, I grew up here. Konoha village is my home." His tone conveyed a sense of pride, the black ninja attire appearing gentle under the light as he regarded her with soft eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Mabuhi, listening intently, expressed admiration. "No wonder you are so familiar with Konoha village." Her voice was soft yet firm, her silver hair gently tucked behind her ear, revealing her wheat-colored neck. She lifted her cup, taking a delicate sip, warmth radiating from her eyes. Shingya then inquired, "How do you find life in the cloud-hidden village?" His gaze remained gentle as he looked at them, his black hair resting on his shoulders, exuding a friendly aura. Samui set down her spoon, a smile flickering in her eyes. "Though the environment in cloud-hidden village is harsh, we are united, all striving to become powerful ninjas." Her golden hair shimmered under the lights, the fullness of her figure subtly rising and falling with her breath, captivating in its allure. Mabu added, indeed. The ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village work incredibly hard, especially in their pursuit of strength. Her wheat-colored skin glowed healthily under the light. The deep blue ninja outfit emphasizing her graceful form, her tone imbued with pride. Shingya responded. A glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. The ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village are indeed formidable. I have witnessed their prowess in war. His voice was low and warm, his gaze soft as he regarded them, his black hair glistening under the light. Samui and Mabu exchanged glances, pride evident in their expressions. Samui murmured, "It is truly an honor to receive your recognition." A gentle smile played on her lips as she twirled her golden hair, appearing irresistibly charming. Mabu smiled as well, expressing, "We hope to perform admirably in this Chunin exam." Her silver hair shone under the light, her wheat-colored skin radiating health. Amidst their delightful conversation, Samui and Mabu's adoration for Shingya became increasingly apparent. With excitement in her voice, Samui declared, "Lord Shingya, I have heard tales of your exploits since childhood. Your valor on the battlefield remains a topic of admiration among us Cloud Hidden Village ninjas." Her voice brimmed with reverence, her golden hair swaying gently, the fullness of her figure under the ninja attire making her all the more enchanting. She leaned slightly forward, fingers gently gripping her cup, her eyes filled with admiration for Shingya. Mabu nodded in agreement, softly adding, "Indeed, your strength and wisdom command our utmost respect." Her silver hair flowed elegantly over her shoulders, her wheat-colored skin glowing softly, the deep blue ninja outfit accentuating her graceful figure. She raised her cup, savoring a sip, sincerity evident in her gaze. Shingya listened with a smile, warmth swelling within him. He humbly replied, "You flatter me. I merely did what I was meant to do." His voice was low and modest, his gaze gentle as he regarded them, the black ninja attire appearing soft under the light. His long fingers tapping lightly on the table in a composed, natural manner. Gathering her courage, Samui approached Shingya, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Lord Shingya, might I request your guidance in ninjutsu?" Her golden hair sparkled under the lights, the fullness of her figure subtly rising and falling with her breath, captivating in its essence. She slightly lowered her head, her azure eyes filled with hope, her fingers clutching the edge of her ninja attire, trembling slightly. Mabu stepped forward as well, her eyes filled with eagerness. "Yes, we would be immensely grateful for your instruction." Her silver hair was gently tucked behind her shoulder, her wheat-colored skin glowing with vitality under the lights, the deep blue ninja attire accentuating her strong form, her tone earnest. Shingya smiled and shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "There is no need for guidance. You are both exceptional ninjas, and I believe you will perform remarkably in this Chunin exam." His voice was deep and warm, his gaze gentle as he regarded them, his black hair cascading over his shoulders, radiating friendliness. Samui and Mabu, momentarily disheartened, quickly regained their smiles. Samui softly remarked, "Thank you for your encouragement. We will strive to do our best." Her golden hair was lightly tousled, a determined smile lighting up her face, the fullness of her figure gently swaying with her movements, appearing irresistibly cute. Mabu added with a smile, "The opportunity to converse with you is already our greatest reward." Her silver hair shimmered under the light, her wheat-colored skin radiating health, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. The time spent in the dessert shop flew by, and the exchanges between Shingya, Samui, and Mabu gradually approached their conclusion. Shingya rose, smiling as he said, "It is getting late. Allow me to escort you back to your inn." His voice was deep and warm, the black ninja attire appearing soft under the lights, his tall figure exuding composure. Samui and Mabu exchanged grateful glances. Samui softly said, "Thank you, Lord Shingya." Her golden hair sparkled in the light, the fullness of her figure gently swaying with her movements, appearing irresistibly charming. Mabu smiled as well, expressing, "Thank you for your hospitality." Her silver hair was gently tucked behind her ear, her wheat-colored skin glowing softly under the light. The three exited the dessert shop, strolling leisurely along the commercial street. As night descends, the lanterns lining the streets emit a gentle glow, illuminating a scene of warmth and comfort. Shingya walks beside them, his black ninja attire swaying slightly in the night breeze, his gaze soft as he looks ahead. Samui and Mabu follow closely, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude towards him. Sammy softly exclaims, "Lord Shingya, today has been truly delightful." A hint of reluctance lingers in her voice, her golden short hair fluttering in the wind, and a trace of affection flickers in her azure eyes. Mabu smiles and adds, "I hope there will be more opportunities to see you in the future." Her silver hair dances with the breeze, her sun-kissed skin glowing captivatingly under the lantern light, her tone infused with anticipation. Shingya replies with a warm smile, "Of course, Konoha welcomes you." His voice is deep and soothing, his eyes tenderly fixed on them, his long black hair slightly disheveled by the wind. After escorting them to the inn's entrance, Shingya waves goodbye, while Sammy and Mabu stand at the doorway, watching his figure vanish into the night, a warm current surging in their hearts. They know this encounter will become one of the most cherished memories of their ninja careers. Chapter 135. Examiner Shingya within the spacious examination hall of the Konoha Ninja Academy. A tense and solemn atmosphere pervades the air. The first written test of the Chunin exams is about to commence, with young ninjas from various villages gathered, ready to undergo this trial of knowledge and wisdom. The hall is filled to capacity, candidates seated at neatly arranged wooden desks, pens clutched tightly, their gazes intently fixed on the papers before them. A faint scent of paper and ink wafts through the air, while the summer sun streams through the wooden windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor, starkly contrasting with the tense ambience of the examination hall. The emblem of Konoha adorns the wall, symbolizing the authority and solemnity of this test. Shingya, one of the examiners, strides into the hall, dressed in a black ninja outfit, with a Konoha headband tied around his waist. A faint scar on his forehead glimmers under the light, and his long black hair sways gently in the breeze, exuding an air of calm and authority. His steps are light and composed, his tall figure drawing the attention of all candidates present. As he pushes open the examination hall door, his gaze sweeps across the room, and a flicker of surprise flashes in his eyes. He notices Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Tintin from Konoha, as well as Temari and Yuna from Sunagakure, along with Sammy and Mabu from Kumogakure, all gathered in this examination hall. These young women are seated at their respective desks, adorned in the distinctive attire of their villages, their graceful figures subtly accentuated by their clothing, resembling a vibrant tapestry. Hinata wears a deep blue ninja outfit, her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, her lavender eyes radiating warmth and determination. Her petite frame is delicate, her modestly ample bosom subtly hinted at beneath her attire, and her slender waist embodies youthful innocence and charm. Sakura dons a pink ninja suit, her short pink hair swaying with her movements, her green eyes sparkling with confidence and vitality. Her figure is well proportioned, although her chest does not rival Hinata's. Her curves are elegant, and the ninja tool pouch at her waist gently rises and falls with her breath, lending her an air of playful agility. Tintin is clad in a light green ninja uniform, her brown hair styled into two high buns, her eyes reflecting diligence and cleverness. Her slim physique and moderate bust, coupled with a supple waist, convey the nimbleness characteristic of a ninja. Ino is dressed in a purple ninja suit, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her blue eyes exuding allure and confidence. Her figure is striking, with a full bust and a slender waist, radiating a mature charm. Temari wears a dark ninja outfit from Sunagakure, her golden hair tied into four high ponytails that sway with her movements, her emerald eyes reflecting determination and vigor. Her tall stature, coupled with a voluptuous bosom and a supple waist, showcases the wild beauty of a desert kunoichi. Yuna is clad in a pale yellow ninja outfit, her black hair flowing over her shoulders, her gaze steady and composed. Her figure is balanced, with a moderate bust and a slender waist, embodying the elegance and steadiness of a ninja. Sammy, in a white ninja suit from Kumogakure, has her golden short hair shimmering under the light, her azure eyes radiating confidence and grace. Her figure is curvaceous, her bosom notably prominent, and her slim waist emanates a mature allure. Mabu, dressed in a deep blue ninja outfit, has her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, and her sun-kissed skin glows healthily under the light. Her robust physique, ample bosom, and supple waist convey a sense of wild beauty. As the young women notice Shingya entering the examination hall, a flicker of surprise flashes in their eyes. But out of respect for the exam decorum, none dare to greet him. Their gazes briefly linger on Shingya before quickly diverting back to their test papers, feigning concentration. Shingya stands at the podium, his warm smile sweeping over the room as he solemnly addresses the candidates. Welcome to the first written test of the Chunin exams. This examination will assess your knowledge of ninjutsu and your adaptability. Please adhere to the examination protocols and answer diligently. Should you resort to any means of cheating, that too is a reflection of your capabilities. His voice is deep and authoritative, with a hint of playful sarcasm, as his sharp gaze scans all present. His long black hair swaying gently, emanating an undeniable presence. The candidates nod in unison, lowering their heads to begin perusing their papers, and the hall falls silent. Save for the soft rustling of pens on paper. Shingya stands at the podium, his gaze tenderly observing them, while a mischievous thought stirs within him. He gracefully descends from the podium and begins to stroll around the examination hall. His movements are light and composed, his black attire appearing soft under the light. His tall figure weaving through the candidates, occasionally glancing at the young women, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Shingya first approaches Hinata's desk. She is intently focused on her answers, her silky black hair falling over her forehead, obscuring her view, while her lavender eyes concentrate on the paper. Shingya leans down beside her, gently blowing a breath that stirs her hair, the strands brushing against her fair cheek like a spring breeze caressing willow branches. Hinata startles slightly, her body quivering, and she looks up to find Shingya smiling at her, a hint of shyness flitting across her face as a blush spreads over her cheeks. She hurriedly lowers her head, pretending to continue answering, though her heart races and her hand trembles slightly, leaving a faint mark on the paper. Noticing this, a glimmer of amusement sparkles in Shingya's eyes as he extends his long fingers to gently ruffle her hair. His fingertips, warm and strong, caress her strands with a playful intimacy. Hinata shivers once more, her cheeks deepening in color, her lavender eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and embarrassment. Her lips pressed tightly together, unable to voice her feelings, silently enduring his playful teasing. Next, Shingya approaches Sakura's desk. She is frowning in concentration, her short pink hair swaying gently with her movements, her green eyes filled with focus. Shingya stands beside her, leans down, and lightly pinches her fair cheek with his slender fingers, leaving a faint blush in its wake. Sakura gasps, looking up to see Shingya grinning mischievously, a flicker of annoyance gleaming in her eyes. Yet, bound by the rules of the examination, she refrains from voicing her displeasure, shooting him a fierce glare before returning to her task. Observing her reaction, a smile dances in Shingya's eyes as he seizes the opportunity, gently patting her backside, ensuring the playful spirit of the moment lingers in the air. The actions were gentle, yet imbued with a hint of ambiguity, as his fingertips glided over her ninja attire, leaving a fleeting sensation. Sakura's body trembled suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her pink hair quivered slightly. Biting her lip, she valiantly suppressed her shyness, nearly breaking her pen against the examination paper, while casting furtive glances at Shingya, her heart a tumult of embarrassment and indignation. Chapter 136. Teasing the girl. Shingya then approached Tian, who was seated against the wall. Her brown hair was styled into two high buns, her eyes radiating a sense of stubbornness, clad in a pink top and dark trousers that accentuated her slender, yet powerful figure. She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating a challenging problem, the tip of her pen lightly tapping the desk. Taking advantage of her distraction, Shingya gently poked her shoulder. Startled, Tian turned to see Shingya, her eyes widening in surprise before she offered a resigned smile. Lord Shingya, you startled me. There was a trace of reproach in her voice as her fingers instinctively brushed past her bun, revealing her internal turmoil. Shingya smiled, bending down slightly to whisper, apologies. I merely wished to see what you were pondering. His gaze softened as it lingered on her, his black hair cascading over his shoulder, exuding warmth. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out, playfully ruffling her bun. Tian's face flushed, and she softly protested, Stop it, I'm in the middle of an exam. Her tone held a hint of playful annoyance, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of shyness. Shingya chuckled lightly, straightening up to continue on his way, leaving Tian to pretend to focus on her answers, her mind rife with thoughts of him. Next, he approached Ino's seat. Sitting in the back row, her golden hair flowed like a waterfall down her back, and her purple ninja attire accentuated her graceful form, radiating confidence and elegance. Sitting upright, she was engrossed in her answers, her eyes sparkling with pride. As Shingya stood beside her, feigning to check her paper, Ino noticed his gaze and looked up, A smile flickering across her face. Lord Shingya, my answers are quite good, aren't they? Her voice was bright and self-assured as she delicately played with her golden locks. Her movements charming and graceful. Shingya smiled. Indeed, they are commendable. But suddenly, he reached out and gently pinched her nose. Just be careful not to be too proud. His actions were swift and suggestive, his fingers lingering on her nose, imparting warmth. Ino's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks instantly blushing, and she hurriedly covered her nose. Quietly chiding, Lord Shingya, you are being too much. Her tone was playful yet chiding, her fingers grazing her nose, feeling the residual warmth, while a smile danced in her eyes. Shingya then turned his attention to Temari of the Sand Village. She was seated near the entrance. Her golden hair styled into 4 high ponytails, clad in dark ninja attire that emphasized her capable figure, a red belt accentuating her aura of determination. Deep in thought as she answered questions, her green eyes shimmered with focus. Approaching her, Shingya pretended to check her paper, lightly tapping her desk, producing a soft sound. Temari looked up, her surprise evident as she smiled. Lord Shingya, are you here to check my paper? Her voice was melodious and bright, her fingers gracefully holding her pen, exuding composure. Shingya replied with a smile, just taking a casual look. As she prepared to continue, he suddenly placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Temari stiffened, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes, her cheeks reddening. She turned to glare at him, whispering, "This is an examination hall." Her voice carried a note of warning. Yet her eyes held a flicker of shyness, her grip tightening around her pen, her fingertips whitening. Shingya chuckled softly, leaning in to say, "I know, so be careful." His voice was suggestive and deep, his gaze tenderly fixed on her, leaving Temari to bow her head and feign concentration on her answers, her heart tumultuous. Next was the turn of Rain of the Rain Village. She occupied a position slightly behind the center, her short black hair neat and sharp, her light yellow ninja attire accentuating her slender yet composed figure, exuding a calm demeanor. She was focused on her answers, the tip of her pen gliding smoothly across the paper. Shingya stood beside her, bending down to whisper softly in her ear, "Your answers are well written." His breath brushed against her ear, warm and inviting. Rain trembled slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes, her cheeks flushing. She turned to glare at him, muttering, "Lord Shingya, please show some restraint." There was a hint of annoyance in her voice as her fingers brushed against her earlobe, feeling the lingering warmth. Shingya chuckled, taking the opportunity to gently pinch her earlobe. "I was merely complimenting you." His movements were gentle yet teasing, his long fingers lingering for a moment on her earlobe. Rain bit her lip, struggling to suppress her embarrassment, returning her focus to her answers, but the tip of her pen hesitated on the paper. Her mind filled with his touch. Shingya then approached Samui from the Cloud Village. She sat by the window, her golden short hair glimmering in the sunlight. Her white ninja attire hugging her voluptuous figure, her curves proudly accentuated, a black belt at her waist radiating elegance and allure. She was deeply engrossed in her answers, her azure eyes sparkling with concentration. Shingya moved behind her, pretending to check her paper, and, taking advantage of her distraction, he gently patted her backside. Samui's body stiffened, panic flashing in her eyes, her cheeks instantly blushing. She turned to glare at him, whispering, "Lord Shingya, this is an examination hall." Her voice was tinged with indignation, her fingers gripping her pen tightly, her knuckles turning white. Shingya chuckled softly, "Apologies, my hand slipped." His tone was suggestive and low, his gaze tenderly fixed on her, his black hair cascading over his shoulder, adding to his charm. Samui bit her lip, returning to her answers, yet the flush on her face lingered, her heart swirling with complex emotions. Lastly, there was Mabuya from the Cloud Village. Seated in the back row, her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, her sun-kissed skin glowing healthily in the sunlight, her deep blue ninja attire outlining her robust yet graceful figure. She was focused on her answers, her eyes reflecting a sense of calm. Shingya approached her, bending down to softly say, "Relax, don't be too tense." His breath brushed past her ear, warm and soothing. Mabuya shivered slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes, her cheeks flushing. She turned to glare at him, softly admonishing, "Lord Shingya, please be mindful of the occasion." Her voice held a hint of annoyance, her fingers brushing her cheek, feeling the lingering warmth. Shingya smiled, seizing the moment to gently pinch her cheek. "I am merely concerned for you." His touch was soft and suggestive, his fingers lingering for a moment on her face. Mabuya bit her lip, returning to her answers. Yet her heart was anything but calm, her mind filled with his smile. As the examination progressed, Shingya's teasing became increasingly audacious. The 8 girls found themselves blushing and their hearts racing, yet bound by the decorum of the examination hall, they could only silently endure his playful provocations. Chapter 137. The practical assessment begins. Every touch was perfectly timed, drawing just the right amount of attention while leaving them in a state of disquiet. Hinata bit her lip. Her lavender eyes filled with shyness. Sakura feigned concentration, her green eyes glinting with playful annoyance. Tian fussed with her bun, a hint of resignation in her gaze. Ino covered her nose, her purple eyes sparkling with amusement. Temari gripped her pen tightly, her green eyes reflecting complexity. Rain caressed her earlobe, her dark eyes revealing a tumult of emotions. Samui clenched her fists, her azure eyes betraying a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Mabuya sighed softly, the flush beneath her sun-kissed skin glaringly apparent. The atmosphere within the examination hall had thus transformed into something subtly charged. Other candidates were engrossed in answering questions, oblivious to their surroundings, while these 8 girls occasionally stole glances at Shingya, their faces flushed and their hearts a tempest of emotions. Shingya, however, reveled in this peculiar delight. His gaze lingered on them, a mischievous smile perpetually gracing his lips, his long black hair billowing gently in the breeze. As he moved gracefully through the examination hall like an elegant yet cunning feline. At last, the examination time concluded and the bell chimed. The candidates ceased writing and submitted their papers. Shingya stood before the podium, smiling as he announced, "The examination is over. Well done, everyone." His voice was deep and warm, his gentle gaze sweeping across the room, pausing on the girls for a moment. Hinata, Sakura, Ten, Ino, Temari, Ayano, Samui, and Mabui rose to their feet, their eyes converging on Shingya, a flicker of unspoken yearning and shyness passing between them. They exchanged glances, a wave of sweetness and helplessness washing over them, before they lowered their heads and hurried out of the examination room. Shingya watched them depart, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, his black hair glinting softly in the light, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. He understood that this examination represented not merely a test of knowledge for them, but an unforgettable game of flirtation, a memory that would leave an indelible mark on their hearts. The dawn over Konoha village was enveloped in a veil of mist, the sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the lush grass. The air was fragrant with the earthy scent of soil and fresh grass. As the second round of the Chunin exams approached, drawing together young ninjas from various hidden villages at the entrance of the training ground. Clad in an array of ninja attire, their eyes betrayed a mixture of tension and anticipation. Surrounding the training ground were Konoha's ninjas, standing vigilant to ensure the smooth progression of the exams. A colossal stone tablet stood at the entrance, inscribed with the words "Battle for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls," symbolizing the challenges and honors of this test. As one of the examiners, Shingya stood atop a platform, surveying the scene below. His black ninja attire fluttered slightly in the breeze, the Konoha forehead protector gleaming coldly at his waist, and a faint scar on his forehead hinted at past battles. His long black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes conveyed a sense of composure and anticipation. His tall and imposing figure exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The candidates looked up at him with reverence, their eyes filled with awe for this legendary ninja. Clearing his throat, Shingya spoke in a low, resonant voice. "The second round of the Chunin exams, the battle for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, commences now. Each team must consist of at least 2 and no more than 4 members. Your task is to collect both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the designated endpoint within the allotted time. Good luck." His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with encouragement, as his gaze swept over the crowd, lingering on a few familiar teams. The gates of the training ground slowly opened, and the candidates swiftly entered the forest, vanishing into the dense foliage. This forest, with its intricate terrain, was laden with natural traps and potential adversaries, presenting a dual test of teamwork and individual prowess. The 4-person team from Konoha was led by Hinata, clad in a deep blue ninja outfit. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her soft lavender eyes radiated warmth and determination. Her petite frame appeared delicate yet resilient in her ninja attire. Her curves subtly accentuated, and a ninja tool pouch secured at her waist hinted at her youthfulness and charm. Beside her stood Sakura, her pink ninja attire accentuating her well-proportioned figure, her short pink hair swaying gently in the breeze, and her green eyes sparkling with confidence. The ninja tool pouch at her waist swayed playfully with her movements. Ten donned a light green ninja outfit, her brown hair styled into two high buns, her eyes reflecting sharpness and agility. Her slender figure conveyed the grace of a skilled ninja, the pouch in her hand swaying slightly. Ino, adorned in a purple ninja outfit, had her golden hair flowing over her shoulders, her blue eyes exuding allure and intelligence. Her curvaceous form stood out in her attire, her ample bosom and slender waist emanating a mature charm. Once they entered the forest, the four quickly found a secluded clearing to strategize. Hinata spoke softly. Let's first confirm our scroll type and then devise a plan. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, her fingers lightly brushing against the pouch at her waist with a natural grace. Sakura nodded, her eyes flickering with shrewdness. We can scout the surroundings first to ascertain the positions of other teams. She gestured towards the depths of the forest, her pink hair swaying with her movements. Brimming with vitality, Ten pulled a map from her pouch and spread it on the ground. I have a map of the forest. We can chart a safe route. Her brown buns bobbed slightly as her fingers glided over the map, her movements fluid and focused. Ino smiled. I can use the mind-reading technique to sense chakra fluctuations and detect enemies in advance. Closing her eyes, her golden hair fluttered in the wind, her expression one of concentration, exuding an air of mystery. Hinata retrieved the scroll from her pocket and opened it to reveal the Heaven Scroll. A look of joy crossed her face as she whispered, "We have the Heaven Scroll. We need to find the Earth Scroll." Her fingers delicately caressed the scroll, the movement tender. Sakura declared with determination, "Then let us set off, keeping an eye out as we go." Her pink hair shimmered in the sunlight, her fingers gripping the ninja tool pouch tightly, ready for action. Ten folded the map, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I'll lead the way." She moved lightly, pointing towards the depths of the forest, her brown buns bouncing with her steps. Ino concentrated, sensing the chakra fluctuations around them, her golden hair flowing in the breeze, her blue eyes narrowing slightly. The two-person team from Sunagakure was led by Temari, clad in a dark ninja outfit. Her golden hair was styled into four high ponytails that swayed in the wind, her emerald eyes shining with competence and spirit. Her tall stature exuded the rugged beauty of a desert kunoichi, her ample bosom and the fan at her waist contributing to her striking presence. Ayano wore a light yellow ninja outfit, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, her gaze calm and composed. Her figure was well-proportioned, with a ninja tool pouch at her waist that added an air of elegance. After entering the forest, the two quickly climbed to the top of a tall tree to survey their surroundings. Temari spoke in a low voice, "Let us first determine our scroll type." Her voice was assertive as her fingers grazed the fan, elegantly tracing the handle. Ayano produced the scroll, opening it to reveal the Earth Scroll. A look of calm determination crossed her face as she whispered, "We need the Heaven Scroll." Her black hair fluttered in the wind as she held the scroll, her fingers lightly tracing the paper's surface. Temari smiled. "Then let us take the initiative and seek out other teams." Her golden ponytail sparkled in the sunlight as she pointed towards the depths of the forest, her eyes ablaze with determination. Ayano nodded. "I'll use wind release to sense the surrounding movements." She formed hand seals, her hair tousled by the wind, chakra gathering between her fingers, radiating steadiness. The two-person team from Kumogakure was led by Samui, clad in a white ninja outfit, her golden hair shone in the sunlight, her azure eyes reflecting confidence and grace. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by her attire, her ample bosom and slender waist drawing attention. Mabui, dressed in a deep blue ninja outfit, had her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, her sun-kissed skin glowing with health. Her robust physique and ample bosom, paired with a ninja tool pouch at her waist, exuded a wild beauty. The two entered the forest and found a concealed cave to take refuge. Samui whispered, "Let us first ascertain our scroll type." Her voice was elegant as her fingers brushed over the ninja tool pouch, tracing the leather with natural ease. Mabui retrieved the scroll, opening it to reveal the Heaven Scroll. A flicker of joy sparked in her eyes as she softly said, "We need the Earth Scroll." Her silver hair fluttered as she moved, her fingers gripping the scroll, lightly tracing the paper's surface. Samui smiled. "Then let us lie in wait for an opportunity." Her golden hair glimmered in the dim light as she pointed towards the cave entrance, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Mabui nodded. I'll set traps using lightning release to protect us. She formed hand seals, her silvery hair tucked behind her ear, her sun-kissed skin radiant in the dim light. The Leaf team navigated through the forest, Ino's sensory technique taking precedence. With her eyes closed, she sensed the surroundings and spoke softly. 500 meters ahead. There is a trio. Their chakra is formidable. Her golden locks danced in the breeze as her fingers tapped the ground, revealing her tension. Hinata nodded, her lavender eyes glimmering with determination. Approach cautiously, avoid direct confrontation. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, fingers delicately caressing her ninja tool pouch. Sakura suggested, I'll use shadow clone jutsu to draw them away. As she formed hand seals, her pink hair swayed, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Tenten produced a kunai, saying, I'll keep them occupied. Her brown hair bobbed with her movements, fingers gripping the kunai as they glided over the metal. Under Ino's guidance, the team stealthily approached a trio from the rock village. Sakura executed the shadow clone jutsu, 2 clones appearing from either side to divert the enemy's attention. Her clones moved with agility, pink hair fluttering, green eyes shining with cunning. The enemy split into 2 groups to pursue the clones, providing Hinata and Tenten with an opportunity to strike. Hinata unleashed her gentle fist technique, pale lavender chakra coalescing in her palm, her fingers deftly striking a vital point. Her dark hair flowing gracefully with her movements. Tenten hurled a kunai, its silver glint slicing through the air, hitting another's tool pouch, her brown hair swaying, pride gleaming in her eyes. Ino, from the rear, utilized her mind transfer technique to disrupt the last enemy's judgment, her golden hair billowing, blue eyes imbued with mystery. Fingers tapping the ground. Through their seamless cooperation, the Rock Village team was swiftly defeated. Hinata discovered the Earth Scroll, joy flashing in her eyes as she whispered, We did it. Her fingers gently grasped the scroll, fingertips gliding over the paper, brimming with excitement. Sakura, Tenten, and Ino gathered around, their faces radiant with smiles and eyes filled with pride for their team. The Sand Village team traversed the forest, Temari and Yuno working in perfect harmony. Temari unfurled her fan, employing wind release, dust storm, powerful gusts toppling trees ahead and clearing a path. Her golden ponytail danced in the wind, emerald eyes shining with confidence. Fingers tightly gripping the fan, movements both elegant and forceful. Yuno utilized wind release, sensory wind, detecting nearby movements, uncovering a quartet from the Mist Village. She whispered, I'll provide cover, you attack. Her black hair tousled by the wind, she formed hand seals, exuding calm. Temari charged forward, unleashing wind release, great dust storm. A colossal whirlwind engulfing the Mist Village team, leaves and dust swirling as the enemies struggled to maintain their footing. Her golden ponytail swayed with the fan's motions, emerald eyes glinting sharply. Yuno struck from the flank with wind release, wind blade, the sharp gusts hitting one enemy's vital points, her black hair dancing in the wind. Movements swift and precise. Seizing the opportunity, Temari plunged into the fray, her fan sweeping to knock down another, her actions decisive, golden ponytail swaying, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The Mist Village team quickly fell, and Temari found the Heaven Scroll, joy illuminating her features as she murmured, We succeeded. Her fingers gently held the scroll, fingertips gliding over the paper, radiating excitement. Yuno approached with a smile, saying, Your wind release has improved. Her black hair fluttered in the breeze, eyes sparkling with admiration. The Cloud Village team set traps within a cave, Samui laying down a lightning release net, Mabui stationed nearby. A trio from the Stone Village approached, triggering the net. Electric sparks flashing as the enemies were instantly incapacitated. Samui's golden hair shimmered in the dim light, her cerulean eyes calm, fingers forming seals with grace. Mabui seized the moment, darting out to snatch the Earth Scroll with lightning speed. Her silvery hair billowed in the wind, sun-kissed skin glowing, movements agile. The deep blue ninja attire accentuating her fit figure. By the time the Stone Village team regained their senses, Samui unleashed a lightning release, electric beam, accurately taking down the last enemy. Her hair swayed with her movements, the white ninja attire hinting at her curvaceous form, confidence gleaming in her eyes. Mabui returned to her side, whispering, We have the Earth Scroll. Her fingers lightly grasped the scroll, fingertips brushing the paper, eyes filled with joy. Samui smiled, saying, A perfect collaboration. Her cerulean eyes sparkled, fingers caressing her tool pouch with composure. Standing above, under the stars, gazing down upon the forest, Shingya observed the performances of the three teams. His black hair danced in the wind, eyes filled with admiration, murmuring to himself, "These children are impressive. Their cooperation is seamless. Their strength exceptional." He particularly noted Hinata's gentle fist and ninja tool synergy, Temari's wind release power, and Samui's lightning release traps, feeling quite satisfied with their performances. After overcoming numerous challenges, the three teams arrived at the central tower one after another, with Hinata's team arriving first, their faces alight with joy after gathering the scrolls. Hinata whispered, "We have passed." Her dark hair swayed in the wind, lavender eyes sparkling with a sense of achievement. Sakura, Tenten, and Ino gathered around, their faces beaming with smiles. Temari and Yuno arrived shortly after, Temari shaking her golden ponytail, emerald eyes radiating satisfaction, just as expected of us. Yuno nodded with a smile, her black hair fluttering in the breeze. Samui and Mabui arrived last, Samui's golden hair shining in the sunlight as she smiled, saying, "Mission accomplished." Mabui's silvery hair danced in the wind, sun-kissed skin glowing, eyes filled with contentment. Chapter 139. Hinata's growth. Shingya approached with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, you performed exceptionally well." His voice was low and warm, gaze softened as he regarded them, black hair shimmering in the sunlight. The arena in the Leaf Village basked in the afternoon sun. A massive stone platform rising at the center, surrounded by towering stands filled to capacity. Spectators from various ninja villages filled the air with cheers and discussions, creating a tense and fervent atmosphere. The stone walls of the arena were etched with the heroic deeds of past Chunin exams, symbolizing the glory and legacy of the ninja. The air was thick with the scent of dust and sweat, sunlight casting mottled shadows on the stone platform, as if foreshadowing the fierce battles to unfold. The third round of the Chunin exams officially commenced. This was a one-on-one duel among ninjas, aimed at testing individual strength and determining final rankings. Following the intense competition of the first two rounds, Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, as well as Temari and Yuno from the Sand Village, and Samui and Mabui from the Cloud Village, advanced smoothly due to their outstanding performances. They stood at the contestant area, dressed in their respective ninja village attire, graceful and exuding an aura of youth and power. Shingya, serving as the examiner, stood atop the platform surveying the entire arena. Clad in a black ninja outfit with the leaf headband tied around his waist, his black hair gently swayed in the breeze, eyes reflecting a sense of steadiness and anticipation. His gaze swept over the contestants, especially Hinata and her companions, swelling with pride. These young women had showcased stunning performances in the previous exams, now standing on the stage of the third round, poised for the ultimate test of individual strength. The host announced in a booming voice, "The third round of the Chunin exam, one-on-one duels, begins now. Contestants, please draw lots to determine your opponents." His voice echoed throughout the arena, the audience holding their breath in anticipation. Contestants took turns stepping forward to draw lots, while Shinya's gaze remained fixed on the young women, eagerly awaiting their performances. Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Temari, Yuno, Samui, and Mabui all successfully drew their respective opponents. In the initial matches, they displayed remarkable ease, effortlessly defeating their adversaries. Hinata skillfully sealed her opponent's chakra points with her gentle fist, her dark hair flowing in the wind, movements as fluid as water. Sakura, through the remarkable fusion of her physical prowess and medical ninjutsu, deftly defeated her adversaries, her pink hair glistening in the sunlight. Tenten subdued her opponents with exquisite throwing techniques, her brown bun swaying with each movement. Ino utilized her mind transfer jutsu to disrupt her enemy's judgment, her golden locks flowing gracefully in the breeze as she achieved an effortless victory. Temari's wind techniques showcased astonishing power, her golden ponytail dancing with her fan. Hinata's calmness and composure granted her an advantage, her black hair flowing elegantly in the wind. Samui's lightning traps left her foes defenseless, her golden short hair shimmering. Mabui's lightning assaults embodied the grandeur of the hidden cloud ninja, her silvery long hair billowing with each motion. However, as the competition progressed, the number of eliminations increased, and the battles grew increasingly intense. Finally, Hinata confronted her formidable opponent, her brother, Niji Hyuga. Niji stood across the stone platform, clad in white ninja attire. the caged bird seal on his forehead shimmering subtly in the sunlight, his long black hair swirling in the wind, his eyes radiating a blend of coldness and confidence. A prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he possessed formidable Byakugan and gentle fist techniques, his long-standing resentment towards the main family and struggle against fate filling him with complex emotions. Hinata faced him, donned in deep blue ninja garb, her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, her light purple eyes reflecting a blend of determination and gentleness. Her petite frame, accentuated by the curves of her ninja attire, exuded a youthful charm, the ninja tool pouch at her waist hinting at her innocence and allure. In the stands, Shingya watched the two intently, a swell of anticipation rising within him. He understood that this battle held immense significance for Hinata. It was not merely a contest of strength, but a testament to her growth. Niji coldly regarded Hinata, his voice deep and resonant as he asked, "Hinata, are you truly prepared?" A glimmer of provocation flickered in his eyes. Hinata inhaled deeply, her light purple eyes flashing with resolve as she smiled and replied, "Brother Niji, I am no longer the person I once was." Her voice was gentle yet firm, her fingers curling slightly in a display of confidence. The once shy and insecure Hinata had transformed into a gentle yet powerful ninja under Shinya's years of guidance and companionship. The signal to commence the battle sounded, and Niji swiftly formed hand seals, activating his Byakugan, the pale blue light flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Hinata's every move. His stature was upright, his movements fluid, exuding the aura of a master. Hinata too formed hand seals, activating her Byakugan, the light purple glow in her eyes mirroring his, equally discerning Niji's actions. Niji initiated the assault, executing the gentle fist's 8 trigrams 64 palms, the force of his strikes fierce and imbued with an overwhelming momentum as they rushed toward Hinata. His movements were swift as the wind, his fingers tracing through the air, leaving behind afterimages, the chakra-laden strikes seemingly tearing through the very atmosphere. Unperturbed, Hinata countered with the gentle fist's heavenly return, her body spinning rapidly to create a blue chakra sphere that deflected Niji's onslaught. Her black hair danced in the whirlwind, her light purple eyes radiating determination, her movements fluid and graceful, akin to a blooming blue flower unfurling upon the stone platform. Niji's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He charged forward again, executing the gentle fist's chakra point sealing technique, his fingers aiming precisely at Hinata's vital points with lightning speed, exuding an undeniable force. Hinata sidestepped gracefully, her movements light as a feather, simultaneously unleashing the gentle fist's 8 trigrams empty palm, an invisible wave of chakra striking at Niji, compelling him to retreat. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, her light purple eyes gleaming with confidence, her fingers tracing through the air, leaving a trail of blue light that showcased her mastery of the gentle fist. In the stands, Shingya observed the battle with rapt attention, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. He recognized the immense effort Hinata had invested during her training. Under Shinya's guidance since childhood, she had continually surpassed her limits, elevating her gentle fist techniques to unprecedented heights. Her gentleness had not waned. Instead, it had transformed into a resilient strength. Her unique flair in battle. Niji realized that Hinata's strength was formidable and resolved to unleash a more powerful technique. He formed hand seals, executing the gentle fist's 8 trigrams empty wall palm, a powerful gust of chakra rushing toward Hinata, fierce like a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Chapter 140. The battles of the young maidens. Hinata did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, employing the gentle fist's protective 8 trigrams 64 palms, creating a protective barrier around herself that neutralized Niji's attacks. Her black hair flowed freely in the wind, her light purple eyes exuding resilience, her movements both fluid and powerful, as chakra swirled between her palms, resembling a dynamic masterpiece. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, the intertwining gentle fist techniques of both combatants painting a vivid tableau upon the stone platform. Niji's strikes were sharp and precise, each palm infused with the confidence of a genius ninja. Hinata's defense was steadfast and agile, every counter illustrating her strength hidden within gentleness. The audience held their breath, anxiously watching each exchange, applause and gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the arena. Ultimately, in a moment of intense engagement, Hinata seized upon Niji's opening. She sidestepped his palm strike, swiftly closing the distance to execute the gentle fist's 8 trigrams 64 palms, the gusts of her strikes raining down upon Niji's vital points. Her movements were swift and elegant, her black hair billowing in the wind, her light purple eyes shimmering with determination, her fingers tracing through the air, her chakra precisely sealing Niji's points. Niji's body jolted, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he ultimately collapsed upon the stone platform. Hinata stood beside him, breathless, her light purple eyes reflecting a blend of victorious joy and concern for her brother. The audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers, Shingya smiling as he clapped, his eyes filled with pride for Hinata. She turned to gaze at Shingya, gratitude and happiness shimmering in her eyes, fully aware that her triumph over Niji was deeply rooted in Shinya's guidance and support. Her growth was no longer mere words. This victory served as a testament to her transformation from a timid girl into a gentle yet powerful ninja. As the competition continued, the young maidens gradually encountered one another, engaging in a series of splendid duels. These confrontations not only tested their abilities but also deepened the bonds of friendship among them. Given the subtle differences in their strengths, the outcomes varied, yet each individual showcased their distinct charm. The duel between Sakura and Ino was particularly noteworthy. Once close friends, they now met in the arena. A complex array of emotions reflected in their eyes. Sakura, adorned in pink ninja attire, her pink hair swaying in the breeze, her green eyes sparkling with determination and confidence. Ino, clad in purple, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her blue eyes radiating allure and wisdom. As the battle commenced, Sakura launched the first attack, executing the body technique Cherry Blossom Clash, transforming into a pink blur as she charged towards Ino. Her movements were swift and powerful, her pink hair trailing behind her, leaving a vivid streak of color. Ino employed her mind transfer jutsu in an attempt to disrupt Sakura's judgment, but Sakura, bolstered by her steadfast will, withstood the interference. A glint of resilience flickered in her green eyes as she clenched her fists, radiating an indomitable spirit. Observing this, Ino activated her mind transformation technique, seeking to transfer her consciousness into Sakura's body, attempting to control her actions. Her golden hair flowed in the wind, her blue eyes shimmering with mystery. Within the realm of consciousness, Sakura and Ino engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately relying on her understanding of Ino to successfully expel her from within. Her body trembled slightly, her pink hair swaying gently, and a glimmer of victorious delight sparkled in her eyes. As the battle reached its climax, Sakura unleashed her medical ninjutsu, channeling chakra into her fingers to form a precise and sharp surgical blade that severed Ino's ability to move. Ino, resigned, collapsed, a flicker of reluctance crossing her gaze, soon replaced by a serene smile. Sakura stepped forward, extending her hand to assist her, softly murmuring, "Ino, you are truly strong." Ino responded with a smile. "You are as well, Sakura." Their eyes reflected a profound bond of friendship. The confrontation between Tintin and Temari was a clash of ninja tools and wind techniques. Clad in a light green ninja outfit, Tintin's brown hair was styled into 2 high buns, her eyes radiating competence and alertness. Temari, in dark attire, sported 4 high ponytails of golden hair, her emerald eyes exuding confidence and valor. As the battle commenced, Tintin swiftly hurled dozens of shuriken and kunai, their silver glint slicing through the air, forming a dense net of attacks. Her movements were fluid and precise, her brown hair dancing in the wind, eyes glinting with focus. Temari unfurled her fan, invoking the wind technique, Great Dust Wind, a powerful vortex scattering Tintin's weapons. Her golden ponytail swayed with each motion, her emerald gaze unwavering, fingers gripping the fan with elegance and strength. Unyielding, Tintin retrieved a scroll from her tool pouch, employing the ninja tool manipulation technique to summon a colossal weapon aimed at Temari. Her actions were swift, brown hair bouncing, eyes ablaze with determination. Temari countered with the wind blade technique, slicing through Tintin's weapon with sharp gusts. Her golden ponytails fluttered in the wind, emerald eyes calm, fingers gliding gracefully over the fan. The battle intensified, Tintin employing explosive shuriken, hurling them with detonating tags in an attempt to breach Temari's defenses. Temari conjured a wind wall, a solid barrier that thwarted the explosions entirely. Ultimately, Temari seized the opportunity, executing the wind technique, tornado, lifting Tintin into the air, and rendering her incapable of further combat. Tenten, resigned, fell, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by an admiring smile. Temari approached, smiling as she remarked, "Your ninja techniques are impressive." Tenten replied, "Your wind techniques are even stronger." Their eyes conveyed a mutual respect and camaraderie. The battle between Samui and Mabui was an internal conflict within the Hidden Cloud Village. Samui donned a white ninja uniform, her golden hair shimmering under the sun, and her azure eyes radiating elegance and confidence. Mabui, in deep blue, had her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her sun-kissed skin glowing with vitality, eyes reflecting ferocity and resilience. The confrontation began with Samui unleashing a lightning release technique. A precise electric strike aimed at Mabui. Her golden hair swayed with her movements, the contours of her figure subtly visible beneath her white attire, her gaze steady. Mabui responded with a lightning release, lightning shield, forming an electric barrier that absorbed Samui's assault. Her silver hair danced in the wind, her sun-kissed skin gleaming amidst the lightning. Movements agile. Samui swiftly followed up with lightning cutter, channeling lightning into her palm, transforming it into a blade that surged toward Mabui. Her actions were rapid, golden hair billowing in the breeze, azure eyes steadfast. Mabui executed a close-range combat technique, lightning fist, her fists crackling with electricity as she engaged Samui. Her movements were live, silver hair swaying, sun-kissed skin glistening with perspiration, eyes alight with spirit. Chapter 141. Something is amiss. The battle raged fiercely. Both ninjas' lightning techniques intertwining in a dazzling display of electric brilliance upon the stone platform. Ultimately, leveraging her extensive experience, Samui identified a flaw in Mabui's defense and unleashed a lightning release, striking a vital point. Mabui collapsed, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, soon giving way to a relieved smile. Samui stepped forward, offering her hand to assist her, whispering, "You are strong, Mabui." Mabui replied, "Captain, you surpass me." Their eyes shimmered with a deep bond of camaraderie. As the competition concluded, the rankings of the young women were gradually revealed. Hinata garnered high praise for her remarkable victory over Niji, her gentleness and strength earning the audience's applause. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Temari, Ayano, Samui, and Mabui all showcased their prowess in the tournament, achieving commendable rankings. Despite their victories and defeats against one another, each girl emerged from the battles enriched and evolved. The conclusion of the Chunin exams enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village in an atmosphere of celebration and relaxation. Streets adorned with colorful flags, storefronts decorated with festive flowers and lanterns, and the villagers' faces beamed with joy as they recounted the thrilling moments of the exams. Sunlight bathed the cobblestone paths, reflecting the village's prosperity and peace. However, beneath the facade of tranquility, a crisis was quietly brewing. As night descended, the lights of the Hidden Leaf Village flickered to life, and the clamor of the streets gradually subsided. Starry Night stood alone atop the Hokage rock, surveying the entire village. His black ninja attire fluttered in the night breeze. The Leaf Village forehead protector glinting coldly at his waist, a faint scar on his forehead barely visible in the moonlight, and his long black hair danced in the wind, his deep-set eyes gleaming with vigilance. As a hero and formidable ninja of the Hidden Leaf, Starry Night maintained a keen awareness of the village's safety. He understood that during the Chunin exams, ninjas from various hidden villages converged in the Leaf, ostensibly for friendly exchanges. Yet beneath the surface lay a myriad of undercurrents and conspiracies. At that moment, an unusual sound reached Starry Night's ears. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned toward the source of the noise, his gaze piercing the darkness like a bolt of lightning. He spotted several shadows flitting through the night, swift and stealthy, making their way toward the area where the clan of Bloodline limit families resided in the Hidden Leaf. A glint of cold light flashed in Starry Night's eyes, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He immediately utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight like a wraith, silently trailing the shadows. The intruders cautiously navigated the streets of the Hidden Leaf, evading patrolling guards, ultimately arriving at the Hyuga clan's estate. They paused, whispering among themselves, preparing to execute their plan to abduct the children of the Bloodline limit. Moonlight illuminated their ninja attire, revealing the emblems of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand villages. One of the Cloud Village ninjas, tall and dark-skinned, his eyes sharp and alert, whispered, "The target is the youngest of the Hyuga clan. We must act swiftly." His fingers brushed over the tool pouch at his waist, movements cautious yet decisive. Another ninja from the Sand Village, slender and veiled, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, responded quietly, "Once successful, we retreat immediately. We cannot leave a trace." His fingers tightened around the kunai in his grasp, tension palpable in his grip. Just as they prepared to breach the door, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "What are you doing?" The voice was as piercing as a winter's wind, imbued with an undeniable authority. The intruders spun around abruptly, finding Starry Night standing not far off. His black ninja attire rustling in the night breeze, long black hair billowing, his eyes radiating a sharp intensity. His figure was tall and imposing, reminiscent of an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overpowering presence. The intruders felt a jolt of alarm. They knew they had been discovered, yet as ninjas, they quickly regained their composure, ready to confront the impending crisis. One of the Cloud Village ninjas attempted to explain, "Lord Starry Night, we were just..." But Starry Night interrupted, "Just what?" "Stealthily infiltrating Konoha with the intent to abduct children possessing the bloodline limit?" His voice was cold and powerful, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly into the hearts of the intruders. His fingers lightly tapped against the forehead protector at his waist, his demeanor calm, yet exuding an oppressive aura. The intruders exchanged glances, realizing concealment was no longer an option. A ninja from Sunagakure gritted his teeth and declared in a low voice, "Since we've been discovered, we can only fight." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he abruptly drew a kunai, his form darting like the wind towards Seiya. The other intruders also launched their attacks, attempting to breach Seiya's defenses. The kunai sliced through the air with a chilling gleam. A ninja from Kumogakure unleashed a lightning bolt, a brilliant flash racing towards Seiya, thunder rumbling with an imposing force. Yet, Seiya's strength surpassed their wildest expectations. He flickered out of sight, effortlessly evading the Sunagakure ninja's assault. His long black hair tracing an elegant arc through the air, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand and executed the 8 trigrams palm. An unseen gust of force striking the Sunagakure ninja, precisely sealing his chakra points. The ninja trembled, his kunai clattering to the ground, shock filling his eyes. In the face of the Kumogakure ninja's lightning technique, Seiya employed the body flicker technique, evading the electric surge like a wraith, while simultaneously delivering a palm strike to the opponent's chest, chakra erupting and sending him crashing to the ground. His movements were swift and graceful, akin to flowing water. The black ninja attire shimmering softly in the moonlight, radiating a sense of composure and authority. "You are far too naive," Seiya stated coldly. "The bloodline limits of Konoha are the village's invaluable treasure. How dare you covet them?" His voice conveyed an undeniable force, his gaze sweeping over the subdued intruders. A flash of coldness gleaming in his eyes. The intruders lowered their heads, beads of cold sweat forming on their dark skin, their eyes filled with regret and fear. Just then, the guards of Konoha arrived, weapons drawn, surrounding the intruders. Seiya turned to the captain of the guards and said, "Escort them to the Hokage Tower. This matter requires the Hokage's personal attention." His voice was deep and calm as his fingers caressed the forehead protector, his movements composed. The captain nodded in agreement, swiftly leading the intruders away, their footsteps fading into the night. Inside the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere was tense and grave. In the spacious conference room, candlelight flickered, casting shadows upon the emblem of Konoha on the wall. The 4th Hokage, Tsunade, sat at the head of the table, draped in the Hokage cloak, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes sharp and resolute. Chapter 142. Negotiation. Her figure was voluptuous, exuding a mature charm. Seiya stood beside her, his black ninja attire appearing soft in the candlelight, his tall silhouette radiating stability, his eyes reflecting calmness. The representatives from Kumogakure and Sunagakure sat opposite, their faces marked by embarrassment and unease. Tsunade set down the documents in her hands and spoke in a low, powerful tone. "Ninjas from Kumogakure and Sunagakure infiltrated Konoha with the intent to abduct children possessing bloodline limits. What does this mean?" Her voice was grave and commanding, laced with anger and inquiry, her gaze like a blade piercing through the representatives across from her. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, slow yet forceful, embodying an undeniable authority. The representative from Kumogakure, a burly middle-aged ninja, was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Hokage-sama, This is a misunderstanding. His fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothing, trembling slightly, his eyes betraying panic. Tsunade interrupted him. A misunderstanding? You infiltrated Konoha with the intention of abducting children, and you dare claim it's a misunderstanding? Her tone was laden with undeniable authority, her piercing gaze striking at the heart of the matter. Her golden hair swayed with her movements, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath, emanating a commanding presence. The representative from Sunagakure, a young female ninja clad in dark attire with a veil covering her face, displayed a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Biting her lip, she spoke softly, Hokage-sama. We acknowledge our mistake, but please grant us forgiveness this once. Her voice was laced with pleading, her fingers gently caressing the pouch of ninja tools at her waist. Her movements delicate, yet unable to mask her tension. Tsunade snorted coldly and replied, Forgiveness? Your actions have crossed Konoha's bottom line. Do you expect me to let you off? Dream on. Her fingers struck the table decisively, her eyes ablaze with fury. Seiya, standing by, spoke solemnly. The actions of Kumogakure and Sunagakure have severely violated the peace agreement between our ninja villages. Konoha is entitled to compensation. His voice was low and steady, his gaze sweeping like lightning over those present, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air of authority. The representatives from Kumogakure and Sunagakure exchanged glances, recognizing their passive position, unable to refute. They lowered their heads, cold sweat trickling down their dark and fair skin, their eyes filled with helplessness. After a heated exchange of words, the negotiation reached a boiling point. Tsunade laid out a series of demands, including substantial monetary compensation to remedy Konoha's losses. The representatives from Kumogakure and Sunagakure gritted their teeth, striving for breathing room, but Konoha's current dominance left them powerless. Seiya's cold gaze remained fixed upon them as he stated, Your ninjas initiated this conflict. Konoha stands at its peak, and you have no right to negotiate. His fingers caressed the forehead protector, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, his tall figure emanating an invisible pressure. Ultimately, the representatives from Kumogakure and Sunagakure reluctantly nodded in agreement, compensating Konoha with a significant sum. However, Tsunade was not yet satisfied. She declared, Compensation is merely the beginning. To prevent future transgressions, I must retain some hostages. Her voice conveyed an unyielding resolve, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing into the hearts of the representatives. Kumogakure and Sunagakure's representatives were taken aback, knowing the significance of hostages, yet faced with Tsunade's formidable stance, they had no room to refuse. After deliberation, Kumogakure and Sunagakure consented to leave some of their finest ninjas participating in the Chunin exams as hostages, including Temari, Ayano, Samui, and Mabui. The four young women were brought to the Hokage Tower, standing in the center of the hall, their expressions a mix of helplessness and resilience. Temari, clad in dark ninja attire, had her golden hair styled into four high ponytails swaying in the breeze, her emerald eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. Her tall figure, ample bosom, and fan at her waist exuded a wild beauty characteristic of a desert kunoichi. Ayano donned a light yellow ninja outfit, her black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes calm and composed, her physique balanced, with a pouch of ninja tools at her waist, radiating an air of elegance. Samui was dressed in white ninja attire, her golden short hair shimmering under the candlelight, her azure eyes reflecting grace and resignation, her curvaceous form prominent beneath her ninja gear. Mabui, in deep blue attire, had her silver hair flowing over her shoulders, her sun-kissed skin glowing with vitality, her eyes filled with wildness and resilience. Her robust physique and ample bosom accentuated by her ninja tools. Seiya approached them with a smile, saying, You need not worry, Konoha will treat you well. His voice was deep and warm, his gaze soft as he regarded them, his black hair glimmering in the candlelight, his long fingers gently caressing the forehead protector, radiating kindness. Temari bit her lip and replied softly, We understand. This is our village's fault. Her voice carried a hint of resignation, her golden ponytails swaying slightly, her emerald eyes shining with determination as her fingers tightly gripped the fan. Ayano smiled and added, We will be well taken care of in Konoha. Her voice exuded a serene calmness, her dark hair gently swaying in the breeze as her fingers softly brushed over her ninja tool pouch, her movements graceful and natural. Samui and Mabu glanced at each other, a a flicker of helplessness passing between them, yet they quickly donned resolute smiles. Samui whispered, "Lord Hoshino, we believe in you." She tucked a strand of her golden short hair behind her ear, revealing her snow-white neck, her bosom subtly rising and falling with each breath, her azure eyes radiating trust. Mabu nodded and quietly remarked, "I hope this lesson brings awareness to our village." Her silvery long hair flowed with her movements, her sun-kissed skin glimmering under the candlelight. Her fingers firmly gripping her ninja tool pouch, her gaze imbued with determination. Hoshino nodded, a warm current swelling within him. He understood that although these young girls had become hostages, their resilience and courage were worthy of admiration. He believed that during their time in Konoha, they would receive the respect and affection they deserved. His gaze softened as he observed them, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, his tall figure appearing particularly warm in the candlelight. As night fell, Hoshino stood on the balcony of the Hokage building, overlooking the entirety of Konoha. His black hair danced gently in the night breeze, and a steadfast light flickered in his deep-set eyes. He was acutely aware that the peace of Konoha was hard-won, requiring the efforts of every individual to uphold. Although this incident had startled Konoha, it had also fostered greater unity and strength within the village. The conspiracies of the Cloud and Sand villages had been thwarted, and the cost of peace was the compensation and the retention of hostages. Chapter 143, A New Routine. Tamari, Reino, Samui, and Mabu stood at a distance, observing Hoshino's silhouette, a complex emotion flickering in their eyes. The late summer in Konoha was akin to a piece of parchment polished by the wind. Shadows of trees danced upon the cobblestone path, resembling a scene from a painting. Tsunade's decree was crystal clear. Tamari, Reino, Samui, and Mabu were not permitted to leave the village and would be monitored from afar by the Umbu. All other activities, such as residing, traveling, purchasing, learning, and training, remained unrestricted. Initially, they could sense an invisible tether, akin to a gentle restraint around their ankles. However, days later, that tether gradually loosened within the fabric of daily life, evolving into a visible courtesy rather than a constraining grip. In the morning, mist descended from the back mountains of Konoha, enveloping the training ground's wooden stakes, while birds flitted between the posts. Tamari was the first to rise. She unfurled her fan with a soft snap of its ribs. Reino gathered her hair into a high ponytail, the wisps at her forehead swept back by the wind, her fingers brushing over a thin sheet of chakra paper. On the other side of the courtyard, Samui secured her short hair with a black hairband. Her stance as steady as ever, Mabu tightened her wrist guards, walking with an angular grace. They had once thought they would resist. Yet their hearts were gradually drawn into the delicate embrace of Konoha. The wind chimes at the alley's entrance, the vendors loudly hawking their plum candies, the old craftsman measuring wood as he squatted on the ground, and the cat stretching lazily beneath the eaves. These elements, unrelated to war, subtly altered the rhythm of their breathing. Rather than adapting to Konoha, it seemed they were acclimating to the steadiness brought by Hoshino. He would always appear at the door, first observing the sky, then the wind, and finally the people, as if confirming that everything was in its rightful place. On that afternoon, sunlight filtered through the seams of the banners on Konoha South Main Street, casting small patches of brightness. Tamari held her fan across her arm, her ponytail neat and tidy. Reino smoothed her sleeves, pressing her palm against the charm at her chest, as if to ensure her heartbeat resonated with the wind. "Hoshino," Tamari said, "show us how fans are made." "In the snack street," Reino added with a light laugh, her voice direct in its intent. "I want to know how to write the scent here." The tool alley resembled a tranquil river. Beneath the eaves of the old craftsman's shop hung fragrant wooden carvings, while the walls displayed bone-handled fans, iron-framed fans, feather fans, and paper fans. As Tamari entered, her shoulders slightly sank in respect for the craftsmanship. She selected an iron-framed fan, its surface pristine white, the ribs thin yet resilient. She deftly held the fan's tail in her hand, giving it a flick, the surface whispering softly, as if a line had been drawn taut. The shopkeeper glanced up from behind the counter. The creases of his smile deep like the rings of an ancient tree. The young lady's hands know where the wind enters and exits. Hoshino took another wooden-framed fan, gently tracing its edge with his fingertip. If the edge is rounded, the wind adheres. If sharp, the wind escapes. The choice between adherence and evasion determines whether you want it to slice or to curve. Tamari watched his fingertips, the earnestness in her eyes rendering her ponytail momentarily still, so even the wind requires care. Reino wandered to the paper rack, retrieving a roll of chakra paper as thin as a cicada's wing. She lifted the paper, her fingers aligned, and the wind gently seeped through her fingerprints, like a soft breeze rustling through treetops. A character for wood gradually emerged on the paper's surface, its strokes crisp, the pauses akin to a breath being released in tranquility. Tamari stared in awe for a moment, gently tapping the fan against the paper. The character resembled a tree, and the wind merely illustrated its growth rings with clarity. The food stall at the street corner was adjacent to the walkway, its banner proclaiming dango, burdock cakes, and takoyaki. Reino stood before the takoyaki stall, her eyes first squinting from the steam before she quietly nodded. "I'll have a boatful," mimicking the Konoha girls. She blew lightly on the hot snack before taking a small bite. The warmth of the filling surged forth, illuminating her eyes even brighter. Tamari chose the taiyaki, its red bean filling not overly sweet but softly spread, and she earnestly remarked to Hoshino, "You can't find this softness in the sand." They strolled past the wind chime corridor, where the wind chimes chimed like the finest rain. Reino selected a small white porcelain bell, adorned with golden leaves. She cradled the wind chime in her hands, as if holding a sound. "When I return, I'll hang it in my window," she said, "so the wind knows where I reside." The shadows of the third training ground were divided, the illuminated half scattered with fine dust. Tamari unfurled her new fan, using its edge to guide the gentle wind, slicing through paper without harming wood. The paper was affixed to the wooden stake, and as the fan skimmed, the edges were neatly cut into undulating waves. Reino stood to the side, closely observing how the wind navigated between the ribs of the fan. Hoshino, having observed, simply remarked, "Do not seek sharpness every time. If the wind can circle around you and still recognize its path, then let it cut. It will be willing." Tamari fell silent for a moment, closing her fan. The sharpness in her gaze softened by half a measure, revealing a tranquility that had been carefully cultivated. "I shall remember." As they made their way back to the accommodation courtyard, the sky darkened. Hoshino offered his cloak to Tamari, who accepted it, her shoulders slightly weighed down by the fabric. Reino pressed the wind chime to her heart. Though it remained silent, her heart resonated. The umbu, hidden among the shadows of the trees, nodded, a gesture of good night. On the third afternoon, rain fell unexpectedly. The rain, like fine threads, descended under the eaves, forming a soft curtain. Tamari stood beneath the eaves, observing the rain, her fan resting in her arm. Reino detached the wind chime and gently blew on it, the chime's sound swallowed by the rain, yet remaining intact. Hoshino entered the courtyard, holding a black umbrella. The canopy was broad, and the rain created a myriad of tiny white dots upon it. He raised his hand, tilting the umbrella toward them. "Let us go." The rain in Konoha was gentle. The rain-soaked streets slowed their pace. The curtain of the noodle shop sagged lower under the weight of the rain, while the lanterns appeared warmer, softened by the moisture. Tamari secured her fan, lowering her gaze to observe the water patterns on the cobblestones. Reino extended her fingertip from beneath the umbrella, catching a drop of rain before releasing it, as if negotiating with a certain rhythm. Hoshino led them into a small pancake shop, the warmth enveloping them with a fragrant embrace. The shopkeeper's movements were decisive as she flipped the pancakes, each flip and drop resembling a rhythmic performance. They settled at a window-side table, watching the water droplets cascade down the glass. The street view transformed into a series of soft, abstract pieces. Reino smiled, saying, "The rain has turned Konoha into an ink wash painting." Tamari picked up a piece of pancake, its exterior crisp yet soft within. She nodded. "Eating something warm on a rainy day feels like the wind tying a comforting knot around you." The following afternoon, Tamari and Reino invited Hoshino once more. This time, Tenten emerged from the back door of the tool shop, carrying a bundle of stick handles. She paused, her eyes brightening. "Tamari, I heard you bought a fan. Show me." Tamari waved her fan, and the two began discussing the fan's balance, the tension of its ribs, and the airflow properties of its material, as if they were tracing lines on a map. Tenten's smile was pure and bright. "I have a new set of fan hooks I've modified. I'll gift you a pair soon." Yuno listened intently from the side, occasionally whispering questions about the density ratios of the paper used for writing and whether the coating on the fan would affect the adhesion of chakra. Tion paused for a moment, her smile widening. "You are more serious than I am." Yuno pressed her lips together. Those who write always wish for their words to settle more firmly. Chapter 144. New routine, 2 Shingya stood by, listening as the 3 girls animatedly discussed the nuances of their craft. A smile lingered in the corners of his eyes, though it was subtle and not easily seen. He refrained from interjecting, only stating at the end, "Let us go watch the sunset later." He led them up a path known only to the locals, where the wind swept over the mountains, and the setting sun illuminated the rooftops of Konoha, each one glimmering like the strings of a finely tuned instrument. Shoji remained silent. Her hands braced against a stone, her fan still. Yuno's eyes sparkled in the light as she softly remarked to Shingya, "The wind here feels like a letter." A few days later, 2 members from Union sent an invitation, meeting at the entrance of a bookshop. Sammy arrived first, clad in a crisp white ninja outfit, her short hair secured by a black headband. Her gaze swept across the spines of the books, sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Mabu-e followed shortly, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, moving with an effortless grace. "Rolls of storage?" Sammy got straight to the point. "I wish to see how you incorporate slowness into your techniques." Her words were precise, akin to straightening an invisible line. Shingya nodded and guided them to the registration desk. The administrator opened the area for guest reading, the wooden shelves reaching from the floor to halfway up the wall, clearly labeled without ostentation. Sammy donned cotton gloves, withdrew a scroll titled Chakra Guidance Notes, and flipped to the middle, her expression tightening with each inch. She traced the old marks on the spine with her fingertip, as if recalling a well-trodden path. "You make stillness a part of your technique. This is quite rare in Yunin." Shingya softly replied, "Stillness is not withdrawal. It is turning the blade inward." Mabu-e, uninterested in books, approached the materials cabinet, inquiring about paper, thread, glue, and how humidity could be isolated. The administrator, while speaking, opened the back room for her to see. She pointed at the thread, decisively. "This one." Then she gestured towards the glue, raising an eyebrow. "This? Will it become brittle in winter?" The administrator chuckled merrily. "Indeed, so it should not be used in winter." The 2 seemed to dismantle the complete structure of a craft with just a few words. The heat of Ironworker Street enveloped them like a soft wall, the forge breathing fire and light. The master handed Mabu-e an unfinished kunai for her to weigh. She lifted it effortlessly with one hand. "Make it a bit heavier." The master whistled mid-sentence. "Strong." Sammy selected a thin-bladed kunai, examining the back of the blade, which bore a delicate curve. She nodded. "Thunder does not need amplification. It needs to be directed correctly." Shingya added, "So you often traverse the line between release and retraction." Their gazes met, as if they had discovered the same hidden river on a map. In the afternoon, the 4 gathered at a matcha shop. The tea utensils were modest, the glaze warm. Sammy held her cup steadily, savoring the aroma before sipping. Mabu-e bit into a matcha dumpling, her eyes sparkling like the moon cradled at the rim of her cup. The bitterness of the matcha blossomed at the root of her tongue, with a gradual sweetness climbing up. Outside, children chased the wind, their laughter resembling a series of irregular notes. Shingya slid a simple hand-drawn map across the table, circling Wind Chime Alley, the charm shop, and the small square where children practiced their martial arts. "If you're not in a hurry, you can explore each spot at your leisure." "Children?" Sammy's voice softened unconsciously for a moment. "Let us go see." She was curious about how order was established within youthful bodies. In the small square, a boy with a top knot practiced walking on a tree. Each time he reached the 3rd step, he would slide down, landing on his bottom, laughing at himself first. Shingya approached, placing his palm against the tree bark, pointing out the texture. "Use your grip, not your collision." He then ascended step by step, his movements steady, as if dividing a song into clear beats. The children gasped in unison, their eyes alight with eagerness to try. Mabu-e crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. These kids laugh without fear when they fall. Sammy committed this to memory, as if inscribing a fundamental principle of technique. Wind Chime Alley was inscribed with words by the wind. The young woman at the charm shop displayed each amulet one by one. Mabu-e chose one adorned with embroidered cloud patterns, the stitches finely detailed. Sammy selected one with pine needle designs, inquiring, "Is this suitable for gifting?" "Absolutely," the shopkeeper smiled, reminiscent of sugar warmed by the breeze. "It is also suitable for oneself." Upon returning to the shelter in the evening, the umbu lingered in the shadows of the trees. Mabu-e scratched the back of her neck. "The wind here is delightful today. It makes me feel lazy about returning." Sammy clutched the amulets close to her heart, her expression earnest. "We will adhere to the rules and take this place seriously." Several weeks later, Tsunade sanctioned a small-scale street festival, not a grand celebration, but a gathering to loosen the street spirit. The Merchant Association hung lanterns along the main street. Paper lanterns strung from eaves to the heart of the street like a flowing red river. Various stalls emerged: archery, goldfish scooping, pot throwing, and stamp carving. Shingya received 3 small notes, one from Shoju and Yuno, written in neat, steady script, another from Sammy and Mabui, their handwriting calm and precise, and the third from Ino, who replaced Sakura and Tion. "We're going to. Let us meet up." Shingya first met with Shoju and Yuno. Yuno had changed into a light-colored outfit, a thin string tied at her waist. Shoju still wore a dark ninja outfit, but had replaced her fan with a newly purchased white silk fan. Amidst the crowd, the sounds of wind chimes mingled with the calls of vendors, reminiscent of leaves rustling with water. Shoju paused at a pot-throwing stall, skillfully picking up 3 short spears. With a slight twist of her wrist, the spear tip slid into the pot, a crisp sound echoing against the ceramic walls. The stall owner applauded, gifting her a small Konoha emblem pin. She pinned it to her fan case, her gaze softening involuntarily for a moment. Yuno settled on a small stamp at the carving stall, Rain. The master craftsman took up the carving knife, his hand steady as an ancient vine. Yuno watched in rapt attention, as if witnessing a play where time was etched into stone. Shingya stood nearby, indulging in 3 candied hawthorns, their red hue reminiscent of a freshly polished sun. They squeezed their way to the riverbank, where the paper lanterns cast warm patches of light on the water's surface. Yuno held the small stamp in her palm, whispering, "Can we imprint rain onto wood?" "Yes," Shingya replied. "The wood will absorb the rain." She smiled slightly. "Then let us create a tree." Shoju stood by, watching the lanterns glide across the river, her fan resting on her arm, as if holding back a gust of wind eager to flee. Meanwhile, Sammy and Mabui were attempting to find the best angle to scoop goldfish with their paper nets. When Mabui caught the first fish, she looked up to show off, but the paper net tore at the corner, causing her to laugh first. Technique not up to par. The stall owner handed her a new net. Sammy attempted to hold the paper net under the water, her wrists steady, her movements precise. As the goldfish flicked its tail, she moved in sync with it, the water's surface remaining undisturbed. She scooped it up and placed it in a bowl, the water swaying, the lantern light fracturing into small shards. Shingya approached, offering a small glass vial. "Let it go back. Water is better left in water." She nodded, gently pouring the goldfish into a temporary water trough by the lantern, her fingertips lingering on the surface for half a second, as if bidding farewell. The 4 reunited beside the taiko drum at the heart of the street. The drum beat thrice, as if placing the hearts of the crowd into a single shell. Tion ran over, clutching a string of windmills, while Ino tugged at her sleeve to prevent her from bumping into someone. Sakura emerged from the crowd, waving, her smile bright as a light. Shoju watched them, suddenly realizing that the bustling atmosphere was not a necessity, but a willingness to draw close, a willingness to make sound together. Fireworks rose from behind the distant city walls. The first burst bloomed high in the sky, akin to a flower ignited, followed by the second, the third, their colors cascading over each face like layered silk. Yuno retrieved the wind chime from her pocket, its clapper ringing softly amidst the roar of the fireworks. As if reminding, beyond the revelry, there exists a small sound that belongs to oneself. Sammy gently pulled the amulet from her clothing, her fingertip resting on the pine needle design. Mabui turned to Shingya. "You always say that the wind of Konoha chooses the path. Tonight, it has chosen this place." The light of the fireworks cast shadows and highlights across Shingya's profile, and his response was simple: "Because you are here." Chapter 145. Routine 3. In the days following the festival, life returned to its rhythmic tranquility. In the hidden corners of the room, the delicate white porcelain wind chime hung in the window, its melodic tones swirling within before escaping into the night breeze. She placed her new fan beside the bed, no longer carelessly propping it against the door. On the desk, Reino spread a sheet of calligraphy paper, meticulously pinning the names of streets in Konoha, including the flower shop and ramen training grounds. Her characters were steady, as if she were mapping out her own journey. Sammy tucked a pine needle talisman between the pages of a half-read book, marking the unfinished with diligence. Mabuya pinned a small map to the wall, connecting her favorite eateries with a red thread, each point representing a cherished memory in Konoha. The footsteps of the Umbu lingered in the shadows of the night. occasionally interrupted by a discreet cough during shift changes, akin to a feather brushing against the window frame. They were aware of being observed, yet recognized that this scrutiny stemmed from order rather than hostility. Tsunade received the routine report from the placement agency, with minimal annotations. Let the wind continue to blow, but not too forcefully. Starry Night often appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, bringing with him freshly purchased tea leaves, a repaired fan hook, and newly tailored wrist guards. He also carried an unspoken presence of calm. Hanamaru observed him from behind the fan, occasionally allowing her gaze to wander before returning. Reino would pause in her calligraphy, as if recalling the lingering sound of a phrase. Samui would glance up from her book, ensuring he was still there. Mabuya would chuckle softly while tying her wrist guard, amused at her newfound concern about having enough time to explore another shop. Hanamaru and Reino arranged another outing, this time to an old tailor's shop. Standing before the fitting mirror, the tailor gently pinned a needle at her shoulder seam. The reflection still portrayed a desert-born kunoichi, her shoulders noticeably more relaxed. Reino selected a piece of linen, counting its textures, her fingertips gliding over it. Would the wind feel cooler as it passed through? The tailor smiled in response. Yes. Cool but not cold. Upon leaving, Reino placed 2 buttons in her palm, one for herself and one for Starry Night, symbolizing a promise to return to this street. Samui and Mabuya ventured to Konoha's small shrine. The steps were meticulously cleaned, and the lion statue at the entrance appeared as if freshly washed by rain. They each lit an incense stick at the altar, the smoke rising straight up. Samui clasped her hands together, her expression softening to a near transparency in that moment of closure. Mabuya tilted her head to observe her, refraining from jest, but adjusting the incense to be more proper, for us and for this place. In the afternoon, they detoured to a small, hidden grocery store. The wooden shelves held the unhurried essence of life: old postage stamps, polished brass buttons, and a sewing box wrapped in cloth. Mabuya chose an antiquated compass. Upon opening its lid, the needle wobbled slightly before steadying. I do not lose my way, she remarked, but I cherish its constant reminder of my presence. Samui selected a small hourglass, the sand fine and flowing slowly. She turned it over, watching the first grain of sand fall from the neck. Slow is good too. On their way back, they passed the flower shop, where Ino handed over a bouquet with a smile as radiant as a sunflower. Try this color. Hanamaru accepted a bunch of white hydrangeas, their petals reminiscent of little clouds brought by the wind. Reino chose a hyacinth, gently pressing her nose against it. Samui picked 3 white lilies, while Mabuya opted for baby's breath. Starry Night paid, and Ino winked. Come again next time. Under Tsunade's governance, Konoha entered a period of vigorous growth. Newly constructed districts seamlessly connected the old town with training grounds. The medical facility expanded, curriculum updates revitalized the ninja academy, and border defenses and trade routes were simultaneously upgraded. As dusk fell, lights blossomed from a single street to envelop the entire village. Tsunade kept a porcelain cup on her desk in the Hokage office, filled with a light tea steeped in goji berries and medicinal herbs. Outside the window lay the Konoha she both cherished and protected. The Uchiha clan found a semblance of stability, following the public acknowledgement of her relationship with Starry Night. Mikoto brought a softer glow to the clan grounds. She referred to Tsunade as a sister in private, sometimes standing alongside her on the river bridge to gaze at the moon, their conversations primarily revolving around the futures of their children rather than the shadows of clan history. Sasuke engaged in dual-track training within the clan and at Konoha, remaining calm and studious, occasionally furrowing his brow in competitive moments, yet no longer driven by hatred. Meanwhile, Naruto ventured forth with Jiraiya, carrying a large scroll and laughter, on the day of his departure from the village. The curtains of Ramen Ichiraku rose and fell as the 3 of them enjoyed the last bowl of soup, savoring it to the very last drop. Starry Night's life oscillated between 2 paths, one of home and family. Mito dried herbs beneath the banyan tree in their backyard, her fingers deftly maneuvering through the leaves with the precision of a pendulum. Kushina tied her apron tightly while cooking, her laughter resembling sparks leaping into the pot. Mikoto meticulously repaired armor for the clan's children, her stitches precise, her words always warm. Hikari delighted in taking evening strolls by the creek, returning with tales of the water's calm demeanor. Yakumo practiced his techniques in the training grounds, his demeanor serene and gentle. Most dinners were enjoyed outdoors, amidst wooden tables. Soft lights, hushed conversations, and the cool evening breeze. Occasionally, Tsunade would return late from work, unfastening her cloak to join them, her first sip always a warm soup, followed by a playful rebuke to Starry Night for treating cooking as a ninja art. The other path was one of teaching and learning. Starry Night guided Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Hanamaru, Reino, Samui, and Mabuya through rotating training sessions. He categorized the lessons into 4 areas: techniques, physicality, mental resilience, and insight. Hinata's grace became more pronounced. As she practiced her stances, her back remained straight, her Byakugan opening and closing like rippling water, her gentle fists striking with newfound restraint, her pressure points landing like minuscule ink droplets on paper. Starry Night encouraged her to practice silent walking through the forest, distinguishing her location by the sounds of the wind and rustling leaves. She increasingly learned to offer her adversaries a step back in battle, a gesture of compassion as well as a path to victory. Sakura's strength transitioned from brute force to precise control. By day, she trained with Tsunade at the medical facility, honing her surgical skills, and by night, she refined her explosive power and breaking techniques in gravity training. She could deliver a punch with such finesse that it could reach the edge of a stone without shattering it, her hands steady to the finest degree when saving lives. Tenten's ninja tools evolved into an increasingly intricate ensemble, seamlessly organized like numbered gears. As she unfurled her scroll, shuriken, chains, and mechanisms danced at her fingertips, each weapon finding its way home within the rhythm of speed. Ino experienced a profound transformation in her techniques involving mind transfer and perception. She learned to listen before entering, attuning herself to her teammates' heartbeats, breaths, and gazes. In the flower shop, she discerned scents, matched colors, and tied bouquets, increasingly resembling a communicator fluent in both floral language and psychology. Hanamaru's wind techniques deepened, transcending mere strength. She traced the wind's trajectory with her fan, training to manipulate it, guiding it away from her comrades, stabilizing the dust, and gently nudging through the gaps of enemies' weapons. She mastered the art of utilizing a mere 30% of her strength to accomplish 70% of her tasks. Reino wielded the wind as her pen, possessing a unique talent for controlling terrain and marking information. At night, while patrolling the village, she etched nearly invisible lines into the air with a delicate wind, creating markers legible only to her teammates. Samui transformed her lightning into a cool whisper. Her lightning was not a cacophony of thunder, but rather a low hum, akin to a thin blade gliding across metal. She trained her focus into a singular line, slicing through the chaos of battle at the precise moments needed. Mabuya found an optimal balance between speed and safety in her lightning techniques and conduction. She introduced the rigor of documentation and logistics into her training, establishing swift processes and stable buffers, rendering risks foreseeable and manageable. Chapter 146. Growing up, Starry Night not only taught, but also learned. Through the gazes of his comrades, he discovered how to channel strength into benevolence. Simultaneously, his relationships with Nozomi and Kurenai deepened through their daily collaborative efforts. Nozomi busied herself managing the orphanage and providing care, often working late into the night, while Starry Night would frequently add a lamp to her workspace or bring her a cup of warm water. One night, as the children slept soundly and the wind chimes swayed gently, she looked up and simply said, "Thank you." Their fingers brushed lightly against the table's edge, reminiscent of a seal marking a bond forged through enduring companionship. Kurenai frequently sparred with Starry Night after illusion classes, weaving intricate realms within her genjutsu. While he moved through them like flowing water, during the conclusion of their sessions, her red eyes always held a hint of a smile, as if she were drawing a beam of light from the mist. The establishment of relationships does not require rituals. It naturally unfolds within the passage of time. In the moments that come and go, time advances, training under the alternating dawn and dusk. Years later, the customary day has arrived. Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Temari, Ayano, Samui, and Mabui each celebrate their 18th birthday. They transition from girls to true ninjas and adults. No longer are their appearances marked by exaggerated descriptions. Instead, they are defined by their grace and composure. Hinata stands with a steadier posture, her shoulders relaxed, and her bow a blend of politeness and confidence. Her combat attire is tailored to allow for agility, with neatly arranged bandages and medicinal supplies on her waist. Her gaze is warm and upright, akin to a spring that can reflect shadows and shield against storms. Sakura's physique is firm, her steps precise. Her medical ninja attire is durable and stain-resistant. With subtle stitching at the cuffs, details she herself added late at night. When she attends to patients, she slightly bends at the waist, meeting their gaze at eye level. When she strikes, she straightens her back, creating a swift and clean arc of air. 10-10 styles her hair higher. Her movements balancing the weight of the scroll with her center of gravity, making her appear as a finely balanced instrument. Her unrolling of the scroll is rapid, yet she closes it with deliberate slowness, a mark of respect for both weapon and self. Ino transitions seamlessly between the flower shop and the battlefield. She wears light-colored ninja attire, with a small pouch at her waist divided into 3 compartments for medical supplies, communication devices, and psychological comfort. Her voice is warm and steady, capable of regaining her teammates' heartbeats amidst chaos. Temari's steps carry the decisiveness of the Sand Village and the composure of a diplomat. Her fan is larger yet lighter. Her laughter is not sharp, but carries an edge. In formal settings, she controls the wind with etiquette. On the battlefield, she upholds decorum with the same element. Ayano is like a gentle breeze, never loud, yet her presence brings reassurance. Her ninja attire is simple, with fitted cuffs allowing her fingers to write the wind. She speaks sparingly, each word falling precisely at the crux of the matter. Samui's calmness has become her signature. Her armor-like protective gear is streamlined, the lightning patterns vanishing beneath her shoulder guards, subtle and unassuming. She appears indifferent, yet she is perpetually observant and recording. Mabui infuses her speed with meaning, not merely conveying information, but also trust. She has revised her combat gloves 3 times, ultimately selecting the most durable pair. She asserts that speed is not about exposing oneself, but bringing the team back safely. Their physiques are notably stronger. Years of training have honed their posture, strengthened their cores, and fostered precise movements and steady breaths. Their attire harmonizes functionality and aesthetics, respecting their profession while accommodating personal preferences. To an onlooker, the first impression is not of exaggerated features, but of a person standing firmly against the wind. The daily life in Konoha mirrors their maturation. In the early morning, Hinata guides newcomers through breathing exercises, her Byakugan not activated, relying solely on breath to convey tranquility. Sakura and Tsunade seamlessly transition tasks in the operating room, their surgical tools silent as light. 10-10 breaks down ninja tool classes into safe modules, teaching children to pack up before unpacking. Ino conducts psychological debriefs for her teammates in the flower shop's backyard, the aroma of tea unwinding their tension. In the afternoon, Temari and Shikamaru strategize the paths of wind and shadows in the strategy room, their moves on the chessboard sparse yet precise. Ayano traces the wind along the dirt road at the village entrance, leaving traces that the wind remembers even as rain falls. Samui explains the 3 misuses of lightning to her juniors at the training ground. Mabui composes a logistical checklist for missions, articulating the balance between speed and safety in universally comprehensible terms. By night, under the stars, they occasionally practice together or revise lesson plans under the lantern's glow. Yano delivers a basket of freshly baked bread from the orphanage. Kurenai knocks 3 times at the window, handing in a small stack of self-soothing cards for the students. Sasuke occasionally visits for sparring with Yano, his demeanor humble, a light shining in his eyes. From afar, Naruto sends letters, his bold handwriting filling the page, accompanied by a piece of a giant frog's shed skin, stating that the training is arduous but worthwhile. The Uchiha courtyard is warm under the night lights. Family members gathered after dinner, discussing what the children learned today and where they wish to go tomorrow. One evening, Tsunade passes by the training ground on her way home and sees Yano surrounded by others seated on the grass. She stands at a distance, listening for a while, and hears them discussing how to channel strength for protection. Tsunade smiles, turning back towards the Hokage building, leaving a note to establish a mindfulness course for intermediate and advanced ninjas. The next day, the announcement is posted at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, drawing a crowd of young ninjas, their eyes filled with anticipation. When the festival arrives, the festivities are lively yet orderly. Windsheam Lane hangs several rows of bells. The matcha shop offers half-price to ninjas. The blacksmith street holds an open day, allowing children to witness how sparks fly and settle on iron. That evening at the night market, 8 individuals gather around the same table, with Yano ordering everyone's desired dishes. Ino divides the colorful dango into 8 equal portions. Ensuring everyone has just the right amount, Ten gifts a small steel top to a child at the edge of the field. Temari and Shikamaru assist in organizing goods at a stall. Ayano stealthily writes a small character for wood on the ground. Soon trampled by the crowd, yet remembered by the wind. Samui and Mabui help a stall owner repair a broken lantern circuit, and when it lights up, the surrounding crowd spontaneously applauds. Yano observes them, suddenly realizing, from once leading them away to now walking alongside them, and eventually entrusting them to guide others. This is the true essence of growth. As night deepens, the courtyard empties. Yano sits for a moment under the eaves, the wind blowing gently, causing a lantern to sway slightly. Mikoto offers her a cup of warm water, smiling. The 12 little strong ones should have a new name. As Tsunade passes by and hears this, she dusts off a beam. Let us call them the new pillars of Konoha. No one objects, nor do they take it too seriously. The words linger in the wind like a seed. The next morning, training begins as usual. Hinata guides breath work in the forest. Sakura prepares medicine at the clinic. Ten checks the equipment. Ino opens the door to let in flowers. Temari gathers her fan's ribs. Ayano writes peace on the ground. Samui adjusts her lightning protection gear. Mabui notes that it is time. They lift their heads, moving in unison towards the same direction. Chapter 147. The winds rise and clouds gather. The seemingly tranquil ninja world resembles a painting dampened by rain and fog, moist and quiet, yet harboring years of hidden creases beneath its surface. The night sky lowers the eaves. The wind winds around the ridges, subtly infusing darkness into every corner. Thus, everything begins to slowly and resolutely deviate from its original path. At a pivotal juncture that has been altered, Obito's footsteps hesitate for a moment before stepping into deeper shadows. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki's initial strike to collect tailed beasts does not cleave through Konoha, but veers towards Awagakure, targeting the Four Tails, Son Goku, and his host. In a secluded dwelling in the Rain Village, thin and erratic water streaks hang on the window pane. Conan leans against the window, the light casting a soft golden hue on her profile. She shares everything that has transpired recently with Yano, the personnel adjustments within the Akatsuki, the secretive fluctuations between Obito and Nagato, fragmented messages traversing the earth, and even the recent unrest of molten lava within Awagakure. Her voice is measured and calm, sharp as a paper blade, yet lacking bloodshed. Well done, Conan. Would you like a reward? Yano sits beside her, his gaze gentle, as if enveloping her in a warmth known only to them. Assisting her husband is what Conan ought to do. She responds softly, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes shimmering like ripples on water, bashful yet resolute. Yano gazes at her, a slow smile gracing his lips. Outside, the wind rustles through the leaves, creating a quiet sound. The breaths within the room gradually draw nearer, words replaced by warmth. He reaches out, tucking her scattered blue hair behind her ear. At the moment their fingertips touch, Conan instinctively shrinks away, then meets his gaze again. Her eyes, brimming with shyness, silently convey her affection. The distance between them slips from the edge of consciousness into the depths of dreams, the rustle of fabric blending with heartbeats, becoming the only rhythm of the night. The shadows on the paper window gradually overlap, encircling the warm glow of the lantern in intertwined, tranquil contours. As the night deepened, the wind swept low beneath the eaves. The flickering candlelight swayed gently, as if in harmony with a tender sentiment that yearned to remain unspoken. After a brief moment, the sounds within the room fell silent, the shadows on the wall retaining their warmth, reminiscent of a poem turned over by the wind. On the other end of this same night, amidst the overlapping Rocky Mountains, lay the temporary gathering point of the Akatsuki organization. The crevices of the boulders were laden with dampness, and white Zetsu emerged half from the earth. Tilting his head with a smile, he had lingered in this place, imbued with the scent of lava, for several days, an old haunt, an ingrained habit. Truly the way of the stone shinobi. Beneath the swirling mask, Obito's single eye resembled a stagnant well, cold, deep, and still. The three tomo in that eye rotated gently in the darkness before sinking back into obscurity. The host of the Four Tails had aged, yet remained stubborn. His voice rasped like stone against stone, low and coarse. Through him, the stone shinobi would remain oblivious to the true direction. The first, to solidify the stone shinobi. To secure their position. You have changed your target. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows of the stone wall, his voice elongated by the fissures, echoing the chill of countless years accumulated. Is it the starry night that has clouded your judgment, avoiding Konoha? It is not a matter of influence, but of adjustment. Obito's mask tilted slightly, a cold smile hidden within the swirling pattern. The winds of Konoha shifted too rapidly. Teasing them would be tantamount to declaring war. The stone shinobi is a quieter entrance. What we need is rhythm, not clamor. White Zetsu chuckled softly, his fingers tracing the moss creeping through the stone cracks. Rhythm. Then shall I summon the people? The brawlers, the bombers, the flesh-eating fish? Deidara and Kisame will engage directly. Obito commanded. Kakuzu and Haiden will create random disturbances on the outskirts. Zetsu, keep a close watch on the earth seams. Tom will not be generous. Black Zetsu sunk into the ground, as if he had never been there. In the damp air, the swirling patterns on the mask quietly revolved until they vanished into a haze of indistinct ripples. On the following morning, after the rain, the sky was exceptionally bright. Shinosuke pushed open the window, and the slanted sunlight fell upon the paper laid on the floor, concealing the intricately folded paper flowers crafted by Conan the night before. She still rested on the tatami, gently leaning against her pillow, her posture serene. Shinosuke gazed for a moment, tucking the thin blanket around her. Almost simultaneously, Conan's eyelashes fluttered. Upon waking, she glanced at his silhouette and smiled, her expression akin to dew sliding quietly down a leaf after the rain. I must take my leave. Indeed. Shinosuke grasped her hand, his fingertips warm. Adhering to the same principle, safety above all. You are my wife, my own. She nodded slightly, a fleeting, indescribable light flickering in her eyes before she deftly rose. Her attire cinched, her demeanor returning to the coldness and resolve of the angel of the Akatsuki. She raised her hand, and hundreds of paper fragments, as delicate as gossamer, fluttered from her sleeve, silently assembling into a paper crane in the airflow. The crane flapped its wings, reflecting a faint chill amidst the light and shadow. She turned back and softly said, "Husband, wait for me." Shinosuke embraced her, kissing the top of her head. "I will be here, waiting for you." On the outskirts of the stone shinobi, the peaks stood like the phalanges of a giant, riddled with cracks and caverns. The temperature of the rock layers was slightly higher than that of the plains, and the air perpetually carried a pungent scent reminiscent of sulfur. Deidara spread his arms atop the ridge, his golden ponytail billowing in the wind, squinting into the distance. Art is an explosion, indeed. He licked his hand, shaping his mouth as white mist swirled, the gathered clay transforming into an exaggerated avian form amidst the sounds of chewing and murmuring. "Stone Shinobi, are you still around? Do not bring the mountain down. The mission is to capture alive." Kisame, wielding his large blade, chuckled coldly, his shark skin twitching beneath the wrappings. "However, this place has too little water." "Then create it," Deidara replied, tossing the avian form into the air. It soared, a multitude of white dots escaping from the rocky crevices. Circling above the valley, shadows swept across the ground, glistening with icy white under the sunlight. On the other side, Kakuzu leisurely reeled in a black thread, casting a disdainful glance at the merchant cart he and Haiden had mistakenly ambushed. Haiden, brazenly thrusting his three-bladed scythe into the ground, cursed as he scrawled ritualistic symbols across the earth, mumbling about evil gods and blood doctrines. Their commotion, neither too great nor too small, was just enough to compel the watchmen of the stone village to glance back. "They've arrived." White Zetsu peeked from behind the bushes, making a face at Deidara. He intended to traverse this treacherous mountainside, an old route he favored, believing it would render his lava attire less conspicuous. "Old fox." Kisame tilted his head, a hint of cruelty in his smile. "I particularly enjoy those who believe they are too seasoned to err." The wind shifted. Moments later, an indeterminate wave of heat surged from the mountainside, the rock layers seeming to be kneaded by an invisible hand from within, oozing a pale crimson through the crevices. Chapter 148. The rising wind's fine, reddish dust danced in the air, akin to a slow combustion. The host of the Four Tails appeared, with graying hair, dark skin, and an upright spine. His pace was unhurried, yet with each step, the stone beneath his feet sank slightly, as if molten magma rather than rock lay between his soles and the earth's core. "I have long heard your esteemed name, Rashi." "Oh no, venerable elder." Deidara exaggeratedly bowed, a casual smile gracing his lips. "For the sake of art, yes?" The elder raised his gaze, fire glimmering within his eyes. "Little imp, Your art is no longer welcomed in the stone shinobi. Depart. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mountainside reverberated as if struck by a colossal drumstick. A deep rumble surging from beneath, spreading along the steep slope. Rashi pressed his hands down, and the lava beneath roiled, the orange-red liquid coiling like a serpent as it leaped into the air. Deidara flicked his fingers, and the avian form splintered into countless smaller bombs, cascading like a tilted snowfall into the flames. After a brief clash, the air emitted a piercing shriek, the heat and explosive waves spiraling upward, with rock fragments raining down. Kisame had already leaped from the ridge. Upon landing, his shark skin emitted a chilling laugh as the wrappings fell away, revealing a deep blue blade with barbs. He plunged the sword into the ground, unleashing chakra, causing the dry surface to yield torrents of water in an uncanny, untimely surge, as if even the marrow of the mountain was being forced to exude moisture. The water raced through the depressions, weaving a tapestry of varying depths, with Kisame seamlessly merging into the aqueous realm. Rashi furrowed his brow, gathering his energy, as the phantom of the four tails faintly manifested behind him, its massive silhouette undulating in the heat waves, its crimson tail swaying slightly. He slapped his palm against the earth, intertwining rock and fire, the flowing stone twisting and solidifying like rubber, instantaneously erecting formidable barriers between Kisame and Deidara. Simultaneously, he pivoted, using the momentum to soar upward, swiftly maneuvering along the ridge, clearly intent on evading entanglement with the two for long. Can you escape? Kisame's smile widened, his body sinking as he glided through the water like a swift blue shadow, his shark skin pulsating like a ravenous beast sensing blood. Deidara hovered in midair, his fingers dancing as if playing a lute, the white mist unfurling, and new moths swarmed forth, encircling the most likely escape route of Rashi. In the midst of their intertwining, a shadow flickered between the rocks, a figure gliding against the stone surface, like the shadow of a shadow. He did not intervene, merely observed, as a small cluster of spores in his open palm quivered with the airflow, recording the wind's direction, the thermal currents, and the enemy's pulse. In the distance, the fireworks conjured by Kakazu and Haiden grew even larger, prompting the watchmen of the stone to indeed send reinforcements back. The news swept through the mountains, exaggerated and chaotic, even tinged with artificially induced panic. This was Kakuzu's specialty. By the third clash, Rashi was clearly beginning to pant. The power of the four tails was heavy and searing, pressing upon the host's veins as if scorched by heated iron. Deidara's explosives sought not a fatal blow but cleverly compressed his retreat in the narrow terrain. Kisame's watery domain resembled an invisible net, incessantly siphoning his chakra, forcibly dragging him from the comfort of the lava's embrace into the mire of water. Enough. As Rasha's throat sank, a low growl emerged, accompanied by a painful rasp akin to gravel. I shall no longer be toyed with by you. He suddenly heightened his chakra. The phantom of the four tails surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the half-tailed cloak enveloped his entire being. A wave of heat erupted, casting the mountainside in a fiery crimson hue. In that fleeting moment, the excitement in Deidara's eyes flickered, and he murmured softly, "Beautiful, indeed." At that very instant, time and space seemed to be gently twisted by an invisible hand. There was no wind, no sound. Yet the air rippled as though a grain of sand had been cast upon the surface of a lake, creating subtle but undeniable ripples. A figure donned in a whirlpool mask appeared illogically at the opposite end of the battlefield. He stood silently, like a fissure, like a black hole. Rasha's gaze froze. A primal instinct left over from the third great ninja war tugging sharply at his nerves. He wished to move, but was a moment too late. The masked man raised his hand, which effortlessly passed through the flames and molten flow of the half-tailed cloak, brushing against his shoulder in an incomprehensible instant. He felt as if he had lost all weight, as if he were merely a shadow caught between light and wall. "Take him back," the masked man spoke softly. "How convenient," Kisame chuckled, the spines of his shark skin bristling like a fish preparing to sharpen its teeth before a feast. Deidara grimaced, clearly displeased at the interruption of his art, yet he swiftly wrapped the explosive clay with ropes, ensuring no vital areas were harmed. Zetsu extended two hands from the stone crevice, dragging the unconscious Rasha into the shadows with a sickly tenderness, then silently mending the darkness. As the mountain winds swept by, reinforcements from a Wagakure finally appeared in the distance, shadows densely populating the hillsides. Deidara leaped back to Kisame's side and exaggeratedly bowed toward the ridge, offering his artistic tribute to a Wagakure, hoping for another opportunity to explode. Indeed, Kisame hoisted his shark skin back onto his shoulder, the essence of water retracting like a receding tide. They vanished with the next ripple in the air, as if they had never been there. In a Wagakure, that Otsutsuki, Inoki, trembled with fury. The elder sat atop a high platform, his temper as dry and cracked as stones scorched by the sun, ready to erupt at any moment. Below, the ninja lay prostrate on the ground, sweat streaming down their temples. Inside the hall, the air felt thick, stifling as if it were stuffed with cotton. Taken from the mountainside? With a mask? Space-time ninjutsu. Inoki squinted, his voice gravelly. This is the third time I have been humiliated by that bizarre ninjutsu. Rasha is my subordinate. He belongs to a Wagakure. How has he become someone else's spoils? Kuro bit his lip, hesitant to speak. Akatsuki's expression was grave as he stepped forward. Elder, the reports mention explosives, likely Deidara. Inoki's hand trembled slightly, his cane striking the ground heavily, causing stone chips to fall from the floor crevices. Rebellious disciple. He still refuses to return. After a long silence, he seemed to swallow his anger bit by bit, adjusting the arrangement of the boundary lines. We can no longer remain a group of invisible stones. Furthermore, investigate that masked individual. He is related to an old incident with Konoha. As the wind rose in the corridor, the banners fluttered. Every piece of armor in a Wagakure felt as if it were filled with a blazing stone, weighty and inescapable. In the depths of the Rain Village, the night was profound. Conan returned to Akatsuki's stronghold as per their agreed signal, replacing her customary demeanor with a cold, silent facade. Nagato sat in the dim light, his Rinnegan fathomless, as if capable of consuming all emotions. Was the mission successful? Successful, Conan replied evenly, approaching, her gaze sweeping across every detail in the room. The creases in the papers on the table, the direction of the water stains on the walls. The new faint mark on Nagato's hand. She lowered her eyes. The organization was accelerating its pace. It must be swift. Nagato scrutinized her, as if seeking to penetrate her silence. The pain of this world runs deeper than we can imagine. Obito's arrangements are both a shortcut and a blade. I understand. Conan breathed out, her fingertips unconsciously smoothing her ring. She thought of Yahiko, recalling how he had carefully tucked her blanket in for her that morning. How he had called her name with a tone devoid of ownership, yet filled with the warmth of familiarity. She gently folded this warmth into the seams of her origami, hiding it deeper. As the night deepened, she stood alone in the shadows of the corridor, sending a paper butterfly into the sky. The butterfly was exquisitely folded, its edges nearly transparent. It flew along the subtle breeze in the mist, suddenly disintegrating into countless delicate pieces, resembling a flurry of white snowflakes, before recombining into a smaller paper bird, flapping its wings and vanishing into the dark clouds. That was her signal to Yahiko, under another eave in the distance. Yahiko caught the paper bird, reaching out to grasp it as it floated down like the down of a willow after rain. He unfolded the paper, finding no words, only a faint lip imprint. He smiled slightly, folding the paper back into the shape of a bird and placing it beside a warm cup of tea on his desk. Outside, the wind was gentle, the moon rising. He returned to his seat, leaning against the wall. Before him lay a somewhat coarse map. The mountains of a Wagakure were outlined in jagged ink strokes, with a few slender bamboo stakes marking the routes and timings of Akatsuki's recent operations. Yahiko tapped a new blank spot on the map, where it silently illuminated, indicating that his ninja cat had quietly changed its hiding cave, revealing gaps left by the retreating Iwagakure forces. He pondered for a moment, finally removing one of the stakes and repositioning it elsewhere. The northwesterly wind drew a circle on the paper at the window, then scattered it. He softly murmured to himself, "Let us not engage Akatsuki head-on for now. Obito is eager to establish dominance. The battle for a Wagakure is a drumbeat he strikes for the ninja world. I do not need to seize the drum. I only need to place a needle beneath its skin. The needle is already present, manifesting as the anger and anxiety within a Wagakure. Once the flames of rage reach a sufficient height, the winds will naturally blow in the direction he desires." Yahiko raised his hand, lightly tapping the surface of the table, causing a fine layer of dust to disperse like a thin mist. His gaze beneath the moonlight was cool and steady, akin to a sharp blade immersed in warm water, its edges concealed yet unyielding. As dusk fell the next day, The paper bird returned to Conan's palm. She sat by the window, gently caressing its wings. Within the room, a brief warmth lingered, as if it had traversed mountains and seas from a far-off place to finally settle upon her fingertips. A sudden urge to smile arose within her, and she allowed herself a faint smile, as fleeting as the edge of a cloud. She recalled the light and shadows within the room from the previous night. Remembered Yahiko's lowered voice, the way he called her name softly in her ear, the strands of hair falling over his forehead as he slowed his movements, and the comfort of their fingertips finding one another. She folded these memories into the paper, layer upon layer, tightly, as if to preserve them, secretly carrying the happiness in her sleeve. Obito entrusted Rasha to the outer path golem. The massive creature opened its mouth, chains falling from the shadows with a clatter. Rasha's form appeared fragile in the dim light, his chest still rising and falling instinctively. Obito stood not far away, his gaze fixated on him, yet seeming to look through him, seeing further beyond. He calculated the next move, knowing that Konoha's eyes were directed elsewhere, that the undercurrents of Kirigakure concealed an ominous presence within the shadow of the old king. Yahiko, that name surfaced and submerged within his mind, like a stubborn dark stain. You are quite concerned about him, Kagaya stated coldly. I care about all who may impact the plan, Obito replied. His gaze returned to the chains of the golem. The tailed beasts were never the goal, merely a means. The world must be shattered once, completely, to be reassembled anew. But you must also be cautious. White Zetsu excited. Fiddled with a white moth brought back from a Wagakure, the artist's temperament volatile, prone to stealing the spotlight, the shark's appetite vast, prone to stealing lives. And then there was your rhythm, which Yahiko could understand. Obito chuckled softly, the mirth swirling within the vortex of his mask. Do you understand what it means to know yet find it futile? He turned away, the night enveloping him like an open pocket. This night, the winds of the ninja world grew more intense. The Wagakure fortified itself in anger, Konoha frowned in observation, Sunagakure remained silent, and Kumogakure dispatched more reconnaissance teams. Beneath the eaves of Amigakure, Conan flitted between paper and wind as usual. Each paper she released soaring like a silent cipher, ascending, descending, then ascending once more. Under the starlit night, a larger map unfolded as if peeling away layers, revealing a path unseen by sunlight, at the end of which lay a light, cool, clear, and resembling the shadow of a better conclusion. He understood Obito's desires and Nagato's intentions. Every piece on the board shifted, every step taken was not in vain. Yet, the game was vast, so immense that even the winds circled around it. Staring out the window, he beheld a pristine sky, a calm moon, and a multitude of stars. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of contentment, a wife by his side, friends before him, foes in the shadows, and the game already underway. If the world were to stir, I would be the sail. If the wind ceased, I would be the vessel. As night deepened, a light footfall paused at the door. Conan entered, her gaze shifting from the room to his profile, smiling gently. I'm back. He lifted his eyes, her smile a familiar brushstroke. He extended his hand, and she gracefully approached, placing her palm against his. The room was aglow with warm light, and the air held a faint aroma of tea. They leaned against each other like two perfectly fitting tiles, shielding one another from the wind and catching each other when rain fell. Outside, the distant mountains stood eternal, while paper flowers swayed nearby. Tonight, they spoke not of war, but of peace. Yet, far away, the Wagakure's flames remained unquenched, its molten heart yet to cool. The furious gaze of the four tails churned within its seal. The song of the tailed beasts echoed low in the unseen depths, a gentle test of strings before the storm. The ninja world seemed to revert to a state of tranquility, yet all who had heard that distant drum knew that after tonight, true silence would be a thing of the past. Chapter 150. Seizing the tailed beast. The balance of the ninja world resembled an ancient zither, quietly stripped of several strings. Superficially, it could still play, but in secret, it had already gone out of tune. The Akatsuki's activity rippled outward like a stone cast into water. Yet the responses from the major ninja villages were unexpectedly restrained, not due to complacency, but rather calculation. In the Elder S meeting room of Sunagakure, Gaara sat at the head. Scrolls of intelligence spread before him like fallen snowflakes. An advisor adjusted his glasses. The one tail has stabilized within Gaara's body. If the Akatsuki attacks the other village's tailed beasts, we can observe for now. Another elder nodded in agreement. Let the other villages expend their strength while Sunagakure conserves its might. This is indeed a prudent strategy. Gaara remained silent, his fingertips gently tapping the table, sand flowing silently beneath him, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. In Kumogakure's Raikage Tower, the fourth Raikage, slammed his fist on the table, causing the wooden surface to splinter. Let the Akatsuki come and test us. Yet his aide quietly reminded him, Lord Raikage, if the Akatsuki first attacks Konoha or Iwagakure, would it not be better for us to reap the benefits? Furrowed his brow, his fist suspended mid-air before slowly lowering. We shall continue to observe. Strengthen our borders, but do not initiate an attack. The Wagakure's meeting was more forthright. That Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in the air, his voice aged yet astute. I have lived long enough to witness many tempests. Let the Akatsuki stir the pot. Once they and the other villages are mutually weakened, the Wagakure will step in to clean up the mess. The elders nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with avarice. Kirigakure had just emerged from the shadows of the blood mist policy. Terumi May sat in the Mizukage's chair, her long fingers stroking her chin. The three tails is dead, and the six tails is far away. The Akatsuki will not target us in the short term. This time is perfect for rebuilding the village. Her gaze was as deep as the sea. Let the other villages grapple with their troubles. Only Konoha, under Tsunade's leadership, maintained a vigilant stance against the Akatsuki. In the war room of Hokage Tower, Tsunade leaned on the table, her eyes ignited with an uncompromising flame. The Akatsuki's goal is all-tailed beasts. Should any village falter, this organization will only grow stronger. She surveyed the advisors present. We cannot remain idle. However, the indifference of the other four major ninja villages allowed the Akatsuki to operate with ease. Actions that once required caution could now be conducted with audacity. An increasing number of wandering ninjas were drawn to the Akatsuki's ideology and strength, flocking to join, causing the organization to expand rapidly. Pain stood atop the highest tower of Amigakure, his orange hair billowing in the wind, the Rinnegan reflecting the entire layout of the ninja world. Foolish ninja villages. Still playing their political games. Excellent. This grants us precious time. Conan stood beside him, paper flowers dancing between her fingers, her outward calm concealing turbulent undercurrents. Our next target is the Seven Tails. Takigakure's power is limited, and the chances of success are high. Her voice was soft, yet carried a chill. Pain nodded. Let Haiden and Kakuzu handle it. Zetsu will oversee intelligence. I will observe from the shadows. In Konoha, during the twilight hour, the leaves of the phoenix trees in the tea house courtyard rustled in the breeze. Shinjitsu sat at a stone table, a pot of freshly brewed tea before him, steam wafting gently into the air. Conan arrived as expected, her steps light and silent, like a falling paper flower. Time was set. Conan sat beside Shinjitsu, her voice as tranquil as water. On the night 3 days from now, Haiden and Kakuzu will target Takigakure. Her fingers grazed the table, leaving nearly invisible paper fragments in their wake. Pain will monitor from a distance, and Zetsu will handle the cleanup. Shinjitsu pushed a cup of warm tea toward her, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. How is Fu's current state? The Seven Tails, Chome, remains relatively stable within her, but Takigakure's sealing techniques are limited. Should they face a powerful assault, it could easily collapse. Conan lifted the teacup. Taking a delicate sip, Kakuzu's Land of Water Grievance and Haiden's Evil Sealing Technique are both exceptionally brutal. Fu may not withstand them. Shinjitsu's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers tapping the table, the sound resonating sharply in the tranquil courtyard. We cannot allow them to succeed. He looked up at Conan, his dark eyes deep as night. How much assistance can you provide? Conan pondered for a moment, paper flowers gradually blooming and closing in her palm. I can create chaos at a critical moment, but I cannot expose my identity. After all, within the Akatsuki, I have an even more significant mission. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. Shinjitsu, you must be cautious. Kakuzu has lived for over 90 years, seasoned in experience and formidable in strength. Haiden, though seemingly deranged, possesses an immortal body and is exceedingly troublesome with his evil sealing technique. I understand. Shinjitsu nodded, his voice steady yet tinged with resolve. Some things must be done. He stood, his black ninja attire fluttering in the wind. Fu is still just a child and should not bear such suffering. Conan watched his retreating figure, warmth flashing in her gaze. What do you need me to do? Proceed according to plan. Do not raise the Akatsuki's suspicion. Shinjitsu turned back, offering her a reassuring smile. Leave the rest to me. 3 days hence. On a moonless night, Takigakure lay shrouded in a thin mist, the village's lights twinkling like diamonds scattered upon a dark cloth. Kakuzu and Haiden infiltrated the village like phantoms, their forms weaving silently between structures. Kakuzu's 5 hearts beat steadily within his chest, each representing a different chakra nature. His green eyes glimmered with a cold light in the darkness, black threads extending from his body like serpents slithering across the ground, probing the surroundings. Takigakure's defenses were more lax than anticipated. His voice was low and gravelly. It seems the hero's water has made them overly confident. Haiden hoisted his massive 3-section scythe. A sickly grin plastered across his face. Haha, finally, I can relish the thrill of slaughter once more. Lord Jashin will surely be pleased. His silver hair shimmered ominously in the moonlight, and the flames of madness blazed in his purple eyes. Baiju emerged from the ground, half of his face adorned with an eerie smile. The Jinchuriki is in the secure house at the village's center, surrounded by 12 elite jonin. However, for you, this should pose no challenge. Humph, a mere 12 individuals. Kakuzu scoffed coldly. Haiden, let us be swift. The two swiftly made their way towards the village's heart. The patrolling ninjas they encountered had no time to raise the alarm before Kakuzu's threads ensnared them, extinguishing their lives in an instant. Haiden took charge of erasing any traces, his scythe slicing through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Outside the secure house, the jonin from Takigakure stood alert at their posts. The captain, a middle-aged man with a face marred by scars, bore the weight of experience. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze continuously scanning the surrounding shadows. Tonight's fog feels unusual. Everyone, stay vigilant. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu's threads descended like a torrential downpour. The black strands glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, each one imbued with lethal intent. The captain shouted, "Enemy attack! Protect Lady Fu!" Combat erupted in an instant. The jonin from Takigakure, well-trained, quickly formed a defensive formation, unleashing various ninjutsu that burst forth like fireworks. Water, earth, and wind techniques painted the night in vibrant hues. However, against a legendary ninja like Kakuzu, their resistance appeared feeble. Kakuzu's body suddenly split apart. 5 masked apparitions bursting forth, each corresponding to the 5 elemental natures: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Wind release, pressure damage. The violent wind pressure sliced towards the guards, and several jonin were caught off guard, cleaved into pieces by the wind blades. Fire release, great fireball. The scorching fireball followed suit, incinerating the remaining flesh into ashes. Haiden, on the other side, wildly swung his scythe, his attacks chaotic yet ferocious. Ha! Blood! More blood! His laughter echoed through the night, sending chills down spines. One jonin struck his chest, blood spraying forth, yet Haiden did not falter. Instead, he grew even more exhilarated. Wonderful! Pain makes me feel the presence of the evil god. Be careful. He is immortal, the captain shouted, but it was too late. Haiden had already used his own blood to inscribe intricate ritual symbols on the ground, his body transforming into a monochrome figure, resembling a messenger between the realms of life and death. Inside the secure house, Fu curled up in a corner, clutching her doll tightly. She sensed the murderous aura outside, and within her, the 7 tails, Chome, grew restless. Do not be afraid, Fu. Komiai's voice resonated in her heart. If it comes to it, I will protect you. But, Chome, if you emerge, the villagers will be in greater danger. Fu bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. I do not want to harm anyone. The battle outside escalated. Kakuzu's 5 hearts coordinated their efforts, unleashing a barrage of elemental ninjutsu, and one by one, the jonin from Takigakure fell. The captain exerted all his strength, casting Takigakure's most advanced water technique, water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged forth like a waterfall crashing down, aimed at Kakuzu and Haiden. Yet Kakuzu merely scoffed. The earth element heart stepped forward, hands forming seals. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground cracked, creating a massive river that diverted all the water elsewhere. It's over. Kakuzu's threads ensnared the remaining guards like a spider's web, swiftly draining their life energy. The guards' bodies withered at a visible rate, ultimately turning to dust. Haiden kicked open the secure house door, his face twisting into a ghastly smile upon seeing Fu curled in the corner. Found you. Little Jinchuriki, do not be afraid. You will soon meet the evil god. At that moment, a powerful chakra erupted from Fu's body. The Seven Tails, Chome, could no longer bear it. Its massive form materializing within the secure house. A blue light illuminated the entire room as Chome flapped its enormous wings, its multifaceted eyes ablaze with fury. Those who dare to harm Fu shall not go unpunished. Chome roared, scales flying from its wings, each imbued with deadly poison. Kakuzu and Haiden both retreated. Even they could not afford to underestimate a fully manifested tailed beast. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. Haiden exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his scythe. Let me taste the blood of a tailed beast. However, just as the battle was about to reach its zenith, a figure descended from the sky like lightning, landing firmly before Fu and Chome. The newcomer, clad in black ninja attire with long hair billowing in the night wind, was none other than Hashiryu, who had rushed from Konoha. This far since here. Hashiru's voice was calm as water, yet the authority within it sent a shiver through all present. His eyes glimmered with a sharp light under the moon, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Upon seeing Hashiru, Kakuzu's green eyes suddenly narrowed. Who are you? Konoha's Hashiru. Hashiru slowly raised his hand, chakra coalescing in his palm to form a light blue spiral. Tonight, you shall go nowhere. Haiden cackled madly. Another fool has come to die? Excellent. The evil god shall have another offering. He swung his scythe toward Hashiru, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Hashiru's figure flickered, effortlessly evading Haiden's attack. His movements were as graceful as the wind, each step perfectly sidestepping the crucial points. Although Haiden's strikes were fierce, they appeared clumsy and sluggish before Hashiru. Too slow. Hashiru remarked coolly, simultaneously striking Haiden's chest with a palm. The blow, seemingly gentle, contained chakra that surged like a tsunami. Haiden was sent flying several meters, crashing through a wall. Yet Haiden quickly rose, his wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a mad fervor. What does it feel like to be immortal? Come, let me taste your blood. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's 5 hearts launched simultaneous attacks. 5 elemental techniques surged from different directions, completely sealing off Hashiru's escape. However, Hashiru remained unfazed, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Countless transparent air cannons erupted from Hashiru's mouth, colliding with Kakuzu's 5 elemental techniques midair. The explosions echoed, powerful shockwaves threatening to topple the surrounding structures. As the dust settled, Hashiru stood unscathed, not a wrinkle on his attire. This is impossible, Kakuzu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Who exactly are you? Hashiru did not respond. His attention shifted to Chome and Fu. The Seven Tails was nearing a berserk state, its massive form expanding, blue chakra blazing like fire. Fu huddled beneath Chome's belly, her small face pale as paper, clearly on the verge of collapse. Fu, hold on. Hashiru spoke gently to the little girl. Uncle will come to save you soon. He turned to face Kakuzu and Haiden, the warmth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a chilling intent. Those who harm children shall not be forgiven. Suddenly, Hashiru vanished from sight, reappearing before Haiden in the blink of an eye. His speed was so astonishing that even the Sharingan could scarcely track it. Haiden hadn't reacted before feeling an intense pain. Looking down, he saw Hashiru's palm had pierced through his chest. Why you? How is this possible? Haiden gasped in disbelief, staring at the gaping wound from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. Immortal, you say? Hashiru scoffed, the chakra in his palm suddenly erupting. Let us see how you handle this. A unique chakra coursed through Hashiru's hand into Haiden's body, beginning to dismantle his cellular structure. Haiden, in a state of terror, stumbled back, but it was too late. The chakra of the Starry Night has permeated his entire being, beginning to dismantle his body from within. Yin-Yang release, life reset. Starry Night calmly declared, specifically designed to combat immortal monstrosities like you. Feiden's body began to disintegrate, his skin, muscles, and bones reduced to dust under the influence of Starry Night's chakra. He emitted a blood-curdling scream, yet the sound abruptly ceased. The once legendary immortal ninja, Feiden, thus vanished entirely from this world. Kakuzu witnessed this scene and for the first time felt genuine fear. Having lived for over 90 years and encountered countless formidable opponents, He had never seen anyone dismantle immortality with such ease. What manner of monster are you? I am but an ordinary ninja who wishes to protect the children. Starry Night turned to Kakazu, a palpable intent to kill gleaming in his eyes. And you have crossed my threshold. Kakazu understood he was no match for Starry Night. Yet as a seasoned ninja who had experienced the era of the first Hokage, he possessed his own pride. 5 hearts simultaneously erupted, forming a grand 5-element formation in the air, all chakra converging upon Kakazu. Very well, let me show you true power. Kakazu bellowed, his body expanding dramatically. Black threads extending like a monstrous serpent in all directions. Earth Grudge Fear, ultimate form. The entirety of Takigakure was ensnared by Kakazu's threads, buildings twisted into fragments, and the earth gouged into deep chasms. This was Kakazu's ultimate technique, one he had wielded to defeat countless adversaries. However, Starry Night faced this cataclysmic assault with unwavering calm. He slowly raised both hands, chakra swirling around him, forming a vast domain of wind. Wind release, infinite wind domain. Centered around Starry Night, a tempest began to radiate outward. This was no ordinary wind, but a conceptual gale infused with spatial power. Kakazu's threads were severed silently upon contact with this wind. The seemingly indestructible black lines crumbled before the might of Starry Night's tempest. Impossible. This cannot be. Kakazu frantically waved his remaining threads, yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not breach Starry Night's wind domain. Starry Night advanced step by step toward Kakazu, with each step expanding the tempest. Kakazu's body began to retreat uncontrollably. 5 hearts shattering one by one under the wind's cutting force. Your era has come to an end. Starry Night's voice descended like a verdict. For the innocent lives you have slain, rest in peace. The wind domain suddenly constricted, enveloping Kakazu entirely. Under the suffocating gale, this legendary ninja, who had lived for over 90 years, finally met his demise. With Kakazu and Faden dealt with, Starry Night immediately turned his attention to Shomei and Fu. At this moment, the 7 tails had gone completely berserk, azure chakra forming a massive cocoon, tightly encasing Fu within. Anyone attempting to approach would be seared by the intense chakra. Shomei, calm yourself. Starry Night stood outside the cocoon, his tone gentle. Fu needs your help, not your fury. A deep voice emanated from within the cocoon. Human, you saved us. And I am grateful. However, Fu's body has reached its limit. She cannot hold on much longer. Starry Night carefully sensed Fu's condition. The girl's life force was rapidly waning, and without prompt intervention, she could perish. Gritting his teeth, he made a bold decision. Shomei, trust me. Starry Night slowly extended his hand to touch the surface of the cocoon. I will save Fu, but I need your cooperation. The searing chakra instantly burned his palm, yet he did not recoil. A gentle yet powerful chakra surged from within him, merging with Shomei's chakra. This fusion was not forced, but a mutual understanding and acceptance. Shomei sensed Starry Night's goodwill, and the cocoon began to slowly open. Fu lay weakly inside, her small face pale, breathing faintly. Starry Night swiftly cradled her, warm chakra seeping into her body, beginning to mend her damaged meridians. Fu, can you hear Uncle's voice? Starry Night gently caressed the girl's forehead, his voice incredibly tender. Fu slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Starry Night, tears welled up. Uncle, I thought I would never see you again. You will not. I promise to protect you. Starry Night smiled as he wiped Fu's tears away. Now you are safe. Shomei quietly observed this scene, his massive form gradually shrinking until he fully returned to Fu's body. He spoke within Fu's heart. This human is special, Fu. He possesses a power that brings me comfort. At that moment, the space suddenly warped, and Obito emerged from the void. He gazed at the corpses of Kakazu and Faden, then at the unscathed Starry Night, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. The Starry Night of Konoha is indeed impressive. Obito's voice, tinged with mockery, resonated through his mask. However, do you think this is the end? Starry Night shielded Fu behind him, warily regarding Obito. What do you want? All I desire is the 7 tails. Obito slowly raised his hand over the Jinchuriki. And I may spare your life. Not a chance. Starry Night's tone was unyielding. Fu is someone I must protect, and no one shall harm her. Obito fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. Starry Night, you remind me of an old friend. He too, for the sake of protecting those he held dear, would not hesitate to oppose the entire world. His body began to turn transparent. But today, I shall let it go. The 7 tails will eventually be mine. When we meet again, I will not be so merciful. With those words, Obito vanished entirely into the void, leaving behind an eerie silence. Starry Night exhaled deeply, looking down at the sleeping Fu in his arms. The little girl had drifted into a peaceful slumber, a serene smile adorning her face. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the adult and child in a silvery glow. Fu, from this day forth, I shall always protect you. Starry Night whispered softly, his voice gradually fading into the night breeze, a solemn promise.